Chapter 1, Spring Night. Hiss. Shinjo rubbed his still swollen head with one hand and slowly opened his eyes. The feeling of a hangover is not pleasant, at least for him, a junior student who can't drink much. Oh, I'm never going to hang out with those guys in a bar again. As Shinjo said this, he wanted to get up, but he felt something pressing on his left hand. He turned around and was stunned. What caught the eye was a large area of snow-white skin exposed outside the quilt, and the profile of the face still sleeping soundly was so beautiful that it made people drool. It was extremely tempting. Looking around, he realized that he was not in the dormitory, but in the hotel. The woman next to him sensed something unusual and woke up slowly. They looked at each other in silence for a long time. 30 minutes later, Shinjo sat on the bed and smoked a cigarette, and said in a muffled voice, "Sister, I know what you want to say. I, Shinjo, am not a human. But don't worry, I will be responsible for you." Shinjo's head was about to explode at this moment. He had no idea what had happened last night. "I just knew I was drunk, and then..." The strange woman had already put on her clothes by now. The blush on her pretty face had faded, leaving only endless coldness. "Don't tell anyone about this. Nothing has ever happened between us." Shinjo was stunned and turned to look at the woman. "No. If I don't take responsibility, how can I still be considered a man? Don't worry." Before Shinjo could finish his words, the woman gave him a cold look, and he swallowed the rest of his words back into his stomach. "Well, it seems that I was just being too sentimental, and perhaps others don't have this need at all." Bang! The woman slammed the door and left, while Shinjo looked at the bright red on the bed and fell into deep thought. As a junior loser at Zhonghai University, Shinjo soon forgot about this matter due to his heavy and busy studies. At first, late at night, he was still a little obsessed with it. After all, he took away a woman's virginity. But as time went by, this idea gradually faded. How could a goddess with such stunning beauty be interested in me? I'd better stop dreaming. The boring and busy days continued. When I was about to graduate from my senior year, the school held an alumni association and invited many successful seniors to come back and give speeches. Looking at the glamorous managers and chairmen on the stage really gave a shot of adrenaline to the group of newbies who were about to enter the society. However, the last guest who came on stage shocked countless students. Especially male students. "She's so beautiful. Is this a senior from our Ocean University? She must be a goddess. You boys only know how to look at faces. Senior Sister Sue is only 4 years older than us, but she's already the chairman of a company worth hundreds of millions. She has a good figure, good looks, and can make a lot of money. I wish she was my wife." "You'd better stop dreaming. Are you worthy of Goddess Sue? Su Qingyan, from today on, I am a die-hard fan of Senior Sister Sue. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Senior Sister Sue, I will be the first to disagree." The students in the audience were excited, but there was one person who was almost stunned in his seat. Looking at the nearly perfect face on the stage, Shinjo pinched himself hard, trying to tell himself that he was not dreaming. He wanted to rush forward, but then he held himself back. Rush forward. Then what? Say what? She is now a female CEO with a net worth of hundreds of millions, but what am I? I am a loser with no house, no car, no savings, and even no job. Is that kind of goddess something I can get? The speech lasted only 10 minutes, during which Su Qingyan's eyes swept in Shinjo's direction. He was not sure whether the other parties saw him. So what if I saw it? After the speech, Su Qingyan left the venue, and Shinjo felt a little lost. Perhaps I will never have any contact with that kind of goddess again in my life. He smiled bitterly. As expected, after graduation, he ran into obstacles everywhere. Either the salary was too low or the threshold was too high and people simply didn't look at his job. So Shinjo started working as a courier. If nothing else, at least the income from this job was decent as long as he was willing to work hard. It's really worthy of being a place where rich people live. It's so big. Shinjo had just received a call from a customer who wanted to deliver goods to his door, and was riding his electric scooter around the exquisitely green residential area. When he reached the 16th floor, Shinjo knocked on the door directly, but he was stunned after the door opened. Who else could this woman in front of me, wearing parent-child outfits and having an almost perfect face, be but Su Qingyan? After 2 years, they looked into each other's eyes again. "It's you," the two said in unison. "Come in first, just leave your things there." Su Qingyan seemed a little embarrassed and opened the door to motion Shinjo to go in. The room is not big, warm, and stylish. But what caught Shinjo's attention the most was the sound of a baby crying in the house. Su Qingyan also heard it, and quickly opened the door and went in to coax the baby softly. Baby, don't cry, mommy is here. Are you hungry? Oh, baby, you can't eat that. Su Qingyan was in a panic and Shinjo was dumbfounded. He clearly saw that there were 5 little babies crawling all over the floor in the nursery. Quintuplets. This woman is so fertile, she gave birth to 5 babies at once. Somehow, Shinjo felt a little uncomfortable. Although he and Su Qingyan only had one night stand, he still felt a little lost when he saw this woman giving birth to 5 children for others. Well, nothing else, I'll leave first. He didn't want to stay anymore. Why bother disturbing someone else's warm family? Is this what you call responsible? Just as he was about to finish, a cold question suddenly came from behind him. Ah? Shinjo was confused and didn't understand. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you come over and help me? Can't you see I'm too busy? Su Qingyan said unhappily. Shinjo reacted immediately, but the moment he stepped into the house, the crying children suddenly quieted down. The braver child actually crawled over tremblingly and called out in a baby voice, Daddy. Su Qingyan was stunned. The child is just at the age of learning to speak, but Su Qingyan has only taught him to call mom. Shinjo was also stunned, but what made him even more stunned was the cold reminder sound that rang in his mind at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the father-son recognition achievement. The perfect dad system has been unlocked and officially activated. System initial reward, 100,000 renminbi has been distributed, please check. Ding. Dear Huaxia user, your account ending in 1487 has successfully received 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 104,402.25 yuan. Chapter 2 System Binding. All this happened too suddenly, and Shinjo naturally knew what the system was. The host has been bound to the perfect daddy system. In order to better take care of the babies, the system will do its best to make the host a perfect super daddy. Shinjo asked hurriedly, but I don't even have a child. Shinjo was talking halfway when he suddenly looked at the 5 little babies in the nursery, and then he was shocked to think of something. Could it be? Senior sister Su, I want to ask you something. Shinjo spoke with some difficulty. No. Su Qingyan almost didn't think twice. Seeing Su Qingyan's attempt to cover up the truth, Shinjo became even more certain. So he smiled bitterly and asked, why didn't you tell me? Am I so unreliable in your eyes? Su Qingyan was silent for a while, then she spoke softly, that night was just an accident, and it was my own decision to give birth to the child. You have no responsibility at all. Su Qingyan. Shinjo suddenly shouted softly, in a very serious tone. I am the child's father. No matter what, the child is at least half my blood, so I must fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I said it before, I, Shinjo, am not a human being, but I am willing to take responsibility. This sentence is still valid now. Looking at Shinjo's serious expression, Su Qingyan's heart suddenly wavered, like ice brushed by the wind, and began to slowly melt. She was willing to believe that what this naive big boy said was true. But go ahead. I know your intentions, but you don't understand what it means to raise 5 children. You are still young and should not let the children become a burden to you. After all, Su Qingyan just thought that Shinjo was a young man who was just starting out. Shinjo clenched his fists and laughed at himself. Do you think I'm just a courier? I'm not worthy of being the father of children? It's not like that. Su Qingyan suddenly explained anxiously. At this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Shinjo's gaze moved over and saw an unread text message. Ding. Hello, your Shenzhou credit card with the last number 0906 is overdue. The current amount owed is 65,482.26 yuan. Late payment fees will be incurred. Please handle it in time to avoid adverse consequences. A trace of embarrassment and panic flashed across Su Qingyan's eyes, and she quickly put her phone in her pocket. But Shinjo still saw the text message. He was a little shocked and asked, don't you run a company? How could this happen? What happened? Even the chairman of the board of directors had to overdraw his credit card to get through the difficult times? Nothing. After I gave birth to the child, the company was handed over to my partners. Then they used some tricks to kick me out. Su Qingyan said it lightly, but Shinjo still saw a hint of anger in her eyes. Shinjo was not a fool, he understood it instantly. She was betrayed. Shinjo couldn't imagine how a woman could work so hard to take care of these 5 children. After a rough calculation, he knew that the cost of raising these 5 children would be sky high. The pride he felt in becoming a father was immediately replaced by a deep sense of guilt. How can Shinjo be called a father? Shinjo squatted down and said softly, I still have 100,000 yuan in my card. You can use this money for emergency. Don't refuse, otherwise I will feel even worse. Su Qingyan was shocked and looked at the bank card that Shinjo handed over. At this moment, she was truly moved. After all, the man in front of her had only met her a few times, so he could have shirked his responsibility and just walked away. But he didn't. 100,000 yuan is by no means a small sum for Shinjo, a college graduate. But he took it out without hesitation. This time, Su Qingyan did not refuse. She said with red eyes, when I have money, I will definitely return the money to you. Give it back to me? Shinjo was a little angry, and said word by word, I'll say it again, I'm the father of the child now. If you treat me as a man, don't say such things again in the future. I know I'm not as capable as you. So, from now on, you go out to work, and I'll take care of the 5 children at home. You take care of it? Su Qingyan opened her mouth wide, looked at Shinjo and said, You men are born clumsy. Taking care of 5 children? Do you think it's as easy as playing a game? Why not? Just watch. At this time, one of the babies suddenly started crying and peed in his diaper. Shinjo said he would start doing it, and be as gentle as possible. Oh, so stupid, that's the opposite, you have to do this first. After a busy period, the two finally changed the baby's diaper, and watched him fall asleep again with sweet looks on their faces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the diaper change mission. The reward is 50,000 renminbi. Please check it carefully. After the system sounded, Shinjo's cell phone also vibrated. Depend on. Really? You get paid just for changing a diaper. Suddenly, Shinjo felt that he might be the only one who could be the nanny. Oh. Think about it carefully. Once you take over this responsibility, it may be harder than you thought. This time, it was Su Qingyan who became serious. Don't worry, honey. No matter how hard or tiring it is, it's my business. I'm a grown man, and I can't let my wife suffer alone, right? Shinjo joked, putting his hand on Su Qingyan's leg. Bang! Su Qingyan slapped his hand away, her face flushed, and she said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your wife? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pinch you. Okay, I'll call you the kid's mom from now on, that should be okay. Su Qingyan thought seriously for a moment, then reacted and looked at Shinjo's smirk, then she realized that she had been taken advantage of again. You bastard! You are the child's mother. That's so ugly. I don't want it. Then just call me wife, hee hee. The two struggled for a while before Shinjo remembered something and asked hurriedly, By the way, wife, what are the names of the 5 children? Have you named them yet? Su Qingyan was stunned and lowered her head with a red face. No, I think naming should be done by Dad. The voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Shinjo was delighted. Afterwards, he pondered for a moment, decided and said with a smile, Why not call them Shinhuan, Shinshang, Shinfeng, and Shenmang? Xiaobao is a younger sister, so let's call her Shenmang. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and said, Illusionary sharpness, like a dream, like a lover, what a good name. I didn't realize you're quite good at naming. That's natural. Shinjo was complacent and extremely proud. At this time, the system sound starts again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement name, triggering the hidden reward, proficiency in 10 languages. Shinjo? Proficient in 10 languages. Chapter 3 Do you have a girlfriend? The name has been chosen, but this is just the first step. There is still a lot to do, and Shinjo is gradually getting into the role of a dad. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. After seeing the text message, he remembered that he had forgotten about a class reunion this afternoon. He was about to reply to the text message saying that he couldn't go, but was stopped by Su Qingyan who was standing beside him. Go ahead, it's a rare occasion for you classmates to get together, and it will be difficult to meet again in the future. But I just promised you that I would stay at home to take care of the children. Su Qingyan felt warm in her heart and said with a smile, Don't worry, I've been here for more than a year, so I can handle this afternoon. Shinjo nodded and said okay. Then he went downstairs, got on his electric scooter, and headed straight for the party place. This gathering was initiated by squad leader Song Shiji. His family is very wealthy. His father is a successful businessman and his family earns several million a year. Everyone will give him some face. As soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, Shinjo saw an acquaintance, who also came up to him with a smile. "Oh, old Shin, I haven't seen him for a few days, and he has already become a car owner. That's not bad." The speaker was short and fat, but his face was filled with a warm smile. This was one of Shinjo's roommates. They had a very close relationship. Knowing that he was just joking, he replied, "That's nothing. Just wait. Within a year, I'll give you a whole four-wheeler and let you see it for yourself. Just blow it, and hurry in, everyone is almost here, you are the only one missing." When we walked into the private room, we saw that the 3 tables were already full of people, all of them were classmates. "Shinjo, you are late. You must drink 3 cups as punishment." Someone started to make a fuss. "No, I won't drink. It will be inconvenient later." Shinjo meant that he had to go home to take care of the children soon, and it would be embarrassing to smell of alcohol, but in the eyes of others, it sounded different. "Hey, classmate Shinjo is not giving us face. He is so distant with us right after graduation. What will happen if he becomes successful in the future?" "That's right, what's inconvenient? Did you drive here? I remember you couldn't afford a car. I could see clearly that you rode a broken electric bike here." As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter rang out in the room. "Ying. What are you talking about? Shinjo is my brother. He must have said that because he really doesn't want to drink." Mingxiang, another roommate of Shinjo, frowned and said to the girl who had just laughed at him, "Don't worry, old Shin. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Lu Ying, from class 3. Shinjo waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. "Don't just stand there, let's drink and eat." Someone tried to smooth things over. The atmosphere in the private room became lively again. There were 4 people in Shinjo's dormitory, except for one who didn't come. This was the first time the 3 brothers got together after graduation. They chatted and joked with each other, just like when they were in the dormitory. Of course, the most popular person present was naturally the squad leader Song Shiji. Many people walked over with wine glasses in hand to toast. Squad leader, I heard that your company is about to go public. So when you inherit the family business, won't we have to call you Mr. Song?" Song Shiji couldn't hide the smug look on his face, and said with a smile, "We are all classmates. If you need any help in the future, just tell me." As he spoke, he casually touched the Audi car key on the table, which immediately attracted many people's envious gazes. This car must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Only a family like Song Shiji's can give their children a high-end car as soon as they graduate. Suddenly, more people came forward to flatter him. It is like this after graduation, there are many people who curry favor with the powerful. "Come on, squad leader, I won't toast you. Try this. I think it tastes good," Lu Ying said, and handed a piece of jerky to Song Shiji's mouth. There was even a hint of ambiguity between his eyebrows. Lu Ying was the most beautiful person present, so Song Shiji naturally would not refuse when a beautiful woman picked up food for him. But when Mingxiang saw this scene, he felt a little uncomfortable. "My girlfriend actually picks food for another boy and puts it into her mouth. Then what kind of boyfriend am I? Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" After all, she was his brother's girlfriend, and Shinjo couldn't bear it any longer. The surroundings quieted down a bit. Song Shiji snorted and asked, "What's inappropriate? We eat together just for fun. Besides, it's just picking up some food." The boyfriend didn't say anything. "Is it your turn to speak?" Song Shiji did have some improper thoughts about Lu Ying, and when this was exposed, he naturally looked unhappy. "That's right. We are all classmates. I think a straight guy like you probably doesn't even have a girlfriend, right?" Lu Ying retorted. "That's enough." Suddenly, Mingxiang shouted coldly, "Ying, apologize to old Shin." Mingxiang has always had a very good temper, but I didn't expect him to get angry at this time. Shinjo felt warm in his heart, he knew that it was all for himself. Lu Ying was also startled, then said angrily, "Why are you yelling so loudly? Why do you want me to apologize? Mingxiang, it's your blessing that I like you, don't be ungrateful." Mingxiang gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yingying, and finally said coldly, "Okay, let's break up." "What did you say? You want to break up with me?" Lu Yingying's face turned pale with anger. Mingxiang was just a loser, and it was good enough that she liked him. Why did he break up with her now? Alright, let's talk about whatever's on our mind. We're having a good time gathering here today. By the way, squad leader, is your company hiring right now? How about I follow you? Someone quickly changed the subject, otherwise the party would be ruined. After all, there were so many people around, and Lu Yingying couldn't continue to get angry, so she could only sit down angrily. "Old Shen, I'm so sorry." Mingxiang said this with an apologetic look on his face, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "What are you talking about? Do we brothers need to say all this?" Shinzhou really didn't take it to heart, but Lu Yingying did. "This kind of woman is not worthy of my brother, so it's better to break up with her." "Ha, classmate Shinzhou, I heard that you've been working as a courier after graduation? That's not something a human should do. How about this, you come to work in my company, and I'll give you 4,000 a month." Song Shiji said this with a look of superiority, obviously wanting to humiliate Shinzhou. The fat man couldn't stand it anymore and was about to get angry when he was stopped by Shinzhou. "Ha, no need. I don't have any plans to work recently." Song Shiji sneered when he heard this, but he still said hypocritically, "How can you not have a job? You see, what classmate Yingying said just now is right. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a girlfriend. Are you going to be a gigolo?" There was a burst of laughter in the private room. Just then, the private room was pushed open. Su Qingyan, a tall woman with beautiful temperament, walked in. "Who said he doesn't have a girlfriend?" After saying that, Su Qingyan walked to Shinzhou's side and put her arm around his arm very naturally. Chapter 4 Mission completed. In an instant, the private room became extremely quiet. Especially the boys, their eyes were almost popping out. This is a goddess. With that kind of ethereal temperament, it is almost impossible to find any flaws in this perfect woman. They would be willing to have such a woman as their wife even if it meant shortening their life by 10 years. So beautiful. Senior sister Su. You are senior sister Su Qingyan. Someone recognized it immediately. "Hello, fellow students, I am Su Qingyan." Su Qingyan smiled gracefully. This time, everyone was completely shocked. Goddess Su is actually Shinzhou's girlfriend? Is this fair? Countless pairs of jealous eyes immediately looked over and looked at Shinzhou standing aside. Lu Yingying's face became even uglier. If Su Qingyan hadn't come, she could still be considered a beauty. But after Su Qingyan came, the contrast was so great that all the light was overshadowed by Su Qingyan. At this moment, she was the most eye-catching person in the whole audience. And she just said that Shinzhou couldn't find a girlfriend. The one with an even uglier expression was Song Shiji, his teeth were about to break at this moment. Goddess Su was actually Shinzhou's girlfriend? So what if he is a loser? At least he is hooked up with the goddess. In comparison, what he just said seemed like a joke, and his face felt hot and painful. "Well, I'm so sorry, let's get together next time." Shinzhou's face turned red and he quickly stood up to say goodbye. In fact, he was mainly talking to his two roommates. After leaving the private room, Shinzhou asked hurriedly, "Why are you here? What's wrong? Why can't I come? You are the father of your child now, so of course I have to come and see if you have messed around with your female classmates. I won't let such an unruly person be the father of my child." Su Qingyan pulled her arm out and said while waving her little fist. "Hee, it turns out that my wife is worried and came to check on me. You can see that those rouge and powder in there are not as beautiful as my wife. How can I be attracted to them?" Shinzhou joked. "Bah! Who is your wife? There's no milk powder at home. I came out to buy some and just passed by." Su Qingyan was still trying to be stubborn, but the smile that unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth gave her away. As a woman, who doesn't like to hear compliments? "Okay. Buy some milk powder for the babies." Shinzhou was in a good mood, and the two of them then came to a maternity and baby products store. Only when you run a household do you know how expensive food and fuel are. After entering the store and seeing the price of milk powder, Shinzhou finally understood how expensive it is to raise a child. My goodness, a can of imported milk powder can easily cost thousands of dollars. There are 5 milk cans at home, so wouldn't that cost tens of thousands of dollars a month? This isn't a baby at all, it's clearly a four-legged money-eating beast. However, that was his own child, so no matter how expensive it was, he gritted his teeth and bought it. Boss, I want all of these last 5 cans. Shinjo had just put 5 cans of milk powder on the cashier counter when a woman in expensive clothes came over and immediately took him in her arms. Shinjo frowned and said in a cold voice, "Madam, this is what we chose first." The woman had a thick layer of foundation on her face and looked like she came from a good family. She glanced at Shinjo and said disdainfully, "Please check the price when you choose. This is imported in Fintas. Can you afford it? With your status, you can just buy some cheap milk powder. Why are you arguing with me?" Su Qingyan only noticed the price at this time and was immediately shocked. She pulled Shinjo's collar and whispered, "Let's buy something else. This is too expensive. We can't afford it." "Humph. Listen to your wife. People should know themselves. Why are you imitating others by buying imported milk powder?" The woman sneered after hearing this. "Get out of the way. Swipe your card." Shinjo said coldly and took out his bank card. The woman's face turned ugly. She didn't expect Shinjo to really buy such expensive milk powder. "You are just trying to be brave, ugh." After paying the bill and leaving, the woman was still cursing behind him. "Wife, they are my children, so I must give them the best. Even if I have to sell my kidney or blood, I will never let them down." Su Qingyan was being led by Shinjo, and her heart was filled with ripples at this moment. She looked at Shinjo, who was walking in front of her with his head down, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. Perhaps, this is what the pillar of a family looks like. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Su Qingyan said in a low voice. Shinjo really did as he said and became a happy dad at home. A whole week passed like this. As for Su Qingyan, she found a new job. During this period, Shinjo was really adept at taking care of children, and the system was extremely powerful. Shinjo received many rewards in various amounts. However, Shinjo also slowly discovered the rules of system rewards. Most systems will give monetary rewards, such as some hidden rewards, which will only be triggered after Shinjo completes certain achievements. But this was enough. Without leaving his house, Shinjo transferred money to Su Qingyan's card twice, each amounting to 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. In order to avoid Su Qingyan's suspicion, Shinjo only transferred a very small part, but it still caused Su Qingyan's questioning. To do this, he made up a lie, opened a stock trading account, and then said that he earned the money from stock trading. Only then did Su Qingyan feel relieved. "Daddy, I want a hug." A baby crawled toward Shinjo. It was the second baby, Shin Shang. "Come here, baby, Daddy will hold you." Shinjo naturally loved him very much, but this caused an uproar, and the other children also clamored for hugs when they saw this. Shinjo naturally couldn't favor one over the other, and at one moment his body was covered with 5 little milk bags. The children are already 1 year old, and this is the time when they learn to walk. So, Shinjo thought of an idea and began to teach the children how to keep balance in a serious manner. In less than an afternoon, all 5 little kids had learned it. Although there are still some stumbles, but I have basically mastered it. Shinjo was also sweating profusely from exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, learning to walk. The system rewards the daddy car, a Toyota Alpha. Now, Shinjo was happy. Just for learning to walk, I was rewarded with a car. Toyota Alpha, this will cost millions, right? Looking at the time, it was time for Su Qingyan to get off work. Shinjo slapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Dear ones, do you want to go with daddy to pick up mommy?" "Think," the children said in unison. "It's just right, I can also try the car." So Shinjo took the children out, and after a while, he drove the new car to the company where Su Qingyan worked. Through the glass window, Shinjo could see Su Qingyan giving a lecture in the classroom. Her current job is an English lecturer at a postgraduate entrance examination institution. The salary is good. I have to say that Su Qingyan is very good at teaching, especially her spoken British pronunciation, which gives off the feeling of an old-world European aristocrat. Most of the people in the audience were college students, and they were also fascinated by the talk. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the students all shouted for Su Qingyan to stay longer. It seemed that they really liked Su Qingyan's class. The students are willing, but that doesn't mean Shinjo is willing. What a joke! His wife is his after get off work. What are you students doing? Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Wife, the kids are waiting for you to come home to feed them. If you don't come home soon, they will make a scene. In an instant, the classroom became quiet. Chapter 5: The Unexpected. What? It turns out that Teacher Sue is already married? OH. Afterwards, the classroom became lively again, and a group of students who were watching the fun kept making noises. Su Qingyan's face turned red with embarrassment. She didn't expect that her Shinjo would come to pick her up from get off work. She immediately stepped forward and pinched him hard. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your wife? The children have been weaned for a long time. What milk should I feed them with? She said in a low voice shyly. Seeing the two of them being affectionate on the stage, the students in the audience started to make more noises, with many people shouting, "Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss!" However, there was a boy who was burning with jealousy and had a sinister look in his eyes. Su Qingyan is the goddess of these students. Many boys have feelings for her, and Zhao Wenhua is one of them. He came from a wealthy family and was handsome, and he thought he had the best chance, but he didn't expect to be hit by such a bolt from the blue. Ha, Teacher Sue, we didn't even know you were married. Don't you plan to introduce your husband to us? That's right, Teacher Sue, what does your husband do? Most of the people who asked the questions were boys. They didn't think there was anything outstanding about Shinjo, so why did Teacher Sue fall for him? No matter how you look at this guy, he's just a loser. A group of students kept making a fuss. Su Qingyan was already shy, flustered, and at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, the students below the stage were even more unwilling to let her go. Humph. Sorry to say, it must be that Teacher Sue's husband is too poor. Why? A group of male students had anger burning in their eyes at this moment, and they all looked at Shinjo standing aside. Seeing this, Shinjo squeezed Su Qingyan's little hand, then strode onto the stage. Hello, students. My name is Shinjo, and I am your Teacher Sue's lover. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke pure English, and the audience fell silent for a moment. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not just by looking at its performance. These students are here to learn English, and many of the excellent ones can be recognized just by listening. This kind of pure spoken English cannot be achieved without more than 10 years of practice. But the real shock is yet to come. I guess everyone is curious about my identity? As for me, I don't have a job at the moment and I'm a full-time dad at home. However, there is no rule in this society that men must go out and start their own business. The audience was quiet because, apart from the first sentence, almost no one could understand the following sentences. Only a few particularly outstanding ones seemed to understand something. However, it was full of shock. Because every time Shinjo spoke a sentence, he changed the language. In just 10 sentences of self-introduction, he used 10 languages. Moreover, they are all extremely familiar with each other. 10 languages. The students in the audience were silent, but after a moment they became excited again, and this time it was the girls who started to get excited. Oh my god! Teacher Sue's teacher is so amazing. I only understood 4 of them, and it was pretty hard, but he actually changed 10 languages. Wow! Such an outstanding man is actually willing to stay at home and be a full-time dad. What a treasure husband! Wow, I wish I could marry a man like this. Why? Why can't I meet such a good husband? Teacher Sue was so lucky to have such a man silently supporting her. There was chaos in the audience, so Shinjo took the opportunity to pull Su Qingyan out of the classroom. You did that on purpose, look how conceited you are. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at Shinjo. Shinjo would usually teach the children various languages at home. She had long known that Shinjo was proficient in 10 languages. For this reason, Shinjo naturally made up a reasonable explanation. That's for sure. Those students are actually targeting my wife. I might as well show them a good lesson so that they don't think they have an opportunity to take advantage of me. Shinjo grabbed Su Qingyan's slender waist. The latter did not struggle, but rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are so rude. You are already a father, and you still bother with your students." When I arrived at the school gate, I suddenly heard the roar of a car in the distance. Zhao Wenhua rolled down the window of his BMW 3 Series and said with a smile, "Teacher Sue, this is my new car. Do you want me to take you home?" Shinjo frowned. This student really didn't know what was good for him. At this moment, the window of a Toyota Alpha parked on the side of the road was suddenly rolled down. "Daddy! Mommy!" 5 little kids waved at them excitedly. When Zhao Wenhua saw this scene, he was stunned. Cute baby and luxury car. That SA car worth more than 1 million yuan. My little BMW is enough for others to buy several of them. What's the matter? Classmate, I think your car is not big enough. Can you carry our family? Xinzhou asked with a smile. Zhao Wenhua didn't even have the nerve to ask, so he drove away in shame. Getting in the car and going home, Su Qingyan didn't even ask where the car came from. Although they had been together for more than a week, she always felt that Xinzhou had many secrets and she could never figure this man out. Wife, what are you thinking about? Is there anything on your mind? After settling the children down, the two leaned back on the sofa. Nothing, I'm just a little tired. And don't call me wife, we are not husband and wife. Su Qingyan's words stunned Xinzhou, and he knew where the problem lay. Although the two have been together for a week and are familiar with each other, this does not confirm the relationship between them. They are now in the same room, although they sleep in separate rooms, but that doesn't matter. Roommate? Let's get married. Xinzhou held Su Qingyan's hand with a serious look on his face. The latter was stunned, his eyes widened as he asked, "Are you serious?" This is what she was waiting for. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Since I'm willing to be the father of the child, I actually want to give you some buffer time. So, Miss Su, after this week's inspection, do you think I'm qualified? Su Qingyan didn't answer, but threw herself into Xinzhou's arms and kept hitting him with her fists. You bastard! You kept me waiting for so long. The two hugged each other for a long time before they separated. Su Qingyan then said, since we are planning to get married, I won't marry you so simply. Of course. I must give my wife a grand wedding, including a diamond ring, a wedding dress, and everything else. Phew. Su Qingyan was amused by Xinzhou's serious look, tapped his nose and said, You are wrong. What I mean is, if you want to get married, you have to meet my parents first, and you have to get their consent, right? Oh, so that's what you mean. Humph. What else do you think? Su Qingyan pinched him fiercely. It's getting late, hurry up and wash up and go to bed. Hey, where are you going? Xinzhou pretended to rub his sleepy eyes and walked towards Su Qingyan's room while saying, Go to sleep. We are getting married anyway, why not try sleeping together first? You are so beautiful. Go back to your room. Chapter 6 What? Are you going to be a grandparent? Su Qingyan closed the door, her face flushed. The original encounter between the two was an accident, and now that they are reunited because of 5 children, they still have to adapt. Xinzhou was just trying to scare Su Qingyan, but Su Qingyan didn't have much time left. He didn't want to maintain a roommate relationship with Su Qingyan forever. Xinzhou went to the baby room again and made sure that the 5 little ones were asleep before returning to his own room. I thought about the issue of meeting the parents that I had just discussed with Su Qingyan. Xinzhou's heart moved, and without saying a word, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his parents. Mom and Dad, I have some big news to announce. Congratulations on entering another stage of life, you are now grandparents. I will take your 5 lovely grandchildren back in the next 2 days. Oh, by the way, there is also a beautiful daughter-in-law. It was already midnight. Xinzhou knew that according to his parents' schedule, they would definitely not be looking at their phones at this time. After throwing this explosive news into the family group of only 3 people, Xinzhou turned around and fell into a deep sleep. As for the mobile phone, it is naturally silent in order not to disturb my sleep. Xin Changyun had just finished reading the newspaper in the morning and was looking at his cell phone after putting on his glasses. He was so shocked by the message sent by his son that he didn't even notice that his glasses had slipped off. Dazhou, damn it, check your phone. Lin Yuehua was busy with the housework. When she heard Xin Changyun's voice was broken, she panicked. When both of them saw the message on their phones, they looked at each other. I saw shock and a hint of joy in the other person's eyes. Oh my god. If the message sent by his son is true, then it will solve the top priority of the Xin family. When Xinzhou was in college, his family urged him to have a girlfriend. As a result, he never brought the person back until graduation. They did it without telling anyone, and yet they even had a child? Are you kidding us? Xin Changyun frowned, suppressed the joy in his heart, and asked in confusion. Lin Yuehua shook her head, You don't know much about our son yet. He doesn't tell anyone about things that are not certain. Since he is going to be brought home, this must be true. The 2 elders were all delighted with this discussion. Xinzhou is a very capable boy. Some time ago, his parents were worried about his marriage. Now we have to bring people into the house. But how could there be 5 children? After carefully reading the news about their son, the 2 elders murmured in their hearts. We can't figure anything out by just trying to figure it out here, so you should give our son a call right away. We need to clarify this matter, and we also need to prepare well. Shin Changyun put on his glasses and hurriedly urged Lin Yuehua to call Shinzhou. No one answered the 5 consecutive phone calls, which made the 2 elders very anxious. Just when I was about to call again, the call finally came back. Shinzhou's familiar voice was broadcast by Lin Yuehua. What's wrong? I didn't see it because my phone was on silent. Why are you so anxious to call me so early in the morning? Just as Lin Yuehua was about to speak, she heard the sound of a child crying on the other end of the phone. There were also a few faint sounds of Dad. Mom! Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua looked at each other. Hello, why is there no sound? Shinzhou asked while changing Sanbao's diaper, holding the phone between his shoulders. Dazhou, are the messages you sent true? Do you really have 5 grandchildren? There was a hint of joy and anxiety in Lin Yuehua's voice. Can I still lie to you about this? 4 grandsons and 1 granddaughter to be exact. When Lin Yuehua and Shin Changyun heard this, they exclaimed, hurry up and find time to bring Bauer back for us to see. The 3rd baby had just had his diaper changed, but he was still restless and punched the 4th baby with his little fists. Although the force was not strong, it still woke Bao up and he started crying. Shinzhou quickly picked him up and said to his parents on the phone, I'm busy taking care of 5 children. We'll talk after I bring everyone back. Now that they were sure that they had become grandparents, Lin Yuehua and Shin Changyun quickly got into the role and shouted into the phone, okay, you go ahead and do your work. The treasure's affairs are the most precious. Hurry up and find some time to go home. As soon as Su Qingyan came out, she heard the last words on the phone. It only took a moment to figure out who Shinzhou was calling. My face suddenly turned red and I felt a little nervous. She handed the prepared milk to Shinzhou and said hesitantly, are we going to meet your parents now? I'm still a little nervous. I don't know what to bring for my first time. While feeding, Shinzhou smiled and joked, this ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents-in-law. What's more, my wife, you are so beautiful, my parents will definitely like you. Su Qingyan was still a little worried, but when she looked at the time, it was time to go to work. It's almost too late. I have to go to work first. Su Qingyan picked up her bag and was about to go out. Shinzhou stuffed the car keys into her hand and said, don't worry, just drive. By the way, don't forget to take a day off these 2 days and go meet my parents first. Su Qingyan gave a shy smile and nodded. Shinzhou's home was not far from Zhonghai City. It only took 2 or 3 hours for the 2 of them to drive back with their 5 little ones. Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua, who got the news, waited at the door of their house early. Dazhou is so secretive that he didn't even send me a photo of his daughter-in-law. I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize people. Lin Yuehua put the prepared fruit plate on the coffee table. Shin Changyun could see that Lin Yuehua was also a little nervous. In fact, he was not at ease either, but he couldn't see it on his face. He comforted Lin Yuehua and said, don't worry, Dazhou is capable of doing things, and he said that the most beautiful one in the crowd must be your daughter-in-law. The 5 little kids can't talk much yet, but they all seemed very excited when they got in the car this time. All the little heads looked out the window. I thought that after such a long drive, these little ones would definitely take a nap. As a result, by the time Shinzhou's Toyota Alpha stopped at the gate of a small courtyard, the 5 little kids were all full of energy. Shinzhou's home is in an area of old buildings. Since he lives on the 1st floor, Shin Changyun once built a small courtyard around him. I usually like to tend to flowers and plants in the yard. When the 5 little kids were brought in, they all stared at the bright flowers. Oh my, I've been waiting for you guys to come. Shin Changyun saw Shinzhou enter the room while holding a teacup. As soon as he said a word, his attention was drawn to the eldest and second children in Shinzhou's arms. Is this my little golden grandson? These 2 are so cute. Chapter 7, Cute Baby Arrives. Dabao and Erbo were very smart. When they saw the stranger looking at them with a kind face, they even took the initiative to reach out their hands and ask for a hug. 2 cute kids who looked exactly the same stretched out their hands at the same time, which completely made Shin Changyun dizzy. Oh, my dear grandson, come and give Grandpa a hug. When Shin Changyun took over the second baby, Lin Yuehua, who had been busy in the kitchen, also came out. As soon as he saw the 2 children, he immediately came forward with a look of surprise on his face. Is this Ophun's child? You're so cute, come here, let grandma hug you. The two old people were each holding a little baby. Dabeo and Erba were particularly well behaved today. She didn't cry or make a fuss in Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua's arms, which made the two old people even more surprised. They were so amused by the cute baby in their arms that they couldn't stop smiling. And the other three? Lin Yuehua was still thinking about the remaining three children. As a result, when I looked up, I saw a woman with beautiful features and outstanding appearance coming and pushing a baby stroller. Su Qingyan was very shy when she came in, but she still greeted Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua gracefully. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Su Qingyan. Although Shinzhou had given a shot of prevention before, saying that the wife he brought home was very beautiful. But Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua had never expected that they would bring back such a beautiful woman. In the eyes of the two elders, a beauty like Su Qingyan should be a star. I didn't expect my son to be so successful and find such a beautiful girl at once. This is the daughter-in-law I brought back for you. How is she? Are you satisfied? Shinzhou took the large baby stroller, which contained 3 other little babies. Lin Yuehua glared at Shinzhou, then pulled Su Qingyan into the house with a smile on her face. Qingyan, come in and sit down. You must be tired from the journey, right? When Su Qingyan saw Shin's mother's enthusiastic attitude, she knew that her future mother-in-law liked her very much. Shinzhou followed Shin Changyun and brought the 5 little kids into the house. He said helplessly, you really forgot about your son now that you have a daughter-in-law. Not only did you forget about your son, you even forgot about your little grandson. Lin Yuehua suddenly realized that when she saw this fairy-like daughter-in-law just now, she had actually forgotten to look at the remaining 3 good kids. Oh my, you 2 grown men are so shameless, let me hug you. Lin Yuehua greeted Su Qingyan, then turned around and looked at the 5 little kids sitting in the stroller with a silly smile. Thanks to his son's hard work, 5 good babies were born to him at once, and Lin Yuehua didn't know which one to look at first. Little Bao Shun Mang was the smartest one. He babbled and tried to grab the fruit next to Lin Yuehua. The way she frowned when she couldn't catch it made the 4 adults in the room laugh. I never thought that a stinky boy like you could accomplish such a big thing without making any noise. Shin Changyun was playing with the child with a toy he had prepared long ago, while patting Shinzhou's shoulder. Although there was some reproach in his tone, Shinzhou did not see any blaming look on his father's face. He knew very well how proud Shin Changyun might be feeling. I did it in one go and gave them such a big surprise. In fact, we came back this time to discuss this matter with you. Shinzhou paused for a moment, glanced at Su Qingyan who was a little shy beside him, and then said, actually, we wanted to come back to discuss the marriage. As soon as these words came out, the 2 elders were shocked. You 2 haven't gotten married yet? Shinzhou nodded and said with a faint smile, hasn't this been approved by you 2 elders yet? After all, this is a big deal, so I still need to discuss it with you. Lin Yuehua was amused by Sanbao and laughed out loud. She teased Sanbao up and down and replied with a smile, you just remembered us now. But Qingyan is so outstanding, and our grandchildren are so cute, we will definitely agree to this. Not only do I agree, I also hope you can settle this matter quickly. Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua meant the same thing. The 2 old people have also seen other people's children, but to be honest, none of them are as good looking as these 5 little kids of their own. And they could also see that these 5 children were very smart. Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua were extremely satisfied. But Shin Changyun had another question, is the car at the door yours? After all, he is a man, and Shin Changyun knows the price of that Toyota Alpha. If this car was bought by his son, where did Shinzhou get so much money? Shinzhou said casually, that's all the money I made from stock trading. I have a good eye recently and made a lot of money. Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua were all surprised. They didn't expect that their son would be so successful now. Su Qingyan, who was standing by, also showed a gentle smile. Now Shinzhou is indeed doing stock trading. The market has been good recently and he has made a lot of money. This made Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua smile so hard that they couldn't stop. Their son was promising, their daughter-in-law was pretty, and their grandchildren were smart and well-behaved. Now the word happiness is everywhere in the Shin family. This trip home was a very pleasant one. The 5 little darlings not only conquered Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua, but even the neighbors who came to visit were overwhelmed by their cuteness. You also need to discuss this matter with your in-laws. Shinzhou nodded. This matter must be discussed with both sides' parents. However, the smile on Su Qingyan's face seemed a little forced. Shinzhou noticed it, but did not ask. Su Qingyan only took 3 days off, so even if Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua were reluctant to let her go, Their family of 7 must also be allowed to go back. How about we help you raise the children? You don't have enough energy to take care of so many children. Young couples should still enjoy their own world. Lin Yuehua really couldn't bear to part with these 5 little darlings, and after saying this, she reached out for the stroller. Although his parents helped him these 2 days, Shinjo also did it himself. Every day, I can receive system rewards. Shinjo is obliged to take care of the little baby. Children need us a lot during their growth process. This is our responsibility, so we should raise them ourselves. Shinjo said righteously. Since her son insisted so much, Lin Yuehua had no choice but to repeatedly ask him, bring the child back to us more often. Take good care of our sweet baby. The Toyota drove away into the distance, and the atmosphere in the car was full of joy. Wife, I told you that no one would dislike you. Su Qingyan blushed, your parents are very good. As the car slowed down, Shinjo turned his head to look at Su Qingyan and said in a more serious tone, those are our parents. It's time to visit your parents sometime. Chapter 8 The Su family's attitude. Shinjo clearly saw that after he said this, Su Qingyan's expression froze. Why, don't they know you gave birth to a child? Although Su Qingyan did not answer, her expression said it all. In fact, Su Qingyan did not tell her family about having 5 children. I certainly didn't tell them. Su Qingyan hesitated for a while, but finally chose to be honest with Shinjo. I will be meeting my parents soon, and I hope Shinjo is aware of these things. So actually they don't know that I gave birth to a child, and my parents, they are a bit stubborn in some aspects. I'm a little worried that if I take you back, they won't be able to accept it. Shinjo paused, thought for a moment and then said, it doesn't matter. No matter what, I must tell your parents about this. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Su Qingyan felt warmed in her heart when she heard Shinjo say this. After all, it was the first time to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, so Shinjo prepared some gifts. Su Qingyan's family background is not bad, which can be seen from her food, clothing, housing, and transportation. However, Shinjo also earned a lot of income through the system during this period. Some expensive gifts can also be afforded. Su Qingyan's home is in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Her father, Su Hao, is a well-known wealthy businessman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The company he founded is quite large. Su Qingyan's mother Jiang Xinlian is Su Hao's deputy, and both of them have strict personalities. When their daughter said she wanted to go out and make her own way, Jiang Xinlian and Su Hao didn't take it seriously. Anyway, no matter what, my daughter can't make any big waves, and in the end she will have to return home to inherit the family business. But when they saw their daughter coming back home with a strange man, they were still shocked and frowned. Before the two of them could speak, Jiang Xinlian spotted the baby carriage in the living room. Whose child is it? The first thing Jiang Xinlian said when she entered the door was not to ask Su Qingyan how she had been doing in the past year. Su Qingyan's expression also turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "This is my child. This is the father of my child. We came back this time to tell you that we are getting married." Su Qingyan's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, causing 1,000 waves. Jiang Xinlian was stunned, and she and Su Hao were stunned for a full minute before they reacted. What? This child is yours? Su Qingyan, are you crazy? Is this what you should do? Is this why you ran away from home without saying a word? Jiang Xinlian pointed at Su Qingyan's face and scolded her, her fingers shaking with anger. Su Hao standing aside also had a gloomy expression. Shinjo didn't expect Su Qingyan's parents to react so strongly. Before he could open his mouth, he saw the emotional Jiang Xinlian pulling Su Qingyan over. You are such an unfilial daughter. You have done something that has ruined our family's reputation. I will beat you to death today, so that this matter won't get out and bring shame to our Su family. Jiang Xinlian reached out her hand and wanted to slap Su Qingyan. Shinjo's expression tightened, he grabbed Jiang Xinlian's hand and threw it aside. Aunt, if you have something to say, just talk it out and don't use force. Qingyan is not a child of a few years old. She doesn't need to be disciplined. Shinjo pulled Su Qingyan behind him and stood in front of Jiang Xinlian, who was out of control. Su Hao on the side sneered with a bad face, who do you think you are? I haven't questioned you yet. You're the one who kidnapped my daughter, you dare to show up in front of me now? Su Qingyan recovered from the chaos just now, and a gleam of tears flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that her mother would want to hit her in such a rage. If Shinjo hadn't stopped him in front, that slap would have landed on his face. Su Qingyan felt angry and sad. Compared to the reaction of Shinjo's parents, his own parents still treat him as a tool as before. Now that Shinjo was being humiliated again, Su Qingyan could no longer tolerate it. Su Qingyan was seen pushing a stroller, pushing out 5 little babies with big eyes but no crying or making any noise. "Hubby, let's go. Anyway, I've already informed them about this matter. Let's get out of here." Su Qingyan pushed the stroller out angrily. Shinjo hurried over to help. As soon as the two went out, they heard a loud noise behind them. It was as if something hard had hit the door, and then Jiang Xinlian screamed, "Get out! Get this unfilial daughter out! She's really getting cocky." Shinjo protected Su Qingyan behind him and inadvertently saw the tears running down Su Qingyan's cheeks. After the two got in the car, Shinjo did not return, but found a 5-star hotel. Booked a suite. Su Qingyan had such an unpleasant argument with her parents today. Both sides are now a little emotional and inevitably a little irrational. At this time, both sides should remain calm to avoid further escalation of the conflict. Today, the 5 little kids seemed to sense that Su Qingyan was in a bad mood. He plays by himself, babbling, without crying or making a fuss. Su Qingyan, who was sitting on the sofa, saw the 5 little kids being so considerate. She felt a pang in her heart, but at the same time, a warm feeling surged through her. I will never be a parent like them in the future. I want to give love and understanding to these 5 children. Su Qingyan sighed deeply and said while leaning in Shinjo's arms. Shinjo patted Su Qingyan's back gently. These things happen too suddenly. It's understandable that they can't accept it for a while. Don't be too angry. After all, they are the child's grandparents. You will understand it later. Shinjo's words of comfort were like a fine net, entangled in Su Qingyan's heart. Su Qingyan whimpered and buried her head in Shinjo's chest. On the other side, Jiang Xinlian and Su Hao were supposed to attend a party tonight. However, because of the explosive news suddenly brought by their daughter, the two were not in the mood to go. I really didn't expect her to do such a thing. Jiang Xinlian's eyes turned red with anger. Su Hao's expression was not good either. Originally, when she came back this time, I was planning to arrange a meeting with the head of the Zheng family for her. The Zheng family's child has both excellent looks and abilities. If our two families marry, it will be mutually beneficial. As a result, Xingyan quietly got pregnant with a child. It seems that this idea will not work. Su Hao looked regretful. Turning around, I saw the gift left by Shinjo. This time, Shinjo specially selected a pair of expensive watches. Unfortunately, in Su Hao's eyes, this gift is far inferior to the benefits of marrying his daughter into the Zheng family. Jiang Xinlian had long known her husband's thoughts and she agreed with them. In the eyes of the two elders of the Su family, Su Qingyan should just follow the path they have arranged for her, and that is the real good future. Now that this has happened, the plans of the two elders of the Su family have been completely disrupted. Chapter 9. This is all for your consideration. Su Hao took a sip of the strong tea, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. In fact, this matter is not without room for reversal. Perhaps Qingyan and the Zheng family's child still have a chance. Jiang Xinlian looked at her husband with a puzzled look on her face. This child is the biggest obstacle, how can it be possible? Su Hao sneered, those kids aren't that old, they probably don't recognize me. It's better to send these children away. Qingyan has not been in Suzhou and Hangzhou for this year, so just pretend that the unbearable past never happened. After hearing what Su Hao said, Jiang Xinlian suddenly realized, it is indeed possible, but the man Qingyan brought back today is also a problem. Su Hao waved his hand nonchalantly and said, that guy doesn't look like a rich kid, I'll just give him some money when the time comes. Seal his mouth, and Qingyan will still be the same Qingyan as before. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian discussed for a long time and both thought this plan was very good. As long as we solve those small troubles and the big trouble of Shinjo, Su Qingyan can still marry into the Zheng family. At that time, the marriage between the two families will bring huge benefits to Su's company. Everything will return to normal as Su Hao expected. Don't let Qingyan down during this period of time. Contact her and do some ideological work on her. She is just blinded by the so-called love now. In the future, she will not need money in her life. A life of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauces, vinegar and tea, is that something my daughter, Su Hao, can live on? Su Hao gave Jiang Xinlian some instructions. Su Qingyan was still a little confused when she received a call from her mother Jiang Xinlian early in the morning. They had just had a quarrel yesterday, and Su Qingyan still felt a little uncomfortable after answering the phone. Mom, why are you calling? Jiang Xilian's tone calmed down a lot. It was indeed your father and I who were impulsive yesterday. We didn't even get to see our grandchildren. If you are free today, bring the children over for me to see. Su Qingyan was stunned when she heard this, but finally agreed to Jiang Xilian. Our sweet baby is so good, Grandma will probably like him when she sees him. Xinzhou was worried at first and wanted to go back with him to take a look. As a result, his cell phone number was somehow obtained by Su Hao. Su Hao contacted Xinzhou early in the morning and said he wanted to talk to him. So Xinzhou and Su Qingyan had to split up into two groups. Call me when you're done there, and I'll pick you and the baby up. Xinzhou gave them some instructions. He was still a little uncomfortable with suddenly having to separate from the 5 little kids. Habits are indeed terrible things. Jiang Xilian had been waiting at home since early morning. When she saw her daughter coming and pushing an extra-large stroller, she was stunned. 5? Are these 5 grandchildren? She didn't see clearly how many children there were yesterday, so she was shocked when she saw it clearly today. Su Qingyan held the most noisy 3 treasures, with a gentle smile on her face. All of them, they are cute, right? Jiang Xilian forced a smile on her face. It would be more difficult to deal with too many children. She didn't really look closely at the little bags of milk. I just wanted to hug one out of perfunctory desire. Erbo was held in Jiang Xilian's arms. He felt uncomfortable all over and twisted his body to get out. But Jiang Xilian, who was thinking about something, slapped her on the butt. Don't move. Erbo was stunned by the photo, and then burst into tears. Just kidding. Normally Xinzhou and Su Qingyan would not fight with those little kids. They knew that children were smart and would usually warn them with words. Jiang Xilian slapped him right away, but Erbo naturally refused. When Su Qingyan heard Erbo crying, she quickly came over and took the child over. Let me take care of him. Jiang Xilian was annoyed by the crying of the children. Why take care of them? At your age, taking care of so many children, won't you turn yourself into a shrew? How about this? These children are well behaved and cute, and the wife of the old Tian family can't give birth, so why don't you give these children to her to raise? People also know their ins and outs. These children will not be wronged if they go there. Su Qingyan turned her head suddenly and looked at her mother in disbelief. She asked in a trembling voice, "What did you say? You want to give the child away? Mom, what on earth are you planning?" Jiang Xilian was too lazy to beat around the bush with Su Qingyan, so she sat on the sofa, looked at her daughter and said, "Your father and I have already picked out the one for you. The Zhang family's eldest son, Zhang Qihan, has excellent character and ability. And he liked you before. If you two were together, it would be a perfect match made in heaven. It's just that we really can't bring all of you children into the Zhang family together. Now your father and I have come up with a rare and good way to have the best of both worlds." Seeing Su Qingyan's face full of disbelief, Jiang Xilian sighed deeply. "Dad and Mom are both experienced people, you and that boy won't last long. We are also considering you." The same words came out of Su Hao's mouth and fell into Xinzhou's ears. "From your perspective, there is a huge gap between you and our Qingyan, whether in terms of family background or other aspects. This kind of mismatched choice will only make you blame each other in the future. How about this? Go back and think about it carefully. If you agree, fill in the amount on this check." Xinzhou's expression gradually turned cold, with a sneer on his lips all the time. He also understood what the 2 elders of the Su family were planning this time. "I won't accept this check. I don't care about this little money. As for your proposal, I will not agree to it. Besides, how can you be sure that this is not a good match?" In front of Su Hao, Xinzhou stepped on the check, mocked him coldly, and turned away without any reluctance. He immediately realized that Su Qingyan's return this time might not be a good thing. "Wife, babies, I'll take you back right now." Su Qingyan left home for the second time, and this time she had no regrets. She couldn't even believe that she could calmly ask the question that had been buried in her heart. "Am I really not the tool you gave birth to?" Jiang Xilian didn't expect Su Qingyan to ask this and was stunned for a moment. Su Qingyan actually already knew the answer, and without waiting for Jiang Xilian to answer, she left with the 5 good kids. When Xinzhou brought the mother and her 6 children back, the system's hidden task was triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, protect the baby, and obtaining an investment company. The relevant documents and procedures have been completed, and the host can activate it via SMS. Xinzhou paused in his steps. Investment company? The system actually gave me a company directly. You can also activate it directly via SMS, how convenient. Chapter 10, Hotel Blocked. Shinjo directly sent a text message to activate the company. He is no longer unemployed now. After being activated, Shinjo has become the CEO behind this famous investment company. The investment company provided by the system already has a complete operating system. So Shinjo doesn't have to worry about it. He can continue to concentrate on being a stay-at-home dad and the company will run on its own. When Shinjo was lost in thought, Su Qingyan reached out and pulled Shinjo over. She asked with watery eyes, "Did my dad say anything to you?" Su Qingyan understood Jiang Xinlian and Su Hao's personalities. These two people were definitely conspiring to get me to marry into the Zheng family. Su Hao must have had his own plans when he asked Shinjo out alone. Shinjo smiled and touched Su Qingyan's head. "Don't worry, I don't take it to heart." Su Qingyan sighed and placed the 5 babies on the soft carpet. These 5 good kids have been particularly sensible in the past 2 days. Apart from their physiological needs such as hunger, they basically don't cry or make a fuss. They are willing to give up such a cute child? Su Qingyan muttered to herself. After Shinjo coaxed the 5 children to sleep, Su Qingyan pulled him into the living room and said seriously, "We need to have a good talk." Shinjo knew what was going on and could guess what Su Qingyan was going to say. "My parents don't agree with our marriage now, but I think their opinions are no longer important." Su Qingyan lowered her head slightly, with a barely perceptible sadness in her expression. Shinjo sighed. Is there any child in this world who doesn't want the blessing of their parents? Su Qingyan was only feeling discouraged for a moment. She was probably still hoping to get her parents' approval. "So you want to get married so much, then I'll take you to get the marriage certificate tomorrow," Shinjo said jokingly. Su Qingyan raised her head and hit Shinjo. "You bad guy, you are still joking at this time." "I'm not kidding. I'm serious about marrying you." Shinjo held Su Qingyan's hand with a smile on his face. Su Qingyan blushed a little when she was looked at, and coughed lightly, hateful. The atmosphere between the two was ambiguous when Su Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. "I'm going to answer a phone call." She seemed to be awakened, pulled her hand away and turned to get her cell phone. As soon as Su Qingyan answered the phone, her entire aura changed. "I said I won't agree to it. I won't go. Since you arranged it, then go ahead." Shinjo rarely saw Su Qingyan speak so harshly, so he hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Qingyan's face turned red with anger. "I have clearly stated my position just now." But Jiang Xinlian seemed not to understand and still made arrangements. Su Qingyan turned around angrily and looked at Shinjo and said, "My parents still haven't given up. They still want to arrange a blind date for me. I've already told you that I don't like the Zheng family boss, but they insist that I go out to dinner with him tomorrow afternoon." Su Qingyan sat on the sofa, took out the SIM card and threw it aside. Shinjo came over, frowning slightly. "Zheng family boss? Who is it?" Speaking of the eldest son of the Zheng family, Su Qingyan knew him. "Since both my parents were in the silk business, we met each other at regular business meetings. The eldest son of the Zheng family is called Zheng Qiheng. It doesn't matter what he is like. I know my father and his family. They let me get along with Zheng Qiheng just for the sake of the marriage between the two families." After hearing this, Shinjo hesitated for a moment and said, "Has your business run into problems recently? Why do you still need to arrange a marriage?" Su Qingyan sighed. "As far as I know, there is no problem. I guess it is for better cooperation in the future." In fact, Su Qingyan has never understood why marriage should be used as a means of cooperation. Shinjo probably knew the train of thought of Su Qingyan's parents. They just wanted to maximize their interests under the banner of doing good for their daughter. "Forget it, since they don't agree, let's take the children back tomorrow," Shinjo comforted Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan nodded slightly. She didn't expect this trip to be so unpleasant. Late at night, when Su Qingyan fell asleep, Shinjo did not fall asleep. He handles matters related to his newly acquired investment company through his computer. The Zheng family boss that Su Qingyan mentioned before came to my mind. Shinjo saw things more clearly than Su Qingyan. The root of the whole thing was that Su Qingyan's parents did not approve of him. As for the Zhang group, it is naturally one of the obstacles. So at this moment Shinjo had a bold idea in his mind. The sound of typing on the keyboard is particularly obvious in the empty room, and the world outside is also quietly changing. How could Jiang Xinlian and Su Hao just let it go? They had already asked their friends to find out the hotel where Su Qingyan was staying. They came to block the way early in the morning. When Su Qingyan and Shinzhou came out, they saw their parents waiting in the hall. Xingyan, Mom was too anxious about what happened before, but the child from the Zheng family is a good match for you. We have already made an appointment with the Zheng family, you come with us now. After Su Hao finished speaking, he reached out to take Su Qingyan away. Shinzhou stepped forward to stop Su Hao and said, "It's not good to force Qingyan to do this, right?" Su Hao had long disliked Shinzhou. Seeing him approaching, he snorted coldly, "What qualifications do you have to talk to me? If you really want to do this for my daughter's sake, you'd better leave her now." Zhang Xinlian and Su Hao have always felt that Shinzhou was just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The reason for rejecting the previous check is just to get more money in the future. Although he didn't say this out loud, Shinzhou could see it from the expressions of Su Hao and Zhang Xinlian. Su Qingyan broke free from Su Hao's hand. "Dad, I won't go. You have to go today. I will take care of everything else for you." Su Hao frowned and was about to drag Su Qingyan away. Shinzhou came over and separated the two. He smiled gently, staring into Su Hao's eyes without being servile or arrogant. "If Qingyan wants to go, that's fine. I'll stay with her." The other three people present were stunned when they heard this. However, Su Qingyan trusted Shinzhou very much, so she reacted quickly and followed Shinzhou's words and said, "I listen to Shinzhou. Unless you agree, I will never go." Originally, Su Qingyan thought that Shinzhou said this just to make her parents give up. But unexpectedly, Su Hao and Zhang Xinlian, after a moment of hesitation and thought, actually agreed. Su Qingyan felt a little panicked. How did things turn out like this? Shinzhou remained calm and gave Su Qingyan a soothing smile. "Let's go, don't worry." Hearing Shinzhou's steady voice, Su Qingyan's panicked heart suddenly calmed down. "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time." Su Hao and Zhang Xinlian thought very simply. In their eyes, Shinzhou was just a poor boy from an ordinary family. When he really meets the eldest brother of the Zheng family, he will definitely feel ashamed of himself. Chapter 11. Who is the Toad? Zheng Qihang received the news and waited in the private room early. He has known Su Qingyan since he was very young. The last time we met was a few years ago when he went abroad to study. Zheng Qihang has always remembered that incident. When Su Qingyan appeared at the door of the private room, Zheng Qihang recognized her at a glance. Suzhou and Hangzhou are home to many beautiful women, but over the years, Zheng Qihang has never seen a woman more beautiful than Su Qingyan. The idea of this marriage between the two families was also thought up by Zheng Qihang. However, Zheng Qihang did not expect that in addition to Su Qingyan and Su Hao, there was another strange young man. Who is this? Zheng Qihang heard that Su Qingyan had a cousin, but his age didn't seem to match the man in front of him. Just as Su Hao was about to explain, Su Qingyan took the lead and naturally took Shinzhou's arm. "Long time no see, I forgot to introduce, this is my husband." Su Qingyan's words stunned Zheng Qihang. "What? Husband? Didn't they say that Su Qingyan is not married? Is this gathering for a blind date?" Su Hao and Zhang Xilian's faces turned pale, as they did not expect Su Qingyan's unexpected move. They thought that Su Qingyan's agreement to come was also a kind of compromise. Among the people present, only Shinzhou felt sweet in his heart. It feels good to have a beautiful woman claim your sovereignty over you in front of your love rival. Shinzhou nodded with a smile on his face. "I heard that you are Qingyan's friend. We will invite you to our wedding when the time comes." The faces of the other three people were livid, especially Zhang Qihang. Su Hao saw that he could no longer conceal the matter, so he quickly came out and said, "I don't know what kind of magic potion this bastard fed Qingyan. Don't worry, our Su family will not recognize this son-in-law." After hearing what Su Hao said, Zheng Qihang's expression did not change. He just snorted coldly and looked at Shinzhou with disdain in his eyes. "Qingyan, we grew up together, what on earth do you like about him? If a person like this were in Suzhou or Hangzhou, I would make it impossible for him to find a decent job." Zheng Qihang's eyes were sinister, and he glared at Shinzhou one after another. Just as Su Qingyan was about to speak, she was stopped by Shinzhou. He took a step forward and looked at the frustrated Zheng Qihang with a smile on his face. "You said you made me unable to even have a decent job?" Zheng Qihang sneered. "Of course, you are just a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Toads have to stay at the bottom of the well after all." Shinzhou was not angered by Zheng Qihang's words, but just sighed as if he regretted something. "I think what you said makes sense. The so-called toad naturally stays at the bottom of the well." After saying this, Shinzhou sent a message to Zheng Qihang directly on his mobile phone without waiting for him to react. Zheng Qihang looked furious. He looked at Su Qingyan and asked, "What attracts you to this stinky salted fish?" "I am the heir of the Zhang group. After you marry me, the entire group will be yours. If you are willing to work hard for your career, I will support you." "Can he give you these?" The whole room was filled with Zheng Qihan's hysterical shouting. He just didn't accept it. Why should he let such an ordinary person beat him? From childhood to adulthood, there was nothing Zheng Qihan wanted that he could not get. Just as Su Qingyan opened her mouth, Zheng Qihan's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. He hung up the phone, and it continued to ring. It's like a death order. Zheng Qihan was already very annoyed, and he only answered the call when he saw that it was his father on the caller ID. The person on the other end of the phone didn't say much, but Su Hao saw that Zheng Qihan's face suddenly turned pale. The voice became weak, and when the call was about to end, Zheng Qihan's face became extremely surprised. He turned his head and looked at Xinzhou fiercely, his lips trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. "What's going on? Is there something wrong, Lao Zhang?" Su Hao asked in confusion. However, Zheng Qihan was in extreme surprise and disbelief and was unable to speak at all. Xinzhou sighed softly, "It's just a small group. If Qingyan wants it, why not give it to her? But Toad, you should stay at the bottom of the well." These two sentences left Zhang Xinlian and Su Hao completely confused. Who is the Toad? Only Zhang Qihan understood what Xinzhou was talking about, and felt desolate. "What are you talking about? You want to give away the group?" Zhang Xinlian snorted coldly. However, Zhang Qihan's next words scared her. "I just got the news that you were the one who bought my company this morning, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone is digesting this information. Xinzhou actually acquired Zhang Qihan's company? You know, Zhang Group is also a well-known enterprise, even Su Hao doesn't have the ability to acquire it. If it was really Xinzhou who acquired the Zhang Group, then it would mean that his financial resources were far greater than those of the Su family. "Xiao Hang, is everything you said true? Did Xinzhou acquire your company?" Zhang Xilian's face was full of disbelief. Even if Zheng Qihan didn't want to admit it, the news would soon get out and he couldn't lie. Zheng Qihan's expression said it all. Zhang Xilian and Su Hao looked at each other and saw the disapproval in each other's eyes. The words that humiliated Xinzhou echoed in the ears of the two elders of the Su family. They felt a little pain on their face. Xinzhou smiled faintly and nodded, "I acquired it. Mr. Zhang should have received the personnel notice." "Oh, yes, it should be the notice of your dismissal." Zheng Qihan's face was as black as ash in a pot. This man, who was a stinky salted fish in his eyes, slapped him hard in the face. What stinky fish can acquire his own company? The phone calls just now were all to inform Zheng Qihan to pack up and leave the group. Without the Zhang group, Zheng Qihan is nothing. Xinzhou returned every word Zheng Qihan said to him. Su Qingyan was also surprised, because she knew that Xinzhou was very good at stock trading. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Xinzhou didn't care what everyone was thinking. He walked in front of Su Hao. He said word by word, "I remember that my uncle liked to marry someone of equal status. I wonder if Zheng Qihan, who is now an ordinary person, can still be considered as a match of equal status?" Su Hao forced a smile. He had realized that Xinzhou was not the ordinary person he thought. "Mr. Xin, you're joking. Being well matched is just a joke." Xinzhou nodded slightly. "Xingyan and I have something else to do, so I won't accompany my uncle and aunt for dinner. Let's get together again if we have time." After saying that, Xinzhou left with Su Qingyan in a leisurely manner. The three people in the private room were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 12, Cute Baby Cheers. As soon as Su Qingyan left the restaurant, she looked at Xinzhou with a puzzled look on her face. "Is what happened just now true? Did you really acquire Zhang Qihan's company?" Xinzhou smiled and nodded. "Of course, now your parents' thoughts are completely gone. But, the acquisition is not a small amount of money," Su Qingyan said hesitantly. Of course Xinzhou knew what Su Qingyan wanted to say. The acquisition of Zhang Group cost a total of 20 million, which is not a small amount of money. Xinzhou, who had just obtained the nanny system, actually did not receive so many rewards. However, after receiving the investment company given by the system, Xinzhou discovered that this investment company was not simple. This investment company has exactly 20 million in liquid funds in its account. It should be the initial capital of this investment company. Shinjo tried it and found that money from the previous system could be withdrawn. However, the investment company's initial capital of 20 million does not seem to be reflected, and investment operations can only be carried out in the name of the company. In other words, Shinjo could not spend the 20 million except for investment. So Shinjo simply used the 20 million to acquire Zhang Qihan's company, which was considered to be the best use of the money. However, there is no way to explain this matter clearly to Su Qingyan. Shinjo thought for a moment and explained with a smile, "In fact, I have been involved in stocks for a long time and have made a lot of money. I opened an investment company for fun before. Don't worry, acquiring a Zhang group is no big deal." When Su Qingyan heard that Shinjo had been involved in stocks for a long time, the doubts in her heart disappeared. She suddenly realized a problem. "Before you said that I should be responsible for earning money to support the family. I finally realized that I was deceived. How can I be considered as earning money to support the family? Aren't you the one who is really earning money to support the family?" Shinjo laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Xiaomihu, you finally reacted? But my job is very risky. The stock industry has always been high income and high risk. If you want to talk about stability, your job is more stable. You are the guarantee of our family's future life." When the two rushed back to the hotel, they found that there was crying in the room. "When I went out with Su Hao and others to meet Zhang Qihan, it was not convenient to bring the child with me. It's not that the children can't be allowed to meet people, but it's really troublesome for 5 children to go out together. Fortunately, this 5-star hotel provides special childcare services." Shinjo immediately found a gold medal nanny. "But I didn't expect that when I came back I found that the child's voice was hoarse from crying. What's going on?" Shinjo's face darkened. Shinjo never takes things lightly when it comes to the 5 little ones. If the child is wronged because of the nanny, Shinjo and Su Qingyan will definitely pursue it to the end. Nanny Aunt Wang looked aggrieved. It was really not her fault. When the 5 little kids opened their eyes in the morning, they did not see their familiar parents in the house. The mood was not high. Then I saw a strange aunt coming to help me change things. The third brother, Shinfeng, waved his little fists and resisted in every possible way. Aunt Wang had to use a little force with her hands to change Shinfeng's diaper. The third child was not happy about this and started crying at the top of his lungs. She was still shouting that she was looking for her daddy. The other babies were not in a good mood to begin with, and after hearing the third baby's howl, they all started crying. Aunt Wang was in a panic and couldn't coax any of them. "We have tried all kinds of methods, but the little ones just won't stop, and they all keep clamoring for their daddy and mommy. I really didn't use too much force. I just fixed the child's hand. To be honest, if you don't come back, I'm really going to ask the front desk to call you. I really can't take care of you." Aunt Wang showed a wry smile on her face. Shinjo checked Sanbao's body and found that there was not a single red mark on the body of this naughty boy Shinfeng. Aunt Wang certainly didn't lie. The 5 little kids stopped crying immediately after hearing the familiar voice and seeing the familiar person. Aunt Wang was amazed. It seems that children can recognize people. They are all very smart. Su Qingyan hugged the eldest brother Shinhuan and patted Shinhuan's but gently. "Why are your younger brothers and sisters making trouble? You, the eldest brother, are also following suit." Shinhuan was playing with the toy in his hand, not realizing that he had done anything wrong. He smiled sweetly and kissed Su Qingyan directly. "This child." Su Qingyan's face was full of tenderness. "Auntie Wang, we are clear about everything. The money will be transferred to your account." Shinjo coaxed the child. After Aunt Wang left, Shinjo put away the smile on his face and showed a serious look. "Put the 5 little ones in a row on the sofa and let them sit next to each other. 5 little kids that look exactly the same, with their big eyes staring at you, they look so innocent and cute." However, Shinjo still looked serious. Educating children is a matter that cannot be taken lightly. Even when they are young, children should have a clear understanding of things. What's more, during this period of time, while taking care of the children, Shinjo could feel that these little kids were much smarter than their peers. It was the third child who started crying today. He was crying on purpose, right? Shinjo's gaze fell on Shinfeng and saw Sanbao babbling and looking around. Shinjo would not be fooled by Sanbao, and directly took his favorite toy knife from Sanbao's hand. "If you do something wrong, you will be punished. Sanbao, you have to say goodbye to your toy knife today." Sanbao was caught off guard when his favorite toy was taken away. His mouth pouted and he was about to burst into tears. Shinjo cleared his throat, and Sanbao stopped moving as if the pause button had been pressed. Stop pretending to cry, or I won't let you play with knives anymore. There was a tear hanging on Sanbao's eyelashes, and he looked at Shinjo with a wronged look on his face. Seeing such a soft, cute and pitiful look, Shinjo was really shaken for a moment. However, when it comes to education, it is better not to start if you give up halfway. When Su Qingyan saw the children's appearance, she wanted to step forward and plead for mercy, but was stopped by Shinjo's look. Sanbao looked pitifully at his mother and then at his father. I finally understand that the toy knife will never come back. She pouted in grievance, but really stopped crying. After taking care of the third treasure Shinfeng, Shinjo looked at the other little kids. The fifth child, Shinmeng, babbled and stretched out his hands, wanting to hug Shinjo. Don't do this next time, or you won't have your favorite toys to play with. Everyone is like this. Shinjo insisted on finishing his words before hugging Meng Meng in his arms. Several children sat obediently on the sofa. The children are still so young, they may not understand what you are saying. Su Qingyan only now dared to step forward and feed the children. Chapter 13 Debao's Strangeness. Shinjo's aura just now was terrifying, and he looked really serious. These principles will be taught to them from a young age so that they will be deeply impressed when they grow up. You can't just not say it because you think they don't understand. Shinjo spoke to Su Qingyan earnestly. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the teaching the baby mission, and the reward is 150,000 yuan in cash. The cash has been sent through the bank account, please check it. Warm reminder, babies are all unpolished gems. Rules and learning will help them grow into better people. Hearing the system's prompt, Shinjo smiled slightly. It seemed that his ideas coincided with the system's. It is never too early to start education. Before leaving Suzhou and Hangzhou, Su Qingyan and Shinjo brought the 5 little kids and had a formal meal with Zhang Xinlian and Su Hao. During this period, Su Hao and Zhang Xinlian's attitudes have indeed changed a lot. They realized Shinjo's strength and were no longer as averse to their marriage as they had been at the beginning. Shinjo's attitude towards the 2 elders of the Su family was average. After all, the snobbish appearance of the 2 elders before had left a deep impression on Shinjo. The 2 elders of the Su family also had an awkward attitude towards Shinjo. The scene of being slapped in the face by son-in-law Shinjo always comes to mind. So these 2 people were still somewhat dissatisfied with Shinjo in their hearts. During the meal, Su Hao took the lead in saying a few polite words, and the atmosphere fell back into awkwardness. Zhang Xinlian suddenly sighed, looked at Su Qingyan's face and said, "My children have grown up and they always have their own ideas and decisions. Although Lao Su and I are the parents, sometimes we can't make the decision for Qingyan. As for your marriage, the best we can do is not interfere. You live your own life, and you decide other things by yourselves." This was also a helpless move by the 2 elders of the Su family. The acquisition made them think that Shinjo's strength was far superior to that of the Su family. The 2 elders of the Su family were not in a position to interfere too much in their marriage. So in the end they could only say that they would no longer interfere in subsequent matters. When Su Qingyan heard her mother's words, she didn't look too surprised. The last incident did hurt the mother-daughter relationship between Su Qingyan and Zhang Xinlian. Now that Zhang Xinlian and Su Hao no longer interfere in the future matters, Su Qingyan is already very satisfied. Dad, Mom, I will make my own decisions about my own affairs. Just do as you said just now and don't interfere. The only ones who were really full at this meal were probably the 5 little kids. Because they don't need to sit at the table, they just need to hold the bottle and suck. The matter concerning Su Qingyan's parents has come to a temporary end. Shinjo brought Su Qingyan and the 5 little kids back to Haizhong City. When they returned to the familiar environment, several people obviously relaxed. The third baby, Shinfeng, was crawling around in the baby room, and from time to time he would sit and play with his big sword. The fourth child, Shin, is the quietest. He likes to play with building blocks in the corner. As for Debao and Erbao, they stay together all day long, and no one knows what they are babbling about, and they are not very noisy. Wu Bao Shenmeng is the clingiest one. She often asks Shinjo and Su Qingyan to hug her and is particularly good at acting coquettishly. During this period of time, Shinjo has already figured out the personalities of several children. The most well-behaved one is the 4th child, and the most noisy one is the 3rd child. In addition to taking care of the baby, Shinjo and Su Qingyan have already started preparing for the wedding. Since it was agreed to hold a grand wedding, Shinjo was unwilling to be careless. For Su Qingyan, this is the most beautiful moment in her life, and she is also preparing carefully. However, Su Qingyan does not spend as much time at home as Shinzhou. She now has a heavy workload of preparing lessons and sometimes even needs to work overtime. So the burden of preparing for the wedding fell on Shinzhou. Shinzhou was looking at the picture of a diamond ring when Debeo came over and started tapping on the screen. The tablet screen went black. Shan Huan. Shinzhou sighed and stroked his forehead helplessly. This was the fourth time that Debeo had come to cause trouble this morning. This clever kid loves playing pranks at such a young age. When Debeo heard his father calling his name, he clapped his hands with joy on his face. At this moment, a pleasant piano bell sounded, which was a short piece from Mozart's piano music. Shinzhou likes it very much and just set it as Su Qingyan's incoming ringtone today. Working overtime again today? Then send me a message when you finish and I'll pick you up. Su Qingyan on the other end of the phone side, I will be much more relaxed after I finish the courses during this period. I will probably get off work in 2 hours. Shinzhou ended the call with Su Qingyan, picked up Debeo Shinhuan, and was about to put Debeo in the walker. As a result, Debeo, who always liked to play in the car, suddenly twisted his little arms and started struggling. What's going on? Shinzhou was puzzled and checked, but found nothing unusual. He had no choice but to put Debeo on the ground and wanted to see if there was any foreign object in the walker. As a result, Debeo crawled very fast, and in the blink of an eye he stood up with the help of the coffee table. He stretched out his little fleshy hand to take Shinzhou's cell phone. Be careful. Debeo was standing unsteadily and almost fell down. Fortunately, Shinzhou was quick to act and grabbed Debeo's waist and hugged the child. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Protect the Baby mission. You will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Please check it carefully. The system prompt tone is already very familiar. Shinzhou put this behind him in the blink of an eye. He was more concerned about Debeo's current abnormality. You want your phone? Shinzhou put the phone in Debeo's hand half doubtfully and half tentatively. Debeo really held it tightly. Shinzhou thought Debeo would put the phone in his mouth, so he was on guard all the time. As a result, Debeo actually poked at the phone with his fingers. At the same time, Debeo was humming something in his throat. Shinzhou was puzzled and calmed down to listen carefully. This was shocking to hear. He stared at Debeo Shinhuan with wide eyes in surprise. Isn't the tune that Debeo was humming the same ringtone as the one that sounded when Su Qingyan called just now? The ringtone was Mozart's classic and famous piece Serenade for Strings. Just a short fragment of it was played. The tune that Debeo is humming now is exactly the same as the ringtone. Shinzhou felt complicated for a moment. Mozart's music is extremely difficult and the melodies are unpredictable. Debeo was able to copy these tunes after only listening to them once. And judging from Debeo's expression, he was very interested in this song. Shinzhou simply turned on his mobile phone and played Mozart's String Serenade in its entirety. I saw Debeo dancing happily, and I didn't know what rhythm his little hands were waving in. His mood suddenly became high and he began to hum along with the music. After Shinzhou turned off the music, Debeo pouted and babbled, wanting to listen to it again. Chapter 14: Debeo's Hobby. Shinzhou was staring at Debeo with his cell phone in his hand, which made Debeo very anxious. Daddy wants to listen. In a panic, Debeo blurted out a few words that he had never said before. Shinzhou looked down at Debeo, who was reaching out to take something, then changed his mind and picked Debeo up. He was taken directly to the study. There is an electronic piano on the shelf in the study, which Su Qingyan uses to entertain herself when she has nothing to do. However, this piano has not been touched for a long time. Be good, Debeo, don't make a fuss. Daddy will show you something fun. Shinzhou took down the electronic keyboard, fiddled with it, and placed it directly on the carpet. Debeo was very curious about this new toy, until Shinzhou pressed the piano keys. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Yes. Debeo bent down and anxiously put his hands on the electronic keyboard keys. Shinzhou didn't stop him, and even moved Debeo forward. I saw Debeo stretch out his chubby fingers and press all the keys from left to right. A normal baby will press the toys randomly when seeing such toys. However, after Debeo Shinhuan pressed all the keys from beginning to end, he suddenly had a serious little face. I pressed a few syllables at random. After pressing these keys, he tilted his head and frowned, as if thinking about something. Shinzhou had already heard this piece of Mozart thoroughly. So he quickly recognized that the syllables pressed by Debeo were actually a measure in Mozart's song. Ding! Debeo can't put this electronic keyboard down. He seems to be learning, searching over and over again for the syllables he has heard before. Now Shinjo was completely certain that Debeo Shenhuan had an amazing talent in music. Now he is just over 1 year old, but he can remember all the tones of the music and can play a measure of a song he has just heard. Such musical talent is so rare. Debeo was so engrossed in playing the electronic piano that he forgot himself. Shinjo, who was standing nearby, suddenly had an idea. He recorded the video of Debeo playing the electronic piano and sent it to Su Qingyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Share Baby's Daily Life task. You will be rewarded 15,000 yuan in cash. The reward has been sent through your bank account. Please check it carefully. Shinjo has now become accustomed to this kind of daily rewards. But he was still surprised that he could actually earn money by sharing cute videos of babies. Su Qingyan was busy in the office. For some reason, their English group has had an unusually large amount of tasks recently. Several colleagues have complained about this phenomenon. How annoying! We've never worked overtime during rush hour. Why does Director Wang like to assign tasks so much recently? It's okay if they assign tasks, but they always tell me when it's almost time to get off work. There's no point in complaining now. You'd better revise the lesson plan in your hand. He needs it tomorrow. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I really envy my colleagues in the Chinese language group. Their director never makes surprise attacks like this. Su Qingyan rubbed her sore shoulders. Director Wang from the English group had indeed been a little excessive recently. It is normal for people to have some discussions in private. Fortunately, the work assigned to Su Qingyan was not too much, but even so, 2 hours had passed by the time she finished her work. Su Qingyan picked up her phone to check the time, and at the same time received the video sent by Shinjo. After clicking it, Su Qingyan was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Debeo Shenhuan actually liked playing the electronic piano so much. And Debeo in the video can even play a few rhythms, which is really amazing. Before this video, Su Qingyan had never discovered Debeo's musical talent. Su Qingyan looked at her phone with a smile on her face. Her gentle temperament after relaxing after work made Su Qingyan look even more dazzling. Director Wang happened to see the scene when he came down to collect the information. Xiao Su, what video makes you so happy? Hearing the familiar voice behind her, the smile on Su Qingyan's face paused slightly. But on second thought, it was already time to get off work, and Su Qingyan had already completed her work, so it wouldn't matter if the director saw it. So Su Qingyan turned around and said with a smile, "My Debeo's video." Director Wang was not very interested in what Su Qingyan was looking at. He suddenly came closer, leaned down, and almost half of his body was pressed against Su Qingyan's back. I remember you have a copy of the reading and translation materials. I need to use it now. Su Qingyan's expression froze. Isn't the director getting too close? However, Director Wang immediately turned around and left after getting the information. He didn't stay as Su Qingyan thought. Su Qingyan looked at Director Wang's back with some suspicion. Could it be that she was wrong? Shaking his head, Su Qingyan looked at the time and found that the overtime work was finally over. After watching the video of Debeo playing the electronic piano sent by Shinjo, Su Qingyan couldn't wait to go home and see Shinhuan's abilities. Since getting the electronic keyboard, Debeo no longer plays with toys like building blocks and remote control cars. He devoted himself to the electronic organ, pressing the keys every day. At the same time, the language systems of several little kids made rapid progress. From time to time, some words that have never been said before pop up. It seems that the babies are learning to speak now. Su Qingyan was holding the word recognition cards specially prepared for the little ones. They are so young and cannot mainly recognize words, so the purpose of these pictures is to help these little ones learn pronunciation and speaking. The task of teaching the babies to speak naturally fell on Shinjo, who accompanied the little ones around the clock. Shinjo discovered that these little kids learn to speak very quickly. And what is different from other babies is that these 5 little ones always calm down and listen carefully when Shinjo explains the meaning of the words in the pictures. Shinjo always feels that the babies have actually understood what he said. However, the 5 little kids each have their own characteristics, which sometimes give Shinjo a headache. The eldest brother, Shenhuan, has no problem with his studies, but his troublesome nature is a headache. The eldest brother Shenhuan always secretly hides a few pictures that have been studied. When Shinjo couldn't find her, she giggled there. Because of this matter, Shinjo often picked up Shenhuan to educate him. But this mischievous boy never changes his ways, but he is honest. As long as Shinjo finds him, he will immediately hand over the pictures. Another person who gave Shinjo a headache was the third brother Shinfeng, who was an even more naughty boy. It can be seen from such a young age that he will definitely be a naughty child in the future. Chapter 15, Evil Intentions. The eldest brother Shinhuan just likes to hide the pictures secretly, but Shinfeng is different. Every time after he finished studying, he would spread the pictures everywhere, here and there, and he even liked to stuff the pictures into the gaps. In short, the pictures he used can never be used again, and the scrap rate is extremely high. Shinfeng, where did you hide the fruit pictures? Shinjo looked at the messy pictures on the table and his eyebrows jumped. This third child was becoming more and more naughty. Shinfeng turned around and crawled, using his hands and feet, trying to return to his baby room. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Shinjo and was pulled up. Shinfeng. Shinjo's face turned serious. Little kid Shinfeng pouted and wanted to burst into tears again. The toy is gone. Shinjo would not indulge his bad habits. Education should be started from childhood. Even though the children are only a little over 1 year old now, these little kids are so smart that they will be ruined if they are spoiled for another 2 years. If you cry again, I won't even give you your favorite egg custard for dinner. Shinjo threatened clearly. For the little kid Shinfeng, his favorite things are toys and egg custard, but these two lifelines are firmly controlled by Shinjo. So the little kid could only take out the torn picture from under the sofa with a look of grievance, babbling and waving his hands. Shinjo looked at the mess on the ground, held his forehead and sighed. It is not easy to be a dad. Fortunately, the other 3 little ones are easy to deal with and usually behave well. Otherwise, the 5 children would definitely drive Shinjo crazy. I'm afraid I'll have to bring back another set of pictures when I come back today. Sanba tore up the pictures again. If you buy it this time, ask if there is any special material that won't tear. When it was almost time to get off work, Shinjo called Su Qingyan. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyan was silent for a while on the other end of the phone and then sighed. I'm afraid it won't work today. Shinjo raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on? Did your office director ask us to work overtime again? Su Qingyan sighed and nodded. It's not a big task, there is just a teaching plan that I need to revise. I think your director is really interesting. He can't let you do any work during working hours, but he has to do it before you get off work. Shinjo had a very bad impression of Director Wang. When he went to pick up Su Qingyan before, Director Wang looked very kind and friendly. Why do you always do such unpleasant things? Although there is overtime pay for overtime work, for Su Qingyan, that little money is not worth the value of going home to accompany the 5 little ones. Su Qingyan had already tried to refuse today. Xiao Su, you just started working at our organization this year. This season is a busy time, and this lesson plan will be used tomorrow. I'm really too busy, so I asked you to work overtime. If it disturbs you, just leave your things there and I'll take care of them myself later. Director Wang said this to Su Qingyan with an apologetic look on his face, and Su Qingyan was too embarrassed to refuse for a moment. Su Qingyan thought that it was just a matter of a lesson plan, and even if it needed to be revised, it probably wouldn't take much time. However, after revising it twice, Director Wang still shook his head at Su Qingyan with an apologetic look on his face. This reading selection is not good. Some of the structures are too advanced. Today's students can't understand it. Besides, they won't understand if we tell them this. Xiao Su, can you see if there is anything else that can be used as a substitute? Su Qingyan frowned and looked carefully at Director Wang's expression. Unfortunately, I couldn't see anything from Director Wang's face. If Director Wang himself hadn't looked so apologetic, Su Qingyan would have really thought that this was a deliberate harassment from her superior. The hands of the clock hanging on the office wall had already pointed to 8. After seeing this, Su Qingyan paused and said to Director Wang, Director, it's already quite late. Can I take this lesson plan home, revise it, and then send it to you via email? It's really too late now, the 5 little kids must have fallen asleep. Director Wang agreed without hesitation. I know you have a stronger sense of family responsibility in our office. I am really bothering you today. You should go back first. It's getting late. When Su Qingyan turned around and left, her brows did not relax, and that strange feeling still lingered in her heart. As early as an hour ago, other colleagues had finished their overtime work and left. If it weren't for revising the lesson plan, Su Qingyan wouldn't have to stay so late. Even though Su Qingyan was somewhat dissatisfied with Director Wang, the director's attitude was too good. His attitude was sincere and he agreed very readily. Forget it, never mind. I don't know if I can see my child awake if I go back now. Su Qingyan picked up her bag, turned around and went downstairs. Su Qingyan often worked overtime during this period, and Shinjo was even somewhat used to it. Habits are indeed terrible. When Su Qingyan got home, she only saw Debeo, who was obsessed with the electronic piano. Now Debeo has formed a habit. Before going to bed, he always touches the piano and plays for a while before going to sleep. The other 4 little kids also gradually got used to falling asleep to the sound of their eldest brother's piano. Mommy! Seeing a familiar person coming in, Debeo stopped playing the piano, turned around and hugged Su Qingyan's arms. Su Qingyan picked up Debeo, who had obviously grown heavier and taller, and felt a little guilty. I have been too busy recently and haven't spent time with my children for a long time. I don't know when this course cycle will end. You've been working overtime too frequently recently. Shinjo came over and handed over a glass of juice. Su Qingyan held the warm juice in her hand, and her heart warmed. She sighed, I heard from my senior in the office that it should be almost over. How about this, I haven't picked you up at your company for a long time. It just so happens that I have to take 5 little ones to have a physical examination tomorrow. I will pick you up at your company when it's over. Shinjo said with a smile on his face while holding Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan smiled shyly, your car is too high profile. The last time I came here, my office teased me a lot. Shinjo held Debeo in his arms, smiled and shook his head, this car is not too high profile, it's just an ordinary means of transportation. Don't you want me to pick you up? Shinjo asked this deliberately. Su Qingyan smiled slightly, with a rare playful look on her face, I want the babies to pick me up. Shinjo deliberately put on a stern face and unexpectedly reached out and scratched Su Qingyan's waist. Su Qingyan was caught off guard, and her waist was sensitive. Ha 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 ha, don't tickle there, ha ha, ouch, that's annoying. Shinjo would not let Su Qingyan off easily. He kept moving his hands and asked, do you like me to pick you up? Chapter 16 Physical Examination. Su Qingyan was laughing so hard that she couldn't breathe. Debeo, who was standing next to her, thought that his parents were playing a new game. He even stretched out his little fist to get involved. Su Qingyan couldn't hold it in any longer, and fearing that she would hurt Debeo, she quickly surrendered. Okay, I confess, I like you to pick me up. Seeing Su Qingyan's face flushed with laughter, Shinjo gave up. But worried about Su Qingyan's counterattack, he hugged Debeo and held him in his arms. I know a woman who says one thing and means another. After all the nonsense just now, Su Qingyan's hair was messy, and her eyes were filled with tears from laughing. She looked like a pitiful beauty, which made Shinjo's heart move. So do you like sleeping in the same bed? Shinjo came forward and spoke softly. Su Qingyan's eyes widened, her face getting redder, she reached out and pinched Shinjo's arm. Debeo is still here, and you're talking nonsense. When she saw Shinjo opening his mouth to say something, she immediately covered her ears and ran to her room and closed the door. You bastard! These 3 long-lost words floated into Shinjo's ears. Unexpectedly, Debeo followed suit and clapped his hands at Shinjo. Daddy, you stinky hooligan. The last 3 words were pronounced in a clear and loud voice, which made Shinjo's face turn dark. Su Qingyan heard Debeo's words through the door and burst out laughing. Ah, great job, Debeo. After all, it was too late. Although Debeo was excited by seeing his mother, he fell asleep quickly. For rapidly growing babies, a physical examination every 3 months or 6 months is very necessary. Su Qingyan had taken them to all the previous physical examinations, and the hospital was also chosen by Su Qingyan. So Shinjo just needs to contact the hospital. But this time Shinjo upgraded the service without hesitation. Before, Su Qingyan chose a routine examination. Shinjo chose the top-level examination and directly asked for an expert to come. This hospital is private, so as long as the money is in place, the service and attitude are very good. When Shinjo brought the 5 little kids there, the hospital had already prepared a special luxurious clinic, and a pediatrician was already waiting there. Because he had to pick up Su Qingyan from get-off work, Shinjo made a special appointment for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The 5 little kids came to an unfamiliar environment, they were all a little curious, their eyes rolling around. The top-level examination is different, in addition to some physical data tests. The pediatrician even brought 5 little kids to an activity room. Mr. Shin will observe each baby's personality through playing some games and test their potential personalities. Dr. Chen explained with a smile on his face. He was also very curious about Xinzhou, mainly because it was so rare for a father to bring his child over for a checkup. And there are 5 children, which is rare in itself. However, as a professional doctor, Dr. Chen would not show his curiosity on his face. Here's a little game, Mr. Shen. You can stand outside the glass window and observe the children's actions. The nurse carried the 5 little babies into the activity room. It's hard to imagine that there is a playroom filled with all kinds of toys in a hospital. After all, the 5 little kids are still young and their attention was quickly attracted by these novel toys. Xinzhou was observing the actions of the little ones through the glass window. As a result, I felt the phone vibrate. As soon as I opened my phone, I saw the message from Su Qingyan. Why don't you take the baby home first? The director asked me to work overtime again today. Xinzhou frowned. Su Qingyan had been working overtime every day during this period. Moreover, Xinzhou had observed that the work that the director asked people to do overtime for was just those. Sometimes Xinzhou felt that this overtime work was a bit inexplicable. It's okay. Today's inspection is quite detailed, so it shouldn't be too early. I'll find you when we're done. If you haven't finished get off work yet, we can just wait for a while. While Xinzhou was replying to the message, he turned around and saw Sanbao breaking a toy with his hands. I will compensate you later. Just as Xinzhou was about to talk about compensation, he saw Dr. Chen smiling and shaking his head. It doesn't matter, these are all small matters, and there is no need to compensate for these. Because this is also an activity to check the baby's temperament, your payment includes this. Xinzhou looked at Sanbao, who was waving a broken toy, and felt a little headache. The 3rd child often destroys toys at home. Could there be some problem? Dr. Chen quickly shook his head. No problem. At their age, their understanding of things is still vague, and they often act spontaneously. Maybe they don't know it's an act of vandalism, they just think it's fun. As for Xin Feng, he is just more lively than other children. Dr. Chen is professional in this area. Xinzhou nodded and said nothing more. Su Qingyan watched her colleagues in the office leave one after another, and looked at the translation homework on the computer with a headache. This was the homework that Su Qingyan had assigned to the students in her class before. I don't know why Director Wang launched a surprise attack today. He said he wanted to check how teachers in each class corrected students' homework. Everybody handed it in. As a result, he discovered that there were problems with Su Qingyan's homework grading. It wasn't a big problem actually, except that there were some issues with the correction of one student's sentence structure. When Director Wang saw this situation, his face suddenly became serious, as if it was some important issue. Xiao Su, we educators are responsible for our students. You didn't point out this mistake to him. When he encounters the same type of questions in the exam next time, he will naturally not be able to answer them. In the end, it will damage the reputation of our institution, which is a big deal. So although I am usually very satisfied with you, you must correct your attitude in this matter. Give me a 2,000-word reflection and summary, and then you can leave work. Xiao Su was a little confused by what Director Wang said. Is this matter really that important? Director Wang has always been known for his amiable image among his colleagues. It was also the first time that Su Qingyan saw Director Wang speaking so harshly, and she was a little confused for a moment. By the time Su Qingyan reacted, she was already sitting in front of the computer and opened the document. Teacher Lu, a colleague next to her, patted Su Qingyan on the shoulder with a sympathetic look on his face. The director has a nickname in private. We all call him the Smiling Tiger. It's rare that he is so angry today. I think he was probably being bullied by his superiors. You are just unlucky to have been caught in the crossfire. Teacher Lu looked at Su Qingyan with sympathy. Su Qingyan spread her hands helplessly. It's okay, it's just reflection and summary, it will be over soon. Coincidentally, Director Wang didn't ask us to work overtime today, so except for Su Qingyan, everyone in the office clocked out quickly. Chapter 17, Spying. Director Wang was sitting in his seat, and from this angle he could just see Su Qingyan's profile. Director Wang noticed Su Qingyan from the first day she applied for the job at the company. In other words, few people would ignore Su Qingyan. A beauty of her level would attract attention wherever she goes. What made Director Wang ecstatic was that Su Qingyan happened to be applying for the position in the English department. After passing the interview, Director Wang became Su Qingyan's direct superior. What Su Qingyan didn't know was that Director Wang had started secretly spying on her since the first day she arrived. Spies on Su Qingyan's every move, and also on Su Qingyan's private life. Director Wang knew that Su Qingyan already had a child, but his greedy eyes never left Su Qingyan. This is not the first time Director Wang has done something like this, but his previous actions were more obscure. Most of the previous female teachers chose to resign. No one tried to expose Director Wang's kind face, which made him even more unscrupulous. In fact, there are not so many things to do in the English department, but he arranged them all in order to get Su Qingyan to stay. Director Wang has observed a pattern during this period. Because the overtime hours are too late, it seems to conflict with the rest time of Su Qingyan's children at home. So the child's father has not come to pick up Su Qingyan during this period. Director Wang learned about Su Qingyan's family situation through conversation. Knowing that the child's father is now a full-time dad, Director Wang's eyes flashed with contempt when he thought of this. Only losers would become full-time dads. Most likely they can't make it in the outside world. Director Wang thought about this and muttered to himself. Soon he put all these random thoughts behind him and cast a greedy look at Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan let out a long sigh, and finally finished typing the last 100 words. After choosing to send, Su Qingyan turned around and found that most of her colleagues in the office had already left work. There was only Director Wang's seat left, and there was a beam of light. It seems that Director Wang is not idle today and is still working overtime. Su Qingyan took out her phone and saw the message from Shinzhou, "The babies and I have arrived. We are at the entrance of your company. You can see me when you come out." Seeing this, Su Qingyan smiled knowingly. It seems that I will be able to see Shinzhou and the babies as soon as I leave the company today. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan felt a lot more relaxed. Okay, I'm done, I'll be out soon. Just after sending the message, Su Qingyan suddenly felt someone behind her. When I turned around suddenly, I saw Director Wang standing behind me with a kind smile on his face. Ah, it's the director. I have already handed in the report. As Su Qingyan spoke, she felt that something seemed to be wrong. At this moment, Director Wang still had a kind smile on his face, but he was staring at him without saying a word. Su Qingyan's heart sank. Before she could open her mouth, she suddenly felt her hands were empty. It turned out that Director Wang took Su Qingyan's cell phone away when she was not paying attention. "Xiao Su, I have something else to discuss with you. I'm afraid you can't go home now." Director Wang has been planning carefully for so long, waiting for this day. He turned around and threw Su Qingyan's phone aside. The phone fell to the ground with a crisp sound and broke into pieces. If Su Qingyan still doesn't understand what's happening at this moment, then she has lived in vain for so many years. Looking at the greedy eyes and lustful look on Director Wang's face, Su Qingyan just felt nauseous and almost vomited. This is sexual harassment. If you insist on breaking the law, I will call the police. Su Qingyan shouted loudly and turned around to run towards the company exit. She knew that Bao Bao and Shinzhou were waiting at the door, and she would be safe as long as she walked out of the company gate. However, Director Wang had been planning this for a long time and had already made all the necessary preparations. Always be on guard against Su Qingyan's escape. He turned around, grabbed Su Qingyan's arm and pulled her back hard. Su Qingyan staggered and nearly fell to the ground. She held onto the desk of her colleague next to her and finally managed to stand steady. "Get out of here! You old bastard, you rascal! If you dare to attack me, I will make sure you are ruined and have no chance of getting into the industry." Seeing Director Wang walking towards him with a lewd smile on his face, Su Qingyan grabbed a pen and was about to stab him. Unfortunately, Director Wang was prepared. He pinched Su Qingyan's wrist and pulled the pen away. "There's no one here at this hour. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Besides, this is something we both agreed to, so don't hurt yourself." Director Wang's face was getting closer and closer, and Su Qingyan's heart was gradually filled with despair. He was so close to the exit. As long as he walked out of the door, Shinzhou would definitely be able to see him. But Director Wang was too strong, and he used his hands to pull Su Qingyan into the office. "I'm telling you, my husband is outside, you'd better let go, or else he'll come in and you'll be in trouble," Su Qingyan shouted fiercely. However, Director Wang remained indifferent. "I haven't seen your husband come to pick you up from get off work in all these days, don't lie." Ouch! Director Wang suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Su Qingyan felt the restraints on her hands loosen, and she immediately ran back, turning around and bumping into someone's chest. Then a pair of hands embraced his body. With her nerves tense, Su Qingyan subconsciously clenched her fists and wanted to struggle. However, I heard a familiar voice next to my ear, "It's me." When Su Qingyan recognized it was Shinzhou, her eyes became hot and tears started to flow. Why are you here? Su Qingyan said sobbingly. Shinzhou's face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes were full of cruelty, but his tone when speaking to Su Qingyan was very gentle. I saw that you haven't come out for a long time, so I came here first. Suddenly, Shinzhou's voice turned gloomy. I didn't expect to see a dog touching me. When Shinzhou came in just now, he saw Director Wang dragging Su Qingyan forcibly. He strode forward and kicked Director Wang in the side of the knee. Director Wang is still kneeling on the ground and can't get up. He hugged his knees and howled in pain. Be good, baby, they are alone in the car, I'm a little worried, go and help me take care of them. Su Qingyan knew that Shinzhou was just looking for an excuse to get her away. However, Su Qingyan didn't want to stay in this disgusting place for a moment. So with tears in her eyes, she nodded gently, turned around and ran out of the company. Shinzhou's car was parked in front of the company's gate. Several babies were sitting in a row in the back seat. When they saw Su Qingyan get in the car, they started babbling mommy. When Su Qingyan saw these little babies, she suddenly broke down emotionally. She hugged her 3 closest friends and cried silently. Chapter 18, Good News to Announce. In the dim office area, Director Wang managed to suppress the pain with great difficulty. He raised his head and looked fiercely at the man who suddenly appeared. I know you. You are Su Qingyan's gigolo husband. Director Wang stood up with a grim look on his face and held onto the chair next to him to steady himself. Shinzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Me? A gigolo? Director Wang thought he had hit Shinzhou's sore spot and became more and more proud. I heard that you are just a stay-at-home dad. I'm afraid your family's income depends on Xiao Su. If you bring the person back, I'll give you 100,000. At this point, Director Wang looked arrogant and said to Shinzhou with a sinister look on his face, if you don't know what's good for you, I'm not afraid to tell you. I am the major shareholder of this organization. When the time comes, I will make it difficult for Xiao Su to survive here. Don't wait until then and come crying to beg me. Shinzhou looked at Director Wang expressionlessly and punched him without saying a word. You deserve it? Considering Su Qingyan and the 5 little kids in the car, Shinzhou just punched Director Wang hard a few times. Be good and wait for me here tomorrow. I want to see how capable you are. Looking at Director Wang, who was wriggling on the ground like a worm and crying out in pain, Shinzhou spat. I'll give you a good beating tomorrow. Shinzhou took Su Qingyan and the babies back home. The first thing he said to Su Qingyan was, do you still want to continue being a teacher? Su Qingyan paused, thought for a moment, then looked up at Shinzhou. I am very satisfied with this job, but such a disgusting thing. I can resign. Shinzhou sneered, resign? You did nothing wrong. You are not the one who should leave. Be good, get some sleep, I'll take you there tomorrow. Su Qingyan didn't know what Shinzhou was going to do, but now her mind was full of the chest that gave her a sense of security in the moment of crisis. Unconsciously, Su Qingyan had become deeply dependent on Shinzhou. After settling the 5 babies, activate and claim the rewards sent by the system today. Shinzhou looked at the balance of his bank card on his mobile phone and thought of the 100,000 yuan that Director Wang shamelessly proposed. Who should I send? Although Shinzhou is now taking care of his baby at home full-time, he just obtained an investment company from the system not long ago. The first project after the investment company was put into operation was to acquire the Zhang Group. The investment company is now operating smoothly. The Zhang Group alone has a monthly revenue of over 1 million. Just 100,000? To Shinzhou, it was like sending away a beggar. Director Wang failed this time and was beaten up by Shinzhou. Moreover, Shinzhou's men showed no mercy, and every punch was aimed at his ugly face. Director Wang felt resentful but also a little flustered. This was the first time he was blocked and caught red-handed. Bah, I didn't succeed, and I got beaten up. He did it on purpose, and he made me angry. I'll sue him too. Director Wang came to the office on time early in the morning with a terrible look on his face. As expected, Su Qingyan's workstation was empty. What time is it now? Xiao Su is late? And she didn't give me the lesson plan I asked her to hand in yesterday. Notify the personnel department to fire Xiao Su. Our institution doesn't want such an irresponsible teacher. Everyone was curious about what happened to Director Wang's face, but then they heard him roaring in frustration early in the morning. Why did he fire Xiao Su right away? This doesn't seem like Director Wang's style. What did Xiao Su do? Teacher Lu contacted Su Qingyan privately. What's going on? Director Wang wants to fire you? Just when Director Wang was getting furious, the secretary of the agency boss came over and looked at everything in front of him with an unchanged expression. "What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Please calm down early in the morning. Our company has good news to announce. Everyone, get ready. We're going to have a meeting soon." Su Qingyan and Xinzhou were already outside the office early, but they were sitting in the car. It was Xinzhou who asked Su Qingyan to wait a moment. "Seeing teacher lose message now," Su Qingyan sneered. "He actually wants to fire me?" Xinzhou also snorted coldly. "Where does he get the power? Let's go in." After saying that, Xinzhou took Su Qingyan's hand and strode into the company's door. Because the Human Resources Department had not yet completed the resignation procedures, Su Qingyan also received a meeting email from the company. "It looks like everyone should be in the conference room right now. Let's go over here and take a look. There are only a few people on duty in the office area now, and most people should have been called to the meeting room." Chen Yu, the boss and founder of the organization, looked at the conference room cheerfully early in the morning. The others were confused and didn't know what made Chen Yu so happy. "I want to tell you a good news. This morning our organization was spotted by an investment company and the financing agreement has been completed. The investment company will send someone to take over the business in a while, and our organization will be a subsidiary of that company." The reason why Chen Yu was so happy was that although he lost his position as boss, through this buying and selling, he successfully cashed out the organization and made a lot of money. Moreover, after being acquired, the educational institution will have more money to operate and will develop better. Although Chen Yu has become an ordinary shareholder, the annual dividend is likely to increase instead of decrease. Director Wang, who is also one of the company's major shareholders, also looked happy. As soon as the news came out, he was delighted. Doesn't this mean that he will be able to get more dividends in the future? These joys diluted the resentment and anxiety in Director Wang's heart. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. The people who came in were none other than Su Qingyan and Xinzhou. "Excuse me." Xinzhou took a look and saw the conference room full of people. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. As soon as Director Wang saw Xinzhou coming in, his face suddenly became gloomy. There was a barely perceptible panic in his eyes. "What are you doing here? It's office hours now, how can outsiders come in?" And Su Qingyan, "Because you were absent from work today without reason, I have already notified the Human Resources Department to fire you. You are not qualified to attend this meeting now." Everyone saw Director Wang's abnormal behavior, and the people below looked at each other in confusion. Xinzhou just sneered and didn't even look at Director Wang. "Talk directly to Chen Yu. Is this the company I asked my secretary to acquire?" It turns out that companies fire people so casually. "I don't know if it's too late for me to withdraw my investment now, huh?" Chen Yu paused and took a look at the information sent by the investment company on the computer. "Oh my god, you are Mr. Shen." Sorry. Chen Yu's attitude changed 180 degrees and he was extremely enthusiastic. Chapter 19, Misjudged. Director Wang was completely stunned. What, Xinzhou acquired the company? Where did he get the money? Isn't Xinzhou a gigolo? Countless doubts jumped in Director Wang's mind, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Chen Yu's attitude could not be faked. He even gave the main seat to Xinzhou. Sorry, these are some normal personnel changes. Mr. Shen, don't be angry. Chen Yu obviously didn't know that Su Qingyan was Xinzhou's wife, otherwise he wouldn't dare to say this even if he had 10 times the courage. Xinzhou's face was slightly cold. "Mr. Chen, do you think your company really has such great potential for me to acquire it? There are many other educational institutions that are more competitive than your company." Chen Yu's face was embarrassed. Why did he feel that Mr. Shen had bad intentions? But thinking of the high price offered by the investment company, Chen Yu bowed his head and nodded. "Indeed, our company needs to be improved." Xinzhou was too lazy to listen to this nonsense. He pulled Su Qingyan to the seat next to him and looked down at the people below. He said word by word, "If it weren't for my wife working here, I wouldn't have chosen to acquire your company." Su Qingyan's face turned red, but she still sat there steadily. At this time, Director Wang looked as pale as death. "I didn't expect that I would be wrong even though I often walk by the river. How could a man who could easily acquire an organization in one night be a gigolo? This is the hidden boss. But I didn't know how to live or die and provoke Xinzhou yesterday." Director Wang's spirit was visibly weakening, while the others around him were chattering excitedly. "Oh my god, I never thought Su Qingyan's husband is so rich. I've known for a long time that he's not a simple person. When Xiao Su was in class before, her husband always drove a Toyota Alpha to pick her up. That car will cost more than $1 million when it hits the ground. But didn't I hear that her husband is concentrating on taking care of the kids at home? This may be the fun of rich people. Besides, how many bosses nowadays work from 9 to 5? The envious words of the young teachers around him kept reaching Director Wang's ears. Now Director Wang's heart is filled with endless regret. Xinzhou has become his immediate superior and the entire company belongs to him. Then, doesn't that mean you can do whatever you want to yourself? Thinking of this, Director Wang couldn't help but shudder. Chun Yu also reacted, and after a little thought he roughly figured out what had happened. It must be a mistake made by the HR department. How could such an outstanding person like Mr. Shun's wife make a mistake and be fired? Chun Yu winked at his secretary as he spoke. Xinzhou glanced at Chun Yu coldly, his eyes falling on Director Wang, who had a gloomy face. That's what this person said. And I heard from my wife that she has been working a lot more unreasonable overtime recently. I think some positions are only for the wise. People who are old and lack vision should step down and let the wise take over. Director Wang felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Xinzhou's next words were, I think Director Wang is not competent for this position and is not worthy of being a teacher. Please resign. The whole room was in complete silence. No one had expected that the first thing the new boss would do after taking office was to fire Director Wang. In the morning, Director Wang was still clamoring to fire Xiao Su, but now the situation has changed and it's time for him to go. Chun Yu was in a dilemma. Director Wang was also a shareholder of the company. If he was fired. However, Xinzhou acquired the company and now has the most say. Why should he offend the financial backer for the sake of an ordinary shareholder? Director Wang was fired, but at least he still has shares in the company. Chun Yu sighed and told his secretary, notify the Human Resources Department to settle Director Wang's salary. Director Wang was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but when his eyes met Xinzhou's, he lowered his head as if he had been stung. All right, let's adjourn the meeting. It's time to go to work. Chun Yu always felt that something was wrong, so he dismissed the others who were enjoying the discussion. You go out too. I have something to say to Director Wang. Xinzhou spoke to Chen Yu in a commanding tone. Chen Yu nodded and went out with his men. Director Wang sat there with a dead look on his face. From the moment Xinzhou appeared, he was exceptionally strong and fired Director Wang in a swift and decisive manner. The reasons they used were all legitimate, because this matter involved Su Qingyan, and they did it to save Su Qingyan's face. However, the justice that should be sought must not be lost. Director Wang? I heard you want to give me 100,000 yuan? Xinzhou snorted coldly, and Director Wang raised his head abruptly. I was wrong. You have already fired me, so let's forget about it. How could things end so easily? Xinzhou slowly played a recording from his phone. These were exactly the words Director Wang used to threaten Xinzhou last night. What on earth are you going to do? What do you mean? Director Wang never expected that Xinzhou actually had evidence in his hands. Nothing. I acquired this company, but you still have shares. Hand over your shares, otherwise you should know the impact of letting this thing in my hands go out. Xinzhou just wants to make sure Director Wang gets nothing. Such a scumbag doesn't deserve it. You. Director Wang was speechless. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Director Wang had no choice but to transfer the shares to Xinzhou. Holding the share transfer certificate handed over by Director Wang, a smile finally appeared on Xinzhou's face. You are no longer qualified to stand here, go away. Xinzhou looked at Director Wang as if he was looking at garbage. Director Wang raised his head and glared at Xinzhou with hatred in his eyes like a poisonous snake. After he left, Su Qingyan was a little worried and held Xinzhou's hand. I think he won't let it go. Especially after humiliating him so much today. Xinzhou hugged Su Qingyan and patted her back comfortingly. Do you really think this is the end of it? Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Director Wang really wanted to do something bad, but unfortunately, he was taken away by a police car as soon as he walked out of the company. The recording in Xinzhou's hand was not recorded in vain. He had found a team of lawyers early on. The evidence has already been handed over to the police. Director Wang will not have any chance to fight back this time. Everything has been resolved. You can go back to work with peace of mind. Xinzhou hugged Su Qingyan and looked at the police car outside the window with a smile on his face. Su Qingyan raised her head and looked at Shinzhou with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This time, Shinzhou demonstrated amazing abilities and meticulous planning, with each step connected to the next. Director Wang seemed to be tied up in a spider web, unable to break free. No matter where you go, it's a dead end. Su Qingyan shook her head. That scumbag had disappeared like smoke. A new day of new work had officially begun. Chapter 20. Don't waste your child's talent. But when Su Qingyan returned to the office, she clearly felt that everyone's attitude was completely different. Xiaosu, I have already printed out the lesson plan for you, you can just use it when the time comes. Xiaosu, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you. Luckily your husband fired Director Wang. Working overtime during this period is really disgusting. Su Qingyan sighed helplessly. Well, as the boss's wife, everyone's change of attitude is acceptable. This way, work will go more smoothly. After settling Su Qingyan's work issues, Shinzhou drove home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 5 little kids, making the whole house very messy. Oh, I knew you guys were worried. Shinzhou looked at the toys all over the floor and the painted walls and felt speechless. It seems that you have too much energy. Ordinary play can't satisfy you. Sometimes getting along with babies involves a battle of wits and courage. Shinzhou looked at the little kids making trouble all over the room, and a plan came to his mind. Although the babies are just over 1 year old now, Shinzhou knows very well that these little ones are very smart. Since they are so smart, don't waste their talents. Early in the morning, Shinzhou picked up Debao and drove him to an early education institution. Shinzhou had discovered Debao's talent in music before, and yesterday Debao and Shenhuan were the most aggressive in destroying the house. Since you have so much energy, you should use it in the right way. Hello Mr. Shin, you made an appointment yesterday, right? The smiling receptionist took Shinzhou and Debao Shenhuan to a music room filled with musical instruments. A man in a suit was waiting there with a smile on his face. Yesterday, Shinzhou specifically found this institution and paid a large sum of money to invite this pianist who had studied in Europe. Is this baby going to learn piano? Pianist Tian Haorun was filled with surprise as he looked at the baby in front of him who was just over 1 year old. He felt that the parent was too anxious. How could a child who was just over 1 year old know what a piano was? It would be a bit too hasty to start studying at this time. Moreover, children over 1 year old rarely have excellent self-control, so I'm afraid half of these 4 hours will have to be spent coaxing the child. Although Tian Haorun had many thoughts in his mind, he did not show them on his face. After all, this class cost 20,000 yuan. Shinzhou took one look at Tian Haorun and knew what he was thinking, but he didn't point it out. Today's class can be regarded as an attempt by Shinzhou to guide his eldest child, Shenhuan. Debao's great musical talent should not be wasted. Anyway, he is still young, so he can just learn with the mentality of trying it out for fun. As soon as Debao entered the room, he was attracted by the musical instruments on the walls and around the room. He stretched out his hand to reach for something on the wall. Shinzhou took a look and saw it was a piccolo. He just stuffed it into Debao's hand. It's okay, just go to class as usual, Debao usually won't cry or make a fuss. Before Shinzhou finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of music. It turned out that Debao put the piccolo in his mouth and blew it softly. Shinzhou was also familiar with the tune. It was the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star that Su Qingyan hummed yesterday when she was coaxing Debao to sleep. I didn't expect that Shenhuan listened to that part last night and actually played it again on the piccolo today. Shinzhou only thought that Shenhuan had a talent for playing the piano, but he never expected that Shenhuan could play the piccolo for the first time and even produce a tune. The one who was more surprised than Shinzhou was Tian Haorun. He looked at Debao in shock. He was just a 1 year old baby, how could he play the tune of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the piccolo? Tian Haorun stammered as he looked at Shenhuan, have you ever taught him to play the flute before? Shinzhou shook his head, Debao has never even touched the flute before. Tian Haorun felt that his brain was a little dull. Is this really a 1 year old baby? So you guys want to learn the flute? I think this baby is very, very talented at playing the piccolo. If you like, I can recommend my good friend who studies the flute to you. He is a flute player. Shinzhou took the flute from Debao and declined, what I bought today is a piano private lesson. I still want to see my child's ability to learn piano. Tian Haorun came back to his senses and shook his head secretly. Now in his eyes, Debao is a genius with great talent for flute. It's a pity that Shinzhou, as a parent, didn't allow his child to learn the flute and insisted on learning the piano. What a waste of the child's talent. But the money was paid by the sponsor, and since Shinjo wanted the child to try the piano, Tian Haoren could only put Dabeo on the specially customized baby piano chair. Dabeo was a little depressed because his flute was taken away. But when he saw the familiar black and white piano keys, Dabeo's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands with joy. Tian Haoren's expression relaxed when he saw this. At least this young child was not averse to this thing, so it would be easier to teach him in the next 4 hours. According to the procedure, the child should now be given a simple test of piano talent. At this point, Tian Haoren said something extra. Xin Huan's father, for children studying art, talent is very important. This path is doomed to be unfair. Gifted children can achieve great results even without much effort. But if you don't have talent and only rely on hard work, you will only live a muddled life and never become famous. When Tian Haoren said this, it was actually a pity that Dabeo's talent in flute was not valued. Shinjo nodded. I understand, please start the test, teacher. In Tian Haoren's opinion, Shinjo insisted on doing so and there was nothing he could do. Okay, come on, baby, let's try it. I saw Tian Haoren picked out some tunes and played them. Then he covered Dabeo and Xin Huan's eyes, asking Dabeo to distinguish which note he was playing now was the one he had just played. Dabeo recognized the tone almost the moment he heard it. The more he tested, the more surprised Tian Haoren was. Later on, Tian Haoren even lost his composure. He seemed to have forgotten that his eldest child, Xin Huan, was only a little over 1 year old. As if he were treating a 7 or 8 year old child, he asked, "Can you play the piece you just played on the flute on the piano?" If it were any other 1 year old child, they probably wouldn't understand what Tian Haoren meant by his request. But Dabeo Xin Huan was very smart. He glanced at Shinjo and tilted his head to think for a while. He used his chubby fingers to poke the keys on the piano. The familiar melodies sounded again. Tian Haoren felt like his heart was about to jump out. Chapter 21. Please let me be his teacher. This is a genius. Be it his sensitivity to pitch or his use of musical instruments, this 1 year old child is definitely a genius in this area. Tian Haoren was sure that he had not made a wrong judgment. When the tune of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star ended, Tian Haoren looked at Shinjo excitedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I wronged you just now, I was just overthinking. Baby Xin Huan is so outstanding, there is no such thing as a waste of talent. He has an equally great talent for playing the piccolo and the piano. Oh my god, in all the more than 10 years that I've been studying music, I've never seen a child with such strong talent. Tian Haoren lost his composure a little, his eyes widened with excitement. Shinjo looked calm. He had already noticed Dabeo Xin Huan's unusualness a long time ago. Isn't it just talent? You still need to work hard to be successful. Dabeo, with his eyes wandering around, took a fancy to another flute, but the flute was too long and Dabeo couldn't pull it. He turned around and pulled Shinjo's trouser leg, wanting his father to help him. Looking at the excited Dabeo, Shinjo ignored Tian Haoren who was extremely excited next to him. A surprising idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Teacher Tian, there is something I need your help with. As for the talent issue, we can talk about it later. Shinjo has called Tian Haoren before, and now Tian Haoren can't take his eyes off Xin Huan. In his eyes, Dabeo is the rising star in the future music industry. How can I help you, Mr. Shin? Shinjo watched Dabeo touching the guzheng from the shelf next to him again. After thinking for a while, he picked up Dabeo and put him on the chair. Teacher Tian, please let our Dabeo play with all the musical instruments in this room. What is this requirement? Although Tian Haoren was puzzled, he still followed Shinjo's instructions and gave the instruments to Dabeo one by one. Xiao, guzheng, guqin, pipa, harp, violin, cello. Dabeo can always play some tunes on almost every musical instrument he gets his hands on. It can even play a short tune consisting of several simple tones. At this time, Tian Haoren had gradually turned from his initial surprise and shock to numbness. Oh, this one will work too, this one can also be played. The 4 hours passed quickly, and Dabeo was still not satisfied. There are some other instruments in the room that he has not played yet. Tian Haoren looked at Dabeo with a dull expression, a frightening light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Tian Haoren turned around and looked at Shinjo and asked sincerely, It's like this, Mr. Shin, I wonder if you are willing to let Dabeo have another piano teacher. At this point, Tian Haoren quickly added, I don't want money. Dabeo is a genius. I am already honored to be able to guide him into music. I really hope you can consider my request. Shinjo was shocked by Tian Haoren's attentiveness. Do you want to teach your own child without paying? This Tian Haoren is a young pianist who returned from studying abroad, so eager. It did surprise Shinzhou. But artists all have some personality. Shinzhou didn't want to refuse Tian Haoren, so he just nodded calmly, "I'll think about it." Tian Haoren sent Shinzhou out the door, keeping a very humble attitude. Not long after Shinzhou left, Tian Haoren posted a message in his circle of friends with an excited look on his face. "Oh my goodness! I actually got to see such a great genius in my lifetime." Debeo was a little unhappy when he got in the car because he hadn't played enough. Those musical instruments that he had never seen at home satisfied Debeo's curiosity and aroused his desire to learn. As Shinzhou got into the car, he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. "Because I accompanied Debeo to learn a musical instrument, the system directly rewarded me with another 200,000 yuan." In fact, Shinzhou was also a little shocked today. He originally thought that Debeo was only talented in music. "I never expected that Debeo Shinhuan was actually an all-round musical genius who was good at playing almost every musical instrument." This brought a big surprise to Shinzhou. "Okay, don't be unhappy, I'll take you out to play next week." Shinzhou looked at Shinhuan, who was looking depressed in the car, and said with a smile. When Shinhuan heard that he could still go next week, he was not so depressed anymore. He was humming the little tune he had just composed. These are a few tunes that Debeo figured out on his own after trying different musical instruments. Shinzhou was driving in front and listening, and he found it quite pleasant to the ear. No wonder the young pianist Tian Haoren was vying to be Debeo's first teacher. With such a great musical talent, Debeo Shinhuan's future achievements would surely be immeasurable. For these artists, since they cannot become the geniuses that everyone praises, it is also good to be with geniuses. After thinking it through, Shinzhou felt that Tian Haoren's idea was understandable. A shopping mall is passing by the window. Shinzhou remembered that the milk powder of several little kids at home was almost finished. With 5 small milk bags and 5 milk cans, the demand for milk powder is not small. Shinzhou parked the car in the parking lot of the shopping mall and told Debeo, "I'm going to go downstairs to buy some things. You wait for me in the car. I should be back in a few minutes. Don't run around." Shinzhou knew that his babies were very smart. Although they couldn't speak very well yet, they understood what adults said. Sure enough, Debeo nodded and shouted, "Go, wait for daddy, be good, don't run." Shinzhou smiled and kissed Debeo, then got out of the car to buy milk powder. After Shinzhou left, Debeo was able to sit still at first, but he was only a year old after all. "When playing a musical instrument, I am able to concentrate because I am interested in it. It's boring to be alone in the car now." I don't know how Debeo managed to open the car door a crack. Debeo lay on the seat and tentatively crawled backwards out of the car with his little feet. Debeo actually managed to break free. After Debeo landed, he looked around at the cars everywhere, his eyes full of curiosity. But what attracted him more was a piece of chalk dropped on the ground by someone unknown. Shinhuan picked up the chalk and was surprised to find that it could actually leave marks on the ground. This made him find the fun of playing. He saw Shinhuan squatting on the ground, scribbling casually with the chalk. All attention is focused on the hands. But suddenly, a hand snatched the chalk from Debeo's hand. "Woo! Woo!" When Debeo raised his head and saw that it was a strange man, he pouted in grievance and burst into tears. "Still crying? You are such an uneducated child." The man looked at the child with disdain, but heard a cold scolding from behind him. "Who are you talking about? Who is so uneducated to bully the weak?" Chapter 22, Do Poor People Dare to Buy It? Shinzhou came over with something in his hand and hugged Shinhuan in his arms. The man in black standing opposite Shinzhou snorted coldly at Shinzhou and his son. "You are the father of this child, right?" Shinzhou frowned. "Sir, I'm afraid you should apologize for what you just said." The man in black snorted coldly. "I think you should be the ones to apologize. If you don't educate your child well, why bother giving birth to him?" Shinzhou's face turned cold. "Why should we apologize?" The man in black took out the pen he had just snatched and said, "I clearly saw your child scratch my car with this pen. Do you know how expensive my car is? It cost more than 2 million yuan, a Mercedes-Benz G50. Now it's scratched by your child. At the very least, it needs to be sent back to the factory for repainting." The man became more and more angry as he spoke, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Behind him, there was a Mercedes-Benz parked, and there were indeed a few crooked white lines on the body of the car. "It's right in the parking space next to Shinzhou." Debeo stopped crying after Shinzhou picked him up. Although the child is small, he is very smart. I can clearly feel the malice of the strange man opposite me. I could also hear clearly that the man seemed to be saying that he had done something wrong. I don't. I'm waiting for Daddy, DeBeo said while sobbing. Shinjo hugged DeBeo. Since Shinjuan said it was not him, he naturally chose to believe his own son. The most important thing is that Shinjo is very clear that he only has a short time to buy milk powder. It is absolutely impossible for DeBeo to scratch someone else's car. And it was clear that DeBeo was playing near his own parking space just now. However, when the man in black heard DeBeo's explanation, he showed sarcasm. You are so young and you can lie. You don't even have the courage to admit your mistakes. Isn't it because you're afraid of losing money? I really won't let you off easily today, you naughty kid. You have to pay the price for your actions. Shinjo was furious. The man in front of him started accusing him without any reason, as if he was sure that it was DeBeo who did it. Sir, are you sure it was my child who did it? My child said it wasn't him, so it wasn't him. Besides, my family doesn't need this little money. If it was really my child who did it, I wouldn't deny it. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you saw my child scratch your car? The man felt a little guilty, but he still sneered. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, your child was holding something in his hand and was near my car. Isn't this enough to prove it? It's funny. I think you just don't want to lose the money and are making excuses here. I've seen a lot of people like you. Aren't you just afraid of spending money? You poor bastard, you're just being pretentious. DeBeo pouted in grievance, and Shinjo patted DeBeo on the back soothingly. Do you really think I care about this little money? Your car is only worth more than 2 million yuan. I can buy it in full, Shinjo said in a light tone. The man looked at Shinjo with disbelief, and said, with you, I dare to sell, but do you dare to buy? Shinjo curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and without saying a word, he took out a bank card from his wallet. Here's 2 million in total. Is that enough to buy your car? Do you dare to sell it? Looking at the bank card in front of him, the man in black looked at Shinjo with half belief and half doubt, but did not take it. Really rich? Shinjo snorted coldly, or you can choose to send your account over. The man in black suddenly showed a look of understanding. Are you planning to calm me down first and then disappear from the world afterwards? As he spoke, the man in black wrote his account number on a piece of paper and handed it to Shinjo. Here you go. I want to see what changes this account can make. Shinjo now has an investment company, and there is more than 2 million in his personal account alone. For taking care of the 5 little ones during this period, the system gave me a lot of cash rewards. A mere 2 million is nothing, right? When the man in black saw that Shinjo was just taking a picture of the number, he thought that Shinjo was just playing a trick. I'm telling you, you have to educate your own children well and stop them from causing trouble every day. The man in black looked at DeBeo with eyes full of malice. DeBeo Shinjuan felt extremely aggrieved. It was clearly not his fault, so why was this strange uncle blaming him all the time? Feelings of grievance were mixed in Shinjuan's heart, making him unable to help but bury his head in Shinjo's chest. Shinjo had a cold expression on his face and interrupted the man loudly, "Shut up and check your account." The man opened his phone doubtfully and saw a record of a deposit of 2.1 million. I stood there in amazement, watching it over and over again. No way? Is this family really rich? Why didn't he admit that he scratched the car if he had money? The man in black suddenly realized that he was really provoked by Shinjo to sell the car. This is a new car that he just requested this week, and it is not available in the city yet. If he really sold the car, the man would feel very sad. He just did it out of anger. The man thought Shinjo definitely couldn't afford the money, so he gave the account number to him so arrogantly. Now that the car had really been bought, the arrogance of the man in black was instantly extinguished. There may be some misunderstanding. The man in black looked embarrassed. At this moment he finally realized that a person who could easily transfer more than 2 million yuan would not lack the compensation if his car was really scratched. Someone like Shinjo, who could take out 2 million without blinking an eye, must be financially stronger than me. Because when this man bought the car, he was not as straightforward as Shinjo. And now he has misunderstood others and offended a potential big boss. The man in black felt that it was not worth it, and he wanted to save the situation. Maybe I misunderstood you. I won't sell this car. Shinjo hadn't said anything just now, just looked at the man coldly. It was not until the man said he did not want to sell the car that he spoke. I have already transferred the money. I recorded every word you said just now. You sold the car voluntarily. It is impossible to regret it. But you may have to wait a moment. There is something else that requires you to be here. The man in black had no idea what Shinjo was up to, so he could only wait there with an awkward look on his face. He also wanted to have a good talk with Shinjo to get the car back. The next moment he saw Shinjo put the child on the ground and took out a toolbox from the trunk of his car. Chapter 23 Destroy It. Shinjo directly picked out a small hammer suitable for the baby and handed it to Shinhwan. Shinhwan, you feel wronged, right? Why are you accusing us of something we haven't done? The car is ours now. Anything that makes you feel wronged, destroy it. Dabeo looked at his father with a serious face and waved the small hammer in his hand. He had not yet recovered from his previous emotions. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The man in black stared at everything in front of him in amazement. There was already a huge dent on the body of his beloved car. It was exactly what Shinjo had just smashed out with the hammer. My dear, let's smash this garbage truck. We can't let garbage emotions stay in our hearts. Shinjo waved the hammer and smiled at Shinhwan. Shinhwan widened his eyes, puffed up his cheeks, let out a cry, picked up a small hammer and started smashing the car. However, the baby's strength is not very strong, so it can only make a few small holes. Shinjo and Shinhwan started smashing the car without blinking. In a moment, one side of the car was dented. There is no trace of what he looked like just now. The man in black wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted with blood dripping from his heart, "Don't smash it, don't smash it. This car is not available for purchase now." Shinjo hit the front of the car hard with a hammer. "Sir, please correct me. This is no longer your car." Shinhwan was a little unhappy at first, and his heart was full of grievance after being wrongly accused. And now that the car had been smashed, Shinhwan felt that his emotions had been released. There was no longer any aggrieved look on his face, and there was even a hint of excitement. Fun. Shinhwan swung the small hammer and smashed it hard again. The man in black's face is now numb. He feels that the hammers are not hitting the car, but his face and his heart. This BMW G50, worth more than 2 million yuan, soon lost its original appearance. Shinjo then stopped and turned around to look at the man in black with a smile on his face. "Did you see it? If it was done by my baby, I hope he could do it like this, and do it more thoroughly." "Yes, sir?" The man in black looked at the unrecognizable car, swallowed his saliva, and his face became extremely ugly. Shinjo was not going to let him go just like that. "By the way, sir, you said my child was ill-mannered and you even falsely accused my child of scratching your car. Shouldn't you, as a well-mannered person, apologize to my child?" The man in black had already been shocked by Shinjo's attitude. Moreover, he now knew clearly in his heart that he must have wronged the father and son. That's what made them so angry. The man in black couldn't express how heartbroken he was when his beloved car was destroyed right before his eyes. "Apologize to my baby." Shinjo took a step forward, playing with the hammer in his hand, and the man in black subconsciously stepped back. At this moment, Shinjo was filled with a terrifying aura, and the man in black immediately became timid. I'm sorry, I misunderstood this matter." The man in black shuddered and apologized to Shinjo. Shinjo was not grateful. He said to the man in black, "It's not me you should apologize to, it's my baby." The man in black said subconsciously, "He is only a 1-year-old child, what does he know?" The unfinished words were swallowed back by Shinjo's sharp eyes. Dabeo looked at the uncle in front of him with a serious face. Although he couldn't say many complete sentences, he still said, "Apologize. You did it wrong. Apologize to me." Shinjo showed Dabeo a good look, which made Dabeo more confident. "You need to apologize." The man in black didn't expect that such a young child would understand this. For a moment, his face turned grim and he clenched his teeth. Apologizing to a 1-year-old child is too outrageous. However, when the man in black saw Shinjo's gloomy expression and remembered the ruthlessness with which Shinjo had smashed the car before, he shuddered. "Never mind, isn't it just an apology?" The man in black squatted down and looked at Dabeo, and said with embarrassment, "My dear, what your uncle did just now was wrong." Dabeo turned his head coolly, imitating Shinjo's behavior, and snorted coldly, "Okay." Shinjo understood that Shinhwan's anger had dissipated, so he didn't even look at the man in black. He picked up Dabeo and put him in the car. Without saying a word, he started the car and drove away. The scrapped Mercedes-Benz G50 was just left in the parking lot. The man in black looked at the smashed car and felt like crying but had no tears. He looked up to the sky and sighed, "Damn it, which bastard scratched my car? Now I don't even have a car anymore." In the car, Shinjo was driving home when he suddenly received a system prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, take the baby out of anger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining economic and financial ability. Send a text message to activate it." What is economic and financial capability? Shinjo was a little puzzled, but no matter what ability it was, since it was given by the system, it must be good. After Shinjo returned home, he immediately sent a text message to activate this ability. He felt as if a lot of things were compressed into his mind. The computer screen in the study was turned on, showing the stock market trends. There are some messy lines. For Shinjo, stock trading is just a cover to explain the source of his money. Shinjo himself is not so proficient in this area. Now when Shinjo looked at the lines on the computer screen, it was as if a key point had been opened up. He could clearly understand the future trends of these lines and what they represented now. Is this financial capability? Isn't this developing me into a stock god? Shinjo looked at the computer screen excitedly. Now he is like a financial elite who has just returned from abroad and has his own insights into these lines and stocks. Moreover, when he saw the lines and stocks, all the relevant theoretical knowledge in his mind suddenly popped up. Shinjo just made some operations and bought a medical stock, investing 1 million yuan in it. When Su Qingyan came back from get off work, Shinjo had already sold the stock. It took less than 2 hours, in and out. Shinjo actually earned 3.7 million directly. This stock rose rapidly after Shinjo bought it, reaching the daily limit all the way. So scary. When the price reached its peak, Shinjo sold the stock based on the theoretical knowledge and feelings that emerged in his mind. As soon as I sold the stocks, the line quickly turned green, and the stock fell to the bottom in an instant. It's like riding a roller coaster. Chapter 24 Cousin comes to the door. It's just that in this roller coaster, some people can cash out perfectly at the high point, while others can only struggle at the bottom. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this ability that I have activated is really useful. It only takes a few minutes to earn back the more than 2 million I spent, and even more than 1.7 million. Shinjo said happily. As soon as Su Qingyan entered the room, she saw Shinjo, with a happy look on his face, playing with the 5 little kids and teaching them to read. I heard that you took Debeo out today. How was the fun? Su Qingyan hugged each little kid with a smile on her face. It can be seen that Shinjo was in a good mood. He only heard Shinjo say, "Today is still very fulfilling. Debeo went to the music training place, and I found an amazing secret in him." When he said this, Shinjo deliberately lowered his voice, and a mysterious feeling came over him. Su Qingyan's curiosity was aroused. What secret? Could it be that our Debeo is very talented in piano? Isn't this already known? Shinjo shook his head and took out the piccolo that Tian Haoran gave to Debeo. Come on, show your mommy. I put the flute into Debeo's arms and he started playing with it immediately. Then he put the flute to his lips and blew it. The song played this time was not Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but something Debeo improvised in the music classroom today. Su Qingyan looked at Debeo in surprise, so the baby can also play the piccolo? Shinjo shook his head, no. After the test by the music teacher, our Debeo has a talent for most musical instruments, or he is a genius in music. After hearing this, Su Qingyan opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that Debeo Shinhuan was so powerful. At this time, Debeo was not aware of his parents' surprise. All he had eyes for was the fun piccolo. Su Qingyan's eyes have changed when she looks at Debeo. This baby is so amazing. For a moment, Su Qingyan felt that Debeo was not born from her belly. Shinjo patted Su Qingyan's head and said, "Okay, after the baby is born, we need to discuss our affairs. Have you picked out your wedding dress yet?" Su Qingyan blushed when she heard this. Actually, I can do anything. But I still hope that if we have time, we can go to the store to try it out. Otherwise, just looking at the pictures, I don't know how it will look on me. Getting married is a very important thing for a woman. Whether it is a wedding dress or a ring, a woman has her own ideas in her mind. Shinjo had no objection to this matter. Then let's find some time during this period to give it a try. Just as Su Qingyan was about to speak, the phone in her bag rang. Generally, no one calls Su Qingyan during this period of time. Su Qingyan thought it was a work matter. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard a familiar yet annoying voice.
Cousin, are you busy now?
The person on the phone had a nonchalant voice, with a long drawn-out ending, which always gave people a nonsensical feeling.
Su Qingyan's expression turned cold, and she deliberately scratched the papers on the table. Busy, I have some documents to revise now. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll hang up.
The person on the other end of the phone shouted quickly, don't hang up, sister, I really have something important to talk to you about this time.
Su Qingyan sneered, are you borrowing money, or do you want me to find someone for you?
Su Qingyan's cousin on the other end of the phone laughed awkwardly and said dryly, sister,
I'm in the police station now, why don't you come over? I've told them your information. If you don't come, I'm afraid they will have to look for you. Isn't this very troublesome?
Su Qingyan was so angry that she almost fainted. If you have something to do, go find someone else.
Why do you always come to me? No. After saying that, Su Qingyan hung up the phone angrily. Xinzhou was a little curious. You have a younger brother? Why didn't I see him when I went to your house last time? Su Qingyan sighed helplessly, this is not my biological brother, but my uncle's brother, so he is my cousin.
But my uncle passed away early, and he was the only child of my generation in the Su family. He was spoiled since he was a child, and now he is a little spoiled.
Xinzhou nodded thoughtfully. He was close enough to hear the voice of Su Qingyan's cousin on the other end of the phone.
The tone was as if he was used to bothering Su Qingyan, and there was no embarrassment at all. Su Qingyan had already hung up the phone, but less than 5 minutes later, her cousin called again.
Sister, you'd better come over quickly, or I'll tell them your address and ask them to come look for you. Su Qingyan was almost pissed off by this cousin. This isn't the first time this cousin has gotten into trouble. My cousin's surname is Su, and his name is Su Yundong.
It sounds like an elegant name, but he is an uneducated man who spends his days smoking and drinking. He is only 18 years old and has just reached adulthood, but he has already been in police stations several times. And many times it was Su Qingyan who went over and rescued people. After all, there are no elders in his family, and the closest ones to him are Su Qingyan, Zhang Xinlian, and Su Hao. Zhang Xinlian and Su Hao are busy with business all day and have no time to take care of their nephew.
So in the end, things always turn out that Su Yundong comes to find Su Qingyan. There's one thing I hate most about my cousin. He likes to use my name to make friends in Suzhou and Hangzhou.
Speaking of this matter, Su Qingyan was so angry that her teeth were itching.
Because Su Qingyan is stunningly beautiful and has a good family background. The Su family was able to gain a foothold in the wealthy circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou, which led many young men from wealthy families to set their sights on Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan doesn't like dealing with these people, so she rarely participates in their activities. But Su Yundong is a completely different person. He goes wherever there are many people. It would be fine if they were just going out to play alone, but every time he would invite others in Su Qingyan's name, and in the end he would gather everyone together to form a party. From time to time, he would sell Su Qingyan's contact information to these people. After those rich kids with ulterior motives knew that Su Yundong was Su Qingyan's younger brother, they were also polite to Su Yundong. This actually made Su Yundong have more bad friends. He always goes out under my name, and he even goes to meet those rich kids who are interested in me. I think it's disgusting. Su Qingyan spoke to Xinzhou freely, as she had been holding back her dissatisfaction with her cousin for a long time. Xinzhou listened roughly and realized that this cousin was not an easy person to deal with. He shamelessly came to trouble Su Qingyan time and time again by taking advantage of the relationship with the Su family. Moreover, Su Qingyan had already clearly refused, but Xinzhou could still see the text messages Su Yundong sent to Su Qingyan. Chapter 25 Trying on a Wedding Dress. Su Qingyan was about to turn off her phone when she heard it ringing again. This time it was an unfamiliar voice, but what he said still made Su Qingyan's face turn green. It turns out that Su Yundong really gave his personal information to these people, and the police station has sent someone to contact him directly. The general meaning is to take Su Qingyan over to discuss Su Yundong's affairs. It's so annoying, but I still have to go in the end. Su Qingyan turned off her phone in anger, and sat there with a pout on her lips, her whole body filled with resistance. Xinzhou hugged Su Qingyan and patted her back, saying soothingly, "Why don't I go with you to take a look?" Su Qingyan sighed and nodded. It seems that this is the only way. It was already past 1 in the morning, and by the time Su Qingyan and Xinzhou arrived at the police station, it was already 2 in the morning. As soon as I entered the mediation room, I saw a tall and thin man curled up on the sofa, sleeping very soundly and even snoring. This is my cousin Su Yundong. Su Qingyan looked at Su Yundong with a look of disappointment. Just now, Su Qingyan and Shinzhou had already roughly understood the trouble that Su Yundong had caused this time. Su Yundong was having a good time in the bar, but for some reason he had a conflict with a man. Su Yundong didn't say anything and just hit the man on the head with beer. He even called on his friends to come over and help bully others. As a result, the quarrel turned into a group fight, with a group of people beating each other. What was originally a personal grudge has now turned into a group looking for trouble, and they were arrested all at once. This guy was too cruel. I heard that the other guy's ribs were broken. What's there to worry about? Didn't the guy say his family is rich? He also has a very capable sister who can pay him. Let's end this quickly. The police officers next to them were discussing this matter, and their voices fell into the ears of Su Qingyan and Shinzhou. The person who was beaten was in another room of the mediation room. He was not sleeping and his face was bruised and swollen. It can be seen that Su Yundong had no sense of propriety when he took action. Fortunately, this family didn't have any other ideas, they just wanted money, and this was the easiest thing to do. Because the Su family in Suang is not short of this money. Su Qingyan, with a painful look on her face, transferred a sum of compensation from her own account, saying that it was to help Su Yundong pay for it. Su Yundong was sleeping in a daze and always felt that someone was watching him. As a result, when I opened my eyes and looked up, I really saw two people looking at me. This frightened him so much that he sat up straight away. But when he saw that the person coming was Su Qingyan, he immediately smiled and said, "I knew that you wouldn't ignore me, cousin." Su Qingyan glared at him fiercely, "Can you please stop causing trouble? Also, give me the money I advanced you this time as soon as possible." When the matter of money was mentioned, Su Yundong picked up his clothes, got on the motorcycle parked in front of the bureau and left without saying a word. The little pocket money he had was long ago squandered. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Su Qingyan got into Shinzhou's car. At the same time, Su Qingyan also received a text message from Su Yundong, "Sister, I said you wanted to date Mr. Chen, and he's already waiting for me at the bar, do you want to go with me?" Su Qingyan's face darkened, and her fingers tapped rapidly. "I told you, don't use my name to approach anyone again. Why don't you listen? I won't meet anyone you use my name to make an appointment with, so just give up." After sending this voice message angrily, Su Qingyan directly blocked Su Yundong. When Su Qingyan and Shinzhou returned home, it was almost dawn. As a result, I received a call from Su Hao as soon as I got home. "Yan, your cousin Dongdong seems to be drunk in a bar, go pick him up. You two are the only ones in the same city now, so you should help each other and stop arguing with your brother." As soon as Su Hao came up, he started to scold Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan's face turned slightly cold. It was obvious that Su Yundong had gone to file a complaint. Besides, it had only been a few hours, and Su Qingyan didn't believe that Su Yundong would get drunk in the bar. Most likely he had invited that person out under my name, and now he is clamoring to find me. Shinzhou was listening with a frown on his face, and suddenly took away Su Qingyan's cell phone. Without saying a word, he hung up the phone and turned it off. "If you don't want to care, just ignore it in the future. I'll take you to change your phone number tomorrow, and you don't have to care about these brothers and sisters." Su Qingyan looked at Shinzhou in a daze, and thought that Shinzhou looked very handsome when he took the phone away just now. Shinzhou rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and gently pushed her into the bedroom. "Have a good rest." Then he leaned close to Su Qingyan's ear and said in a low voice, "If you can't sleep, you can ask me to come and accompany you." Su Qingyan came back to her senses immediately and pushed Shinzhou out with a helpless look on her face. Shinzhou always does this when Su Qingyan is about to be moved. However, this interruption did help Su Qingyan come out of her previous mood. Who doesn't have troubles at home? Su Qingyan still didn't go this time, but Su Yundong didn't call again. Su Qingyan thought that he had come to his senses and would stop causing trouble. Now, the most important thing for Shinzhou and Su Qingyan is to decide on the wedding dress and wedding ring. Shinzhou has already found a well-known designer in Europe for the wedding ring, and the first draft of the style will be ready in the next 2 days. Regarding wedding dresses, Su Qingyan wanted to give it a try. Shinzhou naturally had no objection. When Su Qingyan walked out in a white wedding dress, Shinzhou's eyes lit up. The staff at the bridal shop who were helping me try on dresses were full of admiration. "This lady is truly the most dazzling one I have ever seen since I started working here. This wedding dress is extremely challenging for both figure and appearance, and this lady has managed to pull it off. It's really beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth." The staff's continuous praises made Su Qingyan blush. Su Qingyan's gaze unconsciously fell on Shinzhou. Compared to the praise from these insignificant people,
Su Qingyan wanted Shinzhou's praise more.
Shinzhou's heart was moved when he saw Su Qingyan walking out. She must be a goddess-level figure.
Such a tall figure coupled with Su Qingyan's own temperament makes this wedding dress look classy.
I'll try something else. Su Qingyan could see praise in Shinzhou's eyes, but on the matter of the wedding dress, Su Qingyan still wanted to think carefully about it.
It wouldn't hurt to try more.
After many selections, Su Qingyan finally chose the mermaid wedding dress she wore for the first time and happily went to change her clothes. Chapter 26. Go get the certificate.
Shinzhou was looking at the ship model on the front desk of the bridal shop, and was a little distracted.
Now that the wedding dresses and rings have been decided, what would be the most suitable final venue?
Shinzhou simply looked down upon ordinary places like that. He wanted to make this wedding extra grand and tell everyone that Su Qingyan was his.
As for the other venues, just as Shinzhou was thinking about it, an object emerged in his mind.
Let Shinzhou make the decision directly. When Su Qingyan walked out in her handmade wedding dress, Shinzhou had just finished a phone call.
How about this one?
Su Qingyan smiled shyly. This wedding dress looks like a very traditional classic wedding dress from the front, but the back of the dress has a special and bold design.
The entire back is blank, revealing the beautiful back.
When Shinzhou saw the wedding dress, his eyes lit up. Yes, this wedding dress suits you very well.
Su Qingyan could see the surprise and admiration in Shinzhou's eyes, and immediately chose the wedding dress.
The store manager at the side was embarrassed. It's like this. This wedding dress is purely hand-sewn.
If you too want to buy it, it may be very expensive.
And this wedding dress is not available for rent, so if you two really like it, there is a similar one here.
It was obvious that the store manager treated Shinzhou and Su Qingyan as an ordinary newlywed couple.
She also serves as a reminder that after all, most couples will not spend too much money on wedding dresses.
After you buy a wedding dress, you will only wear it once in your life. A wedding dress that is too expensive is really too extravagant. Shinzhou interrupted the store manager and asked directly, "How much is it? My wife only likes this one and won't consider anything else."
The store manager choked for a moment, then said, "This wedding dress is purely handmade and costs about 1.7 million. Shinzhou nodded after hearing the price, and took out a card and handed it to the store manager. "Pay the full amount now and help us keep it properly."
Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment when she heard the price and subconsciously pulled Shinzhou.
In her opinion, Shinzhou had just acquired the Zhang Group, and the price of this wedding dress was indeed a bit expensive, so Su Qingyan subconsciously wanted to change it.
She did this out of concern for Shinzhou. There are 5 money-eating beasts at home.
Shinzhou patted Su Qingyan on the back. "Don't worry, I said I would give you a grand wedding and I will never let you settle for anything less." Su Qingyan was touched, and the store manager on the other side also came back to his senses from his trance.
This was a big customer. There must be no accidents.
The store manager's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he took the card with a smile on his face and went to pay. "Now that the wedding dress is settled, let's go pick out the ring."
Su Qingyan and Shinzhou went out today specifically for these things. As for the ring, Su Qingyan liked a diamond ring made of rare diamonds.
Because there is only one such diamond ring in Asia, this diamond ring needs to be booked 3 months in advance. It just so happened that the team Shinzhou found to be responsible for the wedding would need at least 5 months of planning and preparation.
"Don't worry about the wedding for now." Su Qingyan returned home, picked up Erbao and said with a smile.
Shinzhou came forward and hugged Su Qingyan, whispering in her ear, "There's no rush for the wedding, but we can get the marriage certificate first."
Su Qingyan covered Erbao's ears. "Hate it. We have been living together for more than 2 months now, can't we get the marriage certificate yet?"
In fact, Su Qingyan had already agreed in her heart, but she was still a little shy. Especially since Shinzhou was asking in front of the child, Su Qingyan felt even more shy. Shinzhou took in all the changes on Su Qingyan's face, and pinched her smooth cheeks with a smile. "Since you don't refuse, then I'll take it as your consent. We'll go get the little notebook tomorrow." Su Qingyan kept her head down and remained silent, but Erbao beside her suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "I want a little notebook."
"I want a notebook. You little rascal, why are you here to join in the fun?"
Su Qingyan blushed when she was called that by Erbao. She suddenly realized that she had no momentum at all in front of Shinzhou. "Anyway, I am willing to marry Shinzhou, so I can't let Shinzhou take all the initiative." So Su Qingyan stood up suddenly, looked at Shinzhou deliberately and said, "Let's get the certificate tomorrow."
Shinzhou smiled and nodded.
Sister Wang from the Civil Affairs Bureau was mainly responsible for the processing of marriage certificates.
I don't know how many couples were given the booklets.
Basically, I have developed a pair of sharp eyes, and when a new couple comes, I can see them almost accurately. However, the handsome man and beautiful woman who came in the morning stunned Sister Wang. She really hadn't seen such a well-matched couple in all these years. The woman is generous and beautiful, the man is handsome and tall, both of them have extraordinary temperament. They look very good standing together. When this couple walked in, everyone in the wedding hall was speechless. Xiaoli at the side touched Sister Wang's arm and said, "Sister Wang, how long do you think this couple can last?" Sister Wang struggled to move her eyes away from the attractive newlyweds, took a sip of tea and said, "This couple can't get divorced easily. What a perfect match. After so many years, I finally see such a well-matched couple." When Xinzhou took Su Qingyan to take pictures, both of them had happy smiles on their faces. The photographer at the side praised, "You two really have a great sense of the camera, you don't need any guidance at all, the sweetness is overflowing." Su Qingyan was almost embarrassed by what she said. Xinzhou, who was standing next to her, smiled and took out a dozen red envelopes from his bag. "You are also witnesses, so you can share in the joy." The photographer has been working for so many years, and in most cases he has only received some small gifts from newlyweds. This is the first time I have encountered a red envelope. I was stunned when I took it and almost didn't react. Sister Wang and the others were also confused when they got it. Such a great young couple, let us wish them a happy marriage. After Xinzhou and Su Qingyan left with the notebook, Sister Wang and Xiaoli winked at each other and opened the red envelopes after a while. 1,000. 1,000 yuan for stamping a marriage certificate? Or is it the wedding money mentioned by the handsome man, just to get some good luck? Sister Wang also saw the same surprise and shock in Xiaoli's eyes. Oh my god, they are so rich. I never thought they were a wealthy couple. Sister Wang put the red envelopes into the drawer. It was the first time she received such a festive red envelope in her more than 10 years of work. The whole wedding was filled with joy the whole day today. When Su Qingyan got in the car, she asked curiously, "Did you prepare a red envelope?" Chapter 27. Should I send him to school? Xinzhou raised his eyebrows while holding the steering wheel. Shouldn't the point be which house I live in today? My wife? Sibao got up the earliest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he went to Xinzhou's room to find his dad. However, the room was empty. Even the quilt on the bed was intact, as if no one had ever slept in it. Sibao Shunmang was a little puzzled. He hugged his little pillow and walked towards Su Qingyan's room again. Strange, why is the door locked today? Sibao Shunmang knocked on the door with his little fist. It was a long time before I saw Daddy actually walk out of Mommy's room. Old Four is awake, what are we going to play today? Xinzhou had a satisfied look on his face, and Shunmang blinked doubtfully, looking for Mommy. Be good, your mother will be out soon, let's go see if your brothers are awake first. Su Qingyan's face turned red in the room. After breakfast, the 5 money-eating beasts played together. Ever since Xinzhou bought Su Qingyan's company, Xiaoming now has a lot more free time. For the two of them now, the matter of the 5 little kids is the most important. Xinzhou looked at Debeo, who was playing the electronic piano, and said, "Now that Debeo is so talented, it would be a waste if we don't find him a few teachers." Su Qingyan nodded, "Indeed, these children are all smart. Why don't we let them learn from Debeo together?" Xinzhou frowned slightly. Every child has different strengths and weaknesses. If that's the case, it would be better to send these children directly to kindergarten. We have a few babies now, and they are a little over 2 years old. It is time to consider it. Why don't we send them to school? At their age, their brains are in their prime period of development. The amount of knowledge we teach them at home is not enough. This matter still requires the help of a professional teacher. Su Qingyan listened to Xinzhou's suggestion and nodded. Now the 5 children have strong learning abilities and can basically express their ideas clearly. For smart children like these, the earlier they are exposed to systematic knowledge, the sooner they will build their own knowledge system. I think this is a good idea, but now most children go to kindergarten after the age of 3. Our baby is only 2.5 years old now. If we go now, wouldn't it be too early? Su Qingyan's worries are not unreasonable. Basically, all the children in kindergarten are over 3 years old. That's because children around 3 years old are able to express themselves clearly and have some understanding of some things. Xinzhou had thought about this question before, so he said directly, "Our children are different from other children. They are smart. If we can find them at home or put them in some interest classes." That's the worst option. Shinjo had already made preparations for sending his children to school. For some time before, Shinjo had considered some nearby schools. Shinjo took the tablet next to him and opened a file. Here are some information about the schools I've considered before. It just so happens that you're free today. Sending children to school is a big deal, we must discuss it carefully. Su Qingyan looked at the pictures and text information in the mobile phone, and was surprised that Shinjo was so careful in this matter. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Shinjo's mind that was somewhat different from before. It has been detected that the host has started the hidden side quest, Baby's Journey to School. The side quest is started and rewards will be dropped randomly. I will reward the host with a school district house. You can choose anyone according to your own needs. Su Qingyan was looking at the information on the tablet computer while Shinjo was stunned. School district housing. Nowadays, school district housing is more popular than high-priced luxury homes. The system actually directly rewarded me with a school district house. And what the system means is that no matter which school you choose to attend, the system will prepare the school district housing for you. Doesn't this mean that when Shinjo chooses a school for his 5 children, he doesn't have to consider anything else and only needs to consider his own needs? There is absolutely no problem in terms of qualifications for school district housing. This is so cool for Shinjo. While collecting information, Shinjo was considering whether to prepare a school district house. Shinjo now has nearly 10 million system rewards in his account. Not to mention that there is an investment company behind it that is constantly operating. It is still possible to buy a house in a school district. However, some school district houses have some strict purchasing conditions. Now the system solves this problem directly. I am really always preparing for the healthy growth of my 5 children. Shinjo muttered softly. Su Qingyan, who was standing by, raised her head. What's wrong? Nothing. Which school do you think is better? Su Qingyan looked down at the information. Actually, I think this aristocratic school is good, but I heard that the requirements are very strict. However, the educational resources and the connections that the child will come into contact with in the future are not bad. They can be said to be the best in our Haizhong city. Shinjo looked over and saw that this aristocratic school was called Skyland Private School. Basically, the children in this school are from elite families. It would also be a good choice to let 5 children receive top education in the same environment as these people since childhood. And there will be an entrance exam. I heard that if you fail the entrance exam, you won't be able to get in even if you have connections. Shinjo nodded at the side. Because of this school has such a good reputation. The children here are smart, and they didn't get in through connections. They are all talented. In fact, Shinjo also liked this school before, and this time he and Su Qingyan hit it off right away. As far as I know, this school also has some requirements for parents and children should be interviewed separately at that time. Su Qingyan put the tablet on the table and said with a headache. I'm not worried about the 2 of us. I just think the children may not have had such an experience before. Will there be other situations? Shinjo stood up and picked up Meng Meng. Meng Meng yawned and fell asleep on Shinjo's shoulder. Don't worry, our child will be fine. Shinjo has great confidence in the 5 children. The longer he spends with them, the more he understands their strengths. These 5 children are extremely smart. Shinjo feels that they should have no problem with entrance exams like these. Since Shinjo said so, Su Qingyan could only give it a try. Then let's find a time recently to make an appointment with the school and see if the kids can go for the interview. Chapter 28 Skyland Noble School. Skyland Noble School is a place that many parents in the entire Haizhong city want to send their children to. When Shinjo called the school and expressed his desire to make an appointment for an admission interview for his child, the teacher there asked directly, "Have you learned about our admission requirements in advance?" "I've already learned about it and know there will be an interview," Shinjo said in a calm voice. This is the confidence of top educational resources. No matter what your family background is, children are equal in a sense in front of this school. Just look at your child's performance assessment. Then we'll make an appointment for you on the morning of the 25th. Our principal will be there at that time, so he may be able to interview you in person. The teacher at the admissions office will give a time. Shinjo didn't have any requirements for time. Okay. The 5 children were still in the house reading the storybooks that Shinjo bought for them, completely unaware that they would be taking an interview and exam next Friday. Su Qingyan did get the news. The time has been booked, and the next step is to prepare. I heard that Skyland School will conduct some background checks on parents, including some preliminary investigations on the child's education methods.
And the requirement is that parents must answer in other languages.
Nowadays, better educational resources basically depend on parents.
After that, it was just about kids.
When Su Qingyan and Shinzhou brought their 5 babies over, the teacher who was preparing for the interview exam was also a little surprised.
So they are quintuplets. That's quite rare. 5 very good-looking and cute children. The teacher in charge of the interview had a kind face and his surname was Jiu.
I heard that your child is only 2.5 years old. It will be very difficult for him to take part in the interview at this age.
Are you sure you don't want to think about it again?
Teacher Zhao also tactfully reminded the parents that some of them wanted to send their children in early. They were eliminated because they were too young to complete the exam. Shinzhou smiled and shook his head. We have already told the child, you just need to take the child to the interview.
Before coming, Shinzhou and Su Qingyan discussed schooling with the 5 children.
The 5 little kids were not as averse to going to school as other children.
They think it's fun to go to a new environment.
It was precisely because the 5 children themselves were willing that Shinzhou and Su Qingyan brought the children to the interview. The parents need to go to another classroom.
Please follow me.
Su Qingyan and Shinzhou came to another room. It was like a normal interview, with 3 teachers in suits sitting across the table. The 3 interviewers were very polite and introduced themselves. Since they are all masters who graduated from top foreign universities, and they are doing research in the field of education. 2 of the teachers are foreigners, which shows that the school's interviews are very attentive. The 3 teachers introduced themselves entirely in English. Shinzhou spoke first and briefly introduced the specific situation of the 5 children. He gave a brief introduction to the child not just in English, but in all 10 languages. When they heard Shinzhou's authentic pronunciation, the eyes of the 3 interviewing teachers lit up.
Su Qingyan's self-introduction was conducted purely in English, and the 2 parents left an almost perfect impression on the interviewer.
In particular, Shinzhou's fluent speaking of 10 languages completely refreshed the perceptions of the 3 interviewing teachers. When they found out that Shinzhou was now a full-time dad at home, they were so surprised that their mouths couldn't close. Mr. Shin is so capable that he actually chooses to stay at home and take care of the children full-time.
So there should be no problem educating the 5 children. This is the first time that several interviewing teachers made a final conclusion before receiving the interview results of the children.
Shinzhou smiled faintly and said nothing. Although Su Qingyan beside him also looked calm, she was still a little worried about the children's interview situation. On the other side, the 5 little kids were taken to new classrooms one by one. The classroom is not cold at all, but rather very interesting, and even has various popular toys. However, these toys do not seem to be very interesting to the little kids. Because they have played everything they should play at home.
Let's answer some questions first, right, little Shinhuan?
The teacher who interviewed them used a pure foreign language. When they were at home, Shinzhou and Su Qingyan sometimes gave their children some bilingual education. In particular, Shinzhou has now mastered 10 different languages and occasionally teaches some other languages to some children.
So the language environment for the little ones is very good.
When I heard these teachers' questions, it was like hearing my mother tongue.
Shinhuan said in the interview that he likes musical instruments. The interviewer asked Shinhuan to choose his favorite musical instrument and perform an impromptu talent show.
Shinhuan picked up a violin at random, plucked the strings, and played the song that he came up with when the inspiration first struck him. Because he had a job interview this week, Shinzhou did not take his eldest son Shinhuan to music class. Dabao Shinhuan loves playing musical instruments the most. When he sees the musical instruments placed in the house, his eyes light up. After playing the violin, Dabao's eyes set on the pipa placed aside. Because the children in the school are relatively young, most of the musical instruments in the Skyland School's instrument room are specially customized. The size and proportions are perfect for children. Shinhuan also felt that these instruments were handy, so he picked up the pipa and plucked the strings.
Pleasant voices rang out in the room.
Among the teachers being interviewed there was also a music teacher. In fact, when the music teacher saw Dabao playing the violin, his eyes showed appreciation. When the music teacher saw that Dabao could actually play the pipa, he stood up excitedly.
Shinhuan, that's great.
The music teacher's face turned red with excitement.
There are many children with musical talent in Skyland, but there are very few who can show such amazing talent at such a young age as Shinhuan.
The most important thing is the 2 instruments chosen by Dabao Shinhuan, one is Oriental and the other is Western.
But he played them all very well. What he never expected was that how could a small pipa satisfy Debeo? After Debeo played most of the instruments in the room, he found the room became quiet. Teacher, is it my fault that I don't play well? Debeo Shenhuan looked at the adults in the room in a daze. If he remembered correctly, there were only 2 or 3 people in the room. How come 5 or 6 came in all of a sudden? You play so well. Son, tell me your name? Chapter 29 Conquering the Principal. The person who spoke was an old man with gray hair. The people around him were very respectful to him. But Debeo Shenhuan didn't understand all this. He only knew that the old man in front of him was asking him a question. Before coming to Skyland for the interview, Shinjo told the 5 children that when teachers asked questions, they should answer honestly and politely. So Debeo put down the piccolo in his hand, smiled at the old man and replied, "My name is Shinhuan, I came here for an interview with my brothers and sisters today, and I want to go to school." Hearing Debeo's words, the old man burst into laughter. "Listen, I've seen so many kids interviewed, and this is the first one who said he wants to go to school right from the start. Principal 1 is right. This child is smart and interesting. I have never seen such a talented child in all these years." It turns out that this old man is the principal of Skyland School. He had just come to inspect the work and heard the sound of musical instruments coming from the room. This is not any famous song, but the style is lively and cheerful, which makes people smile when listening to it. So Principal 1 couldn't help but come in to see which teacher it was. I didn't expect it was a child less than 3 years old. Children like this can pass the interview directly. Principal 1 said directly. The teachers who came in with Principal 1 were also impressed by Debeo's musical talent. On the other hand, the interviews of the other 4 children were also going smoothly. Just as Shinjo thought, the 5 little kids were very smart and quick to react. They passed these common test questions quickly. However, Shinjo and Su Qingyan did not expect that Debeo's musical talent would attract the principal to come for a personal interview. "We don't have any special requirements, we just hope that these children can be in the same class. They grew up together, so it would be better for them to stay together." Shinjo wasn't quite sure why Principal 1 was so kind, but since he had offered him the opportunity, Shinjo took the opportunity to put forward his demands. Principal 1 nodded repeatedly, "That's fine. We've never had quintuplets come to our school before. You've educated the children very well." Principal 1 paused for a moment and continued, "By the way, Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, the division of children into different classes is also a big deal for our school. All new kids will be given a placement test before they are placed in a class. Through the placement test, we will place children with different qualifications, talents and personalities into different classes according to the standards." Shinjo and Su Qingyan nodded in understanding when they heard this. It seems that not only in high schools, but even in kindergartens now there are classes divided into different levels. But this is normal. Children with different qualifications have different learning abilities, which will lead to different teaching progress. According to this division, parents will feel more at ease when teaching according to their children's abilities. The reason why Shinjo and Su Qingyan sent their children to Skyland School was to enable them to learn better. We know this and we don't think there's any problem with it. Next Monday is when my child will start school. Will the entrance exam be held on that day? Shinjo asked, and Principal 1 nodded. This is also the tradition of Skyland School. Principal 1 thought that Shinjo asked about this matter because he planned to use Saturday and Sunday to give remedial lessons to the children. However, what he could not have expected was that in order to celebrate the children's excellent performance in the interview today, Shinjo took the children directly to the playground to play. After I went back, I completely forgot about the entrance exam. It was Su Qingyan who suddenly realized on Sunday night, "Oh no, we forgot that the children have an entrance exam tomorrow, and we have been busy celebrating these days." Shinjo hugged Su Qingyan and said, "It's okay, go to sleep. The entrance exam for people of their age is just some ordinary questions. Look at these children in our family. Could they be stumped by these questions?" Su Qingyan recalled the intelligence and talent that the children had shown when she played games with them before. In addition, Shinjo would usually ask questions and educate the children in the form of test questions. This shouldn't be too difficult for 5 little kids, right? For Skyland School, the annual entrance examination for freshmen is very important. This is about the allocation of these children. Therefore, Skyland School must ensure the level and fairness of this exam. Skyland is not like those ordinary schools that only use ordinary test questions to measure children's level. This school examines children from all aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. Because Debao Shenhuan performed very well during the interview, he did not need to be tested on his specialties and even got extra points. When the other children received the questions handed over by the teacher, they took a quick look at them and put them aside. In fact, every move of these children is secretly observed by the teachers. I heard that we have quintuplets this year. I've also heard that the eldest of the quintuplets has an excellent musical talent, and even our principal Juan was impressed by him. Is this true? The eldest is so awesome. What are the other 4 brothers and sisters like? They are sitting right there, let's observe. The 5 little kids were already surrounded by all the teachers before they even entered the classroom. Quintuplets are rare in themselves, especially when one of them is extremely gifted, which makes everyone even more curious about the remaining children. This time, the questions were set by our principal Juan himself. There are some cultural questions, but more of them are questions that test your IQ. Overall, it's quite difficult. It should be harder than the last session. The teachers discussed the matter out of the children's sight. When the children got the questions, some of them looked headached, while others were at a loss. There were only 5 little kids. They looked at the questions and looked relieved. Brother, this is so easy, Meng Meng can do it. The 5th brother Shen Meng looked at the question with a relaxed look. The other children felt the same as Shen Meng, these questions were really too easy. The correct answer comes out without even thinking about it. The teacher in charge of the examination did not expect that the quintuplets would come over hand in hand and recite a series of answers. Did you really come up with this idea? The teacher was amazed by the child's speed. According to the time limit set by Principal Juan when giving the questions, these children will have to think for at least 10 minutes before they can finish the questions. As a result, as soon as the questions were handed out, within 5 minutes, the 5 children had already figured out the answers. Yes, teacher, these are too easy, Meng Meng can answer them all. Are there any more difficult questions? Shen Meng asked with lingering interest. Chapter 30 shocked the audience. The teacher who was in charge of checking the answers paused for a moment, then said kindly with a smile, "We will have another round of competition later, and there will be some other questions then." The children's questions are very simple for the teacher who is responsible for checking the answers. However, he was still shocked when he saw the answers of the 5 children. All correct. The accuracy rate is as high as 100%. Originally, the teacher thought that the questions Meng Meng asked were a bit simple, and thought that the child was too naive and that it was okay as long as she finished the questions. Now seeing the correct answers, the teacher suddenly realized that the questions posed by the principal were really easy for these 5 children. So what is the level of these 5 children? Today is the entrance examination for Skyland School. Unlike other schools, Skyland allows parents to be present. So Su Qingyan and Xinzhou were also present. In an empty classroom, there is a huge LCD screen on the wall. There were a few parents sitting scattered around the room. Today the rooms on this floor are reserved for parents to watch their children take entrance exams. When they saw 5 children who looked almost the same, they held hands and handed in their test papers. The parents who were watching were a little curious. Are these quintuplets? Look at these kids, they are all pretty and cute. I wish my baby could be as pretty as them. These kids have such good-looking facial features, their parents must be good-looking too. At first, the parents were just discussing how cute the quintuplets were. But when they saw the teacher announce the quintuplets' answers on the LCD screen, they were all stunned. All the answers were similar to the correct answers, and the teacher gave full marks. Rated S. You should know that Skyland's written entrance exam, graded S, is very difficult and can only be passed if all the answers are correct. Some of the questions asked by Principal Juan were strange logical questions. Generally speaking, for questions like this, children's thinking ability has not yet fully matured, and most children can only think of one level at most. And the quintuplets thought of all the levels, which is shocking. You kids are great, you answered all these questions correctly. Su Qingyan showed a little joy when she saw the children's test papers. Xinzhou was also happy, but he had done some research before and found out that the written test was just one of the assessments at Skyland School. There will be some extracurricular expansion competitions next. It seemed that the format was similar to a quick answer mechanism, and the location was in Skyland's large conference hall. Let's go to the conference room and wait. The kids will be there soon. Then let's go quickly. It seems that all the parents will be going there too. If we go too late, the seats may be in the back. Fortunately, the quintuplets were the first to hand in their papers and give their answers, so Su Qingyan and Xinzhou left the house without any burden and went directly to the meeting room. In the large conference hall, there are now only a few teachers in charge. When they saw Xinzhou and Su Qingyan, several teachers' eyes lit up. "You two must be the parents of 5 children, that's awesome," one of the teachers said with a smile and led the 2 people to the first row. Su Qingyan specially dressed the quintuplets in children's suit uniforms today. So when a group of children came in, the quintuplets' uniforms stood out. Look, the baby is out." Su Qingyan smiled. Even standing among these children, Su Qingyan and Xinzhou felt that their children were the best. This session was hosted by Principal Wan himself. As soon as he came in and saw these children, Principal Wan smiled at Dabao Xinhuan first. When Xinhuan saw the familiar grandfather, he also smiled obediently. As a result, he smiled, and the other 4 children also laughed. Originally, these parents had told their children to pay special attention to this entrance examination. When the children came in, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Once the 5 children started laughing, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Principal Wan likes these quintuplets more and more. The next step is the most important test for our Skyland School, the competition. The following questions will cover various aspects and are not limited to cultural knowledge, so children should pay attention. Some questions have no correct answers at all and the answers are not fixed. You just need to say whatever you want to say. I hope you can express yourself clearly. Principal Wan's voice was kind. At this time, all the parents arrived one after another. Apart from his own children, the ones he pays most attention to are 5 children who look exactly the same. In fact, although we don't know the questions of this competition, each parent has a booklet in his or her hand. Specifically, it is about the classification of the topics in this competition. The competition is divided into 5 categories: music questions, logical reasoning questions, quantitative calculation questions, and verbal comprehension questions. All questions will appear randomly and all children will have the opportunity to answer. Let's start with the first question. Coincidentally, the first question was a music appreciation question. Children who are able to enter Strand School have all been exposed to art to some extent and have received art training. However, art requires talent the most. When Dabao Xinhuan heard the first syllable, he excitedly pressed the button in his hand. The purpose of this question is to let the children reproduce the entire song as much as possible. Xinzhou could tell that this was one of Beethoven's piano pieces, and also one of the more difficult sections. It is difficult for adults to just write it down, let alone reproduce the song in a short time. The light fell on Dabao, and Xinhuan climbed onto the piano chair next to him with a happy face. All the parents and children in the audience looked at him, but Dabao was not nervous at all. He even enjoyed the feeling of playing the song under the spotlight. Xinzhou smiled slightly. This child is so proud. The melodious piano music flows out from Dabao's fingertips. Parents who can enter this school are all highly qualified and cultured. I usually like to listen to concerts. Dabao's piano playing is pleasant and the tune is the same as the song I just heard. In such a short time, this child can actually play a complete song? The parents looked at each other and gasped. This kind of thing is definitely a talent and cannot be achieved through hard work. Whose child is this? With this talent, as long as we don't waste it and cultivate it well, there will be no problem. If my child could have such a talent, I would wake up with joy even in my dreams. No other child can answer this question better than him, so cool. Chapter 31, No Match. No match. Not surprisingly, Dabao got the highest score on this question. The teachers who were in charge of grading all praised him highly, and even the principal gave him a few words of praise at the end. When Dabao finally got down from the piano chair, his chin was raised to the sky. He could see his father and mother sitting in the first row looking at him with smiles on their faces. The second question is a very difficult logic question. Even the parents present thought about it for a long time, but as soon as the question was finished, Erbao raised his hand and pressed the button in his hand. Even Xinzhou was a little surprised. Although Erbao was usually sensitive to some numbers, this question was indeed a bit difficult. The other children didn't expect that someone would raise their hand so soon. When I looked up, I saw the familiar face again, and subconsciously thought it was the child who played the piano just now. But when he opened his mouth, it was another childish voice. Principal Wan looked at Erbao with surprise and read out the correct answer. Even Erbao Xinsheng, for fear that others might not understand, went out of his way to explain his thinking process. The language is clear and the logic is clear. It's even more detailed than the standard answer. Oh my god, this kid is a child prodigy, right? He has clear logic at such a young age. He will definitely develop in the fields of mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the future. The other parents' eyes lit up. When Su Qingyan heard the parents behind her praising their own children, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Xinzhou's mind kept ringing with the system's notification sound. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2 of the baby entrance examination, 60,000 has been issued. Xinzhou found that as long as the baby performed well, the system would start sending rewards. In just such a short morning, the system has given Xinzhou a reward of nearly 700,000. It's just an ordinary entrance exam. 700,000. Not to mention that there is a school district house nearby, waiting for Xinzhou to go and handle the formalities. Not bad. Whether it was the performance of the baby on the stage or the reward from the system, Xinzhou was in a good mood. In the following competition, most of the questions were answered by the Xin family babies, and only a few were answered by the babies with quick hands. Xinzhou also observed that when it comes to mathematical logic, Erbo simply crushed everyone else. As for some other questions, the remaining Sanbao, Sibao, and Wubo also performed well. After all, intelligence is a gift, and it cannot be hidden even if you want to. All the parents present no longer paid attention to their babies. I can't get it anyway, and even if I do, I may not get the answer right. Unknowingly, a competition for an entrance exam turned into an internal competition among the 5 babies in the Xin family. The points under the names of the 5 babies on the big screen kept changing, directly leaving the 6th place far behind. Principal Wan and his colleagues did not expect that this year's entrance examination would turn out like this. However, based on the performance of the 5 babies of the Xin family, they can definitely enter the best level class. The game was over in just an hour and a half. The 5 babies of the Xin family felt that they had not yet finished their study. This question was much more interesting than the previous one. But it didn't stump the babies. The results of the entrance exam will be announced soon. Parents are requested to pay attention to the official website of the school. Although the competition has become a show for the Xin family baby, Principal One still has to go through the process. After the children from each family were taken away by the teachers, the parents started talking about the situation behind them. Whose babies are these 5 children? How come such an outstanding group of quintuplets appeared in our Haizhong city? I had never heard of them before. I actually hope my child can be with these 5 kids. These kids will definitely do well in the future, and they will also be a great network for my baby. For people at this genetic level, children's socialization begins at an early age. If these parents see other children who are just slightly better than their own children, perhaps they may develop a competitive spirit. But now the 5 babies of the Xin family are so outstanding that it can be said that their strength is directly crushing and their talents are extraordinary. So for such children, these parents only hope that their children can become good friends with them. We can develop together in the future. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou smiled at each other as they listened to the discussion behind them. Okay, let's go pick up the babies and take them home. Xinzhou smiled and nodded. When he returned home, the system prompt sound in Xinzhou's mind finally stopped. He roughly calculated that the system rewarded him a total of 1.5 million this morning. Half the money for the house came out. It seems that taking care of children is really a very profitable thing. After returning home, Xinzhou and Su Qingyan asked the 5 babies to sit together. How do you feel today? Dabao Shenhuan stood up and said, not bad, those people are too stupid. They took so long to think about such a simple thing. I am smarter. Dabao's childish words made both Su Qingyan and Xinzhou laugh. As for the second baby, he pretended to sigh deeply, and his little appearance made his 2 parents laugh. What's wrong? Why is our Shang sighing? Xinzhou hugged the second baby Xinshang. Brother, you are too proud. I am different. I answered those questions just to make my score higher than those people. But if I had known they would be so slow to react, I wouldn't have needed to grab so many questions. Anyway, if I stay in 5th place, I can still get in. Xinzhou laughed out loud. He didn't expect that the second brother could calculate it so clearly. In essence, he just wanted to be lazy. How do you like school? If nothing goes wrong, these 5 children of mine will definitely be able to enter the best classes. The most important thing now is to see what the children think. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou wanted to be open-minded parents from the beginning. In particular, some children are very smart and can express themselves clearly. So gradually, Su Qingyan and Xinzhou would ask for their children's opinions before doing something. I think we can go. Meng Meng still likes to go there. There are many fun places there.
The fifth child, Shin Meng, had a face full of joy. The other three children had no objections either, as they had never experienced school life before.
So I'm curious about everything.
Just as Su Qingyan was about to speak, Shinzhou reacted and picked up Shin Mang, the fourth son of the Shin family, who had been silent, and asked, "Why hasn't our Mang Mang expressed his opinion?" Speaking of which, the fourth child has the lowest presence among these children, because he doesn't like to express himself and often plays alone. Moreover, the fourth child is the youngest and his growth rate is slower than that of the others. Now even the fifth child Meng Meng is much taller than him, so sometimes I always subconsciously ignore him. Shinzhou has also realized this problem in the past 2 days, so today he picked up the fourth child and took the initiative to ask.
I think it's great, okay? Shin Meng nodded while holding the toy. Chapter 32 Giving a child is worth 20 million.
It was the first time to send 5 little kids to school, and both the children and Shinzhou found it novel.
Because of the outstanding performance of the 5 children in the entrance examination.
So the school assigns them to the best classes.
Because Skyland implements separate education for boys and girls,
there are separate colleges for boys and girls. However, the separation of boys and girls colleges only means that the children attend classes separately, while some other group activities are still carried out together.
The distance between the 2 colleges is not far.
The day before, Su Qingyan and Shinzhou had just taken a few children to pick out school supplies. Although the 5 babies of the Shin family look similar, they have very different interests and hobbies when it comes to choosing things. Shinzhou also didn't like the fact that 5 identical babies were carrying identical school bags, lacking any individuality at all.
Shen Meng was carrying a limited edition pink custom bag. There is Meng Meng's favorite princess on the bag. Shinzhou first sent Shen Meng to the entrance of the women's college teaching building.
The teacher was already waiting there and led Meng Meng in by the hand. When Meng Meng's back disappeared at the entrance of the corridor, Shinzhou took the other 4 babies and walked towards the boys' college. Shinzhou had inspected it before and found that there was a small playground between the 2 colleges, which was quite convenient.
Meng Meng is your sister. You all go to the same school now.
The 4 of you brothers are together, but Meng Meng is in a class by herself.
You guys should take good care of Meng Meng and support her.
Shinzhou walked while giving instructions to the 4 little boys. The eldest brother Shin Huan nodded. "Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely take good care of my sister."
I am the eldest brother. The second oldest, Shin Shang, sighed silently. We all know these things.
Don't worry, don't worry.
If anyone bullies Meng Meng, I will beat him up with my toy gun. Shin Feng took out the toy gun hidden in his school bag and waved it.
Shinzhou's face turned cold, and he took Shin Feng's school bag directly. "Yesterday I trusted you, so I let you pack your things in the room by yourselves.
I've already told you not to bring toys to school. Shin Feng, this is great. You are so unruly on the first day. I will check your school bag every day from now on."
Shin Feng didn't expect that his righteous words would lead to the discovery of the toy. He pouted and was about to say something when Shinzhou pushed him into the academy. "Hurry up and go to class. You have to adapt well on the first day." Looking at Shin Mang, who was walking at the end and seemed a little lonely, Shinzhou patted his little head and said, "You have to adapt well too."
Shin Mang blinked his round eyes and nodded.
When Shinzhou left Skyland School, he just received a system notification sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending the baby to school for the first time. The host is rewarded with 20 million in working capital for the investment company. Remind the host that the side quest, Baby's Journey to School, has been completed by 0.33%.
Shinzhou's hand holding the steering wheel paused. 20 million?
This is the first time Shinzhou has received so many rewards.
However, Shinzhou was also very clear that this reward had certain limitations. Shinzhou now roughly divides the rewards issued by the system into 2 categories.
One type is cash used directly for yourself and your babies, most of which are activated through bank cards.
The other category is the reward given to Shinzhou's investment company, like the current one.
This kind of funds given to investment companies generally cannot be withdrawn, and are all used for company operations or investment operations.
But no matter what, it's 20 million.
Shinzhou can directly use the profits generated by these 20 million. It seems that being a full-time dad is so comfortable. Shinzhou lay comfortably on the sofa at home.
The little ones went to school, and things at home became a lot quieter.
However, Shinzhou still has some other things to do, such as the school district housing that the system had rewarded him with. It just so happened that Su Qingyan's classes today were all scheduled in the afternoon, so Shinjo went to the training company to pick up Su Qingyan. Oh, your husband really loves you, and he's here to pick you up again. Our little Su is so lucky. Come on, Xiao Su, this is the new cake I made at home, take it back and have a taste with Mr. Shin. Ever since the company was acquired by Shinjo, Su Qingyan has been like a mascot in the office, and everyone wants to worship her. Su Qingyan sighed. It's not good to be too enthusiastic. Let's go get the property certificate. The children's school district housing procedures need to be reviewed. Su Qingyan nodded in the car. I heard that it is difficult to buy a school district house in Wanhaiyu. Even if you have connections, you may not be able to get a place. Husband, you are amazing. Shinjo smiled faintly. Fortunately, we should always pay attention to children's affairs. When they arrived at the place, Su Qingyan saw a children's clothing store nearby. There was a little skirt in it that she thought was very suitable for Meng Meng. You go and handle the formalities first. I'll go look at the clothes and we'll be there in a moment. Su Qingyan was already thinking about how cute Shin Mang would look when she wore this little Yanghua skirt. Shinjo smiled and nodded. If there are clothes suitable for the other 4 children, buy more. They are going to school now, so it's time to buy more clothes. Shinjo then pulled out a bank card from his bag. Use this card to buy it. Su Qingyan glanced at Shinjo coquettishly. You said I was earning money to support the family, but you are the one who spends money on this baby's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. You worked hard that year, and it's my duty to do all this. Shinjo rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and said with a smile. The school district house that the system gave to Shinjo was a newly developed high-end residential complex by a real estate developer nearby. It was a top-floor duplex with an area of approximately 400 square meters. When Shinjo saw the floor plan of the house, he was slightly surprised. So luxurious. So big. He silently estimated in his mind based on the market price that such a school district house would cost around 30 million. After all, this is a school district house near Skyland, and you can't buy it even if you want to. Manager Lan, who was in charge of handling the formalities, was very kind. Although the customer in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes, he paid the full amount at once and bought the school district house. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Mr. Shin, we have already obtained the relevant transfer procedures in the past few days. A series of documents including the property certificate are in this bag. Please check it. This is the password to your house. The method to change the password lock is also in this booklet. Our school district house is fully furnished and you can basically move in with just your luggage. If you have other needs later, you can contact the property management at any time. Chapter 33: The Sudden Appearance of the Obscene Man. As expected of a high-end residential complex, it has all the relevant services. Shinjo is very satisfied with the manager's attitude. I got everything, thank you. Shinjo nodded lightly. The manager was busy with all the procedures throughout the process. Shinjo only waited for about half an hour before getting everything. Looking at the name on the property certificate, Shinjo smiled slightly. Give her a surprise. Su Qingyan took the little skirt and thought about what Shinjo said about buying more. She also felt that she should not favor one child over another. This children's clothing store is of high quality. The small clothes inside are very nice, and there are all kinds of cute personalized clothing. Please let me see this dinosaur costume. Su Qingyan was moved when she saw the dinosaur-shaped costume worn by the model. How cute it would be if the 4 little boys at home all wore these dinosaur-shaped costumes and sat in a row. Su Qingyan is different from other girls. She is very decisive when buying things. As long as she likes something, she will buy it. She rarely picks and chooses and wastes time. These items. Su Qingyan was interrupted by a voice behind her before she could finish her words. These clothes of this lady are charged to my account. Take them and buy them. A hand held a credit card and passed it over. Su Qingyan turned her head with a puzzled look and saw a short and fat man with a lewd smile on his face. I don't think so. I don't know you. Su Qingyan took a step back, turned around and handed over the bank card given by Shinjo. No, my name is Wei Qin. These clothes are gifts for our first meeting. Miss Su Qingyan, please add my contact information. Wei Qin pressed forward step by step, walking towards Su Qingyan little by little. How do you know my name? Su Qingyan felt creepy at this moment. The wretched man opposite seemed to know himself very well. But Su Qingyan was sure that she had never seen this person before, and had never known anyone named Wei Qin.
Don't worry about how I know this. There is a banquet tonight at the Sands building. I wonder if Miss Su is interested in having dinner with me. When Wei Qin saw Master Su Qingyan, his saliva was about to flow. Although he usually plays with celebrities, the moment he saw Su Qingyan, he knew very well that she was not a beauty of his level. He, Wei Qin, must take down Su Qingyan. Appearance reflects the heart, and Su Qingyan doesn't believe that Wei Qin is a good person. The salesperson swiped Su Qingyan's card and placed clothes and other items in front of Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan picked up the packaged things and turned to leave. She felt that the wretched man in front of her might not be fully conscious. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Miss Su. The moment they passed each other, Wei Qin reached out to grab Su Qingyan's hand. Bang! A clear sound was heard, followed by Wei Qin's cry of pain. Which grandson hit me? Take your dirty hands away, you grandson. If you look like this, don't come out and pollute other people's eyes. Xinzhou slapped Wei Qin's hand away, turned around and took Su Qingyan into his arms, and took half of her clothes. Let's go. This kind of disgusting person makes me feel dirty just by looking at him. Xinzhou showed no disdain in his eyes, as if he had seen something filthy. Wei Qin knew that he was ugly, but this was the first time he was so blatantly disliked by someone. He was so angry that he wanted to attack Xinzhou from behind. He picked up the clothes hanger next to him and smashed it on the back of Xinzhou's head. However, at this moment Xinzhou seemed to have eyes behind him. He turned around and punched Wei Qin in the face. I advise you to take care of yourself and stop causing trouble. This store has surveillance cameras, and I don't mind sending you to jail for 2 days. Xinzhou's eyes were as vicious as a wolf at this moment. Wei Qin covered his broken nose and felt as if he was falling into an icy sky. Damn it, just wait for me. The pain pulled Wei Qin out of his state of being mesmerized by the beauty. He found that many people had gathered around him without him noticing. There were customers and salespeople in the store, and his ears could hear everyone's whispers. It would be so embarrassing if this continues. Before Xinzhou and the others left, this grandson just rolled out of the store in disgrace. Let's go first. Xinzhou pulled the depressed Su Qingyan into the car. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, so I don't need to be depressed for the whole day because of such a person. On the other hand, the 5 little kids were in a good mood. For the 5 little ones, today is their first day of school and they are looking forward to it. Sitting in the new classroom, everything seems new to me. Especially Shin Feng, who couldn't sit still and kept looking around. The eldest brother Shin Huan couldn't take his eyes off the decorative flutes placed in the classroom. As for the 4th child, Shin Mang, he was lazily lying on the table and did not seem to be very interested in the new classroom. Only the 2nd oldest, Shin Shang, sighed and patted his older brothers like a little adult. The teacher is coming. Daddy said that we must respect the teacher. Hurry up and sit down. After hearing the 2nd brother's reminder, Shin Huan finally reacted. He immediately frowned and coughed twice. Hurry up, brothers, sit down for a while. The teacher is here. There are only about 20 children in this classroom. Skylin implements elite small class education, and more than 20 children are already a lot. However, no matter how well these children are brought up at home, they are still somewhat curious when they come to a new place. Most of the children were not in their seats. Some were attracted by the decorations in the corner, while others were attracted by the entertainment show in the classroom. Mr. Kai, the class teacher, is used to seeing children running around when she enters the classroom. This is the nature of these children and it is normal. However, when Teacher Kai turned around and saw 4 children sitting well in the front left row of the classroom, he was slightly surprised. In order to help the children adapt to school, this classroom is specially decorated with some things that will interest the children and also to prevent them from crying. It is rare to see a child who can resist the influence of these toys and new environments. 4 identical big eyes stared at him, and Teacher Kai's heart softened. Children, I am your Teacher Kai. Come on, everyone, please return to your seats as soon as possible. Most of the children who can come to Skylin School come from well-off families and have received good family education. Especially on the first day of school, parents also give these instructions. Teacher Kai called out to the students and most of the children sat in their seats. Chapter 34, Fighting. A few children quieted down when they saw that everyone else was staying in their seats quietly. Today is the first day of school. Let's all make a brief introduction. The 4 brothers sat together, and Shin Feng muttered quietly, that's what the storybooks I've read say, you have to introduce yourself first. Things were going very smoothly in Teacher Kai's class, but things were not going well in Teacher Luo's class. Teacher Luo is a gentle and generous female teacher who is mainly responsible for the top classes in the women's college. As a general rule, classes of girls are much easier to manage than classes of boys. There are too many girls who are gentle and kind, and are obedient. Therefore, a female teacher with a gentle personality like Teacher Luo is very suitable to lead a class. She had been teaching for 10 years, but this was the first time she saw such a mess when she entered the classroom on the first day of school. Several girls were huddled together and wrestling. You pushed me and I pushed you. The beautiful little skirt that her parents had carefully prepared for her was now dirty. Several little girls standing nearby were at a loss as to what to do, and a few were so scared that they burst into tears. I want to go home. I don't want to be here, I want to leave. I want to leave. Someone's been beaten, Mom. I want Mom. The noise in the room was so loud that it was deafening. Teacher Luo was slightly stunned, then quickly rushed forward and separated the children who were fighting with each other. Let go, stop pulling other kids' hair. Teacher Luo's hair was pulled by some girl, and the hairstyle she had done in the morning was messed up. It was half an hour later when the classroom finally calmed down. It was no longer possible for Teacher Luo to introduce himself to Teacher Kai. This matter had already become a big deal. So Teacher Luo and Director Chen, who had just arrived, took the children to a separate room in order to find out the cause of the incident. After all, the child has become like this, and I must explain to the parents when I get home. Shen Meng, who was standing by, blinked her big eyes and sat on the chair next to her. Teacher, I know why. All the children in the room were frightened by the noise just now. Few of them were able to speak, and some were still sobbing silently. Seeing that Shen Meng looked calm, Teacher Luo thought she had witnessed the whole process. In addition, Shen Meng spoke clearly, so Teacher Luo nodded and said, Then please tell us what happened again, little Meng Meng. In fact, the cause of this incident is very simple, and it is related to Shen Meng. The princess backpack that Meng Meng carries is a global limited edition, and Shinzhou bought it from a specialty store at a high price. So as soon as he was carried in, he attracted the attention of other children in the classroom. At first everyone just surrounded Meng Meng out of curiosity, but gradually some little girls became dissatisfied. I feel that Meng Meng seems to have stolen everyone's limelight, and those little girls also like Meng Meng's princess backpack very much. There was a little girl who was very thoughtful. She said to Meng Meng, I know your name is Shen Meng. I want to see your school bag. Shen Meng had always been taught by Su Qingyan and Shinzhou to know how to share and be generous, so she nodded and handed the school bag to the child. After the little girl got the school bag, she put it on her back and protected it while shouting, This is mine. Before Shen Meng responded, the other girls were unhappy. They all wanted it. That girl has set a bad example. These children started arguing over the school bag. No one knew who started it first, but once one person started fighting, it was impossible for the others to just stand still. Everyone is a little princess in the family. When encountering such a thing, the first reaction is not to suffer any loss. On the contrary, Shen Meng, who was standing aside, didn't know why things had turned out like this. Teacher, this is what I saw. Can you give me my school bag back? It looks dirty. Shen Meng pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Meng Meng liked that school bag very much, but it was made dirty by these kids on the first day she carried it. After listening to what Shen Meng said, Teacher Luo felt a headache. Meng Meng did nothing wrong in this matter. Instead, those little girls were a tricky problem. How about this, Meng Meng, go back to the classroom and play for a while. Teacher will help you clean your bag and see if it can be restored to its original cleanliness. Shen Meng nodded obediently, which made Teacher Luo, who was tortured by the crying and screaming, feel relieved. Director Chen, what do you think we should do about this? It's only the first day, and I didn't expect something like this to happen. Teacher Luo leaned back in his chair with a headache. Skyland School is famous and has good teaching resources, but it is not without its drawbacks. Most of the children enrolled here come from elite families. None of them is easy to mess with. The school is naturally not afraid of these families, but as an ordinary teacher, Mr. Luo still has a headache when encountering such things. Director Chen frowned slightly. There are surveillance cameras in the classroom. When the time comes, just tell the parents the truth. If you encounter a parent who is unreasonable, we at Skyland have the right to expel students. Don't worry, the most you have to bear is a responsibility for failing to supervise the matter properly. Only after hearing Director Chen speak did Teacher Luo feel relieved. But she inevitably had some opinions in her heart about those little girls who were making trouble. As for Shin Meng, teacher Luo knew very well that this child had good intentions from the beginning to the end. If she was not truly kind, she would not have shared her school bag. Mr. Luo searched the price of that school bag privately, and found that just one of them would cost 130,000 yuan. The first class is basically for the children in the class to get to know each other. The second class is an interest class chosen by the children themselves. Because the children are young, in the first 1 or 2 years, Skyline's main focus is on discovering the children's interests and specialties. Also give your children some time to grow up happily. However, the 4 brothers had differences on this matter. I just want to go to the martial arts class. It's so fun, and there are toy knives and toy sticks. Shin Feng held on to the schedule tightly. I like music class. There are my favorite instruments here. Shin Huan said. I like logic class, I want to learn this. The eldest brother Shin Sheng pointed to the column with numbers. The 3 people's eyes collectively fell on Shin Mang, and they said in unison, Old 4, do you want to come with me? Shin Mang sat there, looking at the course list in his hand. No, I don't like it. So what are you going to do? There are so many, don't you have anything you like? Shin Huan sighed. How come 4th brother has no opinion of his own at all? The other 3 people chose what they wanted in less than 2 minutes, but Shin Mang was holding the list and it was almost time for class, and he hadn't made a decision yet. Chapter 35 Cousin Again. Looking at the faces of his 3 brothers, Shin Mang shook his head, sighed and said, I'll go for this. There is a chessboard on the list, which should be the Go class that the teacher mentioned before. When the children had chosen their courses, Shinzhou just drove the car back home. Along the way, Su Qingyan was sending messages on her mobile phone, but Shinzhou was concentrating on driving and did not communicate much. But as soon as he entered the house, Shinzhou hugged Su Qingyan. Are you still unhappy about what happened just now? I should have called the police directly at the time. I should have taught him a lesson so that he would learn his lesson. Su Qingyan sighed. It's not because of such a terrible person that I'm like this, but I feel a creepy feeling. At this point, Su Qingyan looked into Shinzhou's eyes. She still had some lingering fears. That man knows my name. How did he get my information? So I was in the car just now, and I was looking to see if I could find out if I knew this person. When Shinzhou arrived, he just saw the wretched man trying to pull someone away, so he didn't know about the conversation between the 2 people before him. After hearing what Su Qingyan said, Shinzhou's expression gradually became serious. Do you think someone has leaked your personal information? Su Qingyan nodded and showed Shinzhou the dialogue box on her phone. After thinking about it, I think there is only one person who can do this. Su Yundong. The mobile phone interface shows the chat history between Su Qingyan and Su Yundong, and the time is just now. Su Qingyan, did you leak my personal information? Or did you give it to someone else? Good for nothing cousin. No, cousin, it's just that some of my friends wanted to meet you, and you didn't come out last time, so I had to introduce you verbally. Su Qingyan, if you do this again, I will call the police and sue you for information leakage. Don't let this happen again. Seeing the above chat records, Shinzhou frowned slightly. Is it really him? Could it be possible that he installed a GPS for you, so that people can find the children's clothing store directly? Su Qingyan shook her head, her face full of anger. I really want to cut off ties with him, but he has a good relationship with my parents. It's a mess. But the person I just met might have been an accident. Also, I have very bad luck today. Shinzhou hugged Su Qingyan comfortingly, and suddenly took out a dark red notebook from his back. I'll give you a gift to make you forget all your unhappiness today. Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment when she saw the book, and subconsciously thought it was a marriage certificate, but the color was not right. Moreover, this booklet is too big as 2 or 3 marriage certificates. What's this? Su Qingyan reached out and took the thing, and on it were 3 big words, property certificate. Is this the property certificate for the school district house? Su Qingyan thought it was nothing at first. It was not until I opened the first page that I saw the 3 big words Su Qingyan written on it. This is... Su Qingyan's clear eyes were filled with surprise. This school district house is worth at least 30 million yuan. Shinzhou directly registered the house under his own name. For a moment, a feeling of being moved reverberated in Su Qingyan's heart. During this period, because of Shinzhou's 2 acquisitions, Su Qingyan also clearly knew that although Shinzhou seemed to be a full-time dad, it was Shinzhou who really made the family live a better life. Shinzhou Kai is the head of the family and the backbone of the family. This also made Su Qingyan feel a little disappointed with herself, and sometimes she felt that there was a big gap between herself and Shinzhou. Now with this real estate certificate, all the negative emotions in Su Qingyan's heart were eliminated. Su Qingyan didn't care about the house, but she could clearly feel Xinzhou's care and love from the property certificate, which was what she wanted most. Su Qingyan was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. You will be the head of the household from now on, and I can be a full-time dad at home. Xinzhou said jokingly. You're so annoying. You made me cry again. Su Qingyan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hugged Xinzhou. The warmth flowed in her heart for a long time, and the mixture of emotion and surprise made Su Qingyan's love for Xinzhou reach a peak. Are you in a better mood? To Xinzhou, a school district house given by the system was nothing. The fact that it could make Su Qingyan feel better was also the value of the house. I'm in a very good mood now, but I'm a little worried about whether the babies will adapt to the first day of school. Looking at the somewhat empty house, Su Qingyan thought of the babies in the school. Don't worry, they will adapt well. Xinzhou is still very confident in the babies. Different classes in Skyland School are led by different teachers. Meng Meng happened to choose music class and happened to meet the eldest teacher Shin Huan. Sister, sister. Come here to your brother. When Shin Huan saw Shin Meng, he quickly pulled his sister to his side. Everyone was carrying their things in their own small school bags, except Meng Meng, who was holding a bag given by the teacher. Suddenly, Shin Huan noticed something was wrong. Meng Meng, where is the school bag Daddy bought for you? Shin Meng sat next to her eldest brother and told him what happened just now. Shin Huan couldn't help but said, Aren't you being bullied? Get up, let's go find her. The music class hadn't ended yet when the eldest brother Shin Huan pulled Shin Meng out. But he also had a legitimate reason. Teacher, Meng Meng's hand is broken. As the eldest brother, I have to take her to the infirmary. In fact, Meng Meng's hand was scratched when she hit the corner of the table while playing at home. Because of the entrance exam, most of Skyland's teachers knew the quintuplets. The teachers also know that these 5 children are gifted, especially the eldest, Shin Huan, who has an outstanding talent for music. The purpose of this class is to help these children feel the music, and it is okay even if Shin Huan doesn't want to listen. Then let teacher Lu accompany you. You two don't know the way. Shin Huan quickly shook his head. No teacher, we can go by ourselves. I can do it. The teacher thought that the infirmary was on this floor, so he stopped insisting. After leaving the classroom, Shin Huan asked Shin Meng, Sister, what class is the girl who stole your school bag taking? Shin Meng tilted her head cutely, thought for a moment and said, I know. She was taking a dance class and she was wearing a little skirt. Shin Huan's face darkened. Let's go find her. Han Yaqing is learning dance with her teacher. She had practiced at home before, so she knows many of the moves. Oh my, you can't even do this, you're so stupid. Han Yaqing followed the teacher and performed standard movements while speaking to the girl next to her with a look of disdain. The girl next to her pouted in grievance and went to find the kid next to her. Han Yaqing was soon left alone. But she didn't care. Chapter 36 Why are there so many brothers? Although she had an argument with other children about school bags in the first class today, Han Yaqing didn't take it to heart. And she inexplicably felt that since the child named Shin Meng gave her the school bag was hers. Han Yaqing was very happy to get her favorite school bag. She even didn't dislike these stupid kids that she thought. When the dance class was about to end, Han Yaqing wanted to go to the bathroom, but she met Shin Meng and a boy who looked very similar to her at the corner. You are the one who stole my sister's school bag? Shin Huan asked aggressively. Han Yaqing didn't expect to be blocked by someone. She blinked blankly and said quickly, Hasn't that school bag been given to me? Shin Meng got anxious when she heard this. I didn't mean to give it to you, it's mine, my dad bought it for me. Han Yaqing said angrily, I asked you for it, and you carried it all to me, so it's mine. Shin Huan didn't expect to meet such a rude little girl. He strode forward and pushed Han Yaqing back. My sister said she didn't give it to you, so you are lying, you are a bad kid. Bad kids are not liked. You will be hated by others. You're still stealing other people's things. My dad said that bad kids should apologize when they do something wrong. Although Shin Huan is only 2.5 years old, he is growing the fastest and is half a head taller than the 2 little girls present. Shin Huan's grip was so strong just now that Han Yaqing was pushed to the ground. She opened her mouth and wanted to cry, but Shin Huan looked at her coldly. Han Yaqing opened her mouth but no tears came out. She inexplicably felt a sense of fear. I'm not a bad kid. Han Yaqing's voice gradually lowered.
Shin Huan didn't care about anything and said more harshly, "Now, apologize to my sister immediately. Otherwise I'll beat you." Shin Huan had already raised his little fist. Han Yaqing was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. She stopped being rude and said tremblingly, "Don't hit me, I want to find my mother." Shin Huan looked at her coldly, "There is no mother or father here now. If you don't apologize, I won't let you leave." Han Yaqing's face was full of tears. She was scared and murmured in a wronged voice, "Whoa, I apologize, I want to go home." Shen Meng was also very angry. She originally thought that she was just lending the school bag to the child for a look, but Han Yaqing actually said that it was hers. So Shen Meng turned her head away angrily and snorted, "I can't hear you." Han Yaqing paused in crying, then spoke louder, "I was wrong, I'm not a bad kid, I want to leave." Shin Huan saw Han Yaqing apologize, then he pulled Shin Meng away, and comforted Meng Meng as they walked away. Meng, be good, don't play with bad kids." He turned around and looked at Han Yaqing. He suddenly had an idea and said threateningly, "If you tell the teacher about this, the other kids will know that you are a bad kid. You are a bad kid who loves to lie and steal things. Neither the teachers nor the other kids will like you." Humph. After saying this, Shin Huan took Meng Meng away. This little girl is not as important as her sister. When Han Yaqing saw the brother and sister leave, she wiped the tears from her face, stopped crying, and immediately ran back to the classroom. She also wanted to tell the teacher, but then she remembered Shin Huan's words. She didn't want to be a bad kid, so she sat in the corner feeling aggrieved. During lunch break, boys and girls take naps in their respective colleges. The bedroom for nap at Skyland College is separate. At the beginning, Shinzhou specially applied for the same bedroom for the four brothers. "How was your class? Was it interesting today?" The second son, Shin, said with a smile. Shin Feng was busy playing with his wooden stick, which was a small gift given to him by his martial arts teacher as a reward for winning the competition. The eldest brother came in last and just happened to hear what the second brother asked. He said harshly, "How annoying." Such a loud noise made the other three people's eyes fall on him. "What's going on? Is the teacher bad?" "Daddy said that if the teacher bullies us, we can tell him." The third brother came over waving a wooden stick. "It's not that." Meng Meng was wronged. The boss words were like pouring water into hot oil, causing an uproar. "How dare someone bully my sister? Dad said we have to protect our sister." "Who is it? I'll go find him right now." The most impulsive one was the third brother, Shin Feng, who was waving a stick as if he was about to rush out to fight. "I have asked that person to apologize to my sister." Shin Huan said. "That won't work either. Daddy and Mommy said that apologies are useful, so why do we need the police? Our sister is so well behaved, how can she bully us on her first day?" Mr. Shin also felt angry. At home, Shinzhou often educates his four boys that they are little men, and also teaches them to protect their younger sister. This also gave the four brothers of the Shin family a strong sense of responsibility. As a result, their sister was bullied on the first day, and everyone was very angry. "It's okay, I've already talked to that girl. She shouldn't bully Meng Meng anymore." Shin Huan acted like a little adult and calmed his younger brothers. Although everyone agreed now, after Shin Huan fell asleep, Shin Sheng directly called the remaining Shin Feng and Shin Mang. "Let's go, this matter cannot be let go like this. Big brother should solve it. We have to solve it ourselves." Shin Sheng said in a low voice. Han Yaqing hates taking naps the most. In her opinion, it is the most unnecessary thing. So after pretending to sleep to avoid the inspection of the life teacher, she quietly slipped out of the dormitory building and ran to the small playground on the playground to play. As a result, when she turned around, she ran into the three brothers who were looking for her. The eldest brother had described Han Yaqing's clothes, so they recognized her at a glance. "You are Han Yaqing." Shin Feng rushed forward waving a wooden stick and blocked the crowd. Han Yaqing was playing secretly when her name was suddenly called. She was so scared that she fell off the swing. "Who are you? If you don't sleep, I'm going to tell the teacher." Han Yaqing fell to the ground and stepped back, subconsciously wanting to run back to the dormitory building to call the teacher. Shin Sheng blocked her in a corner with a serious face. "You didn't sleep either, the teacher will scold you when he comes. I heard that you bullied my sister. It's useless even if you call the teacher." Han Yaqing was stunned, and then she saw clearly that these three people looked very similar to Shin Mang. Why does she have so many brothers? Han Yaqing pouted and almost cried. Of course, she has 4 brothers, so you have to promise not to bully our sister again.
As long as you don't bully our sister, we won't come looking for you. Chapter 37 Find an Ant.
The reason Shin Sheng came here this time was not simply to vent his anger for his sister as Shin Feng and the others thought. In Shin Sheng's opinion, his elder brother Shin Huan's solution was a bit simple and crude.
Verbal threats alone may not be effective. Han Yaqing must be truly afraid before she can bully Meng Meng.
So Mr. Shin came here this time with a calm tone. Han Yaqing looked at the stick in Shin Feng's hand and thought she was going to be beaten today, but she found that the other party was speaking nicely, but his tone was a little fierce.
I have already apologized to Shin Meng.
I said I would not bully her again.
Why are you still looking for me? Han Yaqing was really scared.
How could she have 4 brothers?
This is too scary. In the words of Han Yaqing's father, this is a backer.
4 big backers. Han Yaqing didn't have 4 brothers, so she was scared, but also a little envious. I envy Shin Meng for having 4 brothers to support him whenever he gets into trouble.
Is it solved now?
Shin Feng was a little confused. He originally thought they had to fight with sticks, although he felt a little embarrassed because the person on the other side was a girl. But when it comes to matters concerning his sister, Shin Feng can still put aside his embarrassment.
Shin Shang walked back with his brother. We are just here to scare her, don't really fight. Dad said that fighting is wrong and we need to talk it out. Shin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Do we need to tell Mom and Dad about this when we go back?
Shin Mang said silently beside him, of course I have to compete with Daddy before Mommy. Dad specifically told me when I went to school that I should tell him everything that happened in school. Shin Shang, who was standing next to him, also said as he walked, I must tell Dad about this.
Mommy is a girl, and I'm afraid this will scare her. Let Daddy talk to her.
Su Qingyan and Shinzhou, who were at home, naturally had no idea that the children were still trying to find trouble for their sister in the kindergarten. At this time, Su Qingyan and Shinzhou were busy cleaning the children's room. These trivial tasks are so tiring.
Su Qingyan rubbed her waist. How about we find an ant?
Shinzhou subconsciously denied it when he heard this. Just kidding, the system will still give you rewards for packing up the baby's things. It's at least tens of thousands of yuan, just collecting a few toys.
Is there any profit more profitable than this? If I hire an auntie, all this money will be gone.
I want to take care of the baby's affairs myself. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to those aunties.
Shinzhou politely refused. Su Qingyan shook her head. I'm not saying to ask the aunt to clean the baby's room.
It's such a big house, and you can ask the aunt to clean up things other than the baby's. Shinzhou nodded when he heard this. Indeed, taking care of 5 children alone was already very busy.
It would be too tiring if there were other things to clean up at home.
It is still very cost-effective to hire a nanny for these things.
Wouldn't it be great to save time playing with the baby?
Then I'll find a long-term partner who has good character, and I can let my aunt be responsible for cooking. Su Qingyan had long wanted to find an aunt to help, and today she took this opportunity to bring it up.
I'll pay for auntie. After all, I have to earn money to support my family. Su Qingyan said with a smile, patting his chest.
It's just an ant, it doesn't cost much. Shinzhou didn't fight with Su Qingyan. That's great, wait for my wife to support me. Hateful. Su Qingyan found that she could never win an argument with Shinzhou, but she was also quite happy. Then I'll contact the housekeeping department right away, and if there's a suitable candidate, I'll have him come over for an interview in the next 2 days. Shinzhou stood up and looked around the clean house. This house still belonged to Su Qingyan.
3 bedrooms and 1 living room.
I didn't feel it was too cramped before, but as my babies grew rapidly, I bought more and more things. Shinzhou sometimes felt that the house was a little crowded, but it was enough for now.
But if auntie wants to come over to help in a while?
Shinzhou had a vague new idea, but he felt that it didn't matter whether he brought it up or not.
I've already left a message for the home economics department. They said someone will come for an interview this afternoon. How about I postpone my afternoon classes? The English class in the afternoon is a free trial course for some parents.
Anyone can do this kind of job, so Su Qingyan simply called Teacher Lu in the office and asked her to substitute for her.
At this time, the babies are taking a nap. We have been busy all morning.
Why don't we take a break? A sly smile appeared on Shinzhou's face, and Su Qingyan's fair face gradually turned red. When the eldest brother Shin Huan got up, he saw his 3 younger brothers were already sitting in the house, neatly dressed.
You guys got up too early, did you have a good nap? Shin Huan said as he took off his clothes. The three brothers felt a little guilty at this moment. They looked at each other and nodded quickly. Of course, he slept soundly. That's good. I'm your big brother, you have to listen to me. Let's go to class now. Shin Huan didn't notice anything wrong. He took his brother's hands and walked into the classroom. Skyland focuses on developing children's independence, so except for some special cases, children's education is based on the university credit system. Some courses are required, while others depend on your interests. On the first day of school, the most important thing is to let these children get familiar with the various rules of the school. You should also be familiar with the school, the teachers in charge of them, and some of the main learning venues. So the first day was the most relaxing. When Shinjo drove to pick up the 5 little darlings, what he saw were 5 energetic people. After a day of school, you're still so energetic. It seems you're not tired yet, Shinjo said jokingly while driving. On the way home, Shinjo looked at the 5 children sitting in the back row and took the initiative to ask, "Did anything interesting happen in school today?" As he was asking, Shinjo's eyes fixed on Mengmeng's school bag. "Mengmeng, why is your school bag dirty? Did you fall accidentally?" In fact, except for some unhappiness at the beginning, Shin Meng got along very well with her new friends and teachers afterwards. Because teacher Luo likes Shin Meng very much, he specially made her the temporary monitor of this class. As long as there are no problems during the probation period, she will be the monitor of this class in the future. If Shinjo hadn't asked, Meng would probably have been so careless as to forget about the school bag. "Something unhappy happened this morning, but my brother helped me solve it." Shin Meng touched the stain on her school bag that couldn't be wiped off with some heartache. Chapter 38. The doorbell rings. Teacher Luo has tried his best to help Meng take care of her school bag, but luxury items like this still require some specific maintenance, and those maintenance products are not something Teacher Luo has. Hearing his sister mention him, Shin Huan proudly told Shinjo about how he helped his sister solve the problem. "Well done, Huan. You are such a great man. So that's how it is. I wonder if Meng is injured." Shinjo's face turned slightly cold after hearing this. However, he also knew that these were all frictions between children, and that such incidents would surely occur frequently as the children grew up. No, I was standing next to you the whole time." As he was talking, Shin Feng beside him said carelessly, "We also helped Meng solve the problem." "We are men too." Shin Huan looked at his brothers in bewilderment. "When did you go?" "It happened at noon today when you were sleeping." Shin Feng accidentally told everything. Shin Sheng sighed helplessly and explained his thoughts and actions. Shinjo nodded slightly. It seemed that among these 4 children, Shin Sheng had the best chance of success. It may be related to the fact that this child has strong logical thinking ability. He considers things more comprehensively and thinks more deeply. I think this is a more cost-effective way of doing it. It doesn't require too much effort, and it can also let the little girl know that Meng is not someone she can afford to mess with. Shin Sheng looks like a little adult, and you can't tell at all how old he is. Although the 5 children of the Shin family are less than 3 years old, they are articulate and have clear logic. Shinjo sometimes communicates with them as equals. This is also to cultivate their ability to express themselves. "Where's mommy? Should we pick her up from get off work?" Shin Meng loved her mother's scent the most. She missed Su Qingyan very much after just one day of not seeing her. Shinjo said as he drove, "We need to find an aunt to come and help with the cleaning." "Your mother is helping with the interview." "Aunt? Interview?" The kids sitting in the back row went wild with excitement. "Dad, did you say that someone is going to move in?" Shin Sheng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Shinjo drove around a corner and said, "I'm not sure yet. I don't know whether I should move in or not." Shin Meng blinked her round eyes like black grapes and asked curiously, "Dad, what is an interview?" Shinjo explained, "Just like you had to go through an exam to get into school, the interview for adults is similar to this." When Shinjo was driving home with his 5 children, the doorbell rang. Su Qingyan had already dressed up and was ready for the next interview. "Coming." When Su Qingyan opened the door, her expression suddenly changed and she reacted very quickly and slammed the door shut. The violent knocking on the door sounded again, and at the same time, a familiar voice came from outside. "Miss Su, please open the door, I'm here to see you for the dinner tonight." "I have no bad intentions, I really just want to invite you." "Open the door, please. If you don't, I'll call a locksmith." "Do we have to let others take the initiative like this?" The greasy sound outside came through the door. Su Qingyan felt sick and subconsciously called Shinzhou, "Husband, where are you? Go home quickly and don't take the babies with you yet." Shinzhou heard Su Qingyan's panicked voice through the Bluetooth headset and subconsciously wanted to make a video call. But he was driving, and for the safety of the babies, Shinzhou could only ask first, "What's going on? Did something happen at home?" Just as I finished saying this, I heard a knock on the door through the microphone. "I saw that creepy guy in the clothing store this morning. I don't know how he ended up at my house. It must have been that bastard Su Yundong who told him. He's blocking the door now." There was a hint of panic in Su Qingyan's voice, and Shinzhou immediately sped up the car. "Lock the door, I will be home in about 5 minutes, don't open the door no matter what happens outside." After ending the call with Su Qingyan, Shinzhou immediately threw the phone to the back seat. Shinfeng immediately caught up with the action. "What's wrong? Dad, is it mommy calling?" "Baby, be obedient. Turn on your phone, find the 7th number, and dial it." Shinzhou was busy driving and had no time to pick up his phone. Fortunately, the children are familiar with electronic equipment. The 7th telephone contact is the property management of this community. Shinzhou had contacted the property management before because of air conditioning maintenance. "Hello, Mr. Shin?" Xiao Wang from the property management team answered the phone. Shinzhou said in a cold tone, "I wonder if the security of this community is so casual? There is a stranger knocking on our door now. Please bring security immediately and drive this person out. I'll be there soon." Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, "Call the police. This is considered harassment." The property management did not expect the situation to be so serious. After hanging up the phone, they immediately took the security guards to Su Qingyan's house. Sure enough, Wei Qin was seen at the door. I didn't know where Wei Qin got the wire from, but he was crouching there, trying to pry open the lock. "What are you doing?" There were 4 big men behind Xiao Wang, who were not afraid at all and shouted loudly. Wei Qin was already feeling guilty, and after being frightened like this, the wire got tangled in the lock and couldn't be pulled out. "Who are you and why are you picking the lock here? Security guard, drag him out." Xiao Wang was also surprised when he saw this. In all these years, no one has been able to do this openly. "I'm a friend of this family. My friend is locked in the house and I'm helping him." Seeing that he was about to be dragged out, Wei Qin thought quickly and shouted something loudly. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment and was freed by Wei Qin. Wei Qin was like a slippery fish and tried to run out in a panic. "Ouch, my nose." Before Xiao Wang could run over, Wei Qin fell in. The nose, which was already bandaged, was suddenly stained red with blood. "You are still lying here. You will never be able to leave today." Shinzhou walked over with big strides, his face extremely cold. The reason why Wei Qin is here, the property, security, Su Yundong, everyone is responsible. When Xiao Wang saw Shinzhou appear, a smile immediately spread across his face. "Sorry, Mr. Shin, we will clear them out right away. I have already called the police about this matter. Your property management is also responsible." Shinzhou threw down these words and stepped on Wei Qin's arm. Xiao Wang could even hear a crackling sound. I guess the unidentified man lying on the ground must have a broken arm. Chapter 39, Moving to a New House. "Ah!" The pig slaughtering howl came through the door and reached Su Qingyan's ears. Su Qingyan remembered what Shinzhou had said before, that no matter what, she should not open the door and locked it tightly. "He broke it himself," Shinzhou said in a very calm voice. Xiao Wang and the burly bodyguards shuddered and smiled. Yes, the thief broke it himself when he was escaping. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury and take your foot away." Wei Qin was shaking with pain and screaming like a ghost. But the next moment Shinzhou stepped on his other arm again. "He broke this too." Xiao Wang and the security guard nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. Yes. Wei Qin was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth wide and broke out in cold sweat. "This is just a little lesson for you. The police are coming soon. Xiao Wang, take the man out." Shinzhou's order was more effective than Xiao Wang's father's words. Xiao Wang immediately took people to carry Wei Qin out. On the way back, Shinzhou called the police and left the rest to professionals. Looking at the iron wire still inserted in the lock, Shinzhou wished he could break Wei Qin's legs. "Open the door, wife. It's me, Shinzhou." Shinzhou's voice reached Su Qingyan's ears through the door. Su Qingyan let out a long sigh, and her heart suddenly calmed down. The door lock could no longer be opened from the outside, but was still accessible from the inside. As soon as Su Qingyan saw Shinzhou, she immediately rushed into his arms. I was scared to death, he actually found his way home. Be good, it's okay, the person has been dealt with today. I will find the best lawyer and make him receive the heaviest punishment. After Su Qingyan calmed down, she remembered, where did you put the babies? Shinzhou took Su Qingyan downstairs. There is an amusement park nearby with special caregivers. I'll let the babies play there first. It's better not to let them see such a scene. Su Qingyan nodded. It was amazing that Shinzhou could make so many arrangements in such a short time. The police car was still downstairs, so Shinzhou went over and said a few words to the police. There are surveillance cameras at the property management office and at the door of our house. I will provide all the evidence. I will have a professional lawyer contact you regarding the follow-up matters. We will absolutely not accept any mediation on this matter. At this point, Shinzhou looked at the people at the property management without any hesitation. I will reserve the right to pursue the responsibility of the property management. I will never let this matter go. The property manager wanted to stop Su Qingyan and apologize, but Shinzhou just turned around and left with Su Qingyan. When getting in the car, Shinzhou took advantage of the fact that the baby was not around yet and expressed his thoughts today. I think no matter what happens, this place is not safe. It's not just because of this person, but I saw loopholes on the property side. When Shinzhou came to deliver a package before, he could tell that this was a relatively high-end community. I originally thought that the property management would be very professional and would contact the owner when registering visitors. But now it seems that the property is not as good as imagined. They can let people in directly. This kind of security is really worrying. What should we do? Why don't we install a few more surveillance cameras? Su Qingyan is still frightened now, and with several babies at home in the future, it would be scary to think about if something like this happened again. Shinzhou parked the car near the playground, holding Su Qingyan's hand and walking while saying, I am not satisfied with this community, and this property management is not good either. Didn't you just get a house? Why don't we move there? A newly acquired house? Su Qingyan didn't react for a moment. Suddenly I remembered the property certificate with my name on it today. Do you mean we should move to a house in the school district? Su Qingyan said. Shinzhou nodded. Now he could see the 5 children playing happily through the glass. In fact, I had this thought today. If I hire an aunt in the future, my current house will not be big enough to accommodate me. The school district house is a top-floor duplex with 400 square meters, which is definitely enough for a whole family to live in. The babies can also have their own independent space when the time comes. Plus with this incident, I think it's better to move there. Shinzhou was very tough on this matter, as it concerned Su Qingyan and the baby. Su Qingyan also felt that there was nothing wrong with it, but she said with some concern, but we haven't seen the house yet, what if it needs renovation or something like that? Su Qingyan's knowledge of this school district house was limited to knowing that her name was written on the property certificate. This house is fully furnished. We can move in first and then renovate it if we feel it is not suitable. The property of this house is owned by the real estate developer, and the security level is also very high. Hearing this, Su Qingyan no longer had any concerns. Then shall we move there tomorrow? Shinzhou shook his head. We'll go over there after we pick up the baby. Are you in such a hurry? Shinzhou nodded. The man just broke the lock, so why not just move it over there? As for the other things to move, call a moving company tomorrow. The 5 children were having a lot of fun in the amusement park. When they saw their parents coming to pick them up, they immediately surrounded them. When the parents of the other children saw the quintuplets here, they were all surprised. Quintuplets, and they're so pretty. These babies are so cute, they are just as adorable as the child stars in those commercials. Look at how good looking their parents are. If we were good looking, our children wouldn't be so ordinary. Some sharp-tongued parents start by speaking in a joking manner. Shinzhou and Su Qingyan left with the children amid the envious gazes of others. Dad, I remember this is not the way to go home, you have to turn left. Xinhuan was often taken out to music classes by Shinzhou, so she was more or less familiar with the route. When you see that the route is wrong, speak up immediately. Su Qingyan held the child and explained, today we are going to do something very interesting. We're moving. Several babies were stunned. In their minds, moving was still a very unfamiliar word. We are going to move to a new home, and we are going to live in that new house from now on. Then you can choose the room you like. Su Qingyan explained in simple and easy to understand words. For children, they are not interested in a new house, but they are interested in their favorite room. Kids love picking out their own stuff, no matter how old. Chapter 40 Luxurious Top Floor. In fact, this was the first time that Shinjo and his team had come to this house. They had only seen some structural drawings when they were handling relevant procedures. The Wanhyu community is mainly built for the wealthy and celebrities. They attach great importance to security and privacy. When Shinjo's car drove in, Manager Lan had already helped him with the relevant residence information. So the security guard did not stop the car. However, a car in front of Shinjo was stopped and registered because the resident information did not match. You see, if this is done this way, those unscrupulous people will definitely not be able to get in. It will definitely not be like the previous properties where they let people in without asking. Shinjo secretly observed for a while and found that the security of this property was very responsible. If you encounter unfamiliar faces in vehicles, you must contact the residents. The entire community should have been designed by a professional gardening master. Artistic statues and uniquely shaped trees can be seen everywhere. Look, there's a lamb over there. Meng Meng pointed excitedly at the bushes passing by the car window. I saw the amusement park. Dad, can I go there to play tomorrow? Shin Feng had the sharpest eyes. Even the farthest playground can be seen. Su Qingyan's emotions were gradually aroused by the child. She smiled gently and said, of course, is this amusement park also in the community? Shinjo had previously read the detailed information sent by Manager Lan. It would be better to call this community a neighborhood rather than a neighborhood. It takes a high-tech and sophisticated approach. In the Wanhyu community, there are large supermarkets, small playgrounds, children's playgrounds, and even a medical center. In short, this complex is as comprehensive as a community, and what is rare is that so many facilities can provide confidentiality services to users. This is probably the happiness of rich people. Of course. I heard there's a beauty salon here. You can come and try it out when the time comes. Shinjo drove the car to the underground parking lot. A few steps out of the parking lot, the top floor of the building was the house that Shinjo and his friends bought. As soon as I entered the lobby of the building, a young man in a neat suit came up to me. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? The man asked with a proper smile on his face. Shinjo held a child in one hand and nodded. Hello, Mr. Shin and Ms. Su. I am Lu Haochen, the housekeeper of this building. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Here is my contact information. Lu Haochen handed over a business card in his hand. Su Qingyan didn't expect that this building actually had a butler, and judging by the business card, he was a dedicated butler. That is to say, he is only responsible for managing the top-floor duplex house owned by Shinjo. The 5 little kids blinked their eyes and looked at the strange brother in front of them. They didn't quite understand what the word butler meant. I'm going to move in now, and I'll have to trouble you in the future. Shinjo took the business card and replied politely. Lu Haochen smiled and said, then I'll take you upstairs. Your children are so cute. I've never seen quintuplets before. Shinjo intended to cultivate good habits of politeness in his children, so he asked these children to greet Lu Haochen. If nothing goes wrong, Lu Haochen will be responsible for everything from decoration and maintenance to registration of visitors in this new home. When Shinjo was taking the elevator, he didn't expect that the house on the top floor actually had its own elevator. It's like this, Mr. Shen. Like all the buildings in Wanhyu, the top floor is a duplex, and it is also the most expensive. The cost of this elevator is included in the price you pay for the room. We will provide you with a safe and private environment. Shinjo nodded, but smiled without saying anything. He knew clearly that the price of this building increased sharply as the number of floors increased, which also meant that only extraordinary people could live on the top floors. The system is really considerate. After getting out of the elevator, all this place belonged to Shinjo. And there is 1 household per floor. The 5 little kids couldn't contain their excitement any longer and were walking around looking around. Since you have many children, I suggest that you decorate the area near this corridor so that it can become a small playground for the children. The area from outside the house to the elevator is about 50 square meters, enough for babies to drive toy cars. Shinjo took out the key and stuffed it into Su Qingyan's hand. Come on, open the door and see what our new home looks like. Su Qingyan was conquered by the community house with top-notch service and design all the way here. If such a house and supporting services were placed in a central city in the north, it would probably cost at least 100 million yuan. As soon as the door opened, the 5 little kids exclaimed in unison, wow! This house is indeed fully furnished, just as the manager said. The first floor adopts a simple Nordic style, with the main colors being atmospheric blue and white, mixed with some gray blue. Su Qingyan liked this style the first time she saw it. I love this style so much, it makes me feel relaxed. Su Qingyan smiled and looked back at Xinzhou. Lu Haochen put on gloves and took out a few pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet at the door. Please put them on. These are prepared by our housekeeper for the householder. If you want to change them later, there is a large furniture supermarket not far from this building. The service was really attentive and the slippers were all brand new. I understand from the information that you have 5 children, so these 5 pairs of slippers are for the little ones. 5 pairs of slippers full of childishness and cartoon character designs were placed in front of little milkbag. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou looked at each other and realized that the butler's service was indeed excellent. Mr. Shen, you can go in. If you need anything, you can call our front desk or contact me directly. Lu Haochen has received professional training and graduated from a butler academy in the West. The sense of proportion is very strong. Xinzhou nodded and left. Only after the butler left did everyone finally relax. The 5 children were as excited as if they had entered an amusement park. Including Su Qingyan, everyone was walking around the room with joy on their faces. The dining table and other items on the first floor are also equipped to match the decoration style. There are also wine glasses, bowls, and chopsticks in the kitchen. It really is what Manager Lan said, just move in with your luggage. As for the second floor, since most of them are bedrooms, the style tends to be warm. I really like this house, Xinzhou. Now I feel like I'm at home. Su Qingyan had a smile in her eyes. She turned around and looked at Xinzhou and spoke loudly. Chapter 41, The First Meal in the Warm House. Because of the previous Weiqin incident, plus the arrival at the new home, it is now past 7 o'clock in the evening. After the excitement of the new house wore off, the little ones came over, sat on the soft carpet and rubbed their tummies. Daddy, we are hungry. The babies are now 2.5 years old, and they are no longer satisfied with drinking only milk. Xinzhou had just cleaned up the kitchen. After all, it was a new house, and there were not many vegetables in the refrigerator. As the baby's words rang out, the system prompt sounded in Xinzhou's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, give the baby a new home, and now the host is rewarded for activating the Master Chef skill. Xinzhou felt that a huge amount of information was flooding into his mind, and at the same time, he felt that this information was as if he was born with it. He roughly sorted out the things that appeared in his mind. This skill that has been lit up is simple and clear. Just improve your cooking skills. Now Xinzhou can cook Western food as well as Chinese food. As long as he has the resources, he can cook anything. However, nowadays, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. The kitchen is clean and bright, but it is too clean. There is nothing in it. It's okay. Why don't we go downstairs and buy some? Isn't there a large supermarket nearby? Su Qingyan glanced at the kitchen in Xinzhou and said with a smile. As they were talking, they heard a pleasant bell ringing at the door. Both of them had just arrived and were not familiar with the place. When they walked over, they realized it was the doorbell. The doorbell is a video call. Just click to accept and you can see who is visiting. After pressing the connect button, Lu Haochen's face appeared on the LCD screen. Mr. Shen, are you there? I'm here to deliver some things. Seeing that it was a familiar person, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Xinzhou rubbed Su Qingyan's soft hair and said, "Don't worry, that person will never come here again." When they opened the door, Xinzhou and Su Qingyan found that Lu Haochen was sweating profusely. Behind him were large and small bags, which were carried into the house one by one. It's like this, Mr. Shen, I saw you check in before and you didn't bring anything with you. The children are all carrying school bags. They must have just finished school and probably haven't eaten yet. Xinzhou looked at the paper bags of various sizes, which were all filled with vegetables and some condiments. It's very complete. It's hard for Lu Haochen to buy so many things. Almost every aspect was taken into consideration, even a lot of uncommon seasonings were bought. Su Qingyan even thought that Lu Haochen had moved the supermarket here. Thank you for your hard work. Just put the things in the kitchen. We just happened to want to go downstairs to buy some. You are so thoughtful. It was rare for Xinzhou to praise others, but Lu Haochen was indeed very meticulous and delivered what Xinzhou wanted at the right time. He is worthy of being a butler specially assigned for the top floor. The 5 little kids heard the noise at the door and ran over.
Lu Haochen took the tissue handed to him by Su Qingyan and wiped the sweat off his face. When he saw the child coming, his eyes lit up and he took out a small bag from a pile of paper bags. I don't know what the kids like. I bought this from our bakery. It uses imported milk. It's fine as long as the kids are not allergic to lactose. The small bag is full of exquisite cartoon character cakes. You can eat one in one bite, which can satisfy your craving without delaying your meal. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou looked at each other and saw satisfaction with Lu Haochen in each other's eyes. Come in and sit down. There shouldn't be any follow-up work, right? Xinzhou took the initiative to invite me. He has been busy running around for so long, I'm afraid he rushed to the supermarket to buy things as soon as he sent his family in. Even the nanny isn't so considerate. It is human nature to invite people in and sit down with you. Lu Haochen was stunned, then nodded generously. I just happened to be thirsty, so I came in to ask for some water. Small cakes couldn't tea fill the children's stomachs, and Xinzhou had just acquired cooking skills. Just want to show off my skills. I'll go cook first. You and the baby can entertain Haochen. He's really a nice guy. Xinzhou pulled Su Qingyan over and whispered. Su Qingyan looked a little surprised. You cook? When it comes to cooking, the two of them either eat out or come home and do some simple cooking. It seems that Xinzhou is planning to prepare a big meal. Su Qingyan was somewhat skeptical as to whether Xinzhou could do it. Xinzhou pinched Su Qingyan's upturned nose. Don't believe your husband, huh? Su Qingyan blushed and slapped Xinzhou's hand away. Believe me, I want to try what delicious food my husband makes tonight. After drinking a glass of water, Lu Haochen was thinking of finding a reason to leave. Then he saw Xinzhou and Su Qingyan calling him across the kitchen counter. Xiao Lu, don't leave, stay home and have a meal. You've been busy all the time, we have to thank you. There was a hint of panic on Lu Haochen's face. He had never thought of such a situation before. No, this is all part of our job duties. Forget about the meal. To be honest, Lu Haochen felt a little touched. The housekeeper on the top floor of another building was his friend, and he had complained to him before that he had done a lot of thoughtful things. She was just like a nanny, but the family not only didn't appreciate it, but also always felt that the housekeeper had bad intentions and was on guard against her everywhere. Unlike the host I serve, who wanted to invite me to dinner on the first day. Haochen, please stay. We just moved to a new house. According to tradition, we should invite friends to warm up the house. Isn't this a bit hasty? Don't you want to? Xinzhou has a high emotional intelligence, and with just a few words, Lu Haochen had no reason to refuse, and at the same time felt warm in his heart. Lu Haochen also discovered this family. They have good personalities, high emotional intelligence, and are very well educated. Since others said so, Lu Haochen did not refuse. However, we need to cook, and the housekeeper we found hasn't come yet. How about you, Haochen, help look after the children for us? Xinzhou could see that Lu Haochen was feeling uneasy and mentioned it casually. Okay, don't worry, I have also learned relevant knowledge about parenting before. Lu Haochen was indeed much more relaxed now that he had something to do. There is no need to worry too much about the 5 children. They play by themselves and don't make noise or fight like other children. In his spare time, Lu Haochen excitedly opened a group on his mobile phone butler's home. My host is so nice. After I brought up the food for cooking, they asked me to stay for dinner and told me to warm up the house. And this couple is so good looking, they have 5 little babies, quintuplets. So cute. I've decided. I don't need my mom to urge me to get married this year. I'm going to find a girlfriend. Lu Haochen usually doesn't talk much, but the fact that he sent so many messages in a row is enough to show how good his mood is. Chapter 42 How to Praise. This group is actually an internal group for these senior butlers. Whenever they encounter something unpleasant at work, they will complain in it. Although Lu Haochen is so enthusiastic at work, he is actually a very cold person in private. The fact that Lu Haochen was inspired to send so many messages in a row was enough to show how good this customer is. Eat? I'm so envious. You're actually treating me to a meal. I have a feeling, Haochen, you will definitely become friends with them. I've never seen a resident on the top floor who is so approachable. I'm willing to spend all my savings to trade jobs with you, Haochen. Seeing his colleagues' jealous speeches, Lu Haochen exited the phone interface contentedly. Shen Meng suddenly ran over with the cake in her hand. Brother, please eat it. Meng Meng is very hungry, you must be very hungry too. Lu Haochen felt warm in his heart.
It turned out that well-educated parents would give birth to little angels. He suddenly heard a voice behind him, "This is oyster sauce, you got it wrong." Lu Haochen turned around and found that this house was a little strange. It turned out that the male owner was cooking with an apron on. And he couldn't even tell the difference in oyster sauce. Is this rice really okay? Although Lu Haochen was very grateful for the enthusiasm of the Shin couple, he could also observe that Shinzhou did not seem to be very familiar with the equipment in the kitchen. Can the meal prepared in this way really warm the house? For a moment, Lu Haochen was worried that this perfectly decorated house would be bombed. He suddenly had an idea and hugged Meng Meng over to him. "Meng Meng, little cutie, tell me, does your dad usually cook?" Lu Haochen asked in a low voice. Shen Meng thought that this older brother was playing a game with her, so she also answered in a low voice, "Dad rarely cooks." Lu Haochen, who had been in a good mood just now, looked helpless for a moment. "This meal? Do you still want to eat it?" "Forget it. They are so warm and kind to me. It's just a meal, isn't it? No matter what happens, I will say it's delicious." Lu Haochen's expression at this moment was like a brave man ready to die bravely. It made Meng Meng laugh. Shinzhou had just integrated the cooking skills in his mind, so it was inevitable that he was a little clumsy. Especially since some bottles and jars look the same, it is inevitable that you will get some wrong. His occasional unreliable performance made Su Qingyan a little unsure whether to let Shinzhou continue cooking. However, Shinzhou insisted, "Don't worry, wife, my cooking skills are absolutely good. Go and make some milk powder for the babies." Although Su Qingyan was worried, she had no choice as Shinzhou kept insisting. However, Su Qingyan also quietly took out her phone and started looking at the takeaway. "By the way, Xiaolu, can takeout be brought into our community?" Su Qingyan came over and asked in a low voice. Little did she know that her question made Lu Haochen even more depressed. "Look. Even the hostess doesn't quite believe in the host's cooking skills? The security level of our community is very high. Generally, takeaways from outside cannot be brought in. This is also a drawback of our community. But there are some Chinese and Western restaurants in our community, and they also provide door-to-door delivery services. At the same time, our catering center has some senior chefs on staff. If the homeowner needs some meal ordering services, they can also ask the chef to come to their home to prepare the food. And these chefs are on duty 24 hours a day to meet various needs." Lu Haochen gave a brief introduction, and it can be seen that the interior design of this community is very humane. It can basically meet the needs of food, clothing, housing, transportation, travel, shopping, and entertainment. Su Qingyan was relieved after hearing this. If Shinzhou's cooking was really not good, at worst she could just invite a chef to come over. Shinzhou didn't know that the two people behind him were worried about their skills. After briefly sorting out the ingredients, Shinzhou became familiar with the new skills. The knife in her hand became much more handy, and Su Qingyan learned some other information about the community from Lu Haochen. The two were discussing the issue of getting kindergarten cards for their children. Suddenly I smelled a fragrance. The strong aroma of sauce, with a hint of chili oil and mixed with the aroma of meat. When the smell wafted out, the 5 little kids stopped playing with their toys and kept sniffing their noses while looking towards the kitchen. "It smells so good, I want to eat some meat." Xin Shang's eyes lit up. "This smells so good." Su Qingyan was also stunned. Could it be that Shinzhou has been secretly practicing cooking at home these days? Just smelling the aroma won't determine anything. After all, the taste of a dish is not determined by the aroma. But the delicious smell really aroused everyone's appetite. "It will be ready soon and we'll be able to have dinner." Shinzhou had a confident smile on his face and kept flipping the pot with his hands. Just looking at the way he flips the wok, it's quite professional. For a moment, Lu Haochen had great confidence in Shinzhou. However, he remembered that Shinzhou was not familiar with the seasoning bottles before, and his attitude became skeptical. No matter what, Lu Haochen is ready and will be prepared to brag about it later. A simple 6-course meal with a soup that's ready in less than an hour. At the peak of his career, Shinzhou was operating 3 stoves at the same time. "Okay, everyone, wash your hands and come over to eat." The kitchen is open, and as soon as the stove is turned off, Shinzhou is busy calling people over. The 5 little kids lined up to wash their hands, and then were carried to their seats. Braised pork, stir-fried lamb with green onions, stir-fried beef tenderloin, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, lettuce with oyster sauce, and baby cabbage and soup. Add a pork rib soup. When it was displayed, Lu Haochen and Su Qingyan thought they were in a restaurant. These dishes really look eye-catching and taste as if they were cooked by a restaurant chef. The fragrance wafted into everyone's nose, making them salivate. Lu Haochen was puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Shen was really an excellent cook? Su Qingyan also looked at Xinzhou with suspicion. Your cooking skills have improved greatly. Xinzhou's face was full of confidence with a smile. Try it. Su Qingyan's stomach was already growling with hunger, so she took out her chopsticks and took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This kind of home cooking is actually the most difficult to make. The eggs are tender and smooth, covered with the juice from the fried tomatoes. The saltiness is just right, and the taste of tomatoes explodes in your mouth. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up after taking a bite. This dish is well made. Lu Haochen is a carnivore. He had been craving for the bright red braised pork. The sauce on the braised pork was glossy and the fat and lean meat had been braised into a brown red color. As soon as you put it in your mouth, the fat melts in your mouth, and the lean meat falls apart with a bite. It is fat but not greasy, and lean but not dry. Awesome! Chapter 43, so delicious that I can't speak. Lu Haochen finished the meal in one bite and picked up another piece. It tasted great too. Not to mention the following dishes, every bite made Lu Haochen squint his eyes happily. Originally, he wanted to politely praise Xinzhou's cooking skills, and he had even thought of what to say while waiting. As a result, he can't do anything now except opening his mouth to eat, as if his mouth has lost the function of speech. The 5 little kids couldn't eat too much, so Xinzhou just picked up a little bit of each dish for them. The rice is served with the tomato scrambled egg sauce and a few other dishes. The 5 little kids had their mouths full of rice grains. This is better than the one at school. It's so delicious. I want to eat more. Shen Mang has always been introverted. This is the first time Xinzhou has seen Shen Mang talk so much. And it was about eating, which he never cared much about. The other children nodded. Even Shen Feng, who hated vegetables the most, grabbed the last piece of lettuce with oyster sauce and put it in his own bowl. This was the first time I saw children scrambling for food at the Shen family's dinner table. Xinzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held Shen Mang in his arms and rubbed his bloated belly. Okay, you can still eat tomorrow. Your belly is so bloated, don't let it accumulate food. Xinzhou was very concerned about the child. Even though Meng Meng had been acting like a spoiled child for so long, Xinzhou ate too much at night and had indigestion because he was worried about the child. Still no more rice was given. As an adult, Lu Haochen was not subject to any control. Even the last bit of the braised pork soup was used by him to mix with the rice. He ate 3 big bowls of rice cleanly. At this time, Lu Haochen had long forgotten the worries he had while waiting. Now he has only one idea. If anyone says that Xinzhou can't do it again, he will smash that person's head to see what's inside. In order to maintain her figure, Su Qingyan usually only eats half a bowl of rice for dinner. Today I ate a bowl and a half for the first time ever. I'm so full, this meal is so delicious. Su Qingyan, who grew up in Suzhou and Hangzhou, has a light taste, but the flavors of today's dishes are very strong, but Su Qingyan fell in love with these flavors. When she was a child, she often followed her parents to try restaurants in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and there were really few chefs who could make such delicious food as Xinzhou. It's so delicious, how come I didn't know your cooking skills have improved so much, husband? Su Qingyan's eyes were full of stars when she looked at Xinzhou at this moment. Xinzhou smiled faintly. It turned out that delicious food was the best way to conquer people. I will cook for you every day in the future. Su Qingyan glanced at Xinzhou coquettishly, with a slight complaint in her tone. That won't do. I will definitely eat myself into a big fat man by then. After the meal, Lu Haochen didn't say much, but his stomach was full. After the plates were empty, he finally came to his senses and his face turned red with embarrassment. Recalling how he wolfed down the food at the dinner table just now, Lu Haochen felt that all the manners and politeness he had learned in the Butler Academy had been swallowed up like a dog. Was the person who was eating voraciously and silently just now really the well-educated me? Alas, it's just that the food is so delicious that it makes me speechless. It turns out that the highest level of delicious food is to leave people speechless. Xinzhou could see Lu Haochen's embarrassment, and said with a smile, "Your performance just now is really the greatest compliment to my cooking skills. I am so happy. Come to my house for dinner often when you are free in the future." Lu Haochen's expression relaxed slightly. Although it was only their first time getting along, he already felt that he would never meet anyone easier to get along with than this family. Lu Haochen secretly made up his mind that he would serve this family wholeheartedly in the future. If nothing else, it's because of this family's equal attitude towards me.
Compared to those people in the community who seem glamorous but are actually arrogant, Lu Haochen feels that Xinzhou and his family are the real upper-class people.
Thank you very much. This is my personal phone number. If you have any other questions, I can help you. I will never refuse. Lu Haochen added Xinzhou's WeChat with a sincere look and sent him a mobile phone number. After eating and drinking, the 5 children could no longer hold back their increasingly heavy eyelids and fell asleep on the carpet. Su Qingyan collapsed on the sofa, rubbing her bloated belly.
Xinzhou had no choice but to carry the children back to their rooms one by one.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, this bustling home finally quieted down.
Some things also need to be taken care of.
The source of today's incident is still your cousin. He must have leaked your information. Xinzhou sat next to Su Qingyan and put his arm around Su Qingyan's shoulders. Su Qingyan sighed, "No need to think, it must be him. My parents treat him like their own son. This is giving me a headache too." Now that Su Qingyan and Xinzhou have moved, it doesn't matter even if the original place is leaked.
But Su Yundong is not the kind of person you can live without seeing for the rest of your life. Xinzhou thought about it, looked at Su Qingyan and said, "How about this, you change your phone number and everything else. This will also prevent him from finding you in the short term.
You have to have an attitude that lets him know you are angry."
Su Qingyan thought about it and felt that Xinzhou's method was feasible, that I will go and handle it tomorrow. Xinzhou had no intention of tolerating this matter from the beginning, so he thought about it and said, "As for Su Yundong, I think we should teach him a lesson, otherwise if he continues like this, no matter how many phone numbers you change, it will only be a waste of time."
Su Qingyan had long wanted to teach Su Yundong a lesson, but unfortunately she had never found a good way. What should I do? I don't know what to do now. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on Xinzhou.
He has already thought of a way, but he has to see Su Qingyan's attitude. Now it seems that Su Qingyan has been dissatisfied with this cousin for a long time, so this method may work.
Don't worry about this matter, leave the rest to me.
As Xinzhou showed a sly smile on his face, Su Yundong, who was dancing in the nightclub, shuddered for no reason. It was like being stared at suddenly.
You are so mean, kid. Last time I invited you to a bath center and spent a lot of money, you didn't even take a look at your sister's photo.
A man with messy dyed hair put his hand on Su Yundong's shoulder. Su Yundong put aside the dangerous feeling just now and said, "Brother Chen, you know that my sister is beautiful.
She is a beauty in the world. You are not qualified to see her photo."
As he was speaking, Su Yundong's cell phone suddenly rang, and it was an unfamiliar number.
"Hello, who is this?" Go to the police station? I haven't done anything wrong recently."
While he was on the phone, several people in uniform suddenly carried Su Yundong out.
Chapter 44, a lesson for you.
Su Yundong didn't expect that he would be taken away again before he even hung up the phone. When he was taken into the car, his mind was still blank.
"What? You guys got the wrong person, I'm a law-abiding citizen."
Su Yundong's chattering annoyed the plainclothes police who came to arrest him.
"We already have solid evidence, otherwise we wouldn't come here to arrest you. Please cooperate with us."
When Su Yundong arrived at the police station, Director Li from the Property Management Department was waiting for him there.
"That's right. We reasonably suspect that you have leaked other people's privacy."
Director Li from the Property Management Department had already received news about Xinzhou.
Xinzhou and his colleagues had the attitude of not tolerating this matter.
Moreover, Director Li is a smart man and can keenly perceive that Xinzhou did it on purpose and wants to punish him severely. When Su Yundong heard what happened, he breathed a sigh of relief, so it's because of this.
"You guys misunderstood. I know this Miss Su. She is my cousin. I also know Mr. Wei. He is my friend and we are all very familiar with each other. This is just an ordinary joke. It is not considered an information leak."
Su Yundong had been arrested and investigated before, but due to his relationship with Su Qingyan, and the fact that Su Yundong had a strong sense of propriety. Therefore, it was rare to find solid evidence against him, and many times Jiang Xinlian and others would interfere, so many things ended up in nothing. So Su Yundong is not worried at all when facing such things now. However, Xinzhou would not handle this matter the same way as Su Qingyan and the others did before. Director Li of the Property Management Department said, "It's like this, Mr. Su, the household owner on our street reported that it was not Miss Su, but another gentleman. So what you just said is not true. You do bear a lot of responsibility for this matter." After Director Li finished explaining, Su Yundong was dumbfounded.
"Who else?
That's not right,
I was clearly talking about Su Qingyan's address. Who knew that as soon as these words came out, Director Li's face changed, and he immediately turned around and said to the person who was taking notes next to him, "Does this count as his own admission?" Su Yundong's expression turned very ugly at that moment. Now he completely understood that this matter was no longer something that could be mediated privately as before. Xinzhou prepared a delicious breakfast, and the 5 children ate it all up. At this time, Director Li from the original property management also called. The general meaning is that evidence of Su Yundong leaking other people's information has been found. But no substantial damage was caused. So at most you'll just have to stay in the police station for a few days. Xinzhou was quite satisfied with this result. It can be regarded as a small punishment for Su Yundong. If this guy is smart, he should know not to get close to him. It's like this, Mr. Shen. We did do something wrong. When you are free, we can discuss the specific compensation plan. Director Li was very polite, but Xinzhou was unwilling to waste his time on this. No need, we won't go back to live in that house now. I will ask the lawyer to negotiate the specific compensation plan. After saying that, Xinzhou hung up the phone. After seeing the property management service here, Xinzhou felt that the property management service in the original community was too low level. The third child, Xinfeng, ran over and pulled Xinzhou's clothes. "Dad, when are we going to school?" Xinzhou hung up the phone and rubbed the third child's soft hair. "Do you like going to school so much?" Xinfeng nodded vigorously. "That's right. There are big weapons that I like over there in the school, and the teacher also taught me how to beat people." Hearing this, Xinzhou raised his eyebrows. Beating people? Mr. Shin, who was standing next to him, sighed and took out the flyer for the interest class that the teacher had distributed yesterday from his school bag. "My younger brother named this. He likes this." Xinzhou took the flyer and saw that what Xinfeng reported was actually martial arts. "Do you like martial arts?" Usually at home, Xinzhou only felt that the third child was more lively and liked weapons that boys liked. I didn't expect that the third child also likes to learn these interest classes. Looking at the excited third brother Xinfeng, Xinzhou touched his chin, thinking about something. After sending the children to school, Su Qingyan discovered that Xinzhou seemed to be looking at some interest organizations. "You want to learn Sanda?" Su Qingyan took a look and asked in surprise. Xinzhou shook his head. The third brother, Xinfeng, is interested in these. I am considering whether to let him give it a try. When it comes to children, Su Qingyan has unknowingly become dependent on Xinzhou. Then let's pick one. The housekeeping center called and said that the aunt will be here today. I have classes today, so I'm afraid you will have to come for the interview. Su Qingyan put on her bag, put on her high heels and said with a smile. Xinzhou nodded. As a full-time dad, he naturally spent more time at home. Not long after Su Qingyan left, Lu Haochen called. It probably means there is a visitor. When someone arrived, it turned out to be the aunt sent by the housekeeping department. He is quite smart and efficient at work. Xinzhou kept the person and said, "You have a probation period of half a month. If we feel that you are not suitable during this half month, we will still fire you. Just get along like normal for the next half month." Xinzhou spoke lazily. The new aunt Zhang nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I have done this in many people's homes and I am very experienced. By the way, you are responsible for cleaning, and you don't have to worry about cooking. It's just 3 hours of work a day. All you have to do is clean the house except the baby's room." After Xinzhou finished explaining, he said hello to Lu Haochen and asked him to help keep an eye on things. Then Xinzhou left. According to common sense, Xinzhou had nothing else to do. However, early this morning, Xinzhou received a notification from the system. This time, unlike before, the system will not issue rewards until a task is triggered or completed. This time, the system directly assigned a task for Xinzhou to complete. This was unprecedented, but during this period of time Xinzhou also realized that the system had many advantages, and there was nothing wrong with following the system. Moreover, this task is also a good thing for the future lives of several children in the Shin family. Ding, a new task has been generated: building a hospital. It is inevitable that babies will get injured as they grow up. We will build a private hospital for the Shin family to provide unique medical services for babies. It will better protect the baby's growth and prevent the baby from getting hurt. Chapter 45. Old classmate Jian Han. After this task was released, the system did not say what rewards would be given. However, Xinzhou felt that this task was actually to prepare for the baby's growth. Although there are many private hospitals in Haizhong City,
it would be more convenient if there was a private hospital in your own home. The purpose of Shinjo's going out this time was to look at the location of the hospital. Since it is a private hospital, we must choose a convenient location. Wanhyu is a newly developed high-end residential area close to Skyland School. The land prices in this area are very high, and almost all industries that can open stores here focus on the high-end route. Shinjo got a rough idea and found out that the monthly rent for renting a place nearby to run a private hospital would be as high as 300,000 yuan. After a general understanding, Shinjo sat in the car and said, "It's better to buy than rent at this price, and the babies are still young, so it's more appropriate to buy it and operate it for a long time." This area still belongs to the developer behind Wanhyu. Shinjo thought about it and decided to call Lu Haochen. "What? Mr. Shin, you want to buy a piece of land?" "This? I'm just a little surprised. I'll help you get in touch with the details, but I'm a bit presumptuous to ask, what do you want to do with this piece of land?" Lu Haochen didn't expect that the first thing this resident would do after moving in was to buy a piece of land. "I want to prepare a private hospital for my children. It would be more convenient if it is near home," Shinjo said lightly. There was only one sentence in Lu Haochen's mind: the world of the rich is really incomprehensible to ordinary people. "Okay, I'll contact them for you and let you know immediately if there is any feedback." After Shinjo ended the call, he thought of the medical resources in private hospitals, which was also a major challenge. Since it is prepared for children, it must be done by top doctors. And every department needs some people. Shinjo suddenly remembered Jiang Han, his high school classmate whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. Jiang Han is lively and carefree. Shinjo and Jiang Han have always been good friends, but they contacted each other less after Jiang Han went abroad. Jiang Han was admitted to a medical research institute abroad. He was very interested in medicine and had good talent. I just don't know what Jiang Han's current situation is. The phone number of Jiang Han in the address book was the one Shinjo dialed the year he graduated. "Hello, Lao Jiang, it's me, Shinjo." After Shinjo dialed the phone, he heard a familiar voice coming from the other end. "It's Lao Shun. We haven't contacted each other for a long time." Shinjo always spoke to Jiang Han in a simple and clear manner. He asked Jiang Han directly, "Have you returned to China? Which hospital are you working in recently?" Jiang Han laughed loudly and said, "I came back from abroad last year. I wanted to relax for 2 years before going back to work. I'm traveling in Haizhong City now." Shinjo's eyes lit up. This was a godsend opportunity. "I'm in Haizhong City, come on, I'll treat you to a meal." Jiang Han was also a straightforward person and agreed immediately. Shinjo knew that Jiang Han was a foodie, especially fond of seafood, so he ordered some fresh seafood directly from the supermarket in the community. The aunt had already cleaned the house and left. When Lu Haochen came up carrying large and small bags to deliver the goods, Shinjo was the only one at home. "An old classmate of mine will come to visit me in a while. His name is Jiang Han. You can just bring him up here." Shinjo specifically instructed Lu Haochen in advance. When Jiang Han got off the taxi, he looked at the high-end residential complex in front of him and for a moment suspected that he had taken the wrong road. Is this Shinjo's residence? He just graduated a year ago and he's already living here? I remember this kid wasn't a rich second generation, TSK. Jiang Han stood at the gate of the community, hesitant for a moment. I was thinking, if I go up there, will that burly security guard kick me out? As I was hesitating, I saw a young man in a tuxedo walking out. I guess this is Mr. Shinjo's good friend Jiang Han? Lu Haochen said with a smile on his face. Jiang Han was stunned, nodded slightly, and asked subconsciously, does he really live here? Lu Haochen's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and led Jiang Han to the community. Yes, Mr. Shin is indeed a resident here, and a VIP resident on the top floor. Jiang Han entered this high-end residential area and was amazed. His family background is not ordinary, they are considered middle class, otherwise they could not afford to send him to study abroad. But this is my first time visiting such a high-end community. You are his. Jiang Han was unsure of the identity of the person in front of him. Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Haochen, and I'm the property manager of Mr. Shinjo and his family. I'm mainly responsible for property matters. Lu Haochen's polite and decent introduction shocked Jiang Han. It is indeed a high-end residential complex, and it even has a property manager. Shinjo hasn't he contacted them for only a year, and he has already ended up like this? Jiang Han vaguely felt that he was unable to keep up with the times. His former good friend is now so powerful that Jiang Han even feels a sense of distance. However, he has always been a carefree person and didn't take these differences to heart. When he reached the top floor and saw that the entire floor was occupied by Shinzhou's family, Jiang Han felt so shocked that he became numb. High-end residential area luxury is everything. Shinzhou had received the news long ago and was waiting at the door. When he saw the familiar face of his old friend, he rushed forward and hugged him. Lao Jiang, you've been studying abroad for a few years, why don't you even shave your beard? Don't people in foreign countries like big beards? In the past, Jiang Han particularly liked to grow a beard, and his biggest dream was to become an old man with a white beard when he got old. As a result, when we met this time, he had shaved his beard and looked a lot younger. Old Shin, you're doing pretty well now. As a medical student, the less stuff on my face the better. As soon as he entered the top floor duplex, Jiang Han couldn't close his eyes. That's awesome. Do those guys from high school know what you've become now? Did you really buy this house? How expensive is this? Is this the quality of your life now? I'm jealous. Are you a hidden rich second generation? Jiang Han never stopped talking since entering the house. Shinzhou poured a cup of tea for Jiang Han and replied helplessly, I have made a lot of money in the stock market during this period. I bought this house for my children to go to school. I'm not some second generation rich kid. I can barely be considered a self-made man. Jiang Han turned his head stiffly and looked at Shinzhou in horror. Oh my god, kid? Are you married? There are still children? I'll go. Jiang Han's face was full of shock, and he looked at Shinzhou as if he was a stranger. Chapter 46 Marriage is a grave. They already have a child just 1 year after graduation. Doesn't that mean they got married right after graduation? It's been such a short time since we last met, and Shinzhou is so quick. Shinzhou also knew this news, and Jiang Han must have been quite shocked. But since they were all good friends, Shinzhou told Jiang Han that he had quintuplets and had obtained a marriage certificate with a beautiful woman. Jiang Han now looked like Shinzhou making up a story. You keep making it up, and I'll keep listening. A top beauty, is she as pretty as the movie queen Fan Shui? TSK, do you know how low the probability of having quintuplets is medically? It's 1 in 30 million, and the survival rate of the babies is even lower. I'm studying medicine, don't fool me. Jiang Han took a sip of the tea, his face full of disbelief. Shinzhou spread his hands helplessly. Old Jiang, tell me, since we became buddies, have I ever lied to you? Jiang Han's face froze. Is everything you said true? This is too outrageous. You have a career, children, and a family. You have everything, and you've only graduated for a year. Tell me, who would believe you if you told this? I can't believe it. Shinzhou sighed helplessly. He originally wanted to find a photo, but found that there were too many things going on during this period of time and he had not taken a family photo with his children and Su Qingyan. How about this, the child will be out of school soon, I will ask my wife to pick him up then, and you will understand when you see him in person. Jiang Han drank a whole cup of tea to calm himself down. At this time, he had long forgotten to ask Shinzhou why he called him over. My mind is full of my good friends, who are now successful in their careers, have a harmonious family, and are lucky enough to have quintuplets. Shinzhou was the first to bring up the matter. It's like this, I came to you this time because I have something to tell you. Jiang Han waved his hand casually, his mind not on the conversation. You tell me what to say. I heard that you studied medicine in college. Which subject? The question barely brought Jiang Han's thoughts back to reality. It's like this. I originally preferred internal medicine, but later when a foreign research institute was evaluating my talent, they unexpectedly discovered that I had an amazing memory. So I skipped a few grades and learned all the subjects in less than 5 years. But you also know how stressful the environment abroad is. After I learned everything I could, I came back. If I don't want to do anything else, I just want to rest for a few years. I won't have any trouble finding a job anyway. When Shinzhou heard Jiang Han say this, his eyes lit up. Aren't these the talents prepared for one's own private hospital? It's like this. I came to you this time because I want to open a private hospital. You also know that my family has quintuplets now, and this hospital is also prepared for them. I came to you. Shinzhou chuckled. If Jiang Han still didn't understand what his old friend meant, he would have lived in vain for so many years. You want me to go to your private hospital? Please, old Shin, I still want to hang out outside for a few more years. Shinzhou did not force Jiang Han. Anyway, Jiang Han was in Haizhong City now, so he had plenty of time to convince him.
Su Qingyan called it this time. Today she was going to pick up the babies.
When she knew that someone was coming to her house, she was still thinking about whether to bring back some vegetables.
No need, I have already prepared everything, you just need to come back early. Jiang Han discovered that when Xinzhou answered the phone, the happy smile on his face couldn't be faked. He collapsed on the sofa. It's over, Lao Xin, you are now completely lying in the grave of your marriage, and you can't get up.
Xinzhou thought of the beauty Su Qingyan, the 5 cute little kids, and the ultimate life that the system had brought him recently.
Xinzhou sighed, you don't know how good the grave of marriage is. When Xinzhou put on an apron and went into the kitchen, Jiang Han was surprised again. My old buddy, you can cook now? Xinzhou cuts the knife skillfully. Not only can I cook, I'm also a full-time dad now.
Jiang Han collapsed on the sofa. Well, I have to reshape my worldview today. Just as Jiang Han was staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling with lifeless eyes,
Su Qingyan has also returned with a few children. As soon as the door opened, Shin Meng rushed into the room first. Daddy, I got a small reward from the teacher today.
Shen Meng held the stuffed toy in her hand and rushed to the sofa.
She just saw someone lying on the sofa, it must be her dad.
Shen Meng rushed into the arms of the man on the sofa like a small cannonball.
Dad, look. This is the minion that my teacher gave me as a reward. I like its color.
Shen Meng was speaking when she turned around and saw a strange man. Jiang Han didn't expect that the child had mistaken him for someone else. He subconsciously hugged Shen Meng and protected the child's head to prevent her from hitting anything else. When Shen Meng turned around, Jiang Han finally saw the face of Xinzhou's child.
Oh my god, this little girl is so cute. Is this really your child, old Shen? She's so pretty.
From a biological genetics point of view, this child is a combination of your and your wife's perfect genes.
Look at those eyes, look at that nose, I think she's so cute.
Jiang Han has been abroad for many years and likes to speak directly. Shen Meng didn't quite understand some of Jiang Han's words, but she knew that this strange uncle in front of her was praising her. Shen Meng suddenly covered her face shyly, and said in a baby voice, Meng, shame on you.
Jiang Han covered his heart. It's over, Lao Zhou, your child is so cute that I am bleeding.
Xinzhou kept chopping at the kitchen counter and rolled his eyes. In front of the child, put away all those catchphrases of yours, don't teach my child bad things.
Jiang Han, who had been very individual before, nodded quickly. Okay, got it.
Meng ran the fastest, and soon the other 4 children came in. Looking at these 5 children who looked very similar, Jiang Han once again covered his heart. Brother, can you tell me where to find such cute children?
I also want to have a little angel like this. Xinzhou said silently, didn't you say before that marriage is a grave? No, I now feel that marriage is an amusement park. I must be so happy to have so many cute children. Xinzhou asked Shen Huan, who was walking at the end, where's your mommy? Mommy is filling out some household information form, I'll be right up.
Xinzhou glanced at Jiang Han, who was already playing with the child.
This is Uncle Jiang, Dad's former high school classmate. Chapter 47. I'll leave the dishes to you. The 5 little kids shouted in unison, hello, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Han lay on the sofa. It's over. I was sniped by your kid. While cutting vegetables, Xinzhou said, how come I didn't know that you were obsessed with cute kids? In the past, whoever got married had a child. And the children we met were not that cute.
Jiang Han sat on the carpet and played with the children.
Now he had only one thought, deep regret.
I regretted not bringing toys, gifts, and food for these lovely children. When Su Qingyan opened the door, she saw 5 children and a strange man playing together on the carpet in the living room. Jiang Han is a very friendly man to some extent, so it is easy for him to get along with these children. However, after seeing Su Qingyan come in, the little kids dropped what they were holding and greeted Su Qingyan.
Mommy is back.
Jiang Han was playing with the children when he turned around and saw someone coming in.
Su Qingyan has an outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament. She is a dazzling presence just standing there. Jiang Han stared in astonishment. Is this your wife?
Xinzhou took off his apron, walked to the door, and kissed Su Qingyan in front of Jiang Han. Of course, this is your sister-in-law.
Jiang Han greeted Su Qingyan woodenly. Shen Meng heard Uncle Jiang mutter, is there a paradise in this marriage grave?
Now Jiang Han completely believed what Xinzhou said before.
It's over, the clown is actually me.
Looking at Su Qingyan, whose beauty is comparable to that of a movie queen, and these 5 lovely children, Jiang Han sighed to the sky. All right, stop sighing, hurry up and clean up and get ready for dinner. Shinjo moved quickly and prepared 8 or 9 dishes on the table. Half of them are fresh seafood, specially prepared for Jiang Han's entertainment. During this short period of time, Jiang Han has been conquered by the 5 little kids. As soon as they sat down at the dinner table, Jiang Han said, "How about this, old Shin? I want to discuss something with you." Shinjo opened a bottle of red wine and said, "Just say what you want to say. Why are we being polite to each other?" Jiang Han gently carried the 5 babies to the baby chairs and said, "We have such a good relationship, I won't beat around the bush with you. How about you let the child recognize me as his godfather?" Shinjo originally wanted to agree right away. After all, with their relationship, it wouldn't be a big deal for each other's child to recognize each other as godfathers. But then he thought of the private hospital, and Shinjoka smiled evilly. "You want to have 5 such cute babies without getting married, are you dreaming?" Jiang Han smiled and came to Shinjo with a humble look on his face. "Brother, my brother Shin, I really like these children. If I had known earlier, I would have come to your house with gifts today." Shinjo paused for a moment before saying, "No need for a gift. To be honest, my 5 children are bound to have bumps and bruises. It's not bad to have an uncle who is a doctor. I don't want to be just an uncle." Jiang Han denied. "If you can come to my private hospital and let the children have an extra godfather, I can still accept it." Jiang Han hesitated when he thought about going to work and losing his current free life. Just at this moment, Meng Meng picked up a piece of shrimp that she didn't like with a fork, but she didn't want to put it back. So Meng Meng suddenly had an idea, smiled slyly, turned around and put the shrimp on Jiang Han's plate. "Uncle, eat it." Jiang Han was touched. What an angel baby. How could he be so touched when living a free life? "I'll do it. It's just working in your hospital. I'll work for you if you can afford the salary. I'll help you cure any problems the babies have." Jiang Han drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp and made his promise with great righteousness. Shinjo had already expected his reaction, so Shinjo didn't say anything and simply tore off a piece of paper, wrote a contract of sale, and handed it over. "I know that foreign countries value the spirit of contract. We should also value the spirit of contract. Let's sign it, shall we?" The words had already been spoken. Jiang Han would not go back on his word, and without further ado he put his name on the list. As the name on the indenture was signed, Shinjo suddenly heard a prompt in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing 30% of the task of building a hospital to gather talents. I will reward the host with 30 million as a startup fund for building a hospital. Activation can be done via SMS. A private hospital must have at least 100 people, all of whom are the hospital's talents. The fact that Jiang Han alone can achieve 30% of this task is enough to show how powerful he is." Shinjo felt very happy that such a powerful person was tricked by him into coming to his hospital. "You won't have to worry about your baby's medical insurance in the future." Jiang Han had no idea that he had become a medical tool because of a shrimp, and was still immersed in the cuteness of the babies. Su Qingyan blinked and looked at Shinjo in surprise. "Husband, are you going to open a private hospital?" Shinjo nodded. "Yes, it is also for the growth of our baby. This will make it easier to treat injuries in the future." The couple was talking when they suddenly heard a strange cry, as if a wolf was howling at the throat. "This seafood is so delicious, it perfectly highlights the sweetness of the taste. The sauce is better than what I've had at 5-star chefs abroad." Jiang Han waved his knife and fork, quickly sharing the fresh seafood on the plate. "How is this fish cooked? It's so tender. This Westlake beef soup is so delicious. Oh my god, is this really made by you, Shinjo? Could it be that you ordered takeout and it was just placed there?" Shinjo didn't bother to be polite with him and pointed to some used kitchen utensils on the kitchen counter. "You will be responsible for washing these cooking utensils later." I believe Jiang Han would not do such a thing as eating and drinking for free. Jiang Han had also smelled the fragrance of the rice before. The rice was cooked to such a high standard that it satisfied his picky tongue. Then he said a few words jokingly. "I didn't expect that the burden of washing dishes would fall on me." He took another bite of the shrimp and experienced the salty and fresh taste that exploded in his mouth. Suddenly, washing dishes seems like no big deal. As long as he can eat, it doesn't matter if I paint the walls. This meal made Jiang Han willing to stay in Haizhong City and be the director of Jiang Han's private hospital. Chapter 48 Delayed Plan. After eating and drinking, Jiang Han felt the warm atmosphere in the house. "I think it would be nice to settle down in Haizhong City. Where is your private hospital now?" Jiang Han asked proactively. Shinjo smiled faintly and said, "We are still preparing to buy a piece of land, so you can still play for a while." Jiang Han sighed helplessly, "So you don't have a leader yet?" Shinjo rolled his eyes. "As long as we buy the land and the house above, and then renovate it and complete the relevant procedures, won't that be enough?" Jiang Han shook his head silently. This might be the world of rich people. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem, and efficiency can also be improved with money. However, Jiang Han was still very curious about Shinjo. "Old Shin, you have only graduated from college for a year. Where did you get all this money? I even suspect that you won the lottery. But I can't win the lottery as fast as you do, right?" After confirming that Shinjo was not a rich second generation, this was the biggest question in Jiang Han's mind. In his opinion, Shinjo is now at the peak of his life. The children are well behaved, the wife is beautiful, the big house is there for living, and you can buy any land you want. Why is there such a big gap between people? Shinjo had already been fully prepared for such questions. "Come with me." In a study room on the first floor, there are several professional equipment. All of these are essential equipment for stock traders. In fact, most of my previous capital accumulation relied on my investment in the stock market. Jiang Han looked at the professional equipment in the room and was a little puzzled. "Old Shin, I remember that your grades in math, physics, and chemistry were average before." Shinjo rolled his eyes. "I suddenly got it, and I'm also very lucky in the stock market. Basically, everything I buy goes up. How about this, just take out some spare money, I'll tell you which ones to invest in, and you put the money in there to run for a while." Shinjo said this half jokingly. But Jiang Han handed over a bank card with about 200,000 yuan in it. "Well, you try to run it for me. I don't know what to buy either. I really want to see if this thing can make money." Shinjo also knew that Jiang Han trusted him. "Then I will take the money to invest." "How long is your investment period?" Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, "My uncle used to speculate in stocks, and he always says that the stock market is not doing well right now. Why don't I invest for a month or two? It's just for fun. Don't worry, I won't ask you for compensation even if you lose it. Just cook a few more meals for me." Thinking of the delicious meal just now, Jiang Han still felt a little greedy. "It's just that my stomach really can't eat anymore. You can have fun during this time, but my private hospital is not fully staffed yet. If you have someone suitable, please introduce them to me." One of the reasons why they approached Jiang Han in the first place was because Jiang Han had a wide network of contacts. Jiang Han already has many friends, and he has been in the medical field for so long that he has many capable friends around him. If there happen to be a few of them who are free, Shinjo can afford to support them by bringing them to his private hospital. "Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely help you find it. As long as your hospital can afford the salary, I will definitely be able to get the person here." After Jiang Han left, the 5 little kids also fell into a deep sleep. These kids had a lot of fun today. Our kids are not shy about strangers. Su Qingyan held a glass of milk, handed it to Shinjo and said. Shinjo also discovered that these 5 children were not shy, and they were not too timid no matter they were in an unfamiliar environment or with unfamiliar people. The preparation of a private hospital has been put on the agenda. Do you have any suggestions? Generally speaking, after the 5 children fall asleep, it is time for Shinjo and Su Qingyan to communicate as a couple. Although private hospitals are centered around our children, they will definitely have to make a profit in the future. I'm not expecting this private hospital to make a lot of money, I just hope it can break even in the future. Su Qingyan had the same idea as Shinjo in this regard. An institution that only loses money is like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money you throw into it, there will be no return. I think it would be better to do better in pediatrics and hire some great doctors. Parents will pay attention to their children's affairs. So I think it's good to focus on these. Shinjo nodded. Su Qingyan was indeed a smart person with a quick mind. Although she had no experience in this industry, she already had a rough plan for the future development of the hospital. How about, the planning of this hospital is left to you? Shinjo's words stunned Su Qingyan. Leave it to me? I have never worked in a hospital. Don't worry, let Jiang Han take care of the professional matters, and you can just be responsible for the planning and operation of the hospital. Do you just like staying in that company and being an ordinary English teacher? Jiang Han's words touched Su Qingyan's heart. Su Qingyan originally had her own company, but unfortunately those people used dirty tricks and drove Su Qingyan out. Afterwards, Su Qingyan found a quiet class in the institution for the children.
Now the child is under the full responsibility of Shinjo. The little money Su Qingyan earns from the institution is not even enough for Shinjo to earn from changing the child's diapers. Shinjo couldn't bear to see Su Qingyan's talent being covered up. Su Qingyan is no ordinary person. She was a well-known school beauty with high IQ when she was in college. Although starting a business after graduation turned out like this, Su Qingyan's strength can be seen from the hospital planning just now. Now that the conversation had come to this, Shinjo couldn't help but ask, "Wife, don't you have a plan for your future?" Su Qingyan was silent for a moment. In fact, her original plan was to take the postgraduate entrance examination. But she didn't expect there would be an unexpected one, which made her unable to cope with it. In fact, before I found out I was pregnant, I wanted to go to Yenching University. Su Qingyan snuggled in Shinjo's arms and spoke softly. Life is always like this, accidents and plans conflict with each other. Shinjo patted Su Qingyan's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay. I interrupted your plan by accident. Now you can pick up your plan again." Su Qingyan raised her head and looked at Shinjo's serious eyes, and a light that Shinjo had never seen before ignited in her eyes. "Then I'll try it. But then the responsibility of taking care of the baby will fall on you." There was some apology in Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes. "The child is also my child. I was partly responsible for the delay of your plan. Just focus on completing your plan and don't worry about anything else." Chapter 49, Uneducated High School Student. Su Qingyan was moved when she heard Shinjo say this. "Then I will prepare. I will make a plan for the hospital first, and then concentrate on preparing for the exam." In fact, hospital affairs are not too complicated and can be established according to the existing system. Su Qingyan just needs to roughly determine the future development direction of the hospital. The thought of continuing my unfinished plan, preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination again, and getting one step closer to my previous dream. Su Qingyan felt full of energy, and seemed to have returned to the ambitious state she was in when she had just graduated. Suddenly, Su Qingyan heard Shinjo ask her, "There are only 3 months left before the postgraduate entrance examination. Do you want to try this year?" There are people around Shinjo who have graduated for 2 or 3 years and are still preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. So he is still clear about the time of the postgraduate entrance examination. For most people, it takes at least 1 to 1.5 years to prepare in advance. This is only 3 months, which is a bit rushed. 3 months may not be enough to learn all the relevant knowledge. Su Qingyan looked at the calendar and said, "Since I only have this chance this year, why don't I give it a try first? If it doesn't work, just treat it as an early experience of the exam room." Shinjo nodded. This was Su Qingyan's own life and her own choice. Just respect it. Su Qingyan arrived at the office of the educational institution early in the morning. My colleagues are as enthusiastic as ever. Since this organization and company was acquired by Shinjo, Shinjo's investment company also sent people to take over. And according to Shinjo's wishes, this educational institution was rectified. After the rectification, the agency's performance soared and its reputation in the industry improved significantly. What Su Qingyan heard most often in the office was these colleagues praising Shinjo for his intelligence and ability. Teacher Lu handed over a box of pastries. "Xiao Su, try some, I made them yesterday." Su Qingyan refused with an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry, Teacher Lu, I came here today to tell you something." The office, which had been somewhat chaotic, suddenly became quiet. "The boss lady has something to say. It's like this. I'm leaving the company soon due to some personal reasons. I've had a great time getting along with you all these past few months. Thank you all for your care." Su Qingyan's words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Is this a resignation? No, this is originally Su Qingyan's family's company. It doesn't matter whether she wants to go or stay. Teacher Lu said jokingly, "Our little Su is really depressed. Is she going to be a full-time mother?" In fact, most people in the office share the same idea as Teacher Lu. Everyone thought that Su Qingyan wanted to live the leisurely life of a rich lady. Indeed, being a tutor is too tiring. It's not as leisurely as the life of a rich lady. Su Qingyan knew what these people were really thinking. While packing up the things on her seat, she explained with a smile, "I am planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Shinjo is a full-time dad in our family, so I don't think I will be a full-time mom." These words made the people in the office look at each other in silence. It turns out that Su Qingyan is not as lazy as everyone thinks. On the contrary, he is too ambitious. In that case, I wish you immediate success. After leaving the institution where she had stayed for several months, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Postgraduate entrance examination. After sending the 5 little kids to school in the morning, Xinzhou received a message from Lu Haochen. The piece of land he had his eyes on actually belonged to the Wanhai area. Lu Haochen contacted the company, and after some discussion it was confirmed that the land could be sold. Mr. Shen, I have already made the contact for you. Do you want to meet in person? Originally, it would have been okay for Xinzhou to talk about this matter himself, but after the children stepped into the gate of Skyland School, Xinzhou received a task issued by the system. Therefore, Xinzhou did not plan to handle the land matter himself. How about this, Haochen? If you have time to help me deal with this matter, I will pay you extra labor fees. If you're busy, forget it. When Lu Haochen heard the news, he stuttered, Mr. Shen, this involves a huge amount of money. You're looking for me? Isn't that a bit hasty? Xinzhou felt that this matter was originally negotiated by Lu Haochen and it was their company's. It would also be more convenient for Lu Haochen to come forward. However, Lu Haochen thought that Xinzhou trusted him too much and even let him intervene in such a big deal. Don't worry, as long as you have time, I will trust you. Xinzhou looked at the watch on his hand and said in a light tone. I can. Lu Haochen gritted his teeth and took on the heavy responsibility. Not for any other reason, just because of the meal Xinzhou treated me to before. Okay, you go and discuss the details, and I'll be there when the time comes to sign the contract. Xinzhou parked the car under a large shopping mall. The task issued by the system is not complicated. Host, please choose to accept the mysterious ball task. The school where the babies are is about to hold a large event. Please ask the host to complete the procurement of supplies for the babies. When Xinzhou saw this message, he happened to receive a message from Skyland School. In order to welcome new students, it is also to enable these children to integrate into campus life more quickly. Skyland School is preparing to hold a unique dance. Parents and children are invited to participate in this dance. There will be some small competitions and activities. The finale event is a dance party. For children who have just started school, group activities are the fastest way for them to determine their place in the surrounding environment. Since Xinzhou is a full-time dad, his children's affairs must be put first. There are some ball costumes in this shopping mall, and Xinzhou came here to choose some. It is mainly to buy some small equipment and accessories. As for specific clothes, Xinzhou will give the choice to the children. As soon as he turned a corner, he bumped into a boy who was looking down. Xinzhou subconsciously blocked him with his hand. The watch on my wrist hit the wall directly and the pieces were scattered on the ground. The boy was dressed in hip-hop clothes and walked very quickly. Although he knew he had bumped into someone, he still strode forward. If the boy had apologized proactively at the beginning, Xinzhou would not have cared. But this person bumped into someone and just turned around and walked away without saying a word. How uncivilized. You bumped into me, and you're just going to leave without saying a word? Xinzhou frowned and pulled the boy back. Unexpectedly, the boy dressed in hip-hop style took out his wallet with an impatient look, pulled out 1,000 yuan from it and threw it at Xinzhou. This money is enough to compensate you for your watch. Hurry up and don't waste your time talking to me. Xinzhou frowned. Children nowadays are becoming more and more uneducated. Chapter 50. You can't afford to pay. This guy looks like he's only in high school, but why doesn't he speak like a normal person? Xinzhou was so angry that he laughed. My dear little friend, I'm afraid that your money is not enough for me to buy a watch strap. You can't afford it. People gradually gathered around, and the manager of the shopping mall saw the sudden situation and hurried forward. Gentlemen, why don't we go to the waiting room to discuss this? It's really inconvenient to talk outside. The boy in hip-hop clothes looked impatient. Is this card enough? How about I give you another card? I'm really in a hurry. Xinzhou pulled the boy and followed the manager to the waiting room. This is not a matter of money. Hasn't anyone taught you what politeness and apology are? Xinzhou had plenty of time. During this time, the boy made a phone call, apparently asking someone else to pick someone up. After the call ended, the boy was no longer too anxious. Sitting in the waiting room, the manager got a general idea of what was going on. How about this, the plan you two agreed on, this watch? The manager took the watch he had picked up from the ground and saw the logo on the dial. Suddenly there was silence. Isn't this Patek Philippe? That watch is worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. The impact just now was quite severe and the dial was broken. Han Zian didn't expect that he would bump into someone randomly, and he turned out to be wearing a Patek Philippe. He couldn't even afford this watch with his annual living expenses. His father has $1 million Patek Philippe, which he only wears on important occasions. How come this person is carrying such an expensive watch and dressing so modestly? My dear little friend, I'm afraid you already know that the little money you just gave us can't even buy a watch strap, right? Shinjo silently threw the broken watch in front of Han Zian. This watch was also a reward given to Shinjo by the system while he was taking care of his child. The original value was probably around 300,000. How much do you want? Han Zian's face turned pale. This is the kind of people Shinjo despises the most. It is not easy to solve everything with money. In fact, this is just an ordinary watch, not worth much. The mall manager nearby had a distorted face when he heard this. A watch worth more than 300,000. Patek Philippe. Called ordinary? Rich people are just rich people. Han Zian's expression relaxed slightly when he heard this. Because he really didn't have that much money to pay. I just think you are reckless and you should apologize for your behavior just now. When Shinjo said this, his expression turned stern, and at this moment he looked very imposing. Han Zian is fearless at home, but at this moment he became inexplicably cowardly. Then can I just apologize? Han Zian muttered softly. Shinjo nodded. Han Zian has seldom admitted his mistakes to others since he was a child. But given the situation today, it is absolutely impossible for him not to bow his head. After all, he is still a teenager and has no experience in dealing with this kind of thing. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it. Han Zian hesitated for a long time before speaking reluctantly. After receiving this apology, Shinjo nodded slightly. People should still be polite. My children, no matter how old they are, know this. After saying this, Shinjo was too lazy to waste time talking to the young man, so he turned around and left. As for the broken watch, Shinjo threw it in the waiting room. The manager didn't come to his senses until the two parties left. Did I witness a dispute among wealthy families today? This is a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just say you don't want it. The manager wailed, blaming himself for being so ignorant. The top floor of this shopping mall is dedicated to providing services to the wealthy. Before going to buy things for the ball, Shinjo first came to the Patek Philippe store on the top floor. Since the watch is broken, the old one must go before the new one can come. Shinjo plans to pick out a pair of couple watches for himself and Su Qingyan. As soon as Shinjo entered, a special service staff came over. In truly high-end stores, there is no problem of bad service attitude. I want a couple's watch, the price is around 1 million. Shinjo said in a calm tone. The salesgirl was stunned. Is $1 million order about to fall on her head? Ah. Sir, please wait a moment. We will bring the styles for you to choose from. There was joy in the salesgirl's steps. A style like this costs around $1 million and needs to be booked a week in advance. And you need to pay the full amount in advance, and you can't refund it midway. Sir, can you accept that? These rules apply to luxury goods, and Shinjo is no longer surprised. Just this pair, can you send it directly over in a week? The salesgirl nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Shin, we provide door-to-door delivery service. You are now our VIP member. If you have any needs in the future, you can contact us directly. Even now, Shinjo had already swiped his bank card, but the salesgirl was still in a daze. She can get at least tens of thousands of commission for this order. Moreover, Shinjo was not as picky as other guests, he was very straightforward. It's as refreshing as buying cabbage. Han Zian's expression was still gloomy after leaving the shopping mall. What's wrong? You're still unhappy after coming to the nightclub. You're embarrassing us guys. The energetic young man holding a wineglass patted Han Zian on the shoulder. Don't mention it. I'm so unlucky today. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Just drink. I have to go to some parent-teacher conference for my sister in a while. What a mess. All the teachers at Skyland attached great importance to this freshman party. At this party, the children will also perform some talents and participate in some projects. Shin Huan, the teacher wants to ask if you are willing to perform a show? The head teacher, Mr. Kai, asked Debao Shin Huan privately. During this period, Shin Huan has won unanimous praise from the school's music teachers. There is no musical instrument that he cannot play. Principal Wan of Skyland School studied music for his doctorate.
Because he really likes Shin Huan, Principal Wan now spends an hour every day to train Shin Huan.
Shin Huan did live up to his talent and demonstrated amazing learning ability.
Because of this, when Teacher Kai received the notice of the evening party, he was the first person he thought of. Shin Huan has a natural love for performing.
It's as if he grew up on the stage. Okay. But
Shin Huan did not reject this idea, but he also had his own ideas.
Can I play my own music?
Teacher Kai was stunned when Shin Huan said this.
Such a young child, his own song?
It was probably a new song the child had learned and he thought it was his own.
But as long as I can perform, it's fine, Teacher Kai nodded. Chapter 51 Everyone wants to be a princess.
Teacher Kai looked at Shin Huan and said, of course, but you may have to stay in school for a while after school to rehearse.
May I?
When Shin Huan heard that school would be over later, she did not agree to the teacher's request directly. Instead, she tilted her head and said, I need to discuss this with my parents. Teacher Kai nodded, of course, the teacher will notify them too. During the lunch break, the 4 children gathered together. Shin Huan stood on a chair with his chest puffed out and said, I'm going to perform a show.
The teacher asked me to perform a show.
When the other 3 children heard this, they reacted differently.
Shin Shang said indifferently, I don't want to perform a show. Shin Mang asked while playing with the doll, why? Performing shows is the most boring thing, it's just for others to watch. It's better to perform for mom and dad at home. They will even reward us with candy.
Shin Feng and Shin Shang's performances combined, he waved his toy car and rushed to the sofa. I want to perform too, I want to perform too.
I want to be on stage too. Shin Mang asked calmly, third brother, what do you want to perform?
Performing martial arts.
My teacher said I'm very talented.
As he was speaking, Shin Feng pulled out a toy stick from somewhere and stabbed it a few times in an official manner.
I don't care. I'm going to go find the teacher this afternoon and tell him I want to perform, too.
Shin Feng made up his mind and moved from the sofa to the carpet.
The life teacher heard a lot of noise in the dormitory.
When he opened the door, he saw Shin Feng jumping down.
It's nap time now, you guys should go to sleep. The life teacher picked up Shin Feng with a headache on his face and put him on the bed.
He was about to turn around and talk about the other 3 children, but he saw that the 3 children were looking at him particularly obediently.
Teacher, let's go to bed right away.
Shin Shang spoke first and walked into the room dragging his small quilt.
Oh, these 4 children are so naughty. The life teacher was helpless and amused. In the afternoon, Shin Feng found Teacher Kai during the break. Teacher, I want to perform a show too. I can perform a show too.
Teacher Kai was preparing the program list report when he turned around and saw Shin Feng sneaking over.
What are you going to perform? Teacher Kai asked patiently.
Shin Feng took out his favorite stick and waved it vigorously a few times. I want to show you martial arts. Teacher Kai was at a loss for words, as there had never been such a program at a party before.
It's like this, Shin Feng. Martial arts performances are quite dangerous, so we don't usually have such shows.
After being politely rejected by Teacher Kai, Shin Feng was slightly stunned, but I also want to perform. Looking at Shin Feng, who looks similar to Shin Huan, Teacher Kai also has a headache.
It would be great if Shin Feng could also play the piano. How about this, teacher, please think about it again.
Teacher Kai asked Shin Feng to go back first and contacted Shin Zhou at the same time. First, he told Shin Zhou that Debao Shin Huan was going to perform and that the rehearsal would last until after school. Then he tactfully mentioned Shin Feng's wishes.
It's like this, Mr. Shen.
We have performed martial arts at parties before, but they were mostly group performances. And it is indeed dangerous for children to play with these things.
Teacher Kai still hopes that Shin Zhou will go and persuade Shin Feng. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Shin Zhou directly asked back, as long as the child's program is not dangerous, can he go on stage?
Teacher Kai was caught off guard by the question and nodded subconsciously. If it's not dangerous, it should be fine.
Then I understand. Since our child wants to perform, we will fully cooperate.
After ending the call with Shin Zhou, Teacher Kai discovered with regret.
He originally wanted to tactfully ask Shin Feng to give up the idea of performing, but was blocked by Shin Zhou.
Forget it, as long as the program Shin Feng chooses in the end is not dangerous, it's okay to have one more program.
The show put on by Shen Meng's Girls' College is a fairy tale drama.
It tells the story of Snow White. As soon as Teacher Luo talked about this, the children all raised their hands enthusiastically.
Teacher, I want to be Snow White. I want to be a princess.
All the children raised their hands, but Shin Meng sat there, rolling her eyes like black grapes, very quietly. This fairy tale play is always a headache for teachers every year. Every child wants to be a princess or a prince, but villain characters are not liked by children. Well, let's play a little game. The winner can be the princess. The other children must obey the instructions. Teacher Luo already had a way to deal with it. This is also a fair approach. As soon as these questions were asked, Shin Meng gave the answers without even thinking. This is too easy. The questions my dad usually gives me are more difficult than this. Shin Meng answered all the questions in one breath. Little did they know that the other children were about to cry. I can't answer any of the questions. I can't beat Shin Meng in any question. The princess is no longer herself. Ah. Woo woo woo. Wow, I can't answer that. The whole classroom suddenly became filled with tears. This was the first time that Teacher Luo felt so frustrated since he used the competition to decide who would be the princess. The crushing victory made the children burst into tears. Shin Meng looked at the crying children with an innocent look on her face. Teacher Luo looked at the children in the room with a headache. No matter what was said, these children couldn't stop crying. However, Shin Meng said something at this time. The room suddenly became quiet. I don't want to be a princess, I want to be a queen. These children were like having their screen paused. Their tears were still falling, but their crying had stopped. Even Teacher Luo looked at Shin Meng in surprise. She asked uncertainly, Meng, are you sure you don't want to play the princess but the queen? The queen is a villain, a bad person. Shin Meng nodded, that's right, teacher, I want to be the queen. Teacher Luo smiled and said, now that Meng's role has been decided, let's play the game again. Now the children in the room stopped crying. At this time, a little girl with a round face came over and said, Meng, why don't you be a princess? Everyone wants to be a princess. Shin Meng said while playing with her toys, the princess is so good, why is she still being bullied by the queen? The queen can bully the princess, she is the most powerful. Chuiyu, the round-faced little girl next to her, stared with her eyes wide open, unable to refute Shin Meng, and even felt that what Meng said made sense. Now Chuiyu doesn't want to be a princess anymore. What is the point of being a princess? Not only is he bullied by the queen, but he's also deceived by the hunter. Finally, he was taken in by 7 dwarfs. No. Then I want to be a hunter, the one who hunts princesses. Chuiyu stared at Teacher Luo with big eyes, wanting to be the hunter that no one wanted. Chapter 52 Solving Performance Problems. Although the results of the competition were used as the deciding factor, there were still some children who cried because they couldn't get the role they wanted. Teacher Luo comforted the child while listening to Chuiyu's request. She was very surprised that 2 of these thankless roles, which were only assigned at the very end, were picked up at the very beginning of this session. Looking at Chuiyu who got the character card, he jumped to Shin Meng like a rabbit. Teacher Luo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he was influenced by Shin Meng. For the Shin family, dinner time is a discussion session for the whole family. Shinzhou and Su Qingyan have no rules of not talking while eating or sleeping. It is a good idea for children to let them speak freely during meals. Just swallow what's in your mouth and don't let it affect your speaking. When Su Qingyan found out that Debao Shin Huan was going to perform on stage, she looked proud. I knew our Huan was amazing. Debao had a proud look on his face, while the third child, Shin Feng, pouted and even felt that the meat in the bowl was not fragrant. What's wrong, Feng? Su Qingyan asked with some confusion when she saw Shin Feng, who was obviously in a low mood. Shinzhou naturally knew why the third brother felt uncomfortable. A little explanation. So it's about a performance. Feng, what do you think about this? Su Qingyan asked patiently. Sanba Shin Feng poked the rice in the bowl with chopsticks and said aggrievedly, I just want to show you martial arts. It's boring to just sing and dance. On the way to pick up the children, Shinzhou was thinking about this matter. Since the child wants to perform, Shinzhou will definitely find a way to satisfy the child. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinzhou picked up a piece of green vegetables for Shin Feng with his chopsticks. If you eat these vegetables obediently, I will tell you how to get on the show. Shin Feng has been troubled by this matter for the entire afternoon. After hearing what Shinzhou said, he was willing to eat a whole plate of vegetables, not to mention a handful of them that he usually didn't like to eat. Shin Feng, with his cheeks bulging, looked like a hamster hoarding food while chewing. His big eyes blinked as he looked at Su Qingyan with a smile on his face.
Su Qingyan even took out her cell phone and took a secret photo. She wanted to capture all these beautiful moments. Dad, I've finished eating. Can you tell me what the good method is? Shin Feng showed the bowl, which was clean without even a grain of rice left in it, his eyes full of urgency. Shinzhou played a downloaded video on his phone. Because it's a party, if there are swordplay and gunplay, the teachers are also worried that the children will get into trouble. But if you use bare-handed boxing, this form of martial arts won't be dangerous. I just wonder if our third brother doesn't like this kind of format? There are many kinds of boxing videos. Shinzhou specially downloaded an impressive boxing video from the internet. Sure enough, Shinfeng couldn't take his eyes off the video once he saw it. I think this is very cool. Shinfeng held the phone in both hands. I've decided. I'm going to perform this at the party. Shinzhou looked like he had already figured it out, but he still reminded, the performance in this video is quite complicated. If you want to choose this as your program, you must practice more. Shinfeng's eyes sparkled. I want this, I'm not afraid. Okay, then I'll talk to your teacher tomorrow. Shinzhou said after he dealt with the third child and wiped his mouth. Aren't you two going to put on a show? Shinzhou looked at the other two little boys at the table. Shin Shang shook his head, it's meaningless. Shen Mang looked up in bewilderment. Are you still going to perform? It seems that neither of them wants to participate in the performance. Shinzhou's gaze fell on the youngest one. Shen Meng was eating an apple with a fork when she noticed that the table had suddenly become quiet. How about Meng Meng, does your class have any performances? Su Qingyan asked in a gentle voice. Our teacher said we should perform a fairy tale play. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. Then what is our Meng Meng going to perform? Shin Meng tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, I want to be the queen. Shinzhou was a little surprised. After all, most girls of Meng Meng's age would choose the role of a princess. In the minds of children, right and wrong are very clear. Most children like positive characters and rarely choose villains like the queen. Meng Meng has always had her own thoughts and told them about her previous considerations at school. The unique angle made Su Qingyan and Shinzhou laugh. So this is what Meng Meng thought. Now that you've all decided, we'll have to prepare some outfits for the ball in the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, the 5 children's eyes lit up. Shin Shang and Shin Mang became excited when they heard this. Will we both get new clothes? Shinzhou wanted to tease the 2 children, so he deliberately said with an embarrassed look, if you two don't perform, what clothes should I prepare for you? Why don't you just wear your favorite little suit? When Shin Shang heard this, his face became anxious. No, we want new clothes too. Even though we won't be performing, we will still cheer for our brothers. Even Shin Mang, who had been quiet, nodded beside him. We want new clothes too. Su Qingyan smiled and said, don't tease them. Find some time to take them out together. Shinzhou put away his smile and nodded. Then let's go out this Saturday, we go together. After dinner, Jiang Han called. Old Shin, guess what? I have almost gathered enough people for you now. Jiang Han on the phone said excitedly. Shinzhou knew the news before the call was connected. Because the system gave a prompt at the time, building a hospital for the baby has been completed by 30% and a manpower subsidy of 10 million will be given. Okay, got it. How did you find so many people in such a short time? Shinzhou was also very curious about how Jiang Han managed to gather all the people in just a few days. There should be no shortage of professional talents now. As for the remaining caregivers and administrative staff, it would be best to recruit them. The basic internal framework of this hospital has been constructed. Jiang Han laughed secretly on the other end of the phone. It just so happened that we had a class reunion a while ago, and I poached people at the party without any hesitation. But the salary I offer is higher than their original salary. Will this affect your plan? Since ancient times, poaching has always been about positioning themselves in terms of promotion opportunities and salary. Friendships play only a small part in career planning. Chapter 53, Recruiting. Shinzhou didn't have any pressure on salary, as the system had just rewarded him with 10 million. This amount of manpower expenditure is nothing. Jiang Han is a talented person who can attract nearly 30 people for one gathering. Not bad, not bad. As for salary, since I've already made you the dean, don't worry, as long as the price you offer is reasonable, I can afford it. Shinzhou's tone was light. With the system in hand, he felt confident. Shinzhou roughly calculated that if the 10 million talent reward was used to pay the salaries of these professional talents, that's enough for more than 10 years. You're so confident. John Han laughed on the phone. Then I'll sign a contract with them in the name of the hospital. I'll leave this matter to you.
The registration with the hospital has been obtained. Shinjo tidied up the baby's room and ended the call with John Han. Now the work at the hospital is almost done. The future development direction was planned by Su Qingyan, and the land purchase and hospital registration were handled by Lu Haochen.
Thinking of Lu Haochen, Shinjo paused while packing his toys.
From the things he did in these few times, we can see that this person is a careful and intelligent person.
If I just work as a property manager, it would be a waste of my talent.
Just as he was thinking about him, Lu Haochen rang the doorbell and came in. Mr. Shin, these are the relevant procedures for registration with the hospital, and you may need to sign. During this period, Lu Haochen was busy running around, and finally completed all the complicated procedures in the shortest time. Shinjo put the document aside and did not sign it immediately.
He looked at Lu Haochen thoughtfully and said, Haochen, have you ever thought about changing jobs?
After Lu Haochen got the certificate, he immediately delivered it to Shinjo, with beads of sweat on his forehead. I didn't expect Shinjo's first words to be this.
He didn't react immediately. Ah?
Shinjo looked at Lu Haochen with a look of faint admiration in his eyes. I think it's a waste of your talent and ability to be a small housekeeper.
Are you interested in considering a job change? Working for me?
It took Lu Haochen a minute to react. He couldn't believe that such a big surprise actually hit him on the head. As a small top-floor property manager, the monthly salary is only 8,000 yuan, and the property management does not pay for insurance.
He is an external employee.
It is considered high among ordinary people's living standards, but for someone working hard in a foreign country, it is impossible to save any money every month.
Moreover, the end of this career is obvious at a glance.
You will be just a housekeeper for your entire life. Lu Haochen had no choice but to choose a foreign butler academy with tuition subsidies as a poverty support recipient. This way he would have the experience of studying abroad and would have a clear idea of getting a job upon graduation. To put it nicely, this job is a property manager.
To put it bluntly, it is just a person who runs errands for the homeowner. Because Lu Haochen was not very satisfied with the current situation, when he saw the olive branch thrown by Shinjo, he subconsciously asked, What does Mr. Shin want me to do?
Shinjo smiled slightly. Be my assistant secretary, but don't worry, you will definitely gain more experience here than being a small property manager.
I can register you with an investment company under my name. As for salary, I can offer you an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Lu Haochen's pupils trembled slightly. Annual salary is 300,000. 1 year is enough for the down payment of a house.
And Lu Haochen knew very well that this job had huge potential and room for growth.
How many company managers started out as the boss's assistant?
Lu Haochen now felt like he was floating in the clouds, unable to touch the ground.
I am willing to do so. Mr. Shin, I am willing to change jobs. I am willing to do so even if the salary is not that high. An excited look appeared on Lu Haochen's face, and he stared at Shinjo without blinking.
Shinjo had expected Lu Haochen to agree, so his expression remained calm. Then you should complete your resignation procedures as soon as possible.
If there is any liquidated damages or something like that, I will help you pay it.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Haochen's face was full of gratitude. He hadn't even changed jobs yet, but his future boss was so considerate. At this moment he realized what it meant to be wealthy and what it meant to be irresistible temptation.
Can you drive?
Shinjo suddenly asked, and Lu Haochen nodded. Then tomorrow, Saturday, you can help us drive the car. We need to go prepare some things. Now that it has been decided that they will make the switch, Shinjo was very clear about employing people. As a qualified leader, the most important thing to do is to know people and use them well.
Don't worry, Mr. Shin.
Lu Haochen is very smart and knows how to find his position. With such caring and capable subordinates, Shinjo felt that he would save a lot of trouble in the future. There are very few specialty stores in shopping malls that cater to children's dance parties. But in this city, there are always ball gowns tailored for these wealthy people. The top floor of this huge shopping mall is entirely occupied by shops specializing in prom-themed clothing. It is clearly a store selling clothes, but it is run like a real dance party. Even before entering a store to shop, one must deposit 200,000 yuan in advance, just like an admission ticket to a dance party.
And it's 200,000 per person.
Sir, there are 8 of you in total.
Would you all like to come in and spend some money?
The waiter at the side, wearing a devil mask, asked politely.
The mask on his face is so cool.
Shin Feng said in amazement when he saw the somewhat ugly mask. Lu Haochen drove the people in, and because Xinzhou had too many children's supplies, he helped to get to the top floor.
I didn't expect to be asked this question.
No, I'm not. Lu Haochen saw the pre-stored activities written on the display board. I only have 300,000 yuan a year, so I have to save 200,000 yuan in advance for this one entry.
He was about to be drained dry in an instant, and he couldn't afford to go in.
However, Xinzhou just handed over a card with a faint smile. 8 people, swipe it.
Ah. Mr. Shen. I don't have to go in, it's too expensive.
Lu Haochen was so frightened that his heart trembled.
200,000. How painful it would be.
Su Qingyan, who was standing by, knew what Xinzhou meant, and also knew that Lu Haochen had now become Xinzhou's assistant secretary.
She smiled and said, "It's okay, we will pay for it. The main thing is that there are so many children.
If they go in, we too won't be able to keep an eye on them.
I'll have to trouble you, Xiao Lu, to take care of it."
Lu Haochen smiled embarrassedly beside him. "Ah, so that's the case, thank you so much, Mr. Shen and Mrs. Shen." When Su Qingyan heard the unfamiliar word Mrs. Shen, her face turned red, but she quickly took Xinzhou's arm. "The certificate is obtained, the child is born, and the title of Mrs. Shen is also very pleasant to the ear."
Chapter 54 Familiar Faces.
As soon as they entered the store, the children were attracted by the clothes of various styles.
Shen Meng hugged a large doll and said, "This is so cute. I want this."
Xinzhou said to the shopping guide beside him, "Buy this." Shen Feng found a pair of boxing gloves from somewhere. Daddy, I want this."
Xinzhou nodded calmly, "Then you can stay." Lu Haochen on the side was stunned. How rich is this guy?
Just that pair of boxing gloves was worth 2 or 3 months' salary. Xinzhou really dotes on his child. However, what he didn't know was that this purchase was a task issued by the system.
For everything the kids ask for, the system returns the money double.
The boxing gloves just now cost 70,000 yuan. After Xinzhou asked to buy them, the system directly gave him 140,000 yuan. On the surface, it looked like the kids were buying things like crazy.
But in fact, the one who really made a profit was Xinzhou.
The more of these small money jars you buy, the higher Xinzhou's reward will be today.
Alright, take your attention away. What you need to prepare now is clothes for the party. Don't you want your dresses anymore?
Su Qingyan felt a bit of a headache as she looked at the 5 little piggy banks that were playing like crazy.
Meng is the queen, Meng wants that big skirt.
Although Shen Meng was the youngest, she was the first to choose.
This child has a really good eye.
This dress is custom made with the queen's theme and can be modified according to the child's size. The price is 370,000, and this dress has Disney copyright. The shopping guide next to them has already noticed that this family is a big customer, the kind who spend money without blinking an eye.
If Meng likes it, buy it. Su Qingyan said with a smile. In fact, Su Qingyan also thought that this dress was very beautiful and it looked very cute on Meng.
Just when Xinzhou was about to swipe his card to pay, a hand reached out and handed him a bank card. An arrogant voice said, "My sister wants this dress, swipe the card." Xinzhou felt that the voice seemed familiar, and turned around to see a familiar face. The person on the other side also looked over, and when he saw that it was Xinzhou, his expression changed and his momentum was not as strong anymore. The shopping guide on Xinzhou's side said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, it was the kid here who wanted it first."
Han Ziyan, who was standing opposite Xinzhou, said nonchalantly, "Isn't that also the money I have to pay first? Can't you just swipe my card first?"
Xinzhou snorted coldly, "It seems that you still haven't learned what politeness is."
Han Ziyan's face darkened.
"I thought the previous matter was over.
This dress is my sister's favorite. I hope Mr. Shen won't mind it." Xinzhou sneered and ignored Han Ziyan.
He turned around and said to the shopping guide, "Swipe the card and pack it up." The shopping guide also thought that the clothes should belong to Xinzhou and his friends, so she swiped the card without hesitation. Han Ziyan's face turned pale, and at the same time, a cry came from behind him.
"Woohoo! I want that one! I want that one!"
Shen Meng felt the voice was familiar, so she walked around Xinzhou and saw the little girl hiding behind Han Ziyan. It was Han Yaqing who had a conflict with Shen Meng when they first met.
"Dad, she is Han Yaqing." Shen Meng pulled the corner of Xinzhou's clothes.
Shen Meng had already told her family what happened at school. So Xinzhou also knew very well that Han Yaqing was the one who wanted to snatch Shen Meng's school bag before.
"So you are a family.
Your work styles are so similar." Shinjo glanced at Han Zian indifferently, turned around, took his things and left. There was no need to waste too much time with this kind of person. The crying behind him never stopped, and he could faintly hear the boy's impatient scolding. Meng Meng should not play with children like these who have no tutors. Su Qingyan was teaching them softly at the side. It was obvious that the domineering attitude of the brother and sister just now really angered Su Qingyan. Shen Meng held a little bunny toy and nodded obediently. "Don't worry, mommy, I know." After Su Qingyan took the children to another exhibition area, Shinjo pulled Lu Haochen and said, "Help me investigate the family situation of the brother and sister just now." Lu Haochen nodded as if he understood. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw Su Qingyan stop walking. Even the children looked up at their mother in confusion. I don't know why Su Qingyan suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Shinjo strode forward and hugged Su Qingyan's shoulders. He found that Su Qingyan's shoulders were trembling slightly. Su Qingyan took 2 deep breaths, held Shinjo's hand, turned around and was about to leave. "Let's go to the next area." Shinjo noticed something was wrong and grabbed Su Qingyan's arm. "What's going on?" "Don't worry, I'm here." The 5 children also looked up at their parents obediently. Shin Huan hugged Su Qingyan's legs and said, "I'll buy some ice cream for mommy." "Don't be sad, mommy." Su Qingyan's heart warmed, and she saw that disgusting figure again out of the corner of her eye, but this time the emotions in her heart were not as strong. "Let's go sit in the cafe. I need to talk to you about something." Shinjo nodded. "Then let's go over there and talk." "Haochen, take your child to the amusement park on the 3rd floor to play for a while. I have a membership card there." Shinjo had a hunch that what was about to happen next was not something these kids would listen to, so he asked Lu Haochen to take the kids away. The 5 little kids were particularly well behaved at this time. They nodded and followed Lu Haochen away. Shinjo ordered a cup of black coffee for Su Qingyan, which was her favorite, and also thoughtfully asked for a dessert. "Eat something sweet, and you'll feel better," Shinjo said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan pulled the corner of her mouth and showed a forced smile. "Let me tell you first, I am not in the mood to eat now." Shinjo nodded. "You know that man just now, right?" Su Qingyan said, "Yes, that man's name is Ma Jiming. You should remember that I founded a company before, and he was mainly in charge of the business department at that time. But later, there was a long period of time when the company's business had huge problems. At that time, I still trusted him and asked him to check himself. I didn't expect that he would later join forces with other shareholders to short the company. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already a shell company." When Su Qingyan thought back to those days, she just felt disgusted and annoyed. At that time, Su Qingyan was 4 months pregnant and her body reacted violently. It was because she trusted Ma Jiming that she handed over most of the company's affairs to him. At that time, Su Qingyan was working from home, also for the sake of her health. However, when the child was about to be born, the whole company was spread with the news that Su Qingyan was pregnant before marriage. At the time, they poked my spine and said that the children in my belly were bastards. When she said this, Su Qingyan became extremely excited and even spilled her coffee. Chapter 55. It turns out to be his. Shinjo's face turned cold when he heard this. These people are really filthy-mouthed. The mastermind behind this is Ma Jiming. Su Qingyan nodded. "It was this beast. I only found out about these things after I was kicked out of the company. I just saw him in the exhibition hall, and all those unbearable memories came flooding back to my mind, and that's why I lost control of my emotions." Shinjo hugged Su Qingyan and patted her comfortingly. "It's all over. I was not here at the time, so you had to endure all this. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Shinjo's voice was naturally gentle, but his eyes gradually became sharp. "Ma Jiming, right? I'll remember you." Shinjo waited until Su Qingyan had adjusted her mood before taking her out of the cafe. Lu Haochen thought it would be very hectic as he was taking care of 5 children alone. It turned out that Shinjo and Su Qingyan had educated these 5 little kids very well. Basically, Lu Haochen doesn't have to worry about anything. "Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, the children are now in Happy City. Do you want to bring them out?" Shinjo saw through the glass window that Meng Meng and the others were having fun, and smiled and shook his head. "Let them play first, thank you for your hard work." Lu Haochen shook his head. "I have never seen such well-behaved children. They are not a big deal." "Mr. Shin, you are so lucky." Shinjo smiled faintly and said nothing. "We have to go to the kids' dance too, so why don't we go pick out a couple of outfits?" Su Qingyan's mood had just calmed down, so it was a good idea to go shopping now.
The light blue evening dress in the window had sparkling corners and strips of cloth inlaid with diamonds. From top to bottom, the entire dress sparkled under the light.
Su Qingyan fell in love with this dress the moment she saw it for the first time.
This is beautiful. Su Qingyan is rarely attracted by a skirt at first sight. Xinzhou pointed at the skirt and said, "We want to buy this."
However, the sales manager at the side showed an embarrassed smile on his face. "Sorry, Mr. Shen, this dress has been reserved by another gentleman's female companion."
Su Qingyan heard this and said sympathetically, "Forget it, let's go to the next one."
Xinzhou could see that Su Qingyan really liked it, so he turned around and asked, "Which gentleman made the reservation?"
"Sorry, this is the customer's privacy and we have no right to disclose it."
The sales manager was very embarrassed. Xinzhou didn't force him and was about to walk out with Su Qingyan, but he saw a familiar person walking in.
Su Qingyan's body stiffened. It was indeed Ma Jiming mentioned earlier. He walked in with a heavily made-up woman. When passing by Su Qingyan, Ma Jiming paused, looked at Su Qingyan and Xinzhou and said, "So it's the former CEO Su. Can you still afford to visit here now?"
"I thought it was very expensive to raise a child out of wedlock, but Mr. Su is smart and knows how to find a father for the child." Ma Jiming's tone was full of sarcasm, and he looked Xinzhou up and down with disdain. "I don't know if this gentleman knows the true face of our general manager Su. She is pregnant before marriage."
"Don't be too honest and become a scapegoat."
Xinzhou's expression remained unchanged. He took out his cell phone and shook it. "Sir, I recorded everything you said just now."
"You just said that my wife was pregnant before marriage?"
"She was pregnant with my child at the time, and she was not unmarried. So what you just said was very convincing, but in fact, it was all rumors. I have preserved the evidence."
Ma Jiming's expression changed again and again as Xinzhou spoke, and in the end his expression became gloomy. "You can do it."
Ma Jiming was in the wrong and originally wanted to sow discord, but he didn't expect that the man in front of him was actually the father of the wild child. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and the store manager came out to adjust the atmosphere. "Sir, would you like to pick up the dress you ordered?" Ma Jiming took advantage of this step to snort coldly, turned around and took his female companion to pick out clothes.
Xinzhou watched Ma Jiming and his men standing in front of the skirt that Su Qingyan liked just now.
So he was scheduled to leave. Xinzhou had a thoughtful look on his face.
Su Qingyan snorted coldly, "Let's go. I feel dirty to be in the same store with such people." Xinzhou nodded and glanced at Ma Jiming obliquely before leaving. Ma Jiming's eyes were full of contempt and anger, while Xinzhou's expression was indifferent, yet revealed disdain.
By the time the family returned to Wanhaiyu, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
The 5 children couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep in the car.
Su Qingyan rubbed her sore legs. "No, I'm too tired today, I want to go to bed first." Xinzhou smiled and said, "I still have some things to do at the company, you should go to sleep first."
Lu Haochen received the news early in the morning and was waiting for him in Xinzhou's study.
Xinzhou's study was filled with books on finance and economics, which were obscure and difficult to understand.
Lu Haochen lost interest after taking a look. "I asked you to come here for something else. I have an investment company under my name."
Xinzhou strode in, closed the door, found a chair and sat down.
"I'm going to give you a task now.
Please help me investigate a company.
The person in charge of the company should be Ma Jiming.
Then, we can contact their business in the name of the investment company and reach 1 or 2 small cooperation agreements appropriately."
Xinzhou looked serious when he said this, and Lu Haochen couldn't help but become serious as well. "Mr. Shen, are you planning to acquire this company?" Lu Haochen asked tactfully.
Xinzhou nodded. "It can be considered as an acquisition, but it cannot be acquired at a high price, it is not worthy."
"Okay, I understand." Lu Haochen nodded.
After he left, Xinzhou also contacted the person in charge of the investment company. "You can send a subsidiary under the company to contact them and find out as much as possible about their company's financial situation."
Xinzhou sneered.
Han Yaqing was in a tantrum all the way because she didn't get the skirt. When Han Ziyan returned home, he locked her in the room with a headache on his face.
"Stop arguing, isn't it just a torn skirt?"
The more Han Yaqing thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She had been threatened by Shan Meng's brothers at school, and now even her skirt had been taken away from her. "But her brother still scares me, why doesn't my brother scare her?" Even though Han Ziyan appears to be a lazy guy outside, he still loves his younger sister very much. He keenly caught the message in his sister's words.
"Scare? You mean those kids threatened you?"
Han Yacheng rushed over to her brother when she saw him, unable to suppress the grievance in her heart. They said they would beat me if I told you.
Who dares? Tell me about this matter. I will seek justice even if I have to report it to the principal. There was a hint of calculation in Han Xian's eyes. Chapter 56 Sudden Tension. The dance at Skyland School always starts in the afternoon. It will last until about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. When Lu Haochen drove Xinzhou, Su Qingyan, and their family over,
you can see luxury cars gathering in front of the school, and people dressed in exquisite dresses and suits get out of the cars, holding cute children dressed in the same way. It was clearly just a school freshman party, but it gave people the feeling of a gathering of upper-class celebrities. Rich people raise their children differently. Lu Haochen muttered quietly in his heart.
Xinzhou was wearing a silver suit, and Su Qingyan next to him was wearing an evening gown of the same color.
The 5 little ones were also wearing suits and princess dresses of the same color. There is no need to say much about the family outfit, just standing there is enough to attract attention. Even though these parents don't have much communication in their daily lives, it does not prevent them from learning about the different reactions of the quintuplets from their children and teachers. Not to mention, the 5 children's amazing performance during the entrance examination is still fresh in the memory of the parents who watched the competition at that time. I think these 5 kids are so good looking because of genetics. Look at how good looking their parents are. No wonder they gave birth to such cute babies. I don't know what his family background is. I've never heard of it before. As soon as Xinzhou, Su Qingyan, and others appeared, they aroused discussion among the audience. But they didn't pay too much attention to what these people said. As soon as Xin Huan got out of the car, Xinzhou realized something was wrong with him. What's wrong, baby? Did you forget to bring all your things? Today each of the children has at least 3 sets of clothes. One set is used for appearances and participation in group projects. One set is the performance costume, and the other set is the outfit for the final masked ball. These things were all in the bag prepared by Lu Haochen. Xin Huan checked his things himself before going out, so the probability of him forgetting something was very low. So he shook his head, clenched Xinzhou's fingers, and quietly pulled Xinzhou to a corner. Then he confessed what he was thinking. Dad, I feel a little nervous. Xin Huan looked at Xinzhou with some trepidation. In fact, he was full of confidence, but at this moment, for some reason, a feeling of nervousness filled his heart. Perhaps it was because he attached too much importance to this performance. Xinzhou naturally knew how much effort Xin Huan had put into this performance. I practice for an hour every day and still hum songs softly when I get home. Moreover, every time they practiced, they were always secretive and would not let Xinzhou or Su Qingyan in. So even the Xin family didn't know what song Xin Xiang was going to perform this time. Xinzhou looked at Xin Huan with clear eyes, and suddenly felt relaxed. He rubbed his son's head and said, "It's okay. This is just the first performance of your life. You'll be on a bigger stage performing better songs in the future, and you'll be nervous just because it's your first time. Don't worry, overcome your nervousness, because you were born to be on the stage." Xinzhou would never be like those parents who spoil their children. If the child feels uncomfortable, persuade him to give up. When will a child like that grow up? To be the son of Xinzhou, you must know what strength is. Although Xin Huan didn't quite understand what Xinzhou said, he knew that his father was also encouraging him. After expressing these emotions, he felt a lot more relieved. The little hand squeezed Xinzhou's fingers. "I know, Dad, I will face everything." A little child said these words with a strong face, which made Xinzhou's heart soften, but children's education must not be spoiled. When the father and son came back, Su Qingyan had already brought the other children in. Each child went to find his or her respective teacher, and soon these children will have a collective performance. Su Qingyan saw Xinzhou pulling Xin Huan into the arena and said with a smile, "Debao, come here quickly." Su Qingyan also saw Debao's reaction just now. So Su Qingyan bent down and hugged Debao, saying softly, "Baby, you can do it. In my heart, you are the best. I believe you are the best. Mom and Dad will always stand by you." Xin Huan hugged Su Qingyan's neck and whispered in her ear, "Mommy, you and Daddy must watch my performance carefully later. I've got a surprise for you." Su Qingyan's face was gentle, and she wiped the sweat off Xin Huan's forehead. "Okay, we will carefully watch the show that baby prepared for us. The children are under the care of the teachers, and the place parents need to go to now is the lecture hall. Skyland School is not short of money, so even though it was just a performance for some preschool children, they still chose the school's largest lecture hall. This large lecture hall was built on a university scale. It can accommodate more than 500 people at the same time. The stage equipment is also complete, including lighting, smoke, sound and other equipment, all of which are top-notch. When Su Qingyan and Xinzhou went there, a special teacher took them to their seats. The lecture hall has undergone a simple renovation, and each family has a relatively independent space. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou sat there, and Lu Haochen beside them also helped put the things in.
It's okay, Xiaolu, you can sit here too and take a break from all your busy work, Su Qingyan said softly. After spending a few short days together, Lu Haochen has already realized that Xinzhou and Su Qingyan are truly approachable. Moreover, the two of them are really humble and don't like to be polite. Lu Haochen was a little unsure at first, but after a short period of time together, he was sure that Su Qingyan and Xinzhou were both the type who spoke their mind. Since he was asked to stay, he would not refuse. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Shun. It was the first time that Lu Haochen saw a dance party held by such a top educational school. It is no exaggeration to say that this entire lecture hall is more than a professional stage for star actors. But the performers today are all small actors. The opening performance was basically performed by all the freshmen. Because the quintuplets were so rare, the teacher had them stand in the middle of the choreographed performance. See position. This also made all the parents' attention fall on the quintuplets first. Although Su Qingyan had just comforted and encouraged Shen Huan, as a mother, she was still very worried. Xinzhou held Su Qingyan's hand, looked at the quintuplets singing together and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Debao has a strong psychological endurance. Look at his performance now, it's very stable. Don't worry too much. Some things are something children have to go through as they grow up. We can't change them." Chapter 57, Go and Arrange a Marriage. Su Qingyan was comforted by Xinzhou and felt relieved. "I understand. Debao just told me that he has a surprise for us. What do you think the surprise will be?" Su Qingyan turned to look at Xinzhou, who said with a smile, "I heard from the teacher that Debao seems to have prepared his own piece. This should be Debao's surprise." Su Qingyan nodded and concentrated on watching the performance on the stage. The overall performance was good, and because every child participated, the parents' emotions were immediately aroused. Although the quintuplets were the most eye-catching, my own children also performed hard. The host teacher was also very satisfied with the opening effect of the first group project. Now, parents, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our first performing child Shen Huan. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou were surprised for a moment, because they didn't expect Shen Huan's show to be the first one to be on. The two looked at each other and suddenly understood why Shen Huan was so nervous just now. As the first child to perform, without any preparation from the previous ones, he had to be the first to face such a scene. No wonder Debao is so nervous. So that's how it is, our Debao is so awesome. The smile on Su Qingyan's face never stopped. Xinzhou's eyes were fixed on the rising platform in the middle of the stage. There is only a custom-made piano on the huge stage. Debao, wearing a cute black suit, jumped down from the lift. He bowed politely to the audience. The calm and composed look on his face seemed like two different people from the nervous one just now. If I remember correctly, this should be the eldest of the quintuplets. He looks like a big brother. Such a young child has such a steady typhoon. So cute, husband, I want a son too. He looks so cute in a suit. He will definitely be a handsome boy when he grows up. Are you going to perform a piano show? Debao Shen Huan didn't know he would make his debut, which attracted the amazement of all the parents. After he bowed, he did not go directly to the piano chair. Instead, he asked the somewhat confused teacher for a small microphone. "Thank you, teacher." The microphone was on all the time, and Shen Huan politely said thank you, which echoed throughout the entire venue. Debao did not expect such an unexpected situation and looked towards the audience in confusion. The cute appearance immediately touched the hearts of these parents. Why is this polite, well-behaved and cute child not my baby? The confused look in his eyes touched my heart immediately, and the thank you teacher in his childish voice was absolutely amazing. If my brat was this polite, I wouldn't have to beat him every day. Don't be fooled by the fact that they all look like glamorous celebrities when they are outside. But when they are in private, they are merciless when complaining about their naughty children to their significant other. Although Shen Huan was frightened by the unexpected situation, he quickly adjusted himself. His little hands tightly grasped the microphone. The audience was too dark and he couldn't see where his parents were. But he still looked forward, holding the microphone and said in a baby voice, "My name is Shen Huan, and the piano piece I will perform today is called A Lovely Family. I want to dedicate this song to my parents who work hard every day. Thank you for the love they give us. I want to say to mom and dad, Dabeo Shinhuan loves you.
After these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Su Qingyan and Shinzhou had not expected that Dabeo would be so attentive. Su Qingyan's eyes were moistened, and she threw herself into Shinzhou's arms. Dabeo, this kid has ruined my makeup. How can this child be so warm-hearted? I must reward him well when I get back. Su Qingyan's voice was tinged with sobs, but her whole body exuded happiness. Is there anything more shocking than a child expressing his or her love to his or her parents in public? The child is still young, and love is expressed directly. Shinhuan's eyes are full of love. Children always express their deepest love in the purest and most direct way. In the silence, some mothers with strong empathy also had tears in their eyes like Su Qingyan. This child is so sensible. And you can see that this kid is really attentive. The teacher's confused look when handing over the microphone also shows that these were all the children's own ideas. Hubby, why don't you invite this kid's parents to come over for dinner? I have a bold idea. In a separate space, there was a gorgeously dressed lady who was wiping tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and pushing the serious-looking man next to her. Tell me, what weird ideas do you have? Obviously, the lady's husband knew his wife very well. The lady folded her handkerchief neatly, turned her head and rolled her eyes, and her elegant demeanor was instantly diluted. My daughter is so good, I'm thinking of arranging a marriage for her. Seeing Shinhuan's performance, I must act quickly. As she grows up and becomes more outstanding, won't our daughter have fewer opportunities? Obviously, it was such an outrageous idea, but looking at Shinhuan, who climbed up the piano chair obediently on the stage, the husband of the lady actually thought that this idea was not bad. Look again, look again. But the man did not agree at first. What kind of society is this now? Child marriage is such a thing, it's too old-fashioned. Shinhuan sat on the piano chair and tried the sound first. Then a series of clear and continuous piano sounds flowed out from Shinhuan's fingertips. This song is very cheerful and full of childishness. While listening with their eyes closed, the parents vaguely recalled their own childhood days. That kind of relaxed, lively and happy state, without being bothered by trivial matters. Although Shinhuan is still young, he has a strong sense of perception and can capture inspiration in life. The ability to render empathy is extremely strong. The style of the music gradually becomes soothing towards the end, reminiscent of the feeling of basking in the sun on the beach. Comfortable and warm. Principal Wan was sitting in the audience looking at Shinhuan on the stage, and his usually serious face softened. He whispered to a foreigner next to him whom he had never seen before, "This is the musical genius we recruited this year. He composed this piece of music all by himself. He is so talented at such a young age. His ability will be unpredictable in the future." The foreigner sitting next to Principal Wan kept his eyes closed. He was listening carefully to Shinhuan's emotions in the music. This child is very talented, Lao Wan, you have found a treasure. Shinhuan was so focused on the performance that he had no idea how the outside world would react to his music. He just wanted to play what he wanted to play for his parents. After the song ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Chapter 58: The Shin Brothers' Performance. Shinhuan did not withdraw his hand until he heard thunderous applause. His little palms were covered in sweat, but he knew very well that his performance was perfect. Otherwise, these strange uncles and aunts would not have encouraged me with such loud applause. Thank you everyone. Shinhuan bowed in a baby voice at the end. Dabeo is awesome. Before Su Qingyan and Shinzhou could get too excited, Lu Haochen's hands were about to turn red from clapping. Ha ha ha, Haochen, you are too excited. Shinzhou was amused by Lu Haochen. Lu Haochen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Dabeo is so amazing, I have seen children over 2 years old playing in the mud at this time. Su Qingyan and Shinzhou were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although Lu Haochen was rigorous and capable at work, he would sometimes say shocking things. He's also a very interesting person. Dabeo performed really well today. Shinzhou, who rarely praises children, said this with full of praise. After Shinhuan stepped off the stage, he ran backstage, took a long breath, and patted his chest with his hands. I'm so nervous, so nervous. The teacher who was in charge of changing Shinhuan's clothes was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Shinhuan was so calm on the stage as if he had performed this show many times before. I didn't expect that I would be so nervous as soon as I got off the stage, and I had to comfort myself. The cute look made the teacher laugh. You performed very well just now. I think your parents must be very happy. Come and raise your little arms. The teacher who was changing clothes said these words and immediately comforted Xinhuan. After Xinhuan changed his clothes, he could actually go find Su Qingyan in Shenzhou. However, he did not directly ask the teacher to take him to find his parents. Instead, he turned around and slipped into another room where the show was being prepared. The child who was preparing for this program is Xinfeng. Xinfeng just saw his elder brother's performance through the small LCD TV in the room. When I first heard my eldest brother say that the show was dedicated to my parents, Xinfeng slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? After saying this, Xinfeng kept muttering to himself the whole time whether he was putting on makeup or changing clothes. So much so that he didn't even notice when his elder brother Xinhuan came in. She was still mumbling something in her little mouth. "Hey, third brother. What are you talking about?" After Xinhuan slipped in, he patted Xinfeng. Xinfeng was concentrating on memorizing his lines, and when he was tapped like this, he suddenly jumped up. When he turned around and saw that it was his eldest brother, he quickly patted his forehead and said, "You scared me to death, brother. Didn't you finish your performance? Why didn't you go to mommy and daddy's place?" Xinfeng sat back in the chair, his legs dangling. "You're going to be performing soon, so I came here specially to see you. Are you nervous?" Xinfeng shook his head, waved his fist and said, "I'm not nervous at all. I'm very happy now. I really want to go up right now." Looking at his third brother's silly look, Xinhuan sighed like a little adult, holding his forehead. "Well, it seems my worries were unnecessary." Su Qingyan and Xinzhou saw it not long after. Xinsheng pulled Xinmeng in. "Daddy, Mommy, we're back." After completing the first show, the children have to remove the performance makeup on their faces and change into clothes prepared by their families. That's why the two brothers moved a little slowly. Come, sit here. Your eldest brother should be back soon." Xinsheng still had the program in his hand. "I just asked the teacher, the third child's program should be on soon. We want to watch it with mom and dad." Xinzhou hugged the silent Xinmeng and said, "Let's watch it together. I'm quite worried about Sanbao. Sanbao is a lively person and likes to watch martial arts cartoons." Xinzhou deliberately chose the boxing video that Sanbao would like. Xinzhou had no idea how the third brother's performance would turn out. Xinhuan is the boss after all, and his temper can sometimes be calm. Xinfeng is different. In fact, after watching the first piano program, his parents no longer felt that they were that interested in the subsequent singing and dancing programs. It's all because of the first show. It was so amazing. Let everyone know about the following innocent but ordinary performances. Although parents will also applaud out of encouragement. But no other child could ever receive the same applause as Xinhuan after their performance. This is a special show we have added this time, with only one performer. I hope all parents will give warm applause to welcome our young boxing performer, Xinfeng. When they heard the surname Xin, all the parents were stunned. When they saw Xinfeng jumping onto the stage, the parents were sure that he was the brother of the first child who performed. It looks like this is one of the quintuplets. They look so alike. This kid's facial features are more heroic. I wonder how he compares to his big brother. When it was confirmed that it was one of the quintuplets, everyone's expectations can't help but rise. After all, the PK between the two brothers is also very interesting. What show was he going to perform? Boxing? Shouldn't there be some singing and music performance? These parents were a little surprised at the performance that Xinfeng was going to perform. For such a young child, his punches are weak and powerless. I don't know what it would be like if this show were performed. Some parents' expectations are gradually lowering. Xinfeng also behaved in a professional manner and asked the teacher for a microphone. With his brother around, the teacher was not surprised by this situation. "Ha!" Xinfeng took the microphone and let out a breath, then tried the microphone in a very professional manner. I guess he learned it from watching the principal giving a speech and testing the microphone. In the eyes of the parents present at the scene, the child was able to test the microphone in a very professional manner, as if he was very experienced. Only Su Qingyan and Xinzhou understood their son well, and they could tell at a glance that Xinfeng must have learned it on the spot. This brat is learning and applying what he has learned. Xinzhou laughed out loud. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou sat in their seats waiting to see what this brat Xinfeng would say. My dad chose this set of punches for me, so I must show them off well. Brother, you are naughty. I love daddy as well as mommy. In fact, Xinfeng had recited a long speech in the waiting room. But when I saw so many seats, I forgot all the words I had memorized. However, the 5 children of the Shin family have been smart and quick in reaction since childhood.
So he quickly improvised a couple of lines. Chapter 59 Urgent Mission.
A child over 2 years old stood on the stage with a look of unintentional grievance on his face.
They look so cute that I don't know which parent couldn't help but let out a slight laugh. Now those parents who were trying hard to hold back their laughter couldn't help it anymore. Everyone laughed out loud. This kid is so cute and funny. It's so much fun. I'm looking forward to his next show.
Shinfeng didn't know what these parents were laughing at, but the entire lecture hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere.
Instead, it made him relax. Well, I'm going to start my performance, everyone look at me.
Shinfeng said this in a baby voice and put down the microphone.
I don't know which naughty parent whispered, okay. Let us see your performance.
Another burst of laughter came, all of which were full of goodwill, so Shinfeng smiled and nodded vigorously. The clothes he wore today were specially made by a tailor that Shinzhou had taken him to. The small martial arts outfit with a wide belt tied around the waist gives him the style of a classical hero.
Shinfeng just let out a loud roar and punched forward fiercely.
To be honest, Shinfeng's boxing skills are very similar to the boxing video that Shinzhou found before. No matter the steps or the hand movements, they are reproduced exactly the same. What is even more rare is that despite his young age, Shinfeng has considerable strength in his hands, and every movement he makes is crisp and decisive.
He punches quickly and retracts his fists quickly.
If we look at it from a purely technical perspective, Shinfeng's learning is very lifelike and his movements are very coherent. His face was also full of dominance. It's a pity that Shinfeng is too small, such a tiny ball. He punched the stage and made a baby-like sound. Instead, it gives people a sense of contrast, making everyone feel it is very cute.
No, this child is too cute. What a cute baby.
The performance was actually pretty good, the movements were really coherent, and the little fists were really powerful.
Although everyone was praising, there were always some good-natured laughs.
He is such a little kid, he plays so seriously and has a domineering look on his face. It really hits everyone's cute spot.
Su Qingyan laughed so hard that tears came out.
These 2 kids today were such a surprise, each of them made my wife cry. Shinzhou said while smiling.
Lu Haochen on the side laughed until tears came out.
Shinfeng is really a funny guy.
Su Qingyan took a tissue and wiped her tears. Oh, what should I do? I clearly agreed that I would be the most gorgeous and cool parent on the field today. As a result, I laughed and cried at the same time.
Shinfeng was completely unaware and finished his boxing routine amid laughter. At the end, he even made a gesture with his chubby little fist. Now all the parents were laughing so hard that they were falling down.
It's so cute. Just like a little angel.
After his performance, every parent clapped their hands so hard that they didn't even notice their palms turned red. When Shinfeng heard the enthusiastic applause, he felt that everyone was recognizing him. He imitated Shin Huan and bowed to everyone in a very serious manner. Even the teacher who came up to preside over the process laughed to tears. After Shinfeng ran off the stage, he immediately went to look for the teacher to help find Su Qingyan and Shinfeng.
Daddy and Mommy, how was my performance?
Shinfeng hugged Su Qingyan's thighs, his face full of praise.
Su Qingyan wiped away the tears from her eyes and hugged Shinfeng. Sanbao is really great.
Super awesome. After being praised like this, Shinfeng covered his face and snuggled into Shinzhou's arms.
Well, this energetic boy is actually shy. Su Qingyan was amused by Shinfeng's reaction again.
Among all the performances so far, the best ones are the 2 brothers from the Shin family. The subsequent performances were mediocre. I have witnessed the completely different performance styles of the 2 brothers of the Shin family. These parents became more and more curious about the Shin family's background.
What kind of family can educate these 2 children with completely different styles? And they are so successfully educated and so polite.
It's a pity that Shinzhou has the support of the system. As long as he doesn't want to, the system will not allow anyone to find out Shinzhou's background.
This is out of protection for the child and Shinzhou.
The more they couldn't find out, the more mysterious the Shin family became. Now, most of the 4 children in the family have returned. The only one who hasn't performed yet is the youngest Meng Meng. Looking at the order on the program list, Meng Meng's show is the finale. After all, fairy tale dramas are suitable for all ages, and this show requires a lot of time to dress up the children. While Shinzhou was chatting with the children, he was counting how many programs were left before it was Meng Meng's turn. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Emergency mission, host, please help Shin Meng solve the next trouble.
Shinzhou's eyes narrowed. Urgent mission?
This is the first time I have seen this type of task since the system was established. What made Shinzhou even more concerned was that Shin Meng was mentioned in the mission. The system did not clearly state what kind of trouble Shin Meng would encounter, but the more it did so, the more serious the situation seemed to Shinzhou. However, compared with others, at least there was a systematic advance warning, and Shinzhou began to think. Now Meng is about to perform, so it is obvious that there is a high possibility of accidents happening during the performance.
Shinzhou found an excuse and left the lecture hall. Coincidentally, Shinzhou met Teacher Luo in the corridor outside the lecture hall. Teacher Luo is Shin Meng's homeroom teacher.
Shinzhou found an excuse. Teacher Luo, Meng is not in a very good mood today.
I wonder if her mood has improved when she changed her clothes.
Teacher Luo was stunned for a moment, and said in a daze, when I came here today, I didn't see Meng in a low mood.
She is very happy now and has changed her clothes.
Shinzhou was just using this to make an introduction. Meng's emotions were normal. Meng has adapted so quickly to school during this period, thanks to Teacher Luo.
Meng's personality is fine at home, but I don't know about her at school.
I don't know if she has made any good friends. Shinzhou asked in a calm tone.
Teacher Luo said naturally, Meng is very easy to get along with.
She has basically never had any conflicts with others at school, and now she gets along well with the other kids in the class. Shinzhou didn't show it on his face, but he understood it in his heart.
It seemed that Meng didn't have many conflicts with others at school. Then there is only that one thing. Since Meng started school, there has been only one conflicting incident.
Since they already had a rough guess, Shinzhou said to Teacher Luo, our Meng's school bag got dirty before, and we roughly know what happened.
I just wonder if Meng's recent unhappiness has anything to do with that incident?
Shinzhou's tone was deliberately heavier, and Teacher Luo was startled. The beginning of school was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. As a parent, I want to know the details of what happened. I heard that our classrooms are all monitored. I wonder if that would be convenient.
Chapter 60 Fairy Tale Drama is coming.
Parents are well aware that there are surveillance cameras in classrooms.
There is no way. In a school like Skyland, the background of every child cannot be underestimated.
If any bumps and bruises occur, they are not resolved in the same way as in ordinary schools. Therefore, the school installs surveillance so that it will have a basis for future conflicts. So when Teacher Luo heard Shinzhou's request, he was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and nodded. Since Mr. Shin wants to take a look, then follow me to the monitoring room. Our school's surveillance can always be preserved for 3 months. Teacher Luo clearly remembered the time when the incident happened that afternoon, so he pulled up the video of that day within 2 minutes of arriving in the monitoring room. In addition to saving images, the surveillance cameras in the classroom can also save sounds. So after watching this video, Shinzhou has understood what happened that day to the greatest extent possible.
I already understand what happened. Thank you, Mr. Luo.
It looks like Meng and her friends will be having their show soon.
Teacher Luo, why don't you go and do your work first?
Before Shinzhou could finish his words, Teacher Luo's phone rang. From the conversation, it seemed that there was a problem with a piece of clothing in the fairy tale play.
Mr. Luo looked at Shinzhou apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Shin, I still have some things to deal with.
It's okay, go ahead and do your work.
Shinzhou smiled and watched Teacher Luo leave the monitoring room.
After the teacher left, Shinzhou took out a USB flash drive without changing his expression. He didn't have the habit of carrying this kind of tool with him. This was a lucky item that the system had just randomly dropped. This also made Shinzhou even more certain that what happened to Shin Meng next must be related to the school bag snatching incident at the beginning of the school year.
In less than a few minutes, Shinzhou recorded the entire incident of the school bag snatching.
After copying it to the USB drive, Shinzhou left the monitoring room quietly. As soon as the door of the monitoring room was closed, Shinzhou's phone rang. It was Su Qingyan calling.
Meng's show is about to go on, you should come back soon.
Su Qingyan called to remind Shinzhou.
Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I won't miss our daughter's show.
When Shinzhou rushed back to the lecture hall, he just heard the host announcing the show. Now let's invite our lovely children to perform a fairy tale play of Snow White. The stage lights suddenly came on, illuminating the scenery in the middle. Next to a dressing table, a platform slowly rose up. Shen Meng was wearing a custom-made queen's dress and a crown that Su Qingyan bought for her. Standing on the stage, Shen Meng's appearance combined the strengths of Su Qingyan and Shinzhou. Although she was young, she was already beginning to shine. Coupled with the makeup she put on specially for the stage play today, Meng Meng's facial features look even more superior. Shen Meng also knew that she was playing a mean villain stepmother today, so she had a stern face when she came on stage. Pretend to be very imposing. It's a pity that Meng Meng is only 2 years old. No matter how imposing she is still just a little ball. As soon as she came on stage, Meng Meng attracted the attention of the parents present. Meng Meng walked calmly to the dressing table and began to recite her lines in front of the mirror. Mirror, mirror, can you tell me who is the cutest kid? When they heard this, laughter broke out in the lecture hall. In order to cater to the age of the children, this fairy tale play has also undergone some adaptations in terms of lines and plot. Just performing in such a large lecture hall and reading out these changed lines made these parents burst into laughter. Meng Meng has a strong psychological quality and she is not at all panicked even when everyone around her smiles at her in good faith. She even picked up the mirror and looked around, then patted her face with her little hands. Magic mirror, am I not the most beautiful one? At this time, another child's voice sounded in the center of the stage. It's not you, the most beautiful one is Snow White. You're only the second prettiest. Meng Meng slammed the mirror on the table and said fiercely, it's not me. It's Snow White. If it weren't for her, I would be the most beautiful child. Background music started playing and Meng Meng began to walk towards the stage next to her. At this time, Snow White came on stage, and the child who played Snow White was also very cute. But maybe it was the first time for the children to face such a big stage, and their psychological quality was not very strong. He spoke his lines haltingly and even forgot some of them. However, it is normal for children of this age to perform like this. Not everyone can be as rebellious as the Shen family's children, who play against each other in the rivalry between Snow White and the Queen, and then ask Snow White to serve them at meals. Then he deliberately found fault and scolded Snow White. Meng Meng didn't forget a single word of the long list of lines, and even imitated the tone of voice that Shinzhou used when educating his children, very lifelike. It was as if she had thought of those words herself. On the contrary, the little girl who played Snow White was frightened by Meng Meng's aura and almost cried out of grievance. It was Meng Meng who raised her voice and reminded her, you are the Snow White that everyone loves, why can't you even pick up the food properly? Snow White rubbed her eyes and said aggrievedly, okay, I get it. Except for some children forgetting the words, the whole fairy tale play can be said to have performed the story completely. When the final curtain call came, the child who played Snow White ran to the corner. It was Meng Meng who pulled the child back to the middle position in full view of everyone. When introducing herself using the host's microphone, Meng Meng also introduced the child who played Snow White. The parents all praised Meng Meng for being magnanimous, and they also realized that this baby should be one of the quintuplets. She is the only girl among the quintuplets, and she seems to be just as charming as her brother. The 4 children in Shinzhou and Su Qingyan sat in their seats watching Meng Meng's performance. At the end of the show, Shinzhou applauded and said, I didn't expect that the one with the strongest mental quality among the 3 of you is the youngest Meng Meng. She is not nervous at all. Su Qingyan also smiled and said, Meng Meng's performance was very natural. She must have integrated into the role. This is rare. Lu Haochen's hands were sore from clapping, and he said with a smile, Meng Meng is awesome. Among all the performances I've seen from so many children, Mr. Shen's child performed the best. We will definitely not be the lowest in the program's selection later. At the end of the performances at Skyland's freshman dance, there will be a vote for the best performance. This also adds a bit of fun to the dance. Chapter 61 What happened over there? The teacher in charge of organizing the dance had already carefully prepared the prizes. In addition to certificates, children who win places will also receive some surprise gifts. This time, the voting is actually that parents have a form in their hands and choose up to 3 favorite programs. Finally, at the end of the dance, the names will be announced and prizes will be distributed. Shinzhou took the selection form and without saying a word, he ticked the boxes for the 3 items his child was performing. I'm not saying this, but these kids really can't perform as well as our kids. Su Qingyan saw Shinzhou's choice and said with pride. Shin Huan's ears were all red from the praise, and Shin Feng excitedly asked Su Qingyan, Mommy, I performed so well, can I have an extra scoop of ice cream tomorrow? Su Qingyan's expression immediately became stern, and she pinched Shin Feng's nose. Put away your thoughts, it's impossible to eat too many ice cream balls. But I can reward you with a new toy. Shin Sheng, who was standing by, had a look of regret on his face. He muttered quietly, if I had known I could get a new toy, I would have asked to perform.
Shen Meng looked around and patted Shinzhou's arm. Why hasn't Dad Meng Meng come back yet? As he was talking, Meng Meng was brought in by teacher Luo. Meng Meng's performance today was great. I look forward to your performance at the dance party later. Teacher Luo said in a gentle voice. The stage makeup on Shen Meng's face has been removed, but her favorite crown is still on her head. Su Qingyan hugged Meng Meng and thanked teacher Luo. Now the parents in the lecture hall are heading to the final big dance floor one after another. This is a special place in Skyland's art building for events. The area is very large, about 500 or 600 square meters. Elaborate little desserts have been placed on the surrounding tables. Su Qingyan asked the teacher for a dressing room and dressed the children in their favorite outfits. This dance party at school is actually a chance for parents and children to relax. The venue has facilities for children to play and areas for parents to relax. After the 5 children of the Shen family entered, they found the seats they wanted to go. As soon as the child left, several parents wearing masks surrounded him. Although wearing a mask can add some mystery. But there are so many children in the Shen family, and everyone's attention was on them as soon as they came in. Su Qingyan held Shinzhou's arm and looked at the couple dressed as foxes opposite with a smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen, nice to meet you. My name is Zhang Qin, and this is my husband, Wang Liye. My family is in the mining business. This couple is the one who wanted to arrange an engagement when they watched the performance of the Shen family as children. Mrs. Zhang really liked the children of the Shen family, so as soon as she saw Shinzhou's family entering, she pulled her husband over. It was their first meeting and they just hoped to establish a good relationship. Besides, the child of the Wang family, Wang Xiaohang, nicknamed Tang Yuan, was in the same class as the 4 brothers of the Shen family. Shinzhou greeted the 2 parents with a smile. Mrs. Zhang started praising the Shen family's children. I don't know how Mrs. Shen raised her children. These children are so smart and cute. The performance on the stage just now was really surprising. Su Qingyan smiled faintly when she heard this, and looked at Shinzhou. Actually, my family's education is mainly taken care of by my husband. I still need to work on weekdays, so this is all thanks to my husband. Ah, you are still at work? Mrs. Zhang was a little stunned. She didn't expect that the Shen family would be in such a situation. Su Qingyan smiled and continued to explain, but my husband has investments in the stock market. He feels that spending time with the baby is more valuable than making money. Shinzhou smiled and nodded. Mrs. Zhang and Mr. Wang reacted quickly, and smiles appeared on their faces. So that's how it is, the Shen family really pays attention to the education of their children. While Shinzhou, Su Qingyan and Mrs. Zhang were chatting, there was suddenly a commotion in a corner of the dance hall. It seemed like more and more people were gathering there. Shinzhou subconsciously pulled the children to his side first. Then he took Su Qingyan, Mr. Wang, and Mrs. Zhang and walked over there. What happened to time? Why does it feel so messed up? As more and more people came, Mrs. Zhang asked with a frown. I don't know what happened. Let's go over there and take a look. Mr. Wang looked around and found that everyone had similar expressions, and they all looked obviously confused. The teachers and staff in charge of the scene also noticed the abnormality here. Debao looked at the chaos around him and looked at Shinzhou blankly. Dad, is there an event? Shinzhou touched Debao's head and comforted the child softly. There may be special activities. Don't worry, with Mom and Dad here, nothing will happen. When we got closer, everyone finally saw why there were so many people gathered here. There is a huge blank space on the wall at this location in the dance hall. Because this position is used for projection during the final awards ceremony. At this moment, the nearby projection was suddenly turned on. A young man in a tuxedo, with no mask on his face. He stood there with a serious expression, holding a microphone in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to severely condemn a family. I think that such a morally corrupt family should not be in Skyland School. How can a morally corrupt child be in the school? Who can guarantee that such a child will not threaten their own baby? Han Zian spoke these words with passion, but who among those present was not a shrewd person? Which one of them has not seen big scenes? The excited scene that Han Zian imagined did not appear. The parents present were just whispering, and more people were taking a wait-and-see attitude. The teacher also noticed the situation here and wanted to step forward to dissuade them. But Han Zian dodged it. Han Zian pushed the somewhat nervous Han Yacheng in front of him. My sister has been very unhappy at home recently. She used to be a lively child, but now she doesn't like to talk when she comes home. I originally thought it was because my sister just started school and she's not used to it yet, but Having said that, Han Zian's face turned gloomy, and he suddenly raised his voice while holding the microphone.
But after I patiently questioned my sister, I found out that she had actually suffered school bullying at such a young age. When the word school violence came out, everyone's faces showed shock.
Some parents picked up their children with a nervous look on their faces.
Han Zian felt satisfied when he saw that the people present finally had big emotional fluctuations.
This is the desired effect. Chapter 62. What lies can a child tell?
When Principal Wan heard that there was a problem here, he rushed over with the teachers.
So you're Han Yaqing's brother. What was that school violence you were talking about? Why don't you come with us to the conference room and we'll go see what's going on? Han Zian took a step back.
If this matter was resolved privately, the school would definitely want to make a big deal out of a small matter.
How else could he take revenge on Xinzhou?
Besides, his sister was really wronged, and he had no intention of settling the matter privately.
That's not necessary. I think the school might abuse its power for some benefit.
Han Zian is still young after all, and is just a greenhorn now.
This statement is embarrassing for everyone. Principal Wan's tone was no longer as kind as before.
He could tell that the boy in front of him might have his own thoughts.
In that case, please tell me what you think happened.
Han Zian was determined to make a big deal out of this, and since the principal wouldn't stop him, that was exactly what he wanted. My sister said that it was those kids from the Shin family who bullied her.
I never thought that a child who was taught so well would actually threaten other children to beat others in private. Is this the tutor you guys were praising so much? The one who teaches kids about school violence?
Han Zian had already seen the people from the Shin family. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to where they were.
When everyone looked over, they saw Xinzhou and Su Qingyan with 5 children.
Xinzhou ignored the gazes from the people around him and looked at Han Zian with a faint smile as if he was looking at a clown. Is this the truth of what you said?
Under Xinzhou's sharp gaze, Han Zian inexplicably felt a little guilty.
But he was sure, because that was what his sister told him. Moreover, Han Yaqing has indeed been in a depressed state recently. If she had not suffered from school bullying, her sister would not have become like this. Thinking of this, Han Zian straightened his back again, looked straight at Xinzhou and said, "Yes, this is the truth of the matter. The truth is that your child is not worthy of staying in Skyland. You may only focus on cultivating your children's talents, but forget that moral character is what will follow them throughout their lives." Han Zian felt that this was the highlight of his speaking skills. Mrs. Zhang, who was standing by, had become a fan of the Shin family's children because of their performances on previous shows. And she never believed that a child who could express such pure love in front of so many people would commit school violence. At the dinner table, his own son Wang Xiaohang talked most about the greatness of the Shin brothers. It can be felt from the behavior of his own sons that the brothers of the Shin family have a good relationship and are well educated. So when faced with this situation, Mrs. Zhang snorted coldly and stood up directly. "Mr. Han, I think this matter is very likely a misunderstanding. Before the matter has been officially concluded, it is slandering the child's moral character." Mrs. Zhang's eyes were mocking. "I don't know who is the one with real moral flaws." After Mrs. Zhang said this, some other people soon echoed her in a low voice.
Han Zian's sudden appearance itself made everyone feel abrupt.
After all, he was just a teenager and had rarely seen such scenes. So when he was questioned, he looked a little flustered, but when he looked at his sister, suddenly an idea came to him. Pushing Han Yaqing forward, he said, "Sister, what did those children from the Shin family say when they threatened you?" Han Yaqing was surrounded by so many people and kept trying to get behind Han Zian. Now she was called by her brother. She said in a trembling voice, "They told me that if I told my family, they would beat me." Hearing this, Han Zian seemed to suddenly gain confidence and stared at Xinzhou arrogantly. "You all heard it. What lies can a child tell?" The parents around looked a little hesitant. Han Yaqing looked well behaved and cute, and didn't seem like someone who would tell a lie. Moreover, Han Yaqing's eyes were somewhat evasive when she looked at the boys from the Shin family just now. Could it be that he really suffered from school violence? Will the brothers of the Shin family really bully this little girl if they stick together? When Shin Huan and Shin Sheng heard Han Yaqing say this, they were so angry that they pouted and wanted to go up to her. But he was pulled back by Su Qingyan and Xinzhou glanced at Lu Haochen next to him. Facing the current situation, Lu Haochen seemed very calm. He understood what Xinzhou meant just by looking at his eyes. Lu Haochen and Su Qingyan held the children around them. Xinzhou walked to the front calmly, looked down at Han Zian, and said calmly, "I'm afraid this kid is just like your sister, he likes to make unfounded arguments. You don't even know the whole story. Han Zian snorted coldly, my sister would not tell lies, and these children in your family have poor moral character. Shinjo ignored Han Zian and smiled slightly, yes, my child later went to see your sister alone. Shinjo's admission was like pouring a bowl of water into hot oil, and the entire hall suddenly became boiling.
The parents around were also whispering.
Mrs. Zhang widened her eyes, still unable to believe that such a well-behaved, cute and talented child would do such a thing.
Look, you've admitted it yourself. You went to my sister alone and threatened her.
Your Shin family's tutor is just like that. Han Zian's face was filled with pride, and the corners of his mouth were almost raised to the sky. At this moment, he felt that the horn of victory had already sounded. Shinjo, this annoying person, should get out of Skyland with his children. He turned around and looked at Principal Wan, and pleaded strongly, Principal Wan, although the children of the Shin family have some talent, children with such character will not go far. If you still allow these kids who engage in school violence to stay in school today, what kind of guarantee will children like my sister get? How can I guarantee that my sister won't be retaliated against in the future? Having said that, Han Zian glared at Shinjo with a sneer. So I demand that these children from the Shin family be expelled from school. They don't deserve to go to school here.
Principal Wan looked solemn and did not speak.
He was also full of doubts. When he was interacting with the eldest brother Shin Huan before, he could see that the Shin family had a good upbringing.
Moreover, these children are only 2 or 3 years old and they don't have any bad intentions. However, the heated discussions of the surrounding parents have gradually reached the ears of Principal Wan. How to deal with it is indeed a difficult problem. Principal Wan hesitated for a moment and asked, did Student Han explain everything that happened? Chapter 63 What really happened?
Han Zian thought he had won the game, so he picked up his sister, patted her back and said, of course I've made it clear. This matter is just that these kids from the Shin family came to block my sister and threatened her not to tell their parents. Principal Wan wanted to speak again, but Shinjo stopped him with his hand, since the Han family has made it clear, then we can't just listen to one side.
It's time for me to restore what happened to everyone. Shinjo's indifferent look from beginning to end made Han Zian feel uneasy.
But he would rather believe that Shinjo was at the end of his strength and was struggling to death. Shinjo did not explain, but took out a small silver USB flash drive from his pocket. He turned around and plugged it into the projector computer next to him. Please turn off the light, teacher next to me, Shinjo said while debugging. Principal Wan went to turn off the lights himself, and the entire hall fell into darkness.
Only that wall had light on it. What was projected onto the wall was a video. Can I see your school bag? Han Yaqing's childish voice sounded in the video.
Shin Meng took off her school bag and handed it over with an obedient look on her face. After Han Yaqing took the school bag, she put it on her back without saying a word.
Then he kept shouting, this is my school bag.
After saying that, he was about to run with his school bag on his back, but was stopped by other children. Looking at the child crying against the wall, the parents around looked at each other and fell into silence.
No one is a fool. This video is very complete, and you can tell that it was taken on the first day of school.
The video ends when teacher Luo comes in. The reason why Shinjo chose to stop at this time period was because there was already teacher Luo as a witness behind him, so there was no need to go through the trouble and just let him go.
Such strong evidence is thrown against the wall. The parents figured out what had happened almost immediately.
At this time, Shin Sheng took advantage of Lu Haochen's inattention, slipped out quietly, and took the microphone on the platform next to him.
Dear uncles and aunts, I'm going to find Han Yaqing.
The childish voice attracted everyone's attention. I saw a child who looked similar to the eldest and third children, but this child had a more steady look between his brows. But we went to find Han Yaqing and just discussed with her not to bully my sister anymore. She said she wanted the school bag, so we said no.
I think it's wrong to steal other people's things. Whenever we do something wrong at home, Daddy always spanks us.
So we told Han Yaqing that if she does this wrong again, we will spank her too. The child spoke in a few words and explained what had happened. When parents heard this, they thought it was very logical.
Isn't educating a child at home also about telling him that he will be beaten and punished if he does something wrong?
It's just that these kids don't know how to be punished yet, so it's usually done by their parents.
But doesn't this also reflect from the side that the Shin family has strict family education? These lovely children should be spanked when they do something wrong. Moreover, what happened just now has been shown in the video.
Adding on what Mr. Shin said, all the parents can probably figure it out in their minds. As we all know, Skyland School is separated into male and female schools, so Shan Meng was wronged in the girls' college. It was understandable that her brothers came to see Han Yaqing.
Just now Han Ziyan kept talking about how well-behaved and cute his sister is.
But the girl in the video who took the child's school bag for herself was not a well-behaved and cute girl. Instead, it was Shin Meng, who had a confused look on her face from beginning to end, who made these parents love her even more. Other kids asked Meng Meng for school bags, and she lent them out directly.
She's very generous.
It can be seen that Shin Meng knows what sharing is.
The parents present were all well-educated.
Although they disapproved of Han Yaqing's behavior, they would not say it directly. I will just praise Shin Meng more and more, she deserves it.
Xinzhou didn't say a word, but completely overturned everything Han Ziyan had said before. Han Ziyan's face turned pale when he saw this video.
Just by hearing a few words from his sister, he imagined a case of school violence.
And he even said it out loud in public.
Although Han Yaqing was still young, she could still feel the emotions in the eyes of the uncles and aunts around her. Surrounded by more and more panic, Han Yaqing suddenly leaned on Han Ziyan's neck and started crying. Principal Wan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had roughly figured out what had happened. I'm very sorry that this party has caused so much trouble to everyone.
This is the fault of Skyland School.
On behalf of all the teachers at Skyland School, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to all the parents. Our dance will continue, and there will be a raffle later.
Teacher, you can turn on the lights now. Principal Wan winked at the assistant next to him.
The dance music started and the lights changed. All the parents had a general understanding of what had happened, and tacitly took their children back to the center of the dance hall.
I just don't know how many people will get together to discuss this matter.
That is not something Principal Wan can control. Principal Wan kindly invited people from the Shin and Han families to the conference room. Mr. Han, now the course of events is very clear. To be fair, both parties are indeed somewhat at fault in this matter. But the way you handled it just now was indeed too radical. Psychologically speaking, I'm afraid your sister Han Yaqing will be greatly affected tonight. Principal Wan paused and said apologetically, I'm afraid Han Yaqing will have to rest at home for a while. This period of time is also to dilute the impact of this incident. Han Ziyan has remained silent from the beginning till now, but his expression is getting uglier and uglier.
Now I heard that my younger sister also needs to rest, doesn't this mean taking a leave of absence from school? He suddenly panicked. Han's parents have been doing business overseas for many years.
As the older brother, Han Ziyan has always been at home taking care of his younger sister.
If this matter were known by his parents, Han Ziyan's legs would probably be broken.
It was impossible to keep the fact that his sister was taking a leave of absence from school a secret for long, so Han Ziyan finally realized how big a mess he had made.
He regrets it very much now.
If we had listened to the principal and mediated the matter in the conference room, it wouldn't have become such a big deal. At that time, the most I can do is ask my sister to transfer to another class so that she is not in the same class as Shin Meng and the matter can be resolved. However, in this situation, everyone in the school saw the scene of Sister Han Yaqing snatching the school bag. I will definitely go home and tell my children to keep their distance from Han Yaqing.
Chapter 64 Mysterious Gift. Han Ziyan panicked. Principal Wan asked if there is any other solution? If I have to rest at home, how long will it take?
Xinzhou, who was standing aside with a calm expression, picked up the teacup and took a sip leisurely.
Han Ziyan is so stupid. Taking a leave of absence is just a euphemism used by the principal.
So after hearing this question, Principal Wan said with an embarrassed look on his face, because Mr. Han has magnified the impact of this matter, no one can be sure of the specific time. Why don't you take Yaqing home to rest for 2 days, Mr. Han?
I will inform you as soon as I have any news.
Principal Wan's words were polite and courteous, but Han Ziyan became more and more flustered.
Xinzhou was not interested in wasting time watching Han Ziyan's panic. He said hello to Principal Wan and took the children out.
As soon as I returned to the dance hall, I heard everyone cheering. It turned out to be Mrs. Zhang's son, Wang Xiaohang, who had just been lucky and won the first prize. Mrs. Zhang turned around and saw Xinzhou and his family. She pushed her confused son and said, "Go play with your classmates. The first prize is your child's favorite limited edition Lego. For children, playing is best done with friends." Mrs. Zhang had taken the initiative to stand up and speak for Xinzhou's family during Han Ziyan's frame-up. Xinzhou and Su Qingyan both saw it. So when we met again, there was less politeness in the greetings.
Xinsheng took the lead and walked to Wang Xiaohang's side. "Can we play together?" Okay. The children of the Shin family have strong recovery abilities and did not dwell on what happened just now. Mrs. Zhang watched the children run away, and pulled Mr. Wang and Shinzhou and Su Qingyan and said, "How can such well-behaved children have bad behavior? Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, don't let irrelevant people ruin your good mood today." Su Qingyan smiled gently and nodded, "Of course not, they are just some clowns." Mrs. Zhang and Mr. Wang were very tactful and did not ask about the outcome of the matter. However, they all had an idea of how things would end. Dear parents and children, now we will reveal the rankings of our previous performances. The top 3 children will receive a mysterious and special gift. The teacher in charge of pushing the process held the microphone with a smile on his face. The atmosphere has returned to normal. I guess the children of the Shin family will definitely be on the list. Mr. Wang raised his glass and clinked it with Shinzhou. Shinzhou and Su Qingyan looked calm. What's the point of ranking? As long as the child is happy, that's all. The third most popular kid in today's performance is? The second place program is? What is very surprising is that the last 2 of the top 3 are not babies from the Shin family. Although the other children performed well too. But Mrs. Zhang and Mr. Wang felt that the Shin family should have a ranking no matter what. How come this time, the second and third ones are not Shin-S babies? Shen Huan also pulled his third brother aside with some doubts. Who do you think won first place among us? Shin Feng was having a great time and he didn't think much about the ranking. What do we have to gain? I think Meng Meng should get first place. Meng Meng is so cute. Shin Feng revealed his sister Kan nature at a young age. Shin Huan suddenly understood and nodded. Wang Xiaohang, who was playing with Lego, looked at the 2 brothers with a strange look. I don't think anyone said that the first place was one person. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, 3 names appeared in the first place on the projection screen: Shin Huan, Shin Feng, and Shen Meng. The teacher who presided over the process already knew the result, so he looked at the slightly surprised expressions on the parents' faces and explained with a smile, "When we were counting the votes, we found that these 3 children had the same number of votes. And they are all siblings, so we decided to give the first place to the 3 of them." Shinzhou smiled and looked at the projection on the wall, then rubbed the heads of the 3 children. "Go up to the teacher and get your certificates." Wang Xiaohang, who was standing by, turned around with a dazed look on his face and continued playing with building blocks. Shin Shang poked Wang Xiaohang curiously. "How did you know?" Wang Xiaohang blinked blankly. "Because I don't think they can tell who was better, I think they should both be first." The 3 children of the Shin family won first place, and Mrs. Zhang was as excited as if her own son had won first place. The parents present had no objection to this result. The performances of these 3 children just now conquered everyone. The teacher took out a mysterious big box and gave it to the baby of the Shin family. This should be the mysterious gift mentioned before. Lu Haochen took the thing and took the children down the stairs. This time, the freshman party held by Skylin ended in a successful manner. When they got home, the 5 children showed no signs of fatigue on their faces and gathered around the gift box excitedly. "I guess it's a toy," Shin Feng said. "I guess it's a doll." Meng Meng squeezed the box. "Maybe he gave us a book?" Shin Huan said. 3 soft and sticky little buns sat on the ground, having a serious discussion. This lovely look made Su Qingyan and Shinzhou smile knowingly. "Why don't you just open it and take a look?" Shinzhou opened the gift, and inside was an intelligent robot that could have a simple conversation with the baby after being turned on. Now, the little kids in the Shin family are very interested in this gift. By 10 o'clock in the evening there was still no sign of going to bed. Shinzhou had no choice but to put on a stern face, carry these little kids into the room one by one, and put the robots away forcefully. "If you don't sleep well, the robot will confiscate it." Shinzhou has always been very clear about his children's education, so he is very authoritative in the children's hearts. Seeing that their father seemed angry, the children calmed down, lay down on their beds obediently and pulled up the quilts. After such a busy day, they were just children under 3 years old and their bodies were already tired. Fell asleep in almost a second. Su Qingyan burst out laughing at the side. "These funny guys, they are so sleepy, but they are having fun playing outside." Shinzhou saw the children fall asleep, and the serious look on his face had long since disappeared. Children are bound to be a little playful. The nights at the Shin family are warm and lively. The Han family's house was cold. "What? You got your sister expelled from school? You are the master of this family, but it's like this? Do you know how many people your mother and I asked for help, how many connections we used, and how much money we spent to get your sister into this school? We'll book a flight back tonight, just wait for me." Han's parents were furious. How important is a child's education? Chapter 65 Mission Rewards. How could it be so easy to get into Skyland?
My daughter is now in a semi-suspended state and is on the verge of dropping out. Han Zian and Han Yacheng looked at each other, neither of them knew what to do.
Brother, do I not have to go to school anymore? Han Yacheng asked in a low voice while holding the doll. Han Zian nodded dejectedly. Now his mind was completely calm. This matter has been completely messed up and there is no room for maneuver.
After Han Yacheng got a positive answer from her brother, a smile appeared on her face. That's great, I don't like going to school either, I want to play at home. Han Yacheng's father, Han Yu, hurried to the school as soon as he got off the plane.
I'm really sorry, Principal Wan. As parents, we do have some problems in education.
But our Yacheng also passed the test of our school, and all the procedures and processes were legal. Why don't we wait for Yacheng to adjust a little bit and then we can go apologize to the other little girl in the video?
Can you give our Yacheng a chance? Korean has a very low profile.
Principal Wan is most afraid of encountering such a situation. In fact, Han Yacheng's incident has already caused quite a stir in the school's parents' committee.
Some parents have a very tough attitude and they don't want children with poor upbringing to continue staying in school.
But Han's parents' attitude is completely different from that of his good-for-nothing son. The key to this matter actually lies with the Shin family. After all, they are the most innocent people in this matter. Principal Wan gave a subtle reminder. Han Yu is also a person who thinks quickly. Okay, don't worry, Principal, we will definitely find Mr. Shin and apologize.
Han Yu took Mrs. Han out of the office. His expression suddenly turned gloomy, completely different from his attitude in the office just now.
His tone was filled with impatience. What a disaster this kid has caused me.
Now we have to go to the Shin family to apologize.
Mrs. Han's face wasn't looking good either, but what she hated most in her life was cleaning up the mess. But these two at home just one tea let me have peace. When Shinjo woke up in the morning, he heard the system sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the emergency mission.
The host is now rewarded with a Ferrari.
Please redeem the reward within 3 days. Shinjo's expression paused.
Another reward of a car?
He walked into the living room and saw a car key next to the fruit plate on the coffee table. Su Qingyan had to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination during this period, so she went out to buy textbooks early in the morning.
It just so happens that I feel that the family car is not enough during this period.
Shinjo smiled faintly. I still don't know what kind of Ferrari the system will give me. But the worst case scenario would cost several million.
Dad, I have to go to school today.
Shin Meng held her little pillow, rubbed her eyes, and walked to the living room in a daze.
Shinjo turned around and held his baby daughter in his arms. Xiao Meng, are you sleeping, silly? Today is the weekend, you don't have to go to school.
Oh, Meng rubbed her eyes, hugged her little pillow, and fell asleep in Shinjo's arms. The children all went to bed late yesterday, so it was amazing that Meng could wake up so punctually.
Shinjo gently put the child back on the bed.
I called Lu Haochen and said, please help me pick up a car. After Lu Haochen took the key, he looked at the logo on the car key.
Ferrari, ugh, so rich.
Following Shinjo for this period of time, I really gained a lot of knowledge just as I said at the beginning. If the former Lu Haochen had the Ferrari keys in his hand, he would definitely not be as calm as he is now.
Hello sir, do you need to pick up your car? Please provide the trading account number. The staff at the auto show center were very nice.
Especially when I see that this order is paid in full and can be picked up at any time. This is the car Mr. Shen has ordered. This car is a global limited edition and has a certain appreciation potential. And this car is a high-end version, the landing price is probably more than 8 million. The staff member on the side introduced it respectfully.
Lu Haochen took a breath. 8 million.
The tone in which Mr. Shin talked about buying a car this morning was the same as if he had bought a pound of apples. I didn't expect this car to be a high-end version of Ferrari, costing 8 million.
Lu Haochen didn't say anything for a full minute.
He felt that his hand holding the key had become heavier.
Sir, do you want to drive back? Gentlemen?
The staff member shouted twice before Lu Haochen came back to his senses. No, please find a professional driver to help me drive the car back.
Lu Haochen is now a little afraid to drive the car worth 8 million yuan.
He would be distressed if it gets bumped into or scratched. When Shinjo was preparing meals for his children at home, he received a strange phone call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. We are Han Yaqing's parents. We are sorry to take up some of your time.
Shinjo was about to speak when his phone ran out of battery and turned off.
He blinked and threw his phone into the living room. He's not an important person, so I'm too lazy to reply. Hanyu was hung up on, looking confused. When he realized what was happening, he was like a powder keg. I've never seen anyone so rude.
At this moment, he completely forgot that it was the Han family who was in the wrong.
Sure enough, temperament and upbringing are hereditary.
We have to go find him for our daughter's sake, so please calm down.
Mrs. Han sighed.
As the new car drove into Wanhai area, everything seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, many people noticed it as soon as it appeared. Look at that car, it's a limited edition Ferrari this year, and I asked my uncle to buy it for me but he couldn't.
There are many hidden talents in our community. I don't know which top floor resident he is. Isn't it just a car? Is it as mysterious as you make it out to be? You don't understand.
Ordinary cars depreciate in value, but cars like this appreciate in value.
And each year's limited edition Ferrari has a minimum spending requirement to buy.
Even if you put tens of millions into it, you are just a member eligible to buy it.
Whether you can get it or not is another matter. I never thought I could see this car here.
The people nearby only realized the power of this car after their companions explained it to them.
In other words, you can't buy this car just because you have money.
Having money is just a minimum qualification threshold. No matter how many people try to buy this limited edition car, they still can't. When Shinjo saw this car, his first impression was that it was cool. It is worthy of being a limited edition, with beautiful body lines, and it is also a cool sports car.
It's so cool to go out.
When the 5 children of the Shin family saw this car, their eyes lit up.
Chapter 66 Traffic Jam.
Shin Mang, who has always been the most introverted among the children, was also dazzled when he saw this car.
This car is so cool.
The small Shin Mang walked to the car door and stood on tiptoe to reach the handle. Shinjo smiled and shook his head, then opened the car door with the remote control in his hand.
Okay, you can go in and take a look. Yeah. I want to go up and check out the car.
Several children rushed to get on the bus to play. Shinjo picked them up one by one to experience it.
Dad, why is this car different from the ones we saw before? Mr. Shin sat in the passenger seat, looking around curiously and asking.
Shinjo patiently explained, because this car is a sports car, it is different from other models. Su Qingyan brought the things home and was about to go upstairs when she saw Shinjo and the child.
Walking along, I saw that cool Ferrari. There was a moment of confusion on his face. Where did this car come from?
Shinjo and the children heard a familiar voice and turned around to see Su Qingyan holding a book.
He walked over and took the book from Su Qingyan and replied casually, "This is the new car I bought."
Su Qingyan was born into a wealthy family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and knew more about this type of car than Shinjo.
This car can't be bought with money. It's amazing that you can buy this car, husband.
Su Qingyan fell in love with the car at first sight. Shinjo smiled slightly and put the car keys directly into Su Qingyan's arms. Go and try it if you like it. Su Qingyan held the car keys and looked at Shinjo excitedly. Today is the weekend, let's take the children to the playground.
I want to go. I want to go. I want to go too.
The children were very excited when they heard that they were going to the amusement park.
Shinjo remained silent on purpose.
The 5 little kids suddenly hugged Shinjo's thighs, raised their heads and looked at him cutely with their big eyes.
He couldn't resist anymore, so he relaxed and smiled. It's not impossible.
After Lu Haochen drove the car to Shinjo, he left. So Shinjo took the key and sat in the driver's seat.
Dad will take you for a ride today.
But today there are 2 other kids who have their own tasks.
Who are they?
The car couldn't fit 5 children together. It just so happens that Shin Huan and Mang Mang have to go to music class and dance class respectively today. So Shinjo sent the 2 children to the teacher first.
Don't worry, Dad and Mom will take you 2 out to play alone tomorrow.
Shinjo is very clear about rules and fairness in his children's education. Sure enough, after hearing what Shinjo said, the 2 children did not have any negative emotions in their hearts. Then Daddy must remember this. Mang Mang obediently took her brother's hand and left. Shinjo drove the car back and prepared to pick up the remaining children and Su Qingyan to go to the amusement park. Hanyu brought Mrs. Han and spent a lot of money to find out that the Shin family now lives in Wanhaiyu community.
So, I just went to the community to find Shinjo. Why is this crappy road so congested? Hanyu felt that everything was going wrong recently.
Logically speaking, this time period is not rush hour, so why is this road so congested? Mrs. Han took out her phone and checked for a moment. The internet said that there was a car accident on the road in front, so the traffic was blocked here.
Han Yu slapped the steering wheel. Fuck it, what's going on?
Mrs. Han was also in a bad mood. She rushed back from abroad just to deal with these matters. As a result, up to now, let alone an apology, I haven't even seen the other party. That Ferrari in front is nice, but it's still stuck in the same lane as us. If you ask me, no matter how rich these people are, they still eat, drink, defecate and urinate just like us. Han Yu was in a bad mood and looked sarcastic.
Mrs. Han also saw the Ferrari in front. This car can't be bought in China, right?
Han Yu said, of course I can't buy it.
I'm afraid this model is not available in China.
I just don't know which model of Ferrari it is. As the two were talking, the car in front gradually moved forward.
It looks like a car accident.
Now that the scene has been cleaned up, we can finally stop the traffic,
Mrs. Han said impatiently.
Han Yu stepped on the accelerator, with a little excitement in his tone, that Ferrari is good, but in our domestic road conditions, whoever gets to the front first is the best.
Mrs. Han didn't say anything. No one was expecting the traffic jam.
The people at the back were better off as they were only stuck for about 10 minutes, but the traffic jam on the road near the accident lasted for 30 minutes. Now that the road has finally been cleared, almost every car can't wait to start and rush forward. Shinzhou had been waiting patiently in the car for more than 10 minutes. I also called Su Qingyan and the others during the trip.
As soon as the car in front moved, Shinzhou started the car and prepared to go home. Just as Shinzhou was driving forward, a black Mercedes suddenly appeared beside him.
He suddenly squeezed in front of Shinzhou's car.
Shinzhou's face turned cold. It was too disgusting to cut in line on the road.
Especially this black Mercedes, it turned on its rear lights as if to show off that it had successfully cut in.
Shinzhou didn't even think about it.
Without saying a word, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the back of the Mercedes-Benz. No matter what type of car you have, if you cut in line and get hit by someone else, you are not at fault. All the responsibility lies with the car that cut in line. Han Yu just turned on the rear lights of the car to show off, and felt that the bad mood of the day was relieved a lot.
As a result, the next moment the whole person rushed forward. If it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have hit the glass.
Mrs. Han was also startled, and even the airbag in the front of her car was knocked out.
Damn it, what's going on? Han Yu endured the dizziness and nausea and glanced in the rearview mirror.
The whole person's pupils dilated. He saw that the car that hit him was the Ferrari that was parked in his house. The police arrived at the scene quickly. There are dash cams in both Shinzhou's car and the black Mercedes-Benz. What just happened was shown clearly.
You are fully responsible for this matter. Cutting in line while driving is a big taboo. How do you two plan to deal with this matter?
Shinzhou lazily leaned against the car and pointed at the damaged front of the Ferrari. It's like this car is something I just bought today. I've waited for so long, and I've already figured out what happened with the queue jumping. I don't want anything else, just follow the formal process and get compensation. After Shinzhou said this, the Han couple's faces turned green.
This was indeed an impulsive choice made due to the resentment in their hearts.
But now we cannot afford the consequences of this impulse.
Chapter 67 Recognize the gap.
We were definitely wrong in this matter, but the compensation for this car is a bit high. Han Yu's face turned pale. He didn't know yet that this car was a limited edition launched by Ferrari this year. However, just by looking at the model and texture, you can tell that this is definitely not an ordinary model. The cost of repairing some good cars is enough to buy a new car.
How about we discuss this further? Is your car insured? He asked tactfully in Korean.
What he meant was that if there was insurance, then the compensation would be less. Shinzhou smiled and spread his hands, saying helplessly, I'm very sorry, I said this is the car I picked up today, and I haven't paid for insurance for it yet.
Han Yu's face froze.
Shinzhou had already called Lu Haochen, and the other party was on the way to pick him up. This is the purchase price of my car. You can contact the authorities to check the repair price.
As for other compensation, I won't ask you for it. Any losses or the like are only limited to this car, Shinzhou said with a magnanimous look on his face.
However, when Han Yu saw the information about the car that Shinzhou handed to him, all the fingers of the person were shaking. A limited edition Ferrari worth 8.9 million.
This is just the official price.
If I really get this car, all the extra money added up would cost at least tens of millions.
Moreover, the maintenance cost of this limited edition car is simply astronomical. Hanyu couldn't believe that the owner of such a precious car would just crash it without hesitation.
You can contact my secretary for follow-up matters. Shinjo saw Lu Haochen get off the car and gave his contact information to Hanyu.
Boss Shin, we are going back to Wanhai region first, right?
When Lu Haochen got out of the car and saw the damaged Ferrari, his eyes twitched. He and Hanyu shared the same feeling in an instant, a certain degree of heartache and regret.
I can't believe that a car like this hit me.
Shinjo nodded, without even looking at anyone else, and turned to get in the car.
Instead, Hanyu heard some familiar words in the numbness. Shen. 10,000 Cs?
He took a deep breath, turned around in disbelief, and looked at Shinjo, who was about to leave.
It can't be such a coincidence. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple?
Hanyu stepped forward and stopped Shinjo, who was about to get in the car. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name yet.
He looked at Shinjo very persistently. Shinjo frowned slightly, wondering what this brainless driver was trying to do. It's just a name though.
Shinjo didn't care. My name is Shinjo, sir, you are blocking my way. I told you about the follow-up matters, you can just contact my secretary. Shinjo laughed after saying that time was precious.
Hanyu stood there in a daze, his head buzzing. No way, no way? Is this really the Shinjo that I'm looking for? It seems that the Han family is really in conflict with the Shin family.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I'm afraid I'll take up some of your time.
I have something I want to talk to you about.
I just had to force myself to speak Korean.
As expected, the expected impatience appeared on Shinjo's face. I told you I had something to ask my secretary.
Hanyu spoke with difficulty, his face stiff. It's like this, Mr. Shin, I'm here to see you. My daughter's name is Han Yaching, and my son's name is Han Zian, so I hope I can take up a little of your time. Shinjo was also stunned for a moment, mainly because he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Looking at the accident scene in front of him and Hanyu's stiff expression, he showed a faint smile on his face and closed the car door. If you two are here to apologize to my Shin family, I saw clearly how you cut in line just now. At this point, Shinjo lowered his head slightly, looked at Hanyu and said, your Han family has a common history of being uneducated, and your attitude of not abiding by the rules is the same.
So I guess there's nothing to talk about between us.
Mr. Han, your most important task now should be to resolve the accident dispute with me as soon as possible.
As for the compensation, not a penny less. As for your daughter's matter, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it.
After Shinjo finished speaking, he got into the car and asked Lu Haochen to drive away.
Hanyu was left standing there, stamping his feet in anger.
Fuck him, we lost both the lady and the army. Mrs. Han has always been well-mannered, but she still couldn't help but swear at this coincidence. Who would have thought that because of the accumulated frustration with the traffic jam, a random car was added to the crowd, and it turned out to be Shinjo's car. Hanyu kicked his Mercedes-Benz angrily. The front bumper of the Mercedes was already shaky, and it fell off right away.
After Shinjo returned home, Su Qingyan came up to him anxiously and asked, didn't they say that someone had a car accident ahead on the road? Why did Xiao Lu call back just now and say that our new car was hit?
Shinjo was in a good mood the whole time. He hugged Su Qingyan and explained with a smile, nothing, I just don't like those people who cut in line randomly. Anyway, I have plenty of time, so I just bumped into them. The collision wasn't severe, but it was enough for them to pay.
Su Qingyan looked at Shinjo with some surprise.
She never expected that Shinjo would have such a bad temper. However, Su Qingyan also thought that Shinjo was right in this matter.
People like this shouldn't be tolerated. We are not responsible anyway. It's all their fault. Shinjo nodded and said with some regret, because of this incident, I was delayed in taking the children to the amusement park. It seems that I can only take them together tomorrow.
The children were very well behaved when they knew Shinjo had some things to deal with. You can go tomorrow anyway, there's no need to rush. Lu Haochen sent the repair bill to Hanyu that evening.
It's not too expensive, just over 3 million.
You can buy a new car with more than 3 million yuan, but Hanyu was driving a Mercedes-Benz at that time. He looked at the quotation with a painful expression, damn it. And at this moment he finally realized that the Han family and the Shin family were simply no match for each other. Shinjo could crash into a Ferrari worth tens of millions without hesitation. Without considering the consequences, without considering maintenance.
But Korean is not allowed.
He has encountered situations where people cut in line before, but he doesn't dare to bump into them.
This may be the biggest difference between the two. Shinjo received a handwritten apology letter from Han Zian late at night. I also received a video of Han Zian's sincere apology.
Along with the 3 million in compensation, there was also a message sent in Korean.
I'm sorry to have caused trouble to Mr. Shin. My daughter has transferred to another school.
Shinjo sneered and threw the phone aside.
This insignificant little thing in life is forgotten as soon as it passes by.
Just before Shinjo took the children to the amusement park, he suddenly received a message from Lu Haochen.
Boss Shin, I found out. Chapter 68, Playing the Maze Beyond the Level.
Su Qingyan discovered Shinjo and stopped there for a long time.
When I wanted to step forward with some doubt, I saw Shinjo hung up the phone. What's wrong? Su Qingyan opened the car door with some confusion.
After Shinjo got in the car and settled the children, he smiled and shook his head. Nothing, just some work decisions that I need to make.
Su Qingyan nodded. Then let's go to the amusement park. The best amusement park in Haizhong City covers an area measured in hectares.
As soon as a few children came in, they all stared with their eyes wide open. Shenmeng looked at the princess castle in the distance, her eyes shining. Mommy, I want to go there. The design of the princess castle is very dreamy, and many of the projects are not only for children. Su Qingyan was very excited, but the boys were not very interested in a place like Princess Castle.
There's a maze ahead. I want to go there and take a look. Sanba Shenfeng's eyes lit up and he pulled Shinjo's hand.
The other children also wanted to go to different places. For the first time, Shinjo felt a little headache and felt as if he was overwhelmed. However, he has been with these children for so long, so naturally he has his own ways to deal with such situations.
Then let's go one by one in order and play everything you want to play.
Yeah.
Daddy is so nice.
The 4 little boys shouted in unison.
5 father and sons were walking on the road because they looked too similar.
Always attracting attention wherever he goes. This amusement park is indeed well built, but Shinjo still has to check the safety facilities of the park before the children enter each project.
There are different divisions in the maze park.
The difficulty level varies, and some mazes are even for adults.
Several children experienced the maze that their age group should play. I think it's really boring. Dad, I don't think this maze is fun. It's too simple. I can get out just by walking around.
Shinfeng pouted and said with some boredom. Shinjo was well aware of his children's intelligence, and it was obvious that a maze designed for their age group would no longer meet their needs. So he thought about it and took the children to a maze for children aged 7 to 8.
Then you can try this maze.
There is also a treasure hunt section in this maze.
But you need to compete with other kids here. You are young, so you need to help each other, understand?
When they heard that they could look for treasure while walking through the maze, several children's eyes lit up.
This is more challenging than a simple maze.
Shinjo sent them to the entrance of the maze one by one. There were other parents at the entrance of the maze, watching Shinjo send his 2-year-old child into the maze.
Everyone was a little surprised.
A mother came forward and kindly reminded, "Parent, this maze is difficult and very challenging for children of a certain age.
I see your child is a little young. Isn't it inappropriate for him to enter this maze?"
Shinjo knew that the other party had good intentions, so he just smiled faintly and shook his head. "Thank you for your reminder, but for our children, a maze of this difficulty is only a little difficult."
The mother was choked and left in a huff.
In his opinion, Shinjo was too concerned about his reputation, which was why he said such things.
How can a 2-year-old child play with the mazes that 7 or 8-year-old children play with?
When these children are trapped inside and crying, this parent will not be as calm as he is now.
10 people can enter the maze at a time.
There are 4 children from the Shin family, and there are 6 other children coming in together. This maze was indeed more fun than the previous ones they had played. There are 3 roads here. The best way is for each of us to form a small team and see where each road leads. The auntie who changed our clothes just now gave us a pen. We can use this to mark the wall. Mr. Shin said seriously. The other 7 or 8-year-old children saw that the little kid's words were very coherent and that they shared the same thoughts as theirs.
One of the older kids nodded and said, "Let's do this."
Now there are 10 of us, divided into 3 teams, one team will have 4 people. Shinhuan figured out such a simple team division problem in one go. Moreover, he felt that it would be enough for the 4 of him and his brothers to be in one team, which was just 4 people. So he said directly, "If it is divided like this, wouldn't it be better for the 4 of us to be together?"
Unexpectedly, the other three brothers shook their heads and said, "That's not fun. We want to go a different way." Shin Huan scratched his head. Then how do we divide it? It was Shin Shang who stepped forward and said, "Why don't you and fourth brother take the left road? I'll take the middle road, and third brother will take the right road. Do you think it's okay?" Although Shin Shang seemed to be speaking casually, he actually had his considerations. Shin Mang, the fourth child, was introverted, and Shin felt it was not a good idea to let him walk alone on a road. After all, there are several other children, and the third child, Shin Feng, has already taken many classes in the martial arts class that Shin Zhou enrolled him in. It should be no problem for him to walk alone on a road. As for Shin Shang himself, he saw that there were some problems ahead on the middle road, which were mainly numbers, and he liked this. The other children had no objection to the second child's division. Soon the 6 older children also divided their shares. Compared to those little ones, these older kids have pretty good personalities. Some children even patted their chests and said, "Don't worry, we will protect you 4 little brothers in a while." After all, the design of the maze is difficult enough for 7 or 8-year-old children to understand. So some of the questions are very tricky, and there are also some brain teasers. Only after these problems are solved will relevant clues appear. Mr. Shin looked at the Sudoku on the wall, and then looked at the friends around him who were racking their brains but couldn't think of the answer. Silently took a pen from the side. "Start writing numbers on it." A 7-year-old child kept saying, "Little brother, don't scribble on the wall. If you make a mistake, you won't be able to get out." As soon as I finished speaking, I saw this wall, and suddenly a clue fell out. "Oh my god, little brother, you really solved this problem. You are amazing." In a child's world, some rules are very simple. Several of us couldn't solve this problem just now, but this little brother just wrote down a few numbers and got all the correct answers. In their opinion, Mr. Shin is a very powerful person. Chapter 69: Other People's Children. The same situation did not only occur on Shin Xingzhong's road. When they encountered some other problems, the children solved them, and Shin Huan and Shin Mang didn't say anything. But when it comes to some questions that none of the kids can figure out, the 2 brothers always come up with the answers in great tacit understanding. Especially some brain teasers, almost all of which were solved by Shin Mang. After a few rounds, the older children were convinced by the twin brothers. As for Shin Feng, although he usually likes martial arts, it does not mean that he is a person with strong limbs and a simple mind. On the contrary, Shin Feng has a good brain, but sometimes he prefers to wield swords and guns. He figured out the settings for some of the questions in a snap. When those children are frustrated and confused, he will take the initiative to go over and share his ideas for solving the problems with them. What the 4 little kids don't know is that their every move is actually being broadcast to their parents outside through surveillance. After all, they are young children, so the amusement park has installed surveillance cameras in every corner of the maze. It is to make it easier for parents to monitor their children. The mother who had given the kind reminder before opened her mouth wide when she saw the quadruplets' performances one after another. Is this child really only 2 years old? Even an adult like me needs to think carefully about these questions. Shen Mang once again solved a brain teaser. The same thought did not only occur to that slow mind. The maze was finished in about 15 minutes, with the first 3 forks in the road. It's actually just 3 different little main mazes. When the last 10 children gathered together, they were not far from the final exit. When they all came out, the parents found that the oldest child had been conquered by the 4 little ones. When they looked at the 4 children who were younger than them, their eyes were filled with a hint of admiration. "Little brother, do you want to come home with me? I can give you all my favorite Ultraman to play with." A 7-year-old child took the initiative to run up to Shin Shang. "I also want to have a very smart brother. Can you be my brother?" One child took the lead, and a bunch of children gathered around, vying to bring a younger brother home. This made the parents in the waiting room laugh so hard that they couldn't stop. The friendship between children is always sincere and pure, and these children really think that the 4 children of the Shin family are smart. The admiration for the strong is the same no matter how old you are. Shin Huan politely shook his head. "We are mommy and daddy's babies, we can't go to other people's homes." At such a young age, he can use such a high EQ reason to reject other friends. These parents' hearts are also filled with envy. This is definitely someone else's child. How did you educate your children? How come they are so sensible and smart? A father came up to Shinzhou and asked with a smile, his eyes full of genuine envy.
Shinjo shrugged and said with a smile, actually, just respect the children's strange ideas, let them grow naturally, and tell them some rules. The father was so angry when he thought about the strange ideas of his naughty boy that he could blow the roof off the house.
I felt that I definitely couldn't be like Shinjo.
Because when your own children are naughty, you have to beat them.
It turns out that the well-behaved children are other people's children.
The father shook his head, smiled and led his child away. When he left, Shinjo could still hear a few words floating in the wind.
You should learn from your little brother in the future.
He is so sensible and well-behaved because he listens to his parents.
Don't be so naughty in the future.
You are a big brother, but you are not as steady as the little brother. Shinjo smiled and shook his head, thinking that his child was probably born like this and it was related to his strict education. Different education methods for each child. The 4 little kids took the clearance certificates given by the staff and ran to Shinjo with smiles on their faces.
Dad, it's so fun here. Shinjo nodded. There are many people here. If we all hold hands, it will not be easy to get lost. It's noon now. Do you want to go have a meal?
Shinjo stood in the middle, holding 2 children on the left and 2 children on the right. The 4 children nodded at Shinjo at the same time. The cute appearance melted the hearts of the parents passing by. Before the child could speak, a beautiful little girl came over holding her mother's hand. You guys are so cute, here's some candy for you. I hope you grow up healthy. Shinjo didn't expect that he was so cute that people would come up to him and give him gifts when he walked on the street. However, the other party was full of goodwill.
Shinjo looked down at the children and said, "What should you say when you receive something from someone?"
The 4 little kids said in a baby voice, "Thank you, sister.
We like your gift very much."
It can be seen that the little girl is also straightforward. She was very happy to hear what the little milkbag said, and she pulled her mother away. There is no shortage of commercial streets in the amusement park. There is a well-developed catering industry, but there are few high-end restaurants here.
Shinjo entered a restaurant and frowned at the noisy environment.
However, it was the peak season on Saturday and Sunday, so it was inevitable that there were many people in the restaurant.
Is there a private room?
Shinjo asked the children to move closer to him and asked the busy waiter. The waiter wiped the sweat off his face and asked, "How many of you are there?" Shinjo had called Su Qingyan before, and Su Qingyan took Meng Meng to have dinner at Princess Castle and would not come over. So he said, "I am a grown man with 4 children, please arrange a private room for me." The waiter looked at the empty table next to him and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, sir, our private rooms have a minimum consumption standard, and there are not many people like you, so it's good to sit on the first floor."
Shinjo's face turned cold. If the private room had these standards from the beginning, the waiter would not have asked how many people there were.
He simply felt that it was a waste for the 5 of Shinjo to sit upstairs, so he made up some excuses. "It's like this, what's the standard for your private rooms?" "We can definitely get one, arrange a private room for me." Shinjo saw that the waiter was only about 18 or 19 years old, so he didn't plan to argue with him. After all, the waiter was a little young and was a little embarrassed when faced with such a situation. On the one hand, the boss said that small numbers of guests should not be allowed to go to the private rooms, and on the other hand, the guests made strong demands. As hesitant, Shinjo suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. "Shinjo, it turns out it's really you." When he turned around, he saw a man walking towards him.
Chapter 70, Meeting a Buddy.
The man walking towards me was wearing a uniform similar to that of the waiter next to him. Shinjo recognized who this person was at a glance. It was Qin Shang, Shinjo's good friend who used to play basketball with him.
But that was all in the distant high school days.
Shinjo vaguely remembered that they had all had a good time together. It's just that the entrance examinations one after another are dividing people into different paths. Mr. Chen was a good basketball player and a righteous man, but he just didn't like to study. If Shinjo remembered correctly, Mr. Chen basically started working in society right after graduating from high school. It seems that he has now taken the position of foreman in this scenic area restaurant.
This age is about the same.
Mr. Chen was still as enthusiastic as he remembered. "Bring the kids from your relatives out to play together. These brothers look alike, could they be quadruplets?" Just as Shinjo was about to explain, Qin Shang patted the waiter on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Wang, find a small private room that's a little quieter." Xiao Wang, who had received clear instructions, was no longer in a dilemma as before, and took the initiative to walk to the front to lead the way.
"Come on, I'll take you there. I haven't seen you for a few years.
You've made great progress."
Mr. Chen walked beside him happily. This sentence brought Shinjo back to the memories of that time. Everyone has a time when they were young and frivolous. Shinjo was also a good basketball player when he was in high school. After practice or a game, a few good friends always go to a restaurant to get together. After a while, the relationship between them became very close. But no matter how strong a relationship is, it cannot withstand the passage of time. Mr. Chin brought the children and Shinjo to the private room and handed over the menu. If you have children, order something light. I will ask the kitchen to make more portions for you, so you can save some money. Shinjo doesn't lack the money. Just by feeding a child, the reward from the system might be more than what this restaurant earns in a day. But Mr. Chen was a warm-hearted person, and this was also his intention. Shinjo did not say anything, but nodded with a smile on his face. Several children nearby stared at the strange uncle with wide eyes. Shin Feng climbed onto the sofa next to him and leaned over to look at the menu. His serious look amused Shin Shang. This child is really handsome, but the words on it are a little difficult for you. Shin Feng shook his head unconvinced. I can see it all, Dad, you know it. Shinjo rubbed Shin Feng's head with a smile on his face. There is a menu over there, you and your brothers can take a look. Mr. Chen next to him was stunned after Shin Feng finished speaking, with his mouth slightly open. He looked at Shinjo to the left and the child to the right. Seeing that he looked tired from opening his mouth, Shinjo poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. Chen Sheng drank a glass of warm water and asked in disbelief, Old Shin, it's not possible, is it? You're married and have children now? These quadruplets are your children. Oh my god. If you calculate carefully, Shinjo has only just graduated from college. This is fast enough. The child can even order food? Shinjo was helpless. I wanted to tell you just now, you spoke too quickly, these are all my children, but they are not quadruplets. Mr. Chen gradually relaxed and nodded, that's about right. I guess we'll have 4 babies in 2 years. How low is the probability of having quadruplets? But you're pretty quick, kid. Shinjo flipped through a page of the menu and said calmly, they're not quadruplets, they're quintuplets. There's also a little girl who went to play at Princess Castle with her mother. Mr. Chen just took a sip of water and it suddenly spat it out. Mr. Shin next to him took a tissue and handed it to Mr. Chen very sensibly. Uncle, this is unhygienic, you need to wipe it off. Mr. Chen took the tissue with trembling hands and praised the little kid, you are so sensible. Shinjo had already written down all the dishes he wanted to order, and after just a few words he realized that Mr. Chen was still the same cheerful person as before. When getting along with such people, you don't need to put in any thought, just say what you want to say. I want these dishes. After Mr. Chen finished memorizing the dishes, his emotions calmed down and he silently gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect you could do it. You're in good shape. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but Mr. Chen made a face while saying it. Shinjo slapped the menu on Chen Shang's hand with a smile and scolded, okay, there are children. When you're done, we'll talk in detail. Mr. Chen is a person with high emotional intelligence and is loyal to his brother, except that he doesn't like studying. Shinjo got along well with him before. It was the peak dining time, so Mr. Chen did not exchange pleasantries with Shinjo. Although the two hadn't seen each other for 4 or 5 years, after meeting and talking for a few words, the familiar feeling from the past returned. Okay, I'll be busy now. We can call each other later. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Mr. Chen went out with a smile on his face. After a while, the waiter named Xiao Wan came to serve the food. Shinjo indeed discovered that each dish was quite large in portion. Moreover, the food in the private room where Shinjo and his friends were was served very quickly. Almost every dish came right after each other. Before he started eating, Shinjo asked, how many foremen do you have here? Xiao Wang knew that the guests at this table were Brother Chen's friends, and the smile on his face became more genuine. We have a total of 4 foremen here. Basically, the foremen have worked for a long time, so the boss promoted them. Shinjo said nothing and nodded. The little one's eyes lit up when they saw the food. After playing in the maze for so long, they were already starving. This little steamed bun is delicious, Dad, you should try it too. Mr. Shin picked up a steamed bun for Shinjo. Because the system had previously activated Shinjo's cooking skills, Shinjo's tongue had become particularly sensitive. After taking a bite of these golden fried buns, you will know how they are made. If you like, I'll make it for you when we get home. It will definitely taste better than this. Shinjo thought the taste of this restaurant was just average. Since his child liked a certain dish, he could just replicate it at home. Several children's eyes lit up.
During this period of time, Shinzhou's feeding has made the children dependent on his cooking skills. Shinzhou brought a few children here to eat, just to fill his stomach. As a result, when I was halfway through my meal, I suddenly heard a loud noise coming from next door.
Something must have hit the ground.
The children were startled and Shinzhou frowned.
Even if this Chinese restaurant is noisy, this kind of atmosphere is not right. You guys stay here, don't go with anyone and come over after a while.
Shinzhou thought he heard Qin Shang's voice vaguely, and felt puzzled, so he wanted to go out and take a look. Just in time, Xiao Wang pushed the door open in panic, holding a pot of water in his hand.
You help me look after the kids here, and the salary is 1 month's salary. Chapter 71 Catching Up with the Trouble.
Xiao Wang exclaimed in surprise. Shinzhou took out a wad of money from his wallet and put it in Xiao Wang's hand. You are Mr. Chen's man, I trust you, please help me take care of these children. Before Xiao Wang could react and look at the money in his hand, Shinzhou left.
How does he know that I have a good relationship with Brother Chen?
Xiao Wang was still a little confused, but hiding in this private room was still a legitimate request of the guests. It also saves you from having to go out and deal with all that mess. The private room where the loud noise came from was not far from Shinzhou's private room. The door was opened and people gathered around it one after another.
Most of them are here to watch the fun. You lousy waiter, is this your attitude towards service? With your level, you are only fit to be a waiter in this life, right? I've been ordering this dish for about 20 minutes. Has it been served yet? I, your grandfather, will not swallow this anger today. You are the one in charge, right? It's really a failure for you to run this store. You are trying to save money for your boss, right? How much does your boss pay you to work so hard for him? A man's voice filled with ridicule and anger echoed in the corridor.
Mr. Chen bowed his head and kept apologizing to the man. I am so sorry, sir. It is the peak dining period now, so it is normal that the food is served slowly.
And we have informed you of this matter in advance. Let me help you urge the kitchen.
Shinzhou walked over and saw a shirtless man standing opposite Qin Shang. The bald man had large tattoos on his arms and looked very arrogant. There were quite a few dishes in the room, and wine bottles were scattered on the floor. A cabinet in the private room also fell to the ground. Shinzhou looked around and saw that many waiters were just standing far away and didn't dare to come forward, including a few people who were wearing the same uniform as Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen's expression was not looking good either.
In his opinion, this table of guests were just looking for trouble.
He endured it again and again, and whispered, "We did something wrong. How about you tell me what method you would like to use to deal with this matter?"
The guests at that table sneered, "If you ask us, this matter is easy to handle.
If you help us pay for this table, we won't have anything to say." Mr. Chen's face turned cold.
The people watching nearby were also whispering.
This is indeed a bit too much.
It seems that this group of people are planning to skip the meal. Mr. Chen glanced at the things on the table, then at the 5 or 6 boxes of wine on the ground. The consumption at this table was definitely not low. He even suspected that these people came prepared.
That doesn't make sense. Qin Shang just opened his mouth. The jerk flipped the table over with his hand. What a shitty dining environment. This scared the people around.
Mr. Chen was also secretly groaning in his heart.
Unfortunately, the manager is not here today, and there are only 4 foremen here.
But this area happened to be allocated to me. Qin Shang gritted his teeth and tried to speak again. But the person on the other side clearly showed that he would not listen to any threats or persuasion and just wanted to eat and dine for free.
"Sir, if you do this again, we will call the police. It's not right to eat without paying."
No matter how good-tempered Mr. Chen was, he couldn't help it. The man snorted coldly, "If you have the guts, report it.
I'll come every day."
Shinzhou probably also figured out what happened.
The time these people spent talking was enough for him to operate.
He pulled back Qin Shang, whose veins were bulging with fear. Find a few people to kick these people out directly, and take away their money before kicking them out, Shinzhou said in a calm tone. Mr. Chen was very surprised that someone would take the initiative to step forward at this time. But when he turned around and saw that it was Shinzhou, his face suddenly fell.
"Don't get involved in Lao Shen's matter. You're not the boss, so you can't make the decision."
It is because the owner of this restaurant has always believed that harmony brings wealth.
The catering industry is indeed so humble. The cheapest thing is the ingredients. Most restaurants will just pay for this if they encounter such a thing.
That's why Mr. Chen had to swallow his anger. In his opinion, it was not worth losing his job for such a crappy customer. If you really want to dine and dine for free, you can only call the police. A waiter who got along well with Mr. Chen came forward and quietly advised Shinjo, let Brother Chen handle this matter. If you really call the police, the boss won't be happy. After what happened at the restaurant, it will be hard to run a business in the future. Shinjo ignored everyone else and made a phone call in front of the waiters. Who? The voice coming from the phone made Mr. Chen and the waiter's eyes light up. Isn't this Mr. Liu, the big boss of this catering company? Mr. Liu comes to the store every month to review the work, and these people recognize the big boss voice. Suddenly, these service providers looked at Shinjo differently. They thought Shinjo knew the boss. I'm Shinjo, the one who bought your company a few minutes ago. I think you should have received the payment, right? Shinjo's tone was very calm and his voice was not loud. But the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and there was a faint sound of people gasping for air. Chen Sheng suddenly turned around and looked straight at Shinjo. Mr. Liu, the general manager of this catering company, is quite wealthy and lives in a villa. Just buy it if Shinjo says so? What's the progress? Shinjo deliberately turned on the speakerphone so that everyone could hear clearly. When the troublemakers heard that someone was calling the boss, they lowered their voices. When Shinjo noticed this, his eyes darkened. Something was not right. When Mr. Liu heard that it was Shinjo, his tone immediately changed and became full of politeness. It's Mr. Shen. Yes, the money has been received. I will ask my secretary to complete the relevant procedures in the next 2 days. But this store is yours now. I can guarantee that. I will contact the manager in a moment and ask him to hand over the personnel matters to you. This is Mr. Liu's statement, exactly what Shinjo wanted. It doesn't matter whether Shinjo heard these words or not, as long as the others present heard them clearly. He hung up the phone, turned around and looked at the people around him and said, now I am the owner of this store. Don't my words have any power? Chen Sheng was the first to react. Although he was in a complicated mood, he still took the initiative to stand up and said, Boss Shen, this is the situation now. We will do whatever you say. What Shinjo hates most is the trash who look down on others, acting as if they are living a good life. In the past, Shinjo received a lot of cold stares when he was busy with work, but now he is no longer the same as before. Ask the kitchen staff to find a few strong hands to take this guy out and ask them to pay the bill at the front desk. If they don't obey, I'll call the police station. I've even bought a small restaurant. I just want them to suffer a little more in prison. I can still do that. Shinjo's face was extremely cold when he said this, and the troublemakers couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 72. Who is kind to you? They are in the society and can tell the real from the fake. This boss who just bought the restaurant said everything that he said. The man with the big tattoo on his arm wanted to make more trouble, but the person who came up from the kitchen suddenly grabbed his waist. You have to pay for the meal. This is the same everywhere. If I am not mistaken, there are surveillance cameras. How long you wait is also recorded. Besides, you are being unreasonable. I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, Shinjo wouldn't bother explaining to these bastards. When facing Mr. Chen, these ruffians acted arrogantly, but when facing Shinjo, who could buy a store in just a few minutes, they became obedient. Then, these are the dishes. Check out. The man with the flowery arms took out his wallet from his pocket and threw out 800 yuan. After canceling the dishes that were not served, the price was about the same. Shinjo and Chen Sheng had a tacit understanding, and he gave Chen Sheng a look. The money for the food has been paid, but some things can't be left alone. Mr. Chen understood immediately, and he stepped forward and said, Gentlemen, you broke the table in the store, and you must compensate for it according to the price. The troublemakers had not expected this to happen and looked at each other in bewilderment. The man with the big flower arm gritted his teeth and took out another 200 yuan. Give me another 200 for that broken table. Chen Sheng was completely different from the way he had been holding back his anger just now. He had a sly smile on his face. I'm sorry, gentlemen, this table is made of mahogany and it cost a lot of money. A few $100s won't do. The man with the big flower arm was dumbfounded. Who could have thought that such a thing could happen? Several people took out their wallets and pulled 2,000 yuan. That's all. There's nothing more. I don't know how many years you've used this table. If you say it's made of rosewood, is it really made of rosewood? Brothers, we are all out there, let's just get by. Chen Sheng's anger had almost subsided, But when he heard this, he felt a surge of rage in his heart.
Who isn't a gangster? Where did the embarrassing look on your face just now go? Now there is another big truth, are you two brothers?
Shinjo hadn't spoken a word, but at this moment he stopped Shinsheng and said, I've called the police, so you're done, but I think the matter of damaging the things in the store should still be left to the police.
No one expected Shinjo to be so decisive.
Judging from the time, Shinjo called the police right after he finished talking to Mr. Liu. All this was within his calculations. First, let these people pay back the money for the meal, and then let Mr. Chen point out the damage to the furnishings in the store. From the very beginning, Shinjo had no intention of getting along with these people.
The police arrived early and these people were quickly taken away.
The waiters and foremen nearby looked at Shinjo with complicated expressions.
No one dared to step forward.
You continue to work, and there will be someone dedicated to take over the follow-up matters.
Shinjo gave the order calmly.
He took Shinsheng back to the private room. Xiao Wang was sitting nearby, playing with a few other kids. Seeing Shinjo coming in, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Sir, you are finally back.
When Shinjo saw the children, his serious expression relaxed.
Why are these kids being naughty?
Xiao Wang shook his head repeatedly. I have never seen children more obedient than them. It's just that I can't answer the brain teasers they came up with, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Xiao Wang chuckled, looking a bit honest. Shinjo smiled and nodded, took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and put it in Xiao Wang's hand.
I am a man of my words. This is your reward for accompanying these children just now.
Xiao Wang had received about 2,000 yuan before.
Now I got another 2,000.
His heart was pounding.
Brother, this isn't a big deal. I just watched your child for less than an hour. To be honest, I wouldn't feel at ease if I took so much money. Xiao Wang is an honest man.
He was tempted at first, but the amount was too big.
It was indeed his monthly salary.
Shinjo shook his head. I'm afraid you don't know that I have already bought this store.
Just think of it as me giving you a bonus in advance.
Xiao Wang's jaw dropped. It was just a child's skill, but the boss was replaced.
This sounds like a joke, how can it be true?
Mr. Chen on the side winked at Xiao Wang. You go out first, Mr. Shin will give it to you, just take it. Xiao Wang walked out of the private room in a daze. When he turned around, he saw other waiters peeking around in the corridor.
This is where the exchange of information begins. It turns out he is really our boss. The boss has quintuplets, awesome.
After Xiao Wang realized what was happening, he quickly stuffed the 4,000 yuan into his pocket.
It's given by the boss, it's official, take it.
After Xiao Wang left, Mr. Chen looked Shinjo up and down carefully. Old Shin, you are doing really well.
I think that's a bit outrageous.
Shinjo put on small coats for the children and said with a smile, what's so outrageous about this?
It's just a store, isn't it?
At this point, Shinjo turned around and patted Shinsheng on the shoulder. By the way, I still have to take the kids out to play in the afternoon, so I'll leave the store's affairs to you from now on.
I think you are very capable. Help me manage the business. If we make money by the end of the year, I will give you shares.
Shinjo had thought it through when he made the decision to buy this store.
After all, Mr. Chen is his buddy.
If you are pointed at and scolded by others, you will be a waiter all your life.
Shinjo felt very uncomfortable.
If Shinsheng had not been so lazy in studying, he would not have ended up in this state with his emotional intelligence. Moreover, he has been able to stay in such a store for so many years, so he must be very clear about what problems and advantages this store has. Shinjo felt it was appropriate for him to be the manager of this store.
Besides, isn't it just a restaurant?
It didn't cost much to buy it.
Shinjo really didn't take it seriously.
Just think of it as helping Chen vent his anger.
Mr. Chen was extremely excited.
A complex emotion was weighing on his chest, making him speechless for a moment. He could only reach out and pat Shinjo's shoulder heavily. His face turned red before he managed to utter, "Thanks, brother.
I will definitely work hard for you."
Shinjo curled his lips and patted his shoulder. Do a good job and investigate the troublemakers thoroughly.
Shinsheng was a little confused when he heard this. What?
As a bystander, Shinjo saw what happened clearly. These people chose your area to cause trouble and insisted that you pay for it.
Isn't there something fishy about these things? Check it out carefully.
Some of your colleagues are not in a mutually supportive relationship with you. Shinjo let Shinsheng handle these things on his own, so that Shinsheng could vent his anger. Anyway, he is the manager now and has the right to fire people, so let him use them well.
Shinjo left the restaurant with a faint smile. Chapter 73. What do you like? Mr. Chen is not a stupid person.
After being enlightened by Shinjo, he began to think about the matter.
It is indeed just as my good brother Shinjo said, there are too many coincidences. I have to take a good look at who is plotting against me behind my back.
Shinjo brought a few children to the princess castle and saw Su Qingyan and Shen Meng from a distance. I don't know when Meng Meng changed into a princess dress, and even the decorations on her body became accessories with princess elements.
My Meng Meng is so beautiful.
Shinjo walked over and picked up Meng Meng, then turned around and looked at Su Qingyan with a smile on his face. How is it?
Are you having fun?
Su Qingyan had the same decoration on her head as Shen Meng, which made her look softer.
Very happy, this place is well done, many projects are very interesting.
Although the amusement park was fun, the children still had to go to school, so Shinjo took the children back home in the afternoon. After playing all day, the children fell asleep as soon as their heads touched the pillows. Shinjo and Su Qingyan snuggled on the sofa and sighed comfortably.
Raising a child is not an easy task.
Even though the Shin family's children were so sensible, taking them out to play for a whole day still made the two parents feel tired. Now Dabeo has music lessons every week, Meng Meng has also chosen dance, and the third child Feng Feng has practiced martial arts.
Erbao chose physics and mathematics courses some time ago. Now the one I am most worried about is the fourth child. Su Qingyan said while holding a cup of hot coffee.
During this period, Su Qingyan has started preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, but as a mother, there are still some things that she still worries about. For example, the issue of children's education. Ever since Shinjo knew he was going to be a father, he has been observing his children.
In addition, the system will occasionally issue some task rewards to enhance communication with the children. Shinjo's understanding of these children has gradually become clearer than Su Qingyan's.
Shinjo was in charge of guiding half of the children's course choices. In fact, it is easy to see what the children like.
Only the fourth brother, Shen Meng, usually keeps silent.
He is not a person without his own opinions, but I have not seen him show any interest in anything. I see that several children have their own interests and are developing in that direction. The fourth child was also not in a hurry. However, as a parent, we look further. Children's interests should be cultivated from an early age, especially now that their brains are in a period of rapid development. The skills learned at this time will stay with you for a lifetime.
Su Qingyan's meaning was very clear.
She didn't want the fourth child to be without any specialties or skills in the future. Shinjo patted Su Qingyan on the shoulder and said, "Leave this matter to me. You should prepare for your postgraduate entrance examination. I will take care of the rest." Su Qingyan trusted Shinjo very much. She looked up at Shinjo and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." As the fourth child in the family, Shen Meng is not as lively as the third child, but he doesn't want to worry as much as his eldest and second brothers. Nor is he the youngest one who is easiest to be loved. In addition, he has never liked to be in the spotlight, so most of the time even Shinjo would feel that his presence is a bit low.
But this doesn't mean Shen Meng is a stupid kid.
When Shinjo sent the other children to school, Shen Meng was fiddling with something in his toy house. Shinjo had been observing at the door for more than 10 minutes. The toys that the fourth child chose in the toy house were also very ordinary. You can even see that the reason why he plays with Legos and turns mechanical toys is because of that.
Just to kill time.
From beginning to end, the fourth child did not show any interest in any toy or object. Shinjo also noticed that when the fourth brother was fiddling with these things, his eyes were in a daze. It is obvious that the fourth brother is feeling a little bored now. Shinjo came in at this time. He walked up to the fourth brother and took the Lego next to him. "Don't you like this small wooden bridge I just built?" Shen Meng was not surprised to see his father suddenly come in. He just put the Lego aside hesitantly. "It's already built, there's nothing to like about it." Shinjo smiled and said, "You like playing with these little building blocks.
Do you want to be an architect in the future and be responsible for designing houses?" Shen Meng shook his head, "I don't want to."
Shinjo was very patient and held Shen Meng in front of him. "Your brothers and Meng Meng have already chosen what they like to study.
So my Sibao, is there anything you like and want to learn? Or is there anything you want to understand?" Shinjo has been patient and persuasive.
However, Shen Meng shook his head after thinking for a while. "Actually, Dad, I don't have anything in particular that I want to learn. But I know you and Mommy want me to have a hobby, just like the other students in my class go to tutoring classes.
You also want me to choose one I like.
Shen Mang speaks clearly and his logic is clear.
Shinjo sighed when he heard this, and discussed with him in an equal tone, then Mang, is there anything you want to learn? Or you can try it out before making a decision.
Shen Mang lowered his head and slowly disassembled the Lego bridge he had just built, then said with a smile, Dad wants me to try it and then decide.
But I don't like the hassle. I chose Go at school, so why don't you let me learn Go?
Shen Mang took out a box of chess pieces from the cabinet next to him. I am familiar with this, I will play this.
Shinjo was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Mang to choose Go. You have to know that nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people who can play Go, and even fewer children who choose to take it up as a hobby. Go itself is a boring thing, and you may even sit for an entire afternoon just to come up with a move. And the fourth child actually chose such an interest.
However, Shinjo changed his mind and thought that since the fourth brother was introverted, it was reasonable for him to choose such an interest. In that case, Daddy will find you a good Go teacher, and you must study hard in the future.
At this point, Shinjo's tone became serious. Baby, you have to know that once you choose to start doing anything, don't give up easily. Otherwise, no matter how many choices you make, you will still be just a layman. Learning by analogy is always based on having mastered theoretical knowledge.
Shinjo knew that it would be difficult for today's children to understand such words, but he had to say it. Although Shen Mang may not understand these words now, he will understand them later. Shen Mang nodded with a look of understanding, and Shinjo closed the door of the toy house. Just as I was about to go to the kitchen, I suddenly received a task issued by the system.
Chapter 74 Daydream Advertisement.
The healthy growth of children cannot be separated from the company of their parents, nor can it be separated from the guidance of excellent teachers. Shin Huan has already shown his potential and possesses a strong musical talent that should not be wasted. In order to help Shin Huan grow stronger and better and bring out his outstanding musical talent, please choose a good teacher for Shin Huan.
Host, please accept the mission, choose a good mentor.
Shinjo took a quick look at the task introduction interface that popped up. After discovering Debeo Shin Huan as musical talent, Shinjo found a well-known domestic pianist as his enlightenment teacher. Principal Wan of Skyland School also gave Shin Huan a lot of guidance in private. However, looking at the tasks issued by the system, I am afraid that these teachers are not qualified.
Shin Huan might need a more professional teacher. Shinjo looked at the task and fell into deep thought.
Choosing a teacher for the child is a big task.
And this matter itself makes people cautious.
Haochan, help me publish a job advertisement in this city's newspaper. Shinjo sent a message to Lu Haochan.
Let Lu Haochan buy a large section in the newspaper and put the recruitment information. This is also the fastest way to spread the news.
Principal Wan has always had the habit of reading the morning newspaper. The real-time report from Haizhong has always been a must-read for Principal Wan in the morning. The layout of this newspaper has remained largely unchanged over the years.
But today this newspaper actually has a huge section for job advertisements.
This left Principal Wan puzzled.
Could it be that someone in the editorial department made a mistake? Aren't job ads usually placed in inconspicuous places? Why are they placed on such a large board? When you open a newspaper, the most central section should be a commentary on current affairs. Now it has become a recruitment advertisement, and Principal Wan put on his reading glasses to take a closer look.
We are now recruiting a music enlightenment tutor to educate and enlighten children aged 2.5 at home. The tutor must have graduated from a well-known music school, have independent creative musical ability, have global touring experience, and be well-known both at home and abroad. The tutor must have a suitable personality and be talented. After reading this job advertisement, Principal Wan was speechless. Is this person really recruiting? Isn't this a spoof? It would be better to just look for a few well-known musicians internationally to set the standard. Besides, who needs such people to teach children? The ad doesn't even say what field the music instructor is looking for. Could it be that his child is an all-rounder? Principal Wan sneered and casually called the newspaper editorial department. Hello, I'm a reader of your newspaper. Did you make a mistake in today's layout? Why did you put the photo advertisement on the main page? The people in the editorial department have received quite a few calls early in the morning. The person on the other end quickly replied, it's like this. A gentleman generously bought this page just to post this job posting, so there is no typesetting error. Please forgive us. Principal Wan looked confused. After reading the rest of the news, he was about to close the newspaper when he saw the contact number below, which seemed familiar. Recruitment person in charge Lu Haochan, contact number 64867. Principal Wan used to give Xinhuan special lessons. Sometimes when Xinzhou didn't have time, an assistant named Lu Haochen would come to take care of the child. Over time, Principal Wan also added Lu Haochen's contact information. Isn't this the number that appeared in the news? Could it be that Xinhuan's parents are looking for a teacher for him? Principal Wan stood up quickly, opened his mobile phone and found Lu Haochen. Lu Haochen has received a lot of information today. But most of them said that he was sick. When he saw the message from Principal Wan, he was stunned for a moment. That's right, our CEO Shen is indeed planning to find a music tutor for our eldest son Xinhuan, who will mainly be responsible for his enlightenment. After Principal Wan received the news, he completely forgot about his previous complaints at the dinner table. Without saying anything, he sent a voice message. It's like this: the child is now in our school, and I have communicated with Xinhuan about music before. I wonder if I have the honor to be Xinhuan's teacher. Lu Haochen was a little stunned. What? Principal Wan, the principal of Skylay School, is actually planning to apply for this position? And his tone is so humble? What Lu Haochen didn't know was that a child as talented as Xinhuan would definitely achieve great success in the field of music in the future. The most important thing is that as a child, Xinhuan has no shortage of inspiration. While tutoring Xinhuan, Principal Wan was often infected by his imagination and emotions, which gave him some insights into his own music creation. Spending a long time with geniuses has its own benefits. Moreover, Principal Wan truly admires Xinhuan. If nothing unexpected happens, this child will definitely become famous in the field of music in the future. As such a talented enlightenment teacher, he will be mentioned in various records in the future. Compared with these, Principal Wan values more the satisfaction and sense of accomplishment brought by the process of cultivating a genius. It is for these reasons that Principal Wan, a well-known figure, is willing to apply for the position of an enlightenment teacher. Lu Haochen was only doing the preliminary screening work. He had no decision-making power. He just replied politely and tactfully, it's like this. Mr. Shen said that no matter who it is, you need to submit a resume and a self-introduction. Principal Wan agreed without hesitation when he heard the request. I will send it to your email later. Not everyone knows like Principal Wan that this 2.5-year-old child is a musical prodigy. Most musicians look disdainful when seeing such recruitment ads. And this advertisement became popular in the music circles of various countries because of its demanding standards and arrogant tone. All famous musicians have their own quirks. Those with good tempers will just smile helplessly when they see this advertisement. Obviously, this advertisement is regarded as nonsense. People with bad tempers will be furious when seeing this advertisement and will sneer and sigh, do you really think musicians are cabbages, and they are everywhere? Many more people are curious about what kind of family can educate a 2.5-year-old child with such standards. Regardless, the ad quickly became a hit. It became what these musicians call a daydream ad. In other words, the requirements and standards of this advertisement are like a dream. Perhaps only people in dreams would agree to such ridiculous requirements. Lu Haochen waited for nearly a week, but only received a few resumes that were acceptable. It's not his fault. After posting such an advertisement, few people are willing to apply for the job. Chapter 75, No Rewards for Mission. Perhaps some self-proclaimed talented but impoverished musicians may apply for the job but be discouraged by the requirement to submit various certificates of honor and resumes. Some people find it troublesome, while others feel insulted. However, what everyone didn't know was that this arrogant recruitment advertisement was not thought up by Xinzhou himself. Instead, it was after he chose to accept the Select a Good Mentor task issued by the system that the system gave him a recruitment template. The system also gives the time to post the job advertisement. 1 week. This week is also the time given to Xinzhou. Xinzhou must choose a good teacher during this time. After accepting the task and receiving the template, Xinzhou gave it to Lu Haochen without saying a word. Let him publish it as it is. To be precise, it is not Xinzhou's requirements that are high, but the system's requirements that are high. The system's high requirements are actually telling Xinzhou indirectly that Debao Xinhuan is worthy of such a high-demand enlightenment teacher. He deserves it. So Xinzhou followed the system's instructions and asked Lu Haochen to recruit. But now the effect of the photos seems to be unsatisfactory. No matter what, these were the only few copies Lu Haochen could show off after a week. He came in with a few resumes in his hand, his face numb. This was the first time he felt he had messed up since becoming Xinzhou's assistant. Xinzhou took a look at the relevant resume information.
The one with the most outstanding qualifications is Principal Wan.
But if Shinjo had set his sights on Principal Wan from the beginning, he would not have placed any recruitment advertisement. Mr. Shin, why don't we explain our requirements in more detail, or we go find someone to go directly to those musicians, the success rate might be higher. Lu Haochen said somewhat tactfully. Shinjo was not too surprised by this result. He put the information aside and said, it seems that these musicians and my Debeo were destined to have no chance to meet. Please help me reject the people on these resumes and take down that ad. Shinjo already had an idea in his mind, but he had been weighing various considerations for some time. Lu Haochen's greatest strengths are that he is obedient, hardworking, and doesn't ask too many questions. After Shinjo and his secretary left, he sat on the balcony on the second floor to bask in the sun. This period of time was his afternoon tea time. After thinking quietly for 10 minutes, he said, System, I have chosen a music mentor for my great treasure Shinhuan.
It's me.
After saying this, Shinjo felt that the air around him became quiet. He smiled slightly and picked up the napkin on the table to wipe the corners of his mouth. It's such a demanding requirement to issue such a request in such a short time, and there are not many well-known musicians around Debeo who meet the requirements.
Don't you just want me to choose to be the child's mentor?
Although this statement is a bit confusing, Shinjo has figured it out during this period of time.
Giving such a short time to publish the advertisement and making such stringent requirements. There won't be many people coming to apply for the job. But the task must be completed during this time.
And the fundamental purpose of this system has always been to help children grow better.
It is said that the best teachers for children are their parents.
Then, it is already clear who the system wants. It was none other than Shinjo himself. Of course, Shinjo also knew very well that if he really found someone who met all the conditions in such a short time, that is also one of the desired results of the system. After Shinjo finished speaking, he sat there quietly basking in the sun, waiting for the system's response.
3 seconds. Shinjo could clearly feel that the system was silent for 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Choosing a Good Mentor mission.
There is no reward for this mission. Shinjo's expression remained unchanged when he heard this.
He had expected this result. And he knew very well that there must be something else going on in the system. As expected, the system paused for a moment and then said again, the host has started the Path of a Good Mentor side quest. As soon as Shinjo heard the name of this task, he roughly knew what it was. Since Shinjo decided to choose himself as Shinhuan's music mentor.
Requirements issued by the system before contact.
Then this task is obviously to let Shinjo fulfill the requirements he had issued before. Let Shinjo become the person who meets the standards of that task. The Path of a Good Mentor mission is now open, giving the host a mission opening reward in excellent musical talent. Just as Shinjo was recalling the task standard, the system suddenly said something. Then Shinjo felt like something was stuffed into his mind. The thing was like cotton candy, melting like water.
A power as warm as sunshine spread throughout his body.
When Shinjo opened his eyes again, he found that his ears were much more sensitive than before. Now he can distinguish various subtle sounds. The sounds of insects chirping, leaves rubbing against each other, and even Shin Mang fiddling with chess pieces in the room.
A good sense of hearing is a musician's most valuable asset. These are the talents that the system has just lit up for Shinjo.
The host has received the talent, please complete the task as soon as possible. Just now Shinjo was still thinking about the task of choosing a good mentor, which was the most unexpected task since the system was established.
Because there is no reward after completing this task.
But what I never expected was that right at the beginning of the next task, I would be given a big gift package. Shinjo was happy. If I don't teach my son well now, I will be doing a disservice to his talent.
He smiled faintly, stood up and walked to the music room on the second floor.
Because the children have different talents and the house is big enough, in addition to the bedrooms, there are also some practice rooms, dance rooms, and music rooms on the second floor. It is a space specially set aside for children. Shinjo came to the music room, opened the lid of the piano, and pressed the keys casually. When the music sounded, a string in his heart was gently plucked. A mysterious feeling came over me. At this moment, these tones are like dancing elves, dancing in Shinjo's heart. Shinjo pressed the piano keys to the rhythm of the elves' dance, and smooth music came out from his fingertips. Shen Mang put down the chess piece in his hand and looked up in confusion.
The song sounded quite nice. Could it be that the eldest brother is back?
However, Shinjo had just come into contact with music and used his newly awakened talent to play a few notes casually. Suddenly, a song based on these melodies appeared in his mind. He took the music score next to him and wrote it down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the independent creation of a song, The Road to a Good Mentor. The progress has advanced 5%.
Randomly dropped rewards music knowledge and composition skills.
Shinjo was slightly stunned and accepted the new reward.
Chapter 76. You are in the song.
When Shinjo finished sorting out the things in his mind, he recalled the song he had just played.
Inspiration strikes.
He picked up the pen next to him and wrote something on the paper. When Shin Mang heard the piano sound, he thought it was his elder brother and the others who had returned. He walked outside with his little toy in his hand and followed the sound to the second floor. When he came to the piano room, the person he saw was not his elder brother, but his father. Looking at Shinjo's back as he lowered his head to write something, Shin Mang tilted his head slightly, with some confusion in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Shinjo used to work and write in his own study room. This was the first time he saw his father writing in the piano room.
Daddy, what are you writing?
Shin Mang ran over with his short legs.
Shinjo picked up Sibao and talked about the piece of paper that was already filled with musical notes.
I just wrote a song for you.
As a little baby at home, would you like to be the first listener? Shin Mang nodded, not quite understanding, wondering when his father would be able to write music.
That music score was just written by Shinjo, and most of the melodies were imprinted in Shinjo's mind. The fingers swept across the piano keys, and a beautiful sound of piano music rang out.
This song was indeed written for several children. The music is warm and cheerful.
The fourth child, Shin Mang, started shaking his little head as he listened, humming something. He didn't even care about the toy in his hand, and just put it aside and waved his little hands. The melody echoed in the house, adding a touch of playfulness to the quiet environment. As Su Qingyan and a few children entered the house, they heard such cheerful music. She was stunned at first, then turned around and picked up Dabeo. Baby, your teacher has been teaching you a piece of music by a world-famous composer recently.
What piece is this? Su Qingyan thought it was the music Shinjo played at home.
Unexpectedly, Dabeo Shinhuan tilted his head and listened for a while, his face full of confusion. It doesn't seem to be the song I learned, but this song is really beautiful.
I'm going to find Daddy. I want to learn this song. Dabeo Shinhuan didn't even take off his shoes and ran straight into the house. Baby, run slower.
Su Qingyan was holding a notebook in her hand, which was the review material she borrowed from someone she knew before. The other children changed their shoes obediently, but they were also very curious.
Everyone followed Dabeo and ran to the second floor.
Shinjo finished playing a song, but the smile on his face had not yet faded. It turns out that this is the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that musicians feel after creating their works. It feels pretty good.
No wonder people always say that music is an expression of emotions and an outlet for emotions.
After playing this song, Shinjo felt completely relaxed, as if he was lying on a warm ocean. This kind of mental relaxation made Shinjo's whole demeanor tend to be calmer. Seeing Dabeo lying at the door of the piano room with a puzzled look on his face, Shinjo stretched out his hand and called him over. Huaner, is the get out of class over?
Dabeo blinked his big eyes like black grapes and nodded. He couldn't wait to ask, Dad, which pianist played that piece just now? I want to learn this piece.
Dabeo's words made Shinjo laugh. This is not a piece of music by a world-famous composer. I just composed it casually.
What?
Dabeo stood there in a daze without saying a word. Su Qingyan, who had changed into pajamas and walked in, was also surprised.
That piece of music is no worse than the famous pieces I heard at concerts. Did you compose it yourself, husband? Shinjo smiled and nodded.
Just now, I was looking at the child and had some ideas in my mind.
I happened to see the piano and played out these ideas.
As he spoke, he played it again in front of several people. 5 little kids sat cross-legged on the floor of the piano room. The carpet had already been laid on the ground, so Su Qingyan sat down with the other children. As Shinjo played the piano, he suddenly felt like a kindergarten teacher. There were 6 children sitting below. The same piece of music was played again, but Shin Mang, who had already heard it 3 times, did not find it boring at all. Every time he listened to it, Shin Mang felt that the images appearing in his mind were different. Shin Huan had only heard the second half when he entered the room, but now that he had listened to the entire thing, he was completely mesmerized. The other little kids don't have as strong musical talent as the eldest one. But like Shin Mang, they can hear the joy and emotion in this song. As Su Qingyan listened to this cheerful song, she unexpectedly recalled the joy she felt when she first had these children. After the song was finished, Shinjo took his hands off the piano with a smile on his face.
How is it? This is the song I gave to you and the babies. Do you like it?
Su Qingyan's eyes were slightly moist, and she looked at Shinjo affectionately. I like this song very much, and I also like the emotions in this song.
The 5 little kids nodded frantically.
The eldest, Shinhuan, even rushed over and hugged Shinjo's thighs. Daddy, Daddy, you play the piano so well. I think you play better than my teacher.
I want to see the score of this piece of music. I want to learn it myself.
Shinjo looked at the eagerness in Debao's eyes and, without keeping him in suspense, handed the music score he had just written to Shinhuan. Shinhuan was now able to understand the music score. He could not wait to climb onto the piano chair with his short legs, his face full of eagerness to try.
Shinjo exchanged glances with Su Qingyan and took the other children out. Leave the space for Debao, who was obsessed with music. Shen Meng is the youngest.
She stared at her father with her big watery eyes. Dad, you are so awesome.
Can you play the piano too?
Su Qingyan also had such doubts in her mind.
I don't remember Shinjo having any interest in music before. It is also unclear whether Shinjo can play the piano. So she looked at Shinjo with a puzzled look. Yes, husband, when did you learn to play the piano?
Shinjo hugged Su Qingyan and said with a smile on his face, I learned it for a while before.
Recently, I saw Debao always learning it, and my memory gradually came back.
Su Qingyan trusted Shinjo very much. She nodded, her eyes full of admiration. Husband, you are amazing. When I went to pick up Debao before, he was not so excited when he listened to Beethoven's music. Shinjo said with a look of deep pride, maybe it's because they are in my song.
Children are very sensitive to emotions.
At this point, Shinjo turned to look at Su Qingyan and said softly, you are also in my song, did you hear it?
Su Qingyan's face turned red all of a sudden, and she reached out and gently pushed Shinjo's chest. Hateful. Chapter 77. Something wrong with the notes.
The more shy Su Qingyan was, the more Shinjo wanted to tease her.
He approached her and deliberately asked, did you hear it? The 4 little kids looked at each other in unexpectedly coordinated movements.
They covered their eyes with their chubby little hands. Daddy and Mommy are being naughty again. Although the little kids thought they said this in a very low voice.
But Shinjo and Su Qingyan were so close, how could they not hear it? Su Qingyan's face became more and more rosy.
This time she used strength in her hands to break free from Shinjo's arms. He took the review materials next to him and ran back to the study. Shinjo, who had keen hearing, even heard the sound of the door being locked. He couldn't help laughing, but he also felt that Su Qingyan was particularly cute because she was as shy as a rabbit. Although Su Qingyan appears to be a beautiful lady with good temperament in the eyes of outsiders, and even a bit glamorous and fierce, she is not a tough person in private. There was a smile on Shinjo's face that he didn't even notice. When he turned around, he saw 4 little kids peeking out from between his fingers. The smile on his face disappeared, he felt a little embarrassed, and coughed lightly. What do you want to eat tonight? The 4 little kids were caught peeking and were laughing. Shen Shang was the first to speak up. Dad, I want to eat sweet and sour pork with sesame seeds. After the little one started ordering, the others also became enthusiastic and active. 1 dish for each person. Shinjo would have to prepare 4 dishes, not to mention Shinhuan, who poked his little head out from the crack of the piano room door when he heard that he was going to order dishes. Daddy, I want to eat the steamed buns we had at the restaurant last time. 5 dishes. Shinjo looked at the little kids sitting on the ground. Suddenly I felt that they were no longer little milk cans, but little gluttons.
Okay, then I'll make you what you want to eat. If your teacher assigns you homework, you should complete it now.
Shinjo has always been persistent in cultivating children's self-discipline. In the Shin family, children's homework must be completed on the same day and must be put before playing. Over time, several children also developed this awareness. They don't reject assigned homework like other children of this age. Instead, they would hold hands and go to their desks to do their homework. Under Shinjo's education, they have become accustomed to this kind of life. Moreover, he thought that doing homework was a matter of course. Even Shin Mang, who did not go to class and had no homework for the time being, would lie on the table and write and draw at this time. Shinjo walked into the kitchen with a smile on his face. The aroma of food soon wafted out from the kitchen. Smelling the aroma, the children speeded up their homework. At this time, Su Qingyan, who was organizing review materials in the study, frowned. Su Qingyan borrowed this review material from her college roommate who was preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination but gave up due to some unexpected circumstances at home. After graduating from university, Su Qingyan originally planned to take the postgraduate entrance examination, but found out that she was pregnant. In desperation, he gave up the postgraduate entrance examination and later started a company to take care of his children. However, one of her roommates at the time applied for Yenching University, which Su Qingyan had wanted to apply for, and successfully passed the preliminary exam. However, in the end, it seemed that due to some other reasons, this roommate gave up the admission letter from Yenching University and chose to go south instead. It just so happened that this roommate, Yang Xinxin, returned to Haizhong City some time ago. After contacting Su Qingyan, he also prepared to send his information to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan felt that Yang Xinxin and she applied to the same university, and Yang Xinxin also successfully got in. It was just that I didn't go later due to personal reasons. It's better to have the notes of someone who has been there to sort it out than to reorganize it myself. So I agreed to Yang Xinxin's proposal. Su Qingyan has a habit of thinking through the entire thing from beginning to end before doing anything. This habit was applied to studying, even if Su Qingyan borrowed notes. But before using this notebook, she would list all the knowledge in advance. That is to say, just browse it roughly. Part of the reason why these kids are so smart is because of Su Qingyan. There is one special thing about Su Qingyan. When it comes to processing text and picture information, she has a photographic memory. Even if you don't know what these words mean, or how this theory came about. But she could remember the text in her mind after reading it once. Before opening Yang Xinxin's notes, Su Qingyan had already roughly sorted out some knowledge outlines. It was precisely because of this that Su Qingyan was a little confused after seeing Yang Xinxin's notes. Yang Xinxin's notes do seem to be the same as the ones she took when she applied to Yenching University, except that some of the outlines seem to have changed. Moreover, they are some key outlines, and these knowledge points have not changed in the exams in recent years. But the things in Yang Xinxin's notes are completely different from those in the book. It can even be said to be contradictory. If it was just a conflict of understanding, it would be understandable, but Su Qingyan read it carefully from beginning to end. The contradictory parts in Yang Xinxin's notes are all theoretical knowledge and objective facts. What's going on? Did I remember it wrong? Su Qingyan flipped through the pages again. The more I read this note, the more errors I see. When closing the notebook, Su Qingyan looked solemn. She was extremely sure at this moment that if Yang Xinxin had really reviewed according to this note at that time, there is absolutely no possibility of being admitted to Yenching University. How can I pass the exam with so many mistakes? Su Qingyan was puzzled and frowned. Mommy, Daddy asked me to call you for dinner. Today we have your favorite dishes. Shen Meng was still holding her little spoon in her hand and knocking on the study door. The child's voice pulled Su Qingyan out of her thoughts. I'm coming right now. Still puzzled, she put the notes aside and opened the door of the study. Shinzhou looked at Su Qingyan walking towards him with a thoughtful look on his face, and was about to serve the food with a spoon. I quickly stopped him with my chopsticks. What kind of difficult knowledge point have you encountered? Can't you even tell the difference between a spoon and chopsticks? Shinzhou put the dishes in front of Su Qingyan and spoke jokingly with a smile. Su Qingyan then realized that the children could already eat by themselves and they rarely caused Shinzhou and Su Qingyan any worries. Su Qingyan picked up the chopsticks absent-mindedly. There are some things I haven't figured out yet, let's eat first. Chapter 78 Jealousy. Today's dinner was indeed sumptuous. Although Su Qingyan was confused about Yang Xinxin's notes, she still enjoyed the meal very much. After coaxing the children to sleep at night, Shinzhou called Su Qingyan to the study. Come here, I have something to tell you. Before Su Qingyan could react, Shinzhou pulled her into the study. What's wrong? What happened? Shinzhou gently tapped Su Qingyan's forehead with his hand. What else are you asking? I should be the one asking you this. You have been absent-minded from just now until now. Is there something wrong with the postgraduate entrance examination? I have to say that Shinzhou's intuition is very accurate. Su Qingyan nodded after being pointed out by Shinzhou. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Come to think of it, didn't I borrow the notebook from my former roommate recently? But just now when I was in the study, I found that many of her knowledge points were wrong. When Shinzhou heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and did not interrupt Su Qingyan. So you think there's something fishy about this? After Su Qingyan finished telling everything, Shinzhou pulled her to sit on the sofa and said, That's true. Su Qingyan lowered her head in thought. Shinzhou smiled slightly and said something that woke the dreamer up. Why not think of this matter in the worst way possible?
Su Qingyan was stunned. Shinzhou asked, "What was your relationship like in the past?" Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment. "It can only be considered average. This is basically the relationship between college roommates." Shinzhou nodded and asked, "Her family conditions are not as good as yours, right?" Su Qingyan nodded again.
Yang Xinxin's family is average, and she often refuses to attend dormitory gatherings. That's why Yang Xinxin wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination so much, and also wanted to improve her family's financial situation.
Shinzhou roughly understood what was going on after hearing this. What if the mistake in the notes was entirely caused by her jealousy? The woman sitting on the sofa, still a little confused, shook her head subconsciously. "Not really?" Shinzhou smiled faintly and said nothing. He rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and said, "The evil of human heart cannot be guessed. How do you know that she really came with good intentions?"
"If you don't want to believe me, I'll help you find someone to investigate her." A person's character can also be seen in other places. Compared with Yang Xinxin and Shinzhou, Su Qingyan is naturally willing to trust her husband rather than an outsider with whom she has a vague relationship.
"Then help me check it out. I'll test her in the next 2 days." Su Qingyan's expression gradually changed. If it was really as her husband had guessed, Yang Xinxin is a very scheming and evil person.
If Su Qingyan didn't he have such a habit and such a talent? When Su Qingyan finished reviewing according to the notes, she suddenly realized that the previous key knowledge was all wrong.
"It would be incredible if I could get into Yenqing University." Su Qingyan once again realized that human nature is unpredictable.
Early the next morning, Su Qingyan called Yang Xinxin.
"Xinxin, I've read your notes." Su Qingyan paused deliberately.
She could hear the person on the other end of the line pause for breath.
"How about it? Is it still useful? I feel embarrassed that some of my things are a bit outdated." There really wasn't anything wrong with Yang Xinxin's tone.
Su Qingyan smiled slightly, as if she didn't know. "Fortunately, I looked through some of the previous things. You remembered them very detailed at the time, and I should be able to use them all. Your notes saved me a lot of time and helped me refine my knowledge." When Yang Xinxin heard Su Qingyan say this, she was delighted. "Then use it. I hope you can pass the exam too."
After Su Qingyan hung up the phone, a sneer was plastered on her face. Now she is certain that Yang Xinxin had tampered with the notes.
On the other hand, Shinzhou also asked someone to investigate Yang Xinxin. Looking at the thick stack of information in his hand, Shinzhou smiled slightly. It turns out that jealousy is to blame.
He casually put the information aside. Compared to these things, Shinzhou now has more important things to do. The system gave him a new prompt early in the morning. The daily task, 1 meal a day, parent-child intimacy, is now open. Shinzhou roughly looked at the 2 tasks.
The task of 1 meal a day mainly requires him to prepare a meal for the children every day. As for parent-child intimacy, Shinzhou needs to interact with the child to complete it.
These 2 tasks have now become daily tasks, to be completed every day.
This is also simple, there is nothing difficult about it.
Shinzhou didn't feel anything about the new daily tasks issued by the system, because he usually does these things.
The system classifies things into daily tasks, which is actually a disguised way of increasing Shinzhou's rewards.
As long as the daily tasks are completed, cash or other rewards will be dropped randomly.
Compared with the newly emerged daily tasks, Shinzhou is more concerned about the new prompts from the system. "Host, please complete the Path of a Good Mentor mission as soon as possible."
Shinzhou frowned slightly. Hadn't he already acquired musical talent and creative skills before? Why are you urging me now?
Suddenly he remembered that the search for a good mentor announced by the system before was conditional. And this mission also hopes that Shinzhou can meet all these conditions. After realizing this, Shinzhou also remembered his previous requests.
Graduated from a prestigious university. Shinzhou looked at the computer thoughtfully.
He typed the song he composed yesterday into a document on his computer and sorted out his resume. Send these materials to the mailboxes of some famous universities. This matter can only be decided by fate, and it depends on which school's teachers know how to appreciate it. Compared to this, Shinzhou felt that the easiest thing to accomplish was the global tour that the system had previously required. "Haochen, help me prepare for the tour."
Shinzhou instructed Lu Haochen. "Okay, Mr. Shen." Lu Haochen is now a little numb. He also didn't know when Shinzhou would learn to play the piano.
But since the boss wants to go on a global tour, he naturally has to follow the rules.
"Mr. Shen, I have seen the relevant requirements before. If you want to go on tour, you must at least have a professional certificate. These are the simplest requirements.
Lu Haochen came over and told me this after he fully understood the tour.
Xinzhou pondered for a moment. It seemed that this task was not easy to complete.
Please help me schedule the exam.
The sooner the better.
Once you get the certificate, please help me organize the tour. Xinzhou felt that with his current musical attainments, it should be no problem for him to get a certificate.
Lu Haochen seemed to be hesitant to speak. Boss Xin, why don't you make some more preparations?
This professional certificate required for the tour is quite valuable.
Many people will come to appreciate it. Chapter 79, Qualification Certificate is required.
Lu Haochen also had good intentions. However, his words gradually disappeared in Xinzhou's eyes.
Don't worry, Mr. Xin. I'll do it right away.
Under the intimidation of Xinzhou's eyes, Lu Haochen immediately changed his position.
However, Lu Haochen's words also reminded Xinzhou.
He had originally planned to take the test directly, but now it seems that he should still prepare. Xinzhou took some music scores from the bookshelf in the piano room and flipped through them. He discovered that he seemed to have some unique talent in these musical scores. He can remember these music scores as long as he looks at them once, and they can form automatically in his mind. It was as if he had memorized all the music.
But he only read it once. It seems this is also a kind of talent.
I have a photographic memory for these music scores. Xinzhou understood and closed the music score in his hand. After just flipping through 2 music books, he was already prepared for the upcoming exam.
Lu Haochen was extremely efficient.
There happened to be an exam in Haizhong City in the afternoon, so he made an appointment for Xinzhou to take the exam in the afternoon. When he drove Xinzhou there, he found that there seemed to be a group of people gathered at the entrance of the examination room.
The entrance to the examination hall was blocked by crowds of people. What's going on in front? Xinzhou looked at the door with a frown.
He looked at the watch on his hand and realized that the exam would start in a few minutes.
These people are blocking the way here and no one else can get in. Lu Haochen parked the car in the parking lot and went over to check the situation first. It seems like someone lost their ID and they insisted that someone stole it.
As a result, the two sides started arguing, blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter.
It was really overbearing.
Lu Haochen found out the whole story and frowned. Xinzhou glanced at the time and realized that he couldn't waste time with these people. Just at this moment, Principal Wan saw Xinzhou in the crowd.
Coincidentally, Principal Wan is the president of the Haizhong City Music Association. I am here today to preside over the examination process. As a result, I encountered this bad thing before the exam. Why didn't the security guard come? All the main leaders of the riot will be disqualified from the exam. Principal Wan looked displeased and walked towards Xinzhou. Mr. Xin, why are you here?
When Xinzhou saw that Principal Wan had just given orders in a swift and decisive manner, he knew that it must be related to this exam.
Actually, I'm here to take this exam. Xinzhou smiled slightly and said very frankly.
Principal Wan was full of surprise. This is a pianist's qualification test.
Mr. Xin, do you have any accomplishments in this area?
Principal Wan had no idea that Xinzhou was involved in this matter before.
But then he thought, Debao Xinhuan's unparalleled musical talent might really be hereditary. Then I'll take you in.
Principal Wan smiled with his eyes narrowed.
Xinzhou nodded. As the two walked side by side to the examination room, Principal Wan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, have you found Debao Xinhuan's teacher?
Principal Wan had sent a resume before, but Xinzhou had someone turn him down at that time. While others think Xinzhou is too arrogant, Principal Wan thinks Xinzhou has the capital to be arrogant. A gifted child like that, without a famous teacher to guide him along the way, will always lack something. It's a pity that this famous teacher is not himself, and Principal Wan also feels a little regretful. Xinzhou didn't care what Principal Wan was thinking. He nodded directly and said, I have found a teacher to teach Waner.
Thank you for your concern.
Principal Wan looked a little surprised. He wondered which famous master had taken on the task, given such demanding requirements.
Which musician is this? Principal Wan couldn't help but ask.
Xinzhou glanced at Principal Wan indifferently, said nothing, and just pushed open the door of the examination room and went in.
Principal Wan smiled awkwardly, thinking that the question just now was indeed a bit abrupt.
After all, this matter is Xinzhou's family's business and has nothing to do with him.
Asking so attentively made it seem like Principal Juan was meddling in other people's affairs. Although Principal Juan came here specially today, he is not the examiner mainly responsible for the assessment today. He just came to go through the process and also to inspect some students. But he has to fly to the west in the afternoon where he has an important performance. So after leading Shinjo to the examination room, he turned around and left. Until he got on the plane, he was wondering who the musician was who could meet Shinjo's requirements. There are very few people in the circle who can meet this condition, and I haven't heard of any musician coming to Haizhong City. Shinjo walked into the room, which was a piano room. Empty. But there is one wall that is made entirely of transparent glass. He couldn't see clearly what was behind the glass wall, but he was very clear that all the sounds in the room were being heard by another group of people. As soon as Shinjo sat down, he heard the loudspeaker in the room shouting, "Please play a song." Such questions may seem simple, but they are actually the most difficult. You don't know what to choose, let alone what is the best choice. Many times, most candidates will choose to play the piece they are best at. This is the safest choice and also the best way to show yourself. He didn't even sit on the piano chair and think like the previous candidates. Instead, he walked around the room. On the right side of the piano, there is a bookshelf filled with famous songs of various musicians, all of which are music scores. Shinjo didn't even open them, but just put the music scores on the table and took out a coin from somewhere. Use your finger to flick the coin up into the air. A few seconds later, the coin landed on one of the music books, swayed a few times, and finally lay flat. Shinjo casually pulled out the music score. "Oh, it's Mozart's." He said this calmly, and then stood there and read through the music score. His calm demeanor made the examiners who were watching behind the glass wall look at each other in bewilderment and whisper to each other. What happened to the latest candidate? Were the rules not explained clearly just now? Should I repeat them to him? They're actually playing with coins? I guess he doesn't know how to play anything, so he has to resort to this luck method. When Shinjo decided which music score to use, the examiners became more and more confused. What is he doing? Did he forget about the exam? Why don't we ask the security guard to get them out? Don't waste time here. There are people waiting in line behind you. One of the examiners was already looking impatient. After hearing this, several other examiners were also tempted. Why don't we kick him out? Chapter 80, just a small coin. Someone had already called and was about to dial the number, when at this moment the sound of a clear piano came over. The person holding the phone froze. Is he going to start playing the piano now? This piece of music is very passionate, with frequent jumps between notes, and even the connections between many notes require special processing. But Shinjo played the piece smoothly without any pause. While showing off his skills, the piece was also full of emotion. This is Mozart's famous piece in C major. This piece of music involves many techniques and has messy fingerings, so many people simply cannot play it completely. One examiner noticed that this was the music score where Shinjo's coin had fallen before. They also noticed that when Shinjo was playing, there was no music score on the piano stand. In other words, he memorized everything on the music score and played the song based on his memory. This is something that none of the examiners here can do, or rather, few people have such an excellent memory. A symphony has all kinds of syllables interwoven together, and it is almost a miracle to be able to play the entire piece purely from memory. After Shinjo played this complicated piece of music, he silently withdrew his hand. "Did I pass this question?" he said with conviction. The other examiners felt a little disappointed when they heard the piano music suddenly stop. As examiners, they must have listened to this piece of music at least 100 times, if not 1,000 times. But it was the first time that I had this feeling of wanting more. To be honest, it was Shinjo who pulled them back to reality from the influence of music. Passed. One examiner blushed. As an examinee, one has to remind the examiners of the procedures, which does make them feel a little embarrassed. Ahem, please improvise a piano piece based on 3 tones. This is also a common examination question. The main focus is on the candidate's creative ability and their ability to adapt to changing circumstances. You can think for 10 minutes, and then you have to play the music after 10 minutes. Shinjo nodded when he heard this. If you prepare in advance, you can also play in advance. When the sound is heard, it is officially recognized as the start of the performance. The countdown begins. Shinjo saw a video of an hourglass on the electronic screen on the wall. When all the purple sand in the hourglass has drained out, the 10 minutes should be up. 3 scales, all the most common. However, the more common these are, the harder it is to combine them into new pieces. Because the commonly used combinations have been tried by various songs.
Shinjo lowered his head and thought for a moment, then put his hands on the piano keys without saying a word.
It's only been less than 2 minutes. I guess you haven't forgotten the reminder just now, right?
If the keys he presses now make a sound, he will have to play them down, otherwise it will be considered as giving up the exam.
Should I remind him?
His performance of the piece just now was really good.
He must have some talent.
Several examiners got into an argument because Shinjo stopped thinking early. As the few tones came out, the examiners' arguing voices gradually became lower. I just heard Shinjo playing a piece of music very smoothly. Although this piece of music is short, it reveals a dull and sad feeling. Obviously, there are 3 high notes, so the most suitable combination style is lively. The result is inexplicably formed into this style.
But these examiners could not hear any sense of incongruity.
Although this little tune was improvised, it was no less than a mature work.
My work has been performed,
Shinjo said lightly. The examiners were stunned for a moment, and one of them subconsciously looked at the hourglass on the electronic screen.
The time this candidate spends thinking about the composition, plus the time he spends performing, does not exceed 5 minutes in total.
Such amazing creativity and responsiveness is truly breathtaking.
Wait a moment, please go to the waiting area and wait.
In 10 minutes, the examiner will give you a score based on your performance. It was an older examiner who spoke first. Shinjo knew that the assessment was over, so he stood up without taking it seriously, turned around and left. If they couldn't tell the level of the 2 piano pieces just now, then the examiner of this exam must be too incompetent. After he left, the examiners gave their scores at the fastest speed for the first time. Putting aside the highest and lowest scores, Shinjo still scored close to full marks.
There is no doubt about this. This person deserves this score. In fact, his level far exceeds the score. How can someone of this caliber not have obtained a certificate? Some people are really puzzling. It was the first time I heard someone play the key of C major so smoothly and with so much emotion. I wonder if there's a recording of the test just now. If there is, I hope you can give me a copy. It sounds so smooth. Compared to other candidates, I have to wait for 10 minutes. Shinjo got the answer in less than 2 minutes.
There is no doubt that given his level, he definitely passed. If these people knew that Shinjo had only been playing the piano for less than a week, they would be scared to death. Now that I have the certificate, the next thing I need to do is prepare for the global tour.
Lu Haochen was mainly responsible for this matter.
He was busy setting up 7 major tour stops
in music centers all over the world.
Of course, to be able to approve such a venue and hold such an event, there must be a huge amount of money behind it.
Lu Haochen walked into Shinjo's study with a nervous look on his face, holding the latest report.
Because the cost of the global tour has long exceeded Lu Haochen's budget. The combined costs of these 7 centers are almost as much as the profits of Shinjo Investment Company in 1 year.
Boss Shin, our investment this time may not necessarily pay off. Is it really a good idea to invest so much money? Lu Haochen looked at the series of numbers on the financial statements with a worried look on his face. Shinjo smiled slightly. Leave the watch here.
Don't worry, this little money won't change the foundation of the company.
What Lu Haochen didn't know was when he just walked into the study,
Shinjo received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for advancing the path of a good mentor by 10%.
The system will reward all expenses for this tour.
So Shinjo didn't take the money to heart at all, because in the end the system would pay for it anyway.
You must do all these things to the best and highest level. We strive for excellence in this tour. We are not afraid to spend money. The key is to make all the effects good.
With the system backing him up, Shinjo wanted more and more to do his best. Since I don't have to pay for it myself, I might as well make the tour a bit more luxurious.
There will never be any tour performance that can compare to this one. Lu Haochen looked at Shinjo with a conflicted expression, probably thinking that he was worried about the money. Don't worry, it's just small money,
Shinjo said casually with a smile.
Chapter 81 Get Out. With Shinjo's instructions, Lu Haochen no longer hesitated and went about doing it.
After spending a lot of money and obtaining qualifications, the venue was quickly approved.
Mr. Shin can go on tour next week. Lu Haochen found Shinjo and said. Shinjo nodded.
The outbound tour was basically settled, but Shinjo was concerned about another matter.
Are all the things I asked you to check last time ready? Shinjo asked Lu Haochen meaningfully. Lu Haochen immediately understood and took out a USB flash drive. It's all here.
Shinjo took the USB drive and weighed it in his hand. Go drive and pick up my wife.
Su Qingyan received a sudden call from Shinjo today.
Not long after hanging up the phone, Lu Haochen took him to his car.
Shinjo sat in the back seat. What's the hurry? Do we have to go now? Su Qingyan's face was full of confusion after getting in the car.
Shinjo held her hand with a mysterious look on his face. I'll take you to a familiar place, and you'll know when you get there.
Su Qingyan looked out the window.
The road at the beginning was unfamiliar, but the road later on became more and more familiar.
This is... Su Qingyan turned her head and looked at Shinjo in surprise.
Shinjo nodded slightly. Yes, this is the company you founded when you were pregnant with your children.
The car stopped at the entrance of the company. Since the company belonged to Ma Jiming, the company's name has also been changed.
It is now called Jiasun Company, Ltd.
Looking at the familiar location and familiar buildings, a complex light flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes. Honey, why did you think of bringing me here?
Su Qingyan did not get out of the car, but sat in the car with a complicated expression. Shinjo opened the car door and pulled Su Qingyan out. This company used to be yours, I have to come and take a look.
Following behind Shinjo, Su Qingyan remained silent.
The company's front desk was still someone she was familiar with, which made Su Qingyan even more depressed.
It seems that after driving Su Qingyan away, Ma Jiming did not make any major changes to the company's personnel. The front desk saw Su Qingyan coming with two strangers.
His face changed and he picked up the phone to call the president's office. Su Qingyan stared at the front desk staff and snorted coldly. Shaolin, you were eliminated in the interview, but I recruited you because I thought you had room for improvement.
I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful now.
Shaolin, the receptionist, showed an awkward smile and said, Ms. Su, you are no longer the boss of this company. I cannot make the decision on this matter.
Why don't you talk to Mr. Su? I can help you make an appointment.
Although he said so, there was always a hint of gloating in Kobayashi's eyes.
When Su Qingyan left the company, she was infamous. Everyone knew that she was pregnant before marriage.
When Shaolin saw Su Qingyan again, he was also observing her and Shinjo in private. Shinjo smiled slightly and hugged Su Qingyan. No need to notify, we can just go up directly.
After saying this, Shinjo took Su Qingyan straight to the elevator. Before Kobayashi at the front desk could react, the three people disappeared. How did he get in? This is terrible. Go get the security guards and the like.
I'm afraid there's going to be trouble soon.
Shaolin has now become Ma Jiming's complete lackey. Ma Jiming was in the office, drinking red wine and talking on the phone. Suddenly the office door was pushed open. Who are you? You are so rude. I will fire you tomorrow.
Ma Jiming roared, turned around, picked up a book from the table, and threw it at the door. Shinjo was quick-witted and quick-handed, pulling Su Qingyan to the side. The book fell to the ground with a dull sound.
Is Mr. Ma very angry? Shinjo smiled slightly, and took Su Qingyan to find a sofa in the office and sit down.
When Ma Jiming turned around and saw Su Qingyan and Shinjo, he was stunned.
How did you get in? Who asked you to come?
He spoke sternly after he realized what was happening. Shinjo sat there as if he was in his own office. I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Ma.
What can we talk about? Get out of my company right now. I don't have time. Ma Jiming picked up the phone while talking. Where is the front desk? What is she doing? She didn't call the security guard over yet, and how dare they let anyone in?
Shinjo didn't say much, just sat there quietly, waiting for Ma Jiming to finish speaking. However, the more he thought about this, the more unsure Ma Jiming became about why the couple came to his house. Shinjo waited until Ma Jiming put down the phone before he reached out and took out a piece of information.
Mr. Ma, don't be anxious. Take a good look at this information. It won't be too late to find someone after you finish reading this. Ma Jiming looked at the information thrown to him by Shinjo with a face full of suspicion. What on earth was Shinjo trying to do?
Ma Jiming didn't want to read the information, but some of the words on it were too eye-catching. It immediately caught Ma Jiming's attention. He was stunned for a moment and picked up the information with trembling hands. The front desk clerk, Kobayashi, rushed in with the security guards.
Boss Ma, that was our mistake. We will ask him to leave right now.
As Shaolin spoke, he winked at the security guards. The security guards, who were all burly, rolled up their sleeves and surrounded the people, rushing them out. Shinjo held Su Qingyan in his arms without panicking, and just sat there quietly. When the security guard was about to come up and take action, he glanced around. The astonishing momentum made these people pause slightly.
Shaolin gritted his teeth and stamped his feet behind him. What are you still standing there for?
Get him out of here quickly, or I'll deduct your bonus for this month.
Nothing is more important than money.
The security guard gritted his teeth, turned around and tried to pull the two people up from the sofa.
Wait. All of you get out first. You don't have to come in without my order.
At this moment, Ma Jiming's lips twitched slightly, and he shouted in a complicated tone.
Kobayashi and the security guard were slightly stunned and looked at each other. It is hard to believe that Ma Jiming, who was furious just now, has changed into this. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here. Ma Jiming threw another book at Xiaolin's feet.
He was now feeling frightened and panicked, with so many emotions lingering together that his mind was a mess.
Yes, we'll be out right now. Sorry for disturbing you.
When Kobayashi at the front desk saw that Mr. Ma was angry, he picked up the book and put it aside without saying a word, then left in shame.
However, before closing the door, Xiaolin was stopped again. Pour me 2 cups of tea, I want Longjing before the rain.
Shinjo tapped the coffee table with his knuckles and spoke in a commanding tone.
Shaolin stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do.
She looked at Ma Jiming at a loss.
Veins bulged on Ma Jiming's forehead and his right hand tightly grasped the pieces of white paper.
He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, "Make him some tea."
Chapter 82. What is that information? Kobayashi responded timidly and left Ma Jiming's office. After the door closed, Ma Jiming was silent for a while. After a long while, he asked Shinjo, "Where did you get this information?"
Shinjo didn't explain, just smiled and looked at him. It seems that the people under President Ma have a lot of resentment towards the company.
Ma Jiming's face darkened. Tell me, what do you want this time? Money or something else? I can pay you to buy the information in your hand. Just tell me the amount. Su Qingyan was a little curious about what was written on the paper. Shinjo opened the file on his mobile phone and put it into Su Qingyan's hand. It turned out that the file contained Ma Jiming's gray income from some businesses.
Some project leaders bribed Ma Jiming to obtain project review qualifications, and privately they also signed some secret profit-sharing agreements with Ma Jiming. This means that the company's apparent profits are only a part of it, and Ma Jiming has taken a lot of the secret profits.
If these income details were to be revealed, the company's shareholders would naturally be dissatisfied.
At the same time, for the entire company, a leader is someone who can be bribed at will, which has a great impact on subordinates and the company atmosphere. Ma Jiming always thought that he had hidden this matter very well, but he did not expect that it would be exposed by Shinjo, who had nothing to do with him.
Shinjo showed a malicious smile on his face. How much money do you think Mr. Ma can give? Ma Jiming's face became increasingly gloomy. 3 million, I will buy the information in your hand. Shinjo couldn't help laughing out loud. 3 million? I want to buy this information for just $3 million.
Shinjo felt that Ma Jiming was really unworldly.
Mr. Ma, you really paid too little for this information, so I decided not to sell it to you.
Shinjo spoke playfully and casually.
If you want to buy this information, I will sell it to you for 50 million.
A price of 50 million, since Ma Jiming squeezed Su Qingyan out, the kickbacks he received added up to no more than 10 million.
Shinjo's price is simply exorbitant. Looking at the faint smile on the young man opposite,
Ma Jiming suddenly realized at this moment that perhaps Shinjo had never intended to sell this information to him from the beginning.
What do you want?
Shinjo held a few thin pieces of paper in his hand, stood up, and stared at Ma Jiming. I want you to voluntarily withdraw from the company's board of directors and give up your position.
If you leave the company right now, these things will never be known to others. Just take the money you collected and live a good life. Ma Jiming looked at Shinjo with veins bulging. This request made him feel like déjà vu.
When he forced Su Qingyan away, he had the same attitude and used the same tough means. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Shinjo was just venting Su Qingyan's anger.
He just wanted to force him away and let the company return to Su Qingyan's hands again.
When Su Qingyan saw the information, she could guess what Shinjo wanted to do, and she kept her head down. She just didn't want others to see the tears in her eyes. All the grievances she had suffered in the past disappeared at this moment.
So this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. What if I don't? Ma Jiming clenched his fists tightly, as if he was going to hit you in the next second. He felt that Su Qingyan was forced to leave because she was a powerless woman. Ma Jiming was reluctant to spend money and unwilling to leave on his own initiative, but he was thinking of taking some crooked ways. He stretched out his hand to grab the information in Shinzhou's hand, but Shinzhou dodged it in advance. Mr. Ma, you are welcome. I won't be polite to you either, Shinzhou said casually. Ma Jiming tore up all the documents in his office. She gasped and looked at Shinzhou fiercely, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Shinzhou was not afraid at all. He opened a recording on his mobile phone, and the audio of Ma Jiming quoting a price to buy the information started playing immediately. A familiar voice echoed in the office. You despicable villain actually recorded it. Ma Jiming was shocked, and a feeling of despair lingered in his heart. Shinzhou didn't say anything when a reminder sound suddenly rang out in the empty office. Ma Jiming turned around and saw that an email was sent from within the company system on his computer. Attached to the email was the audio I had just recorded in the document recording Ma Jiming's gray income. This email was not only sent to Ma Jiming's office, but also to everyone in all offices throughout the company. In less than a minute, the entire office area exploded. The employees went from being terrified at first, not knowing what was going on, to being contemptuous later on. When Ma Jiming saw this mass email, his brain exploded. He knew very well that there was no chance of recovery. Once this information is released, the shareholders and directors will definitely not let this matter go easily. The position of the president must be replaced. Shinzhou saw that both inside and outside were in chaos, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He took Su Qingyan's hand and led the person out. Su Qingyan looked at the familiar place and those familiar people, and no longer felt the sadness she had when she first came in. After leaving the company, Su Qingyan looked at Shinzhou seriously. Thank you, husband. Shinzhou smiled and said, What's there to thank me for? You were indeed criticized because of me. These are obstacles I should clear for you. Hearing Shinzhou say this, Su Qingyan was even more moved. Just Company, Limited was exposed for a bribery scandal involving its president, which had a huge impact on the entire company. There is turmoil at the top, and people below are constantly leaving. Such a large company is now facing internal and external troubles. It can be said that the directors are holding board meetings almost every other day. Ma Jiming was kicked out on the third day. Holding the small cardboard box, Ma Jiming was still a little dazed until he walked out the door. He had climbed his way up from an ordinary employee to the top, and even his then boss Su Qingyan was squeezed out by him. But he was pulled down from a height by Shinzhou, who appeared out of nowhere with a piece of information. He fell so badly. His face was filled with resentment, yet his eyes were filled with confusion. Given the current state of the company, I wonder who would dare to take over. Ma Jiming left with a gloomy look on his face. Although he is gone, he is very clear that the company's financial situation is now like a sieve. There are loopholes everywhere. Now Jess & Company, Limited has become a mess and no one dares to take over. Chapter 83. Do you want it for free? Although Ma Jiming returned part of the stolen money, most of the loopholes could not be filled. In addition, Shinzhou decisively reported everything, which made it impossible for the company to suppress the matter privately. The company now has a huge financial hole, and even if it wants to find other funds to fill it, no one is willing to take over. For a whole half month, Jess & Company, Limited, which had seemed prosperous, had become a bleak company. More than half of the company's grassroots employees chose to resign, and those shareholders and directors also suffered a lot. It was obvious that if it continued like this, it would have no choice but to apply for bankruptcy reorganization. There are so many problems with the capital chain now. If we can't find new investors to intervene, this company will be finished. That bastard named Ma persuaded us to push Su Qingyan out, but we didn't expect him to make so much money in the process. If I had known this would happen, I would have let Su Qingyan stay in this company. After all, Su Qingyan's abilities are recognized as excellent. Why don't you go ask her if she's willing to take over? When some shareholders heard someone mention Su Qingyan, they immediately wanted to return to her. This probably won't work. She left in a very embarrassing way, and her face was torn apart. What should I do? I don't know how the rumor spread so quickly. I heard that Su Qingyan's family is quite happy now, and her husband seems to be very capable. Isn't it? Wasn't this incident exposed by Su Qingyan's husband? Hearing this, those evil people looked at each other. Obviously, they thought of the same thing.
They suddenly discovered a key point.
Since this matter was exposed by Su Qingyan's husband Shinzhou, it was obviously done to vent Su Qingyan's anger.
Then if we ask Su Qingyan to take over this company, there may be a possibility of success.
Su Qingyan was concentrating on preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination in the room, which was less than 2 months away. However, Su Qingyan has an excellent memory and is extremely efficient in the review process.
In order to improve her concentration, Su Qingyan keeps her cell phone turned off most of the time. The shareholders of those companies were unaware of this situation and couldn't find Su Qingyan. In desperation, they contacted Shinzhou's assistant Lu Haochen. Lu Haochen had already received Shinzhou's instructions.
This group of people is no good. It's been 3 days since they thought of this.
Even though he complained, he still answered these people's calls. Our CEO Shin said that he wouldn't even accept a company like yours that's on the verge of bankruptcy, even if it were given to him for free. And our colleagues at the investment company have reviewed it.
Your company is losing money every day. What's the difference between buying such a company and buying junk? Just as Shinzhou requested, Lu Haochen deliberately said something unpleasant.
Those shareholders were so embarrassed but had no way to refute. The reason why they are in a hurry to get rid of their stocks is that they can no longer afford the daily losses. They can't afford such losses. Then how about this? The piece of land where the company is located actually belongs to the company's property. If Mr. Shin is willing to take over the company, this piece of land is worse than giving it to us for free. The shareholder in charge of the negotiations gritted his teeth and directly stated his conditions.
Buying a company and getting land for free is really unheard of. However, Lu Haochen was still not satisfied. He had entered Shinzhou's investment company and worked there for a while. Based on his experience and vision, there is really no need to acquire this company. The shareholders noticed Lu Haochen's hesitation.
He gritted his teeth and made another concession. The purchase price is only 1 million, as long as Mr. Shin can consider buying this company.
Lu Haochen was surprised by the shareholders' concession.
1 million can buy a company with an operating scale of tens of millions. This is unheard of in the industry, and it is even far below what Shinzhou meant to Lu Haochen. It can only be said that this was due to Shinzhou's swift and decisive action in making the scandal public.
These people don't even have the energy to fight back. That's it for now, we'll think about it.
Lu Haochen said with a slightly relaxed tone.
Okay, I hope you will consider it carefully.
Even though Shinzhou did not give a clear answer, there was emotion in the shareholder's voice. If they continue to lose money every day like this, all the money they have earned over the years will soon be lost. So they would rather pay $1 million to give away this hot potato. Shinzhou acquired this company without spending any money, and he also got 1 million yuan and a piece of land for free. For Shinzhou, it is a sure win.
Shinzhou has plenty of money.
When the time comes, he will replenish the company's capital chain and then negotiate some business through an investment company.
We will be able to get this company back on track soon. This is also the reason why Shinzhou is willing to acquire it. He has the strength and financial capabilities to put this company back on track. Ma Jining follows the news at home every day. Just waiting for the news of Jusun Company Limited's bankruptcy. However, I waited for a week but nothing happened.
No, this is not the result I expected. Logically speaking, those old antiques can't hold out that long, and they don't seem like the kind of people who would pay out of their own pockets to fill the gap.
Ma Jining was also getting restless while waiting at home.
He is such a shady person.
If these shareholders support this company,
I don't know how painful and twisted he is in his heart. When Ma Jiming saw the company's news in the newspaper again. However, it is a public announcement of changes in the company's shareholders.
What? Shinzhou took over this company? How is it possible for him?
Ma Jiming jumped up from his chair when he saw the news.
He never expected that the person who would take over the company in the end would be Shinzhou.
He thought Shinzhou's goal was just to bring down the company. What made him even more uncomfortable was that within 2 days he received the news that Shinzhou deliberately released. I learned that Shinzhou bought the company he once owned, without spending a penny, and got 1 million yuan and a piece of land for free. Ma Jiming's face was distorted and he had not eaten for 3 days. He truly experienced what it meant to be unable to swallow food.
Shinzhou didn't care about Ma Jiming's reaction.
He came to the high-end clothing store and clicked on the skirt that Ma Jiming had ordered.
The buyer of this dress probably doesn't have the ability to pay the remaining balance, right?
Shinzhou asked casually.
The clothing salesperson in the store still remembers Shinjo and this haute couture dress. The customer who previously ordered this dress was unable to pay the remaining balance for some reason. Chapter 84 Solution. Shinjo nodded. Take this dress down for me. I'm different from the previous customer. I want to pay the full amount this time. The clothing salesperson had a smile on his face. I was originally worried about the future sales of this dress, but unexpectedly I met Shinjo. After returning home, Shinjo took a look at the system time limit. A small countdown has appeared on the interface of the Road to Good Mentoring originally released by the system. Before the countdown ends, Shinjo must fulfill one of the requirements previously issued by the system. Now it seems that the best thing to achieve is to do a global tour. Mr. Shin's flight tickets have been booked, and we can leave tomorrow. Lu Haochen had already arranged everything clearly. The first stop was Northern Europe, which is considered the birthplace of classical music. Countless outstanding pianists were born and raised here. The music atmosphere here is very strong. Concerts are also a very common form of music exchange. Lu Haochen directly booked a huge concert hall here. Shinjo will not be abroad for too long this time, so he is the only one there. The children were handed over to Shinjo's parents to take care of. Mr. and Mrs. Shin were very happy about this. They really like these grandchildren. They were ecstatic to be able to be alone with these children. The Little Red Boat Concert Hall is a huge music performance venue located on the river. Being able to book a table here also shows Lu Haochen's outstanding ability. Shinjo glanced at his watch and saw that there were still 3 hours before the performance began. Need to go there in advance to prepare. Some other bands have already been contacted. Because Shinjo has never been on tour. So to be more precise, he has no audience. Lu Haochen held a charity event in some areas of Northern Europe a few days in advance, and under the name of this charity event, he sold tickets for the concert at half price. He estimated that today's attendance rate was between 50% and 60%. After staring at the entrance for a while, Lu Haochen found that there seemed to be a lot of people today, beyond his expectations. But he thought this was a good thing. Mr. Shin is about to start in half an hour. Everything is going well now, Lu Haochen said while controlling the whole scene with a headset on. Shinjo mainly played 10 pieces this time, and the finale was a piece he composed himself. After all, he is going to do a global tour, so he is very serious about this matter. However, something unexpected happened half an hour before the show started. It seemed that there was a conflict backstage, and Lu Haochen hurried over, always accompanied by a local translator. After frantically gesticulating for nearly 10 minutes, he finally figured things out. It turned out that there were some mistakes made by the staff at the Little Red Boat Concert Hall. During this period, the hall was actually rented out to 2 different music groups at the same time. In other words, the concert hall where Shinjo and his friends are now is also rented by another group of people. You must understand that it is an honor for our Daniel musicians to come and play here once. Besides, many people come here because of our reputation. We can create more value than your team. If you can give us the venue, our Zeus music band can give your pianist a chance to join the band. The person in charge of the other party was arrogant and looked very proud. Lu Haochen didn't buy it. First of all, we ordered earlier. Secondly, we didn't pay only 50% of the payment like you did. We paid the full amount. So no matter what, we will definitely not give up the concert hall to you this time. This is something that cannot be negotiated. Both sides argued until their faces turned red. Seeing that something was not right, the local guide Lu Haochen hurried to the backstage lounge and found Shinjo, who was resting with his eyes closed. When Shinjo heard this, he frowned and immediately went to the meeting room backstage. As soon as you come in, you can feel the tense atmosphere inside. He glanced around the conference room and saw that the other team had more than a dozen people. The pianist, dressed in a neat and formal performance suit, sits in the middle position on the right. The internationally renowned musician named Daniel frowned and looked at his watch impatiently. George, if that's not possible, I think I'm going back to my country. It's clear that this place doesn't welcome me. Daniel said this in a cold voice, and immediately stood up, looking like he wanted to leave. He did this suddenly, and George broke into a cold sweat. This time, their music group finally managed to get Daniel to become a nominal musician. The purpose of inviting people to perform here is to promote the reputation of the music group. As a result, I encountered such a strange thing. He really didn't understand why the Chinese person across from him was so stubborn. Driven by emotion, George said in a panic, "There are not many good musicians in your country.
It is a luxury to hear Mr. Daniel's performance.
I don't understand what you are pursuing for commercialization. This is art, do you understand art? George pointed his finger at Lu Haochen's nose and growled.
The translation has tried to be as euphemistic as possible, but anyone who is not an idiot can feel the other party's tone and expression.
Lu Haochen's face turned red with anger. He stood up and even wanted to take action.
Shinjo walked forward and pressed down Lu Haochen's raised hand.
Daniel is a Danish musician and needs a translator to communicate with George.
However, Shinjo turned around and looked at Daniel, who was full of impatience, and blurted out fluent Danish.
Mr. Daniel, I've heard that you are very accomplished in music. Since we met by accident this time, how about we perform a show together on stage?
Shinjo's Danish was very authentic, and Daniel looked at Shinjo twice more. If it weren't for Shinjo's very prominent Asian features, Daniel would have thought he had met a Dane.
You speak Danish very authentically. Daniel's tone of voice when speaking to Shinjo was not as impatient as before.
Shinjo smiled slightly and accepted Daniel's compliment. George, who was standing aside, was left aside and reluctantly stepped forward to continue communicating.
Shinjo did not give him a chance to speak. I wonder what Mr. Daniel thinks of my proposal just now. This time on the same stage can also be regarded as an exchange between us. Shinjo emphasized the two words communication.
Daniel looked at the people around him and then looked at the time. He did make a lot of preparations for this performance. It would be a pity and irresponsible to give up halfway.
Chapter 85 Daniel's Influence.
Although Shinjo's proposal was for emergency purposes, it was already the best solution in this emergency situation. Daniel thought about it and nodded in agreement.
Now that the situation is here, there is nothing we can do. Let's discuss the repertoire.
As the main performing musician, Daniel said this, and George thought about it and shut his mouth. The most important thing for Lu Haochen now is how to explain to the audience who have tickets and want to enter. He frowned and wanted to pull George out to help him deal with the sticky situation outside. As a result, George didn't take the situation outside to heart and was very calm and lazy.
What's there to explain? Put up Daniel's sign. Even if there are no seats, these people will be willing to stand and listen.
It was clear that George had great confidence in Daniel.
Lu Haochen doesn't know much about music, compared to George who takes it for granted. Lu Haochen still went to the entrance to observe the situation. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking.
After putting up Mr. Daniel's performance flyer at the door, not only did the audience who had bought tickets want to come in, even those passing by without tickets were asking if they could buy new tickets and come in to listen to the concert.
Is this Daniel so powerful?
Lu Haochen scratched the back of his head. The guide next to him explained while smoking a cigarette, Mr. Daniel is a legend here.
He is a genius like Mozart.
Mr. Daniel was able to hold solo concerts when he was 13 years old, and it received a very good response.
Almost no one here doesn't know Mr. Daniel's name.
Even I want to go in and listen carefully, and feel the influence of Mr. Daniel's music.
The guide's face was also full of admiration and yearning.
This time it was just as George said, there was no need to explain, these people stayed here voluntarily. Those who had seats sat there, and those who didn't have seats found a place to sit. Even stood in the back row, ready to listen.
There was nothing particularly ordinary in the repertoire Daniel was to play.
Basically, they are all technically challenging and difficult pieces to play.
He paused slightly while communicating with Shinjo. Mr. Shin's three pieces are quite difficult and have very high requirements for fingering.
It is difficult to play them coherently without more than 10 years of practice. If you find these three songs difficult, I can adjust the repertoire and replace them with some more ordinary songs. Shinjo could feel that Daniel really meant well, but he didn't need this kind of kindness. No need, these three songs are not difficult for me, we can just play them normally when the time comes. By the way, there will be a piece of my own composition at the end of my repertoire. I hope Mr. Daniel won't compete with me on this. Daniel nodded, that won't happen, but I also want to hear what your original music sounds like, Mr. Shin. Because Shinjo and Daniel need to communicate about the music and divide it into sections. So these viewers had to wait for a long time. They also gradually discovered that this was not just Mr. Daniel's personal concert. They also saw some posters. These posters all have a common name, Shinjo.
Who is Shinjo? I have never heard of such a musician. What qualifications does he have to be promoted alongside Daniel?
He seems to be from China, but I never knew there were any good piano musicians in China.
So how did this guy get here? Could it be that the music group is using Mr. Daniel's fame to bring in other newcomers? How unfair this is to our Mr. Daniel. It doesn't matter. I believe that this man named Shinjo will be ashamed of himself after seeing Mr. Daniel's superb performance. He's definitely no match for our Mr. Daniel. The audience discussed in whispers. George and Lu Haochen, who were standing by, heard the conversation. Since George was a local, he immediately looked at Lu Haochen proudly after hearing this. Provocation was written all over his face. After the translator beside him translated it in a tactful way, Lu Haochen's face became gloomy. He glared at George coldly. When Shinjo was communicating with Daniel, he could find that Daniel's character was sometimes like a child. This may be related to his fame at a young age. The performance is about to begin. Please keep quiet. Now, please welcome our famous musicians Mr. Daniel and Mr. Shinjo. The person in charge of announcing the show finally came up, and even he put Mr. Daniel's name at the very front. It can be said that half of the Nordic people are fans of Mr. Daniel. Daniel possesses such a terrifying influence. When I saw Daniel's familiar figure appear in the middle of the hall, thunderous applause broke out. There were even some cheers mixed in. Shinjo lagged behind slightly because he had to wear a mask. When the audience saw a man wearing a black mask and a suit appear, they were all stunned. Is this the Shinjo? Why don't you even dare to show your face? Are you afraid of being embarrassed in the end? The hall was filled with whispered discussions. This forced the host to pick up the microphone and remind the audience to keep quiet. Seeing the commotion at the scene, Daniel did not hesitate at all and walked to the piano at his own pace. All the concerts today are duo collaborations. When Daniel struck the first note of the piano, the hall, which had been a little noisy, gradually quieted down. After this short piece was played, the whole hall fell silent. Everyone was immersed in Daniel's music. However, just as the last note faded away, they heard pleasant piano sounds coming from the other side. The pianist followed Daniel's rhythm perfectly. At the same time, his playing skills are excellent and are in no way inferior to Daniel. Those who can come to the concert all have a certain level of musical literacy. They can tell the difference between good and bad. This performer named Shinjo's performance ability is no less than Daniel's. This incident surprised these people greatly. In their opinion, there were few people in all of Northern Europe who could play better than Daniel. Where did this Chinese guy come from? He can actually be on par with Daniel. The audience had no time to discuss, they closed their eyes and listened carefully. Savor the emotions in this music. Shinjo's fingers jumped flexibly on the piano keys, and this short piece was performed brilliantly. Chapter 86 Invite Parents? When Shinjo finished playing, Daniel was supposed to play the next measure, but Daniel obviously couldn't keep up and he hesitated for 5 seconds. In such a quiet music hall, every second of pause seems particularly abrupt. It was not until the sound of whispers was heard in the meeting room that Daniel came out of his daze. He completely forgot how he finished the rest of the song. Maybe it was based on instinct. Throughout the performance, his mind was filled with the sound of Shinjo's performance. As a talented musician, Daniel is more sensitive to music than others. So he could hear Shinjo's skills, even though Shinjo didn't show it on his face. But he could clearly know that Shinjo's talent and skills definitely lay in him. In Daniel's opinion, there are very few top musicians in Asia who have both talent and skills. When Shinjo finished playing the piano, Daniel could tell his level. The concert, which lasted several hours, ended quickly, and the two of them only performed 10 songs in total. The last piece of music was a composition of Shinjo that he performed specially. Daniel closed his eyes and listened in the end. The audience, who were originally somewhat skeptical about the collaboration between Shinjo and Daniel, became completely silent later on. This is the charm of music, it can conquer people without them realizing it. After the last note was played, Shinjo left the piano, nodded to Daniel, turned around and left. By the time the audience came to their senses and wanted to take a look at Shinjo, he had already left. Who exactly is that person called Shinjo? I can hear the emotions in his music much better than Daniel's. How come he's walking so fast? I wonder when this musician's next concert will be. I must go and listen. Most people in the field were discussing these. I have heard of Shinjo, but after listening to him this time, I was conquered by his strength. After the concert, George found Daniel acting like a madman. He rushed over and grabbed George. Where is the gentleman who played with me just now? George looked at Daniel blankly. He left a long time ago. Daniel's face flushed, and he was extremely excited. He left a long time ago? How could you let him go? Go find him and find out where he went. This was the first time George and Daniel saw this proud musician lose his composure like this since they met. He was frightened. Okay, I'll go find it right away. It's a pity that Shinjo only wanted to complete the task given by the system, so he left quickly after it was finished. In fact, as soon as he left the concert venue, Shinjo received a system prompt. The host has started a global tour. Tip: just tour in 3 or more places. The host has also completed a tour, and the tour level is S. Please accept the reward. Reward the host with 5 million liquid funds. Please activate via SMS. Shinjo raised his eyebrows slightly. Just for playing 10 songs, he got a reward of 5 million. It really is a piece of cake. As for this level, I didn't expect that there are different levels for performances. The higher the level, the higher the reward, right? Shinjo's mind worked quickly and he became more and more interested in this concert. Where is our next concert? Shinjo asked while sitting on the plane. Lu Haochen looked at the schedule on his phone. The next time should be in the other hemisphere. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's also a well-known music center. Shinjo nodded. Just arrange it. When Shinjo was on the plane, Daniel was still frantically looking for him all over the city. How is it possible that we can't find it? Cousin, these are all personal and private information. Mr. Shinjo has done a great job keeping it confidential. Daniel even used his family connections. But still no results. How could this happen? Daniel left the city in despair. He was an honorary professor of the Iberian Academy of Music, one of the world's top music schools. The arrangement for this month has not been completed yet, so Daniel cannot stay in this city for long. George called Daniel over and originally hoped that Daniel could give some guidance to his music group. I didn't expect the young musician to just leave like that. This left him dumbfounded. It's all that damn Shinjo's fault. He showed up out of nowhere and made Daniel leave so early. George was muttering angrily in the corridor. Suddenly the door to the emergency passage opened. Are you talking about Mr. Shinjo? Please respect the musicians. Your words are very inappropriate. A bearded man poked his head out of the door of the passage, his face full of condemnation. George looked at the other man's strong physique, then looked at his own skinny body, and silently took 2 steps back. I'm sorry if I offended your idol. George responded with a loud slam of a door closing. Bang! Almost all the audience members who had not left the concert hall had become Shinjo's fans. Foreign fans are sometimes very fanatical. George understood. Shinjo was not aware of what had happened in a foreign country, so he rushed back to China in such a hurry. Because I encountered problems that almost all parents will encounter. Teacher invites parents. Su Qingyan has to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, so Shinjo is now in charge of all the child's affairs. When Shinjo rushed to school, he happened to see his parents in the office. Because he was going abroad, Shinjo asked his parents to come and take care of his grandchildren. Shin Changyun and Lin Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their son Shinjo coming over. You're here at last. After coming out of the airport and receiving a call from his teacher, Shinjo still didn't understand what had happened. What happened? Didn't they say something happened to Shinfeng? Where did the Sanbao people go? Shinjo frowned and looked around. Now there are only Shinjo, Shin's father, and Shin's mother in this office. Even the teacher was not there. They told us to wait here, and then they left. We don't even know what's going on now. But I seem to have heard that Shinfeng had a fight with someone. At this point, Lin Yuehua was a little anxious. Everyone said that our Fengfeng had a fight with someone, but we didn't see our child. When the child fights, there are always bumps and bruises. At least we can see where the people are. Just as Shinjo was about to go out, the office door was pushed open. Shinfeng's class teacher, Mr. Kai, walked in with Shinfeng. Shinjo saw the thick bandage on Sanbao Shinfeng's leg at a glance. What's going on? Chapter 87 I report her. Shinjo strode forward and picked up Sanbao directly. Sanbao Shinfeng had a stubborn look on his face, but when he saw his father, his tears couldn't stop flowing. She hugged Shinfeng's neck, buried her head, and refused to look up. Shinjo patted Sanbao's back to comfort him while looking at Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai, what happened? How did our Sanbao get hurt? Teacher Kai was troubled by this situation. This is what happened to Shinfeng's father. Sanbao had a fight with other students and then injured himself. I have already told Sanbao that it is necessary not to chase and fight, and I hope you can educate the children again. As soon as teacher Kai opened his mouth, Shinjo's brows furrowed. The teacher's words were not to the point. He did not say why the children were fighting, who was fighting, or what happened. Just take the child back and educate him. Shinjo suddenly understood that Sanbao's current depressed mood was probably due to grievance and helplessness. He interrupted teacher Kai's endless chatter and said, "Please tell me the point. Why does my child fight with others? Such a serious knee injury, could it be just a fall? And I know my Sanbao very well. He has a high talent for sports and I have enrolled him in martial arts classes. Even if he fell, it wouldn't be this serious. Shouldn't I know more about this, Mr. Kai?" Shinjo's tone was bad, but his logic was clear. Teacher Kai was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "It's normal for children of their age to fight and play, but it is indeed our responsibility that they fell. I apologize to you. I can pay for all the medical expenses for the child this time." Shinjo sneered and interrupted her, "Money is not a problem. What I want to know is what happened. But it seems that you are always evasive, teacher Kai. Is there some hidden secret behind this that makes it so difficult for you to speak?" The more Shinjo asked, the more intense his tone became. He saw the guilt in teacher Kai's eyes. Shinjo glared at teacher Kai, who remained silent, then turned around and put Shinfeng on the ground. "Be good, tell daddy, what happened?" Shinfeng had a stubborn look on his face and held Shinjo's arm. "I didn't fight, it was that kid who stretched out his leg and tripped me when I was running." Sanbao covered his knees with a wronged look on his face. His father has been here, but they didn't apologize. In daily education, Shinjo often makes his 5 children understand that they must apologize if they do something wrong. Shinjo could roughly guess what had happened from Sanbao's words. He raised his head and looked at teacher Kai with a serious face. "As a teacher, I hope you can tell me exactly what happened." Teacher Kai hesitated for a long time before saying one sentence. "Maybe I don't understand it well enough, but there is no surveillance at the place where the incident happened." Another child said that this incident was just a joke. Shinjo glared at teacher Kai, and without saying a word, he left with the children and the elderly. Teacher Kai stood there in a daze, not knowing what Shinjo was going to do, but she reacted quickly, her face changed, and she wanted to chase him out. Shinjo didn't care what was happening behind him. He turned around and rushed to Principal Wan's office. Because of Debao Shenhuan, Principal Wan's secretary knew Shinjo, so he didn't stop him. There was a foreigner in Principal Wan's office. When he saw Shinjo and the child, he rushed in directly. There was another bandage on Sanbao Shinfeng's knee, and Principal Wan frowned slightly. "Sorry, I may have some things to take care of." Principal Wan took Shinjo and others to the conference room next door. What happened? Why did the child's knee get hurt? Shinjo put the child in his seat and said, "I don't know how your school will handle the situation if a teacher accepts bribes in private." Principal Wan was stunned by what Shinjo said, accepting bribes? This is something the school absolutely does not allow. If we find out, we will definitely resign. Education is a fair thing, and private money exchanges will undermine this fairness. This is the bottom line and principle that the school must never touch. Shinjo nodded. "Then I will report teacher Kai from your school." She accepted bribes privately. At this point, teacher Kai finally arrived. When she opened the door, she saw the stern face of Principal Wan. However, she had already thought of the words on the way here. "I'm sorry, Principal, I did handle this matter inappropriately. I am willing to apologize to Shinfeng." Principal Wan didn't listen to her nonsense at all. The smart thing about Shinjo was that he didn't even talk about his own child's affairs, but reported it directly. "Teacher Kai, you should rest at home for a while. We need to check some things. Or if you confess voluntarily, maybe we can let you leave with dignity." As soon as Principal Wan finished speaking, teacher Kai's face turned pale. What happened?" "Someone from the supervisory department will come to see you later. Please cooperate with the investigation." Teacher Kai was stunned, and Shinjo walked over and said, "Don't hide the fact that you took money, it can be found out anyway." Looking at the determined expressions of everyone in the room, teacher Kai was stunned. This was the first time she had done such a thing, and she was already feeling flustered and nervous. Being shocked by Shinjo's words, he trembled all over. "I didn't take it." Shinjo immediately caught the loophole in her words. "Take? Does that mean someone really gave it to you? I was wondering, if they didn't ask for money, how could this matter be handled so biasly? Principal Wan, this matter must be handled properly. Principal 1 turned his head and glared at Teacher Kai. Xiao Kai, if you confess this matter voluntarily, it will be fine. If it is found out, it will be serious and you will have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Teacher Kai was frightened and told the whole story with a pale face. It turned out that the person who maliciously tricked Shin Feng was another male classmate in the class. The boy's name is Zhao Peng, and his father is the head of the education department. Knowing that his son had gotten into trouble again, Zhao Guiqiang's subconscious reaction was to use money to settle the matter. Then he left with the child. Teacher Kai couldn't hold back because of the child's family background and the temptation of 100,000 yuan. I thought it was just some kids fighting and I could just get away with it. I was really wrong. I really shouldn't have done this. Principal 1, please give me a chance. I will never do it again. Teacher Kai was sweating profusely. However, Principal 1 just shook his head in disappointment. You go back first, we will continue to investigate. Chapter 88 Different? Teacher Kai looked as pale as death. She knew clearly that her future career was over. A teacher who has accepted bribes will have it reflected in her resume in the future. Shinjo didn't bother to care what Teacher Kai's future would be like. He has more important things to do. In his opinion, since Teacher Kai has chosen this path, he should be responsible for his choice. Shinjo had just picked up Sanbao and was about to go back when he was suddenly stopped by Teacher Kai, who looked dejected. How do you know I accepted a bribe? Teacher Kai asked in a hoarse voice. Shinjo paused in his steps towards leaving. Teacher Kai, I dealt with you when the school started. Normally, you are not the type who can't even explain things clearly. You probably don't know that you were obviously trying to hide something just now. At this point, Shinjo turned around and looked at Teacher Kai coldly. Actually, I didn't know you were bribed. I was just trying to trick you. Teacher Kai widened his eyes when he heard this. You. Shinjo didn't bother to care what she said and left with Sanbao Shinfeng. You can tell at a glance whether some people have done anything wrong. Shinfeng lay listlessly on Shinjo's back. Shinjo didn't say anything and drove directly to the private hospital that he had asked Zhang Han to prepare. Just when Shinjo went on his global tour, Zhang Han also started running this hospital. I have to say that Zhang Han is also a talented person. He directly poached his classmates from the research institute. But this is all thanks to the fact that Shinjo gave enough money. What's the matter? What happened to my godson? Zhang Han was sitting at the front desk in a white coat. When he looked up, he saw Shinjo, who came over with a serious face and brought the child. The child's knee was injured. Take him to see a doctor and have the wound bandaged. Zhang Han squatted down and carefully examined Shin Feng's wound. It was a pretty hard fall, but Sanbao is awesome, he didn't even cry. Zhang Han is now the director of this private hospital and has considerable power. An expert was called over directly to check Sanbao's wound. Shinjo sat in the office, drank a sip of water, frowned and thought about something. It was obvious that Zhao Peng was wrong in this matter, but the Zhao family was quite powerful. This matter is easy to handle, but Shinjo just doesn't want to handle it easily. Why should that family think that money can solve everything? If I really spend money, am I worse than them? Shinjo sneered and took a look at the system account. In this short year, the total cash rewards from the system amount to nearly 10 million. Not to mention that there is a huge investment company running behind Shinjo. The investment company generates no less than 1 million in revenue every month. I dare not say anything else, but Shinjo feels that he is definitely worth more than the head of an education department. Are you actually trying to solve the problem with money? Who doesn't have some money? The next global tour will be in about a week. In a week, the matter was settled. Shinjo frowned and thought in the office. 10 minutes later, Shinjo suddenly realized that something was wrong. If it's just a simple wound treatment, Zhang Han's skills and that expert skills definitely couldn't last that long. Shinjo stood up quickly and wanted to go over. Just then I saw Zhang Han pushing the door open in panic. Zhang Han's face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. Shinjo, there is something very strange, you may need to come and take a look. Shinjo's heart skipped a beat. Open the door to the treatment room. Sanbao Shinfeng was sitting on the bed with a toy in his hand. The white-haired expert opposite him was sweating profusely. This expert can actually be considered as half of Zhang Han's mentor. He was poached by Zhang Han for retirement. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult situation shortly after I started working. Let's talk about it privately. Zhang Han winked at the old expert. The wound on Sanbao Shenfeng's leg has been bandaged. But some data was flashing on the machine next to it. An entertainment room has been built on the third floor. Feng, do you want to go there and play games with the robots? Because it is a private hospital, many settings can be designed as desired. Since it is mainly set up for the children of the Shen family. Therefore, there are many entertainment venues. According to the plan given by Su Qingyan, this is also a very competitive point for the future development of the hospital. Shen Feng was still young after all, so when he heard there was something fun upstairs, he nodded obediently. Jiang Han called a nurse over and took the child to the third floor. After Shen Feng left, Shen Zhou turned to look at Jiang Han. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Jiang Han didn't say anything yet, he just brought Shen Zhou over. There is an office behind this treatment room. The computer in the office is connected to the equipment in the treatment room. At this time, some data is displayed on the computer. The old expert had been arranged by Jiang Han to sit in another conference room. At this time, there were only Jiang Han and Shen Zhou in the office. Jiang Han printed out a piece of data from the computer. Sanbao Shenfeng, what time did you get injured? Shen Zhou thought for a moment and said, it should be no more than 2 hours since I got injured. What happened? Jiang Han placed a piece of data in front of Shen Zhou. To be honest, the wound on Sanbao Shenfeng's leg is not small at all. If it was injured 2 hours ago, at most the surface of the wound would have solidified to form a protective layer. But just now when Professor Chen and I were treating Shenfeng's wound, we found that his wound healed faster than ordinary people. Shen Zhou was slightly stunned. What's going on? Jiang Han showed the data of a normal person. For a normal child of this age, it should take at least 2 days to reach Fengfeng's level of healing. I have already told Professor Chen about this matter. Don't worry, I won't let anyone know about Shenfeng's abnormal condition. Jiang Han placed the information in front of Shen Zhou, and Shen Zhou looked at it for a long time without coming back to his senses. Now Jiang Han's discovery has been made clear. Compared with others, Sanbao Shenfeng has some abnormalities. The abnormality is that the child's wounds heal much faster than normal people. Give Fengfeng a full body checkup later. You have to do this yourself. I want to know all the values of Fengfeng's body. After a moment's silence, Shen Zhou quickly made a decision. Jiang Han nodded carefully. He knew very well that this was a matter related to the child and no mistakes could be made. Then I'll have him come back to the treatment room. We have all the equipment here, and the results will probably be out in 2 or 3 hours. Chapter 89, A Crazy Woman Committing Fraud? Shen Zhou nodded. Sanbao returned to the treatment room holding his knee, although he was usually carefree. But the babies in the Shen family are all very smart. He could clearly feel the changes in his father's mood. What's wrong? Dad, is there something wrong with my wound? Shen Zhou gently touched Shenfeng's head. There is no problem, but since our hospital is open, let's do a full body check. I will bring other people here in a while, and they all need to be checked. So there's nothing wrong. Feel free to go check it out. Shenfeng narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then I will follow Uncle Jiang to check it out. Jiang Han had already changed his clothes and prepared everything for the inspection. He had a vague guess in his mind. Since Shenfeng's wound healing speed is different from that of ordinary people, the cell metabolism speed in his body should also be faster than that of ordinary people. Even his cells may be slightly different from those of other people. So he focused on examining Shenfeng's genes and cells. Because these things still need to be inspected by instruments, I'm afraid I can't give you specific results until tomorrow. Take Fengfeng back first today. Jiang Han took off his mask and said to Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou nodded and picked up the child. This day was indeed tiring for Shenfeng, and he fell asleep on Shen Zhou's shoulder. Then you can take the trouble to deliver the things to my house tomorrow. As for Professor Chen, I hope to get him to sign a confidentiality agreement. The deeper the love that parents give their children, the longer they plan for their children. Shen Zhou didn't want other people to know about Shenfeng's abnormality. Jiang Han nodded. Don't worry, I will arrange someone. After Shen Zhou brought the child back, he happened to see that the light in Su Qingyan's study was still on. Su Qingyan has been preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination recently. There is less than a month left until the postgraduate entrance examination. Su Qingyan's schedule is packed almost every day. It's very hard. What's wrong? I heard from my parents that Fengfeng had some minor problems. What happened? Su Qingyan asked while rubbing her sore eyes. It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about it. But how is your review going? Su Qingyan showed a gentle smile on her face. It's okay, I have basically reviewed it all. If the child has something important to tell me, don't hide it from me. Su Qingyan patted Shinzhou's chest. Shinzhou smiled and nodded. Although Su Qingyan said so, Shinzhou did not intend to really tell her the truth. For Su Qingyan, the most important thing now is naturally the postgraduate entrance examination. At night, Shinzhou sat on the outdoor balcony on the second floor. There were 3 things that Shinzhou urgently needed to solve. First of all, there is the matter of Zhao Pang. This family bullied Shinfeng and injured him. Shinzhou does not intend to let this matter go easily. The second thing is that it is still unknown what new conclusions will appear in Jiang Han's report tomorrow, and Shinzhou also does not know whether a place like Sanba that is easy for ordinary people to visit is good or bad. As for the last thing, it's the global tour next week. After sorting out the order of these things, a smile appeared on Shinzhou's lips. Don't worry, every account that needs to be settled will be settled. You won't miss any of the people you're looking for. Less than 3 hours after Mr. Kai left Skyland, he received a notice of contract termination from Skyland. At the same time, Skyland's explanation to the outside world was also ruthless. He simply said that because of the teacher's flaws in professional ethics, Skyland regretfully chose to terminate the contract with Teacher Kai. This incident directly made it impossible for Teacher Kai to find any job in the education field in the future. Unless she is willing to go far away, but in fact, Principal Skyland Wan has done his best. If Principal Wan had been a little more ruthless, Skyland could have reported Teacher Kai for taking bribes. By then, Teacher Kai would not only be unable to continue working in the education industry. However, Teacher Kai did not think so. She didn't think that all this was caused by doing something wrong. Teacher Kai felt that all this was because of Shinzhou. If Shinzhou hadn't deliberately cheated him, how could he have lost this high-paying job? Shinzhou. Damn it! Teacher Kai looked vicious. Zhao Guoqiang was driving to work. But just when I started the engine, I suddenly found a person jumping out in front of the car. This made Zhao Guoqiang break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. What's going on? Don't you know there's a car here? If it gets damaged, who's responsible? Zhao Guoqiang usually doesn't get angry in front of outsiders. But the scene just now really scared him. If he had stepped on the accelerator a little faster, the car would have run over the man. When Zhao Guoqiang got out of the car to check, he saw the woman lying on the ground. The woman had messy hair and tattered clothes, looking like a beggar. Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled, wondering how he could see such a person in such a high-end residential area. Who are you? Get up quickly, or I'll send security over. Zhao Guoqiang scolded while trying to step forward and pull the man up. When I turned this person over, I found that it was the person I had just met yesterday. Isn't this Mr. Kai, the homeroom teacher of his son Zhao Pang? We haven't seen each other for just 1 day, how come he looks like this? You are Teacher Kai. How did you become like this? Zhao Guoqiang was also puzzled. Teacher Kai had disheveled hair and a sinister look on his face, staring at Zhao Guoqiang with a pair of eyes. Mr. Zhao, you've made me suffer so much. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of dollars you stuffed into my pocket, I wouldn't be like this now. When Zhao Guoqiang heard Teacher Kai tell him in public about how he bribed her, his expression changed. He was visibly getting nervous. He pulled Teacher Kai over and stuffed him into the car. We quickly drove to a remote park. What nonsense are you talking about? This matter is not known to heaven or earth, only you and I know it. Do you really have to spread this matter so that everyone knows about it? Zhao Guoqiang said angrily while driving. Teacher Kai didn't reply either. He just lowered his head with disheveled hair and sneered in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Guoqiang and Teacher Kai looked at each other. He was the head of an education department, but he was actually frightened by the look of the woman in the back row. Zhao Guoqiang vaguely felt that something was wrong. Slowly parked the car nearby. Chapter 90, Never Get Drunk. Hasn't the previous matter been resolved? Don't come here again, or I'll report you to your school. Zhao Guoqiang frowned, wanting to chase the man away, but he didn't know which word he said hurt Teacher Kai, and Teacher Kai leaned over fiercely and grabbed Zhao Guoqiang's hand. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of dollars you gave me, I wouldn't even be out of work now. Do you really mean well? Who wants your stinky money? Take your stinky money back. Teacher Kai shook Zhao Guoqiang's body fiercely like a madman. Zhao Guoqiang was startled, but fortunately he had stopped the car. He picked up an ornament from the side and smashed it on Teacher Kai's head. Calm down.
The severe pain made Teacher Kai look less crazy, but she still looked abnormal. Looking at Teacher Kai with red eyes and crazy face, Zhao Guoqiang opened the car door and turned to leave.
Normal people know that you can't argue with a madman.
However, when Zhao Guoqiang was about to get off the car, Teacher Kai snorted coldly, "As long as you dare to leave, I will dare to tell others about your bribery."
You may not know that when you gave me the money, it was recorded by the surveillance camera in my office.
I copied the surveillance video afterwards, but don't worry, I have deleted the surveillance video from the school.
I'm the only one who has these things.
After Teacher Kai finished speaking, he let out a sneer. Zhao Guoqiang's scalp tingled. For the first time in so many years, he felt regretful.
What exactly do you want? Zhao Guoqiang is now facing the choice of promotion in the education department. If Teacher Kai reveals this matter, then Zhao Guoqiang will not be able to make any further progress. Even Zhao Guoqiang's opponents would not hesitate to pull him down from his current position.
Teacher Kai sneered, "I don't have any other ideas, I just think that the culprit who caused all this should pay the price." Zhao Guoqiang felt relieved when he saw that Teacher Kai was willing to discuss things.
Hearing this, my heart moved. Who are you talking about? Teacher Kai sneered, "Of course it's Shin Feng's father Shinzhou.
He is the culprit behind all this.
I will never let him off easily."
Zhao Guoqiang actually didn't want to get involved in these things, but Teacher Kai was obviously unconscious now, and he wanted to trick Teacher Kai into telling him the location of the surveillance.
So I can only follow what Teacher Kai said.
Unexpectedly, although Teacher Kai's mind was a little fuzzy now, his consciousness was still very clear. "If you can't resolve this matter within 3 months, then after 3 months, everyone will know that you gave me money. You know, I'm barefoot now and I'm not afraid of wearing shoes.
I wonder if Director Zhao can withstand the consequences of that."
Seeing Teacher Kai like this, Zhao Guoqiang could only nod and agree, "Don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible." Looking at Teacher Kai staggering away, Zhao Guoqiang spat on the ground.
Shinzhou didn't know what Teacher Kai was doing behind his back. He is now busy communicating with Jiang Han.
What Jiang Han is holding in his hand now is the physical examination information of Sanba Shenfeng.
It's like this. Fengfeng's overall physical fitness is higher than that of other children of the same age.
And his metabolism and cell activity rate are higher than others. This is also the reason why it can heal wounds so quickly. And through some other tests, it was also found that the active ingredients in Fengfeng's blood were also very high.
Shinzhou raised his head and looked at Jiang Han, who was talking nonstop, speaking human words. What will this lead to?
Jiang Han, who was busy analyzing the data, was stunned when he heard this. This actually shows that Fengfeng will be able to drink more than others after he grows up. As the saying goes, one can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
Shinzhou rolled his eyes when he heard this. What else? Jiang Han handed the information to Shinzhou. Everything else is normal. After all, Fengfeng is just an ordinary person.
It's just that maybe he has his own unique features in terms of wound healing and genetics.
That's it, you can go back now.
Shinzhou put the information in his study, turned around and started to chase people away. Jiang Han was stunned. "Brother, you really just threw it away after using it."
"I rushed over here early in the morning to give you the report. I did these tests last night and got the results. I didn't sleep the whole night."
Shinzhou didn't care about Jiang Han's screams and howls. "How about this? I'll treat you to a meal one day."
"You must keep Sanbao Fengfeng's abnormality to yourself." Jiang Han also knew the importance of this matter.
He nodded and half-jokingly said, "Actually, this is pretty good. At least Fengfeng will get better faster than others when fighting with others in the future. This also proves that he will be more resilient in the future."
Fengfeng is studying in the gym right now. I think this hobby is very suitable for his current body. What do you think? Shinzhou glared at Jiang Han and said, "As the director of that private hospital, shouldn't you be considering how the hospital will generate income in the future? Is it really appropriate for you to stay here with me for so long?" Jiang Han sighed helplessly. "Do you really have to chase me away like this?"
Okay, I'll just leave." When Jiang Han was about to leave, Shinzhou suddenly stopped him and said, "I will take the other children to the hospital for examination in the next 2 days. Please ask the hospital to prepare them." Jiang Han nodded. "Don't worry, our hospital is now completely serving these children of the Shin family. All kinds of equipment and nursing experts are waiting."
Shinzhou nodded.
He was not surprised by such a result. After all, the reason why Jiang Han was brought back was to allow him to open a private hospital.
The private hospital was set up for these children. Xinzhou walked to Shinfeng's bed. Sanbao liked to kick off the quilt when he slept. His bandaged leg was revealed. Xinzhou went over and untied the bandage. He could see the leg underneath was covered with medicine and the skin on it had gradually scabbed and healed. This speed is indeed faster than that of normal children. Even faster than normal adults. Xinzhou silently tied the bandage again. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for you. But no matter what, as a father I will always protect you. Shinfeng opened his eyes sleepily and hugged Xinzhou's arm. Dad, is it time for me to get up? Is it time to go to school? Xinzhou rubbed Shinfeng's head. You are injured. I have already taken leave for the past 2 days. You can rest at home. Just go to sleep. Chapter 91 Strange Crazy Woman. Sanbao nodded. He was still very sleepy and soon fell asleep in bed. Ding host, please check the task. New mission, give the baby a fair educational environment. The mission details have been sent to the host's SMS. Please reply to activate it. The reward for this mission is generous. I suggest the host accept it. Xinzhou looked at the interface that suddenly popped up. He stroked his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. This is the first time since Xinzhou got the system that the system directly told him that there are many tasks to do. And he has the right to choose the mission this time. You can choose to accept it or not. May I ask what the reward is? Xinzhou glanced at the task introduction. He was more curious about what kind of rewards the system would give this time. After completing this mission, the host will be gifted a company. The company's business type and scope are available for the host to choose from, and the scale is around 100 million. Xinzhou's pupils trembled slightly, mainly because he was surprised by the number 100 million. A company with a business scale of around 100 million. You can also choose the business type at will. This is a very generous reward. Give the host another 3 seconds to consider. If you accept the task, please send a text message to activate it. 3, 2. On the system side, a mechanical voice was counting down. Xinzhou thought about it for a moment, and without saying anything, he picked up the text message and replied. I'll take this mission. Come on, come on. Who would go against 100 million? Now that you have decided to take this task. Then Xinzhou studied all the introductions to this task. The system does not clearly state what the so-called fair educational environment is. But Xinzhou immediately thought of the incident with teacher Kai. People around me want to use money to buy educational resources, or even use money to settle things. This is completely contrary to Xinzhou's previous philosophy of educating children. Anyway, there's no specific time given for this task, so let's solve this problem first and see if it counts. Xinzhou pondered it in his mind. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt his trouser leg tighten. He looked down and saw that it was Xin Meng, who was holding her small pillow and hugging her thighs sleepily. Dad, I'm awake. Compared with his strict requirements for his sons, Xinzhou has always been gentle to Meng Meng. John Han had already prepared the relevant things in the hospital when Xinzhou brought a few children over. The only people left in the entire hospital were those arranged by John Han. Meng Meng's physical indicators are all normal, nothing out of the ordinary. The other children are similar. Now it seems that only Sanbao's metabolism rate is beyond the average. After checking all the children, John Han breathed a sigh of relief. Xinzhou also breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, there is no harm in having this happen to Sanbao, but I suggest that you check carefully at every stage of your child's life. John Han intervened with his pocket. Xinzhou nodded. I will bring Sanbao here for physical examinations frequently. Please prepare a separate examination room when the time comes. John Han nodded. 5 children were playing upstairs when they suddenly saw a thin little boy squeezing in through the crack in the door. Ha! Who are you? How did you get in? Xin Meng, wearing a princess dress, asked with a puzzled look on her face. The little boy stood there, looking longingly at the sponge ball that the 5 children were playing with. I stretched out my hand and wanted to touch it. Sanbao Shenfeng stepped forward and protected his sister behind him. Who are you? Uncle Jiang doesn't allow people to come up to this floor. The little boy didn't say anything, his eyes just stared at the ball in Shun Meng's hand. Although Shun Meng was confused, she was well educated and still put the thing into the little boy's hands. Since you want it, I'll give it to you to play with. The little boy got the ball he had been longing for,
and he ignored everyone and started playing with the ball.
Jiang Han and Xinzhou were still discussing Sanbao's physical condition.
Suddenly the door was pushed open and a woman with disheveled hair rushed in.
"Where is my son? Where did your hospital keep my son?"
The woman was dressed decently, but her heart-wrenching appearance made her look like a shrew.
"Ma'am, please control your emotions. We don't see your child."
Jiang Han looked at the door that was pushed open and frowned slightly.
Not long after, the security guard and the front desk clerk came up with their people. "Boss Shin, Dean Jiang, we can't stop this."
This woman insisted on rushing in to look for her child.
"But we didn't see her child either."
Two burly men stepped forward and restrained the woman. The security captain came up and explained. Jiang Han still had something to say to Xinzhou, so he waved his hand and wanted the security guard to take the person away.
As a result, the woman bit the hand that was holding her.
Taking advantage of the slackening of restraints, he slipped out like a fish. He rushed directly to the passage next to him. Xinzhou's face turned cold and he strode forward to stop the woman. This passage leads to the upstairs where several children are.
Jiang Han and the security guards hurriedly followed.
Meng Meng has discovered that there seems to be something wrong with the little boy. The little boy couldn't speak at all and just stared at something from beginning to end. He doesn't open his mouth, let alone make eye contact with others. "Brother, there's something wrong with him." Meng Meng tilted her head and thought for a long time before saying. As the eldest brother, Xin Huan had already stood in the front, and he also noticed the strangeness of the boy.
He said, "Maybe he needs Uncle Zhang's help. Let's go find Daddy quietly."
Several children nodded, and Xin Feng took the initiative to step forward. "Then I will stay here and keep an eye on him." Before he could finish his words, the door slammed open. A strange woman came into the sight of several children. Without saying a word, he picked up the little boy on the ground.
"Tao Tao, what's wrong with you? Why are you here? Did these people kidnap you? Come with me, I will take you home." As the woman spoke, she glared at the children fiercely.
Xin Shangyu observed that no matter how excited the woman was, the skinny boy did not react at all.
He didn't even look at the woman. It was as if he didn't know this woman at all.
The boy only had eyes for that ordinary ball.
"Control her."
Xinzhou and others also rushed over. Before the woman could react, she was suddenly caught by the security guard again.
"Let me go. You kidnapped me and took my child away. I'm going to sue you. Let go."
The woman struggled frantically.
Chapter 92. Is this a suitable playmate?
Xinzhou didn't care what she looked like. The first thing he did when he rushed into the room was to check the conditions of the children.
At this time, Xinzhou naturally noticed the extra boy in the room. This boy and that crazy woman look similar.
It can be seen that they are indeed related by blood. But this boy didn't care what was happening outside and just focused on playing with the ball in his hands. Xinzhou was watching, and suddenly received a task from the system: find a suitable playmate for the child. Hidden branch task, actively activated, the host must accept it. Xinzhou looked around and could only believe that the boy in front of him, who looked lonely and problematic, was actually the child playmate selected by the system.
Xinzhou was in a headache now.
Such a child was definitely not a suitable playmate. Not to mention the child's own problems, even that crazy woman was difficult to solve. However, Xinzhou knew very well that the hidden tasks released by the system had very generous rewards.
The woman's chattering voice was still reaching his ears. Xinzhou was really impatient and said coldly, "Do you still want to cure your child?"
These words were like a remote control switch, which made the whole house quiet in an instant. Jiang Han and Xinzhou looked at each other and quickly understood what Xinzhou was thinking.
In Jiang Han's opinion, Xinzhou was really kind.
This woman made a scene in the hospital, and Xinzhou actually wanted to help her. But since my good brothers are willing to help, I naturally cannot stay out of it. Zhang Ting closed her mouth and gradually calmed down. She seemed to have just realized that she had caused a scene in the hospital. Her face was filled with excitement, and it took her a long time to regain her ability to speak. "Can you really cure Tao Tao?"
Xinzhou ignored the woman.
He just quietly observed the child named Tao Tao. This child looks very much like a child in an autism welfare institution that Xinzhou visited when he was in college.
"Is he autistic?" Xinzhou asked calmly. The light in Zhang Ting's eyes suddenly went out, and she said softly, "Yes."
At the same time, she felt that Xinzhou was just so-so. Almost every doctor in a well-known hospital could see Tao Tao's autism.
But what is the use of seeing it? They can't be cured.
The more he received treatment, the more withdrawn he became.
He even stopped eating.
A 3 or 4-year-old child, he was not as heavy as other children a few months old.
Half a month ago, foreign doctors even suggested that Cao Tao choose euthanasia. Unless a medical miracle occurs, there is zero chance that this child will recover. This sentence is the original words of a foreign professor of child psychology.
Zhang Ting's faith collapsed after that.
I wish I could be with Cao Tao 24 hours a day.
Xinzhou didn't care what she was thinking, because at this moment the system suddenly gave a hidden task prompt.
Hint, Cao Taoist diagnosis, genius plus depression.
Xinzhou paused for a moment.
Genius disease? It's not autism? No wonder the system chose Cao Tao as the child's partner. It turns out this child is a hidden genius.
Any disease can only be solved after the cause is found.
Jiang Han, come here for a moment.
Xinzhou leaned close to Jiang Han's ear and said, take this child down and have a thorough checkup.
I think he seems to have genius disease. Then give him another psychological test. Jiang Han nodded.
Perhaps because this was a hospital, Zhang Ting stopped resisting after she regained consciousness. Shen Mang watched silently for a long time, then turned around and slipped into the psychological testing room. This place is decorated very warmly, hoping to lower the patient's psychological defenses.
Cao Tao, however, was very resistant.
After Shen Mang went in, Cao Tao reacted instead.
Maybe it's because both of them are children.
The test was not complicated, especially since Zhang Ting took the initiative to provide her previous diagnosis. He has symptoms of autism and does not respond to external stimuli.
Jiang Han said as soon as he came out. Xinzhou ignored this and asked directly, where is the psychological test? Depression.
Jiang Han's tone was a little heavy.
Zhang Ting's eyes widened. She had never heard of this diagnosis before. After all, which doctor would pay attention to the mental condition of a child under 5 years old? Depression is so unrealistic. Such a young child, where does depression come from?
However, this conclusion seems ridiculous, but Zhang Ting believes it. Her defenses were actually dropped without her noticing.
So what should I do, sir? I apologize for my previous reckless behavior. I am willing to double compensate for all the losses. If Cao Tao's disease is cured, I am willing to donate 10 million to the hospital. Please, heal Cao Tao.
Zhang Ting cried bitterly and even knelt down. Xinzhou frowned and dodged, no need to do that. He ignored the emotional Zhang Ting and turned to Jiang Han and said, do you think it's a rare genius disease? Jiang Han had just been reminded by Xinzhou that he should use the international testing protocol for genius disease.
It's a genius disease indeed. It is very likely. Zhang Ting looked confused. What is genius disease?
Genius disease means that when a child is very young, his brain is very mature, but because he is too smart, there will be some confusion, and thus some differences from ordinary people.
Jiang Han gave a brief explanation. Can it be cured?
This is all Zhang Ting cares about. Xinzhou picked up Meng Meng and said, only our hospital can cure it, don't worry. Since Zhang Ting took Cao Tao to see a doctor, she had never heard such a decisive answer. Her throat choked. She had no other choice, so she was willing to give it a try.
I believe you. Thank you.
Xinzhou left the hospital and just got home when he received a call from Jiang Han.
Old Shen, this is awesome.
That crazy woman donated 10 million to the hospital.
Donated on the spot. Why didn't I realize she was so rich? Is it because you have a keen eye that you decided to treat Cao Tao? 10 million.
Jiang Han was stunned by Zhang Ting's wealth. He still remembers Zhang Ting's original words at the time, I can't spend it all anyway, so I'll just donate it. Xinzhou didn't expect Zhang Ting to be so rich, but he just wanted to complete the system task.
Cao Tao is his focus.
The reason why Xinzhou dared to agree to this is because Jiang Han had previously invited a mysterious psychology expert to the hospital. Although he is an honorary vice president, this weirdo likes to treat strange diseases, and his success rate is as high as 90%.
There will be absolutely no problem for Cao Tao to let him come for treatment.
On Monday, several children were going to Skyland with their school bags on their backs.
Xinzhou sent the children off and prepared to drive away.
As a result, I saw Principal Wan in the rearview mirror, chasing the car breathlessly. Xinzhou stepped on the brakes and got out of the car with a puzzled look on his face.
Something happened, Mr. Shen. Chapter 93 Human life is worthless.
Shinzhou's expression remained unchanged, and he just looked at Principal Wan quietly.
What on earth happened?
Principal Wan glanced at the people around him, sighed and said, "Come with me to the office."
In addition to Principal Wan, there were some other people in the office. This is the situation now.
They said Shin Huan and the others are not of the right age, so they want them to drop out of school temporarily.
Principal Wan also looked helpless. In terms of age, Skirenka has never been very active. But this is an unspoken rule in the school that everyone knows but no one mentions.
For some unknown reason, Principal Wan suddenly received a notice from above. It didn't explicitly say it was the Shin family's children, but it did say that the school entry age should be standardized.
It's only half a year away. Who would have thought that the higher-ups would suddenly conduct such a strict inspection?
Principal Wan took off his reading glasses and rubbed his brows. He tactfully reminded Shinzhou, "I don't know where this rule came from."
Did someone do it on purpose? Where are you from? Shinzhou's face was calm.
Before Principal Wan could say anything, the door of his office was pushed open.
Principal, we are not forcing you. We are just following the rules. If you take in children of this age, who will be responsible if something happens?
A man in uniform walked in, his mouth mumbling like a machine gun.
Shinzhou frowned slightly. Don't people nowadays know to knock on the door before entering? The man in uniform glared at Shinzhou. Why do you care about me? Shinzhou's face was slightly cold. Who do you think you are? I can sue you for entering someone else's space without their consent, right? Don't you want the clothes you're wearing?
Originally, the man in uniform was extremely arrogant, but under Shinzhou's gaze, his arrogance gradually dissipated. In the end, his face just turned red and he couldn't say anything. Principal Wan had long been annoyed with these people, so he stood by without saying anything and did not give the man any way out.
I don't care what you do, you must follow the rules and not miss a single thing.
The man threw down a sentence in frustration.
Turned and left. After he left, Principal Wan said with a headache, "This is indeed the case.
The higher-ups have been putting pressure on us.
To put it bluntly, it's all for the children." Shinzhou understood what he heard here.
There is no need to think about this, it must be Zhao Peng's previous parent Zhao Guoqiang.
Okay, I understand. Shinzhou nodded and left.
The key to this matter lies in the person in charge of the education department. Zhao Guoqiang was in the office at this time, looking sanctimonious.
It's not a big deal. They can be fired just because of their age. When will you give me what you have in your hand? Zhao Guoqiang spoke into the phone.
On the other side, Teacher Kai was hiding somewhere in a remote area, still using a landline phone.
Don't try to fool me with that. Is that all you have? Teacher Kai doesn't buy into Zhao Guoqiang's tricks. If I don't see you make a big move within 3 days, I'll post that recording online.
Before Zhao Guoqiang started to speak, the call was hung up.
Shit.
He slammed the phone on the table.
The office was silent for a long time, and Zhao Guoqiang dialed a number without any notes. Have you found her?
I don't want to receive any more calls from her. Teacher Kai wore a mask and walked towards the rented house. But when he turned a corner, he saw a dark figure behind him. During this period of time, she was like a frightened bird, and subconsciously hid in a corner.
But someone grabbed him. I know who you are. You can't find anything on me. If I die, all these things will be sent out.
The shadowy figure came up behind Teacher Kai and said, I've heard this line many times.
I've followed the rest of your family. Shut up. Teacher Kai's eyes went dark. Zhao Guoqiang was talking loudly in the conference room when he received another call.
Solved. There were only 3 simple words on the phone call. When Lu Haochen found Jiang Han, his face was solemn. Mr. Shin, the teacher Kai you asked me to find was found dead at home by villagers yesterday. It has been determined to be suicide.
Shinzhou frowned slightly. Dead?
He suddenly realized that Zhao Guoqiang, the man behind this, was more ruthless than he had imagined.
He doesn't even care about human life.
Lu Haochen, who was standing by, was also encountering such a thing for the first time. Everyone knew that Teacher Kai's death was suspicious, but no one dared to investigate it in detail. This shows the strength of Zhao Guoqiang and the power behind him. Go find someone to investigate carefully. Teacher Kai must have something in his hand, otherwise Zhao Guoqiang would not take the risk to kill someone. Because of the repeated inspections at school, Shinzhou decided not to let several children go to school for the time being.
Dad, I want to go out and play.
In fact, for the children of the Shin family, even if they don't go to school, they can still learn new knowledge. Because Shinjo also arranges interest courses for them on weekdays. But this does not include Shin Mang. Shin Mang only has one Go interest class. Go is something that cannot be mastered overnight, so Shin Mang has been staying at home these past 2 days to see if there are other people who can play with him. Because of Teacher Kai's matter, Shinjo has neglected him a little in the past 2 days. He picked up Sibao and said, "Then I'll take you out to play." "Where do you want to go?" Shin Mang frowned, tilted his head and thought for a long time, then 2 words popped out of his mouth: hospital. Shinjo was a little surprised. "Why do we have to go to the hospital?" Sibao's eyes lit up slightly. "I like the kid who broke in, and I talked to him last time, and I think he really needs friends." Shinjo thought of the child Taotao, and thought that since they were of the same age, it would not be a problem to let the 2 children play together. Zhang Ting has been staying in the hospital almost all this time because of Taotao's condition. Because the correct cause of the disease had been found, Taotao's treatment plan was quickly determined. The initial treatment also made Taotao's condition improve. Taotao has started eating recently. As her son's condition improved, Zhang Ting gradually became a gentler person. She was actually very grateful to Shinjo and Jiang Han, but Jiang Han was frightened by her first big gesture and kept stopping her, asking her to wait until her treatment was over before talking about the donation. This time, when she saw Shinjo with Shin Mang, she greeted him with a smile. Shinjo asked the nurse to take Shin Mang over. Zhang Ting seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Excuse me, doesn't Mang Mang have school today? Why are you here at this time?" Zhang Ting remembered hearing people in the hospital talking about how the Shin family's children were very smart and excelled in school. Chapter 94 Move Your Position. It was a bit strange that the Shin family father and son came to the hospital at this time. Shinjo smiled faintly. "Nothing, something happened at school, the child can't go now." Zhang Ting was very curious when she heard this, so she asked, "What could be going on at school?" Shinjo felt that there was nothing to hide in this matter, as it was not his child's fault. "I simply told Zhang Ting what had happened, just like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube." Zhang Ting's eyes widened after hearing this. "So outrageous?" Shinjo nodded. "And yesterday, my assistant received the news that Teacher Kai had passed away." He didn't finish his words, but Zhang Ting already understood the meaning behind them. "Do you think there's something fishy going on with Teacher Kai?" Shinjo smiled slightly. "It seems that the lake of education is also quite deep." After hearing the whole story, Zhang Ting was already furious. She now has a good impression of Shinjo. She is grateful but doesn't know how to repay him. When she heard about this, she immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Shin, I can still help you with this matter." Zhang Ting showed a confident smile on her face. Shinjo was slightly stunned. When Zhang Ting donated 10 million yuan very readily, he knew that this person was not simple. But I didn't expect that Zhang Ting was willing to intervene in this matter. For the first time, Shinjo became curious about the power behind Zhang Ting. "I don't know, why did you intervene?" Zhang Ting smiled slightly. "You saved Taotao, and my family can just do a little to help with this matter, don't worry." After saying this, as if she was afraid that Shinjo wouldn't believe her, Zhang Ting immediately made a phone call. "Brother, I have something to trouble you." After the phone call ended, Shinjo's eyes were filled with curiosity. "I'm curious about your background." Zhang Ting's smile remained unchanged. "It's just an ordinary family." Shinjo and Zhang Ting smiled at each other. Zhao Guoqiang solved the problem of Teacher Kai and also solved the biggest worry in his heart. He lay comfortably on the sofa in his home. "You are just a small teacher, but you really think you are such a big shot that you can make so many requests of me." Zhao Guoqiang opened a bottle of red wine for himself. Looking at Zhao Ping, who only knew how to play with toys, his originally good mood suddenly turned bad. "Can you please stand up for me? You just come back to play every day." Zhao Ping seemed to be accustomed to such reproaches. He ignored them and continued to fiddle with the building blocks in his hands. Just as Zhao Guoqiang was about to continue speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Brother Zhao, I heard that the higher-ups seem to want to transfer your position." The person on the other end of the phone was Zhao Guoqiang's confidant. Generally speaking, the news brought by the confidant was most likely true. "Really? This is all because of the appreciation from above, haha." Zhao Guoqiang's mouth was almost grinning to his ears, and his whole body exuded a sense of joy. Zhao Guoqiang had wanted to move his position before, but unfortunately the people above him were too tight-lipped, and there was only one position for each person, so it would not be his turn to move up in the next few years. So when he received this news today, he subconsciously thought that the methods he had used before had worked.
The confidant was also very good at observing people's expressions and kept complimenting them on the phone. After Zhao Guoqiang hung up the phone, he sat on the sofa happily with his legs crossed. When he returned to the department the next day, his face was rosy. I spent the day in the office waiting for notification from above. In the afternoon, the job transfer information was finally updated on the department's internal system. Zhao Guoqiang in my department is outstanding. Zhao Guoqiang frantically skimmed over those official jargons. I just want to see which seat I'm in. This outstanding comrade is now transferred to the guild to serve as the guild president. The moment Zhao Guoqiang saw the job information, his eyes went dark. It fell directly to the ground. What? Transferred to the guild? Everyone in Haizhong City knows that working in a guild is the most difficult job, and there is basically no money to be made. The position is indeed idle, but it can be said to be a place for retirement. It is basically impossible to move up after being transferred to this place. Don't think that Zhao Guoqiang now looks like a horizontal transfer. But being the principal in the education department is much more comfortable than being the director of a trade union. How could this happen? Isn't this a promotion in name only and a demotion in reality? After Zhao Guoqiang reacted, he flew into a rage in the office. However, the appointment was approved directly from above and there was no room for change. Zhao Guoqiang grabbed his hair, unable to figure it out. Clearly all that money was given away, so why did we get this result? What made Zhao Guoqiang even more surprised was that almost as soon as this personnel transfer came out, someone from the guild urged him to take up the post. However, the reasons given there were very sufficient. There will be a large-scale event soon, and the union is leaderless, which is exactly when he is needed. Damn it! Zhao Guoqiang agreed on the surface, but he was jumping up and down behind his back. Xinzhou also knew that it was Zhang Ting who showed him the information about Zhao Guoqiang's transfer. He's in this position now, like walking on a single rope across a cliff. It depends on what you want to do next. Zhang Ting is a person with her own mind, and her background is unfathomable. Since she has handed him the opportunity, how could Xinzhou turn a blind eye to it? I'll take care of the rest, thank you. Zhang Ting nodded with a smile on her face. I should thank you. If you hadn't found out the real cause of Tao Tao's illness, I'm afraid it would be another matter whether Tao Tao would still be alive now. Xinzhou didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Zhang Ting and called Lu Haochen. This matter must be done well. Lu Haochen was naturally very efficient, and as expected, Zhao Guoqiang soon became flustered. Ah, it's finally done. But I'm so tired. This damn place doesn't have much money. Not only that, but these people are not very smart and do all kinds of nonsense. Zhao Guoqiang complained a few words to himself, and suddenly, Xiao Zhang from the finance department stumbled in. What's going on? Do you know the rules? You didn't even knock on the door. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Guoqiang scolded subconsciously. No. It's bad, President. Something big has happened. Someone from the inspection team has come and said there's something wrong with our account this time. Before Zhao Guoqiang could swallow his mouthful of water, Xiao Zhang bumped into him again. What? How could there be a problem with the accounts? Zhao Guoqiang grabbed Xiao Zhang, and Xiao Zhang also looked flustered. The people over there have arrived and are now waiting in the conference room outside. I'm afraid you, the president, will have to show up in person. Zhao Guoqiang felt that it was already dark. He had never encountered such a situation when he was in the education department. Why are there so many things to do once I get to this crappy place? Chapter 95, The Lost Dog. We have received a report that there are indeed some problems with your accounts. Please come with us. The people on the inspection team were friendly, but Zhao Guoqiang knew that without sufficient evidence, these dogs would not easily take action. You need to listen to my explanation. I have only taken over this union for less than half a month. If there is a problem with the accounts, it must be left behind by the previous group of people. How can it be related to me? How could I do such a thing? There is no such stain in my previous resume. No matter what Zhao Guoqiang said, the people in the inspection team nodded with a smile, and just put the problematic accounts in front of him, with his signature and official seal on them. The overwhelming evidence made Zhao Guoqiang feel breathless. I never believed what he said. Zhao Guoqiang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Suddenly he realized that all his misfortunes seemed to have started since he left the education department. All of this was caused by someone messing with him. At this moment, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly realized.
When he realized that all this was a setup, Zhao Guoqiang's emotions gradually calmed down.
Who reported me? The inspection team will naturally not disclose the whistleblower's information. Unless the reporter himself wants to meet the person being reported. Zhao Guoqiang was also surprised at that moment. How could this group of people be so straightforward?
However, when he saw the man who walked in, Zhao Guoqiang understood everything.
We meet again, Manager Zhao.
Xinzhou walked in with a smile on his face. He looked around and found the room to be fairly clean and presentable. The only time Zhao Guoqiang and Xinzhou had met was at a party at Skyland School. At that time, he didn't know that he would be taken down by such a young man in the future.
You did all this, didn't you?
Zhao Guoqiang straightened his body, as if he wanted to save some dignity for himself.
Xinzhou pulled a chair and sat down, nodding very frankly, yes, it's me. Zhao Guoqiang's eyes were full of bloodshot. Is it because my child tripped your child? Are you mentally ill?
Xinzhou smiled slightly. Not only that, but also because your child doesn't know how to apologize.
Anyone who does something wrong should pay the price, right?
Xinzhou's words were double entendre. Zhao Guoqiang rushed over fiercely, but unfortunately the chain on his hand held him back. But I haven't tampered with this account.
Xinzhou's fingers moved slightly, and he smiled. You really didn't tamper with this account?
Of course I didn't. I've only been in charge here for less than half a month.
Xinzhou caught the loophole in his words. So the time is too short and there is no time left? Zhao Guoqiang was already completely enraged. I didn't do it this time, you are completely framing me.
Xinzhou took out a recorder calmly and said, listen to this.
Teacher Kai's voice came out from the recorder. Mr. Zhao, it's not appropriate for me to take this money. Our school has rules that we can't accept money.
It's okay, Mr. Kai, it's just a small thing.
I'm sorry to bother you with my child. I'll treat you to a meal another day.
These two sentences made Zhao Guoqiang look ashen. The things in the recorder were exactly the evidence he had found at Teacher Kai's residence before, and he could not find any evidence no matter how hard he searched. Unexpectedly, it fell into Xinzhou's hands. The last sentence at the end of the recording was added by Teacher Kai later. I have no desire to commit suicide. If I die one day, it must be done by Zhao Guoqiang.
He threatened me.
Zhao Guoqiang listened to everything in silence, his eyes red. You have no evidence, these things are deliberately forged by that Teacher Kai.
Xinzhou nodded. Mr. Zhao, you are an educator, don't you know about the death of Socrates? Perhaps you know more about this matter than I do?
Zhao Guoqiang's eyes were dim, and Xinzhou continued, what's more, this time there is real evidence.
He pointed to the account book in question on the table.
Suddenly, Zhao Guoqiang stretched out his hand and tried to pounce on Xinzhou. What he was holding in his hand was the pen that the inspection team had asked him to sign with. At this moment he treated it as a weapon, wanting to vent the endless anger and fear in his heart.
Xinzhou was prepared and stepped back. Mr. Zhao, your chain is a little long. It barely allows you to stand up.
But I think when all is said and done, your chain won't be so long. After all, the leash is long, so the dog can rush out. Xinzhou's face was hidden in the darkness, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. He showed Zhao Guoqiang something in a place that the surveillance camera couldn't see. The screen of the mobile phone. There is a live broadcast room there, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached several million. After Xinzhou left, he could still hear Zhao Guoqiang's hysterical screams. The most explosive news in Haizhong City recently is the exposure of a major corruption and bribery case. At that time, Xinzhou was already at home, spending a warm dinner time with his children.
On the night after provoking Zhao Guoqiang, Xinzhou found Zhang Ting.
A family that can transfer the head of the education department must have more power than this. Since Zhang Ting wants to be grateful to me, I also want to get a fair educational environment for my child from him.
This is also for everyone's future, isn't it?
I hope that the person who sits in that position will be fair and just.
Things like education can never be changed by the efforts of one person.
Xinzhou recalled the moved look on Zhang Ting's face after he said this.
Mr. Xin, you are really great. Xinzhou smiled faintly and put those memories aside.
Su Qingyan, who was standing aside, had a gentle expression on her face and was wiping Meng Meng's mouth.
How are you preparing? Su Qingyan turned her head, smiled and nodded. I think we can give it a try. Then I'll take you there tomorrow.
Xinzhou wiped his mouth.
Time flies. Although Su Qingyan only reviewed for less than 3 months, she was willing to give it a try.
However, Shinjo felt that Su Qingyan's condition was fine. Since he had already signed up, he might as well go there to gain experience. There were all kinds of cars parked in front of the examination room, and before the door opened, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Only Su Qingyan leaned against Shinjo with a relaxed look on her face. It's okay, just think of it as having fun. You've only been reviewing for a few months anyway. Shinjo encouraged Su Qingyan with a smile. Su Qingyan also smiled faintly and nodded. These two people really didn't take this exam seriously. Chapter 96: The Scent of Green Tea. When Shinjo and Su Qingyan were waiting at the door, someone suddenly came up to them. Qingyan, it's really you. I was wondering why there is such a familiar figure here. A coquettish female voice sounded. Shinjo and Su Qingyan turned around. I saw a woman who was dressed fashionably and carrying a famous brand bag. Su Qingyan's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal, and she said politely, "It turns out to be Shinshin. What a coincidence that you are here too." After saying this, Su Qingyan put her arm around Shinjo and introduced him with a smile. This is the college roommate who generously gave me the notes before. When Shinjo heard this, he understood that this was the scheming woman who had sent him the problematic notes before. He silently looked at the woman in front of him. When young Shinshin stood there, Shinjo only felt two words. Cheap. Although she was wearing clothes from a famous brand, she was gorgeous and elegant, without any of the temperament of a noble lady. However, since Su Qingyan decided not to expose it for the time being, Shinjo just nodded lightly and said hello. Shinshin, why are you here? Su Qingyan was a little confused. How could it be such a coincidence that this person appeared here? Yang Shinshin had not yet realized that Su Qingyan had already seen through her actions. I found out about it myself. I also went through the same thing in the past. As someone who has been through it, I want to see you. Yang Shinshin's words were very beautiful. Su Qingyan didn't say anything when she heard this, but just smiled meaningfully. Thank you for coming to see me, but I have to go into the examination room. Su Qingyan hugged Shinjo and kissed him, then turned around, took her things and went in. Shinjo didn't say a word the whole time. He was always paying attention to the expression of the girl named Yang Shinshin. When Yang Shinshin watched Su Qingyan enter the examination room, there was a complicated expression on her face. He seemed to be hesitating about something, wanting to say something but stopping himself, and in the end, he said nothing. Shinjo didn't say anything. After watching Su Qingyan enter the examination room, he turned around and was about to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. A coquettish voice came from behind. Shinjo paused slightly, and the man behind him chased after him. It was none other than Yang Shinshin. This gentleman must be Su Qingyan's husband. Hello, I am Su Qingyan's college roommate. My name is Yang Shinshin. Yang Shinshin smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Shinjo. However, Shinjo just smiled faintly and nodded slightly. I know you, my wife mentioned you at home, is there anything? Yang Shinshin just placed her hand there, feeling a little embarrassed, and she pretended to put her hand back naturally. It's nothing actually. Aren't you waiting here for Qingyan to come out? Shinjo looked at Yang Shinshin strangely. What does this have to do with you? Yang Shinshin couldn't hold on to the smile on her face anymore, and cursed in her heart, what a difficult man to deal with. Shinjo and Su Qingyan have always been low-key and rarely dressed themselves up like nouveau riche. So when Yang Shinshin saw Shinjo for the first time, she only thought that although this man was handsome, she couldn't see anything else about him. The reason why she wanted to pick a fight with Shinjo was that she wanted to test him. Shinjo turned around, took out his car keys and went to the parking lot. Yang Shinshin had been following closely behind Shinjo, pretending to be casual and said, I heard before that Qingyan seemed to have a child before getting married. I want to explain this to you. A girl as good as Qingyan is definitely not a casual person. I wonder if you know about this matter. Is there some other misunderstanding? Shinjo stopped. He now has figured out Yang Shinshin's real purpose. I'm here to put some eye drops on myself. No matter how nice he said before, he was still saying bad things about Su Qingyan behind her back. Shinjo smiled faintly. I wonder if Miss Yang likes green tea? Yang Shinshin never expected Shinjo to react like this, and she subconsciously exclaimed. If you don't like green tea, why does it have such a strong tea flavor? Shinjo said without giving any face. Yang Shinshin stood there awkwardly, at a loss as to what to do. Shinjo brushed past her, opened the car door and was about to leave, but Yang Shinshin actually dared to come closer to him. Mr. Shin, you can't say that.
Yang Xinxin seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment she had just felt. He looked at Xinzhou's car with shining eyes. The car Xinzhou drove this time was the Ferrari that was damaged by the Han couple before. The car was not seriously damaged at that time and was just repaired some time ago. It was obvious that Yang Xinxin knew cars, so she was very clear about the value of this car, which was why she was so shameless as to follow it. Xinzhou leaned against the car door with a half smile on his face, looking Yang Xinxin up and down. What do you want to do? There is nothing between you and me, right? Yang Xinxin shifted her gaze from the Ferrari, smiled coquettishly, and walked over with her body twisted. Mr. Shin, we just don't have a relationship now, but that doesn't mean we won't have a relationship in the future. She put her hand on Xinzhou's shoulder. Isn't that right, Mr. Shin? The pungent smell of perfume penetrated Xinzhou's nose. He frowned and reached out to push Yang Xinxin to the ground. I'm sorry, I have nothing to do with cheap goods in the future. Yang Xinxin knelt on the ground with a look of disbelief. She had already hinted to this extent, but she didn't expect someone would refuse so bluntly. Men can't resist temptation. After Xinzhou pushed Yang Xinxin to the ground, the system suddenly said, "Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting temptation. The reward has been issued. Please check it." Xinzhou took out his cell phone and saw that there was an extra 5 million in his bank account. It turns out that you can get 5 million with just a simple push. That's pretty good. Xinzhou's mood became better and better. He got in the car and was about to leave. Yang Xinxin behind him roared unwillingly, "What's so good about Su Qingyan? Isn't she a slut who gave birth to a child out of wedlock?" Xinzhou's face turned cold and for the sake of 5 million, he turned around and snorted, "I'm afraid you don't know yet, Su Qingyan has only had me as her man from beginning to end, and the child is also mine, so stop trying to throw dirty water on her. By the way, I will be planning a wedding for Su Qingyan in a while, so you can come and have a look." Xinzhou took out a gold-stamped invitation from the car, looked down at Yang Xinxin, and threw the invitation in her face. "When the time comes, don't dress as cheaply as you do now. Although you are not as naturally beautiful as my Qingyan, don't give up on yourself." Xinzhou smiled and closed the car door, leaving behind one last sentence, "Are you worthy enough to compete with Su Qingyan?" Chapter 97 Eye-Catching. From the rearview mirror of the car, Xinzhou could see Yang Xinxin's ferocious face. Xinzhou was destined not to take such a person seriously. How could a woman who would approach rich men when she saw them not be cheap? Su Qingyan, who entered the examination room, had no idea what was happening outside. She held the newly distributed test paper in her hand, glanced through it, and had an idea of the difficulty of this year's test. Just as those so-called experts on the internet predicted before, the difficulty this year is very high. It can be said to be hell-level difficulty. Not to mention that the competition at Yenching University itself is fierce. Some candidates in the same examination room had a changed expression and beads of sweat on their foreheads as soon as they received the test papers. Some candidates even looked dejected, knowing as soon as they received the test paper that there was no chance of them even struggling this year. Su Qingyan had only been reviewing for 3 months in total, but she looked the most relaxed person in the entire examination room. She finished the test paper without any pause, and when she checked the test paper from beginning to end, there were still 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. After checking the time, Su Qingyan looked around the front. She didn't expect that there were people who could fall asleep in the examination room and even snore. She chuckled and shook her head. It seemed that the dropout rate this year would be very high. Sure enough, during the afternoon exam, Su Qingyan saw that 1/5 of the seats in the examination room were empty. The greater the difficulty, the faster the stratification, and the more intense the competition for high positions. Su Qingyan understood this, so she became more careful and cautious in subsequent exams. After the last exam was over, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to walk out of the classroom with her bag on her back. She didn't know that her beautiful face had already attracted many people's attention. A man with a slicked back hair and a briefcase, obviously preparing for postgraduate study while working. He stuck to Su Qingyan like a dogskin plaster. "Madam, I don't know your last name. My name is Zhang Chang. I want to meet you. Can you give me a contact number?" After being stopped, Su Qingyan looked unhappy and looked at Zhang Chang. "Sorry, sir, I'm married. You are blocking my way. Can you please let me go?" Zhang Chang's face changed and he subconsciously glanced at Su Qingyan's hand. Because of the exam venue today, Su Qingyan was not wearing a ring on her hand. This also made Zhang Cheng feel that there was an opportunity. "I didn't mean that. I just wanted to get to know you. We can discuss some subsequent exam matters." Su Qingyan frowned and refused again. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so it's not necessary.
It was the first time that Zhang Chang had seen such a beautiful woman. He felt that the moment he saw Su Qingyan, his heart was shot by Cupid's arrow. So he absolutely does not want to give up, and may even cross the moral bottom line. All the way to the parking lot, Zhang Chengdu followed. Madam, my family owns 3 apartments in northern Jiangsu. I am a clean person and have never been in a relationship. I think you can give me a chance. Besides, my parents just bought me a BMW worth over 300,000 yuan a year ago. If you just follow me, you will have a car, a house, and food and drink. When the time comes, we can both get into the same school, and it will be a good story. Su Qingyan quickened her pace, wanting to get away from this inexplicable man, but Zhang Cheng kept chasing her, trying to get Su Qingyan's contact information with his eloquent words. As he was chasing, he suddenly found that Su Qingyan had stopped. Just as he showed joy and wanted to grab Su Qingyan's arm, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Ouch, it hurts. Zhang Cheng's face was grim, and he squatted down on the ground following the pain. Shinzhou's voice rang out, if you harass my wife again, it won't be just a small punishment. Zhang Cheng looked up and saw a handsome man standing with Su Qingyan. And there are a few little heads next to it. Mommy, who is this weird uncle? Shen Meng asked in confusion. Su Qingyan saw that Zhang Cheng was in such a state of disgrace, picked up the child, and said gently, he is just an insignificant and shameless person. Obviously Su Qingyan was very annoyed by being harassed all the way. Meng was still young, and blurted out, Mommy, what is shameless? Su Qingyan smiled and walked towards the car. Shameless means you keep rejecting that person, but that person keeps following you, making you feel annoyed. Su Qingyan's pleasant voice gradually faded away. Zhang Cheng squatted there in a daze, his face flushed. He could clearly feel the wealth gap between Su Qingyan and Shinzhou and himself. He was just showing off his 3 houses and a car worth $300,000. I'm afraid the value of this man's car is more than the price of a house. Not to mention the expensive brand names on Shinzhou, which were completely different from his own consumption level. He was just a passerby, and Su Qingyan and Shinzhou didn't take him seriously. The exam is finally over. Where do you want to go to relax? Shinzhou held the steering wheel and spoke with a smile on his face. Su Qingyan shook her head and leaned back in her chair. I need to take a good rest for 2 days. I don't have enough energy. Shen Meng, who was standing by, leaned against her mother's side very considerately. Then I want to rest with mommy, too. Shinzhou still doesn't understand this little elf? She directly exposed Shen Meng's thoughts. Come on, you just want to stay in bed and sleep in, and you are using the excuse of accompanying your mother. You are getting more and more cunning. Shen Meng stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, snorted twice, and buried her head in Su Qingyan's arms. I don't want to pay attention to Daddy. Daddy is a big bad guy. Shinzhou drove the car and said with a smile on his face, then don't eat the cake made by the bad guy, or the big bad wolf will take you away. When she heard there was a cake, Shen Meng's eyes lit up and she excitedly fluttered in Su Qingyan's arms. Congratulations to the host for spending a harmonious family time. The reward has been sent to the account. Please check and activate it. The system's voice sounded again in Shinzhou's mind. After parking the car steadily in the underground garage, Shinzhou glanced at the text messages on his mobile phone. 700,000 has been received. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Not bad, not bad. Although the system has issued more tasks recently, the usual small rewards are also increasing. Shinzhou discovered that the system now had a new interface, on which he could see the tasks he had not yet completed. The top priorities are creating a fair educational environment for the child and finding a suitable music teacher for Xin Huan. Both of these tasks need to be put on the agenda. As soon as he entered the house, Shinzhou heard pleasant music. Xin Huan really loves music and goes to the piano room alone to play music after school every day. Chapter 98 completely over. Since Shinzhou was endowed with musical talent by the system, his music appreciation ability has also been improving. He could hear a hint of melancholy in Xin Huan's music. After changing his shoes, he went straight to the piano room. There is not only a piano in the piano room. Although it is called a piano room, it is actually more like a music room. There were also some other musical instruments that Shinzhou had prepared for Xin Huan. Xin Huan is an all-round musical genius. His talent is not limited to one instrument, and his ability can also support him to learn other instruments. Today Xin Huan is playing the flute, whose clear sound is most suitable for lively music. And the music he played was lively. If Shinjo didn't have a keen musical talent, he wouldn't have been able to detect the subtle emotions that Shin Huan expressed in the music. I'm afraid you would also feel that Shin Huan was very happy when he was playing. When a piece of music was finished, Shinjo walked into the room and picked up Shin Huan. What's wrong? Are you unhappy recently? Shin Huan turned her head and snuggled into Shinjo's arms. Dad, my teacher said that I can only learn one instrument, otherwise I will learn too many. I don't know what to do now. Shinjo's face turned cold, although the teacher he found for Shin Huan had a good reputation. But apparently these old musicians still have their own stubbornness. Perhaps for ordinary children, learning a musical instrument is already amazing. But for a child like Shin Huan, learning a musical instrument is really a waste of his amazing talent. Your teacher is wrong about this. You still have to listen to me. Shinjo looked directly into the child's eyes. Your talent allows you to learn anything you want. You don't have to listen to anyone on this point. You decide for yourself what you want to learn. How much you want to learn is entirely up to you. Shin Huan looked at his father's determined eyes, and his depressed mood gradually improved. I know what to do, Daddy. Dabeo clenched his fists and looked determined. Congratulations to the host for successfully solving Dabeo's doubts and promoting Dabeo's musical career. The reward of 2 million has been received. Please check and activate it. Shinjo held the child in his arms and watched the money in his mobile banking account increase. It feels great to receive rewards from time to time. Su Qingyan has been busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination recently and has neglected many things. At the dinner table, she heard about Zhao Guoqiang from Shinjo's mouth, and her face was full of surprise. When Shinjo went to visit Zhao Guoqiang, he specially started a live broadcast. Zhao Guoqiang directly admitted his crimes of corruption and bribery in front of millions of viewers. His punishment had already come down some time ago, and in the next few decades, he can only repent for his sins where he should be. The world of these people is too dangerous, Su Qingyan said with lingering fear. Shinjo nodded. Although their world is dangerous, they have great power in their hands. If we let such people be in such a position, we don't know what kind of education environment our children will have in the future. Su Qingyan nodded, agreeing with Shinjo's idea. Yes, but I don't know what kind of personality the person who comes up after he is replaced will have. Don't let it be the same whether he is replaced or not. Su Qingyan's words reminded Shinjo, and Shinjo called Zhang Ting in the evening. Since I've already troubled Zhang Ting to deal with this matter, then let's deal with it to the end. Are you talking about who got that position in the end? Zhang Ting whispered while looking at Tao Tao's sleeping face in the hospital. That's right. In fact, there are only some minor conflicts between Zhao Guoqiang and me. In essence, I still hope that the person sitting in that position is someone who really wants to develop a fair educational environment. Shinjo said this without any selfish motive. Zhang Ting smiled softly on the phone. Don't worry about this. My son Tao Tao is old enough to go to school, and I don't want my child to receive unequal treatment in education. I can tell you a little tidbit. Tomorrow you will know who is sitting in that position. Speaking of which, we have to thank Mr. Shin for the live broadcast. Now the higher-ups are very cautious about who they put in that position. I'm just afraid that there will be a second storm of public opinion, so you can rest assured that no matter who sits in that position, there will definitely not be a situation like Zhao Guoqiang. Shinjo believed what Zhang Ting said. After all, Zhang Ting's background is unfathomable, and the power behind her can reduce Zhao State to a guild with no profit in just one sentence. It is not difficult to know these things. Just as Zhang Ting said, the transfer order will usually be announced in the news of Haizhong City early the next morning. The newly appointed director's surname is Fu, and he was promoted step by step from the grassroots level. Moreover, he is a senior educator himself, and he is probably more professional in education than Zhao Guoqiang, who is a halfway graduate. As expected, as soon as Director Fu took office, he vigorously cracked down on teaching corruption. This new director is no fool. He seems to be a man who can get real work done. Shinjo closed the newspaper and smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, he saw on the system interface that the progress of the task provide children with a fair educational environment had become 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is ready to be claimed. Shinjo's face lit up with joy as he walked into the study. You know, if this task was completed, the reward promised by the system would be a company worth 100 million. He sat in the study, checking the task reward interface. Company worth 100 million to be claimed. Shinjo wanted to claim the reward immediately, but he couldn't claim it directly through the system.
Host, please select the company type. Red font came into view.
Shinjo was a little surprised that he could choose the type of company himself.
If that's the case, then doesn't it mean that we can choose whatever we want? Shinjo's face lit up with joy.
Now Shinjo already has an investment company, and there are also some large and small enterprises under the name of the investment company.
The monthly revenue ranges from several million to tens of millions.
Shinjo also wants to step out of his comfort zone and try some other investments.
Which type is better to choose?
The company's scale is 100 million, which is already considered a large company. But in the real capital market, a company with 100 million is not considered big. Shinjo thought about it for a while and happened to see Shin Meng watching TV with a well-behaved look on her face.
Then how about this, for this company type, I'll choose animation production.
Shinjo thought silently in his heart. The animation production company worth 100 million has been transferred to the host's name.
Please check it carefully. The system's sound gradually faded away. Chapter 99, bought by a rich second generation?
Shinjo looked at the children and smiled faintly. The reason why he chose an animation production company is because his children are still young. It was the time when Shinjo started to like watching stories about two-dimensional characters, and he had been watching some cartoons with Meng Meng during this period. All I can say is that these cartoons are somewhat shoddy, and some of them even lack the most basic values.
It is not just to satisfy the children's curiosity visually.
Shinjo chose such a company in order to give the children some excellent works.
The reason why I chose anime instead of animation is because children can watch anime until they grow up. But animation can only exist for a brief moment in children's lives.
Shinjo's plan was far-reaching, and the system was extremely efficient.
In less than a day, someone from the company called him. Mr. Shin, I'm Wang Qiang, who's in charge of animation operations. I wonder when you'll be free to come over for an inspection.
The company that the system assigned to Shinjo is an animation company with good development potential. Shinjo became the actual controlling shareholder of the company through direct share transfer.
Shinjo made an appointment with Wang Qiang on the phone.
Now that he had acquired the company, he had to go and see how it was developing. As a senior executive of the company, Wang Qiang was almost one of the first to know about the change in the actual controlling shareholder of the company. To be honest, he also found it strange that the original head of the company suddenly sold out his hard work. Although the performance of this company has declined recently, it is not necessary to complete the formalities so quickly, right? The sudden change made Wang Qiang a little flustered.
He didn't know what kind of personality his new boss had.
I don't even know how the new boss plans to develop this company. So he chose to take the initiative and contact Shinjo directly.
From the sound of his voice, he doesn't seem to be an old man. He even sounds a little young. Wang Qiang was thinking in his office when Shinjo drove to his new company.
He could see that this company was indeed rich.
We rented 2 floors of an office building.
As soon as we walked into the office area, we could hear the sound of typing keyboards everywhere.
Everyone is busy at their workstation.
Shinjo got a rough feel for the company and found that the overall atmosphere was pretty good. Wang Qiang had received the news early in the morning and knew that the current boss would be here soon.
So I stood at the entrance of the office building waiting early. How come there is no boss surrounded by the crowd? What's going on? Haven't you arrived yet? You're almost half an hour late.
Wang Qiang frowned and looked at the famous watch on his hand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. I'm waiting for you downstairs. I wonder where you are now.
Wang Qiang had no choice but to make a phone call. Then I heard Shinjo say, I'm already in the president's office.
You can come over. Wang Qiang looked confused. When did they arrive? He stayed at the door for an hour and a half. When Wang Qiang rushed to the office, he saw an extremely young man sitting on a chair in the office.
He looks like he has only graduated from college a few years ago.
Could this man be the one who bought the entire company? Could it be that this person is a rich second generation? Wang Qiang didn't say anything, but he had gradually let down his guard in his heart.
It seems that he is a rich second generation who wants to have some fun and chose the company inexplicably.
Of course Shinjo could keenly sense Wang Qiang's emotions. So you are Wang Qiang.
I saw you at the door just now.
Shinjo smiled slightly. Wang Qiang smiled and nodded. Since Mr. Shin is here, should we call other senior executives to have a meeting together?
Shinjo nodded. Of course, please call everyone to the conference room. This animation company has a total of 7 departments, and the heads of the 7 departments have already arrived in the conference room.
Wang Qiyang is the vice president of this company, second only to the president.
He is in charge of the animation operation department, which is also a key core department. As soon as Xinzhou entered the meeting room, he vaguely felt that these people actually listened to Wang Qiyang.
And Wang Qiyang is also a little arrogant.
Xinzhou laughed secretly in his heart. I just like people like this, it's effortless to kill them. Mr. Shen, these are our company's plans for the coming year, including some works of art. These have been carefully crafted after everyone's joint discussions.
Wang Qiyang placed a pile of documents in front of Xinzhou.
Xinzhou could also hear the implicit meaning of his words, which was to just let him take a quick look.
Anyway, these are projects that everyone agrees to.
If Xinzhou dares to find fault with this matter, he will be implicitly working against everyone else in the company. Wang Qiyang's level is quite high, and it seems that he is best at intimidation through words. Xinzhou did not take the documents. He just smiled and glanced at Wang Qiyang. Tell me about the company's projects for the next year.
I want to know more about them. Wang Qiyang was stunned.
A company with a scale of 100 million must have at least 10 projects in the future. And these 10 projects need to be explained to Xinzhou in detail. Then it will probably take a full 7 or 8 hours. Wang Qiyang despised Xinzhou more and more in his heart. He felt that Xinzhou must not understand these things, so he wanted him to think things through right away. He said to Xinzhou tactfully, it's like this. Mr. Shen has put a lot of effort into every project, and the projects are very detailed.
You can go back and take a look at these documents. If I were the only one to talk, it would take up too much time and I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to discuss other things about the company.
Xinzhou interrupted him. Projects are the foundation of a company.
What's wrong with me wanting to understand the foundation of a company? Or maybe you don't quite understand the specific circumstances of these projects and are trying to put me off?
Xinzhou's face and tone were gentle as he spoke, and it didn't look at all like he was questioning Wang Qiyang.
Sweat was oozing out of Wang Qiyang's forehead.
A person in charge of the production department next to him wanted to stand up and help Wang Qiyang speak. But he was stopped by someone from the publicity and public relations department next to him. Xinzhou took in all the little movements of these people. It seems that although Wang Qiyang is already the leader of this group, the relationship between them is far from as harmonious as it appears.
Okay, then I'll introduce it to you in detail. Wang Qiyang wiped the sweat from his forehead.
He picked up a document from the side, placed it in front of Xinzhou and began to explain. Xinzhou didn't look either, but just closed his eyes and listened, as if he was listening to the butler reporting on matters. Chapter 100, Grasp the pain point and poke hard. Of course Wang Qiyang noticed that Xinzhou was listening very comfortably. He spoke for an hour until his mouth was dry and he didn't even have a glass of water. But Xinzhou listened with his eyes closed from beginning to end, and even asked questions from time to time about points that he didn't explain clearly. In this way, even if he wanted to speak briefly, he couldn't do so. Mr. Shen, this is the general situation of this project.
I think it's getting late. Why don't we talk about the rest later? Wang Qiyang's throat was about to smoke from talking, and he had no choice but to say this in a tactful way. Xinzhou looked at Wang Qiyang with a half smile. It's been less than 2 hours and you're already tired?
It seems that Mr. Wang's health is not very good.
Wang Qiyang's mouth was dry.
He wanted to refute but was afraid that after his rebuttal, Xinzhou would ask him to continue reporting. So he just stood there dryly with a dry smile on his face.
Xinzhou nodded slightly. Then let's talk about other projects next time. Let's first discuss the project that Mr. Wang just mentioned.
Xinzhou sat up straight and his demeanor suddenly changed. He had a serious face and a capable temperament.
He took out a pen and randomly circled a line on the project book.
To be honest, I have never been involved in the animation production industry before, but even if I haven't been exposed to it, I can still find that the market positioning of your project is unclear. After Xinzhou finished speaking, he observed that most people in the conference room had expressions of disdain on their faces. The director who wanted to stand up and speak for Wang Qiyang before whispered, Mr. Shen has never worked in this industry, so he may not be very clear about our market positioning.
This fantasy girl anime series is our company's flagship anime. How could there be such a big problem as unclear market positioning?
With the director speaking first, some people who also despised Xinzhou and wanted to undermine him soon stood up and joined in. The meeting room, which had been relatively quiet, gradually became noisy. Xinzhou said those words before in order to lure these people out. So during this process, Shinjo did not speak, but just smiled and tilted his head, as if he was listening. His attitude made the people below even more arrogant. After these people calmed down a little, Shinjo turned to page 7 of the project book. Since you keep saying that this series is suitable for people aged 13 to 25, have you done any market research? It's true that the quality of this series can attract 13-year-olds, but why are people over 20 years old attracted to you? Rather than saying this series is like an anime, it's more like an animation with a richer plot. Are the characters well-rounded? Don't you think the villain plot you set up here is somewhat illogical? Why did he jump out in episode 13? Was it because the protagonist stole his bread? Did it trigger so many things that happened later? Shinjo asked one rhetorical question after another. At the beginning, those people might have been a little unconvinced, but when Shinjo explained the logic carefully, this group of people had a sense of sudden enlightenment. It turns out, the settings here are really rigid and unreasonable. I recalled how I had just assured with a red face that there was absolutely no problem with this ACE project. The people sitting in the conference room were staring at each other, feeling a little awkward. The main thing is that the key points raised by Shinjo are completely impossible to refute. You can't say with a clear conscience that the plot twist there is natural. From the beginning, Shinjo was not simply suppressing Wang Qiang as these people thought. And these people's contemptuous attitude towards Shinjo is gradually changing. After Wang Qiang was given a warning by Shinjo, he remained silent. He had acted impulsively before and wanted to control Shinjo, but after being controlled by Shinjo instead, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on him, and he gradually came to his senses. Shinjo is not some brainless rich second generation. On the contrary, he was able to find the pain points of the project in such a short time and explain it logically and clearly, making it impossible for people present to refute him. In terms of personal ability, Wang Qiang admitted that he had misjudged him. Now Wang Qiang has unknowingly put away his little thoughts. Some of the opinions that Shinjo expressed were never thought of by Wang Qiang, who has been in the animation industry for more than 10 years. Unconsciously, Wang Qiang found himself drawn into Shinjo's train of thought. Think forward step by step according to the clues given by Shinjo. Indeed, this market positioning is indeed too broad, and the target audience may be narrowed down a bit. Wang Qiang spoke after a long silence. Since he, as the second in command of the company, said so, the others naturally followed suit. Because after Shinjo's discussion, they found that their previous reasons were untenable. The director in charge of marketing operations wanted to struggle a bit more, but after the market positioning is narrowed, the age range of the audience is narrowed, and the probability of this animation going viral is low. Shinjo asked him back, if you make animation so messy just for the sake of this so-called popularity, I'm afraid it will also become popular for complaints in the future, right? The marketing operations director was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Wang Qiang took a deep look at Shinjo and said, I can't believe this is Mr. Shin's first time in this industry. Shinjo smiled faintly, perhaps excellent people can draw inferences from other cases wherever they are. Wang Qiang was choked and speechless, and Shinjo handed back the project book that Wang Qiang had handed over to him. I just randomly asked Mr. Wang to explain a project, and I found that there was such a big problem with this project. So I think there must be some things that need to be considered for the remaining projects. With the previous project as an example, those people can't shirk their responsibilities even if they want to. Just like that, Shinjo stuffed the project back. After Shinjo left the meeting room, someone said, this person is not simple. It seems that our company will make big moves in the future. Wang Qiang's face was gloomy. Forget about the future. Let's first change these projects until Mr. Shin feels they are suitable. After Wang Qiang left with a gloomy face, someone sneered. Why is he so arrogant? Doesn't Mr. Shin own the company now? Stop talking, or we'll have to revise the project overnight. Shinjo left the company and returned home. The previous matter with the education department had been resolved. So several children went back to school. The final exam is coming soon. Skyland School's final exams have always covered a wide range of areas. There are not only exams in cultural subjects, but also some exams in areas of interest. Chapter 101 Another Concert. In the past few days, after returning home, the children also talked about this matter with Shinjo. Do you think this test is difficult for you? Shinjo served food to the children and asked with a smile on his face. Shinfeng was the first to say, how difficult can this be? The mock exams that the teacher prepared before seemed to me to be completed in just a few minutes.
Su Qingyan next to him deliberately showed a surprised look. Wow, it turns out that Sanbao is so powerful. Shin Feng was so flattered by the praise that he even ate an extra bowl of rice. Xinzhou and Su Qingyan were not worried about the children's interest-based classes. They all have their own interests and are all very talented, it's just an ordinary exam. Xinzhou still has one global music tour to do. It just so happened that Su Qingyan had just finished her postgraduate entrance examination, so Xinzhou took this opportunity to go abroad. Daniel couldn't find Xinzhou's personal information, even though he really wanted to get to know this genius. But Xinzhou hid his personal information so strictly that Daniel couldn't find anything. So he could only ask his assistants to pay more attention to concerts in various places. Because Daniel noticed that Xinzhou's original concert was the first one. If there is a first game, there will obviously be a second game. Daniel would never let himself miss such an opportunity again. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel. I found it. Daniel's assistant was also driven crazy by him recently, and asked him to find a man named Xinzhou, but this man seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. It was some concert news that his assistant accidentally paid attention to that made him see the familiar name Xinzhou again. I knew he would hold another concert. Please help me book a flight ticket and get a seat for this concert. Daniel ruffled his messy golden curly hair, went into his room with excitement, and started packing his luggage. He is an excellent piano musician and also a piano fanatic. But Mr. Daniel, I'm not sure if this is the Xinzhou you are looking for. Seeing Daniel so excited, his assistant hesitated but still said it. Daniel looked puzzled. How can it be impossible to be sure? In the music industry, Xinzhou, who can hold a global tour, will not have the same name as others, right? His assistant hesitated for a moment and said, because this time it seems not to be a piano concert, but a violin concert. Daniel's eyes widened when he heard the news, and he was also hesitant, wondering whether it was Xinzhou himself. How is it possible that even the style of musical instruments has changed? Daniel's eyes revealed confusion. But he had been searching for so long before, and now that he had some information, he would definitely not let it go. When Xinzhou arrived at the music hall, Daniel had been waiting for a long time. He hid his body at the side door of the employee passage. Just to wait for Xinzhou, hard work pays off. He actually bumped into Xinzhou, who had just got off the plane. Everything here is almost ready. Xinzhou was asking Lu Haochen questions when he suddenly felt a figure jumping out from the left. He subconsciously dodged to the side, and when he looked up, he saw a passionate face. Mr. Xinzhou, we meet again. I'm Daniel. Do you remember the piano piece we played together in the clubhouse last time? Daniel spoke very quickly, which also revealed his excitement. If Xinzhou was not proficient in 10 languages, his words would probably be unclear. Xinzhou dug out this person from his mind. Oh, it's you? Long time no see. Daniel and Xinzhou shook hands excitedly. I also bought a ticket for this concert. But there is no piano music this time? Xinzhou smiled faintly and asked Daniel, won't you get tired of playing the same instrument all the time? Ah. Daniel stood there in a daze, watching Xinzhou's back gradually disappear into the distance. He never expected that it was actually a violin concert, and Xinzhou's answer was like this. For these pianists, practicing the piano every day for 10 years has become a habit. Now that Xinzhou asked this question, Daniel was stunned. But he quickly reacted, his face full of tears. Who wouldn't be tired? But doesn't every instrument need to be practiced this way? The venue lighting effect this time was better than the previous concert. Xinzhou was playing the violin. The moment he plucked the strings, Daniel could tell that the violin was of absolutely excellent quality. The sound is clear and ethereal, and the sound quality is mellow. What Daniel didn't know was that Xinzhou bought this violin directly from a private collection museum. It is the masterpiece of the most famous musical instrument maker of the last century. The price of this guitar is about 50 million, which is just the initial purchase price and does not include the subsequent maintenance cost. The music echoed in the venue. Xinzhou's concerts always have a kind of magic that makes everyone immersed in the musical world he created. This time, Daniel sat in a chair and closed his eyes as a pure listener, savoring the content. He was intoxicated by it and also impressed by Xinzhou's profound skills. Many difficult transitions were handled very smoothly by Xinzhou. For the same piece of music, Xinzhou's performance level is definitely not inferior to those of top violinists. When the song ended, Daniel was reluctant to open his eyes for a long time. This concert was attended mostly by locals. Although Xinzhou's last concert was outstanding, he was too mysterious and there was no publicity.
Therefore, Daniel was the only regular audience member attending the concert this time. Daniel couldn't help but compare the two concerts, but he found that there was no need for comparison at all.
Both concerts were equally excellent.
Shinjo will also perform 10 pieces in this concert.
The last piece of music is the world-famous Liangzhu.
This piece of music can be said to be the most difficult to play on the violin. When Daniel heard this familiar melody, his eyes widened. He had heard this piece of music played by the world's top violinists, and it was the best and most beautiful violin piece he had ever heard. But now, after hearing the melody played by Shinjo, the song played by the excellent violinist before can only come in second place.
Who is Shinjo? Daniel was shocked after hearing this. He really became more and more curious about Shinjo.
Shinjo's concert this time was just to complete the system's task, but it could not hold up to his own level.
The audience at this concert was exceptionally satisfied. Invisibly, the name Shinjo has gradually spread in the music industry. Chapter 1022 Player Game.
By the time Daniel came back to his senses from the song, Shinjo had already left.
Daniel pulled his hair in regret. Damn it, I didn't stop it again. Who exactly is this Shinjo?
After Shinjo finished his performance, he immediately returned to Haizhong City.
Today also happens to be the children's final exam.
One thing about Skyland School is that parents can choose to participate or watch some of the children's large-scale activities.
Su Qingyan was waiting for Shinjo at the school early in the morning.
Just like the previous entrance exams, parents can see their children's performance through the camera.
This time the exam is divided into basic exam and quality exam. The basic examination is an examination of cultural subjects that everyone is familiar with. The quality test is an examination of the courses chosen by these children based on their interests. You're back.
The exam has already started for more than 10 minutes.
Come over and take a look. Su Qingyan called Shinjo gently. They were not the only two people in the room. There were some other parents too.
But whenever Su Qingyan and Shinjo appeared and opened their mouths, they always attracted the attention of the whole room. It's really eye-catching to see handsome men and beautiful women together. These two people look very compatible, and just seeing them standing together is a visual treat. Mr. Shin was the first one to hand in his paper in the entire examination room. He had played with building blocks a little late last night. It was Shinjo who carried him into the room to sleep. The aftermath of sleeping late was that Shin was yawning until he handed in the test paper.
Are you sure you don't want to check it again? Once you hand in the test paper, you can't take it back.
The exam had only started for less than 30 minutes and we had to hand in the paper so soon.
The teacher was kind enough to remind us.
Shin Sheng shook his head. No, I want to go back to sleep. Not long after Mr. Shin left the classroom, several other children also handed in their papers one after another. As soon as the teachers saw that the candidate's surname was Shin on the test paper, they had some idea in their minds. They are all in Skyland and of course they know how talented the Shin family's children are. Watching my own child still biting the tip of the pen and struggling to answer the questions. Other children handed in their test papers early and moved on to the next exam. Those parents who came here had mixed feelings.
I envy the Shin family's children for being so outstanding, but I also feel that my own children are too disappointing.
When it comes to the interest test, the person Shinjo is most worried about is Shin Mang. Other interest courses are fine, like Shin Huan's playing a piano piece. Meng Meng was performing a dance and Sanbao Shinfeng was performing a set of boxing techniques.
Mr. Shin has to write a set of Olympiad-level questions, or solve some Sudoku puzzles.
Only Shin Mang was a little different. His original interest was Go, which is something that one person cannot master independently. Therefore, Shinjo and Su Qingyan had no idea who was playing chess with Shin Mang. If it were just some kid who was taking interest classes with him, then it wouldn't be a big deal. After Shin Mang entered the Go room, he changed into a mini Hanfu and sat there upright. The cute yet serious appearance of the children projected on the big screen can make these parents very excited.
Whose baby is this? This one is so cute.
I think the design of this knight's uniform is so cute. At such a young age, he already has the demeanor of a great scholar.
I am really looking forward to his next performance. Su Qingyan also liked Shin Mang's clothes.
She smiled and said to Shinjo, "Our Sibo is very suitable for such clothes. I will prepare a few more of these clothes for him later."
Shinjo nodded.
While the couple was talking, they suddenly heard a commotion around them. They subconsciously looked at the big screen. He discovered that the person sitting opposite Shin Mang was actually a white-haired old man.
Moreover, this old man was very famous, and Shinjo recognized him at a glance. This person is none other than the academician of the National Go Academy, Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie is currently the highest-ranking Go player and represents the strongest group of players in the Go world. Usually, Mr. Xie appears and disappears mysteriously. He either stays in the Go Academy studying chess records or plays chess with some old Go masters. How could he appear here? All in all, his appearance caused a lot of discussion among these parents. Some people knew him, so they were full of admiration and curiosity. Some people didn't know him, but they felt that it was ungentlemanly to send out an adult like this to fight against a child of about 3 years old. Shinjo paid close attention to Shen Mang, and he found that there was no surprise on Sibao's face. "Thank you, teacher. Since it's you, can I go first?" Sibao said in a baby voice. Mr. Xie seemed to like Sibao very much. He stroked his white beard and bowed to him. "Mang, you go first. I'll let you go third." The parents could also hear the conversation between Mr. Xie and Shen Mang. Someone muttered, "So these two know each other. What's the background of the Shin family? How could they even invite Mr. Xie?" Shinjo and Su Qingyan were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, as they were still kept in the dark. How come others said it was them who were behind the scenes? Someone nearby said, "Mr. Xie is not someone who can be hired just because he has money or background. Rumor has it that when Mr. Xie socializes with people, he only looks at their chess talent. Even when people from other countries want to visit him, he refuses them without mercy. How can such a chess fanatic be bought with money?" After this person finished speaking, the whole room was silent. After a long while, Shinjo said calmly, "I am looking forward to the battle between Sibao and Mr. Xie." Mr. Xie kept his word and gave Shen Mang his third son. Shen Mang did not bother to be polite with Mr. Xie and chose positions that were all advantageous. Mr. Xie is a master at chess. It's good enough that this kid can last more than 50 moves. Some parents who know about Go discussed it privately. For the first time, they found it really interesting to watch these kids compete. Shen Mang had a serious little face and picked up the chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. At the beginning, the two of them were very fast. Everyone could understand that Mr. Xie was fast. After all, he was playing against a kid who was less than 3 years old, and Mr. Xie's strength was obvious. However, these parents could never have imagined that Shen Mang would be so fast. "This kid's thinking is so fast. At first I thought he was just randomly placing the pieces, but look carefully. The placement of these chess pieces is very critical, almost all of them are preparations for what's to come. This child's thinking is so meticulous. It's hard to believe that this kid is only 3 years old." There was a parent present who was a senior Go enthusiast and had unknowingly taken on the role of commentator for the competition. Chapter 103 Come and Learn From Me. No matter how the parents outside exclaimed and marveled, Sibao Shen Mang was always playing chess with the old grandfather with a serious look on his face. Mr. Xie sometimes acts like a naughty old boy. After truly immersing themselves in the world of Go, the relationship between Shen Mang and Mr. Xie has long been more than just competitors. Mr. Xie admires and respects Shen Mang. So when he saw Shen Mang make a move that was beyond his expectations, Mr. Xie couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. "Kid, this is a wrong move." Sibao Shen Mang shook his head cutely. "That's how it should be." The chess piece landed in a very remote position and had nothing to do with Shen Mangbu's previous game. Mr. Xie thought that Shen Mang was just a child, sighed, shook his head, and continued the game. Other talent and interest competitions were over in about half an hour. However, unless there is a huge disparity in skill between the two players, a Go game will never end in half an hour. The parent previously thought that one was a member of the Go Academy and the other was just a child of a few years old, and that the disparity in strength was already big enough. It should be over in less than half an hour. But after half an hour, this screen attracted the attention of all parents. Because they actually saw a thin layer of sweat on Mr. Xie's forehead. Moreover, Mr. Xie's chess playing speed is getting slower and slower. The look he gave Sibao Shen Mang was filled with unconcealed surprise. "Good boy, you deliberately pulled my flag over here, didn't you?" Mr. Xie put down a chess piece, but his eyes were not on the chessboard. He stared straight at the genius kid sitting opposite him. He thought that the chess piece that Shen Mang had made a mistake just now was unknowingly turning the situation around in the subsequent game. It was not until now that he realized that Shen Mangbu's plan had been successful. The gap in strength between the two men was indeed huge, and Shen Mang did have an unparalleled talent in Go. The game finally ended in 1 hour and 20 minutes,
but the game that Shin Mang had set up also cost Mr. Xia a lot of his chess pieces. Although Mr. Xia won, he didn't care about the outcome of the Go game. What he cared about was the child in front of him. Shin Mang is definitely a Go star with great talent.
Would you like to learn Go with me? Mr. Xia bent down and asked. Shin Mang climbed onto the table and stood up.
Others didn't know what he meant by this, only Shinjo showed a relieved smile on his face.
Thank you, Grandpa. Now that I'm standing up, you don't have to bend down. Daddy said that we should respect the old and love the young.
As soon as Shin Mang said this, some other parents showed surprise. They never thought that Shin Mang's child was so well educated. It would be great if my child could have such qualities. It turns out that only other people's children are like this.
What? This is clearly due to the good education of the parents at home. The child's every move reveals his upbringing and cultivation. Shinjo and Su Qingyan smiled beside him.
Su Qingyan snuggled in Shinjo's arms and said, "It seems that you have taught the children a lot of rules. There are voices praising our children all around."
Shinjo smiled and nodded slightly, accepting the praise from the people around him and his wife.
He cared more about what choice Shin Mang would make.
After hearing Shin Mang's heartwarming words, Mr. Xia's eyes softened and his tone became more kind. Are you willing to learn Go with me? How about I go back and find some great people to play Go with you?
The parents were shocked when they heard this.
Mr. Xia meant to recruit Shin Mang into the National Go Academy.
You should know that the National Go Institute has hardly recruited anyone in recent years, mainly because they already have many outstanding talents, and because Go is not as popular as before. This activity is not something that can be achieved overnight, and many things require years of training. That's why there are rumors that it is becoming increasingly difficult to enter a Go Academy. No matter what the reason was, after hearing Mr. Xia's invitation, these parents were talking about it. Shin Mang held a chess piece, tilted his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at Mr. Xia and asked, "Can I go with my friend?"
Mr. Xia was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "What friend?"
Shin Mang shook his head and said, "It's a good friend who played Go with me before.
He is also very good at Go."
Mr. Xia admires Shin Mang, but that doesn't mean he wants two people at once. Moreover, he knew that Shin Mang had very clear ideas and was unwilling to deceive him. Mr. Xia considered for a moment. "If your friend can enter, I am afraid he will have to pass a small test to check it out."
"We can discuss it then."
"I think your parents must have been waiting for you outside for a long time."
"Go find them." Mr. Xia took a look at the surveillance camera in the classroom.
Su Qingyan leaned close to Shinjo's ear and whispered, "It seems that a lot of things happened during the time I was preparing for the exam.
Please tell me when you go back.
What kind of friend did our Sibao make that he likes him so much?" Shinjo didn't react at first, but then he suddenly remembered the task he had received from the system before, which was to find a suitable playmate for the child. Shinjo accepted Tao Tao because of this mission.
The friend Shin Mang mentioned might be Tao Tao.
Some time ago, Jiang Han had just conducted intelligence tests on several children, and also took Tao Tao's intelligence test as well.
The intelligence of these 6 children is terrifying, and each of their numbers made Jiang Han open his mouth in amazement.
Jiang Han had expected the Shin family's children to have such high values. After all, they had spent many days and nights together with them before. However, the introverted Tao Tao was actually a genius with high IQ, which made Jiang Han amazed. It seems that this place shouldn't be called a private hospital, it should be called an institute for gifted children.
Jiang Han's joking words echoed in Shinjo's mind. The new playmate that Sibao met recently should be that little boy.
How about this, since you are free these 2 days anyway, you can go to the hospital where Jiang Han is staying to take a look. That child is a little peculiar,"
Shinjo said in Su Qingyan's ear.
The more he didn't explain clearly, the more curious Su Qingyan became. "Then I'll have to go to the hospital to see what kind of child it is that could make our fourth child care so much." The final exam is over, and the children returned to the classroom under the guidance of the teacher.
Parents also went to look for their children.
Only Shinjo and Su Qingyan remained in the conference room. Besides the couple, there was also a familiar old man in the conference room.
Chapter 104. Who wants to get married? I'm Sesun, an old man who plays Go.
Mr. Xia was very humble. Shinjo smiled and walked up to Mr. Xia and chatted with him for a while. Mr. Xia looked at the well-matched couple in front of him and couldn't help but sighed. "When I first saw Shin Mang, I wondered what kind of wonderful couple could give birth to such a genius. Now that I see you, my doubts have finally been resolved. You really have raised this child very well. I think even though you are young, you must have your own achievements." Mr. Xia has lived in this world for so many years and has met countless people. He can see that these two young people are like a dragon and a phoenix. There is righteousness in his expression. Xinzhou and Su Qingyan smiled and declined. Old Master Xia waved his hand, sat on the chair next to him and said, I'm not here to praise you this time. I still want to talk to you about Xin Mang. Xinzhou and Su Qingyan sat down opposite Mr. Xia. We know you want Mang Mang to go to the Go Academy, but when it comes to children's interests, we always let the children decide for themselves. Mr. Xia smiled happily when he heard this. It's rare to find parents as democratic as you nowadays. When other people hear the reputation of the Go Academy, they can't wait to squeeze their children in. Probably only you two would refuse first. Old Master Xia was not angry. Instead, he admired Xinzhou and Su Qingyan's educational methods very much. This is my personal contact information. If you really want to do this, please contact me. If you don't want your child to follow this path in the end, I admire Xin Mang very much. I can play a few games with him occasionally. Xinzhou took the business card handed over by Mr. Xia. Once the child is confirmed, I will contact you. Xinzhou smiled faintly. The children have finished their exams, which means their study life for this semester is over. Su Qingyan and Xinzhou took the children home, and the children chattered non-stop along the way. The atmosphere was originally quite pleasant, but Su Qingyan's phone kept ringing. What's going on? Who is calling? Originally, Xinzhou didn't take it seriously, but Su Qingyan hung up the phone every time she looked at the number. It's my annoying cousin. I'm convinced. It seems that there is another project that wants me to invest in recently. Isn't this just asking me for money in disguise? Su Qingyan has always seen this matter very clearly. The last time Xinzhou messed with his cousin Su Yundong, she thought he should know who to mess with and who not to mess with. I didn't expect that after just a few days of peace, it would resurface again. How come he has your cell phone number again? Xinzhou asked with a frown. You should know that after the last incident, Su Qingyan had changed her number. As a result, Su Yundong was actually able to find it. That's a no-brainer. My parents must have given him my phone number. Su Qingyan was helpless. Obviously, she is the biological daughter of the Su family, but her parents have always been on the side of Su Yundong. Xinzhou remained silent after knowing this. The two elders of the Su family really couldn't figure things out. However, he also knew clearly what the two elders of the Su family were thinking. They simply looked down on him, which was why they condoned Su Yundong's harassment again and again. However, Xinzhou was not slow either. He had already dragged Su Qingyan to get the certificate. The matter was done, and the two elders of the Su family probably didn't know that they could no longer resist. Give me the phone. Xinzhou said impatiently, holding the steering wheel. Coincidentally, Su Yundong called again at this time, and Su Qingyan handed the phone to Xinzhou without saying a word. Hey cousin Xie Ting is back. Your parents asked me to tell you that if you have time to go back to Suzhou and Hangzhou, they have arranged a dinner for you. As soon as I answered the phone, Su Yundong's voice came over. Xinzhou turned on the hands-free mode directly, so Su Qingyan, who was sitting in the back seat, could also hear it. I'm not your cousin, my name is Xinzhou, and I'm your cousin's husband. I don't care who you are. Let my cousin answer the phone. I don't want to talk to you. Su Yundong's voice was still a little flustered. It was obvious that he knew who Xinzhou was. Xinzhou was too lazy to care what Su Yundong said, and said directly, at the end of this month, your cousin and I will have a wedding, please notify his parents to attend. After Xinzhou said this, he hung up the phone. We have a wedding at the end of the month? Not only Su Yundong was shocked, Su Qingyan was also a little surprised. As someone involved in the wedding, Su Qingyan was still unaware of it. Xinzhou looked at Su Qingyan through the rearview mirror with a smile on his face and said, we have already received the marriage certificate, don't I still owe you a wedding? Wouldn't you like to? Su Qingyan's expression was complicated, but she was happy. Hate it, you didn't even tell me when you were ready. Xinzhou opened his mouth and said, you were busy with the postgraduate entrance examination at the time, I definitely won't disturb you, and the part you can complete in this matter has been completed. The bride, please enjoy what's next. Su Qingyan blushed, hateful. Before returning the phone, Xinzhou silently deleted Su Yundong's number. At the same time, the contact information of Su Qingyan's parents was temporarily blocked. Fortunately, he did so. Su Yundong told Su Qingyan's parents the news almost immediately. That night, Xinzhou took a look at Su Qingyan's message, which was marked with her parents' cell phone numbers. She had already made no less than 50 calls.
It doesn't matter. What has happened is done. Nothing can be changed. Shinjo took a lazily look at it.
He was more concerned about how the commissioned wedding studio was promoting the wedding process.
In fact, there is only less than a week left until the end of the month.
Ever since Su Qingyan learned that there was a wedding at the end of the month, she began to feel inexplicably anxious. Baby, you weren't anxious when you were taking the postgraduate entrance exam, so why are you so anxious about getting married?
Shinjo looked at Su Qingyan, who was wandering around the room.
It's all your fault.
You didn't tell me in advance.
If you had told me in advance, I would have paid more attention to body management.
How can I am stunning on the wedding day when I look like this? When Su Qingyan was a little crazy.
Shinjo smiled faintly at Su Qingyan like this.
Su Qingyan had no idea how cute she was now.
She looked like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Don't worry, you're still in great shape.
Shinjo's eyes swept over Su Qingyan's body.
Su Qingyan realized something and her face turned red with embarrassment.
Come on, are my dresses and other things ready? Chapter 105. Remember to come and participate. Shinjo smiled and looked at Su Qingyan. Didn't you notice that there is a cubicle on the second floor that is locked? Su Qingyan's face was full of confusion. She really hadn't paid much attention during this period.
The children at home were taken care of by Shinjo, and there was a nanny who took care of hygiene and other things.
Have you put everything there?
Su Qingyan stood up excitedly and was about to go to that room.
Shinjo followed Su Qingyan with a smile.
The children were also curious as to why their mommy was so excited, so they also ran behind her. It is called a cubicle, but it is actually as big as a bedroom. Su Qingyan opened the door and found that the room was full of clothes hung up, and they were all matched sets. At the beginning, I asked a stylist to help me match some of the clothes.
If you don't like it, you can change it to your own style.
Shinjo looked at Su Qingyan, who was stunned beside him.
Su Qingyan's expression had not changed since she entered the room.
These clothes are so beautiful.
This should be from the last fashion show.
You got such high-end clothes. After Su Qingyan came to her senses, she looked at Shinjo with admiration.
Shinjo didn't say anything.
After all, he had not spent all this time preparing for nothing. The price of all the clothes in this room was definitely not less than tens of millions. And these clothes were just for Su Qingyan to wear at the wedding dinner.
It is a disposable consumable. Su Qingyan knew that these clothes would basically only be worn once or twice.
Even when she had accompanied her parents to those banquets in the past, her parents would not be willing to spend so much money.
I love you so much.
Su Qingyan shuttled between the clothes, turned around with a smile on her face, and threw herself into Shinjo's arms. The children didn't know why their mother was so happy. They knew they liked the beautiful clothes and were running around here and there. Shinjo was watching from behind. They had just arrived and Su Qingyan had not seen what the wedding would be like. The happier Su Qingyan was, the more irritable Suha was. I thought she would come to her senses after the novelty wore off. Why is she so obsessed? Suha was irritable and paced around the room. Jiang Xinlian sat on the sofa with a serious face, and sitting opposite her was Su Yundong. That's right, we don't know how she got so confused, but my cousin just fell into it. But this Shinjo is not a good man.
This man is too strong. He was so fussy before and gave me a hard time.
Su Yundong deliberately fanned the flames at this time.
As expected, when Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian heard him say this, they immediately came forward and asked, "What's going on?" This is exactly what Su Yundong was waiting for. He wanted this trip to be in vain. He said in a hypocritical manner, "I just wanted to visit my cousin, but I was kicked out." He also deliberately changed his phone number and deleted me. After hearing this, Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian became even more disgusted with Shinjo, just as Su Yundong had thought. How can our daughter marry such a rude man? Su Yundong snorted coldly and turned to look at his wife. That damn girl still doesn't answer your call? Jiang Xinlian's phone still showed no one was connected. She shook her head and said, "You've really grown wings. Let's go to Haizhong City to find them." Su Hao said angrily. Su Yundong, who was standing by, wished that Shinjo and Su Qingyan's lives would be messed up, so he quickly came over and said, "I heard they moved. The house where my cousin lived before has been rented out. Now I don't even know where they live." What? Su Hao was so angry that he laughed. This girl is really lawless now. I'm going to go there now. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian rushed to Haizhong City overnight. Su Hao also has friends here. He inquired about Xinzhou, and found that not many people in Haizhong City had heard of him. Then, can you help me find out where this girl is now? When Su Hao said this, he looked a little embarrassed. He really had raised a daughter to such a big age, and now as a parent he didn't even know where she was. Okay, I'll definitely ask for you when the time comes. Su Hao's friend was still very generous. Su Qingyan didn't know that her parents had come to Haizhong City. She has been busy communicating with Zhang Ting recently, and Xinzhou didn't expect that two people who met for the first time could actually hit it off right away. Su Qingyan liked Tao Tao very much and felt very sorry for the child who had become like this at such a young age. Okay, I'll take Tao Tao out to play with my kids then. Zhang Ting is going abroad in a while, so she won't be able to take care of the children. Su Qingyan immediately took over Tao Tao's affairs. The main reason I came to see you this time is because of one thing. Su Qingyan sat opposite Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting picked up the coffee and took a sip, wondering why Su Qingyan was so shy. One of the reasons why she likes to get along with Su Qingyan is because Su Qingyan is never shy. It's okay, just tell me what's wrong, I'll help you in any way I can. Zhang Ting thought something big happened. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment, and what she said was, at the end of this month, it will be my wedding, and I want to invite you to attend. After saying this, Su Qingyan took out a gold-stamped invitation from her bag and handed it to Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting almost spit out the coffee in her mouth. Don't you have children already? Su Qingyan smiled and nodded, yes, but we haven't had a wedding yet, this time is a make-up wedding. Zhang Ting nodded in understanding. Don't worry, since I have accepted your invitation, I will definitely go over to help you with the gift when the time comes. Zhang Han was in the hospital and had just finalized Tao Tao's next medical plan. As soon as he turned around, Xinzhou stuffed something into his arms. Here you go, remember to come over and pay me when the time comes. The words between men are always so simple and clear. Zhang Han opened the things in his hand with a puzzled look on his face. Oh my god, are you getting married? So how much should I contribute next? Zhang Han only had eyes for money. Xinzhou reached out and punched his chest. You decide for yourself how much you want to give for our friendship? At the same time, Xinzhou also sent a message to his former good friends. As more people knew about it, the news spread. What? Xinzhou is going to hold a wedding? What does his wife look like? The location on the invitation is on an island. How are we going to get there? Everyone who knew the news felt it came too sudden. Those who received the invitations were all shocked. This invitation is beautifully made. Just from the texture, you can tell that a lot of thought went into its design. Chapter 106 Competent Security. The wedding address written on this wedding invitation is on an island. This is a big deal, as few people can afford to book an entire island just for a wedding. So even though this matter was only between Su Qingyan and Xinzhou, some people in Haizhong City also learned of the news. That island is so expensive, and yet someone can rent it out. They say it's just a couple getting married, but I don't think that's possible. With such expensive expenses, they must have some other business activities. Is the marriage just a gimmick? Is the business talk the real deal? Such a piece of gossip has caused so many people to talk about it, and also made many people curious about what kind of wedding this is. If it weren't for the fact that someone was going to hold a wedding on the island and so many people knew about it, I'm afraid Su Hao is still wandering around in the sea like a headless fly. You mean they live here? Su Hao followed the instructions given by his old friend and came to this high-end residential area. Even though he hadn't searched much about the housing prices in this community, just from the layout of the community and the security at the gate, he knew that the houses here started at least tens of millions. That's right, your daughter should be living here. Old Su, if you have any questions, please communicate with your daughter. I think your daughter is doing well. Su Hao's old friends don't know about these things in the Su family. In his opinion, since Su Qingyan could afford to live in such a house, she must be living a very comfortable life now. Okay. Thank you. Let's make an appointment next time. Su Hao ended the call with a grim look. I am really Su Qingyan's father. I brought my ID card with me this time. You can come and check it. Su Hao originally thought that after he explained the relationship clearly, the security guard would let him in. Unexpectedly, the security guard didn't even let Su Hao enter the security room. How can you be a father like you? You don't even know where your daughter lives, or even her cell phone number. If we let someone like you in, the company will deduct my salary. The security guard said with disdain that the people living in this community are either rich or noble, and they have a lot of gossips about their families. As a security guard, he has seen a lot of things like this. Who doesn't have a poor relative who comes to beg for money or a gift-sucking parent who sucks blood? The reason why this community can be sold at such a high price is that their security guards have been well trained. No matter who your royal relative is, if you can't contact the household owner to come and pick up the person, you are a fake. Suhao was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. But he had no choice. Firstly, he could no longer contact Su Qingyan, and secondly, he only knew that Su Qingyan lived here. In desperation, a wealthy man from Suzhou and Hangzhou could only sit on the bench at the entrance of the community and use the most backward method waiting. Zheng Ting is a woman with a lot of experience and she has her own unique views on certain things. But no one is perfect, and her Achilles heel is Cao Tao. Su Qingyan has always been curious about why Zheng Ting was so crazy at the time. At that time, foreign experts also said that Cao Tao was beyond saving. I completely broke down that day. Later I thought about it, maybe it was because I was too depressed and Cao Tao felt uncomfortable staying around me, so he sneaked into the hospital. At this point, Zheng Ting's voice choked up for some reason, because since he was a child, the place he has been the most is the hospital, so when he saw you in the hospital, he subconsciously felt safe. Su Qingyan is also a mother. When she heard this, she felt complicated. She could only comfort Zheng Ting and said, "My husband founded this hospital to solve some of the children's problems. Don't worry, we will try our best. I like Cao Tao too." Zheng Ting knew the character of Xinzhou and Su Qingyan, and nodded with a smile. "I believe you, they said Cao Tao would not live for more than a month, but now Cao Tao is recovering in every aspect." The two women were chatting when Xinzhou called, "Is the sisters' party not over yet?" The moment Su Qingyan answered the phone, she didn't realize how sweet her smile was. "Almost there." "What? Are you calling to rush me?" Xinzhou's laughter came from the other side. "How is this possible? Just have fun outside. I just want to remind you to bring a baby chair for Meng Meng when you come back." Xinzhou looked at the messy living room and spoke with a headache on his face. Having many children in the family is a good thing, but having too many children will inevitably cause some problems. Just now Shen Feng was playing in the back, waving his stick. While playing, De Bao and Erbao joined in somehow. Although they become sensible earlier than most people, it does not affect their mischief like ordinary children. 3 children were chasing and playing here, and no one knew who knocked the chair to the ground first. When Xinzhou discovered it, the leg of Meng Meng's baby chair was broken. After Su Qingyan knew about this, she smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go to the mall and order one then." Zheng Ting picked up the bag and said to Su Qingyan jokingly, "Okay, it's time to go back. Look at how sweet your smile was just now. You really are a woman who is about to have a wedding. Happiness is overflowing." Su Qingyan smiled faintly and said nothing. Who would not be happy to get married? When Su Qingyan drove back, the joy in her heart suddenly disappeared. Because she saw a familiar figure on the roadside. Su Hao sat on the bench for 4 hours, the anger in his heart growing stronger and stronger. "You damn girl, I won't wait any longer." Su Hao stood up, turned around and was about to leave. But he found a car stopped in front of him, and when he looked up, he saw the culprit who made him so angry. "Dad, why are you here?" Su Qingyan's tone even revealed hesitation. Hearing this, Su Hao couldn't suppress his anger at once. "Why am I here? Is it wrong for me to come to see my daughter?" "Su Qingyan, if I remember correctly, you have the obligation to provide support. How long has it been since you came to see us?" Of course Su Hao couldn't say that he came here because of Xinzhou's matter. Su Qingyan could of course hear that Su Hao's tone was filled with anger. She patiently said to her father, "I was planning to go back to see you guys in a couple of days, but I didn't expect you guys to come first." "Is my mom here too?" Su Hao glanced at the security guard who was watching the fun nearby and suppressed his anger. He didn't want to be laughed at by others. "Your mother is here too, of course. I'm already at your door, why don't you invite me in to sit down?" Su Qingyan thought about it and nodded, "Then I'll ask you to come in and sit for a while. Do you want to bring mom over as well?" Su Hao nodded silently. Chapter 107 finally got in. With Su Qingyan's signature this time, the security guards would naturally not stop Su Hao. When Su Hao passed by the security guard, he snorted like a child. It's a pity that the security here is of very high quality. They remain calm and don't look sideways. Su Hao still felt depressed. When Su Hao walked deeper into the community, he raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help asking, why did you buy a house here? Su Qingyan subconsciously asked back, what's wrong? Can you afford this house? Su Hao never liked beating around the bush. I really can't afford this house. In fact, it was bought by the child's father, Xinzhou. Really? Did he buy it? The housing prices here are not cheap. Can he, the boss of a small company, afford it? Su Hao had already taken out his mobile phone and searched for housing prices nearby. The price that popped up made him frown. Not to mention how complicated his expression was when he saw that the elevator went directly to the top floor. When he searched the price just now, he saw that the closer to the top floor the house is, the more expensive it is. The top floor can be said to be the top aristocratic house. Su Qingyan was so angry at her father that she almost laughed. She now gradually realized that even after experiencing the previous meeting with Xinzhou to acquire the company, his father Su Hao still has prejudice against Xinzhou. Dad, I can tell you without reservation that your grandson and your daughter are both being raised by Xinzhou now. The car I was driving just now was bought by Xinzhou, and the house I live in was also bought by Xinzhou. I don't understand why you are so dissatisfied with him. Su Qingyan's tone became more and more excited, while Su Hao became more and more silent. He was speechless at how rich Xinzhou was. Based on the previous acquisition, he only thought that Xinzhou was an investor from a middle-class family. But looking at this property and car, he felt that Su Hao's assets were far less than this. After Su Qingyan opened the door, Shen Meng rushed over and hugged Su Qingyan's legs without saying a word. Mommy! You are finally back, I missed you so much. Looking at her lively and lovely daughter, Su Qingyan's depression gradually dissipated. She picked up the lovely Meng Meng and said, I see you, little rascal, are not thinking about me. Are you thinking about your chair? Meng Meng, who was exposed, smiled embarrassedly, and as if to make up for it, she leaned forward and kissed Su Qingyan hard. Mommy, this is for you. Su Hao, who was standing by, watched coldly. These children had grown up a little after not seeing them for a few months. Traces of Xinzhou and Su Qingyan can also be seen in his eyes and eyebrows. Don't you even know to ask your father to come in and sit down? Su Hao had been left aside for a long time, and he felt a little dissatisfied. Meng Meng then noticed that there was someone next to her. She blinked her eyes and pointed in confusion. Who is this? Su Qingyan glanced at her father and said, This is your grandpa, you can call him grandpa. Meng Meng didn't shout out, but instead tilted her head to observe for a while. Why have I never seen grandpa? I see grandpa often. I like the pine nuts he brings. Children's words are naturally innocent. This made Su Hao feel very embarrassed. From the time these children were born to now, he had only met them once. Moreover, the last time they met, he was only thinking about giving these children away and never took a close look at them. Not to mention greeting and communicating with a few children. However, although Meng Meng talked to herself for a while, she still called grandpa in a crisp voice. Su Hao agreed with a straight face, changed his shoes and walked into the house. He wanted to take a good look at this top floor worth tens of millions, and as soon as he entered the house, he saw Xinzhou busy in the kitchen. There is already a lot of food on the table. Wife, you're home. Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. I made your favorite dish today. Xinzhou turned around and saw Su Hao. He was not surprised. He smiled slightly and put the dish in his hand on the table. It turns out that my father-in-law is here. Let's eat together. Su Hao's face darkened. You are a man, how dare you do such things? Still cooking? Is your meal cooked? Xinzhou was not angry either, and a smile remained on his face. Whether it is edible or not, won't you know after father-in-law tastes it himself? The words father-in-law sounded very sarcastic, but Su Hao couldn't find any fault with it. Su Hao sat at the dining table angrily with chopsticks in his hand, looking at the table full of dishes. Because Su Qingyan was born in Suzhou and Hangzhou, her taste tends to be southern. There are many dishes on the table, all of which are famous southern dishes. There is even wensi tofu, a dish that only high-end chefs can make. Su Hao reached out and picked up a piece of boiled chicken, then dipped it in the secret dipping sauce prepared by Xinzhou. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he was ready to spit it out. But I didn't expect that the tender meat would be so smooth in my mouth, and the secret sauce would be sour and spicy. He swallowed it without even tasting it. By the time he came to his senses, the plate of poached chicken was almost finished. Ahem, this dish is well cooked. Su Hao felt embarrassed for the first time. Xinzhou didn't care about his mood and deliberately approached him and asked, I wonder if the meal is cooked. Is this dish burnt? Su Hao's face became darker as he was asked more questions, but his mouth urged him to continue. This dish is really delicious. You are a pretty good cook. If you go bankrupt in the future, it would be nice to be a chef. Su Hao thought for a long time and finally uttered this retort, but unfortunately the attack power of this retort was 0. Originally, Su Hao wanted to ask Jiang Xinlian to come over, but Jiang Xinlian was dealing with some matters of the Suan company, so Su Hao was destined to fight alone tonight. I heard that you two are going to have a wedding? Su Hao emphasized the word heard. Xinzhou took over the conversation and nodded. Of course, we are also planning to invite you two elders to participate. After all, you are the girl's parents, so you should at least give some money. Su Hao was choked to death by Xinzhou. You made the decision without even consulting us as parents? Isn't this a matter between two families? As juniors, have you decided so quickly? Xinzhou looked at Su Hao with a strange look in his eyes. Father-in-law, we even have a child, do we have to delay holding the wedding? I think you are too conservative. If this is a matter between two families, my family and Su Qingyan's family, as well as my parents' family, have already agreed. Su Hao was so angry that his heart ached. Chapter 108, Gentle Approach. Su Hao covered his chest and glared at Xinzhou and Su Qingyan. He suddenly realized a problem. Have you already obtained the marriage certificate? Before Su Qingyan opened her mouth, Xinzhou had already nodded. Yes, we already have a child, it's normal to get a marriage certificate. Su Hao was shaking with anger, looking at the two people in front of him, unable to utter a word. It's already happened, just accept your fate and stop thinking about making other changes. Xinzhou looked at Su Hao earnestly. Su Hao had just received such exciting news, and he still hasn't recovered from it. In fact, the life trajectory that Su Hao had arranged for Su Qingyan was very simple. She just had to follow his plan and marry into a wealthy family. Logically speaking, Xinzhou's strength is not bad, and it would be a good outcome for Su Qingyan to marry Xinzhou. The main reason why Su Hao had such strong resistance was because in his opinion, Su Qingyan married someone who was of no help to his family business. Like those rich kids that Su Hao had arranged for Su Qingyan before, the companies and their families could more or less give some benefits to the Su family's company. By then, the two forces will be able to unite and develop a new business territory. Su Hao had been planning these things not long after Su Qingyan graduated. It's a pity that Su Qingyan ran to Haizhong City without saying a word. Not only did she give birth to a child out of wedlock, she even got a marriage certificate. All of Su Hao's previous plans and arrangements were ruined. Moreover, he knew very well that the Xinzhou whom Su Qingyan married was not someone who could be controlled and ordered around by him at will. Perhaps Su Qingyan had not yet seen clearly what Su Hao wanted to do, but Xinzhou had already guessed Su Hao's intention. Su Hao was so angry that he couldn't even eat. To him, these delicious meals seemed to contain arsenic. You made such a big decision without telling me and your mother. You didn't even tell me in advance about the wedding. Have you forgotten me and your mother? Su Hao is indeed an old fox. Now that the matter is done, he naturally cannot be as tough as before. Moreover, Su Hao could also sense that Su Qingyan was cold and distant towards the Su family. If this continued, his daughter would be gone. Su Qingyan's expression changed slightly when she heard Su Hao say that. Meng Meng happened to pick up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in front of Su Qingyan at this moment. Mommy, remember to eat. Meng Meng's soft and cute voice brought Su Qingyan back to her senses. She suddenly remembered that Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian had wanted to send these children away. Although their behavior was extreme at the time, Su Qingyan could understand it now. But this incident left a mark in Su Qingyan's heart after all. Therefore, Su Qingyan was not stumped by Su Hao's question. Instead, she smiled faintly and handed over the juice beside her. Dad, I used to listen to you very much, but there are some things that I know for myself. I am not a child anymore. I will be responsible for the decisions I make. Su Hao hit a snag and was blocked from saying anything. Naturally, the dinner ended in a bad mood, and Su Qingyan felt a little guilty. Shen Mang suddenly stepped forward and said timidly, Is this Grandpa? I don't like Grandpa at all. Su Qingyan was a little stunned when she looked at Sibao. In the Shen family, all the children could speak freely, and Xinzhou and Su Qingyan paid great attention to cultivating their ability to express themselves. So even if this was said in someone else's home, the child would have been scolded for being rude. However, at this time, Su Qingyan just asked, Why doesn't Sibao like Grandpa? Shen Mang climbed onto his little chair and sat down. First of all, Grandpa didn't even greet us when he came, and he didn't prepare any small gifts for us. Grandpa didn't even say hello to us when he left just now. I don't think he even knows my name.
As Shin Mang spoke, a look of grievance appeared on his face. If Su Qingyan still felt guilty for having angered her father and left, now she heard the child say this. The guilt she felt towards her father had completely transformed into guilt towards her children. It doesn't matter. Not everyone in this world has to like you. If you feel uncomfortable, Sibao, then just get along with them in your own way. Su Qingyan sighed, as if she was trying to convince Shin Mang, or as if she was trying to convince herself. Shinzhou stood aside and saw it all. Shin Mang seems to be an introverted and shy child, but when he occasionally speaks a few words, he always plays a key role. Su Qingyan gathered her emotions, turned around and looked at Sibao Shin Mang tenderly. How did you get to know Grandpa Seth who played chess with you before? Of course Shin Mang knew who Su Qingyan was talking about. It was the old man who played chess with him during Skylan's final interest test. When I went to the hospital before, I would slip out during Tao Tao's examination. As Sibao Shin Mang spoke, he carefully looked at his parents' expressions. After all, sneaking out is a very serious matter. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Su Qingyan and Shinzhou's faces turned serious. There's a small park next to the hospital. There are always old men playing chess there, so I went there. And then I met him. Sibao Shin Mang noticed that his parents' complexion was getting worse and worse, so their voices became lower and lower. Shinzhou came over and held the child on his lap, scratching the nose of the fourth treasure. Shin Mang, we will talk about you sneaking out without saying hello later. First, tell me how we met? In fact, this is also a coincidence. Who would have thought that Mr. Xia likes to go to the park to play chess when he has nothing to do? Generally speaking, shouldn't a high-level chess player like him look for someone with similar ability? But Mr. Xia is not like that. He likes to play chess with old men of the same age and force them to lose their weapons. This can be considered as Mr. Xia's bad taste. Unexpectedly, when I went to play chess with the old man on this day, I saw a child standing next to him. At that time, Mr. Xia thought Shin Mang was lost, so he went over to bring the child back. As a result, Shin Mang got bored too, so he went to the chessboard and started watching. Can you understand? Mr. Xia observed the child's gaze and found that the places where the child's gaze rested were some key positions, so he asked this question. Shin Mang answered crisply, I have learned to play chess, so I know that this chess piece should be placed in this position. Shin Mang's little finger pointed at a point, and coincidentally, Mr. Xia was about to place the chess piece at this position. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether it was a coincidence or something else. Chapter 109, Absent-Minded Mr. Xia. Later, Mr. Xia deliberately tested Sibao Shin Mang several times, and he was finally sure that the child in front of him had a strong talent. Grandpa Xia even asked me if I was lost, and I told him I sneaked out of the hospital. I'm in the hospital, and a friend of mine is here to visit him this time. So later Grandpa Xia sent me back. After listening to this, Shinzhou and Su Qingyan could only sigh that it was a coincidence. Who would have thought that Sibao just wanted to sneak out to relieve his boredom at first, but ended up randomly meeting a chess master? Have you never met each other since then? Su Qingyan asked gently. Sibao Shin Mang shook his head. I haven't met Grandpa Xia since then, but we met during the exam. Shinzhou asked from the side, so, Mang, do you like playing Go? Grandpa Xia wants to invite you to learn professional Go. Are you interested in doing something like this? Shinzhou never treated the children as ignorant babies. In formal communication, he always communicated with the children like adults. He communicates with children on an equal footing, which makes the children feel respected. If you really choose this path, you must persevere and don't give up halfway. Besides, playing Go is a boring and time-consuming activity. Are you really willing to give up your playtime to do these things? Shinzhou briefly explained all the results to Shin Mang, just to let the child know that he should make a careful choice in this matter. Shin Mang tilted his head and thought for a moment, I still like playing chess, but I want to go with Tao Tao. Tao Tao also likes it. This was the second time Shin Mang suggested bringing Tao Tao over as well. Shinzhou was a little curious. Does Tao Tao really have talent in this area? In that case, I'll ask Grandpa Xia to come over and see if Tao Tao has talent in this area. If he does, I'll feel more at ease if you two go together. Hearing that Shinzhou agreed, Sibao Shin Mang's face was also full of surprise. Su Qingyan was a little confused, so she stepped forward and asked, why does Sibao want to bring Tao Tao with him so much? Shinzhou has raised the child for so long and knows very well what the child is thinking. He answered for Sibao, playing chess is boring in itself, but if there is a familiar companion to play chess with, the child will naturally be willing to do so. Shinzhou leaned close to Su Qingyan's ear and said, besides, we have 2 kids.
We definitely have more common topics than other people. We can play together. Su Qingyan's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. When Mr. Xia returned to the chess academy, he was waiting for a call from Xinzhou. To the extent that he was always distracted when fighting with other masters. I've lost 3 moves again, Mr. Xia. This is not your usual chess playing level. Are you trying to fool me? The dean who was playing chess with Mr. Xia was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. They were old rivals and companions. They knew each other's background very well. During this period, Mr. Xia was always distracted when playing chess, and the dean always felt disrespected. I do have something on my mind. Mr. Xia threw the chess piece in his hand and simply stopped playing. Dean Wang knew Mr. Xia very well. If Mr. Xia had not been a chess fanatic and unwilling to take charge, he would not have been the dean based on Mr. Xia's qualifications and ability. Mr. Xia rarely worried about anything other than Go in his life. Because he hardly ever cares about anything other than Go, but this time something unexpectedly happened, causing him to be distracted while playing Go. This is outrageous. Dean Wang's curiosity was also aroused. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what has happened that has made you look so sad now. Mr. Xia sighed and said, I found a very talented child. He should be only 3 years old, but he is really suitable for playing Go. A child with such talent will definitely achieve more than you and me in the future. Maybe he won't even have to endure, and will be able to achieve the same results as us when he's our age. Dean Wang had never heard Mr. Xia praise others like this. What surprised him even more was that the person who was praised so highly by Mr. Xia was actually just a child about 3 years old. This made Dean Wang feel that the world was a bit magical. No matter how talented a 3-year-old child is, what can he show? How can you admire him so much? Is he better than Baisiki? Baisiki is currently the world's #1 Go player, and he just won the International Go Championship for the 3rd time in a row some time ago. However, Mr. Xia was not very enthusiastic about him and only regarded him as an accomplished junior. It was precisely because of the sharp contrast in attitudes that Dean Wang felt that this 3-year-old child was a little exaggerated. I found this child's school some time ago and applied to become a teacher for their interest test. When Mr. Xia said this, he danced with excitement, and Dean Wang's face showed more question marks. When have I ever seen Mr. Xia have the leisure and elegance to be a teacher? Who is this child named Shen Meng? I let this kid play for 3 moves, but he was able to play for more than an hour. He even set up a trap in the middle and took 5 of my chess pieces. Mr. Xia looked very smug, as if he had eaten someone else's chess piece. Dean Wan was also shocked when he heard this. He knew Mr. Xia very well. Usually, after Mr. Xia gave way, he would never be humble again. This means that the 3-year-old child played chess with Mr. Xia for more than an hour. Not to mention that he could set up a plan to capture Mr. Xia's chess pieces. This is simply unheard of. Is he really only 3? Not 13? If it were a teenager, Dean Wang could still understand it. Children at this age do not play by the rules, and it is not impossible for them to set up tricks occasionally. But it is not easy for a 3-year-old child to do this. Of course I can lie to you. I was distracted during this period because I was waiting for his parents to call and send the child over. Dean Wang was full of curiosity about Shen Meng at this time and couldn't wait to meet this 3-year-old prodigy. Don't worry, his parents will definitely send their child over. Who can refuse an invitation from the chess academy? Dean Wang has always been confident in the influence of the chess academy, and no one has ever refused an invitation from the chess academy. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xia was so excited 1 second, and a little dejected the next second. This family may not accept our invitation. What? How is that possible? Dean Wang stood up immediately. How could anyone refuse an invitation from the chess academy? Chapter 110, Chess Game. Mr. Xia also sighed. This is what I admire about that father. He has always respected the children's choices, which is rare in today's impetuous society. Dean Wang sighed. Maybe this is why his children were educated so successfully. Dean Wang then changed the subject. The more this happens, the more I want this child to come to the chess academy. I am really curious about this Shen Meng. Mr. Xia sighed and said, it depends on fate and whether the child is willing. For a week, Mr. Xia and Dean Wang stared at their phones every day, but did not receive a call from Xinzhou. Is he really not coming? Mr. Xia muttered to himself. Even though he told Dean Wang that he was so casual about it, he is now more anxious than Dean Wang. If it doesn't work, I'll go to their school again. Mr. Xia couldn't sit still anymore. Don't worry, old friend. Didn't you tell me before that everything depends on fate?
Although Dean Wang was also anxious, he couldn't help but insult Mr. Xia when he saw him like this.
I can't sit still any longer. I can't let such a good opportunity slip away.
The two were arguing when the guard suddenly called over, Mr. Xia, someone here said they want to see you.
It seems to be an adult with 2 children. Shouldn't the 2 children be one?
Mr. Xia was delighted when he received the call, but he was also a little confused.
He said his name is Shinzhou. Do you want them to register?
Hearing the familiar name, Mr. Xia stood up excitedly, not caring how many children there were. Quick, 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 please invite them in. The security guard has been here for more than 10 years, and this is the first time he has seen Mr. Xia's emotions fluctuate so much. Shinzhou and Shin Mangtooteo were welcomed in by the guard with a strange and inquiring look. As soon as he entered the reception room, Shinzhou saw 2 old men sitting there with great energy. One is Mr. Xia, and although Shinzhou is not familiar with the other one, he has also recognized this face during this period of time.
Isn't this Dean Wang, who is now well known in the Go field? It seems that this is a pretty big show.
Not only Shinzhou thinks so, but other people in the chess academy have never seen these 2 big guys jogging in a hurry.
Who asked these 2 old gentlemen to run to the conference room?
I have never seen these 2 look so anxious. Before, I thought they would not change their expression even if the world was in turmoil. I heard that a little genius has arrived, so the 2 elders are so anxious.
Little genius? Who can enter the chess academy without being a genius?
Big brother is right. This place has never lacked people with high IQs. Why don't we go and see what kind of ability a child of that age has to make master and the others so anxious? Dean Wang's last disciple and other people in the chess academy were curious and puzzled. It is undeniable that this group of highly intelligent geniuses still have their own pride and reluctance to accept. A transparent reception room, crowded with people outside, is a rare sight. Shinzhou and Shin Mang were fine, but Tao Tao, seeing so many people and feeling so many eyes scanning him, took a step back slightly.
Want to shrink toward Shin Mang? Shinzhou asked Mr. Xia with a faint smile. With so many people, the scene is a bit grand, right?
Mr. Xia and Dean Wang had gloomy faces, and they cursed in their hearts. These brats are like they have never seen the world.
What if Shin Mang and the others are scared away again?
Although they thought so in their hearts, they still smiled and said, "Look at how enthusiastic these children are. The atmosphere in our chess academy is not bad. The children will definitely have a good time if they come here to study. Have you considered coming over, Xiaomon?" Old Master Xia bent down slightly and asked kindly. Even though Shen Mang was surrounded by so many people, he did not show any fear or panic.
Thank you, Grandpa. I have thought about it.
Until now, I still like Go very much, but I hope that Tao Tao can come in with me. Mr. Xia and Dean Wang were stunned for a moment, and they shifted their gaze to another child who looked very timid.
This must be Tao Tao, right?
Dean Wang had just opened his mouth to ask when Tao Tao subconsciously dodged back.
The 2 old men had a question in their minds at the same time. This child? Is he really capable?
Dean Wang pondered for a moment and said, Mang, Tao Tao, just like when you go to school, there is an entrance exam before you go to school, and there is also an exam to enter the chess academy. As long as both of you pass it, then both of you can come in. This rule has been in place since the establishment of the chess academy, so it is not that President Wang is deliberately making things difficult. He really wants to follow the rules. The exam at the chess academy was not difficult, it was just a game of chess. However, Tao Tao and Shen Mang's situations were special, as they were both young and came together. In the past, this kind of exam would have the senior brothers come to play, and the others would watch. This would also allow everyone to see the strength of those admitted. But this time, because Tao Tao and Shen Mang were too young, those senior brothers and others were unwilling to play against such young children. Winning is an unfair victory, and as for losing, no one really thinks they will lose to a 3-year-old child. In that case, the 2 of you will play against each other. Don't worry, the final result of your winning or losing will not affect your judgment. What will affect you is only the thinking logic you show in the process. Mr. Xia spoke kindly, but Shen Mang didn't react much. Tao Tao on the side was obviously relieved. The 2 children sat on both sides of the chessboard with serious faces. Those senior brothers who were unwilling to play chess with them before now also gathered around. In a place like the chess academy where geniuses gather, watching 2 3-year-old children playing chess is a very rare thing in itself.
Shinzhou sat next to Mr. Xia and Dean Wang. Dean Wang asked curiously. Mr. Shin, do Shin Mang and Tao Tao often play chess like this? I'm not sure about that, but there is something I need to talk to you two about. Tao Tao, his situation is somewhat special and he is a bit of a loner.
Mr. Xie and Dean Wang disagreed. There are quite a few lonely geniuses in our chess academy. While we were talking here, 2 children over there had already started playing chess. Originally, those brothers who were watching were just watching for fun. But after seeing Baisho, their expressions were no longer as playful as they were at the beginning.
Zhao Qiming, if it were you, what would you do next?
Although it is said that a true gentleman watches a game of chess without saying a word, Tao Tao's move just now was indeed an unconventional one.
Chapter 111. Is this a 3-year-old child? The man named Zhao Qiming is currently one of the most powerful people in the chess academy.
He became famous at a young age, but has kept a low profile in recent years. Zhao Qiming frowned and took a look at Tao Tao's move. This move is a bit out of the ordinary, but it also has some merits. I just don't know if this kid made it casually or deliberately. What they couldn't have imagined was that Shin Mang's subsequent chess style also changed strangely and unpredictably along with Tao Tao's changes. An hour passed and the room was completely silent except for the sound of chess pieces falling. All that was left was the breathing of the people watching.
The talents of these 2 children. They will definitely have a bright future.
Dean Wang and Mr. Xie spoke at the same time, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock.
If it is really divided according to the thinking logic of Go, the logical thinking abilities of these 2 3-year-old children are no less than those of teenage geniuses. This is very scary and rare.
Such a genius is rarely seen in more than 10 years, but the 2 children in the chess academy today are both such geniuses. Dean Wang and Mr. Xie were both people who had seen a lot of ups and downs, but they were also surprised by such luck. Not to mention those who were watching. Zhao Qiming was speechless when he looked at the 2 children.
After a long while, he finally managed to utter a sentence from his mind. Is this what they call the Yangtze River's back waves pushing forward the front waves? These 2 kids are so awesome.
2 hours later, the game had reached its end. Before, Zhao Qiming and the others thought that Tao Tao's strange move finally came into play. In the end, he struggled like a trapped beast and swallowed Shin Mang's 4 chess pieces.
However, that was all.
However, Zhao Qiming put himself in this position, in the game of chess just now. He found that he could only struggle a few more times than Tao Tao. Shin Mang, this child, was even more unfathomable than Tao Tao. And Dean Wang, who was watching the battle on the side, suddenly discovered a subtle point. In the previous move, Tao Tao surrounded Shin Mang's white chess pieces, and Dean Wang observed at that time that Shin Mang seemed to want to place his chess pieces in another position. However, he only hesitated slightly before placing the chess piece in a standard position. In the end, Shin Mang won the game with a slight advantage. At the same time, Dean Wang and Mr. Xie also saw the talent in Tao Tao. Dean Wang woke up from his thoughts and looked at the 2 children in front of him.
He smiled and said, I like you 2 very much. Would you 2 like to come to the chess academy to study together? Shin Mang and Tao Tao nodded and said in unison, I do.
At this moment, Shin Zhou, who was sitting next to him, trembled in his hand holding the teacup. A familiar voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully finding a playmate for the child.
A bonus of 10 million has been sent to your bank account. Please activate it via SMS.
Shin Zhou didn't expect that the task he took on was so valuable.
Directly 10 million.
In other words, if you find a friend for your child, the system will directly reward you with money as expensive as a house.
Not bad, not bad.
Shin Zhou activated it immediately with a text message. Looking at the extra zeros in his account, his expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly happy in his heart. However, this also proves that Tao Tao is indeed a suitable companion for Shin Mang.
Tao Tao has no feelings about joining the chess academy. He just likes playing with Shin Mang.
But Tao Tao's mother Zhang Ting is not as calm as him. No matter how strong her background is, as parents, what they want most is to see their children grow up.
Tao Tao's current growth has exceeded Zhang Ting's expectations. Will the chess academy really let our Tao Tao go?
Zhang Ting asked excitedly in the lounge on the 3rd floor.
Tao Tao on the side was still playing chess with Shin Mang.
It was Shin Zhou who nodded and said, even though the forces behind Zhang Ting are huge, there are some areas where they cannot intervene. Especially in a place like the chess academy, even though Dean Wang and Mr. Xie seemed so nice to Shin Zhou, in fact, these 2 people were very stubborn. If someone tries to use connections or other means to get people in, these 2 will report it without hesitation. Therefore, Zhang Ting never thought of sending Tao Tao to these places, and even Zhang Ting herself did not realize that Tao Tao had talent in this area. I've discovered that since you, Mr. Shin, accepted Tao Tao, his development has been getting better and better. Zhang Ting's eyes were full of gratitude. And I found that no matter you or Mr. Jiang, you have never treated Tao Tao as an outsider.
Thank you.
Zhang Ting's voice was choked up by the end. Xinzhou sighed, we are all parents.
We should put ourselves in their shoes. Tao Tao is just a quiet kid.
Su Qingyan came over with several other children and saw Zhang Ting with tears in her eyes. She glared at Xinzhou with a look of reproach on her face, and stepped forward to hold Zhang Ting's arm. Did this girl of mine say something unpleasant? Zhang Ting quickly wiped away her tears and explained later.
Su Qingyan and Xinzhou had seen Shen Mang and Tao Tao playing chess before.
So the two of them had expected Tao Tao to be able to enter the chess academy.
Okay, stop talking about me. Is our bride to be ready? Have you tried on all the clothes?
Zhang Ting changed the subject and asked Su Qingyan, blushing with just 2 sentences. Their wedding will be the day after tomorrow, but apart from knowing what clothes she will wear, Su Qingyan has no idea about the specific procedures and venue.
Although she has been asking Xinzhou privately during this period.
But Xinzhou kept his mouth shut and never told her. The more this happened, the more curious Su Qingyan became. Being teased by Zhang Ting, Su Qingyan turned around and asked Xinzhou, it's so easy for me to be a bride-to-be. I don't even know where I'm going to get married tomorrow. Zhang Ting was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was a surprise Xinzhou prepared for Su Qingyan. She smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Shin has put a lot of thought into this. Qingyan, you don't have to worry too much. I believe that with so many people coming to witness your wedding, Mr. Shin must have prepared very carefully.
Su Qingyan certainly knew that Xinzhou was very attentive. She was just curious and wanted to ask one last time.
Xinzhou still maintained a mysterious smile.
You will know when that day comes. I think you will be satisfied.
Xinzhou showed a confident smile on his face, which was like a small hook, arousing endless curiosity in Su Qingyan's heart. Not to mention Su Qingyan, even Zhang Ting standing next to her was full of curiosity about the wedding in such an atmosphere. Chapter 112. How much does it cost per day? A few days passed quickly, and as the 5 children tried on clothes and styled their clothes, they realized that an important moment was about to come for their parents. They also understood that the next ceremony they were going to attend was called a wedding.
Mom, when can I wear that little blue dress?
Shen Meng asked confusedly, tilting her head. Because they had to attend a wedding today, the children got up before 8 o'clock. Although they were very excited, their bodies were still sleepy. A week ago, Xinzhou and Su Qingyan began to consciously correct the way the children addressed their parents. After all, some terms need to be standardized in formal occasions.
They are growing up too.
As soon as Shen Meng opens her eyes in the morning, she wants to find that pretty little skirt. But what Su Qingyan placed on her bedside was a small white dress. Good girl, you need to wear that dress to the party tonight.
Let's try this dress on, okay?
Although Shen Meng has always been raised in wealth, she has never had a spoiled bad temper.
After hearing what Su Qingyan said, he nodded and put on the clothes.
Xinzhou is in charge of the other boys. Dabeo and the others are also very sensible and even think that something fun will happen today. They had put on their clothes long before Xinzhou came in. Lin Yuehua and Xin Shanyun are older and get up later.
Xinzhou took Su Qingyan and the child to the wedding venue first.
Along the way, Su Qingyan looked around curiously. Several children were also chattering. Originally, Su Qingyan thought that she would be able to see the wedding venue as soon as she got off the car. But as the car drove farther and farther, the surrounding environment became more and more desolate. When the car stopped, Su Qingyan saw the vast ocean. The azure blue water is clear, and a few seagulls occasionally flying over the sea make this beautiful scene, which looks like a static oil painting, come alive.
So beautiful. Are we going to hold our wedding at the beach?
Su Qingyan's eyes were full of surprise, but Xinzhou remained mysterious. Just then, the waiter in a tuxedo came forward.
Please come with us here. Su Qingyan's eyes were full of confusion and misunderstanding.
It was not until she saw Xinzhou nod at her that she felt relieved and followed the waitress away.
Several children followed Xinzhou.
Shen Meng was wearing a fluffy white princess dress, and the 4 boys were wearing Q-version tuxedos, which made them look even cuter.
Dad, where are we going next? The cute little eyes of several children were looking around. Xinzhou looked at the windy sea and said, here it comes. A super luxury cruise ship appeared on the calm sea. The boat was covered with auspicious clouds covered with gold foil and was slowly approaching. Big ship. So big. Shenfeng looked at the cruise ship with excitement. Dad, is this our boat? Shinzhou smiled faintly and nodded. Hurry up and go up, I guess your mothers have already gone up. The cruise ship docked at the coast, lowered the elevator, and took Shinzhou and the child up. At this time, all preparations on the cruise ship have been completed. When Shen Changyun and Lin Yuehua arrived here, they saw the luxurious cruise ship at a glance. This cruise ship must have 10 floors, it's that high. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Shen Changyun couldn't help but be surprised even though he had seen many storms and waves before. After being shocked, Lin Yuehua said with some distress, if we rent a hall on such a ship, I don't know how much it would cost. Shen Changyun patted Lin Yuehua's hand and said, it's normal for children to have a grand wedding and spend more money. After comforting Lin Yuehua, Shen Changyun asked the waiter waiting beside him, excuse me, which hall will Shinzhou and Su Qingyan hold their wedding in? As they were talking, the two old men had already boarded the cruise ship. The interior of the entire cruise ship was magnificently decorated with a classical flavor. When the waiter heard the two old men ask this, he was a little stunned, but his professionalism did not let him show surprise. He just said politely, this cruise ship was booked by Mr. Shen. Please follow me. The waiter walked 10 meters away and found that the two old men had not caught up with him. I turned around in confusion and found the two old men standing there in a daze. Sir, madam, please follow me over here. That is the waiting room that Mr. Shinzhou has arranged for you too. The waiter had to remind him softly again. Shen Changyun and Lin Yuehua finally reacted. Both of them walked with a somewhat stiff step. There was also an elevator installed in the cruise ship. Considering his parents' health conditions, Shinzhou arranged for Shen Changyuan and others to stay on the middle level of the cruise ship. The elevators in the cruise ship are transparent, and you can even see the vast ocean outside. After Shen Changyun and Lin Yueru entered the waiting lounge, they immediately and quietly pulled the waiter to ask, how much does it cost to rent your cruise ship for a day? The waiter didn't react yet, and subconsciously said, you two don't have to worry about this matter. Mr. Shinzhou has already paid the money, all at once. Shen Changyun still refused to let go, just tell me a number. I need to know how much money my son has spent. The waiter suddenly realized what was going on. After thinking for a while, he held up 5 fingers and said, that's probably how many times a day it takes. Lin Yuehua took a breath and said, 50,000 a day? The waiter shook his head and said, 5 million a day. 5 million? Lin Yuehua and Shen Changyun stood up suddenly. Look at the floor beneath your feet. The cost of a ship like this is 5 million a day. 5 million can buy a nice house near where Lin Yuehua and her family live. The waiter quietly retreated and closed the door without telling the two old men. The 5 million is just for renting the cruise ship for a day if you want to decorate the cruise ship with such a theme. We have to hire so many people to work on the cruise ship. The labor cost plus the layout of the venue is definitely not much cheaper than the rent. In addition to Shen Changmin and Lin Yuehua, Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian, who were brought in by the waiter, were also shocked. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian originally had unhappy expressions when they came here to attend the wedding. They did think about continuing to lobby Su Qingyan. However, Su Qingyan has stopped answering calls from her parents during this period. The neighborhood where they lived was strictly controlled, and unless Su Qingyan and Shinzhou came to pick them up in person, Su Hao and the others would not be able to get in. After thinking it over, they realized that the only occasion where they could actually see their daughter was this wedding, which they were most reluctant to attend. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian's faces certainly didn't look good, but when they came here according to the address on the invitation. Looking at the cruise ship on the beach, the two of them fell silent. Is the wedding on a cruise ship? It seems to be quite expensive, but it is considered thoughtful. In front of the waiter, Su Hao didn't know what to say, and could only make some subtle sarcasm. Chapter 113 A Wonderful Fate. The waiter didn't know what was going on between Su Hao and Su Qingyan, so naturally he couldn't detect Su Hao's weird tone. He even continued Su Hao's words and said, Mr. Shen really cares about Miss Su. The elements of the cruise ship are all what Miss Su likes. To be honest, this is the first time we have received a plan prepared by the world's top wedding planner. Mr. Shinzhou put a lot of thought into arranging this place into its current state. The waiter seemed to admire Shinzhou very much, and his words and actions showed his admiration for Shinzhou. This made Su Hao choke and unable to breathe. Jiang Xinlian's delicate makeup couldn't hide her ugly face. Just lead the way, why are you talking so much nonsense? Take us there quickly, I want to see my daughter. Jiang Xinlian shouted, stopping the waiter's chattering.
Only then did the waiter realize that there was a family conflict involved. Just because of Jiang Xilian's attitude towards him, the waiter had a slightly worse impression of Su Hao and Jiang Jinlian. Not to mention that he also knew that the VIP waiting room where he would take these two people was just an ordinary level. If these two were not the girl's parents, he would not have planned to say so much at first. After offending the waiter just treated people with the most common standards and sent the two giant Buddha statues to the waiting room as originally planned. "Where's my daughter? I want to see her, but there's no one here." Jiang Xilian's anger had not yet subsided, and her words were filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. The waiter said calmly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin didn't arrange for the bride to meet his parents. I'm afraid you two will have to wait a little longer." After saying this, the deceased slammed the door shut without waiting for Su Hao and Jiang Xilian to react. How could someone who could serve the upper class not have his own temper and thoughts? They were all as shrewd as humans, and they naturally knew that Xinzhou did not care about the girl's parents, not to mention that Jiang Xilian's attitude just now had already made the waiter uncomfortable. On the other side, Xinzhou's parents, Xin Chanyun and Lin Yueru, were enjoying some top-notch services. From makeup to the final styling services, Xin Chanyun and Lin Yueru sighed the 5 million was worth it. Zhang Ting was also invited, but she did not bring Tao Tao with her today, mainly because Tao Tao himself is not the kind of person who likes such lively places. Secondly, Zhang Ting doesn't want Tao Tao to appear in public too often. But Zhang Ting did not come alone today. She took the arm of an old man with some white hair and, led by the waiter, went directly to the VIP waiting area. Xinzhou is such a bold guy, he actually took over this cruise ship and decorated it all as a wedding venue. Zhang Ting said with a smile as she looked at the luxurious facilities on the cruise ship. The old man she was holding said in a loud voice, "It seems that this Xinzhou you mentioned attaches great importance to this bride. It can be seen that there are some elements in this that only you girls like." Zhang Ting smiled and said, "Dad, Xinzhou and Su Qingyan are the most loving couple I have ever seen. So even if Xinzhou chose such a place to sit down and decorated it like this, I wouldn't be surprised." Zhang Ting's father Zhang Hua smiled faintly, "I am a little curious about this Xinzhou you are praising so much. It's already very difficult to cure my little grandson, not to mention what you said before about his actions. It makes me very curious." Zhang Ting smiled and said, "You will be able to meet this person soon." Zhang Ting and her daughter have good temperaments, and the seats Xinzhou arranged for them are also the best ones. Some of Xinzhou and Su Qingyan's classmates also received the invitation. When they saw the cruise ship in front of them, their first reaction was that they didn't even dare to enter. Is this really the wedding venue chosen by Xinzhou? This is too high-end. Oh my god, will this suit look a bit too ordinary for me? Xinzhou's brothers came over first, looked at the luxurious place in front of them, and learned from the service provider that Xinzhou had rented the entire boat. Instead, they felt a little shy and embarrassed. The waiter next to them was very professional and did not judge them by their appearance just because of their ordinary clothes. Instead, he said in a gentle tone, "It's okay, Mr. Shin has customized some clothes, and there will be an interesting costume party in the evening, so you don't have to worry about other things." One of them couldn't help but sighed, "Xinzhou is such a thoughtful guy. I didn't expect that he has become so successful after not seeing him for such a short time. Is this the world of the rich? Today I've finally opened my eyes." Almost all the guests from the man's side had arrived, and Su Qingyan did not invite anyone. She just called over a few people she had a good relationship with. Among them was naturally Yang Xinxin, who received the invitation. Yang Xinxin had not contacted Su Qingyan since she was mercilessly scolded by Xinzhou outside the examination room last time. However, this did not prevent her from shamelessly coming to attend the wedding. Su Qingyan is so lucky. Not only was she born into a good family, but now she has found a rich husband from nowhere. Yang Xinxin put on delicate makeup and looked decent on the outside, but she was saying bad things in her heart. When Su Qingyan classified them, she put Yang Xinxin in the lowest level. So the waiter took Yang Xinxin directly to the ordinary hall. Coincidentally, she also met another person here who was defined by Su Qingyan as having an ordinary relationship with her. It was none other than Su Qingyan's cousin Su Yundong, who had repeatedly caused trouble for her. Su Yundong did not come with Su Hao and the others this time. The main reason was that he stayed out late at the bar the night before and missed the morning. There were only these two people sitting in the huge hall. Both Yang Xinxin and Su Yundong felt a little embarrassed, but neither of them spoke first. It was Yang Xinxin who suddenly saw the watch on Su Yundong's wrist. It was a Patek Philippe worth about 300,000. Actually, this watch was given to Su Yundong by Su Hao after he replaced it. Su Yundong is very concerned about his reputation, so he would bring his baby with him when he goes out to play.
Yan Xinqing coughed lightly and took the initiative to find Su Yundong and say hello.
Su Qingyan had no idea that her cousin and her college roommate had such a connection. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears of emotion.
Chapter 114: The Wedding of the Century. Are all departments ready? Lu Hachan asked softly on the intercom.
Everything is ready.
Everything is ready. Lu Hachan nodded with satisfaction.
Shinzhou entrusted such an important matter to him to handle, and he was really afraid that something might go wrong.
Especially the two elders in Su Qingyan's family and that disappointing younger brother.
Everything is ready. There are still 2 hours until 11:18 a.m.
We can proceed with the first step of the plan. Lu Hachan excitedly reported the situation to Shinzhou.
Okay, the cruise ship has stopped at the designated location, it's time to set off, brothers. Shinzhou put down the phone and patted the young man in front of him.
Understood, boss.
After saying this, the helicopter slowly took off from the island, and the rumbling sound immediately attracted everyone's attention.
What's going on? Why is there a helicopter? I've never been on a helicopter in my life. This is so exciting.
The VIP who arrived at the island first looked up at the sky with excitement on his face. Of course, until now, they have not realized that this helicopter is also the protagonist of the wedding scene.
The person sitting inside was the groom Shinzhou.
Look, the helicopter is coming towards us. The cruise ship is not far from the island, only about 2 nautical miles away. With the speed of the helicopter, it only takes 1 or 2 minutes to arrive. However, the helicopter did not land on the cruise ship immediately, but circled the cruise ship 3 times, attracting everyone's attention.
Brother, is Daddy here? Xin Shang asked in a baby voice.
As the most rational and intelligent one among the 5 babies, although he is only 3 years old, he can figure out what his father is thinking.
Dad should be here. Brothers and sisters, don't forget our next mission.
As the oldest brother among these naughty kids, Shin Huan, although still young, already looks like an adult. Except for some principled issues, such as fighting over toys, fighting over delicious food, everyone still likes to listen to the older brother.
Is our beautiful bride ready?
The helicopter outside has circled several times.
It must be here to pick up the beautiful bride. Zheng Ting asked.
After bidding farewell to her father, she came to the largest cabin of the cruise ship and acted as Su Qingyan's in-laws. After all, Su Qingyan has had a really hard time over the years, and she doesn't have any reliable best friends around her, so she feels uneasy about letting her stay in the cabin with a makeup artist she isn't very familiar with.
Oh, Sister Tingting, I'm a little embarrassed.
Su Qingyan's face was red, but her heart was happy.
There's a small window here that allows you to see everything happening outside.
Be prepared for the surprise brought to you by the most important man in your life. Zheng Ting said with a smile. After hearing this, Su Qingyan hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps at a time, and walked to the window.
I really didn't expect Shinzhou to be so considerate.
The place where the helicopter was hovering was just visible.
It seems to be the best position for observation.
Brush. When all the bride's family members on the cruise ship gathered on the deck, 2 huge banners hung from the bottom of the helicopter. In your previous life, you washed away all the makeup and came here gracefully. For the rest of my life, I will light up the sky and accompany you across the sea of stars. These words of confession, full of affection and eloquent writing, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight.
The scene instantly fell silent.
At this moment, the seagulls stopped singing and the waves stopped crashing against the shore. It was as if space and time stopped at the same time. These 2 simple sentences can fully express the groom's love for the bride. And this love is infinite, like the sea of stars.
Woo woo. It's so touching. It's so touching.
If someone could be so kind to me, hold such a grand wedding, and say such poetic words of love, it would be worth it even if I had to live 30 years less.
This is the most impressive wedding I have ever attended.
Su Qingyan in the cabin naturally saw all of this. She didn't expect that Shinzhou, who was always known for his frivolousness, actually had such a romantic side, and his romance was just right and not at all pretentious. The helicopter was hovering high in the sky, and Shinzhou was controlling everything at the scene. It seemed that everyone had seen the slogan on the banner. Then, extremely melodious music was heard on the cruise ship, which was of classical Chinese style and could easily bring people into the rhythm of the music.
Almost, the plane is landing.
Shinzhou replied with a smile. He was still very satisfied with the response on the scene. The driver operated carefully, fearing that he would mess up the most important wedding for Shinzhou, and even for him. After the helicopter landed, everyone rushed forward. Some people had seen Shinzhou before, while some had not. After all, there were at least 800 people who came, if not 1,000. Wow, the groom is so handsome. I didn't expect such a romantic and rich man to be so handsome. God is really unfair. What does fairness have to do with you? Isn't this something a boy should say? Why are you joining in the fun? I think such a good groom shouldn't be left alone with his bride. I wish I lived in ancient times and could be a concubine. 2 or 3 girls would be fine. Shinzhou did not care about the compliments from all around him. He was wearing an extremely exquisite European handmade suit which was not expensive, costing only a few 100,000 yuan. He walked down the helicopter with a leisurely pace, strode with his head held high, and finally arrived at the cabin door amid the exclamations and blessings of the crowd. You have to know that everything Shinzhou did just now was not to show off, but was truly a display of confidence from the inside out. To put it bluntly, if you have money in your pocket, you can feel confident wherever you go. Beautiful Ms. Su Qingyan, are you willing to go with me to the island and marry me with the blessings of all our relatives and friends? Shinzhou asked with a smile on his face. Daddy, you are such a bad guy. You think you can marry mommy so easily? That's absolutely impossible. Shen Meng's voice came out. Although it was a baby voice, the meaning of making things difficult could be heard. She is really a little adult. Meng, Daddy is not such a stingy person. How about you open the door and Daddy will give you a big red envelope? Shinzhou said in a baby voice, imitating the tiger. Everyone else was watching the happy interaction of the family with smiles on their faces, and they were really envious. Look at him, he's not even married yet, but he already has a wife and children, and they're all pregnant with treasures. It's true that when you compare yourself to others, you'll die, and when you compare things, you'll throw them away. Oh, I don't want a big red envelope. My dad has plenty of money. Shen Huan said mischievously. Forehead. Shinzhou was speechless for a moment after hearing this. He was touched by the words of these adorable kids, but also felt embarrassed by their eloquent words. These naughty kids blocked their daddy at the door. They refused the money his daddy gave them and even said his daddy was rich. This doesn't make sense logically. Chapter 115 DeBeo harvests attention. Daddy, why don't you play a piece on the violin? If I think you're good enough, you can come in. DeBeo spoke first, his voice still as childish as before. Even though I was causing trouble for my father, I really couldn't hate him. Good. Shinzhou readily agreed, took the violin he had prepared in advance, and began to play it passionately outside the door. It was a world-famous piece of music, and one that was extremely difficult. All the friends and relatives on the deck were conquered by Shinzhou's extremely gentlemanly performance. As luck would have it, the world-renowned violin master Brooks was there. Of course, Shinzhou did not invite him deliberately, he got the invitation from someone else. I heard from my friend Nickel before that Shinzhou is a very strange person with great musical talent and a wide range of interests. He is not only known as a piano master, but is also among the world's top violinists. Brooks has always been very respectful to his good friend Nickel. Music is interconnected. He specializes in the violin, while Nicole's piano playing is absolutely the most beautiful sound in the world. Privately, the two are both teachers and friends. After hearing his good friend's praise for Shinzhou, he was very dissatisfied and rushed over from Europe to meet this extremely mysterious musician. Unexpectedly, it really brought him a huge surprise. The piece of music Memories can definitely be called the world's best in violin performance. Extremely difficult. There are only a handful of people in the world who can play it flawlessly, and those who play according to the score can only play out the syllables barely enough, but cannot bring out the beautiful mood of the girl's memories. Shinzhou's grasp of this aspect was almost perfect. Not only did he not play even a single syllable wrong, he also made everyone fall into endless memories of the boys and girls in the music. Powerful. Mr. Shinzhou's musical attainments are truly amazing. Bite. Systematic achievement achieved, admiration from the world's top violin music artists. System reward, 2 million yuan. Soon after, Shinzhou's phone rang, with a message that there was an additional 2 million yuan in his bank card. Just barely passed. Shin Huan said in a baby voice, with pride in her words. As a veteran little music lover, he naturally knew how difficult it was for his dad to play this piece and how well he played it. Next came Shin Sheng, Shin Feng, Shin Meng, and Shen Meng. They were good at making a series of challenges. Shinjo naturally accepted everyone who came to him. He couldn't even take care of his own baby, so how could he possibly take care of the mother? Okay, open the door. Su Qingyan didn't expect that the babies would do something like this. The way they blocked the door looked quite realistic. Su Qingyan was still quite proud in her heart. There were so many people in the world, and no matter who they were, they would have experienced a wedding in their life. But who else would be like her, with 5 babies to look after and make things difficult for her future husband? Crack! The door of the cabin opened, and the sunlight slowly shone into the cabin through the door. Under the sunlight, Shinjo's shadow was very long. So handsome. This must be Shinjo's most handsome day. Although Su Qingyan and Shinjo had been in contact for several years, they had already formed a tacit understanding with each other and were familiar with each other. But at this moment, she was stunned. The man in front of her will become her husband in front of all her relatives and friends. Think about it, 5 years ago she had just graduated from college, had a child, went bankrupt, was kicked out of the family by her parents, and was looked down upon by countless people. She had a really hard time at that time, but fortunately she survived. Compared to now, the sadness and pain I felt back then are like passing clouds, so unimportant. Hello? Su Qingyan was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She just greeted Shinjo as if she was meeting him for the first time. Zhang Ting, who was so disappointed with her friend, had 3 black lines on her forehead. He thought to himself, Su Qingyan is really dizzy from the honeypot. In such an important occasion, why should she say hello? The others were also stunned. Su Qingyan naturally realized that she had said the wrong thing. When she was in a panic, Shinjo showed a smile as bright as the sun, and slowly came to her with 5 little kids. Hello, Su Qingyan, my name is Shinjo, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Hate. After instantly resolving the awkwardness, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her husband was there, otherwise this wedding that was carefully planned for her would be incomplete. Hold one. Everyone joined in the fun, and the scene was extremely warm. However, there were also some things that really spoiled the fun, and Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian felt very unhappy. Although her daughter is very happy now and Shinjo is also very outstanding, the relationship between them is not harmonious. Some babies even said openly that they didn't like him as their grandfather. I didn't expect that this brat would shock me so much. If I had known this would happen. Su Hao sighed. Don't sigh, the facts are in front of us. Now my cousin and Shinjo are completely in the same mind. If you don't take some measures, you will have raised your daughter in vain. Su Yundong appeared next to the 2 elders at some point and said indirectly. Nephew, what do you mean by that? Su Hao turned his eyes around and asked. Uncle, I'm Qingyan's roommate and best friend. I know him very well. Although Qingyan has a high IQ, he is too kind-hearted and can be easily deceived. Shinjo was born as a small trader. He is very scheming and will show his teeth when he shows them. From what I understand, Uncle must have offended Shinjo before. Yang Xinchen stopped talking here and said that she believed that Su Hao, a smart man, should know how to choose. Shinjo held Su Qingyan's hand and took a helicopter to the island. The cruise ship weighed anchor and continued to move forward. 11 o'clock in the morning. In the nearly 10,000 square meter auditorium, the sound of bustling voices and melodious music filled the air. Rose petals covered the floor, and everywhere the eye could see were red silk pendants. A wedding that combines Chinese and Western elements begins right now. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wedding of Mr. Shinjo and Ms. Su Qingyan. There are still 18 minutes before the ceremony. Please invite a special little guest to present a gift to the newlyweds, said the host Fong Fong. Then, with spotlights on the door, Debao Shenhuan, wearing a pocket-sized tuxedo and walking slowly towards the wedding avenue, attracted everyone's attention. Cute yet gentlemanly, this little kid is definitely not something that an average family can raise. Wow! So cute, so handsome, so adorable. There are already shadows of his parents. Under everyone's gaze, Shenhuan came to a piano and slowly sat down. La la la. The melodious Beethoven symphony then resounded throughout the auditorium. Everyone was fascinated by the performance and their eyes were filled with shock, but the most shocked person was the internationally renowned violin artist Brooks, who sneaked in. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. When Shenhuan uttered the first syllable, a few words flashed through his mind. Musical prodigy. Chapter 116. He is a little jealous. Brooks was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked. A man not far away from him had his eyes as big as copper bells.
Is that Brooks? Oh my God.
He is the most famous violin performer in the world and is definitely a leader in the field of music.
How could he be here?
A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone focused their attention on him.
Although they were not very familiar with music, Brooks' name was well known. It's really Brooks, I saw him on TV. It's absolutely real, and even more handsome than on TV.
At this moment, Shin Hwan's performance was nearing its end and should have won applause from the audience, but Brooks' sudden appearance attracted everyone's attention.
The little prodigy suddenly isn't so popular anymore.
Shinjo, who was not far away, frowned slightly.
Today was his and Su Qingyan's wedding day, and the protagonists should have been their family of 7.
I didn't expect that a foreigner would steal the limelight, and it seems that Shinjo didn't invite Brooks. The piano skills of the special young guest are truly unfathomable. He can be called the reincarnation of a child prodigy.
There are still 8 minutes left before the ceremony.
Please be prepared, don't make any noise, and don't forget why we are gathered here today.
The host reminded with a smile.
His ability to respond on the spot is still very good. After all, he is an internationally renowned host who was paid a lot of money. He thought that this Brooks was Shinjo's good friend. After all, this mysterious groom had such strong power, so it was reasonable for him to get to know all kinds of big shots.
How dare you offend the groom's friends and the staff who are paid to do the job? You play really well, but you're too young and the span of your fingers is not enough, so it's a little disappointing.
If you have another few years, maybe you can play this Beethoven symphony even better.
Brooks said indifferently. All eyes were on him, and it would be too awkward if he didn't speak.
He was somewhat unwilling to give heartfelt praise to the child prodigy on the stage.
At the age of 3, he has such artistic attainments. How can I not be jealous when he is nearly 30 years old?
It is said that hard work is worthless in the face of talent, but that does not stop Brooks, an internationally renowned musician, from being envious and jealous.
My foreign uncle, your comments are right. I will definitely work harder. By the way, piano is not my strong point, violin is. Shin Hwan said in a baby voice.
Although little Naibo is very young, he knows that today is very important to daddy and mommy and he must not spoil it.
TSK. You're just being arrogant just because you have a little talent. It's already good enough that you can play the piano so well at such a young age. And you're even distracted by learning the violin. You take art too lightly. Brooks said indifferently.
He was originally a broad-minded person, but I don't know why he was jealous of a 3-year-old child today. Shinjo, who was not far away, watched everything silently. He was very satisfied with Shin Hwan's performance today, but this uninvited guest, Brooks, made Shinjo feel disgusted. No matter you are a violinist with an appearance fee of several million, or a legendary figure in the music world, Shinjo will definitely get back at Shin Hwan for making him suffer.
If you can't even protect your own son, how can you be considered a father? Are you worthy of being a human being? Pa. Dad is very satisfied with your performance today, Debeo. I can say with full responsibility that your performance today was the best you've ever played since you started learning piano. And Dad can prove to you that piano is indeed the instrument you are not good at among all the instruments you have learned. At this point, Shinjo first applauded, gave Shin Hwan extremely high praise and affirmation, and then told everyone present very seriously that his son did not lie. This is very important for children's education and improving their self-confidence. How is this possible? It's already pretty good for a kid to play the piano like this, but he can even play the violin. Could it be that his father is lying? Who should I ask if you ask me? I am here to attend the wedding, and I admit that Shinjo is indeed handsome and romantic. But Brooks is also very handsome. Oh, I am really confused. Who should I support? Everyone was talking in a low voice, and Shinjo walked towards Shin Hwan, with a violin in his hand. Humph, grandstanding for the sake of attention. Brooks snorted coldly and raised his chin high. He just didn't believe what kind of waves this 3-year-old kid could cause today. Debeo, play a song called Memories for Everyone. Shinjo gently stroked Debeo's little head and handed him the violin. Okay, Daddy. Shin Hwan was not at all nervous. After taking the violin, he skillfully placed it on his collarbone. Not to mention the funny scene. Because Debeo is so young, even if he develops better than ordinary children, he is just as tall as a violin. It's good enough that you can hold it, but can you also play it? If this is true, then aren't they really useless? La la la. Before everyone finished their imagination, melodious piano music started. Many people present had heard the song Memories. And some people still remember that Brooks gave him a very high evaluation, which was even comparable to his. This is so beautiful. My God, it's almost the same as the one Shinjo played on the boat before. Is he really a 3-year-old child? Oh, my God, it seems that I am really a waste. Although the song has ended, the sound of the piano lingers in my ears for 3 days. Everyone was intoxicated by this wonderful artistic atmosphere, and almost everyone felt that their ears were pregnant. Looking at Brooks again, his face had turned red and his fingers were shaking. What was he doing when he was 3 years old? Although he knew about the violin, he just treated it as a toy. Peeing and playing in the mud were what he did at that time. Mr. Brooks, the Celestial Empire is vast and profound, with a long history that cannot be compared to a small country like yours. Anything that happens here is normal. Finally, I would like to give you a piece of advice: there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Shinjo said softly in fluent Portuguese. Although his words did not reflect anger, his arrogance was unquestionable. Brooks, who was standing in the stage, didn't say a word of rebuttal, but he was still not convinced. Dad, Debeo didn't embarrass you, did he? Shin Huan said with a smile. It was so cute that Shinjo's heart melted. If they were at home, Shinjo would have to pinch Shin Huan's chubby little face. I've done a great job today, but this matter is not over yet. Let's wait until the wedding is over and see how Daddy will deal with this weird uncle. Shinjo replied. Then Debeo will wait for Daddy's performance. Shin Huan chuckled and didn't take what happened just now to heart at all. Chapter 117, Stand Up for My Son. She walked off the stage with small but powerful steps, like a fairy. Because he had more important things to do next, when passing by Brooks, Shin Huan tilted his little head, as if telling the other party, don't be so complacent, because my dad will take action soon and you will be embarrassed. Debeo's performance just now was so wonderful. Like father, like son. Although the wonderful music has stopped, the newlyweds are about to go through the most important stage of their lives under the witness of everyone. The auspicious time had arrived, and the host tactfully came out to resolve the minor incident, and the ceremony officially began. Shinjo really took romance and sentimentality to the extreme. From the moment Su Qingyan stood on the stage, she never stopped crying. Of course, these are tears of happiness. The wedding of the century ended under the attention of the public. Bite. System Mission 1, convince Brooks and make him quit the music industry. Reward, 5 million. System Mission 2, accept Brooks as your apprentice and make him Debeo's music teacher. Complete the main mission and get a chance to win a prize. The system's voice sounded again, and Shinjo decisively accepted task 2. With his current abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Brooks. As for taking in a disciple. Mr. Brooks, if I remember correctly, I didn't send you a wedding invitation? After toasting to relatives and friends, Shinjo suddenly came on stage and spoke. Brooks' face turned red, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Oh. I understand. Mr. Brooks must have come here on purpose to cheer for my wife and I's wedding, right? Shinjo explained with a grin. Yes, I'm here just to join in the fun. Brooks nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He is a legendary figure in the violin-playing world and has appeared on the cover of Time magazine. If this incident gets out today, then negative news about him eating and drinking for free, being impolite and ungentlemanly, etc. will appear everywhere, and his reputation will be ruined. How can I not panic? Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Why is he talking to that bad uncle again? Meng Meng said with her big eyes, looking a little disgusted. Little sister, you don't understand this. Daddy must be taking revenge for Big Brother. The rational Erbo said expressionlessly. Even at such a young age, he can actually see this. IQ is one aspect, and premature maturity is another. However, Su Qingyan on the side did not think much about it. She smiled and rubbed the little heads of several babies, her face full of pride. She knew the babies, and knew Shinjo even better. She knew that her good husband, whom she had found for free, was going to cause trouble again, and that Mr. Brooks would be in trouble. In that case, please come on stage, Mr. Brooks. Shinjo made a gesture of invitation and said very gentlemanly. With the gun at his head, Brooks had no choice but to pick up his meal and slowly walk onto the stage. I thought to myself, it's a good thing I took the food, this artist is so smart. Then let's show off our skills," Brooks said loudly. As long as he stood on the stage, he was the focus of everyone's attention, and this feeling made him very proud. "Wow, the great artist Brooks is going to perform for us. I'm so excited. I must live stream it to gain more fans. Shit, why was my live streaming account banned? Oh my, I'm so pissed." That's Brooks. He only has 12 concerts a year. Tickets for each concert cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they sell out in a second. Ha, today is a blessed day. Almost everyone stopped eating and turned their cameras to focus on Brooks on the stage. If Shinjo, Su Qingyan, and the babies were the protagonists in the first half of the wedding, then Brooks definitely carried the show in the second half. Brooks was already ready, and was about to play his famous song An Evening in Portugal with deep affection. Wait, Mr. Brooks is such a great artist, if he doesn't have a foil by his side, he will look too lonely. Although I'm not a great artist, I love music very much. Coincidentally, I can play the violin well. I wonder if Mr. Brooks can fulfill my wish. Shinjo interrupted softly. Sure. Brooks agreed without any hesitation. The memories played by Shinjo just now was indeed on par with his. It was hard not to hear that the song was fake, but At Night in the Suburbs of Portugal was Brooks' famous song. He was confident that he could suppress Shinjo's edge and give this ignorant brat a good slap in the face. Please. The two of them finished getting ready at the same time, and the melodious sound echoed throughout the auditorium. Although this piece of music is not difficult, its emotions are extremely delicate and can be said to be the best among all. To play it well, the coordination of both hands, musical talent, and sensitivity to sound are all essential. The most important point is that music must come from the heart, which has reached an extraordinary level. It is no exaggeration to say that if the unity between man and piano is not achieved, the performance of this piece of music will be simply unpleasant to the ears. Everyone was intoxicated again. This kind of feeling that makes the ears pregnant is something that only happens a few times in a lifetime. However, there were not many experts present, and it was difficult to tell who played better between Shinjo and Brooks, or whose music sounded more beautiful. At this moment, in everyone's live broadcast room. Oh my god, it's Brooks, and he's playing his famous song, Portugal at Night? Are there people upstairs who share the same ideals? Graduated from the 2006 Tianqiao Conservatory of Music. So it's you, senior. How hateful. The sound quality that can't be transmitted via the phone at the scene is still a little worse after all. Junior, we all know Brooks' ability, but who is that handsome young man standing next to him? How could he compete with Brooks on the same stage? I don't know him either, but I think he must be a great god. Two masters, you are all experts. We have indeed heard Brooks' music, but it seems that the young man's performance is just as beautiful, and his ability is even comparable to Brooks. That's quite right. Wait, Junior, don't jump to conclusions. We're only halfway through this piece. The rest is going to be more difficult, and the control of emotions needs to be more delicate. I feel like that handsome young man seems to be a step ahead. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the live broadcast room exploded. This unknown young man plays the violin even better than Brooks. And the song he played seemed to be Brooks' famous song. Isn't that incredible? Oh, heaven, oh, earth, are you dreaming? Or are the two experts just making fun of these newbies in the live broadcast room? Chapter 118 My Son's Teacher. While everyone was chatting animatedly, Shinjo and Brooks' performance had already entered the second half. Shinjo was seen playing the violin and dancing gracefully, and every movement was in perfect harmony with the scale. As he performed with passion and emotion, the entire live broadcast room fell into silence. They didn't want to break the beauty of the moment. How is this possible? One Night in the Suburbs of Portugal is my famous song. Brooks was shouting in his heart, but no one could hear him, and the performance was over after 10 minutes. Shinjo still had a smile on his face, but Brooks felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten bitter melon. What the two experts said was indeed true. That handsome young man won. What kind of legendary musician is this? Compared to the young people in my country, he is nothing but a little brother. Looking at his face makes me feel more uncomfortable than eating a pile of shit. The best of brothers. +1. Same as above +1. As the live broadcast room became lively again, the darlings who were immersed in the scene just reacted. Because they heard the music very intuitively, they were more shocked. Pa.
The thunderous applause continued one after another for a long time. Alas, Mr. Shinjo, your attainments in violin are indeed better than mine. I lose. Brooks wanted to default on the debt, but reason told him that doing so would be digging his own grave. Moreover, he is obsessed with music and loves art, and he admires outstanding young people like Shinjo. Lost? Brooks admitted defeat? This is unbelievable. Shinjo, Shinjo, Shinjo. After hearing the news, everyone couldn't control themselves again. Although Brooks was famous, he was a foreigner, while Shinjo was from China. Moreover, they came here to attend Shinjo's wedding. Whether from an intellectual or emotional point of view, this news was too shocking. There is a good saying in our great China, there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Mr. Brooks, if the on-site sound arrangement is more in place, you will definitely be able to perform more perfectly. Shinjo said with a smile. Although he won, he did not make a big show of it, embarrassing Brooks or even ruining his reputation. This kind of generosity is not something that ordinary young people possess. Of course, when Shinjo mentioned the vast Chinese nation, he was also warning Brooks that there are always people better than you. Even if he is just a 3-year-old boy, he should not be looked down upon. This is definitely a blatant slap in the face. Daddy is awesome, Daddy, you are my idol. Meng Meng raised her little fist and said excitedly. Almost fell off the chair. I told you, Daddy will definitely win. Shin Feng remained very calm and spoke in a baby voice. Although he is only 3 years old, he already has 2 idols. Perhaps these are the only 2 idols he will have in his life. One is Shinjo and the other is Bruce Lee. The former ranks much higher than the latter. Dad, I love you. Dad finally taught Big Brother and Weird Uncle a lesson. Of course, the most excited person was Shin Huan, because Shinjo did these things for the purpose of avenging him. The 3-year-old child did not have many seeds of hatred in his heart. He just did not like Brooks with a beard. Mr. Shinjo, you are the real leader. I am nothing compared to you. Thank you for your education and generosity today. I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if Mr. Shinjo can agree to it. Brooks said seriously. But you can say it. I would like to become your disciple and pursue higher artistic attainments. I hope Mr. Shinjo can agree. Brooks said seriously. I couldn't ask for more. Shinjo didn't know how excited he was after hearing this. He chose the system task too and didn't know how to talk to Brooks. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to deliver it to him. However, despite his excitement, Shinjo's expression was still somewhat conflicted. A real Oscar winner. This. Mr. Shinjo, as long as you can accept me as your apprentice, I can do anything. Debayo's attainments in music are unrivaled in the world. He is a child prodigy. Mr. Shinjo must be very busy. I do have a lot of time. If Mr. Shinjo doesn't mind, I will supervise and teach this junior brother. Brooks kept a low profile, fearing that Shinjo would not agree. Damn. Junior brother? Shinjo didn't expect that Brooks would be so bold. If the news of him accepting a 3-year-old kid as his junior fellow student got out, wouldn't the entire music industry go wild? It seems like it will be hard not to become famous today. Okay, since you are determined to do so, it would seem ungrateful if I refuse again. But Debayo is only 3 years old after all, so it is more appropriate to let you, a leading figure like you, be the teacher. As for our relationship, we should each take care of our own business. Shinjo nodded and replied. In fact, he wanted Brooks to be his senior brother and Debayo's teacher, but this would not allow him to complete the system task. Shinjo is still very much looking forward to the reward. Thank you for your help, Master. Brooks bowed respectfully and spoke from the heart. Bite. Complete System Mission 2 on the main mission, and you will receive mission rewards, a Douyin account with 5 million followers. Damn, what kind of reward is this? System, do you want me to live broadcast? I don't have the time, and don't you know that I am very low-key? Shinjo complained. The system's rewards are random, but they will definitely benefit the host. If the host does not accept them, the reward will be void. Of course, if the host regrets it in the future, the system will ignore it. A cold voice came from the system, and after thinking about it, Shinjo accepted the reward. After all, we live in an information society now, and 5 million fans is a huge number, which will have a good publicity effect for his animation company. Another point is that the fans of the accounts given by the system are all loyal fans, so there is no need to worry about the activity level. The wedding of the century finally came to an end when Shinjo accepted a disciple and Debeo found a teacher. The entire island was still brightly lit at night, which lasted for 3 days. Friends and relatives also left, and Shinjo and his family were originally planning to return by helicopter. Father-in-law Su Hao and mother-in-law Jiang Xinlian, for the first time ever, want to go back to Zhonghai City with Shinjo. Looking at Su Qingyan's conflicted face, Shinjo did not refuse. Zhonghai City. Xingyan, after this wedding of the century, Shinjo will be completely my son-in-law. He has passed the last test of your mother and me. We old two are really happy from the bottom of our hearts. Su Hao said with a smile on his face. Shinjo's brows were twisted into a knot when he heard this. He knew very well what kind of people his father-in-law and mother-in-law were. How could there be a sudden change of gender? I passed the last test, are you kidding me? If Shinjo was a 3-year-old child, he might have believed this. But he is a young man in his 20s, with a very high IQ and a system. Chapter 119, the relationship has eased, and the father-daughter love is deep? Father, I'm sorry. I was ignorant before and misunderstood you. I didn't expect that everything you did was to test us. Now that you are finally relieved, I feel relieved too. Su Qingyan's tears fell like a spring. For more than 5 years, her parents have become very unfamiliar to her. It can even be said that they have become the most familiar strangers. But after all, blood is thicker than water, and she also longed for maternal and paternal love. She kept finding reasons and excuses for the 2 elders in her heart and wanted to forgive them. Today she finally got what she wanted. Su Qingyan suddenly felt that God was not unfair to her, but was too good to her. A cute baby from heaven, a cheap and powerful husband, and the belated motherly and fatherly love. My dear daughter, don't cry. You are already so old and a mother. You must learn to be strong in the future. Father and mother, I came back with you this time just to spend a few days with you before going back. Although these few days cannot make up for the indifference and estrangement of the past 5 years, father and mother will definitely give everything to make up for what they owe. Su Hao also shed tears, stroking Su Qingyan's forehead and said seriously. The family of 3 cried together. Although Shinjo was not an outsider, he knew very well that if someone showed kindness without any reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. Moreover, after the wedding, Su Yundong disappeared. Shinjo could guarantee with his head that this guy was definitely up to no good. Bite. System task, make the father-in-law and mother-in-law truly accept the host. Mission reward, media operations team. I thought these 2 old foxes were just acting, but I don't know what they are up to. Shinjo thought to himself. Mommy, why are you crying? Is Debeo being naughty? Shin Huan hurried over when he heard the crying. Immediately afterwards, Shin Shang, Shin Feng, Shin Meng, and Shen Meng surrounded Su Qingyan like little ducks, asking questions all over the place. Although the voice is still childish, you can hear the concern from the heart. Now Su Qingyan couldn't stop crying. Okay, wife, the children are here, be a strong mom, you are their role model. Don't cry, today is a good day. Hubby will cook now and we will celebrate. Shinjo replied softly. Thank you, husband. This time she called husband in a particularly serious manner, and her eyes were full of affirmation. Shinjo was immediately very excited, and thought that he must reward his wife well tonight. Don't cry, Debeo, Erbo, Sanbao, Sibo, Wubao, mommy is telling you to love your grandpa and grandma as much as you love your grandparents. Because you also have grandpa and grandma's blood flowing in your bodies. Su Qingyan said hurriedly. As a mother, Su Qingyan could understand that her own flesh and blood did not acknowledge her pain. Since her relationship with her parents has improved, the children naturally want to get closer to them. A harmonious and happy family reunited is really better than anything else. Shinjo was naturally not a stingy person. He cooked a very sumptuous dinner and kept picking up dishes for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Your father-in-law hasn't eaten such delicious dishes for a long time. It's getting late, so let's go back to the hotel. Su Hao said. Dad, why go to a hotel when you are at home? Just sleep at home. Su Qingyan said softly. Then he looked at Shinjo again, his face full of pleading. This house was bought by Shinjo. She was the one who decided to let her parents live there, but she was still a little nervous. Yes, father-in-law and mother-in-law, you have all gone back to your own homes.
If I let you stay in a hotel again, what kind of person would I, Shinjo, become?
Besides, you have come here with great difficulty, so let the children get closer to you. Shinjo said softly.
Su Qingyan's heart was filled with gratitude. Is that so? Su Hao hesitated. Old Su, since the children are so filial, let's cancel the hotel room. We can stay at home for a few days and then go back. Jiang Xinlian nodded and replied.
Well, let's live in this house worth tens of millions for a while today. Su Hao said, taking advantage of the situation. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, the old couple went back to their room to sleep, and Shinjo and his friend also coaxed the child to sleep.
Well, thank you today. Su Qingyan said shyly. Is that how much you thank me? Shinjo grinned. Anyone who was not a fool would know what Shinjo meant by this. Su Qingyan's face turned red.
Although she was married to Shinjo, she still felt a little uncomfortable in this regard.
Come on, baby.
Shinjo directly hugged Su Qingyan in his arms and rushed into the bedroom quickly.
Wife, you are so beautiful. The two of them were lying on the bed. Shinjo stared at Su Qingyan's slightly panicked eyes and spoke softly. You are so annoying.
Su Qingyan replied shyly and punched the man's chest with her little pink fist, but she had no strength at all. It looks so soft and it doesn't seem like he is hitting anyone, but more like he is teasing them. The two of them had been busy for half an hour and were both exhausted and sweating. They wanted to have a comfortable sleep, but unexpectedly an accident happened.
Dang dang dang.
Son-in-law and daughter, wake up, something's happened to your mother, come and see her quickly.
Don't worry, father. Hearing this, Su Qingyan suddenly panicked.
She quickly got out of bed and opened the door, and saw Su Hao's frightened expression and red eyes.
What's wrong, father-in-law? Shinjo also hurriedly got out of bed and asked.
The old man didn't bother to explain, he just picked up the young couple and went back to the bedroom. At this time, Jiang Xinlian was lying on the bed, twitching constantly, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn. Apparently it was in too much pain and it tore itself apart.
Seeing this scene, Su Qingyan became even more panicked.
She rushed directly to her mother and asked loudly.
Mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, don't be afraid.
Tell your daughter where it hurts.
I will definitely be able to cure you. Call 120, call 120.
In fact, Su Qingyan didn't need to remind him, Shinjo had already called Jiang Han and asked him to bring people over quickly. I'm sorry, my daughter.
I'm sorry to you and your mother. You've seldom come home in the past 5 years. We two old people miss you very much, but there's nothing we can do.
Father is fine, he is a grown man after all. But your mother missed him so much that she became sick. She got cancer 3 years ago. The doctor said it would cost 5 million to cure him, but you also know the situation at home. Su Hao said quietly with a long sigh.
Boom! Su Qingyan was in a panic.
After hearing this, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in her head.
What? Your mother has cancer?
And it was because she ran away from home and he hadn't seen her for several years, which caused him to fall sick with homesickness.
Su Qingyan burst into tears instantly. Happiness came so quickly and went away so quickly. She really couldn't bear it. That's cancer. There is no cure for it in current medical science. I'm afraid 5 million is only enough to maintain it.
She knew that her father said this to comfort her.
Chapter 120 Huge Medical Expenses. Hubby, please save my mother. I owe her. I was ignorant before. I can't let my mother leave me.
Su Qingyan turned her head to look at Shinjo, her eyes full of pleading and pain.
That's 5 million.
If it were in the past, she would have taken it out without hesitation, but now there is no such money.
All the household expenses are paid by Shinjo. Don't worry, honey. The doctor is on the way. If 5 million can really cure the disease, I can pay for it. Shinjo nodded and answered without hesitation. Okay. Su Qingyan nodded, feeling much more relieved. As long as this man is here, I can hold on even if the sky falls. No one else can give you this sense of security. Mother, I will definitely be able to cure you. Dad, don't worry. Since Shinjo has agreed, he will definitely find a way. Su Qingyan comforted softly. System, check my mother-in-law's body. Bite. The system has completed the test.
Ms. Jiang Xinlian's body functions are normal and no cancer cells were found.
It is true. Xinzhou was not surprised at all. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian suddenly became very attentive to them. There must be something fishy here.
Originally, Xinzhou was very worried, fearing that the old couple would do something out of line, or directly target the children. Now it seems that he is here for the money, and Xinzhou is not so worried anymore. Firstly, he is not short of money, and it is not a big deal to spend 5 million.
Secondly, once the intention is known, there is a way to solve it.
About half an hour later, Zhang Han arrived with Professor Chen and several other nurses.
Xinzhou, let's do a routine check first.
Zhang Han said seriously.
Okay, thank you all for your help.
Xinzhou nodded, helped Su Qingyan up and left the room. About 10 minutes later, Professor Chen and Zhang Han walked out of the room.
How is it? Xinzhou asked knowingly. She's feeling much better now after taking an injection of tranquilizer. Professor Chen and I checked her carefully and found that Ms. Jiang is in very good health. She doesn't have cancer as she said. Zhang Han told the truth. How is this possible?
You must have misdiagnosed her. The examination we did in Kyoto 3 years ago confirmed that it was cancer, and my wife has suffered a lot in the past 3 years.
I've seen all of this. How come you guys don't have any illnesses? Could it be that my wife is lying to me about cancer? This doesn't make sense at all.
Su Hao defended himself without panicking.
Yeah, Zhang Han, my mother is not a child, how can she joke about her own life?
And this time you only brought simple instruments, so the diagnosis is not authoritative. In my opinion, we should go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, which will be more reliable.
Su Qingyan said. Zhang Han could only nod in agreement after hearing this. Although he was confident in his and Professor Chen's medical skills, Jiang Xinlian would never lie. If you are a normal person, who would say that you have cancer? Isn't this just cursing yourself to die early? Then go to the hospital and get a full checkup.
Zhonghai is a small place after all, and the equipment in the hospital is not advanced enough.
If the diagnosis cannot be confirmed, I am afraid that the disease will be delayed.
I think we should go directly to Kyoto.
Su Hao said.
People who don't know the inside story must think that Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian have a very good relationship and are worried, but Xinzhou knows it very well. The old fox is giving a preventive measure.
If the hospital cannot detect cancer, he will also have something to say.
Then he would just take Xinzhou's 5 million and go home to make a huge profit.
However, Xinzhou couldn't say it directly. The system's matters were very secretive, and even Su Qingyan didn't know about it. Naturally, he couldn't reveal any clues. How about this, husband?
I'll accompany my parents to the hospital, and you take care of the children at home.
Su Qingyan suggested. The children are all asleep, so there shouldn't be any problem at home. Let Xinzhou go with you.
After all, he is the male backbone of the family.
It would be inconvenient for a girl like you to run around. Su Hao said. Su Qingyan quickly replied, It's okay, Dad, that's Xinzhou's private hospital, I'm very familiar with the staff there. It would be better to let Xinzhou go with you. This will also show your importance to your mother.
When your mother recovers from her illness, she will naturally pay more attention to Xinzhou.
I think this is a good opportunity to improve our relationship.
Su Hao interrupted directly.
He was also very shocked. He didn't expect that Xinzhou also had a private hospital.
It seemed that the previous 5 million was less.
I think what my father-in-law said makes a lot of sense.
This is a perfect opportunity for a son-in-law to show his abilities. Dabeo and the others are very well behaved and are sleeping soundly.
It's okay. Let's go to the hospital together. Xinzhou echoed. He wanted to see what his father-in-law and mother-in-law were up to.
Su Qingyan had no choice but to nod in agreement, and the group rushed to the hospital in a hurry.
After 2 hours of full-body examination, the results were exactly the same as Professor Zhang Hanshen's previous tests.
However, the two did not tell the news directly to Su Hao and Su Qingyan, but called Xinzhou to the office. Xinzhou, if we were not sure before, now Professor Chen and I can tell you responsibly that Ms. Jiang is in very good health. Not to mention cancer cells, she doesn't even have the most common chronic diseases among the elderly.
Zhang Han said seriously. Jiang Han, are you mistaken? You really don't have cancer?
Xinzhou asked, blinking a few times. It is indeed cancer, and it is advanced breast cancer. She must undergo chemotherapy now, otherwise she will not live for more than 3 months.
Zhang Han immediately understood and replied. In fact, Jiang Han had long known that Shinzhou and Su Qingyan's father and mother had a bad relationship, or even a very bad one. The old couple suddenly did this, there must be something going on, and Shinzhou's character is one that will never let go of any flaws. It seems that the old couple are going to suffer, but it would be good to teach them a lesson. Which father or mother would play such a joke in front of their daughter? This is so irresponsible. The three of them came in front of Su Hao and Su Qingyan tacitly, with extremely painful expressions, especially Shinzhou, whose eyes were red, as if he had just cried. This made Su Qingyan even more worried, but Su Hao was very confused. Because he had already thought of an excuse. After taking 5 million from Shinzhou, he would go for a stroll in Kyoto and then go home. When Shinzhou asks about it, just say that cancer is cured. Even if they have some doubts, they won't think too much about it. Honey, what happened? Don't scare me, just say something. Su Qingyan's heart sank to the bottom, and she asked in panic. Father-in-law and wife, you have to hold on. Shinzhou was heartbroken. He estimated that even national first-class actors would feel inferior to him. Husband, it couldn't be. The last bit of hope in Su Qingyan's heart disappeared. Chapter 121, Acting Competition. It's late-stage breast cancer. She must undergo chemotherapy as soon as possible, otherwise she won't live more than 3 months. After saying this, Shinzhou turned to face the wall and punched it hard. It feels like losing one's biological parents. Jiang Han naturally had to cooperate with the acting. Uncle, sister-in-law is really sorry. We were indeed negligent before. We didn't expect Aunt's condition to be so serious. Now we can only quickly undergo chemotherapy. Maybe she can live a little longer. Professor Chen is a kind-hearted doctor, so he naturally cannot act as recklessly as the younger members, but he did not rashly speak out to ruin this good show. Su Qingyan closed her eyes tightly, but finally confirmed it. However, she had already prepared herself mentally, so she didn't lose her composure after hearing the news. What, breast cancer? Su Hao shouted. This was impossible. This was clearly a play performed by him, his wife, Su Yundong and Yang Xinxin. The purpose is to cheat money from Shinzhou, and this is just the beginning, and more will be cheated in the future. Zhang Xinlian was healthy and had no problems. She had a physical examination 3 months ago. How could she suddenly be diagnosed with breast cancer? And it was in the late stage? Su Hao collapsed to the ground, Su Qingyan hurried to help him up. Shinzhou turned his back to them and looked at him out of the corner of his eyes, sneering in his heart. Father-in-law, I don't know which master guided you to put on such a good show, but compared with your son-in-law, it is still a little worse. Wow. The father and daughter cried together, and Shinzhou was also silently wiping away his tears. Although Jiang Han felt very guilty about defrauding patients, he had to do what Shinzhou told him to do. Uncle, you have to cheer up. This is a critical period and Auntie needs you. You have to sign this letter of responsibility, otherwise we really don't dare to let go and do it. Jiang Han took out the waiver letter that he had prepared in advance, which was clearly written in black and white. If life is in danger during chemotherapy, it has nothing to do with this hospital. At this moment, Su Hao was completely confused. He didn't expect that he would end up making things worse. Zhang Xinlian was really diagnosed with cancer. Sign? Sign what? He is now at a loss and has no idea what to do. Father-in-law, you have to cheer up. Shinzhou wiped away his tears, looking like he had calmed down and was able to take charge. Su Hao. Okay, father-in-law, I'm a little emotional now, so let me sign it, and you guys start preparing immediately. Shinzhou said. As soon as these words came out, my sense of responsibility suddenly exploded. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, Su Qingyan would definitely give Shinzhou a big hug. Isn't it what a man should be able to stand up at the critical moment? After signing, Jiang Han and Professor Chen left, because Shinzhou's last sentence was very clear: to start preparations was to act according to the plan. Son-in-law, I think you should take the money and let my husband and I go to Kyoto for treatment. After all, this hospital is too small, and I'm afraid we can't cure your mother-in-law's illness. Half an hour later, Su Hao calmed down and said. He was also cautious. Since this hospital belonged to Shinzhou, there was a high possibility that he was doing something behind the scenes. He had to go to an authoritative place to check so that he could feel at ease. Of course, medical treatment is one thing, but the 5 million yuan cannot be missed. Dad, you have to have confidence in Shinzhou's hospital. Professor Chen is a very skilled doctor and is very famous throughout the country and even the world. If even Professor Chen can't cure you, there's no point in going to Kyoto. Su Qingyan said. She was trying to support Shinzhou's reputation, and of course she wouldn't joke about her mother's life. She knew very well how good Professor Chen and Jiang Han's medical skills were. Moreover, all the medical equipment in this private hospital are the most advanced in the world, otherwise how could Tao's illness get better? No, I don't feel comfortable here. I have to go to Kyoto. Su Hao refused without even thinking. If you stay here you won't make any money, your illness won't be cured, and you might even be exposed. In order to avoid any further complications, Su Hao wanted to call and transfer to another hospital immediately, heading to Kyoto. The more anxious the old man is, the less anxious Shinzhou is. It is difficult to ease the relationship, but it is actually not difficult. Otherwise, he could use reason and emotional appeal to them, but that would take too long, so he could only settle for the next best thing and scare Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian severely once. Let them know how serious this matter is. After the old couple got angry, they naturally didn't dare to cause trouble for Shinzhou anymore, and they would even take the initiative to ease the relationship. Just now Shinzhou suddenly realized that although the old couple had rich social experience, it was impossible for them to come up with such a sinister trick. This matter was definitely related to Su Yundong. Ding ding. Just then the old man's cell phone suddenly rang. It's settled. Let's go home and pack our things, then leave for Kyoto overnight. Su Hao said seriously, not allowing any rebuttal. Shinzhou's eyes moved a few times, and then nodded. Since my father-in-law has made up his mind, then it's settled. I will stay to take care of my mother-in-law and arrange for her to be transferred to another hospital. Wife, go back with your father-in-law to pack up. Okay. Su Qingyan nodded. Su Hao also breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them hurriedly left the hospital. Shinzhou, what if my sister-in-law finds out? Jiang Han walked over and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Qingyan won't know. If you were my father-in-law, would you tell your daughter such a shameless thing? Shinzhou asked with a smile. No, I'll just swallow my anger. Otherwise, I'll really lose my daughter. Jiang Han answered firmly. I'm leaving my mother-in-law's affairs to you. Stabilize her emotions first and don't let her know about these things. Wait until I've dealt with this side, then let her be discharged from the hospital. Shinzhou gave a few more instructions and returned to the office. Jiang Han started to get busy again, doing a second examination on Jiang Xinlian. In fact, these were all insignificant face-saving projects, but Jiang Han's expression was very serious. Jiang Xinlian was a little worried and asked a few questions, but Jiang Han just answered them perfunctorily. Shinzhou, something bad has happened. Wu Bo is missing. Su Qingyan's panicked voice sounded on the phone. Tai. Shinzhou stood up suddenly, his face full of anxiety. Xiao Mengmeng is missing. Does this have anything to do with Su Hao? Don't worry, honey. Comfort Debao and Erbao first. I'll be back soon. Shin Zhofei ran out of the hospital, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out like an arrow. Bite. System task, find Shin Meng. Reward, father and son-daughter connected by heart. Reward introduction, this reward transcends the barriers of time and space. No matter how far apart the father and son-daughter are, they can instantly know where the other person is and what they are doing at the moment. Infinitely upgraded telepathy. Accept. Shinzhou accepted the task without even thinking about it. Chapter 122 Meng Meng was kidnapped. Woo woo. Daughter, don't worry. The child will be fine. It may just be a simple kidnapping. The kidnapper will call us soon. Su Hao comforted her anxiously. My father-in-law is right. He took Meng Meng away just for the money. There won't be any danger. Honey, you have to believe me. Shinzhou rushed into the room and just in time saw Su Qingyan crying heartbreakingly, and his heart sank as well. But after all, with the system by his side, Shinzhou was still able to keep a steady mind. In this situation, if he continues to panic, Su Qingyan will become even more panicked. Hubby, Meng Meng, our little Meng Meng is missing. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I had asked you to stay at home, this wouldn't have happened. Woo. Su Qingyan felt extremely guilty. If her father hadn't been right next to her, she might have done something extreme. First, the mother became seriously ill, and then the daughter went missing. This blow was many times greater than the previous bankruptcy of the company. Old Lu, where are you? Something happened at home, please come over. Shinjo called Lu Haochen. Although it was late, he agreed readily. Shinjo then called the police again, but after some inquiries, the case was not accepted. After all, Shen Meng had only been missing for an hour. For the police to be dispatched, the person has to be missing for more than 24 hours. This is the rule. Shinjo has no choice but to rely on himself now. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Su Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. It should be related to Meng Meng. Honey, I'll take it. Shinjo took the phone and pressed the answer button. You must be looking for a little girl. She is in my hands. If you want her to survive, prepare 20 million and hand her over to East City tomorrow morning. I will give you 6 hours. The voice on the other end of the phone was very calm, but one could hear a strong threat in it. This person is definitely a veteran. It is impossible for ordinary people to be so calm. Shinjo was just about to ask to listen to his daughter's voice, but the other party didn't even give him a chance and directly hung up the phone. This further proves the professionalism of the robbers. Firstly, it does not provide any opportunity for telephone monitoring. Secondly, he was familiar with the police's case handling process and only gave Shinjo 6 hours to prepare the funds, so the transaction would be completed within 24 hours. As long as Shinjo behaves well, he won't get into too much trouble. System. Can we determine the other party's location based on this phone number? There are too few clues and the robbers are extremely cautious. Now the police can't help either, so Shinjo can only bet on the system. Bite. It is certain, but the host needs to pay the corresponding reward. How many? When Shinjo heard the word remuneration, he immediately thought of money. Although he is not a wealthy man now, he has tens of millions of liquid funds in his hands. A problem that can be solved with money is not really a problem. Bite. Host, don't you have a brain? Your money is given to you by the system. You are not short of money, so does the system lack money? Although the situation is very urgent, Shinjo couldn't help feeling embarrassed. What the other person said makes sense. Being too busy really creates chaos. Don't keep me in suspense. What do you need me to do? Shinjo asked hurriedly. Equivalent exchange. This time the system has activated the help function to help you find your child. If you choose to exchange, one of your children will be in trouble. Host, don't be angry. Equal exchange is naturally very fair. This time, the host is only asking the system to help you locate the kidnapper. You don't need to rescue him. In the future, your child will not be in danger of death. After hearing this, Shinjo breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to go berserk, but luckily the system was wise and didn't give him such a chance. After hesitating for 2 minutes, Shinjo nodded and agreed to the deal. Bite. The kidnapper's location has been sent to the host's phone. In addition, the system will give you a free reminder. This location is not fixed. After the last sentence, the system fell silent. It seems that the rescue must be quick, otherwise the kidnappers will transfer Shen Meng to another place, and it will be difficult to find her. Moreover, Shinjo was very sure that these extremely professional kidnappers would definitely do so. Husband, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare me. If something happens to you again, why should I live? Su Qingyan said loudly with tears in her eyes, slapping Shinjo several times. Ah, honey, it's okay. I was just thinking about something and was a little distracted. Shinjo hurried to explain. Then he hugged Su Qingyan tightly in his arms. At this moment, his wife was very fragile and could not withstand any disturbance. As a man who stands tall and proud, he naturally has to push up the collapsed sky. Daughter, don't be anxious. Let your son-in-law talk slowly. Are the people who called just now robbers? What demands did they make? Su Hao asked. The old man no longer mentioned rushing to Kyoto. It was indeed the robbers who called. As previously speculated, they only wanted money and did not want to kill. There are 20 million in this card of my wife, but the robbers need cash. All banks are closed at night. Fortunately, Lu Haochen has some channels. I have called him and he will be here in less than half an hour. Shinjo said slowly. After hearing the news, Su Qingyan's heart tightened at first, because she also thought that the robbers would ask for cash. However, he relaxed immediately after that, as Shinjo had arranged everything properly. Husband. Thousands of words merged into one sentence. Su Qingyan hugged Shinjo tightly. She was really afraid of losing another loved one, not even for a day. I'm here, my dear wife. Your husband is here. Meng Meng is fine. Husband promises you that he will bring Meng Meng back safely. No one can bully our child. Shinjo comforted her softly. Su Qingyan felt more at ease, but Su Hao next to her frowned. Although it was only for a moment, Shinjo noticed it. The system has reshaped his body, making him extremely powerful, and his perception is amazing. Unexpectedly, this matter was actually related to Su Hao. This damn grandpa is capable of doing such a thing. He will do anything for money. Although Shinjo was furious, he remained rational. Shinjo still didn't believe that an old man in his 50s or 60s could come up with such a sinister series of schemes. He thought Su Yundong was the mastermind behind all this. Mr. Su, I warned you once before, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and demand more. Now you have fallen into my hands this time. Even if the Jade Emperor protects you, I will make you pay the price you deserve. Shinjo was secretly mad in his heart. Shin Huan, Shin Shang, Shin Feng, and Shin Mang also ran over and kept asking why their sister was not there, where she had gone, and why mommy was crying. Babies, Meng Meng has been taken away by your Uncle Jiang and will be back tomorrow morning. You have to be good. Mommy cried just now because you were disobedient and didn't want to sleep. Shinjo said tenderly. We'll be obedient and go back to sleep. Mommy, don't cry. Mommy, be good. Shin Huan said quickly. Shin Shang, Shin Feng, and Shin Mang also returned to their rooms. Chapter 123 Heading to Xiqing District. Half an hour later, Lu Haochen arrived. Mr. Shin, what happened? Lu Haochen asked. Shinjo did not hide anything and told the truth. When the latter heard this, he took a breath of cold air. Shinjo and Su Qingyan regarded these 5 babies as the apple of their eyes and would not allow anyone to hurt them. And now Xiao Meng Meng has been kidnapped. One can imagine how angry Shinjo is at this moment. What do I need to do? Lu Haochen asked directly and got to the point. I heard you say before that you know the presidents of several banks. The robbers need 20 million in cash, but you don't have it at home. Shinjo replied. Understood, I'll call them now. Lu Haochen acted decisively and without any hesitation, he picked up his mobile phone to make the call. Wife, take the card and go withdraw money with Lu Haochen. I have other things to do. Let's split up. Shinjo instructed. Su Qingyan did not choose to ask more questions, but nodded obediently. Father-in-law, no one wants to see something like this happen. My mother-in-law is still in the hospital. Please go and accompany her first. I will call my parents now and ask them to come and take care of the child. Okay, you guys go about your business. I'm old and can't really help you much, but you must bring my little granddaughter back. The old man said excitedly. Even shed a few tears. It doesn't seem like acting, but more like some guilt. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you weren't Qingyan's relatives. Shinjo thought to himself. Shinjo really couldn't bear to call the old man so late at night. Fortunately, some time ago, Shinjo bought a house nearby for the 2 elders and brought them in to live with him. Firstly, it was convenient to see the children, and secondly, the environment was more comfortable. Shinjo naturally did not tell the truth. The 2 elders agreed very quickly. After everything was settled, Shinjo drove away. The location sent by the system to the mobile phone is the West City Flea Market, which is in completely different directions from tomorrow's handover location. Sure enough, he is very shrewd. However, for the cheating Shinjo, this little trick is nothing to worry about. The west side of the city is a mixed bag and very chaotic, and the second-hand market is even more so. All kinds of cats and dogs are lurking here, and even though it is late at night, they are still not quiet. For those who are not serious, the nightlife has just begun at this time. When we drove to the flea market, we saw groups of young people, arm in arm, discussing something loudly. There were even drunkards lying on the street. Fortunately, the weather was not cold, otherwise many drunkards would have frozen to death. Hollywood KTV. This was the place marked by the system. Shinjo walked in without thinking. I was a little dizzy for a moment. Although he also played music, his playing was relatively elegant. Piano, violin, guzheng, and so on. The location sent by the system could not be accurate to every floor, so Shinjo observed in advance that there are 4 floors in total in KTV. The first and second floors are for entertainment, the third floor is for public accommodation, and the fourth floor is for offices. After a brief analysis, Shinjo directly locked onto the fourth level. It is relatively smooth to go from the first floor to the third floor. After all, they are open to the public, but it is not so easy to go from the third floor to the fourth floor. There was only one staircase in the corridor, and there were 4 or 5 burly men standing there. He was obviously a professional bodyguard. He didn't whisper to each other or smoke. His eyes were fixed on the entrance of the corridor. After he noticed Shinjo, he stared at him intently. The fourth floor is not open to the public. The bearded man in the lead said coldly. I'm sorry, Shinjo naturally knew what was going on, but he had no intention of going downstairs. Instead, he apologized while moving closer to her. Brush. After reaching the attack distance, Shinjo did not hesitate at all. He rushed out like an arrow and punched the bearded man in the face. Ah! The bearded man screamed and squatted on the ground, covering his nose. The other big men reacted instantly and punched Shinjo with rain-like fists. Fortunately, he was agile and dodged several punches in succession, then kicked the second man to the ground. Shinjo did not hold back at all with this punch and kick. Hurry up and tell the boss, someone is here to cause trouble. One of the big men said loudly. But before he could finish his words, Shinjo punched him and knocked him to the ground. The remaining 2 people did not attack blindly, but looked at Shinjo vigilantly. At the same time, the walkie-talkies they carried with them rang. Who is it? A young man. The 2 big men said in unison. However, they obviously underestimated the young man Shinjo. He jumped up more than 1 meter high again and kicked the 2 big men in the chest with both feet at the same time. Ah! He screamed and fell to the ground. It only took 2 minutes to defeat the opponent. Shinjo did not dare to hesitate and went upstairs quickly. How dare you cause trouble in KTV? I think you are so bold. Brothers, get him. The originally empty corridor was instantly filled with dozens of people. Shinjo frowned slightly. He had no problem dealing with 4 or 5 burly men, but if he were asked to fight dozens of people with his bare hands, he didn't have the ability to do so. Mang mang! Shinjo roared, sending a signal to the baby. But there was no response at all, probably because he was given some sedative. He was pretty sure his daughter was on this floor, but he wasn't sure which room she was in. It's impossible to leave, so just do it. Bully my daughter, I will make you pay the price. Shinjo roared. As a father, when his daughter is in danger, his instincts are awakened. He rushed out like a tiger, and the 3 men who were rushing the fastest in front howled and fell to the ground in pain. Shinjo's offensive continued unabated, using both fists and feet. And every attack he made was a killing move. Once these guys fell to the ground, there was no way they would get up again. Bang! After killing more than 10 people, Shinjo's attack finally slowed down. The 2 burly men found an opportunity and kicked Shinjo on the back. If it weren't for his strong belief, this kick would have been enough to knock him to the ground. Shinjo hated Su Yundong so much that he even wanted to cut him into pieces. However, before finding his daughter, Shinjo would never force the other party to tell him where she is, as that would probably lead to desperate measures. A crime committed by an acquaintance and a crime committed by a stranger are completely different concepts. It doesn't matter if a stranger takes the money because you don't know him. But it's different with acquaintances. They may be desperate and kill you to silence you. Apartment opposite to KTV. Just now I saw a young man enter the KTV. His figure and appearance resemble Shinjo. Yang Shinshin spoke up. How is that possible? Shinshin, you must have seen it wrong. I am very confident in what Boss Sanglong does. And it's only been a short time. How could Shinjo get here, unless he is a god? Su Yundong said confidently. Shinjo is just a poor boy with a little money. It's okay for him to use conspiracy to acquire the company, but forget about investigating the case and tracking him. Chapter 124. Don't underestimate a father's strength. You're right, he is not a god. I may be too sensitive. Yang Shinshin nodded in agreement. Ha, Shinshin, with the 20 million plus my uncle and aunt's 5 million, that's 250,000. If we split it 50-50, we'll be multi-millionaires. Su Yundong's face was full of excitement and he had already begun to fantasize about a life of extravagance and luxury. Just over 10 million? Isn't your ambition a bit too small? Yang Shinshin suddenly said. It was obvious that young Xinxin's eyes changed from greed to coldness, and finally to deep hatred. Xinxin, what do you mean? If I'm right, your two uncles and aunts are already feeling guilty, and it's very likely that they'll ruin this good thing. So after getting the money, just sell them both. This way I don't have to share the money with them, and it can also make Su Qingyan feel upset. Why not do it? Yang Xinxin said slowly. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Demolish the bridge after crossing it. However, at this time, Su Yundong had been completely bewitched by young Xinxin, and he would listen to whatever she said. Besides, Su Hao is just his uncle, not his biological father, so what does it matter whether he is dead or alive? Okay, let's do as you say. Xinxin really didn't expect that your little brain is so smart. I, Su Yundong, really found a treasure. It's still early, why don't we exercise a little more? Su Yundong said with a smile. Yang Xinxin showed a subtle disgust on her face, and thought to herself, 25 million is not my goal at all. Oh, that's annoying. You are so impatient. Hey, man, is this the first time you meet someone as fierce as me? The ones you've dated before weren't as fierce as me, right? Su Yundong said proudly. Then he threw Yang Xinxin directly onto the bed, and the latter reluctantly gave in. Returned to the 4th floor of KTV. At this time, Xinzhou had been knocked to the ground, but these thugs were not much better off, with only 5 or 6 of them still standing. You little brat, you're quite good at fighting. It's just your bad luck that you fell into our hands. The bald man walked towards Xinzhou with a sinister smile. Xiqing district is already a chaotic place, with fights being common and people getting stabbed to death from time to time. Almost 90% of the cases are due to insufficient evidence and end up being left unresolved. These burly men obviously wanted to kill. Wait, save his life and throw him out. A sound suddenly came from the room at the end of the corridor. Understood, boss. You're lucky, little bastard. The bald man agreed. Xinzhou, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with a somersault. He had been waiting for this moment, using self-harm to make the other party let down their guard and at the same time find out the location of his daughter. How can you still stand up? Never underestimate the power of a father. Xinzhou replied and threw out his fist. The bald man who was closest to him was caught off guard and his nose was broken instantly. Damn it! The 4 burly men beat Xinzhou up really badly. However, they did not have a deep hatred with Xinzhou. Beating people up and settling disputes was their job, and they were paid for it. But Xinzhou is different. His daughter is his life. If anything happens to his daughter, how can he explain to his wife? How can he have the face to live? Xinzhou dares to fight to the death, but they don't. So in the following fight, Xinzhou hardly defended and was all attacking. In the end, the 4 fell to the ground. Xinzhou dragged his tired body, not daring to stop at all, and quickly rushed to the end of the corridor and kicked the door open. In the room, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a slicked back hair was sitting comfortably with his legs crossed and smoking a cigar. How did you get in? Seeing Xinzhou covered in blood, the man in the suit was also shocked and hurriedly stood up to touch something, but how could he be as fast as Xinzhou? Bang! Xinzhou kicked the thing away and reached out to pinch the other person's neck. However, the man in the suit is also a big shot in the underworld. When he was young, he fought to the death and was given the nickname Sanlong. Although I am older now, my foundation is still there. Bang! He dodged the attack and raised his leg to kick. I thought Xinzhou would dodge, but I didn't expect Xinzhou to use his desperate fighting style to the extreme and take the kick head-on. The palm finally pinched Sanlong's neck. Don't move! Otherwise I'll kill you. Xinzhou narrowed his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The voice was extremely cold, as if it came from hell, and it was covered in blood and had torn clothes. Xinzhou was really terrifying at this moment. Even the battle-hardened Sanlong felt a little frightened. When he was young, he was not afraid of death and dared to do anything, but now that he is old and has a huge family business, he dare not joke with his life. The richer people are, the more they fear death. This is definitely a famous governance saying. You and I have never met before. Why did you kick my place and endanger my life? You have to give me a reason, right? Sanlong quickly calmed down and asked softly. Are you still throwing smoke bombs at this point? Xinzhou was very dissatisfied with his attitude and kicked him in the stomach. Of course, he didn't let go of Sanlong's hand. So Sanlong was feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. He covered his stomach with his hands like a weakling,
But his neck was still pinched by Shinjo's hands and he couldn't shout out. He was almost peeing his pants because of holding it in. This is the first time I have been insulted like this in my entire life. Are you the father of that little girl? Sanglong no longer dared to play tricks and asked honestly. Where is my Meng Meng? Shinjo asked word by word with narrowed eyes. Sanglong was really scared at this moment. He was sure that if he dared to say a wrong word again, Shinjo would break his neck without hesitation. An angry father can do anything. What is even more terrifying is that this father is also very good at boxing and kicking. In the cabin, right there in the cabin. I didn't hurt him, I just took a small amount of sleeping pills. And this matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't know she was your daughter. I did it for the money. Sanglong confessed honestly. He really had no grudge against Shinjo, and Xiao Mengmeng was very cute, so how could he bear to hurt her? If Shin Meng hadn't always been crying and shouting for her daddy and mommy, Sanglong really wouldn't have been willing to feed her sleeping pills. For children so young, it will have a certain impact on their nerves. Even a small dose could cause harm. Come with me to the hut. Shinjo picked up a piece of clothing and put it on, then took Sanglong to the hut. Meng Meng was indeed sleeping on the bed, holding a brand new rag doll in her hand. He had never seen this doll before, and it was definitely not brought from home. The little girl is very cute. I gave her this doll. Sanglong confessed honestly. Shinjo didn't say anything, but the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Now my daughter has been found and it seems that she is fine. The wolf in front of him was not a very evil person, he was just being instructed by someone. Chapter 125 Weird Uncle. You and the child are now even. After all, I injured so many of your men. But, the story between you and me is not over yet. Shinjo said. Then, he slowly loosened his hand. Sanglong was also tactful and did not resist. Shinjo ran to the bed and held his daughter in his arms. Then he pressed on her body a few times, and Shen Meng slowly woke up. Dad, it's Dad. I finally see Dad. I missed you so much. Dad, let me tell you, an uncle told me that you would leave me in his care, but I didn't believe it at all. I cried and shouted for you and Mommy, but somehow I fell asleep. Shen Meng blinked her big eyes and said in a baby voice. The first half of the sentence was obviously asking for credit and reward from Shinjo, while the second half seemed to be blaming himself for not living up to his expectations. How could he have fallen asleep? Hearing his daughter's words, Shinjo burst out laughing. I was worried that this kidnapping would cause me psychological trauma, but now it seems that there is no such thing at all. I think Sanglong is capable. Hey! Daddy is this uncle. It turns out what he said is true. Daddy really handed Meng Meng over to Uncle's care. Then I should apologize to Uncle for being unreasonable before. Little Meng Meng turned her head, as if she had discovered something, and hurriedly spoke. These words made Sanglong blush. The title of bad uncle who cheats children is worthy of his name. Uncle, I'm sorry. Meng Meng was wrong before. I shouldn't have said that to you. I also suspected that you were a robber and that you cheated my mom and dad out of their money. After apologizing, Meng Meng lowered her head and kept rubbing her little fingers. The look is simply adorable. Sanglong, who was standing at the door, had always liked this little milk bag, and now he couldn't let it go. This child is so smart, is he really only 3 years old? He is also polite and very sincere when apologizing. Ordinary parents would never be able to raise such a child. Sanglong even compared his own brat with Meng Meng. The boy was 2 or 3 years older, but was not as good at speaking and doing things. As for the cuteness, it is incomparable. Xiao Meng Meng, why are you apologizing to your uncle? You didn't do anything wrong. If it were other children, they would have made more trouble than you. Besides, it's impossible to forgive uncle. Sanglong said. Then he plucked up his courage and walked towards Meng Meng. When she found that Shinjo had no intention of stopping her, she was overjoyed. She stretched out her hand and hesitated for several times before touching Xiao Mengmeng's head. Meng Meng is so cute. Tell your uncle, did you grow up eating cuteness? Sanglong also imitated Meng Meng and said in a baby voice. Vomit. Shinjo resisted the urge to spit out his dinner. This Sanglong looked ferocious, and he had dozens of thugs under him. He actually love cuteness? Ahem. Sanglong also felt very embarrassed. How could he be conquered by such a cute baby?
He is the overlord of West City and a well-known figure. What a shame. Uncle has forgiven Meng Meng, that's really great. By the way, I also want to thank you for the doll you gave me. It's really fun. Uncle, can I reward you with something? Little Meng Meng said. Reward? What reward? What reward will Meng Meng give to Uncle?
Just when Sanglong was about to regain his manliness, he fell again.
Staring at Meng Meng is like a child asking an adult for candy. Uncle, come closer.
Shen Meng imitated the adults and hooked his little finger.
Okay. Sanglong replied quickly and moved closer.
Meng Meng stepped on Xinzhou's thigh and opened her chubby arms to wrap around Sanglong's neck.
Then the little face rubbed and rubbed. What? Is this the taste of happiness? Sanglong fell instantly.
It was a wonderful feeling, as if he had fallen into a jar of cream.
Ahem. Meng Meng, this is not safe. Let Daddy hold you. Xinzhou didn't expect that Meng Meng's attempt to be nice would actually trick Sanglong.
If Sanglong's previous actions made him feel disgusted, now he is obviously jealous.
Be good, Meng Meng. Your dad is right. It's not safe to stand on your legs. Okay, when Uncle has time tomorrow, I'll come over to see you. Then I'll have a surprise for you. The cute Sanglong regained his sanity after hearing Xinzhou's reminder. Damn it. No matter how cute a daughter is, she is still someone else's. Okay, Uncle, let's make a pinky promise. Shen Meng finally let go of Sanglong and said in a baby voice.
Then he stretched out his short little fingers, looking very cute. We'll make a promise to each other for 100 years and never change.
Uncle, why didn't you say the spell? It won't work if you don't say it.
Shen Meng pouted and said with some blame.
Sanglong was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. He quickly said, it's Uncle's fault. Uncle shouldn't have said the spell. Come on Meng Meng, let's start over.
Let's make a promise and never change it for 100 years. This time Sanglong spoke very loudly, and Meng Meng nodded her head in satisfaction. Meng Meng, play with the doll in the house for a while.
Uncle has something important to discuss with Dad. Can Dad come over to accompany you later?
Xinzhou said with a smile. For his daughter, a father can fight to the death. In order to gain his daughter's exclusive favor, the father can naturally be shameless.
He felt the threat from the Sanglong.
Of course, it is not in terms of force or money.
But, my daughter as favor. I know, Dad. Adults always have a lot of things to do. You go and talk.
Meng Meng has a lot of private things that she hasn't told the doll yet.
Meng Meng answered very obediently. The two walked out of the room one after the other. The atmosphere in the office seemed a bit awkward.
Originally, the two of them were on edge, but now their expressions were a bit complicated. Xinzhou stared at Sanglong.
Is my daughter cute? Cute.
My brother's genes are so strong that he can give birth to such a cute daughter.
And
I heard from my brothers that there are not only one child Meng Meng in the room, but 5.
You are really awesome, brother. I admire you. Sanglong said embarrassedly. His robbery was absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled. He was actually turned against by a super cute little girl. At this moment, he wished he could catch Su Yundong and slap him all night long. You kidnapped such a cute girl. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Is there still conscience? Okay, let's get down to business. Is the supporter behind the scenes Su Yundong? Xinzhou asked. No. Sanglong replied quickly.
Xinzhou narrowed his eyes when he heard this.
Could he have guessed wrong?
No, it's not just Su Yundong, there's another girl, she's pretty, I don't know her name. But based on my many years of experience, Su Yundong seems to listen to that girl very much.
Sanglong said.
Chapter 126, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Taking money to do things is indeed the code of conduct that Sanglong has always followed, but the key point is that Sanglong has not taken the money at this time. The two parties only had a verbal agreement that after kidnapping Meng Meng, he would get a share of 2 million. Now that he doesn't want the money anymore, it naturally doesn't violate the ethics of the underworld. Not only that, he also has to cooperate with Xinzhou to give a good beating to those guys who have bad intentions towards Meng Meng.
Xinzhou nodded.
Although he didn't know who the woman who appeared out of nowhere was, it was not a big problem. The spearhead was still directed at Su Yundong.
Where are they? Xinzhou asked. It's right opposite KTV. Sun Long replied. I hated that couple so much that I wanted to tear them into pieces right now. Don't be impulsive. Besides, she is my daughter. I will be the one to take revenge. Now we live in a society ruled by law. I won't do anything illegal or criminal. Just accompany me in the show. Xinzhou said. No problem, I'll do whatever you say. Sun Long agreed readily. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Xinzhou entered the inner room and hurried to report to Su Qingyan that he was safe. Husband, you didn't lie to me. Our daughter has been found and is she safe and sound? Su Qingyan asked excitedly. Of course, wife, when has your husband ever lied to you? By the way, I didn't tell Meng Meng the truth. She doesn't know these things yet. Please pay attention to your emotions when you speak. Xinzhou reminded in a low voice. Mommy, didn't you and Daddy leave me to an uncle to take care of me? That uncle is a very nice person. He bought Meng Meng a doll and promised to give Meng Meng a surprise tomorrow. Are you listening, Mommy? Little Meng Meng said in a baby voice. I'm listening, I'm listening. Mommy came to the bank to do something. The brothers are all boys, so Mommy feels more at ease. Meng Meng is a girl, and Mommy is worried that something might happen, so Daddy and I handed you over to Uncle to take care of. Su Qingyan replied quickly. She was afraid that her daughter wouldn't be able to hear her answer. Su Qingyan was also very smart and told the lie perfectly. Since it does not cast a shadow on the child's childhood, parents should be anxious. Mommy, are we going to the bank to withdraw money so we can buy Meng Meng a cake tomorrow? Little Meng Meng asked eagerly. Hey, you naughty kid. Look at how black your teeth are, and you still want to eat sweets. Mommy agrees to let you go, but Daddy won't. Okay, go act cute with your mommy when you get home, and give the phone back to Daddy. Xinzhou said, pretending to be angry. Xiao Meng Meng stuck out her tongue and quickly returned the phone. This naughty kid is really cunning. He actually wants to use this incident to get a chance to eat sweets. Humph, with my old father here, you can forget about it, little girl. Xinzhou played with Meng Meng for a long time. Sanglong outside the office couldn't stand the loneliness anymore and walked in with a stupid look. No matter how Meng Meng looks at her, he likes her more. If she were his daughter, it would be worth it even if he had to live 10 years less. Not long after, Lu Haochen brought Su Qingyan over. When he saw Meng Meng, he could no longer control his emotions and hugged her in his arms. Mommy, what's wrong with you? It's only been an hour, why did you dream like this? Then Meng Meng, can you stay by Mommy's side forever from now on? Meng Meng said. Okay, of course. Meng Meng will be with Mommy forever and we will never be separated again. Su Qingyan rubbed her little daughter's cheek and liked her more and more no matter how she looked at her. Old Lu, send them back first. I still have some things to deal with. Xinzhou said. Good. Lu Haochen also breathed a sigh of relief and took the mother and daughter back to their residence. Su Qingyan was also worried that the baby's grandparents would have wild thoughts at home. One can clearly feel the reluctance in Sun Long's eyes. Xinzhou glared at him and reminded him, that's my daughter. I know. How could I be so lucky as to give birth to such a good daughter? But my boy is only 3 years younger than Meng Meng. Sun Long rubbed his hands and said shamelessly. But before he could finish his words, Xinzhou raised his hand to interrupt him. No. Okay, you can fall in love freely when you grow up, and your parents will never interfere. Sun Long said, raising his hands above his head. I thought to myself, brat, I've tried my best, now it all depends on your ability. Xiao Meng Meng is so cute now, what will she be like when she grows up? She is definitely a real beauty. Let's go to the other side. Xinzhou blared and walked out of the office. Sanglong followed closely behind, and the two of them soon arrived at the door of the apartment opposite. Xinzhou signaled Sanglong to go in first, while he turned on the recording on his mobile phone and waited for an opportunity outside the door. Dang. Who is it? It's me. Brother Wolf is here, come in quickly. Su Yundong smiled widely and respectfully invited Sanglong in. Brother Wolf. Yang Xinxin spoke up to say hello. Brother Wolf, are things not going well? Su Yundong felt a little guilty and asked quickly. This was exactly what Sanglong wanted. Do you too want to die? How dare you lie to me? Sanglong's words immediately confused the two of them. Especially Su Yundong, he almost wet his pants. This is the boss of Xiqing district. If you really make him angry, you may lose your life in no time. Brother Wolf, how can that be true? How dare we lie to you? What happened? Su Yundong asked cautiously, relying on his courage. The little girl's father is a very powerful figure in Zhonghai, and he has plenty of money. If I really spend all the money to get to the bottom of this matter, how can I live a good life? Sanlong said, gritting his teeth. Su Yundong almost fell to his knees. He knew that Xinzhou was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich that even Sanglong was wary of him. But what has happened has already happened, and there is no turning back. If he stops now, he will lose both his money and his life, but Xinzhou will never let him go. Brother Wolf, are you mistaken? My sister is Xinzhou's wife. I know him quite well. He is indeed rich, and it is no problem for him to earn 10 or 20 million, but he is definitely not as rich and powerful as you say. Also, Xinzhou is just a pretty boy, as thin as a pole. He will definitely be scared to pee his pants when he sees Brother Wolf. How could he dare to provoke you? Su Yundong explained hurriedly. When Xinzhou outside the door heard this, a smile appeared on his face, but he did not go into the house directly. Instead, he continued to wait for the opportunity. He had recorded Su Yundong's words, and the charges against him were proven. But the woman was cautious and did not speak. Even if Su Yundong pointed the finger, she could use some tricks to circumvent the law and might get a lighter sentence. Damn it, you still haven't told me the truth. I'm going to fucking kill you. Sanlong naturally knew this and continued to scare me. It's a misunderstanding, Brother Lang, it's a misunderstanding. Xinxin, why don't you speak up and explain to Brother Lang that Xinzhou is a waste except that he has some money? Su Yundong looked at young Xinxin beside him and said in desperation. However, Yang Xinxin, who is extremely cunning, feels that this matter is a bit strange. Chapter 127, Sure enough, the scheming woman. Tell me the truth of the matter, you two bastards. Do you know that Xinzhou has a lot of money and a powerful force, and you can't afford to offend him, so you use me as a gun and think that I, Sanglong, am easy to bully? Sanlong fixed his gaze on young Xinxin and spoke viciously. He knew very well that Su Yundong had already confessed, and the evidence was irrefutable. Next, we have to focus on young Xinxin and make sure she will never be able to turn over in her life. Brother, I really don't know anything. Su Yundong told me that if I work with him on something, I will get a lot of money. As for Xinzhou, I do know him and have met him twice. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Yang Xinxin said hurriedly. Sanglang and Xinzhou narrowed their eyes at the same time. This woman is so scheming. The truth hasn't been told yet. Although she cannot escape responsibility for this matter, she cannot be charged with a serious crime because she refuses to admit it. How dare you lie to me? Sanlong was extremely angry and said with gritted teeth. Su Yundong, are you a man? Didn't you see that he was bullying me? I was really blind at the time. You and I will never have any relationship again. Sanlong, I'm just a weak woman. You can bully me however you want. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. Yang Xinxin replied with clenched teeth. Damn, still a tough guy. Sanlong said inwardly. Xinzhou, who was outside the door, was also angry, but he was very rational. Since the woman had felt something, there was no point in asking further. If Sanlong gets angry and hits her, it will be a big deal. Bang! Xinzhou kicked the door open and stared at the two of them. Is it you? Xinzhou didn't expect that the woman next to Su Yundong was Yang Xinxin, Su Qingyan's college classmate. I had always felt that this woman was extremely scheming and a materialistic green tea bitch. It seems that I underestimated you before. Not only are you scheming, but you are also so cruel and ruthless. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I do know about your daughter's affairs, but what can I do? How can I, a weak woman, influence Su Yundong's thoughts? Yang Xinxin was extremely scared, but she knew that she must not reveal her true identity at this moment, otherwise she would go to jail. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was bewildered and believed in slander before, so I attacked my niece. Please give me a chance. We are a family. Su Yundong fell to his knees, crawled in front of Xinzhou, hugged his legs tightly, and cried with tears and snot. He lost completely. He didn't get any money and he might even end up in jail. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Su Yundong, the harmonious society saved you, otherwise I would have broken every bone in your body. Shinjo said viciously. He is not just a talker. If something really happens to Meng Meng, Su Yundong will definitely not have a good death. No, I'm still young, and I still have a lot of youth to live out. Brother-in-law, please give me another chance. It was that bitch. She told me to do it. She is the culprit. Su Yundong said loudly. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He had never seen such a scene since he was a child. The journey from heaven to hell was so fast that he didn't have time to react. You are slandering me. You said I ordered you to do it. Do you have any evidence? How can I, a weak woman, influence your thoughts? Shinjo, we are not a family. I was blind and chose the wrong partner to entrust my life to. I admit my mistake. Yang Xinshin said righteously. The next day, relevant personnel came to the scene and took away Su Yundong and Yang Xinshin. The evidence had been submitted and the next step was to wait for trial. Su Hao was getting very anxious as he hadn't received any news from Su Yunlong for a long time. He made several phone calls but the phone was always turned off. What's going on? Father-in-law, are you waiting for a call from your beloved nephew? Shinjo asked with a smile on his face. Boom! Su Hao's brain exploded. Shinjo must have had other intentions when he said this. Did he discover a conspiracy? That shouldn't be the case. This matter was designed to be extremely secretive. Dad, I have good news to tell you. Meng Meng has been found. I brought Meng Meng to the hospital this morning to let Grandpa know that she is safe. Su Qingyan's voice like a silver bell rang. Then Meng Meng called softly, Grandpa. I just called out of politeness. My grandfather's enthusiasm was no match for Sanlong. Even if Su Hao was present at this moment, he would know that this carefully calculated plan might have failed. Moreover, Su Yundong has lost contact and is estimated to have been taken away by the relevant authorities. Shinjo accomplished so many things in just one night. His ability is really terrifying. What's wrong with father-in-law? You don't look well. Are you too worried about mother-in-law? Shinjo asked with concern. These words made Su Hao blush. Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you so hesitant? Meng Meng has been found. Next, just focus on treating mother. Shinjo can still come up with the 5 million. Su Qingyan hurriedly comforted him. When the number of 5 million was mentioned, sweat broke out on the old man's face. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Oh, forget it. Your mother has cancer. Even if she goes to Kyoto, it probably won't be cured. I think we old couple should go back and spend the last moments of our lives comfortably. Daughter, it's not easy for you to be alone out there. Father and mother have done many things that have let you down before, and there may be more in the future. I don't ask you not to blame us, I just ask you not to follow our example and set a good example for the other kids. Su Hao collapsed on a bench in the hospital corridor like a deflated ball. Father. Su Qingyan could naturally hear the hidden meaning in his words. After returning this time, she probably wouldn't see him again. Okay, it's just cancer, right? It's not a big deal. Don't worry, wife, I can handle it. Take Meng Meng to my office first. Shinjo said. Good. Daddy, Mommy, and I will go to the office first. Daddy is the best. You are Meng Meng's superhero. Nothing can be hidden from Daddy. Come on. Little Meng Meng said in a baby voice. Her body was still shaking and her little pink fists were waving up and down, which made Su Qingyan very tired. She was holding Shin Meng in her arms, which just happened to press down on her two bodies, so the swaying was really unbearable for her. Fortunately, the two most important men in her life were standing in front of her, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing. Watching Su Qingyan go upstairs, Shinjo also sat on the bench. You know everything, right? That's right, we did all this to get more money out of you. I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I really got cancer. This is retribution. Su Hao sighed and told the truth. Su Yundong is in trouble. Stay away from him from now on. You treat him as your nephew, but does he treat you as his uncle? Also, if you still recognize Qingyan as your daughter, you will always be my father-in-law and the child's grandfather. Shinjo said softly without looking away. Su Hao turned his head with tears in his eyes.
Although Shinjo still deliberately kept a distance from him, he obviously remembered the family affection.
Don't worry about Su Yundong's affairs. I will take care of it. As for my mother-in-law, she actually didn't have any cancer.
I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to find out what Su Yundong was planning.
Chapter 128 Dealing with Father-in-Law.
Shinjo and Su Hao chatted in the corridor for a long time. No one knew what they talked about, but when Shinjo left, a sound came from the system.
Bite.
Su Hao, Zhang Xinlian, start being kind to the host sincerely.
Mission accomplished. System Development Reward, Media Company.
First there was the Douyin account with 5 million followers, then there was the top operations team, and now there is a media company directly involved. It seems that this system is determined to allow Shinjo to have his own media.
Just go in.
Anyway, with the system as a backup, Shinjo is not afraid of any malicious competition.
Haitian media. Who are you looking for? A pretty girl asked softly. Li Hao, are you there? Shinjo asked. Li Hao is the boss of Haitian media.
He was a very successful young man before. He was at the forefront of the short video trend and was one of the first beneficiaries.
But later it became too arrogant and problems arose in its operations.
As a result, more than a dozen accounts with millions of followers and 2 accounts with tens of millions of followers were banned by the platform. When he was at a loss, the system acquired Haitian Media Company, which gave him a break.
Yes, inside.
The pretty girl said.
Shinjo stepped in. This was his first time at a media company.
It's really different from other workplaces. The hall is divided into more than a dozen partitions, each of which is about 5 square meters. The doors are all closed, and you can see people moving around inside.
It should be live broadcast. Who are you?
A young man weighing more than 300 pounds glanced at Shinjo and asked in a bad tone.
Although the company's development is not very good now, not everyone can come in. My name is Shinjo, and I'm your new boss.
Shinjo answered directly. Li Hao was stunned at first, then his face was full of contempt.
He has seen many wealthy second generations like Shinjo.
He has no special skills and relies on his father to give him startup capital to buy this and that. In the end, I lost everything and it was my dad who paid for it.
Do you understand media? Do you understand the current market situation of self-media? Do you know how to operate it? You are the boss.
I am very grateful that you took over my company when it was most difficult. However, I will give you a share of the profits in proportion every month. As for other things, please do not interfere.
Li Hao said firmly. This seems like Shinjo is going to be a hands-off boss.
Logically speaking, a good dad should stay at home to take care of the children. Being able to be a hands-off boss is a pretty good thing, but Shinjo is very disgusted with Li Hao's attitude.
It won't work if you don't knock. Just like Wang Qiming from the animation company. Here is the contract. Take a look. It is clearly written in black and white.
I am buying your company in full, not taking a percentage of the shares.
You don't have any say now. I can just kick you out.
Shinjo said in a slow and soft voice. Maybe it's because I've been with the babies for a long time, so I don't get angry easily.
Being angry is a sign of incompetence. You are still too young.
A contract is one thing, and how to execute it is another.
This is the unspoken rule of the industry. You want to fire me, but do you have the ability to do so? Li Hao said arrogantly.
Seeing that Shinjo didn't say anything, he thought he was afraid and sneered again. I used the money you used to acquire my company to unblock all the banned accounts under my company.
Now everyone has started working.
10 accounts with 1 million followers can earn more than 500,000 yuan a day.
2 accounts with 10 million followers can earn 2 million yuan a day.
If you disappear from my site right now, I can give you a share of 10 million in 1 month. If you dare to get in my way again, I will take all my anchors away immediately. Then you will only get an empty shell company, This is why Li Hao is so fearless. Although Shinjo is the boss, he still has to look at the face of his former boss.
How do media companies make money? Of course, it's the anchors and accounts. Only with these foundations can you find people in the industry to operate it. You are very confident, how about we make a bet?
Shinjo put his hands in his pockets and said fearlessly.
Bet with me? How can I bet? Do you have anything that can interest me?
Li Hao said sarcastically. Now Haitian media company has more than a dozen accounts, and together they can bring in 2.5 million a day. If I can earn 2.5 million a day through live streaming, I win the bet. If I fail to do so, I lose. Shinjo said slowly. When Li Hao heard this, he looked at Shinjo as if he were a fool. Making 2.5 million a day by live streaming, are you kidding? You have to know that this is live streaming, not selling goods, which are two completely different concepts. You can generate a transaction volume of 100 million in just 1 hour by selling goods, but how much commission can you get? Just a few million. But a fan account that can reach this transaction volume must have at least tens of millions of fans, and some of them are brainless Big Brother fans. Looking at all the short video platforms on the internet, there are probably only 3 or 2 people who can do this. As for earning 2.5 million a day just from live streaming, it is absolutely unique. No matter how great your talent is or how eloquent you are, your fans pay real money. Some Big Brothers like to act like idiots and spend 30 or 20,000 at a time, but that is only an extremely rare phenomenon. Shinjo is bragging too much. Although Li Hao often hangs out on short video platforms, he has never heard of Shinjo. He probably doesn't even have an account with 1 million followers. He is indeed a rich second generation who is stupid and has a lot of money. He looks down on other people's efforts and thinks many things are very easy. He. Boss, this is what you said. If we're making a bet, there has to be a prize. What if I win? Li Hao narrowed his eyes into slits and asked in a very cunning manner. Since Shinjo was walking towards the muzzle of the gun, he would naturally not hesitate to pull the trigger. Haitian media has now been revitalized. If he is still the boss, it will be just a matter of time for him to return to the ranks of billionaires. The temptation is too great. As for Shinjo spending money to acquire the company and revitalize the account, he didn't even think about it. Thank you? That's what businessmen in the 1980s would do. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of profit. If you win, I'll leave now, and the money I spent before will be considered a charity donation, and you'll still be the boss of Haitian media. If I win, you'll be kicked out of this house, and don't let me see you in Shanghai again. Although Shinjo looks harmless, it does not affect his vengeful character at all. Good. Words are not enough, let's put it in writing. Li Hao said this with an anxious look on his face, fearing that Shinjo would go back on his word. Xiaomei, come in and draw up a contract. After a while, a pretty girl came in and called out Boss weakly, her eyes full of disgust. Shinjo had amazing insight and could tell at a glance that Li Hao was a pervert who had fallen for the girl. However, not every woman can be won over by money. This Xiaomei is obviously not the kind of person who would bow down for a few pieces of silver. At this time, Li Hao was extremely anxious and didn't care about Xiaomei's attitude. He repeated what Shinjo had just said, and the contract was quickly completed. Return to the ranks of billionaires and make your dream come true immediately. Li Hao was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, Xiaomei's brows were twisted into a knot, and she looked at Shinjo several times, as if reminding him that there was no chance of winning this bet. Chapter 129 Smiling Response. Although she doesn't do live broadcasts, she is in this industry and has learned a lot from what she has seen and heard, and she also knows Li Hao's character. It is said that internet celebrities make money, but earning 2.5 million in a day is definitely rare. Are you using our account? But I have to remind you that our account with tens of millions of fans has a daily live broadcast revenue record of 1.5 million, which is a huge gap from 2.5 million, Li Hao said with a sly look. It felt like it was good for Shinjo, but in fact it made Shinjo lose even more miserably. I have my own account, just lend me the live broadcast room. Shinjo smiled and said. Damn, he is really good at pretending. I don't know where this confidence comes from, and you're still laughing. I'll make you cry and you won't be able to remember the tone. Everyone, stop for a moment. Our new boss is a very strong-willed person. He just made a bet with me that he could make a net profit of 2.5 million in one day through live streaming. If he wins, I will be kicked out of the house and you will work hard for the new boss. If I win, Haitian media will still be Haitian media and will have nothing to do with him. Li Hao clapped his hands and said loudly. This was definitely explosive news. More than a dozen cubicles opened their doors, with faces filled with shock and ridicule. These internet celebrities are both male and female. The women are generally very beautiful, with curvy figures. As for the men, I can't say much. There are fat guys, bamboo-like guys, shamat guys, tattooed guys.
Damn it, is the new boss out of his mind? How dare he make such a bet? I have an account with 10 million followers. I work hard on live streaming and only make over 1 million a day. The highest record is 1.5 million. He actually wants to make over 2 million?
A young man in leather jacket and leather pants said in shock.
Shinjo didn't know this person because he didn't pay much attention to self-media.
But if someone who likes to play slowly sees this young man, he will definitely cheer.
Damn, the energetic young man finally saw me in person, let us do some social dance. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is.
A tall girl in a Lolita skirt next to her shook her head and said. She is the anchor of another Haitian media account with tens of millions of fans, a cute loli. She is a regular on the Douyin platform and is the dream lover of countless otakus and creepy uncles in China.
Once relied on the Songon fan song to become popular all over the internet.
Our new boss is quite handsome and is indeed suitable for live streaming, but earning 2.5 million is too incredible.
How many days of cooking do I have to do to earn so much money? Said a cute little fat man, shaking his head while holding a big spoon in his hand. There was sympathy in his eyes.
This person is also a host with millions of fans on the Douyin platform, Sansian Detsi. He looks very honest and speaks very comfortably, but he has no say in Haitian media and his boss can ask him to pack up and leave at any time. He was very clear about this, because if he lost this account, he would be nothing. There were many people in the world who could cook, and there were countless who were more polite than him and cooked better. Everyone was talking at once, either cursing Shinjo or saying that he was overestimating his abilities. When they finally got some compliments, they just said that he was a fool with a lot of money.
You must be Sansian Detsi, right?
You're the only one I know among all these anchors. I've seen your cooking video before, and I was deeply inspired. I made shrimp and tofu for my babies, and the response was very good.
Shinjo looked at Sansian Detsi and said with a smile.
Hee, actually others did better than me, little brother.
I guess they just happened to see it. Thank you for liking me. And thank your babies for me. Mala Detsi replied politely.
Then I'll use your live broadcast room,
Shinjo said while the iron was hot. Humph, you are shameless.
You just said a few words and you're already using someone else's live broadcast room.
You have a corrupt character and low morals.
You're right. He's so handsome, but you can tell at a glance that he's not a good guy.
I don't know how many good girls he has harmed.
We should stay away from him and not fall into his trap.
Sansian Detsi, he bullies you because he sees that you have a good heart and are kind. Sansian Detsi smiled innocently and didn't take it seriously. No problem, but everyone in my live broadcast room is learning how to cook. Do you know how to cook? Sansian Detsi asked.
I can do it, but I don't like live streaming my cooking, Shinjo said.
TSK, why are you pretending? If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Why are you making it sound like it's real? Since you said you can cook, when can we go to your house and taste your cooking?
The spirited young man asked loudly.
I'm sorry, I only cook for my family and never serve others. Shinjo told the truth. The energetic young man was very embarrassed and touched his nose luckily. You just know how to make excuses. If you can't do it, you can't do it. A grown man doesn't even dare to admit this. You're like a woman. The energetic young man said in a low voice. Hey, young man, are you discriminating against women?
The sexy loli threatened with narrowed eyes.
The energetic young man shrank his neck in fear. He knew this Lolita too well.
She acted coquettishly and cutely in front of the camera, but she was a domineering female president offline.
I'll just log into my account. Shinjo walked over with his cell phone. Sansian Detsi was also very observant and quickly left the live broadcast room.
Others also gathered around. Of course, Lei Hao had the best viewing position, occupying the C position. On his left and right were the energetic young man and the cute loli, and behind him was the anchor with millions of fans. My beautiful lady, I just saw you playing the violin in the live broadcast room.
Can you lend me your violin?
Shinjo said softly as he looked at a girl standing on tiptoe outside the door. Violin Angel, a host on the Douyin platform, has 3.5 million fans. She is only a little over 1.5 meters tall and looks very cute.
Wearing white hanfu, she looks like a fairy.
Her image is pretty good, but her violin playing is just average.
This is Shinjo's evaluation of her. My violin.
Wang Yuran lowered his head, his face full of confusion. This violin was given to her by Brooks when she participated in the competition that year. She treats it as a treasure of her life and rarely uses it. She only takes it out to play during the anniversary celebration of the live broadcast room to give benefits to her fans.
No one ever dared to touch her violin. Today Shinjo actually wanted to borrow it.
Of course she didn't agree, but she didn't know how to refuse this poor handsome guy in front of her.
You just played Memories, right? This piece is difficult, and you are inexperienced, so it's not suitable for you.
There were 4 syllable errors when you were playing. Also, these 4 errors are not easy to correct because your fingering has become a habit over the years, unless. Shinjo deliberately stopped here.
And Wang Yuran suddenly looked up. How do you know the piece I'm playing, and how do you know there are 4 mistakes in it? Wang Yuran asked loudly.
Of course she knew that these were all mistakes, but there was nothing she could do. The habit had already been formed and it was too difficult to change it. Every time she wanted to stay tense and be extra careful in these 4 wrong places, but the more careful she was, the easier it was to make mistakes, which affected the overall rhythm. Memories, the first famous violin piece, was covered with dust in her hands. It's okay to fool the ignorant and brainless fans in the live broadcast room, but if a professional violinist heard it, he would probably curse at them.
Chapter 130. Fasten your seatbelts. If you lend me your violin, I will tell you and teach you how to correct it.
You do have the ability, but you chose the wrong teacher at the beginning.
Shinjo said again. Okay, I'll lend you the angel. After thinking it over, Wang Yuran squeezed in front of Shinjo and handed him the violin.
The others gasped, disbelief written all over their faces.
Wang Yuran has a quiet and gentle appearance, and a non-confrontational personality.
He is very Buddhist when he is live streaming.
But she has a weak spot, and that is the violin, angel. Anyone who dares to move should be prepared to face Wang Yuran's wrath. Even if I can't beat you, I will still stand on tiptoe and fight you to the end. And today he actually took the initiative to lend the violin to Shinjo. This is definitely the most explosive news for Haitian media. Her name is Angel, which is a nice name, but why is there Brooks' signature?
Shinjo took the violin and said softly.
Brooks is my idol, and this violin was given to me by him, Wang Yuran replied.
When she mentioned that it was Brooks who gave her the violin, a hint of pride rose on her face.
Shinjo smiled and shook his head. If Wang Yuran knew that Brooklyn was his apprentice. Don't waste time. It will be evening soon.
If you don't receive 2.5 million by then, don't find all kinds of excuses to default on your debt.
Our contract is clearly written in black and white.
Li Hao urged. Shinjo smiled slightly, opened Douyin and clicked the live broadcast. His movements seemed a little unfamiliar since he had never done it before.
Ha, a newbie like you want to make 2.5 million?
The GDP of that country would have flown to the Milky Way long ago.
Li Hao said sarcastically. Wait a minute, boss. I just took a look and his account has 5 million followers. Maladisi said in shock. What 5 million fans? Just him? Maladetsi, are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I will deduct your salary.
Li Hao didn't believe it at all, and then glanced at him carefully.
It doesn't matter if I scan it, it's indeed TND as 5 million fans. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Oh shit. Even if I have 5 million followers, so what? A few 100,000 is the best you can earn. To earn 2.5 million is simply a pipe dream.
The other anchors were also secretly surprised when they learned that Shinjo's account had 5 million followers.
La la la.
After opening the live broadcast room, Shinjo didn't say a word and directly played the famous violin piece Memories.
In fact, Shinjo was also familiar with other songs, but Wang Yuran made mistakes when he played this song before.
Therefore, Shinjo wanted her to listen to the original version and feel the true artistic conception conveyed by this song.
It's my way of repaying her for lending me the violin. What the hell? They didn't even say an opening line, they didn't even know how to set the mood, and they just started beating people up?
Boss, are you sure he signed this contract personally?
No. Did you coerce him?
Bullshit, of course he signed it himself, and he was the one who proposed it.
Li Hao and several anchors were talking to each other. From Shinjo's performance at the beginning, they analyzed that Shinjo would definitely lose.
There is no need to wait for a day at all.
If you don't even know how to do live streaming, how can you make any money? You really think your fans are idiots? Shut up, everyone. Stop arguing. Wang Yuran roared.
Li Hao and others were startled and stopped talking mechanically.
They knew Wang Yuran very well and didn't get angry easily.
Once he gets angry, he will fight to the death with anyone who offends him.
It's not worth it to anger Wang Yuran just for Xinzhou.
How is this possible? How is this possible? He actually interpreted memories so perfectly, and this is just the beginning.
What kind of surprises will he give me next? I can't believe it. This is a true master.
He should be on par with Brooks.
Wang Yuran was completely intoxicated.
Xinzhou conquered her in just 10 seconds. At this moment, she was intoxicated in the ocean of music and couldn't extricate herself. She felt that her body was floating in the air.
Sanxian Detzi, the energetic young man, and the cute Loli were all intoxicated.
They entered the artistic conception relatively late after all, they were outsiders. But music knows no national boundaries. As long as you listen, you can immediately see the difference. Xinzhou is truly a capable man. He plays the violin so beautifully. It has definitely reached the point where man and piano are one, it's incredible. Li Hao was so angry that his teeth itched. Xinzhou actually had such a great talent and had 5 million fans.
Could it be? Impossible, that's 2.5 million.
At this time, Xinzhou had been playing for a minute, and people started to come into the live broadcast room, and the situation was out of control. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, no less than 10,000 people flooded into Xinzhou's live broadcast room. As the piano music continued, the number of people in the live broadcast room grew at a speed visible to the naked eye: 20,000 people, 30,000 people, 50,000 people, and 100,000 people. In the live broadcast room. What kind of divine voice is this? I am intoxicated. Why does he look so familiar to me? The noble man upstairs is really forgetful. Has he forgotten the wedding of the century? It's him. It's that handsome young man who makes Brooks bow down to him. Oh my god, we are so lucky to be in his live studio. It is a feast for both the eyes and the ears. I have to get my aunts and uncles over to see it. The words above are brilliant, not flattery but appreciation, thumbs up.
That's fucking awesome. Senior, how can you swear? But I want to swear too.
If such a great man can appear in our Kyoto Art Academy, it will be a great honor for our family. I never thought that I would be able to appreciate this mysterious gentleman's masterpiece, Memories, in my lifetime. I will die with no regrets.
Senior, you are absolutely right.
As soon as you devote yourself to art, I will follow you right after you.
Awesome. 666. 777. The live broadcast room was in an uproar.
The following public screen was so fast that you couldn't see it clearly even if you had clairvoyance because it was scrolling too fast. The words seemed to be flying.
Kyoto, numbers jumping.
It's him, he shows up.
The boss showed up, he finally showed up.
The operations manager grabbed his hair and shouted loudly.
Who? Who showed up? Boss Lu Yiming ran over and asked.
The leading actor of The Wedding of the Century, a violinist who is like a monk sweeping the floor, a strong man who makes Brooks bow down to him. It turns out he has an account on our platform, and he is a big anchor with 5 million fans. The operations manager said in shock.
How is this possible? 5 million followers, why didn't we notice? Lu Yiming asked angrily.
Boss, this is not our fault.
This is his first live broadcast. I have all the records here. But if there is a first time, there will be a second time. Don't worry.
I will contact him immediately after he goes off the air.
The operations manager said quickly. Lu Yiming's anger was finally suppressed.
Immediately afterwards, no one in the Douyin branch of Digital Beat Company made any sound, and everyone was intoxicated by the melodious piano music.
Recharge and get gifts. Recharge again and get more gifts. 200,000 people are doing the same thing in obscurity.
It is a blessing from God that I can enjoy such a perfect performance in my lifetime.
Chapter 131 Tremble, Mortals. What's wrong with spending some money? It's only natural. The rocket lifts off into the sky. The cruise ships go wave after wave.
Carnival starts. Xinzhou's appearance could no longer be seen in the live broadcast room, which was filled with gifts.
3 minutes is a very important time point, and the song Memories is about to reach its climax.
Some of those who knew what was going on started throwing the gifts uncontrollably.
No one is talking on the public screen anymore because they don't want to ruin this beauty.
A few more minutes passed and memories came to an end. He seldom paid attention to this before, and it was only when his wife Su Qingyan watched the live broadcast that she listened to what the host said.
Shinjo wanted to say something, but he didn't say it.
The number of followers on the account has grown to 15 million and is still soaring.
20 million. 30 million. 50 million. 100 million.
Shinjo closed the live broadcast room in a casual manner, and then returned the violin to Wang Yuran.
He didn't say a word, he was just so willful.
This violin is great, but don't use such little force when you calibrate the strings.
This is a violin, not a cake. It will break if you touch it. No matter how valuable an item is, you should make the best use of it.
You are not caring for her, but harming her.
If one day her pitch becomes out of tune, don't you think it will be a tragedy for you?
Shinjo said charmingly. Wang Yuran nodded mechanically because she had not yet recovered from the shock.
What on earth did you just experience?
She seemed to remember and yet seemed to have forgotten, as if she had been flying in the clouds for a while and then fell heavily to the ground. Detsi, take a look at how much I earned from the live broadcast just now. I have never done this before, so I don't quite understand it.
Shinjo handed over the phone. Okay. Sanxian Detsi was a layman in music. Although he was shocked, he did not lose his composure as much as Wang Yuran. After receiving the phone. Boom. Boom. Malagezi felt like his entire brain, and even the entire universe, had exploded. Where is he? What is he doing? Who is he?
There are 150 million fans, and the number is still growing slowly. It is estimated that this is the number of users who are currently using Douyin.
Complete package.
Just a few minutes of performance, without saying a word, and a net profit of 300 million.
300 million. RMB is not sound waves. Damn, is this a human? Isn't this the Douyin system? Aren't these data numbers? No, Reason told Sanxian Detsi that all this was true. Sanxian Detsi, what's wrong with you? Hand me your phone.
The spirited young man said. Sanxian Detsi opened his mouth and handed the phone to him in a daze, and the latter took it.
Boom. Boom.
His worldview collapsed. He worked hard, humiliated himself, and acted stupid. It took him 3 years to get his fan base to exceed 10 million. This is already better than 99% of the anchors, and it made him proud for a time. But after seeing Shinjo's data, he felt that he was not even worthy of carrying Shinjo's shoes.
Maybe this is a dimensionality reduction attack. What's wrong with you two? Is this data so scary? The cute little girl was a little unconvinced and snatched the phone away. Boom. Boom. Who is this man? Is he the god of the self-media world? Did he really make 2.5 million? How is that possible? That's impossible. I've been in this business for so long and have seen people become famous overnight. I don't believe it. Li Hao snatched the phone and knelt on the ground the next second.
Indeed, Shinjo did not earn 2.5 million, but he actually earned 300 million, 300 million.
How rich is someone who earns 300 million in just a few minutes? He didn't dare to think about it. Grandpa, I was wrong. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. Haitian media belongs to you and has nothing to do with me.
After Li Hao stood up, he ran away like a madman.
Okay, everyone, stop looking at me like that. I don't have any flowers on my face. Li Hao has left. I am your new boss. Please give me your guidance. I'm treating everyone to dinner tonight. You ran, right? Come to my office with your violin. Shinjo smiled and said.
This smile is like a lily blooming in winter, brilliant, but it makes you dare not approach. Men who pretend to be cool are indeed not very popular, but those who can pretend to be cool in a smooth and natural way are hard to resist.
Okay, boss, I'll be right over. Boss, please go slower. Wang Yuran quickly agreed and followed quickly.
Shinjo called her to his office, naturally to give her guidance on the song Memories, which was a knot in her heart.
150 million fans, #1 on the entire internet.
Within 10 minutes of the first broadcast, the gifts totaled 300 million, ranking first on the entire network.
I didn't say a word the whole time. Brothers and sisters, if we follow the boss.
Sanxian Detsi was about to blurt out that he would become a billionaire in one day, but he held back in the end. All those fans and money still belonged to the boss after all. He didn't dare to hope for it. They were impressed by the boss's abilities from the bottom of their hearts, and even the most arrogant cute loli had blushing cheeks. Thinking of what I said to Shinjo before, I wished I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The strong are always low-key. If you don't take action, it's fine. But if you do take action, it will destroy the world. Recite the formula and fingering I just told you in your mind several times, and then play memories again. Shinjo said. Okay, thank you, boss. Wang Yuran's face flushed with excitement. She began to play according to the steps and formulas taught by Shinjo. When it came to the 4 places where mistakes were easy to make, she did not have so many concerns, and indeed, she got through it very smoothly. Moreover, the overall artistic conception has also been unprecedentedly improved. Now, although he is not on par with famous masters like Brooks, he is definitely not inferior to them. This sentence is really enlightening. Your playing level can be easily improved. At this moment, Wang Yuran was convinced and looked at Shinjo in front of him as if he was looking at the star of literature. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, no matter what Shinjo asked her to do, she would not refuse. Okay, let's go back to the live broadcast. Shinjo reminded. Wang Yuran nodded obediently and ran away in small steps. If I stay any longer, my heart will almost jump out of my chest. I didn't expect live streaming to be so profitable. I made 300 million in just a few minutes, and the number of fans has reached 150 million. Shinjo muttered to himself while sitting in the office. Suddenly my cell phone rang, and I saw the caller ID was from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Shinjo? I'm Wang Tao, the operations manager of the Douyin branch of Digital Beats. I'd like to talk to you about cooperation and operations. Do you have time? A very respectful and humble voice came over the phone. Shinjo hung up the phone without even thinking about it. This scammer is really omnipresent nowadays. He just became popular on the Douyin platform, and fraudulent calls came in right after. System. Chapter 132 Head Office Operation Team. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again with the same number, and Shinjo hung up directly. It's a crime to waste your time on scammers. Don't you want this reward? The system suddenly made a sound. What's the meaning? Shinjo asked doubtfully. The call just now was from Digital Beat headquarters. It's a reward I gave to your operations team. If you don't want it, the system can take it back. Of course, an account with 5 million followers requires you to operate it independently. The system replied. It's easy to say this, but how does Shinjo operate it? First, there is no professional knowledge. Secondly, there is no time. Although she can capture the hearts of thousands of boys and girls with her extremely superior idol temperament and outstanding musical talent, this is not a long-term solution after all. How many people become famous overnight and then fall from grace overnight? A good operation team is really important. Forehead. But I've hung up twice. Even the most shameless person probably won't call me again. Shinjo felt a little regretful and shook his head. Ring, ring, ring. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Mr. Wang Tao is really persistent. Hello, hello. Shinjo answered the phone calmly. Mr. Shinjo, you finally answered the phone. Let me declare that I am indeed the operations manager of Digital Dance. There is no doubt about that. You can search my name and ID number. Wang Tao said excitedly. No need, I trust your identity. You want to cooperate with me, how can you cooperate? Shinjo asked. It's very simple. I'll help you operate your Douyin account. I just checked again, and your fans have reached 150 million. It's no exaggeration to say that you have become the number one in Douyin. Wang Tao said excitedly. In that case, then I don't need to operate it, right? Shinjo replied indifferently. After these words were spoken, Wang Tao didn't know how to respond for a moment. Of course Shinjo had his reasons for saying this, it could be considered a test. Mr. Shinjo, it's like this. You now have sufficient traffic and a huge fan base, there is no doubt about that, but when I was watching your live broadcast just now, I found a lot of problems. For example, you don't know how to interact with fans, and there is no moderator in the live broadcast room.
If I were you, with a handsome face like you, and could play the violin so beautifully, then the gifts for this premiere would be at least over 1 billion. Also, if you don't have a professional team, it's easy to lose your position or be maliciously attacked by other influencers. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. By then, your fans will hate you as much as they love you. Wang Tao talked incessantly and pointed out many problems that Xinzhou did not understand.
Indeed, modern people are very jealous, and red-eye disease is everywhere.
Not to mention the distant past, Su Yundong is a living example. That's true, but these things can't be explained clearly over the phone.
So, you can take some time to come to Shanghai. It would be best if you can make a plan, and then we can formally start cooperation. All my works on Douyin will be handed over to you to operate.
Xinzhou said. He is not the kind of person who likes to dither.
Since it is arranged by the system, he will just sign the contract directly.
Obviously, Wang Tao didn't expect Xinzhou to agree so quickly, and he also asked him to take the project plan to Shanghai.
It's really arrogant, but Xinzhou does have the capital to be arrogant.
After hanging up the phone, Xinzhou called everyone to the office. As a new official, I hope everyone won't think too much and just do what they did before. If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me. I'm usually very busy and won't stay in the company all the time.
Xiaomei, when I'm not here, the company will be left to you.
Xinzhou said bluntly. Ah. Can I do it, boss? Xiaomei asked timidly. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Just go for it. I'll hold up the sky if it falls. Xinzhou said domineeringly.
Xiaomei blushed when she heard this. This was the first time a man said such domineering and heart-moving words to her.
If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Be good. Pretty manly, right? Got it, boss. Xiaomei nodded solemnly. We will have dinner together tonight. There is no need to do the live broadcast in the afternoon. The company does not need this little turnover. Please pay attention to your dress and go to Qinhuang International Hotel after you have packed up.
After saying this, Xinzhou wanted to get up and leave. I haven't seen these 5 naughty kids for half a day.
I can't stand it anymore.
Well, boss, the Qinhuang International Hotel is quite far from here, and the food is quite expensive, and not very tasty.
I suggest that we have a dinner at your house, okay?
Said a lady in her 20s, with excitement on her face. She is the anchor of Kuaishou, Auntie Zhang next door. The name is indeed unusual, but she is very pretty and is 29 years old this year. 29 years old is not very old in real life, but on the internet she is definitely an auntie.
Aunt Zhang is right, boss, how about we go to your house for dinner? You said before that you can cook, but we didn't believe you. Boss, do you want to prove it? The cute loli quickly responded.
The others also showed anticipation.
Okay, but only this time. Xinzhou finally nodded and agreed to everyone's proposal. Yeah, that's great.
Going to the boss's house to eat and taste his cooking is such a blessing. A big anchor with 150 million fans is my boss and he invited me to his home for dinner.
This world is crazy.
Even if it costs me 10 years of life, I will not hesitate.
Sanxian Detsi said excitedly.
Everyone was talking at once, and the office was in an uproar.
Xinzhou didn't care.
After all, they were the best at creating an atmosphere.
Moreover, Xinzhou is very good at judging people.
These dozen or so anchors are all kind-hearted. None of them, including the mentally ill young man, are bad kids.
If life wasn't a burden, why would you pretend to be stupid and humiliate yourself in front of others?
Don't be fooled by their high-handedness during live broadcasts. In reality, they may not even be able to afford a house. The live broadcast account does make a lot of money every day, but 95% of it is taken away by Li Hao.
Evening. Wife, I'm back.
Xinzhou opened the door and called softly. Xiaomei behind him, the cute loli, Sanxian Detsi, the energetic young man, Aunt Zhang next door, the violin angel and others came in one after another.
In an instant, his eyes widened and his mouth turned into an O shape.
The boss's house is so luxurious and big that you can't afford it without tens of millions. This is the life of rich people, damn luxurious.
The energetic young man cursed fiercely, but he was not jealous, but deeply envious. The boss made 300 million in just a few minutes. Who can compare to him?
There is absolutely no problem in living in such a big house and decorating it so luxuriously.
This is earned by one's own ability. Chapter 133 Extremely shocked.
My god, there are so many musical instruments, and they are all global limited editions.
Aren't you awesome, boss? Wang Yuran focused all his attention on the dazzling array of musical instruments on the left side of the living room.
Piano, violin, drum set, guitar, bass, and even Chinese classical instruments, guzheng, suona, and eru.
This is not a home, it's a music museum. Ah.
Wang Yuran wanted to go over and touch the piano, but saw Shen Huan practicing. He was startled at first, but then his eyes lit up. This child is so cute, with big eyes, long eyelashes, and a round face.
Hello, big sister.
My name is Shen Huan, and Shenzhou is my dad, hee. Shen Huan introduced herself. When Wang Yuran learned that Shenzhou was married and even had a child, he felt a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered.
It would be abnormal for the boss, such an outstanding young man, not to get married.
And only someone with genes as strong as the boss can give birth to such a cute child.
Hello, little friend. My name is Wang Yuran. I'm your father's employee. What are you doing here? Wang Yuran asked with a smile.
He forced himself not to rub Shen Huan's cheeks with his hands.
I was practicing playing the piano.
I hadn't even figured out the fingering that my teacher was teaching me just now, and he went to the bathroom.
Shen Huan pouted, obviously a little dissatisfied. My little cutie, your dad plays the violin so well, why don't you learn the violin? Why do you want to play the piano?
Your hands are so small, and the span is so small, you can't play some songs. Wang Yuran said softly. This time I really couldn't help it and reached out to touch Shen Huan's head.
It's so comfortable. How cute did this little thing eat? Why is it so cute? I can play the violin, too. It won't stop me from playing the piano, right? Big sis. Shen Huan answered cutely.
The two big eyes turned into crescent shapes when smiling.
He is indeed the boss's son, a real prodigy.
When other children were 3 years old, they were still peeing and playing in the mud, but Shen Huan had already learned to play 2 musical instruments. Well, actually I can play guitar, bass, and guzheng, and I like them very much, but my dad told me that it's better to learn one first, so that I can still play with it in the rest of the time.
Shen Huan said in a baby voice. Wang Yuran almost fell to his knees when he heard this.
She is a very Buddhist person. Even when encountering shocking things, she would not show too much expression on her face. But today, she was shocked by this little milk bag.
2 instruments, that is an understatement. Sister, do you also know how to play musical instruments? Shen Huan asked in a baby voice, tilting his head. Well, my sister is not better than you. She only knows the violin. Wang Yuran replied. As for the violin, I also like it. My teacher is an internationally renowned violin performing artist, but I feel his level is just so, far inferior to my father's. But my dad is very busy every day and has no time to teach me. Besides, that teacher is a bit shameless. He has to come all the way here without even asking if I am willing to learn from him. It's so annoying.
Shen Huan said with a pout. It's not good to say bad things about the teacher behind his back. A tall and mighty middle-aged man came over and said in a pretended angry tone.
That's how it is. I can't play the violin as well as my dad. As for the piano, I'm even worse. Shen Huan said unconvinced. That's true.
When it comes to playing the piano, my good friend Daniel is the best.
However, he is still a little bit behind my teacher. The man said lovingly. You are Brooks? Wang Yuran asked with a trembling voice.
She could hardly believe her eyes.
How could her idol be so close to her? Is this a dream? And where is this place? The boss's house.
Why is Brooks here?
Teacher? The cute cheeky teacher is Brooks.
So who is Brooks' teacher? According to Wang Yuran, Brooks's first teacher was his father, who didn't teach him much. He was born with a very high sensitivity to syllables and was born to do this.
It's me. Little girl likes music too? Brooks asked softly.
He was already very enthusiastic about his fans, and the people who came to visit Shenzhou's house were definitely of extraordinary status and should not be easily offended.
Like, Mr. Brooks, you are my idol. Do you remember the music competition a few years ago?
I won the 3rd place and you gave me your violin as a reward. Wang Yuran said excitedly.
Brooks was a little embarrassed.
He had participated in too many music competitions over the years, served as a judge at least 80 times, and gave away more than 100,000 or even 200,000 violins. He really couldn't remember who the cute little girl in front of him was. Ahem, by the way, what is your relationship with my teacher? Brooks quickly changed the subject. Teacher, who is your teacher? Wang Yuran was very confused. A legendary musician like Brooks must have a very famous teacher as well. How could she recognize him? My teacher is Shinjo, who is the best in the violin world. No, not only the violin, but also the piano, guitar, and some Chinese classical instruments. His attainments are top-notch. Brooks said with admiration on his face. Boom! Boom! Thunders exploded in Wang Yuran's mind. It turned out to be his boss, who was Brooks' teacher. This was unbelievable. She knew Shinjo was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Okay, well, Shinjo is my boss. Wang Yuran replied. Little girl, you are very lucky to have a good boss who is capable and low-key. Brooks said. There was even a hint of envy in his eyes. Wang Yuran's worldview has been completely destroyed. No matter what happens now, she probably believes it without a doubt. Does the Jade Emperor really exist? Well, it was there originally. The cotton in northern Xinjiang is like white clouds, which can make people fly into the sky. Well, isn't Sun Wukong's somersault cloud just cotton? Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Come and see my sister-in-law. She is so beautiful and gave birth to 5 little babies for our boss. She is quintuplets. Aunt Zhang from next door shouted excitedly. It turns out that talented people have strong genes, and even the way they give birth to children is different from others. 5 babies were born at once. However, Wang Yuran was no longer so shocked, because all the shock he had ever had in his life was used up today. Come on, little girl, let's go together. And our little musical prodigy, come here, let the teacher hug you. Brooks said excitedly. He even secretly touched Shin Huan twice. How could he be a talented and virtuous musician? Instead, he looked like a weird uncle who liked to take advantage of children. Wife, this girl's name is Wang Yuran. Don't be fooled by her small appearance, she has millions of fans. Shinjo introduced. Are you the violin angel on Douyin? You play the violin beautifully. I have seen your live broadcast several times before, but I didn't expect to see you in person. I am still your fan. Su Qingyan said excitedly and gave Wang Yuran a big hug. Chapter 134. The idol is the boss. Wang Yuran was confused. Is she good at playing the violin? She used to think so, but now it means nothing. Shinjo and Brooks are here. She just barely knows how to do it. The other anchors were quite embarrassed when they heard Su Qingyan's words. It turns out that my sister-in-law is a fan of Wang Yuran. I wonder if the boss will find a piece of tofu to kill himself. After the continuous shock, everyone became familiar with each other. Shinjo's home rarely has outsiders coming, and it's not even this lively during the Chinese New Year. The 5 little rascals completely let themselves go, running around in the living room. These kids all love the limelight. Everyone focused their attention on these little babes. No matter if you were a fan worth tens of millions or a violin performing artist, you had to gather behind the kids and pray to touch them. Instead, Shinjo did the hard labor and cooked in the kitchen. Meng Meng, you're so cute. Meng Meng, your auntie calls you cute loli. Cute loli picked up Shin Meng and said softly. Hee hee, sister, I won't ruin your reputation if you call me a cute loli in front of others, but don't you feel embarrassed if you say you are cute and a loli in front of our Meng Meng? Said the young man who was obsessed with ruining others' reputations mercilessly. The cute little girl is very angry, but she must never show it in front of the child, otherwise it will teach the child bad things. He left a lip signal, saying that he would settle all the old and new accounts when he returned to the company, and then he walked away holding Shin Meng. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Brooks walked over and opened the door consciously, completely treating himself as Shinjo's butler. Hello sir, who are you looking for? Sun Long was slightly stunned when he saw Brooks. Did he take the wrong path? Why was he a foreigner? Excuse me, is this Mr. Shinjo's home? Sun Long asked. That's right. Brooks nodded. Shin Meng, who was held by the cute little girl, happened to see Sanglong standing at the door and said excitedly, Uncle, you are here. Oh, my little Meng dreams about Uncle so much, Uncle has brought you a surprise.
Sanlong's serious face was immediately filled with smiles.
His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book.
Brooks was very perceptive and opened the door. What a surprise! Uncle is so looking forward to it.
Shen Meng said with anticipation.
Xiao Meng Meng, look. Sanglong turned around and pointed at a large truck outside the house and said.
Then the brothers standing on both sides of the truck immediately opened the door. It was filled with dolls in all kinds of poses and sizes, hundreds of them.
Wow, they're all dolls. Uncle, you're so nice. Meng Meng will give you a reward.
Shen Meng said excitedly. Then he opened his arms and continued to exert force in the direction of the wolf.
The cute little girl is not stupid.
She knows that Xiao Meng Meng was snatched away by someone else, but the person snatched her away openly.
This truckload of dolls is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands. Damn dog owner. He muttered something in his heart and then sent Xiao Meng Meng into Sanglong's arms. Uncle is so nice.
Shen Meng hugged Sanglong's neck and rubbed it. So comfortable.
Sanglong's whole body was trembling. The little angel's hug could not be measured by money.
Don't mention hundreds of thousands, as long as Meng Meng likes it, buy it.
Dad, why are you so nice to other people's children?
You have never bought me so many toys since I was a child. A little boy came over, his face full of envy and jealousy.
The little boy is also very cute, with a pair of bright big eyes that make people love him. The son of Sanglong, nicknamed Xiaoxialang. Hearing this, Sanglong glared at his own son, feeling very disappointed in him. Isn't Dad doing this for your future?
If he could marry Xiao Meng Meng home, he, as a father, would have no complaints even if he lived 10 years less.
Haven't you heard that boys should be raised poorly and girls should be raised well? And what did your dad tell you? Boys should be gentlemen. Sanlong taught.
Uncle, if my brother likes me, I will give half to him.
It's okay. There are so many dolls anyway, I can't play with them all.
Meng Meng said with a smile. Our Meng Meng is still so well behaved, much better than this brat.
Sanlong said as he touched Shen Meng's head lovingly. Everyone in the room was stunned. Who was the biological child? Young man, do you think this person looks familiar? Sanxian Detzi asked in a low voice. How could he not look familiar?
He is the underground tyrant of Xiqing district, with dozens of brothers around him.
The spirited young man said in a low voice. Yes, I remember now.
You showed me his photo before and said he was your idol.
Sanxian said, slapping his forehead.
There was a lot of noise outside. Shinzhou walked out of the kitchen and saw that Sanglong was a little angry.
Why are you here? Ahem, I promised Xiao Meng Meng before. I want to give her a surprise. As an uncle, I can't go back on my word.
I have bought out all the dolls from all the toy stores in Zhonghai.
Sanglong said hurriedly. You are really willing to do that?
Shinzhou was also quite surprised.
It seems that my daughter will eat more vinegar in the future. Fortunately, there were many people coming today, and everyone was busy.
It took a full half hour to move all the dolls into the living room. The house needs to be big enough, otherwise these dolls will have to sleep on the streets. Children all like toys, and the 6 children are swimming in a sea of dolls.
Shinzhou left Sanglong at home to eat, and then went straight into the kitchen. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the company's employees are invited, Sanglong is one of them, and Shinzhou doesn't like to owe favors to others. The atmosphere in the room was a bit depressing. Sanglong's reputation was too loud. The spirited young man Sanxian Detzi and others didn't dare to treat Sanglong badly like Shinzhou did. Hee hee, Brother Wolf, I'm your fan, can you please give me an autograph? The energetic young man said cautiously. Treating me as an idol? That's not a good idea. Sanglong said with a raised eyebrow. There's nothing wrong with it, Brother Wolf. Others may not understand you, but I grew up listening to your stories. Brother Wolf is a man of loyalty and righteousness, willing to go through fire and water for his brothers. You are a mythical existence, said the spirited young man excitedly. Sanglong shook his head and said nothing more. The meal is finally ready.
There were more than 20 people, including men, women, young and old, and Shinzhou prepared 30 dishes.
Everyone is welcome to visit my home. As long as we can eat together, we are friends. If there is anything you need my help with, just let me know.
Men can drink white wine, and ladies can drink red wine or beer.
Please feel free to do as you please.
As the head of the family, Shinjo stood up and said some polite words.
Good. Pa, pa, pa. Everyone was clapping and cheering, it was very lively. Oh my god, the food you cook is so delicious. The cute little girl picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. It was soft, sticky, fragrant and smooth, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. The taste seemed to come from heaven. Others also started to eat, and without exception, their faces showed enjoyment. Even Brooks and Sunlon, upper-class people who frequently visited five-star hotels, were conquered by Shinjo's cooking skills. Chapter 135: The Handover of Love. The next morning, Shinjo took Su Qingyan and Wu Bao to the hospital to pick up Jiang Xinlian, who was still in the dark. Father and mother, please stay for a few days before leaving. Su Qingyan said softly. No, daughter. This trip has caused you a lot of trouble. Besides, I have been away from home for such a long time. I want to go back. Children, Grandpa is leaving soon. You must listen to your parents and strive to be useful to the country when you grow up. Su Hao touched the babies' heads one by one with a kind smile on his face. At this moment, he has completely accepted the fact. Shinjo is capable, his daughter has found a strong backer, and his babies are all very well behaved and obedient. For a man in his 60s, God has been kind to him. He was blinded by greed before and failed to fulfill his duties as a father and grandfather. Such a thing will never happen again in the future. Jiang Xinlian was in good health and no one told her the reason for her hospitalization. Smartly, she did not choose to ask more questions. He squatted in front of the babies, took out a bracelet, and then broke the string, and 5 crystal-clear gems fell into his hand. Shin Huan, Shin Shang, Shin Feng, Shin Meng, Grandma didn't fulfill her responsibilities when she first met you. Children, please don't be angry with Grandma. This is a family heirloom my mother gave me when my grandmother got married. My grandmother is giving it to you. Jiang Xinlian said with a smile on her face. Mother, no, this bracelet means a lot to you, you should keep it for yourself. Su Qingyan hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Silly child, this originally belonged to you. I should have handed this heirloom to you when you married Shinjo. Now your mother will pass it to your children on your behalf. Jiang Xinlian insisted again and again, and Su Qingyan had to give up. The naughty kids held the crystal-clear gems and smiled innocently. Su Hao and Jiang Xinlian were both very excited. They had such a lovely child, a grandson who was like a little angel, but they had ignored him and even thought of giving him away. What a sin! Babies, why don't you thank Grandpa and Grandma? Shinjo spoke. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. The children thanked him in unison. The old couple were very pleased because they heard a hint of closeness in the child's tone, which was completely different from the first time he called his grandparents. Emotional matters also take time to develop. The old couple are not in a hurry. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. After returning home and packing up his things, Shinjo drove the 2 elders to the station. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's only a few 100 kilometers. I can drive you back. Why do you have to buy tickets to go back? Shinjo spoke softly. These words absolutely came from the heart. He saw the changes in the old couple. As Su Qingyan's husband, he really wanted to ease the relationship, and the old couple had already given him a way out. Son-in-law, you are a busy man. We are retired and have nothing to do at home. How can we waste your time any longer? Just send you here and we will go back. Jiang Xinlian said. Then he turned around and prepared to get in the car, but Su Hao still stood there, staring at Shinjo for a long time. Qingyan, I'll leave it to you. I know you will make her happy, but there are some things I, as a father, still need to say. Qingyan is our only daughter. If you betray her one day, I will never let you go even if I lose my old bones. Su Hao said seriously. Don't worry, father-in-law, I will never let Qingyan down in my life. Shinjo said solemnly. An old man and a young man completed the most important friendship in life. They are the 2 most important men in Su Qingyan's life, no doubt about it. Originally, such a handover should be completed at the wedding scene, adding a highlight to the wedding of the century. However, Shinjo is not greedy, and this result is already very good. Bite. Achievement achieved, handover of love. System reward, the strongest chess skill in the universe. When Shinjo heard about the system reward, he was a little confused. The strongest in the universe, what the hell? Is there an alien chess player on Earth?
System reminder: the most powerful chess game in the universe, including chess, Go, military chess, international chess, etc., all types of chess games. Also, there are no alien creatures on Earth, but there is artificial intelligence. The host's chess skills will be superior to those of artificial intelligence, and there will be no rivals in the world. After hearing the system's careful explanation, Shinjo suddenly understood. Artificial intelligence is highly developed in the 21st century, and sweeping robots have become the low end of technology, a height that even the world's top scientists and technicians cannot match. This reward is good. Shinjo nodded, giving the system considerable affirmation. After the two elders got in the car, Shinjo drove back to his residence. The children are growing up slowly, but they are not at all worry-free. The 5 babies each have their own strengths. Shinjo respects their preferences and helps the sons become successful and protects the daughters to become outstanding. This seems to be a bit overwhelming. Just as Shin Huan's teacher was finalized, Shinjo's phone rang again. "Thank you, old man. I was just about to send Mang Mang over," Shinjo said softly. "Okay, Mr. Shin, you are a good father. I will be waiting for you at the chess academy." After saying this, Xia hung up the phone. After Shinjo greeted Su Qingyan, he drove to Zhanghai Chess Academy with Shin Mang. After entering, I found dozens of people gathered around a chessboard, their faces full of tension, and on both sides of the chessboard sat 2 people with a huge gap in strength. One is the dean of the chess academy, and the other is the senior brother Zhao Qiming. Before Shinjo and Shen Mang could figure out what was going on, Zhang Ting came over with Tao Dao. "Mr. Shin, Mang, you are here too," Zhang Ting greeted softly. "Sister Zhang, Tao Dao, it seems that Mr. Xia also called you. What happened today?" Dean Wang and Zhao Qiming were playing chess. "Isn't this bullying?" Shinjo asked with a puzzled look on his face. Zhang Ting's home is very close to the chess academy, so she arrived earlier than Shinjo and has a better understanding of the situation on site. "It's not bullying, but there is another reason. Dean Wang is not playing chess with Zhao Qiming, but with the computer. Zhao Qiming is just helping to place the pieces according to the computer's instructions," Zhang Ting explained. Shinjo suddenly realized that it was a battle between human chess players and artificial intelligence. "Aunt Zhang, is this the AlphaGo? The world's most advanced Go artificial intelligence high-tech?" Shen Meng said in a baby voice. Zhang Ting was shocked and thought to herself that this kid knew so much. AlphaGo is an artificial intelligence Go player developed jointly by several Nordic countries. The Nordic League has made a statement to the world that any chess player can challenge AlphaGo. If you win, the Nordic Alliance will reward you 1 million. After this incident, many Go enthusiasts could not sit still. They downloaded the AlphaGo application and started playing the game. Without exception, all of them were defeated by AlphaGo, and they won very easily. Chapter 136: The Powerful Alpha Dog. After several months of fermentation, many top Go players from China, Korea, and Japan joined the battle. They did not care about the mere 1 million, but cared about fighting for human Go players. Go was invented by humans, and AlphaGo was also developed by humans. Without humans, they are nothing. How is it possible that something invented by humans, or using things invented by humans, can defeat humans themselves? This may sound very confusing, but it does concern the honor and disgrace of mankind. As many top players and even national masters of Go in Japan were defeated, the Celestial Empire, which invented Go, finally could no longer sit still. Today's challenge is to the president of Zhanghai Chess Academy, Wang Yunlong. Due to AlphaGo's reputation, this challenge was conducted in secret. If they could win, they would naturally inform the reporters. If they couldn't win, they could also save the old dean's face. So that's how it is. I've also heard of this AlphaGo. Its chess skills are very strong. It even defeated the national players of Goryeo and Japan, Shinjo said softly. Alas, I wonder if the dean can win. Go was invented by our celestial empire. In ancient times, no player from any country could shake our position in the Go world. But in recent years, geniuses have emerged in the Go world in East Asian countries such as Korea and Japan. There are even top prodigies who can defeat national players within 100 moves. The Go world in our country is in danger, Zhang Ting said while shaking her head. She was born into a noble family and had been exposed to Go since childhood, but she didn't like it very much, so her level was very poor. However, his son Tao Dao showed extraordinary abilities in this regard. After learning Go, Tao Dao's symptoms were under control and showed signs of improvement. This made Zhang Ting extremely excited, and she also learned more about Go, all of which she had recently found on the internet. In fact, in reality, the Chinese Go community is even worse than this. After all, this is the essence of wisdom left by our ancestors, and being overtaken or even defeated by other countries is a shame for our ancestors. Therefore, there was not much coverage on the internet, and many people still thought that Chinese Go would always stand at the top of the world. Little did people know that in the World Go Championship 4 years ago, Xia Tianxiao, the most outstanding Chinese Go player, was defeated first by the Korean player and then by the Japanese player, and only got third place. Since the competition was held abroad, China did not report it and suppressed the news. No relevant information can be found on the internet. However, a bloody storm broke out in the Chinese Go world. The national players practiced their skills hard, vowing to avenge the blood feud of 4 years ago. However, the sport of Go is different from other sports. It does not require physical fitness, but requires extremely high talent. It is possible that a 5-year-old prodigy can defeat a national player in his 30s or 40s who is in the prime of his life. Although the probability is extremely small, such a thing did happen in a certain Go competition. While Xin Zhou and the others were talking in a low voice, the attack horn had already been sounded on the chessboard. After a few rounds, Dean Wang Yunlong was killed terribly by AlphaGo. There were only a dozen black pieces left on the board, and defeat was inevitable. There was no point in struggling anymore. I lost. I didn't expect that I, Wang Yunlong, a national player, would lose to a cold machine. I can't accept this, Wang Yunlong said while shaking his head. The body was shaking violently. He knew that AlphaGo was very strong because the national players of Korea and Japan were not weak, but they lost badly. I originally thought that I could survive several hundred rounds against AlphaGo, or even win, but reality is often cruel. Alas! I lost. The Dean really lost. How come this AlphaGo is so strong? Isn't he just a cold machine? Each chess piece has so many choices, each layout needs to be extremely sophisticated, and each siege is a long-planned move. Can this cold machine think? Everyone spoke at once, with resentment and sadness in their tone. Brothers and sisters, don't be discouraged. This is what artificial skills are like. Although it is a machine, the chip inside it can hold a lot of knowledge. Although Go requires layout and precise placement of each piece, don't forget that it also has its limits. The board is only this big, and there are only a few horizontal and vertical lines. If all the possibilities are input into the computer, then every time the computer makes a move, it will calculate the multiple possibilities for the next move and the position of the opponent's move, and then proceed to the next round of calculations. Its computing speed is much faster than that of humans, Shen Meng said in a baby voice. After hearing this, everyone focused their attention on Shen Meng, with a hint of disdain on their faces. They thought he was a Go master, but he turned out to be a kid who had just entered the Go Academy. Can a 3-year-old child, no matter how much he knows or how talented he is, defeat the Dean? If I can't even defeat the Dean, how can I defeat AlphaGo? That's true, but Junior brother, is our great celestial empire really going to be defeated? Yes, we can't lose. I won't accept this. 4 years ago, we were defeated in the World Go Championship. The Chinese Go Association has been working hard to avenge our blood feud this year. Originally, the emergence of AlphaGo was a chance for us to gain experience and the beginning of our counterattack. We didn't expect to be defeated so miserably. The World Go Championship is about to be held in half a month. What should we do? Do we have to face their sarcasm and ridicule, or even let Go be snatched away by Go? A young man said with anger on his face. But Koreans are really capable of doing such a thing. If they see something good from a certain country, they will shamelessly try to take it for themselves. They were particularly unfriendly to the Celestial Empire, their former suzerain state. They even wanted to apply for a World Heritage status for a festival that the Celestial Empire had celebrated for 5,000 years, even though the historical records were complete. How can there be such a shameless country in this world? In the last Go competition, the Korean national players fought all the way and finally won the first place. I believe they had already started to make plans at that time. If the Chinese national players lose again this time, it is conceivable that the battle for the birthplace of Go will officially begin. Although I know they can't snatch it away, it's still embarrassing. The essence of wisdom left by our ancestors and the orthodox inheritance of later generations are actually no match for the stealing of knowledge by outsiders. No matter how shameless the Chinese national players are, they have to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Okay, don't be discouraged, let me try, Xia Sun said.
Everyone immediately shut up. Although Wang Yunlong was the dean, his chess skills were not as good as those of former national champion Xie Sun. It must be Mr. Xie, who is not interested in fame or fortune, otherwise the position of dean would definitely be his. Old Xie, our Shanghai Chess Academy depends on you, Wang Yunlong said earnestly. This battle against AlphaGo was a secret mission initiated by the Chinese Go Association. Chapter 137. The Little Prodigy amazed everyone. There were 5 chess academies participating in the competition. The first 4 had been defeated, leaving Shanghai Chess Academy as the last one. If they lost, the Go community in China would have no choice but to raise the white flag and surrender. They had already imagined the sarcasm and ridicule from the Japanese and Korean players and the contemptuous looks from the Nordic engineers. Old Xie, the Chinese Go world depends on you, said an old man with white hair and a beard blowing on his chest solemnly. This person is the vice president of the Chinese Go Association, Zhao Daqian. His chess skills are extremely advanced, and he is good at luring the enemy into deep territory. He constantly erodes his opponent during the game, and before his opponent knows it, he loses the ability to resist. The vice president's peak battle that year was against Japan's top national player. The outcome was decided in one game. Both sides dared not slack off in the slightest. The battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. In the end, the vice president won half a point, but he had overdrawn everything. He could not concentrate at all when playing against others after that. Finally, he quit playing Go and became the vice president, continuing to train Go talents for China. I borrowed 2 days and 2 nights from God, but it ruined my life. Someone once asked the vice president if he regretted it. The old man smiled slightly and said only a few words, not to mention that he can't play chess. Even if it takes his life, he will have no regrets. Don't worry, brother. I will be extra careful. However, the difference in strength between the dean and I is not that big. I am not sure whether I can defeat this artificial intelligence. If I lose. Having said this, Xie Sun didn't know what to say. If he lost, the reputation of the entire Chinese Go world would be ruined, so he could only win this battle and not lose. The old man sat solemnly opposite Zhao Qiming, took a few deep breaths, and his eyes flashed with a long-lost brilliance. It was only when he was young and playing against top players from other countries that the old man had this kind of spirit and energy. Let us get started. The old man spoke. The battle begins. The old man, playing black, made the first move at the Tianyuan position. AlphaGo, without any hesitation, directly marked the location for the move, and the two sides fought back and forth in a lively manner. After waving his hand, Xinzhou shook his head. Old man, I lost. The situation should be evenly matched now. How can you say that Mr. Xie has lost? Xinzhou, although I am very grateful to you, I can't boost the morale of others and destroy my own prestige. No matter how calculating AlphaGo is, it's just a machine, Zhang Ting said. In fact, in the 50th move, the old man's finger was in the wrong place. From then on, AlphaGo deployed its strategy around this mistake. The pocket has been propped up, and the old man has also fallen into the pocket. Even with wings, he can't escape defeat. Xinzhou explained. Everyone who was watching the game sighed when they heard this. They hadn't figured out the trick before, but after Xinzhou's reminder, they saw AlphaGo's intentions clearly. I believe Mr. Xie realized this a long time ago, but it was too late. For the sake of the Celestial Empire's reputation, he struggled hard and sought a way out, but ultimately ended in failure. 20 more rounds were played. Alas! I lost. Xie Sun loosened his fingers and the black piece fell onto the chessboard. When he said this, he seemed to have used up all his strength. There was really no other way. AlphaGo was too strong. The old man suddenly looked 10 years older. Alas, it seems that after 4 years of hard work, we still haven't pulled away from Korea and Japan. This World Go Championship will surely be even more brutal. Our goal is no longer to win the championship directly. It will be enough to stay in the top 3 as before. Vice President Zhao Daqian sighed and looked much older in an instant. Under the fierce competition of AlphaGo, the Chinese Go world was completely wiped out. Dad, how about we give it a try? Shen Meng said softly. Children are fearless and very interested in new things. Okay, let's try and see how many tricks up this AlphaGo sleeve. Xinzhou smiled and nodded in reply. Mr. Xie, my son wants to try it. Is it possible? Xinzhou asked softly. What about Xiao Meng? Oh, forget it. Although he is very talented, he is too young and lacks experience. AlphaGo has absorbed all the tactics and strategies of Go. Xiaomang can't even withstand more than 50 moves when fighting against it. Grandpa Xie shook his head and replied, "If you lose, you lose. A real man can bend and stretch, and has an open mind. If you do everything you can to win, what is the difference between you and a villain? Those who play Go are gentlemen. If you don't admit defeat with dignity, you're bringing disgrace to the sport. There's still some time, so let me try. I beg you, thank you, Grandpa." Shen Mang clenched his fists and said expectantly. Xie Sun looked at the dean and Zhao Daqian, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. All the national players have failed, and they didn't think of putting their hopes on a 3-year-old child. But this kid is a prodigy. If he can't win now, there will be plenty of time to accumulate some experience in the future, which is quite important. Okay then, this matter will be announced later. Except for the teacher, all other disciples who want to fight against AlphaGo can sign up. Xie Sun said. Everyone lowered their heads. Although they were good at chess, they were still far behind the dean, Mr. Xie. If you win, you can earn fame and have a bright future. But if you lose, you will bring shame upon yourself, and the possibility of losing is 100%. Who would want to wade into this muddy water? Thank you, Mr. Xie. Xinzhou nodded in thanks. Then he whispered a few words in the teacher's ear. When the naughty child heard this, his eyes lit up. Everyone spread out, and Xinzhou held the 3-year-old Shen Mang and sat beside the chessboard. He didn't cry or make a fuss, and looked like a little adult. As Xinzhou nodded, the game began, and the black pieces still went first. The starting position is still the Tianyuan position. It's the same position as Mr. Xie. Will this work? The first step is to land on Tianyuan. The moves that Mr. Xie made next are all the best choices. Apart from AlphaGo, there are probably only a few people in this world who can defeat this opponent and win this battle. There's nothing we can do. We can only try any possible means to cure our illness. I look forward to our junior brother. I hope he can fight with us for more time so that we can learn more. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Obviously, they are not very optimistic about Shen Mang. Given his age and lack of combat experience, how can he compare with AlphaGo, the old fox? However, before everyone could finish discussing, something extremely strange happened on the chessboard. Except for the chess piece Tianyuan, the positions of AlphaGo and Shen Mang's chess pieces were exactly the same, occupying the left and right halves of the chessboard. It's like the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, with the Tianyuan point as the dividing line, and no one crosses the line. Chapter 138 Defeat AlphaGo. The layouts of both sides are evenly matched, and the places where each piece is placed are also the same. This is completely copy and paste. Does junior brother know how to play chess? How can he win? The last glimmer of hope in everyone's heart was shattered. Not having one's own style of playing chess is no different from not knowing how to play at all. Even Xie Sun, who once placed high hopes on Shen Mang, shook his head slightly at this moment. If one could win by just learning other people's steps, then are there any Go masters in the world? I'm afraid even the sport of Go will no longer exist. Shen Mang and AlphaGo placed their pieces one by one, and were about to fill the chessboard. There was a clear dividing line in the middle, with white pieces on the left and black pieces on the right. No, Mang, I know his strength very well. He is definitely a prodigy. He must have other intentions for doing this. And did you notice that there are no opponent's chess pieces on the left and right sides? If Mang simply followed AlphaGo's steps, AlphaGo could have easily placed the white pieces on the right side of the chessboard, but it didn't do that. Xie Sun suddenly said. Everyone present was an expert, and their eyes widened after hearing this advice. Does junior brother still have a chance to win? Perhaps, this is really possible. Xie Sun nodded and said. Xinzhou, who was standing next to Shen Mang, stared at the chessboard closely. He knew it was time, so he leaned over and whispered a few words. Shen Mang immediately changed his strategy and placed a piece on the left side of the chessboard. AlphaGo also wanted to land on the corresponding position on the right side of the chessboard, but found that there was a white piece there. AlphaGo's rhythm was suddenly disrupted and it took a long time for it to make a move. This lasted for 5 minutes, and suddenly a sentence in English appeared on the computer interface. I lost. We won, we won. After seeing this English sentence, Zheng Ting waved her fist excitedly, and Tao Tao next to her was also extremely excited. He rushed to the front and gave Shen Mang a big hug. The two children danced with excitement. We won. I didn't expect that AlphaGo would be defeated by a child, Zhao Daqian said with a smile on his face. Although the result was unexpected, the ending was good and the face and dignity of the Chinese Go community was saved. It also gave the national players a boost of energy, allowing them to be more confident when playing against foreign players. This competition is absolutely of great significance. Man Mang, quickly tell the old man, how did you do it? You actually used such a unique method to defeat AlphaGo. It's incredible. Xie Sun hurried over and asked. Everyone stopped cheering and looked at Shen Mang without blinking. Until now they still don't know how they achieved victory. Thank you, Grandpa. Mang, it's not that powerful. My dad told me the method. Let my dad tell me, Shen Mang said with a smile. Everyone suddenly realized that there was an AlphaGo standing behind Shen Mang, and the little guy was just the executor of this chess game. But after he suddenly realized what was going on, his face was full of suspicion again. Isn't Shinzhou the child's parent? Is he also a national Go player? How come they haven't heard of such a young national Go player? The principle is actually very simple. According to the rules, black plays first. After occupying the Tianyuan piece, we have one more piece advantage than AlphaGo. By the end of the fight, there will be an asymmetry between the two sides. When Mang places a piece, AlphaGo cannot put that piece into the correct position, and its program crashes, and it has no choice but to admit defeat. In fact, it's not that this move is so mysterious, but it exploits the system loopholes of AlphaGo. Shinzhou explained. Everyone then suddenly realized. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Since the dots on the chessboard are an even number, the side that makes the first move will always have the advantage, and in the end AlphaGo will have no more moves. Everyone said with sudden realization. The happiest people at the scene were the three veteran national players Zhao Daqian, Wang Yunlong, and Xie Sun. Whether Shen Mang defeated AlphaGo or Shinzhou, it was the glory of the Chinese Go world. Notify the reporters immediately, we won, Zhao Daqian said excitedly. Following the vice president's order, everyone started to get busy, and a large group of reporters lying in ambush outside swarmed in. Vice President Zhao, did our national player really defeat AlphaGo? How did he win? Can you tell us in detail? The reporter from Feihu.com was a fat man. He rushed to the front and asked excitedly. Before, they didn't dare to report on matters related to AlphaGo and Chinese Go. But everyone knows that the more control there is, the more eye-catching it will be. As long as it is reported, it will bring in a lot of traffic. Although Zhao Daqian knew how to win, it was not him who did it, so he turned his eyes to Shinzhou and his son. Dear journalist friends, I think it's best not to report the details of our victory, otherwise AlphaGo will be upgraded, and it will be even more difficult to find loopholes. I heard that the World Go Championship is about to be held, and at this juncture, we still have to protect ourselves properly, Shinzhou said with a smile on his face. After hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. I think we should just report the result of this matter. We have to hide from him how we won. It's not that we are afraid, but AlphaGo is a powerful cheating device. It's not easy to defeat it once, Zhao Daqian said seriously. Although the reporters were very disappointed, they also knew that what the two said made sense. We must be extremely cautious when it comes to national interests. Hey little boy, why are you so cute? I heard that it was you who was playing chess. You are so outstanding. You are the little flower of the motherland and the pillar of the future. Auntie gives you a thumbs up. A female reporter hurried to Shen Mang and said with admiration on her face. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie, but all this is thanks to my dad, Shen Mang said in a baby voice. The reporter nodded, saying that the parents must be very dedicated to raising such an outstanding child. If there was no Shinzhou, there would be no Shen Mang who defeated AlphaGo now. In fact, what Shen Mang said was that Shinzhou defeated AlphaGo, but the reporter did not understand the meaning. 1 hour later. Reporters left one after another, ready to be the first to publish this explosive news on the internet, so that the whole world would know overnight that the Chinese Go boy had defeated AlphaGo. Mr. Shen, little Mang, can we talk further? Zhao Daqian asked softly. No problem. Shinzhou thought about it and nodded in agreement. In the huge office, Zhao Daqian, Wang Yunlong, and Xie Sun were sitting on the sofa, while Shinzhou, Shen Mang, Zheng Ting, and Tao Dao were sitting opposite them. I believe that both parents are well-educated and sensible people, otherwise their children wouldn't be so outstanding. I won't beat around the bush. In half a month, the World Go Championship will be held in Goryeo. I would like to invite 2 talented Go teenagers to represent the national team. What do you think? Won Yunlong said seriously. Chapter 139 Representing the Country. Zhao Daqian and Xie Sen appeared calm on the surface, but their hearts were filled with turmoil. They had to agree if the talented Go boy from China could make it into the top 10 of this Go tournament. The Chinese Go world has its successors, and no other country can shake the status of Chinese Go. Some conspiracies will naturally fall apart on their own. Zheng Ting looked directly at Xinzhou, and her meaning was very clear: let him make the decision. But Dean, the child is still young. Can he really take on such an important task? Moreover, if we lose the game, it will be a huge blow to the Chinese Go community. Xinzhou said softly. Mr. Xin, don't have to worry. The huge mountain weighing on the Chinese Go world will naturally be carried by us national players. Just let go and compete. If you win, the credit will be yours, and if you lose, the responsibility will be borne by us old men. Xie Sun said with a serious face. Yes, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The World Go Championship is only held every 4 years. By the next time Mang Mang and Tao Tao are already 7 years old. Even if they make a name for themselves in the Go Championship, they won't have the same effect as this year. Mr. Shin, please think about it carefully. This is very important to the country, to the children, and to us. Zhao Daqian even sounded begging at the end of his words. He has been holding the anger in his heart for too long, and he must release it completely in this Go tournament. If he is asked to wait for another 4 years, it is hard to say whether his old body can endure it. Sister Zhang, what do you mean? Xinzhou already had a plan in mind, but he could not decide Tao Tao's life. I'll listen to you. If you say go, I'll go. If you say not to go, I won't go. Zheng Ting said softly. This completely binds Xinzhou. Several old men still kept their eyes fixed on Xinzhou, but the atmosphere at the scene was a little weird. Zheng Ting really trusts Xinzhou too much. Shouldn't she discuss such a big matter with her husband? Ahem, if I say any more, it might be censored. Meng Meng, what do you think? Xinzhou looked down at Shen Meng in his arms and asked softly. Although Shen Meng is only 3 years old, he matures early and is much smarter than other children of the same age. Xinzhou let him make his own decision, so he was naturally confident. Dad, I want to go to a bigger stage and compete with Go Masters from all over the world. Dad, please take me there. Shen Meng said in a baby voice. He waved his little fist a few times, revealing a bit of his domineering side, and the old men opposite him breathed a sigh of relief. Tao Tao also waved his fist excitedly, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Tao Tao is smiling. Mommy is so happy. Let's go to Japan. Let's go to Japan with Mang Mang and let those foreign child prodigies see the strength of our Chinese Go teenagers. Zheng Ting hugged her son excitedly, her body shaking. Tao Tao hasn't smiled for many years. As a mother, she has even forgotten what her child looks like when he smiles. This moment can be frozen forever. Tao Tao. Shen Meng called softly. Boss, you say. Tao Tao replied excitedly. Tao Tao is older than Shen Meng, but he calls him boss, which is indeed funny. Xinzhou and Zheng Ting were both at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry as the 2 little kids were actually involved in this social stuff. Let's come to the chess academy more often in the next few days and study hard with the grandfathers. It's better to sharpen your sword before the battle. This time we are going abroad to compete with all the masters. We must not bring shame to the chess academy, let alone the Celestial Empire. Shen Meng said like a little adult. Several old men were stunned. Is this child really only 3 years old? Why does he always say something shocking? Okay. Mommy, I'm sorry to bother you these days. You have to take me here more often. Don't worry, Mommy, my eldest brother and I will definitely get good results in this competition and will not embarrass Mommy. Tao Tao said with a firm look in his eyes. Okay, Mommy promises you. Mommy will promise you anything. Not to mention coming every day, even if you live here, Mommy will accompany you. Mommy's baby son is the best. Zheng Ting couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Although the child is a genius, he suffers from severe depression. Don't joke, I haven't talked to him so much in years. Today, Tao Tao seemed to have completely opened his heart, and he said so many caring words to Zheng Ting. As a mother, I don't ask for much, and now I feel like I'm the happiest woman in the world.
It is said that children are the flesh and blood of their mothers, and a mother would rather die than allow her children to come into any harm.
This is absolutely true. Tao Tao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and comfort Aunt Jiang.
Aunt Jiang has given so much for you over the years.
Now that you're well, how can you still make Aunt Jiang cry? Although Mang Mang is young, he has never made mommy cry. Shen Mang waved his little hands and said in a baby voice.
Although the tone is extremely childish, the truth behind it may not be understood by a child of 16 or 17 years old.
I got it, boss. Thanks for the reminder. I've really learned a lot from you.
Tao Tao agreed and stretched out his little hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Zhang Ting's eyes.
Mommy, don't cry. Mommy is the best. Mommy likes Tao Tao to laugh and talk more. From now on, Tao Tao will smile for mommy every day and talk to mommy a lot every day, okay? Tao Tao said softly. Okay, mommy's big baby, mommy is so happy, mommy, be good, mommy, don't cry.
Zhang Ting held back her tears and showed a brilliant smile. Xinzhou was also happy for the mother and son, and gave his son a big thumbs up. Medical skills can cure genius disease, but they cannot guide Tao Tao on how to behave, or how to take care of her mommy like her mommy takes care of her.
However, things that medicine could not solve were solved by Shen Mang. As a father, how could Xinzhou not be happy? How could he not be proud? Okay. Then it's settled.
We'll set off in 10 days, and I'll stay in Shanghai for these 10 days.
Old Zhao, old Xia, the three of us old men will help the two children to make the final sprint.
Zhao Daqian said excitedly.
After staying in the chess academy for a whole day, Xinzhou and others left.
Brother Shen, you are the great benefactor of our family.
Tao Tao can finally live like a normal child. As a mother, I really don't know how to thank you.
At the gate of the chess academy, Zhang Ting said with gratitude on her face.
Sister Zhang, you are treating me as an outsider when you say that. You paid the medical expenses for Tao Tao's treatment, so you don't owe me anything. Tao Tao is also Mang Mang's best playmate.
The greatest reward for me is to see the child happy.
Xinzhou replied quickly.
Yes, you're right, they are the best playmates, now and forever. Zhang Ting said excitedly. When Xinzhou returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Qingyan called him several times to ask where he was.
Chapter 140 Who Bullied Whom? Mommy, I'm back.
Oh, our little Go prodigy is back. Tell Mommy how we defeated AlphaGo. Su Qingyan immediately ran over and hugged Shen Mang in her arms, full of doting.
It wasn't Mang Mang who won.
It was clearly Dad's trick that caused AlphaGo's system to crash.
He.
Shen Mang said with a smile. I told you, even if Mang Mang is very talented in Go, he is just a 3-year-old kid. How can he beat AlphaGo? There must be a bad guy behind the scenes. Su Qingyan put on an expression as if she had seen through everything. Oh, I've been very busy lately and haven't beaten my wife for several days. I'm full of energy today. Would you like to fight me for 300 rounds to see who's better? Xinzhou rubbed his palms and said with a smile.
Oh, you bad dad, how can you bully mommy? If you want to hit someone, hit us.
Several little kids heard the news and held hands to surround Xinzhou. It looked like a group of chicks surrounding the eagle and guarding the old hen behind them.
It's not that easy to bully me. Why don't you ask the scouts under my command whether they agree or not?
Su Qingyan laughed loudly, her willow-shaped eyebrows raised to the sky.
Hey! Huan, have you finished the homework that Brooks assigned to you? Shenger, mommy is so powerful, aren't you afraid that daddy will be beaten by mommy?
Phone, daddy is your idol.
Mang, do you still want to go to Japan? Mang, do you believe that daddy won't let Uncle Tsanglong come to our house anymore?
Xinzhou said sarcastically.
Oh, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm afraid the Boy Scouts can't protect mommy. Don't blame me.
The little kids were threatened by their old father and had no choice but to run back to the nursery on their short legs. Young lady, the Boy Scouts under your command have been sewn apart by me.
Now your gates are wide open. Why don't you surrender?
Xinzhou said in a mean manner. The tone and actions are no different from those of the old charlatan who forced women of good families into prostitution. You shameless wretch, take this slap from me. Su Qingyan tried hard not to laugh and delivered a soft slap.
Good job. Xinzhou was overjoyed.
He clenched his hands and pulled Su Qingyan's soft and boneless body into his arms. Then she carried me in a princess hug and headed straight to the bedroom.
Oh, I fell into your trap. I didn't expect you had a backup plan. I'm so pissed off.
Su Qingyan hid in Shinzhou's arms and acted coquettishly, kicking her legs and hitting her chest with her little pink fists.
She was so happy.
After a while, the sound of two armies fighting was heard from the bedroom. In the nursery, several babies stared at each other, analyzing the battle situation.
Brothers, I don't know how the battle went. Did Daddy win or Mommy?
Xiao Mengmeng pricked up her ears and listened. The battle was so brutal that it was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker.
Of course, Daddy must have won.
Every time the battle ends, I hear Mommy begging for mercy.
Xin Feng said first.
Third brother is right. I have heard it several times before. What Mommy said was, hubby, I was wrong.
Husband, I will never dare to do it again. Husband, can you be gentler? Shun Mang learned in an imitative manner.
If Shinzhou and Su Qingyan were present, they would definitely blush and find a hole to crawl into. The battle in the bedroom had just stopped.
Shinzhou was fine.
After all, he had the system to rely on, so his physical strength was impeccable.
Su Qingyan was covered in sweat, and the bedsheets were wet. Hate it, it's only been a few days and you're already so fierce. I'm so weak, what if I get hurt? Su Qingyan said in a delicate voice.
This is not a blame, it is clearly cheering for my husband.
Hee, there's nothing I can do. My husband is just that outstanding.
Shinzhou scratched Su Qingyan's straight little nose lovingly, and felt even happier.
Which man doesn't want to hear his wife's praise, especially in that aspect? Snort. Su Qingyan pursed her nose and snorted.
Then she stretched out her slender white fingers and gently slid them across Shinzhou's chest. Every man knows how exciting that feeling is.
Provocation, naked provocation.
It seems that the battle just now has not yet defeated you.
Take this blow from your husband.
Shinzhou blew the horn of attack again, like a tiger descending from the mountain.
Nursery. Mommy is really annoyed.
She begged for mercy just now, but why is she still not convinced?
Xiao Mengmeng said helplessly.
The meaning is very clear, women are like tofu, they must be able to bend and stretch.
Little sister, what are you talking about? Your temper is the same as Mommy's. You're always dissatisfied and angry. It looks like Mommy is going to be in trouble today.
Shin Huan said softly. Then the naughty kids covered their ears with their little hands as if they had discussed it beforehand.
If you stop listening, you won't be bothered. The second battle has just ended.
Shinzhou was still full of energy, but poor Su Qingyan had collapsed on the bed like a piece of plasticine, gasping for breath, her long black hair wet with sweat, like a beautiful woman who had just emerged from a bath.
Wife, are you convinced or not?
Shinzhou asked with a smile. I'm convinced today, but I may not be convinced in the future.
Su Qingyan used up the last bit of her strength to put on a brave face.
In fact, she couldn't remember how many times she had said this. Okay, then I'll wait for the day when my wife makes me sweat profusely. By the way, there is an important matter I need to report to my wife. The World Go Championship will be held in Korea in half a month, and Mengmeng said he wanted to participate. Shinzhou said softly. Yeah, that's a good thing, but the two places are thousands of kilometers apart, and it takes several days to go back and forth.
Mengmeng, this is your first time away from home so far. What if you get sick from the climate and water there? What if you can't get used to the food there? Su Qingyan said with a worried look on her face.
When the sun travels 1,000 miles away, the mother worries. When the mother travels 1,000 miles away, the son does not worry. Even though Su Qingyan knew that this opportunity was hard-won and would bring only benefits to Mengmeng, as a mother she still couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, my dear. With me, a super dad, here, anyone who dares to bully our Mengmeng will be beaten to a pulp.
Shinzhou said, waving his fist as big as a sandbag. What if the one who bullies Mengmeng is a girl as beautiful as a fairy?
Su Qingyan suddenly changed the subject and asked. While worrying about my children, I naturally also worry about my husband.
Just two concerns. Shinzhou is so handsome and outstanding, and the artificial beauties of Goryeo are so beautiful, what if he can't help himself, right? If it's a girl who is as beautiful as a fairy?
Shinzhou hesitated, pretending to be in deep thought.
You still dare to think? I'll beat you, you unfaithful man. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't let me have sex with other girls.
Su Qingyan borrowed strength from somewhere, and she jumped up and rode on Shinjo, and her little pink fists fell on the chest of the unfaithful man like a storm.
Honey, I was wrong. Please spare my life.
Shinjo begged for mercy. Originally, this was a good opportunity for Su Qingyan to prove herself in front of the children, and she also had the opportunity to make her husband beg for mercy. But unfortunately, the little kids were covering their ears and could not hear any sound coming from the room.
Chapter 141, Reap What You Sow.
The next day, Shinjo got up early and made breakfast for the babies. Good mother Su Qingyan tried several times but failed to stand up. So, Dad Shinjo was very busy this morning, cooking and dressing the naughty children at the same time. This meal was not a worry-free one either. Several naughty kids kept asking how their mommy was beaten last night and they refused to get up in the morning. Shinjo had no choice but to bite the bullet and make up a few excuses to get away with it. After finally serving breakfast to the little ancestors, Shinjo left Shenmeng at home and drove Shenhuan, Shenshang, Shenfeng, and Shenmeng to school. Then he turned back and accompanied Shenmeng to the chess academy. After this morning, no matter how strong Shinjo was, his legs were weak.
You can still survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes brought upon yourself.
If I had known this, I wouldn't have had so much fun with my wife yesterday.
Tao, Aunt Zhang. Shenhuan greeted with a happy face.
Boss, you're here so early.
Tao ran over excitedly, and the two naughty kids hugged each other tightly.
Brother Shin, why do you look so listless?
Did you not get enough rest yesterday?
Zheng Ting asked with concern.
Yes, Aunt Zhang, Dad and Mom had a fight in the room yesterday, it was brutal. Mommy begged Daddy yesterday, saying, Hubby, I was wrong. Husband, I won't dare to do it again. Husband, please be gentler. Daddy was so cruel yesterday. Mommy didn't even get out of bed this morning. If Daddy hadn't made delicious breakfast, I would have been angry. Shenhuan said innocently.
Well. As someone who had experienced this, Zheng Ting naturally knew what Shinjo and Su Qingyan did in the room last night.
Brother Shin, you are a real man.
Zheng Ting smiled and gave a thumbs up.
Aunt Zhang, this is not right.
Dad is indeed a very good man, but how can a man hit a girl?
Ahem, Mang, Daddy seems a little tired, why don't we not learn Go today? Shinjo threatened lightly.
Shenhuan immediately covered her mouth with her two hands, afraid that a single word would come out. The two little guys are here, please come in quickly. Mr. Xia, Dean Wang, and Vice President Zhao came out with enthusiasm on their faces, which ended the farce. As the World Go Championship was imminent, the old men did not pay much attention to Shinjo and Zheng Ting, and took the two little prodigies directly to the Go room. Ahem, Brother Shin, I'm an experienced person and have been through a lot of things like this. I still have to remind you to take care of your health and don't drain it when you're young, or you'll regret it when you're old. Zheng Ting reminded with a smile on her face. No matter how thick-skinned Shinjo was, he still blushed. It was really awkward to talk about sex with another woman who was not much older than him.
Ah, Sister Zhang, look at the sky today. It's so blue and the sunlight is so dazzling.
Shinjo said, pointing to the sky.
Puff.
It was the first time that Zheng Ting saw Shinjo fail, and she couldn't help but laugh. By the way, Sister Zhang, have you told our eldest brother at home about our trip to Japan?
What does he think? Shinjo asked.
Ah, he said that he doesn't have any ideas and he listens to me and everything. There's a classmate in Japan who is doing well now and can help a little. Zheng Ting said hesitantly.
Shinjo didn't think much about it. It's easier to get things done if you have acquaintances. Everyone knows this. Well, Sister Zhang, these two naughty kids will probably have to stay here for a day. I still have some things to do.
You see. Shinjo said with a smile on his face. I don't have anything to do at home anyway, so I'll go with you.
Zheng Ting replied quickly. Forehead. 3 black lines appeared on Shinjo's forehead.
He originally wanted Zheng Ting to stay here to take care of the two children. Okay, I'll call and tell Mr. Xie. Shinjo said stiffly.
The two walked out of the chess academy and headed to the cafe across the street.
Zheng Ting didn't want to stay, and Shinjo was worried about the child, so he had no choice but to find a place nearby to do the work.
Not long after, Lu Haochen arrived, exhausted. Shinjo, has the third concert been decided? Lu Haochen asked with a little excitement.
Well, I am planning to hold my third concert in Japan, playing classical Chinese musical instruments, with the guzheng as the main instrument. Shinjo said seriously. After hearing this, Lu Haochen was not surprised at all, because he knew Shinzou's character. But it is too risky to hold a concert in Japan and choose Chinese classical musical instruments. Although hundreds of years ago, Japan was a vassal state of the Celestial Empire and was deeply influenced by the Celestial Empire's culture. But in the past 100 years or so, Japan has become close to the West, and is proud to learn Western culture, and has been more exclusive of China in all walks of life. There is no problem playing piano, violin and guitar in Japan, but it is difficult to play Chinese musical instruments such as arrow and guzheng. First of all, no one wants to watch it. Secondly, they may be excluded and even cause political conflicts. You have made a decision that cannot be reversed even with 2 carriages. I only have one request. Invite 2 Western guests so that the audience can easily accept it. You can play Chinese classical music while they play Western instruments, said Lu Haochen. After all, he was a smart person and quickly found a solution. Shinzou nodded slightly when he heard this, although he was very dissatisfied in his heart. The musical instruments of the Celestial Empire are either ethereal and elegant, or passionate and profound, with a long history. Why are they not popular? In order to hold a concert, the accompaniment of Western musical instruments is also needed. Shinzou secretly swore in his heart that one day, he would make Oriental classical musical instruments famous throughout the world and make all foreigners convinced. Okay, then it's settled. I'll take care of the venue, ticket sales and other matters for the concert guests. Thank you very much, Shinzou said. You can rest assured about this. I am very familiar with doing these things. There will be no problem at all. By the way, when is the concert scheduled? Lu Haochen asked. Let's set it for August 16th. Shinzou thought about it and replied. The 15th day of August is the final of the World Go Championship, and Shinzou must be there to cheer for the baby. Okay, there's still half a month left. I can use some connections to get it done, Lu Haochen said seriously. Well, I trust you to do the job. Shinzou nodded, then took out his cell phone and called Brooks. The latter was extremely happy when he heard that Shinzou was going to hold a concert and invited him as a guest. The loud shouting made it difficult for Su Qingyan to fall asleep in the bedroom. She wished she could get up right now and strangle Brooks, the legendary musician, to death. After easily dealing with Brooks, Shinzou hesitated for a moment before calling Daniel. Is it Mr. Shin? Daniel had just finished an activity and was resting at home. It's me, Mr. Daniel. Shinzou nodded and replied. Chapter 142. What is wrong with me, Shinzou? A great musician like you would come to the temple for no reason. Daniel knows Shinzou's character very well. On August 16th, I will hold a concert in Japan. I will mainly play Oriental classical music, but I also need Western instruments to complement it. I wonder if Mr. Daniel has time to be a guest. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied with the remuneration, Shinzou said. He is not the type to be hesitant. If he wants help from others, he will just say it out loud. Okay, Shinzou will naturally not treat you unfairly. If not, the worst that can happen is that I can find someone else. Okay, when should I go over? Daniel agreed after thinking about it. Shinzou was also secretly surprised. He didn't expect Daniel to agree so readily. You have 2 choices. Fly to China first or fly directly to Japan. I have complete confidence in your ability. As long as you can show up at the concert on August 16th, that will be fine, Shinzou said seriously. Ha, Mr. Shinzou, I'm afraid you are not confident in my level, but you are very confident in your own strength. No matter when I go or what kind of music I play, you are always prepared and there is no need for so-called rehearsals. That's arrogant, but I know you have that ability. Daniel said this and hung up the phone. As for when they would meet up, he didn't say, and Shinzou didn't ask any more questions. Since he had agreed, there was no doubt that it would be right. With just 2 simple phone calls, he was able to invite 2 legendary musicians as guests. I guess there are only a handful of people in the world who can do this. The only few who can do this do so because of their high status, while Shinzou relies on his unparalleled strength in music. I've got it done here, Shinzou said very calmly. Brother Shin, excuse me, is the Daniel mentioned in the phone call you just made the same piano master level artist, Daniel from Northern Europe? Zhang Ting asked cautiously. Yes, it's him, Shinzou replied. Oh my god. Zhang Ting's eyes widened. As mentioned before, her family was very wealthy, her father was a high-ranking official, and her family had provided her with a very comprehensive upbringing,
What about Go, dancing, painting? Among these hobbies, Zhang Ting's favorite is the piano.
She likes to sit quietly on the stage, her fingertips dancing on the keyboard, listening to the beautiful notes leaping out one by one.
That feeling is really good.
10 years ago, Lao Zhang took her to see a Daniel concert, and since then, Zhang Ting has been crazy about this musician. The bedroom is covered with Nepali posters, and I follow almost all the news.
Brother Shin, can you introduce me to your sister? Then I can take a photo with Mr. Daniel and ask for his autograph.
Zhang Ting said timidly like a little woman.
This is a big event in her life. If Shinzhou agrees, that would be great. If he doesn't agree, it would be a pity.
This was the closest she had ever been to Daniel.
Well, I'll give it a try when the time comes. He's a pretty weird guy, but there are few musicians who aren't weird, except me, of course. Shinzhou replied.
He also did not forget to slander Daniel and elevate himself. Wang Yuran and Zhang Ting's idols are all foreigners, so Shinzhou naturally felt a little dissatisfied.
Daniel is not good at playing the piano, and Brooks is not good at playing the violin. Why do young girls and young women regard these two as their idols? What's wrong with Shinzhou? Can two foreigners compare with the guy who made 300 million in just a few minutes of live streaming? Okay, then thank you, Brother Shin. I'll treat you to a meal then.
Zhang Ting was dancing with joy, and you couldn't tell at all that she was a woman in her 30s.
In fact, it's not her fault.
She has a very cheerful personality, but because of Taotao's matter, she hasn't laughed for a long time. Recently, Taotao's illness has recovered, so she smiles more often, and she also has the feeling of chasing stars.
Ring, ring, ring. Shinzhou's phone rang, and he looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Tao. Hello, Mr. Wang.
Mr. Shinzhou, I have arrived in Shanghai.
Where are you? Wang Tao asked.
I'm in the coffee shop opposite the Shanghai Chess Academy. Mr. Wang, please come over, Shinzhou replied. Hearing this, Wang Tao was stunned at first, then he responded with a frustrated look and hung up the phone.
Shinzhou is really arrogant.
It is a great honor for someone from Digital Dance's head office to come and discuss cooperation with him. If it were any other anchor, they would at least go to the airport to greet him, not to mention sending a sedan chair to the head office to pick him up.
Shinzhou was different.
He didn't come, nor did he arrange accommodation for him. He even asked Wang Tao, who was unfamiliar with the place, to go find him.
Is there still justice? Is there still humanity?
Even an operations team arranged by the system has temper.
Deputy President, what did Mr. Shinzhou say?
A young man asked softly. This time Wang Tao came here fully prepared, and his employees are all elites. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they are there, the Douyin platform will be able to operate, and Shinzhou's live broadcast room will be easy to control.
Wang Tao came with sincerity, but Shinzhou's sincerity was obviously insufficient.
Let's go find him, shall we? Book a car online and we'll go directly there.
Wang Tao said. What? They didn't come to pick us up? You haven't even become famous yet, but you're acting like a big shot. Who will you be able to tolerate after you become famous? Vice President Wang, let me put it bluntly.
This man is arrogant because of his talent and does things without knowing the rules. I don't think highly of him.
Shangguan Wanner said bluntly. Wanner is right, Vice President Wang, why don't we just buy tickets and go back to the headquarters?
Once someone like him becomes famous, he will become arrogant and it will be difficult to control himself. Let's use all our resources to make him famous, and then he will dump us.
The fat man took advantage of the situation and stood firmly on Shangguan Wanner's side. The two of them are a forced CP. Why do you say it is forced?
Because everyone knows that the fat boy is pursuing Shangguan Wanner, but she just doesn't like him. But the fat boy is really good at flattery, and no matter what happens, he always stands on Shangguan Wanner's side.
Therefore, although Shangguan Wanner clearly refused, she was not particularly indifferent to the little fat boy.
Little fatty, if having 150 million fans and making 300 million in a few minutes without any operating team is not considered to be a big hit, then I don't understand what is considered to be a big hit. Shinzhou is low-key in his work. Even if he is a little arrogant, he has the capital to be arrogant. Remember, before we came, he was already the #1 in live streaming.
Wang Tao tapped. When several people heard this, although they were very unconvinced, they could not say anything to refute. Especially the sentence that people are arrogant and have the capital to be arrogant. That is indeed the case.
They still remember vividly the scene in the live broadcast room during the carnival, where the screen was frozen due to the huge rocket.
Chapter 143 Betting. Wang Tao and his companions took a taxi and came to the cafe. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Tao locked onto Xinzhou's position.
There's no way, he's too handsome and his aura is too strong. Even if this kind of person is placed among 10 million people, he will be found immediately.
Mr. Shin, I'm finally here.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Tao, Deputy General Manager of the Operations Company of Digital Beat Douyin Division.
These are my assistants Li Sudong, Shangwan Wanner, and Zhu Fugui. Wang Tao walked over quickly and stretched out his hand first. Hello Mr. Wang, hello everyone, please sit down.
Xinzhou shook hands gently and motioned everyone to sit down. The fat man and Shangwan Wanner already disliked Xinzhou, and when they saw his behavior, they snorted coldly.
Why are you pretending?
You are a man who relies on his talent but is morally corrupt. No matter how you look at it, Wang Tao is old, but he didn't even know how to stand up and shake hands.
He is so arrogant.
This is my good brother, who sometimes acts as my agent.
This is my sister. Mr. Wang, have you brought the project plan for our collaboration?
Xinzhou asked softly.
Hello everyone, I brought it. Wang Tao replied quickly.
He handed over the plan respectfully. Xinzhou took it without looking at it and handed it directly to Lu Haochen. After all, he is not very familiar with self-media and cannot understand it, so there is no need to waste time. As long as Lu Haochen nods, there will be no problem. Besides, this operation team was given to him by the system. It is not clear whether they are easy to lead or not, but they will definitely not cheat him. Xinzhou has fallen, which is naturally not good for the system.
While looking at the business plan, Wang Tao asked quietly, I wonder what Mr. Shin's next plan is?
I will leave for Japan in 10 days. One reason is that my son is going to participate in the World Go Championship, and the other is that I am going to hold a concert. Xinzhou did not hide anything and told the truth.
Wang Tao's eyes immediately sparkled with golden light.
The hot topic of the World Go Championship was going to be successful. Holding a concert was something that hundreds of millions of fans had been looking forward to. With a little bit of work, Xinzhou's name would surely be known throughout the world.
As for money, it's just like the wind blowing you away, you can get as much as you want. Mr. Xinzhou, can you bring the operations team with you to Japan? You don't have to worry about anything else.
You can take your baby to participate in the Go competition normally and focus on preparing for the concert.
Leave the online matters to us. The results are guaranteed to be great.
Wang Tao said excitedly. Others think Xinzhou is arrogant, but he doesn't think so. After several contacts, Xinzhou's strengths are fully revealed.
He is decisive in his work and open-minded and upright. As for other aspects, I'm just more Buddhist. Moreover, even if he was wrong, Xinzhou was a proud person, and he had the capital to be proud.
Going to Japan to hold a concert, please note it is a concert, not a concert.
There are only a few people in the Great China who can do this. As long as this news gets out, it will definitely be a blockbuster bomb. Traffic comes in waves. What is traffic? It's money.
Xinzhou did not answer immediately, but waited for news from Lu Haochen.
There is no problem with the plan. It is very professional and can maximize your interests. Lu Haochen said. Yeah. Xinzhou nodded, took the plan, and wrote his name directly on it.
He never read it from beginning to end, so you can imagine how much he trusts Lu Haochen.
It also proves that Xinzhou is an open-minded person.
Then I'll trouble you all for this trip to Japan.
Xinzhou said. TSK, you make it sound like a real thing.
The World Go Championship and the concert are indeed two hot topics.
But how old is your son?
He is probably only 3 or 4 years old.
If he goes to participate in a Go competition, can he play Go? Shangwan Wanner was very unhappy and rolled her eyes sarcastically. Besides, can you perform this concert by yourself?
It requires a large team to support you.
You play the violin very well, but you can't let the audience listen to you playing the violin all the time, right? Do you understand what aesthetic fatigue means? Do you know that everything will turn into the opposite when it reaches its extreme? You are indeed a fool who knows nothing. The fat boy Zhu Fugui immediately followed up with a belittlement. He is really a bootlicker.
Wang Tao looked unhappy, but it was not easy for him to confront Guan Wanner directly because this little girl had an unusual identity.
Little girl, and you little fat boy, are you saying this about my brother? Do you take me, your sister, seriously? You haven't even met my nephew, so how can you say he can't play Go? You haven't even asked how this concert was held. Why do you insist that my brother is the only one supporting the event? Xinzhou's slave Zheng Ting couldn't stand it anymore and said in a bad tone. Sister, let's put aside the matter of the concert for now, but as for his son's participation in the Go tournament, I feel it's just a gimmick. From a professional point of view, this stunt has a great chance of going too far. We are just concerned about Mr. Xinzhou's reputation and have no ill intentions. Sister is so angry, is there another reason? Shang Wanwaner said sarcastically. Anyone who is not a fool can tell that there is another reason. It is clearly saying that there is an affair between Zhang Ting and Xinzhou. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Little girl, let me tell you, there will be a price to pay for making personal attacks. Zhang Ting stood up and said angrily. If Xinzhou hadn't been there, he would have probably slapped him in the face. Who is Zhang Ting? A single phone call can determine the status of the top education official in Zhonghai City. From childhood to adulthood, I have never suffered such injustice. Sister, there's no need to argue with him. Miss Shangwan, you said my son is not very good at playing Go, so let's make a bet. My son is in the chess academy across the street. If you can beat him in Go, you can set any conditions you want. If you can't win, apologize to my sister and leave my operations team. Xinzhou said softly. There was no change in his expression from beginning to end, or rather, he did not take Shangwan Wanner seriously. Girls like Shangwan Wanner, who are beautiful and capable, are usually too arrogant. If they are not taught a lesson, they may suffer great losses in the future. Brother, you don't need me to avenge my sister. I have a son too. Miss Shangwan, if my eldest nephew wins, you can apologize to my brother and leave the operation team. If my son wins, you can just apologize to me. How about that? Zhang Ting said. No problem, if I win, Mr. Xinzhou, your account with 150 million fans will belong to me. Shangwan Wanner gladly accepted and offered an outrageous prize. Didn't Xinzhou want to kick her out of the operation team and ruin her reputation? Well, she would just take away the Douyin account and cut off Xinzhou's financial resources. See if you are still pretending to be cool? Are you arrogant? Playing Go with Shangwan Wanner? That's simply courting death. Not to mention that she is just a child. Even if she is competing against a professional chess player from China, she would not necessarily lose. Her grandfather is the president of the Chinese Go Association. Chapter 144, The Arrogant Shangwan Wanner. The bet had been finalized, so everyone rushed from the cafe to the chess academy without delay. Wanner, why are you here? Zhao Daqian asked softly. Grandpa Zhao, there is a blind guy who forced me to play Go with his son and even made a bet with me. Isn't it ridiculous? Shangwan Wanner's smile was not subtle at all and was filled with naked sarcasm. Wanner, before making the bet, did you tell others that you were the daughter of President Shangwan? Zhao Daqian asked hurriedly. Although he is old, he is not confused. Without knowing Shangwan Wanner's background, he made such a confident bet that his son was definitely a genius prodigy in the Go world. I haven't even had the chance to tell him my identity, but he's already impatient to make a bet with me. If I don't agree, Grandpa Zhao, don't you think it would be a disgrace to our family? Shangwan Wanner said proudly. From the beginning to the end, she never took Xinzhou and Zhang Ting seriously. She didn't dare to say anything else, but she still had a say in Go. Who is the one you are betting with? Zhao Daqian asked. Although I had decided the result, I still had a glimmer of hope. Who else could it be? It must be this brother and sister. They could have been my bosses, but they are too arrogant. They insisted that I pack up and leave. I have no choice but to take away everything from them. Shangwan Wanner said arrogantly, confident of victory. Although this woman is pretty, she is really unpopular. Even Zhao Daqian shook his head slightly. He had a very good relationship with President Shangwan and had watched Shangwan Wanner grow up since she was a child. His talent in Go is only slightly better than that of ordinary people, but the Shangwan family is a Go family. Influenced by her surroundings, Shangwan Wanner was able to play against ordinary professional players, and if she was lucky she could even win 1 or 2 games. Wanner, stop making trouble. Aren't you bullying a child? Mr. Shen's son is only 3 years old, and Miss Shang's son is only 5 years old. What's the big deal if you win the game of chess with them? If your grandfather knew about this, he would definitely blame you.
Zhao Daqian hurriedly tried to persuade him.
What's wrong, Lao Zhao? Why did you take so long in the toilet?
Hurry up, Mang Mang has a deep understanding of our move of the harmony of heaven and earth. We must teach him well.
Xia Sun called out. Old Xia, Wanner is here, and she wants to play chess with Mang Mang and Tao Tao.
Please come over quickly to persuade her. Seeing that persuasion did not work, Zhao Daqian had to call for help.
What?
It's okay if she's willful at other times, but why is she still willful at such a critical moment? She's already in her 20s. After saying this, Mr. Xia walked out of the room. Following beside him were Wang Yunlong, Shen Meng, and Tao Tao. Mr. Xia, although he is usually kind to others and looks benign, he will immediately get angry if it involves injustice and go. Among that group of national players back then, he was the only one who got angry and did not care about anything.
Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Xia, this time it's not Wanner who's making trouble, but some people are too arrogant. Wanner, I just want to tell him that there are always people better than you. 3 grandfathers, please don't worry about what happened today. Since you have encountered this, just be a witness. Shangguan Wanner said firmly. Nonsense, what if you win, a 3 or 5-year-old kid? Are you doing this to old ghost Shangguan? Xia Sun said angrily. Shangguan Wanner wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Shinzhou. Mr. Xia, I took the initiative to ask for it. Even if she is the granddaughter of Chairman Shangguan, so what? I have confidence in my son and Tao Tao. Let's not waste time and get started.
After saying this, Shinzhou waved to Shen Meng.
Dad, who is this fierce-looking beautiful aunt? She looks so scary.
Shen Meng scratched his head and asked.
Don't be afraid, Mang Mang. She is a toothless tigress. She will play chess with you later. Don't feel pressured. Just play at your normal level. If you win, her father will buy you candy.
Shinzhou said with a smile.
Yeah, that's great, there's candy to eat, Daddy, you're the best, Daddy, I love you.
Shen Menger excitedly hugged Shinzhou's neck and rocked him. For a child, 100 yuan will not make him excited, but a piece of candy can make him happy for the whole day.
There is definitely suspicion that Shinzhou is trying to deceive his son.
If Shen Meng wins, he can keep his 150 million fan accounts, which is a huge asset.
I was given a piece of candy as a reward. Who can I complain to? TSK, little brat, you can only have candy if you beat me. If you can't beat you and your dad, you'll be out of luck. Shangguan Wanner poured a basin of cold water on him. Shangguan Wanner is really arrogant because she doesn't even give face to such an adorable little kid. You bad aunt, aren't you the descendant of a famous family? What's there to be proud of? My boss will definitely win. Tao Tao said fiercely. Humph, you 2 little brats, your guys talk as loudly as adults. It's true that like father, like son. Shangguan Wanner said sarcastically.
This sentence is very practical for others, but it is wrong for you. I don't think that the highly respected Mr. Shangguan can have a granddaughter like you. Shinzhou was naturally not polite and responded sharply. These words made Shangguan Wanner very angry, but reason told her that she could not beat Shinzhou in an argument, so she could only fight him to see who was the real one. Seeing that they could not persuade them, the 3 old men had no choice but to take everyone to the room. Wanner, I hope this is the last time you act so willfully.
Mr. Xia said. Thank you, Grandpa. You are wrong. Wanner is not being willful. She is defending her rights. Okay, they snub me, but what if I fight back? Little guy, can you hold the chess pieces? Shangguan Wanner looked at Shen Mang and asked. Yes, sister, do you know the rules of Go? Shen Mang replied.
The little brat is not very big, but he is very sharp-tongued.
Judging from this point alone, he is definitely Shinzhou's biological son. Shangguan Wanner really didn't expect that a 3-year-old kid could be just as good at confronting others. Humph. Are you ready? If you are, just start. Don't say that your aunt is bullying you. You go first with the black pieces. Shangguan Wanner said, and sat down next to the chessboard.
Shen Mang was not at all timid, and sat opposite with his legs crossed like a little adult. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the black piece to drop down.
Little guy, when you grow up, don't learn from your father. He is arrogant and has no manners. Auntie thinks you are very cute. You will probably be a handsome man when you grow up. But no girl will like a handsome man who doesn't know manners. Shang Wanwaner educated her while playing chess. I really don't consider myself an outsider. Auntie, do you have a grudge against my dad? Then why don't you fight?
Sometimes my dad and mom have disagreements, so they go to the bedroom and fight, and everything is fine the next day.
Shen Mang said.
His hands were not idle either, as he had already placed more than 10 pieces.
Although Shang Wanwaner had never seen the world, she still knew clearly what Shen Mang was talking about.
Her cheeks suddenly turned red.
Let him fight with Shinzhou, that would be.
This naughty kid is so young, but he already knows how to tease others.
He is indeed Shinzhou's biological son. Chapter 145 Frustration. Shang Wanwaner's thoughts were a little confused, and her hand shook, causing the white piece to fall into the wrong position.
Although she could find a way to save it, the game would last much longer.
Oh, Aunt Shangwan, did you make this move with ulterior motives? Or was it a mistake? Or did you want to give in to Mang Mang? No need, Aunt Shangwan. Mang Mang is still very strong and should be able to beat you. Shen Mang said again. Shang Wanwana was so angry that her white jade fingers kept trembling, and another move fell to the wrong place.
No matter how good she is, 2 consecutive mistakes are enough to get her in big trouble. What's more, the opponent is not an ordinary child, but a prodigy. After playing the game for 50 or 60 moves, Shen Mang showed his chatterbox nature to the fullest, but his eyes were still fixed on the chessboard.
Is this the unity of heaven and earth? The layout has been fully deployed. Mang Mang seems to be at a disadvantage on the surface, but in fact he has the initiative. I estimate that the winner will be decided in another 20 moves.
Wang Yunlong said in shock. Well, it is undoubtedly the great harmony of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he could have realized the great harmony of heaven and earth to such a high level. He is indeed a child prodigy.
Grandpa Xia nodded and replied. It seems that Wanner is in danger in this game. Zhao Daqian shook his head.
But there was a hint of a smile on his face. It was time for Shang Wanwaner to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this kind of personality will cause you to suffer a great loss sooner or later. No one else could hear the discussion of the 3 old men, but Shinzhou's chess skills were better than theirs. He could see that his son had already established victory a dozen moves ago. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed and eating melon seeds, feeling extremely comfortable.
Brother Shen, the situation is still unclear. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? Zheng Ting asked. Why are you in such a hurry? In another 20 moves, Shang Wanwaner will definitely lose.
Shinzhou said lightly.
Really?
Of course, Mommy, the boss is using the heaven and earth unity that Grandpa Xie and the others just taught us, and the layout has entered the final stage.
Although I have some understanding, it is still worse than the boss's.
Tao Tao said thoughtfully, holding his chin with his little hand.
It's okay. Tao Tao, we have some insights and we can definitely beat Shang Wanwaner. Mommy believes in you. You are Mommy's pride.
Zhang Ting said excitedly. Wang Tao and the others stood not far away, without saying a word. Firstly, he didn't understand Go, and secondly, he disdained Shang Wanwaner's behavior. Only Zhu Fuguei still supports as always, and his dog-licking attributes cannot be desecrated. A little brat who really thinks he is John Lure.
Wait until he loses and see if he doesn't cry. Zhu Fuguei snorted coldly. Fatty, can't you be more polite with your words? What a cute kid. So what if he lost? He is appreciated by 3 national players in the chess academy. He is much better than you and me, right?
When you were 3 years old, you were still peeing and playing in the mud.
What qualifications do you have to laugh at others?
Wang Tao said coldly.
Deputy Manager Wang, why is your elbow so bent outward? You know very well how Shinzhou treated us. Wanner is teaching this ignorant guy a lesson for us. Do you think your faces are worthy of Wanner's good intentions?
Zhu Fuguei said. Fatty, your opinion just now only represents your own, and has nothing to do with me and Deputy Manager Wang. From an observer's perspective, Shinzhou, as our leader, did not do anything excessive, but Shang Wanwaner was indeed a bit aggressive. Li Sudong couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to state his position.
Wait until Wanner gets the Douyin account, and then we'll see if you guys can still be stubborn.
Zhu Fuguei left a word and looked at the chessboard again. At this time, Su Mang's Tiandi Daton had been completely laid out. Although he had lost many pieces before, the 20 or so black pieces on the chessboard were like a long dragon, tightly surrounding Shang Wanwaner's white pieces in the middle.
Not even a crack was left.
The chess piece in Shangguan Wanner's hand had been hanging in the air for a minute and had not fallen down yet.
Aunt Shangguan, why don't you make any moves? By the way, Mang Mang asked Aunt Shangguan before whether she understood the rules of Go. It seems that Aunt Shangguan doesn't understand.
According to international standards, if you don't make a move within 45 seconds, you will be deemed to have lost the game.
Su Mang reminded in a childish voice.
These words were like a knife, piercing deeply into Shangguan Wanner's heart.
She lost to a 3-year-old child.
What's more, this child actually took advantage of the situation and spoke in the most childish tone and the most bossy words. Shangguan Wanner wanted to say that she lost, but it was really hard for her to say it.
Man Mang wins this round. Wanner, no matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. Tiandi Daton has already surrounded you. Everyone's time is precious. Let's start the next round. Grandpa Xie said bluntly. Win, my nephew wins. Shangguan Wanner, aren't you very good? Aren't you the granddaughter of the Go Association's president? How come you are only at this level? Are you really bringing shame to the president? If I were you, I would have found a place to hide in a long time ago. Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Ting mocked unceremoniously. Good son, well done. Not only will you have candy tonight, but Daddy will also livestream you making braised pork. Xinzhou followed up with sarcasm. He especially emphasized the word live broadcast. He is not a good man. If he gets a chance to take advantage of someone's misfortune, how could he let it go? Brother Shin, don't forget Sister Zhang when you make the braised pork. Sister Zhang will give you gifts during the live broadcast. Thank you, Sister Zhang. I thought I couldn't keep this account with 150 million followers, but it turns out that what's mine is mine, and no one can take it away no matter how shameless they are. The brother and sister were chatting with each other and having a great time. Shangguan Wanner was so angry that her nose was smoking, but she had no way to refute it. It was indeed embarrassing to lose to a 3-year-old child, and her grandfather was the president of the Go Association. If this matter were to get out, not only would she be ashamed, but even her grandfather would lose his reputation. Aunt Shangguan, you don't have to fulfill the bet for now. Wait until you're done with Tao Tao. Then apologize a lot. Shen Mang left a word, stood up with a smile, and threw himself into Xinzhou's arms. Mommy, I'm going to play chess over there. Tao Tao sat down with his legs crossed and stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation, showing his gentlemanly manners to the fullest. Auntie Shangguan, right? I think your skills are just average, and your character is too bad. You are not suitable for playing Go. Tao Tao will naturally not take advantage of others. This time, you play the black pieces and go first. Insult, naked insult. Are these two really 3 or 5-year-old naughty kids? Why do they feel more cunning than the old foxes in their 50s or 60s? Shangguan Wanner now finally understood why Shen Mang had been talking to her just now. It was to distract her attention, let her make mistakes, and buy time for the layout of the harmony of heaven and earth. It's insidious, but it complies with the rules of Go. Don't give her any chance to argue. Humph, that little guy just now deliberately provoked me with words and distracted me, causing me to make 2 mistakes in a row, so I lost. When I get serious, you won't have any chance to take advantage of me. Shangguan Wanner said this and took the lead in placing a move. Chapter 146, Unique in the 5 Elements. Tao Tao was calm and composed, with a smile on his face every time he made a move. In a blink of an eye, the two sides have been confronting each other for 50 moves. The situation is extremely stalemate. I am afraid that before the last piece falls, it will be difficult to determine who will win or lose. As the number of chess pieces on the board decreased, Tao Tao's moves became faster and faster. This invisibly created a lot of pressure on Shangguan Wanner. She always felt that there were undercurrents and turbulent waves on this calm chessboard, and that she would fall into the abyss if she was not careful. She can't lose again. If she loses, it doesn't matter if she apologizes, but where can she put her face? The more anxious you are, the more uneasy you become, and the less you know where to put the chess piece. Aunt Shangguan, what's wrong with you? Why are your hands shaking? My black chess pieces have surrounded the upper half, you have no chance of escape, and your offensive is mainly concentrated in the lower half. I think you should place this piece in the lower half. Tao Tao said thoughtfully. Humph, little guy, what are you so proud of? I haven't lost yet, and where I place my pieces is none of your business. Shangguan Wanner said unhappily.
Then he placed the black piece in the upper part.
Hey, your rant is so strange. I told you, why didn't you listen? It's too late to regret now.
Although I didn't understand as much as my grandfathers did about the unity of heaven and earth, I have figured out the unique 5 elements on my own.
You still insist on crashing into the 5 elements chess formation, so Cao Cao can only take this victory away. After Cao Cao said this, he fell for the last time. The chess game has changed dramatically, the black pieces are completely at a disadvantage, and the white pieces are on the verge of victory.
Wonderful, it's really wonderful. This unique move of the 5 elements is not as mysterious as the great harmony of heaven and earth, and it takes longer to plan, but it is more secretive and difficult to be discovered.
Warner has lost this round again. Grandpa Xia said loudly.
Then he stroked his beard under his chin, his face filled with excitement. With these 2 little prodigies, this World Go Championship will definitely bring them huge surprises. Shangguan Warner, who originally had the halo of the protagonist, became a stepping stone for the 2 little prodigies to become famous. She no longer looked like the lofty golden phoenix, but more like an old hen worshipping the gods.
He was dejected and looked deathly pale. The last chess piece fell onto the chessboard with a click. I lost. Shangguan Warner said while shaking her head. He was extremely depressed and couldn't accept this fact at all. She, the granddaughter of the president of the Go Association, actually lost to 2 little brats in a row. Her worldview completely collapsed. Mommy, Aunt Shangguan admitted defeat. Cao Cao didn't embarrass Mommy. Cao Cao said excitedly. Ha, great, that's great, I said our Cao Cao would win. Come here, let Mommy hug you.
Zhang Ting said with a laugh without caring about her image. She hugged her son in her arms. Today she was the happiest woman in the world, no doubt about it. Thinking about the past and the surprised looks those people had on them, and looking at the present, Cao Cao was enough to make her proud. She can even help her as a mother. The joy of seeing a rainbow after the rain and the pride of being a mother cannot be expressed in a few words.
What? How could I lose? Xu Fugue also sat down on the ground like a deflated ball.
But he soon calmed down, ran to Shangguan Warner and comforted her. Warner, they are cheating just because you didn't lose.
How could 2 little brats be so good at chess? We won't bet with them anymore, and we won't apologize. Come on, I'll take you out of here. The fat boy said this in a very firm and manly way.
The goddess made a fool of herself, and he saved the situation.
Isn't this the chance that came to her? Go away. This matter has nothing to do with you.
Besides, I made the bet myself.
I, Shangguan Warner, will accept the defeat.
After Shangguan Warner finished speaking, she stood up and walked in front of Shenzhou and Zhang Ting. He bowed deeply, and then said, I lost, and I admit my defeat sincerely.
It's because I was blind and didn't know that there are always people better than you.
I brought shame to my grandfather, and I am not worthy of being a member of your operations team.
Well, your attitude is quite sincere.
Little girl, let me tell you, it's okay to be a little arrogant, but if you are too unreasonable, you will only bring trouble upon yourself.
There are some things you can't do and some people you can't afford to offend. I hope this will teach you a lesson. Zhang Ting taught. I originally thought that after winning, I would make fun of Shangguan Warner.
But in the end, she thought about it and decided to give up. Her son was still beside her, and as a mother, she had to set a good example.
I understand, 3 grandfathers. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shangguan Warner said, and left the chess academy with her head down like a stray dog. Bite.
Achievement achieved, the son takes the place of his father.
System reward, double charm.
If the host does not accept this reward, it can be exchanged for a cash reward of 10 million.
Money is just a number to me. I still want double the charm.
Shenzhou said without hesitation.
Charm is very important for men.
He is handsome and a true music prince. He is also fluent in 10 languages and can earn hundreds of millions in minutes. His charm is already overflowing, and with a double charm bonus, it is no exaggeration to say that if he raises his popularity a little, he may succeed in running for the Secretary General of the United Fruit.
Brush. Shenzhou's charm has been improved. Daddy, give me a hug.
Daddy, why do I feel that you are more handsome today, and there is a unique smell on your body?
Shen Meng said in a baby voice. Yeah, Mang is right. You helped Daddy beat Aunt Shangguan, so Daddy is naturally very happy.
And when he's happy, he becomes more handsome.
Shenzhou scratched Shen Meng's little nose and replied. So that's how it is. In order to make Dad more handsome, I should beat Aunt Shangwan a few more games. Shen Meng said with a smile. If Shangwan Wana heard these words, she would spit out blood. Losing one game was unbearable for her, and if she lost a few more, then what was the point of her living? Brother Shen, I feel it too. Why are you suddenly different? But I can't tell exactly what's different. Zhang Ting said with a frown. Mr. Shen, we were wrong before and have caused you unnecessary trouble. Please forgive us. From now on, I, Wang Tao, will do my best to help Mr. Shen solve his problems. Wang Tao walked over and said with a serious face. Just now, he glanced at Xinzhou, and an unquenchable thought arose in his heart, that he must follow Xinzhou for the rest of his life and accomplish something earth-shaking. I, Li Sudong, feel the same way. I swear to follow Mr. Shen until death. Mr. Shen, don't worry. Although Shangwan Wanner and Zhu Fugue have left, we can still run this trip to Japan well without them. Li Sudong echoed. Chapter 147 Job Change at Haitian Media. This double charm is great, it works not only on women, but also on men. Without saying a word, he directly included 2 generals. With such a plug-in system, it would be really pitiful if Xinzhou could not become the richest man in the world before the age of 30. Well, just discuss the specific matters with Lu Haochen. We will be colleagues from now on. I will take you to my media company. Xinzhou said. Naturally, several people accepted it with pleasure. Sister Zhang, the children. Children, of course you have to stay and learn Go. Ahem, since Sister Zhang is not afraid of hard work, let's go together. Xinzhou said after coughing twice awkwardly. Being too charming is not a good thing either, as all the young girls and wives are clinging to him. Fortunately, Xinzhou had enough concentration, otherwise. Several people drove to the media company. The working atmosphere was quite good. Xiaomei was indeed capable and managed the company in an orderly manner. Boss, you're here. Xiaomei came running over with a slight blush on her pretty face. She was shy when she spoke, obviously conquered by Xinzhou's powerful charm. I'm so sorry, my fans. My good boss is here and I have to excuse myself for a while. An Zheng from next door left the live broadcast room. Boss, the boss is here at the company. Guys, do you want to see the boss give me a 666? The energetic young man ran out with his cell phone. This shrimp tofu, in fact, my boss makes it better than me. I was lucky enough to taste it at his house. The taste seems to be something that only heaven can have, and it's rare to get it in the human world. The boss is outside. I'll see if he's busy. If he's not, I'll share some of my experience with you. Sanxian Detsi smiled innocently and came to Xinzhou. It is obvious that he wants to use Xinzhou's fame to increase the number of fans. However, Xinzhou did not say much, after all, they were all colleagues. Sanxian Detsi has many fans, which can also bring more benefits to the company. Please, everyone, stop saying that I'm good at negotiating. I'm nothing in front of our boss. Even his 3-year-old child is much better than me. Wang Yuran walked out shyly. Boss. Boss, you look so handsome today? I swear to God, you are definitely the most charming man I have ever seen in my life. The cute loli said shyly with her big eyes staring. Other anchors also came out one after another. The men were full of admiration for Xinzhou. If anyone dared to say a word against Xinzhou, they would definitely hit him with a brick without hesitation. As for the women, they all lowered their heads and blushed, looking as shy as young wives. Ahem, system, let's discuss whether we can take back this reward. I think 10 million is also good. The previous charm was completely enough. This double charm is a bit superfluous. Xinzhou said. The rewards distributed by the system will not be taken back except under specific circumstances, and the system is obligated to remind the host that having such thoughts is dangerous, as it will affect the compatibility between the host and the system and increase the probability of bugs. A cold voice came from the system. Xinzhou was so scared that he shrank his neck. If there is a bug in his body system, will he become mentally ill or run naked in the street? Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Xinzhou said with lingering fear. If there is anyone in this world who thinks he is too charming, Xinzhou is definitely on the list. The spirited young man, the cute little girl, Aunt Zhang next door, the violin angel, Sanxian Detsi. I didn't expect that the boss's live broadcast room would have so many high-quality anchors. It's hard not to succeed.
We can even quit Douyin and build our own live streaming platform. I believe that with the boss's strong charm and appeal, the initial users will definitely crush 90% of the live streaming platforms. After a few years of good development, the position of the number one self-media person will definitely become the boss. Wang Tao said excitedly. Boss, who is this? A new colleague? Why don't you introduce him to everyone? The cute lowly asked softly. That shyness makes my scalp tingle. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is Wang Tao, the Deputy Operations Manager of the Douyin branch of Digital Beat. He's here to help our media company move to the next level. Xin Zhou introduced. More than a dozen anchors were stunned when they heard this. To them, the people from Douyin headquarters were definitely the best of the best. I didn't expect that I would stay at their media company in person. The boss was so awesome that several people immediately wanted to go over and ask for his contact information. Boss, I wasn't from Digital Dance before, but now I belong to Haitian Media Company. Wang Tao said seriously. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. He has changed jobs and he just made the decision. Digital Dance is the largest self-media company in China, and its owner is among the top 100 on the Forbes list. Whether in terms of company prospects or current value, it is many times stronger than Haitian Media. But Wang Tao did not have the slightest attachment. Boss, don't forget me. I won't reply to the number jumps anymore. I will follow you from now on. Boss, you are my idol. No matter you get paid or not, I will stick to you for the rest of my life. You can't get rid of me. Li Sudong, who was calm and thoughtful, actually abandoned Digital Beat and devoted himself to Haitian Media. Boom! Before more than a dozen anchors could recover from the shock, a bolt from the blue struck them again. Is it so easy to just change jobs like that? He didn't even say hello to Lu Yiming. The boss is so powerful. With these two generals, he can dominate the self-media industry like walking on smooth ground. You should reconsider this. Digital Dance is the largest self-media company in China. It would be a pity for you to lose this fertile ground. And if you change jobs so rashly, the boss will feel very uncomfortable and may suppress you, Xin Zhou reminded. Boss, there's no need to think about it. We have already made up our mind. Besides, good birds choose the right trees to roost in. We are open and honest. Even if Mr. Lu says or does anything, we will have no regrets. Wang Tao said firmly. I respect your ideas. Seeing that persuasion failed, Xin Zhou could only nod in agreement. Next, the news that the former deputy general manager of Digital Dance Douyin division jumped to the little-known Haitian media company continued to ferment on the internet, and soon became the most popular person in the entire network. Many netizens were outraged and scolded Wang Tao for being ungrateful, and even cursed Li Sudong's ancestors for 18 generations. However, this news did not last long, and the news that Haitian Media Company was affiliated with Xin Zhou spread like wildfire. The online army of critics turned against the platform in an instant and targeted the Douyin platform. For a time, a series of news such as the Douyin platform's lack of transparency in salaries, employees' overdrafts, and the boss being Huang Shuren poured down like raindrops. As a result, the numerical fluctuations were also greatly affected, and the company's market value directly evaporated by 20 billion. And all this happened in just one day. Chapter 148. Fatty is given a mission in times of crisis. Kyoto, Digital Beat's headquarters. Bang! These two traitors must have been responsible. Xin Zhou has no operational experience. It is impossible for him to guide public opinion in such a short time. Damn Wang Tao, Lu Yiming, have been good to you, right? Lu Yiming threw the documents on the table and shouted angrily. At this time, he was already blinded by anger and never mentioned that he was the first to post slanderous news about Wang Tao and the other person online. He took the initiative to attack but was counterattacked and beaten badly. You can imagine how frustrated he felt. Boss, we have to calm down and never give up on ourselves. Xin Zhou is indeed very popular now. He has more than 100 million fans supporting him, and they are die-hard fans. We can only avoid his edge and bring him down from other places. Zhu Fuguei and Shangguan Wan'er had already returned to the Kyoto headquarters. After hearing the news, he was not sad but happy. It would be a fantasy for the two of them to bring down Xin Zhou, but it would be easy if Lu Yiming was added. Fatty, do you have any opinion? If it is really feasible, the position of Deputy General Manager. Lu Yiming began to whet the appetite. How could the little fat boy bear such temptation?
He came to Lu Yiming and whispered a few words. Is this true? Lu Yiming asked. It's absolutely true. If my subordinates say even a word that's false, God will punish them with lightning. The little fat man answered affirmatively. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you and Warner. If you do a good job, you'll be promoted and get a raise. If you don't do a good job, you'll bear the consequences at your own risk. Don't get involved in the fluctuations in the numbers. Lu Yiming nodded and said. Understood, boss. Shu Fugue raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. Fatty, what did you say to the boss? Back at the department office, Shangwan Warner hurriedly asked. Warner, don't worry. We can definitely bring down Shinzhou this time. As for how this will work, I can't tell you for the time being. Let's go to Zhonghai immediately. Shu Fugue said mysteriously. Shangwan Warner didn't want to get involved, but when she thought that the fat man was standing up for her, she nodded and followed. Zhonghai City. Boss, our new live streaming platform has been built. It's called Haitian Live. The only regret is that everyone's Douyin account has been blocked, and we have lost nearly 200 million fans. Now we can only start from scratch and do it step by step. I'm not worried about the boss, but I don't know about you guys. Wang Tao looked at the energetic young man, the cute lowly and others, and was hesitant to speak. Boss Wang, what do you think of us? Are you ungrateful scoundrels? Since I have decided to follow the boss and create a new world, I naturally cannot care about the things in the past. We are all ready, just waiting for the boss order, and then we will call back all the previous fans. Even if it takes a long time, we don't mind. Wang Yuran said seriously. The others nodded in agreement. Well, I feel relieved that everyone is so united. This is my plan. The boss went live first, calling on fans to download the Haitian Live client, and at the same time told the fans that Si Kiai Loli, Jinjing Showa, Wang Yuran, Sanxian Detsi and others have all switched to the Haitian Live platform. With the boss's strong appeal, it won't take long for this matter to spread online before everyone knows about it. If we're lucky, all the fans and traffic we lost will be back within a month, Wang Tao said seriously. Well, that's no problem. I will apply for a Haitian Live account right now and start live streaming. Shinzhou said. With such great employees, the boss naturally cannot be a slacker. Everyone was busy and having fun. Shinzhou called and invited Brooks to come over. This was Haitian's first live show, so they had to make the scene a good one. Shinzhou himself can calm down the live broadcast room, but it would be a waste to not use a big shot like Brooks. Everything was ready, and Brooks came over with a smile, and with him came Shinhuan and Daniel. It was not surprising that Shinhuan came to Shinzhou, but Daniel surprised Shinzhou a little. He had just made a phone call in the morning, and the piano prince arrived in the afternoon. When did the piano prince become so worthless? Dad, I'm here to support you, hee hee. Shinhuan said with a smile. Well, brothers fight together, fathers and sons fight together in battle. With the big baby here, today's premiere will definitely be more exciting. Shinzhou said with a smile. It's more than just exciting. I think it will shake up the entire self-media industry, and even the entertainment industry will be overwhelmed. After today, Haitian's reputation will be completely spread. Brooks promised, patting his chest. He doesn't have much confidence in front of Shinzhou, but in front of his fans, he has a lot to say. As long as you put the violin on your shoulder, you will be greeted with thousands of flowers and applause. Okay, then I'll have to trouble my good apprentice, Mr. Daniel. I didn't expect you to come here so soon. It really surprises me. This live broadcast debut is not the same as a concert. Mr. Daniel can choose to participate or not. If you come to support my Haitian premiere, I will naturally not be stingy with the remuneration. Shinzhou said seriously. Daniel is different from Brooks in that their relationship is not that close, so the salary and remuneration still need to be made clear. I came here this time because of my good brother, Brooks. Besides, how can I appreciate that little reward? When do we start? I just got off the plane and haven't eaten yet. Daniel was still quite arrogant, but the fact that he came here proved that he didn't have the same ill will towards Shinzhou as before. The relationship between the two is developing in a positive direction. Shinzhou was not the kind of person who would procrastinate, and he immediately started assigning tasks. Since Brooks was there, he played the violin, the eldest son played the guzheng, Daniel played the piano, and Shinzhou played the drums. The four-member band was quickly formed, but the members were a bit funny.
There are big ones, small ones, Chinese people, and foreigners, which feels a bit weird. The live broadcast room opened and was empty. There is no way, this is how new app is, the publicity is not strong enough and no one pays attention to it. All of this was expected, and Wang Tao began to use his connections to promote Haitian Live. It also emphasized that the boss Shinzhou brought his beloved son, piano master Daniel, and violin Prince Brooks for their debut performance, with pictures attached below. In just 1 or 2 minutes, hundreds of fans flocked into Shinzhou's live broadcast room, and the number was increasing exponentially, which shows Wang Tao's appeal and means. Everyone is very familiar with the night in the suburbs of Portugal, so let's practice. As Shinzhou finished speaking, the beauty resounded throughout the live broadcast room. The ethereal sound of the guzheng, the beauty of the piano, the melodious sound of the violin, and the passion of the drum set were all displayed to the fullest by these 4 people. Especially Shinzhou, he is full of gentlemanly demeanor when playing the violin, and is full of the wildness of heavy metal when playing the drums. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he instantly captured the hearts of thousands of boys and girls. Chapter 149 Haitian F4. In just 5 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. Please note that the number of people in the live broadcast room represents the download volume of Haitian Live, and only 5 minutes have passed. Give gifts. How do I give gifts? Why aren't there any big rockets or cruise ships in this Haitian Live studio? What about rockets and cruise ships? How can they be up to par? There has to be a supreme carnival to match such an awesome band and amazing performances. What the above person said is right, +1. Ditto. Senior, you're here too? I didn't expect your speed to be comparable to mine. That's the king of heaven, Shinzhou. Who can miss him if there's any sign of trouble? The king of heaven is the king of heaven. Not only is he good at playing the violin, but he's also amazing at playing the drums. I originally thought that I was only 1 violin away from becoming the king of pop, Shinzhou. Oh my god, now I have a drum set. The person above is a bit shameless. The distance between you and Heavenly King Shinzhou is obviously from one end of the universe to the other. Ha, the above mentioned person's words are sharp, but every word makes sense. I give you a thumbs up. The comments in the live broadcast room scrolled quickly at the beginning, but later on, no words could be seen clearly. This is the result of Wang Tao personally being the room manager. If it weren't for him, the live broadcast room would have been stuck long ago. They say that once you enter Douyin, it's as deep as the sea. Isn't it pretty fast to get out of it? Shinzhou and his team performed hard, but at the Digital Beat headquarters in Kyoto, Lu Yiming looked as pale as death. There were 2 computers in front of him, one was the background of Douyin, and the other was the data analysis curve of Haitian Live. At the beginning, the number of downloads of the 2 apps was not comparable at all. One was in the cloud, and the other was in the 18 levels of hell. But after just a few minutes, the download volume of Haitian Live on that day exceeded Douyin by dozens of times. Of course, this is also because Douyin is an old app with a large user base, so slow growth is understandable. However, the download volume of Haitian Live, which was only launched a few hours ago, is incredible. If this momentum continues, the number of fans will soon exceed 300 million or even 500 million, and it is only a matter of time before it surpasses the Douyin app. Damn it, Wang Tao is indeed my good subordinate. In just a few hours, he has given Haitian Live a new lease of life. But it's still a bit too unrealistic to think that I can defeat you in this way. Do you understand the power of capital? Lu Yiming narrowed his eyes and said, gritting his teeth. Boss, something bad has happened. A rumor suddenly spread online that it was our Douyin that forced away more than a dozen big anchors including Shinzhou. Now it has aroused public outrage, and many fans have already uninstalled our app. The secretary ran into the office in panic and said, What? What percentage is the uninstall volume? Lu Yiming stood up and asked. Right now, the data we have compiled is 1%, but the curve is showing an upward trend. If we don't find a way to curb it, the daily unloading volume may exceed 5%, the secretary replied stutteringly. What? So many? What's their public relations department for? Call Li Ergu over to me. Lu Yiming slammed the table and said loudly. Don't underestimate this 1% data, as it may not cause any waves. But what it represents is the overall volume, which means that in just a few minutes, hundreds of millions of users have uninstalled Douyin. You know, when Digital Dance was just starting out, it took a full month to reach 10 million users. But this month's hard work evaporated in just a few minutes. How could Lu Yiming not be angry?
Boss, the situation is not good.
Public Relations Manager Li Dahuang, nicknamed Air Guzzi, only Lu Yiming dared to call him that nickname, pushed the door open and walked in.
Do I need you to tell me? Don't I know the situation is not good?
He is from the operations department, but he is actually pushing your professional PR department to the ground and leading you by the nose.
Doesn't he feel ashamed? The problem must be solved within an hour, otherwise the entire department will pack up and leave.
Lu Yiming said loudly. Boss, this time is too tight, and Xinzhou just appeared a few days ago and is well known to everyone.
We have too little information about him, so it is not easy to take action against him.
Li Dahuang said with his head down.
Li Ergu, where is your usual cleverness?
We have seen many storms before, but I have never seen you be so cowardly.
Damn it, if there is no gimmick, you can create one. If you don't understand, you can pretend to understand. How long have you been in this business? Do I need to teach you this?
Lu Yiming said with a disappointed look.
Li Dahuang suddenly realized, yes, the boss is smart, really smart.
Since they are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust.
I will start preparing now and try to discredit Xinzhou in an hour. It's not that we have to fight for it, it's that we have to. If the numbers stop jumping, we'll all be left with nothing. No one can escape unscathed. I understand, boss.
It's necessary.
Li Dahuang said and left the office.
Lu Yiming is indeed a veteran in the business world. Even with a knife at his neck, he was still able to think of a way to break the impasse. It is no accident that I have made it to where I am today.
The live broadcast on Haitian media is still going on.
This time, Xinzhou's purpose is not to make money, but to promote it. So the performance lasted for a long time, and the number of fans in the live broadcast room reached 300 million, which really made everyone enjoy the performance. Wang Tao is also very busy. The download volume of Haitian Live is still growing and has reached more than 300 million. This has already created a myth, but that is all we can do at the moment, because the platform has just been built and many technologies are still not perfect. If the online volume is too large, the backend is likely to crash and will have to be rebuilt. Wang Tao knew very well that one cannot eat a fat man in one bite, so he limited the flow of people. However, before Wang Tao could catch his breath, the counterattack from the digital jumping side came. A very explosive piece of news, which appeared simultaneously on the front pages of Douyin, yesterday's headlines, Water and Fire Live, Motherfish Live, Tiger Live, etc., all major new media.
Xinzhou is a man who has his feet on multiple boats. He is a complete heartless man. His 5 children are born to one father and multiple mothers. As soon as this news came out, the internet exploded instantly. Damn, is this news true or false? I don't think Heavenly King Xinzhou is that kind of person. I don't know whether this is true or not, but if I were Xinzhou, I definitely wouldn't be able to control my lower body. Brother, even if you can control yourself, can you control others? Xinzhou has good looks, money, and ability. Any girl would rush to get in his bed with him. But he is a public figure and makes money from his fans. Shouldn't he set a positive example for his fans? If everyone is like him, becoming bad once they have money and having their feet in multiple boats, then the social atmosphere will be completely corrupted. The digital water army began to show its power. Keyboard warriors immediately joined in. Chapter 150, Naval Battle. What the above person said is absolutely right. The more fair-minded a person is, the more he should be aware of his influence. If he doesn't even have this much self-control, he is not worthy of being a public figure, let alone a king. I agree. Xinzhou is a scumbag with corrupt morals, double-mindedness, and extremely dishonest in relationships. Oppose Xinzhou, ask him to quit the internet, and stop influencing our next generation. We need to help our next generation develop a correct worldview, values, and outlook on life. Boycott Xinzhou, starting with me. Xinzhou's reputation quickly plummeted, and the live broadcast room was filled with insults. However, Xinzhou, who was completely immersed in the performance, did not notice the insults. Even if he saw it, he wouldn't care. Cursing at him wouldn't hurt anyone. And it is obvious that someone is manipulating the direction of public opinion. Fans are a double-edged sword. They can make you successful, but they can also become a sharp sword and pierce your chest directly under the instructions of people with ulterior motives. Wang Tao noticed the online comments immediately, looked at Li Sudong and said, "Digital Dance's counterattack is really fierce. This is indeed Lu Yiming's usual style. I will contact the owners of various live streaming platforms through channels.
You should immediately hire a group of internet trolls and come out to clarify the facts. Since we are going to fight a war of public opinion, let's fight with him and see who will give up first in the end.
I understand, Brother Wang.
Li Sudong nodded and immediately sorted out Lu Yiming's many stains. And they post their own experiences on their personal accounts. Soon after, Haitian Live and the self-media platforms that had contact with Wang Tao also published this news. These bosses are very willing to see the clash between the old powerhouse Douyin and the emerging overlord Haitian. It would be best if they fought to the death, so that their live streaming platforms would have a chance to rise.
Wang Tao naturally knew this.
In the business world, there are no eternal friends or eternal enemies, only eternal interests.
The biggest enemy now is Digital Jump.
After surviving this battle, Haitian Live will have a firm foothold and it will be much easier to turn around and deal with other live streaming platforms.
Lu Yiming was treacherous.
In order to win the favor of a company boss's daughter, he abandoned his wife of many years and chose to marry into the family. Only then did he get some startup capital and founded Digital Beat. After the company went public, he used illegitimate means to swallow up his father-in-law's company, leaving his father and daughter with nothing. Then he married a second-tier female star who was 20 years younger than him.
How dare such a filthy scum call others morally corrupt?
When this news came out, everyone was shocked.
Lu Yiming, who was always so gentlemanly in front of others, turned out to be this kind of person. Nonsense. Slander.
Boss Lu has always had a very good reputation. How could he do such a despicable thing?
Digital Jumping Water Army. I'm talking nonsense.
Indeed, I might be talking nonsense, but this message was sent from Li Sudong's personal account.
Li Sudong used to be a member of the operations department of Digital Beat. How could he still talk nonsense? Haitian Live's Water Army. Li Sudong betrayed Digital Beat. He is a traitor. He naturally used various methods to humiliate his former company and to show his loyalty to Haitian Live.
At the same time, he also found a suitable reason for his betrayal.
Such a despicable act is really unacceptable? Digital Dance's Water Army refuted.
These high-sounding speculations, firstly, lack of evidence, and secondly, maybe even you don't believe them.
You said that the above-mentioned accusations are false. Then may I ask, is Lu Yiming, the current boss of Digital Dance, divorced? How old is his current wife?
The Haitian Live Internet Army made the final decision.
It is common knowledge that Lu Yiming has a concubine. It will even appear on the front pages of major news media, and Lu Yiming will personally support his mistress.
Originally this was something that many men envied, but now it has become ironclad evidence of Lu Yiming's moral corruption. The Digital Army's momentum obviously declined, and they could not find any excuse to refute for a while.
Damn Wang Tao and Li Sudong, do they want to fight to the death? Lu Yiming cursed with gritted teeth. Ring, ring, ring.
At this moment the cell phone suddenly rang.
Fatty, how's the progress on your side? The Water Army of Haitian Live is too powerful. We can't hold on any longer. You don't have any explosive news. We have lost the public relations battle again. Lu Yiming asked. Boss, don't worry. Give me another day and I guarantee I can complete the task. Warner and I have already got off the plane and are preparing to wait at the Zhonghai Chess Academy.
Zhu Fuguwei replied hurriedly. Okay, whether Digital Dance can defeat Haitian and escape this disaster depends on you. As long as this is done well, the position of general manager will be yours. Lu Yiming threw out another big cake. Zhu Fuguwei's hands were shaking and the phone almost fell to the ground. If he becomes an operations manager, with an annual salary of several million and a luxury car, he will instantly transform from a loser into a tall, rich, and handsome man. Who will dare to say again that he is an ugly, poor, and fat man?
Thank you for your cultivation.
Zhu Fuguwei took a deep breath after hanging up the phone.
Warner, if we succeed in this, I will be the general manager and I will have the money to marry you.
Fatty, stop being so conceited. What we have is only friendship, not love.
No matter what, I will not marry you. Shangwan Warner answered clearly again.
When Zhu Fuguwei heard such decisive words, he did not get angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a wicked smile.
Haitian media.
Shenzhou and his companions performed more than 10 famous songs with great passion and did not feel tired at all. However, Shen Huan is still young after all, and overworking herself would affect her future development, so Shenzhou signaled everyone to stop and rest. Thank you all for coming to my live broadcast room.
Haitian Live was created by me, Wang Tao, Li Sudong, Xiaomei, Wang Yuran, and Zhang next door, Sanxian Detsi, the spirited young man, the cute lowly. We will run it together in the future. If anyone wants to start live streaming, or feels that other live streaming platforms are not suitable for their development, the open-minded Haitian live streaming platform welcomes everyone. Shinjo smiled and spoke politely, which immediately attracted the support of countless fans. The king is the king, he speaks so comfortably. Based on this sentence, I am sure that the comments on the internet are absolutely false. That's right. How could such a handsome king have any bad intentions? Damn Lu Yiming, this ungrateful, money-hungry guy. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? At this moment, Shinjo finally felt how important double charm was. There were less than 200 million fans left in the live broadcast room. With just one sentence from him, they all turned against him and no longer had any doubts about him. Wang Tao also released a message very promptly, paying attention to other anchors under Haitian media. Sanxian Detsi and the cute Lolita were already waiting in the live broadcast room. Everyone counted silently in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. A huge amount of traffic came, and more than 100,000 people poured into the live broadcast rooms of several people at the same time. It seemed as if everyone had discussed it beforehand, and they clicked to follow as soon as they came in. Thank you for your attention. I am a cute little girl. I still have the same recipe and the same taste. If you want to see me in the future, please come to Haitian Live. Young spirited guys, there will always be your favorite social dance. Follow me and give me some feedback. Follow the anchor and don't get lost. More than a dozen anchors instantly got into the state, and the number of fans and attention in the live broadcast room continued to rise. The fastest ones were the energetic young man and the cute lowly, who reached 5 million in just half an hour. Of course, the others are not bad either. Some have over 3 million, some have over 2 million, and the worst is around 1 million. And this is just the beginning. As long as they hold on, how big a fan base will they have? It's unimaginable. Chapter 151 Perfect Ending. Thank you everyone for supporting my dad. Shin Huan said softly, shaking his little hand. Wow, this child is so cute, I wish he was my son. You are dreaming. Can your genes give birth to such a beautiful child? Only the King of Heaven, Shinjo, can give birth to such a beautiful child. Yes, that's right. Ditto. +1. The live broadcast room was in an uproar again, but this time the topic was all centered around Shin Huan, the super cute little kid. For a while, Shinjo's popularity was actually snatched away by his son. My dad said that I can give rewards during the next live broadcast. This time it is mainly for promotion. Thank you uncles and aunts. Shin Huan said with a smile. Daniel and Brooks, who were sitting next to them, were like punching bags. For people of their Hall of Fame level, they were surrounded by flowers wherever they went. But what about now? They were completely unable to resist the combination of punches from the father and son, and there were only a few comments in the live broadcast room that were supporting them. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Today's live broadcast ends here. I will notify everyone of the next live broadcast. Shinjo smiled slightly, releasing double his charm. The boys and girls in front of the mobile phone screens wanted to rush to Shinjo by pulling the network cable. The live broadcast room was closed, but the battle between Haitian Media Company and Digital Beat continued. Boss, based on my understanding of Lu Yiming, he will definitely use despicable means. You must be careful during this period and don't let him catch you in any way, Wang Tao reminded. Okay, I'll leave the internet matters to you two for now. Thank you for your hard work. Shinjo nodded and replied. Then I walked around the company again and found that the cute lowly, the energetic young man and others were all working hard on the live broadcast. This was a blow to them, but it was also a new beginning. Shinjo did not bother them and left Haitian Media with his son Daniel Brooks. After all, Shinjo made a living by his looks, and he could do nothing about some things on the internet, so he simply stopped being an eyesore here. Brooks, take Mr. Daniel home first. Huan and I will go to the chess academy to pick up Mang Mang. Shinjo said. Don't bother me, Mr. Shin. I have booked a hotel and will rest there these days. If you need anything, just call me. Daniel refused. Shinjo did not try to persuade them any further and went to the chess academy with Zhang Ting and Shin Huan. Since Shen Mang and Tao Tao were so talented, the three old men were very excited about teaching them and did not let the two naughty kids leave until 6 o'clock in the evening.
Shinzhou and Zhang Ting also knew that this was for their son's good, so they did not rush him and found a nearby cafe to wait.
Ha, I finally caught them. I said there was something wrong with them too.
Shinzhou, I don't think you will fall into my hands this time, Zhu Fuguei said excitedly.
I picked up my camera and took a lot of pictures. Fatty, what are you doing? Shang Wanwaner began to question.
Although she had the temper of a spoiled little girl, she was kind-hearted and was very sure that there was nothing going on between Shinzhou and Zhang Ting. It is even more impossible that the child is theirs. The fat guy is clearly framing him and using the pressure of public opinion to bring down Shinzhou.
Wanner, isn't this obvious?
A married woman and a married man are having a secret meeting, and they are carrying their bastard child.
If this report is posted online, do you think Shinzhou's reputation will not be ruined?
The fat man said insidiously.
That's enough. Fatty, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
Although I don't like Shinzhou, I have to admire his strength.
Although you are ordinary, you also have your shining points. But after this incident, I found that I was wrong. You are not even as good as a finger of Shinzhou. Shang Wanwaner said bluntly. Ha, Wanner, the business world is like a battlefield. If Shinzhou can poach people, why can't we take secret photos? Besides, do you know what kind of person Shinzhou is? Even if Shang Ting is not him, isn't there Li Ting and Wang Ting?
And the boss has already approved this matter.
If we succeed, we will surely be successful. If we fail, neither you nor I will suffer.
Zhu Fuguei seemed to have suddenly become a different person, and there was a threat in his words.
I don't care. I, Shang Wanwaner, will never do anything to frame others. Give me the camera. I want to go back to Kyoto. Shang Wanwaner said resolutely. Okay, Wanner is full of righteousness. I was right about you. But what's the point of going back to Kyoto now? Instead, you will be scolded by the boss.
Well, let's go back to the hotel first and discuss things before going back again, Zhu Fuguei suggested.
That's fine. Shang Wanwaner nodded.
The two returned to the hotel together, but on the way, Zhu Fuguei revealed a sinister smile.
It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that the three old men let the two children go.
Shinzhou returned home holding a naughty child in each hand, while Su Qingyan, who had recovered her strength, had a worried look on her face.
What's wrong, wife? Who made you unhappy?
Tell your husband, I guarantee he will be beaten until his face is covered with peach blossoms.
Shinzhou patted his chest and promised. Dad, you are going to hit someone again. Shin Huan said.
After hearing this, Shinzhou grinned awkwardly.
What did the naughty kid mean by beating people? Pooh. In this harmonious society, how can Daddy hit people? Daddy wins people over with virtue.
Shinzhou quickly changed his words.
Husband, why are there so many news about you on the internet today?
And many people are saying bad things about you, saying that our child is not our biological child.
I can guarantee that this is definitely the fruit of our love. Su Qingyan said worriedly.
She has the most say in this matter, as all 5 babies are her flesh and blood. But Shinzhou did not see this incident with his own eyes, so Su Qingyan was extremely sensitive to these rumors.
Silly girl, how could your husband not know? Who else could give birth to such an excellent baby except us two? Don't pay attention to those keyboard warriors on the internet. They are just jealous of your husband's talent.
Shinzhou reached out and touched Su Qingyan's head and said,
Well, husband, those people are so abominable.
If I know who they are, I will definitely beat them up.
Su Qingyan said, waving her little pink fist. Hee, my wife, you are as gentle as water, but you can't hurt anyone.
Your husband will naturally solve these troubles. Shinzhou hurriedly stopped her. Because of those naughty kids, Shinzhou is now extremely sensitive to the word beating people.
After a busy day, Shinzhou prepared to rest after dinner. Bite. System assigned side quest, hero saves the beauty. Mission reward, digitally jump all assets. Host, do you accept the mission? Accept. Shinzhou answered without any hesitation. Location, room 1102, Marshall Hotel. Okay. Wife, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. You wait for your husband at home. Your husband will be back soon.
Shinzhou had already put on his clothes after he said this.
Okay. Su Qingyan said a little disappointed. How could Shinzhou not know what his wife was thinking? She was recovering from her illness and preparing to seek revenge on Shinjo. Soon Shinjo arrived at the Marshall Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel. Visitors need to provide the owner's information and obtain consent before entering. Shinjo had no choice but to open the next door room 1103, and then he was able to enter smoothly. Chapter 152: A Hero Saves a Beauty. At this time, in room 1102. Hey, Shangwan Wanner, no matter how hard I tried to persuade you, you still didn't agree and insisted on forcing me to use this trick. Tell me, why are you doing this? It's really unwise of you to make an enemy of Mr. Liu for that brat. Shu Fugue was wearing pajamas, looking at Shangwan Wanner, who was lying on the bed with a flushed face and almost losing consciousness, with a look in his eyes. I'm so hot. Shu Fugue, what did you do to me? You shameless man, let me go. Shangwan Wanner said weakly. Hey, let you go? How is that possible? This is a new medicine I bought online at a high price. Even the doctors can't save you. Now that the matter has been settled, I want to see if you can still be arrogant to me. I could have been very nice to you, but from today on you are my slave. Shu Fugue said with a laugh. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner has entered the state. Here, no one can get any help from him, and Shu Fugue is not anxious at all. He just stared at the once arrogant goddess who was about to become his slave. The thought of it was exciting enough. Moreover, he knew the Shangwan family very well, and their tradition placed great emphasis on reputation and integrity. So after this night, Shangwan Wanner could only marry him, Shu Fugue. No, please, fatty, don't do this to me. Can we take it slow? You are ordinary now, but you may not be ordinary in the future. As long as you are kind-hearted, even if you won't be with me in the future, there will be many girls who want to marry you. Shangwan Wanner saw that the hard approach didn't work, so she could only try the soft approach. And as she said these words, her heart was bleeding. She has always been a proud person, but now she is asked to beg others for help. And this person also wants to violate her. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down, wetting the pillowcase under my head. Wanner, do you think I can still trust you? I have been chasing you for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, you have never looked at me straight in the eye. I have waited for this day for too long. No one can stop me today. Even the Jade Emperor can't stop me. After saying this, Shu Fugue threw himself directly onto the bed. No! No! Shangwan Wanner had no strength left in her body and her cries for help were extremely weak. Bang! Shinjo kicked the door open. Well, you fat bastard, you're going to force yourself on me, right? After Shinjo recorded this scene with his mobile phone, he quickly walked to the bed, pulled Shu Fugue up, and then kicked him without any hesitation. Ouch! The fat man howled miserably and fell to the ground, holding his stomach. Damn, Shinjo, why are you here? You little bastard, I'm telling you, don't ruin my good deeds, otherwise I'll kill you. Shu Fugue stood up with difficulty and said angrily. Just when he saw that good things were about to happen, Chang Yaojin suddenly showed up. How could he not be angry? You want to kill me? Shinjo widened his eyes and said in surprise. You are as thin as a stick. It will be easy for me to kill you. Shu Fugue had become crazy and rushed towards Shinjo with his fangs and claws bared. But apart from having a lot of meat, he has no other advantages. Bang! Bang! Shinjo kicked Shu Fugue to the ground again, but he still felt unsatisfied, so he punched him again, directly in the face. These 2 kicks and 1 punch woke the fat guy up immediately. It turned out that he was no match for Shinjo. It was all over. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. I was just horny. Please let me go because I didn't make a big mistake. You are a kind and living bodhisattva. There is no need to bother with a small person like me. Shu Fugue quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. He is quite good at judging the situation, but is Shinjo such an easy person to talk to? Let you go? How is that possible? I have already recorded everything you did just now with my phone. As long as I put this video online and state the facts, Liu Yiming instructed you to do everything. Not only have I brought you down, but I've also made Digital Jump unable to do any more harm to my Haitian Life studio. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't that great? Shinjo looked at Shu Fugue as if he were a fool, and said bluntly. No, don't Shinjo, don't put this video online, I beg you, please delete this video, and also, let him go, I don't want to see him. Shang Wanwaner said with tears.
If Shinjo did this, her reputation would be ruined, and with her personality, she might really do something stupid.
Miss Shangwan, do you think I will listen to you? We don't have such a close relationship.
And before this, you have caused me a lot of trouble. I, Shinjo, am not a good man.
On the contrary, I am a vengeful person.
Shinjo was not persuaded. If you don't let him go and delete the video, I will say that I did it voluntarily. Then you will be in big trouble for hurting people without reason.
Shang Wanwaner said weakly. Oh my god. This woman is so cruel.
After hearing this, Shinjo had no choice but to give up.
Get the hell out of here. If I see you again, I'll kill you.
Shinjo said viciously.
Zhu Fugue crawled out of the room. Shinjo, thank you for saving me. I was too willful before. Grandpa Xia is right.
I will suffer a great loss sooner or later.
Shang Wanwaner said aggrievedly.
Just now, a struggle between heaven and man was going on in Shang Wanwaner's heart. If Shinjo disagrees, then she might really compromise and live her whole life with Zhu Fugue in order to preserve her reputation. The word happiness has nothing to do with her anymore. So, Shinjo's decision saved her again.
I say you are a bit stupid, woman. The clothes are fine, what will happen if you post them online? What we want is the gimmick, and that fat guy treated you like this, don't you want revenge? Shinjo said. He really couldn't do anything about this silly woman.
I couldn't hit her, and scolding her wouldn't help, so I could only sit in a chair and sulk.
I can't bear it anymore. What should I do with Shinjo? Shang Wanwaner didn't hear these words at all.
Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple.
What kind of medicine did this fat guy give you? Damn it.
I hate people who bully girls the most in my life. Shinjo said as he was about to call 120.
It's useless. He gave me the most advanced medicine on the internet. The doctor can't do anything about it. Shang Wanwaner said. Shinjo, I want to ask you for a favor.
Stop, I love my wife very much and would never do anything unfaithful during marriage.
Let me see if there are any young and strong guys.
Shinjo said as he was about to go downstairs.
Shang Wanwaner shook her head desperately and said, no, absolutely not.
Shinjo, come back here, or I will die in front of you. Hearing this, Shinjo really wanted to curse.
Why was this still blamed on him? Shang Wanwaner isn't such a shameless person, right? And the two of them just dislike each other, right? What's going on with the system? Isn't this heroic act of saving the beauty over yet? You won't really let me sell my body, will you?
Shinjo hurriedly questioned the system.
Chapter 153 Dogskin Plaster. Bite. The hero saves the beauty side mission, 40% completed. As for how the host can help Shang Wanwaner recover, the system will not remind you. The host can only figure it out on his own.
If the task is not completed this time, not only will the system not provide rewards, but the operation team will also be revoked.
The system's cold words dealt another heavy blow to Shinjo. Shameless. How can there be such a shameless system in this world? Shinjo, I really can't bear it anymore, can you hurry up? Shang Wanwaner lowered her head, not daring to look Shinjo in the eyes. Right away, wait for me for a moment.
Shinjo opened the door and rushed out, running through several intersections before he found the vending machine everyone knows what it sells. Then he ran back to the hotel. You have to have enough physical strength, otherwise you will be exhausted from going back and forth. At this time, Shang Wanwaner on the bed was in a state that was hard to describe. Shinjo threw the things on the bed and said, I really can't help you with this.
Have you seen the movie? Solve it yourself. I'll wait for you outside the door. Call me when you're ready. After saying that, Shinjo walked out of the room without looking back. 1,000 words omitted here.
About 20 minutes later, a soft call came from the room.
Shinjo, are you still there? Crack.
Shinjo pushed the door open and walked in.
Ahem, it's all right, right? Shinjo asked. Well, thank you. Shang Wanwaner said with her head down and a red face. Bite. Host has completed the side quest, and now I will give you the reward. Shang Wanwaner is the top priority in the acquisition of Digital Beat.
She has a special status and knows a lot about Digital Beat's secret dealings. As long as the host successfully convinces him and identifies Lu Yiming, everything will be fine. At that time, the system will provide all the funds for the acquisition of Digital Beat Company.
Got it. Shinjo nodded and replied. Shangguan Wanner. Well, can I ask you for a favor? You must not tell anyone about what happened tonight, otherwise I will be ruined. I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, but... Shangguan Wanner didn't know how to persuade him at this point, because she had no right to do so.
Hearing this, Shinjo was overjoyed.
It was like someone gave him a pillow just when he was sleepy. If Shangguan Wanner needs his help, he can make a deal. I'm a person who never suffers any loss. You asked me to keep a secret for you, so what can you bring to me? I can. Shangguan Wanner thought for a long time and finally mustered up the courage. Stop, I told you, I'm not that kind of person. How about this, let's make a deal.
I'll keep the secret for you, and you give me evidence of Lu Yiming's guilt. Shinjo interrupted hurriedly.
This great charm is really a headache. Originally, he and Shangguan Wanner were absolute enemies.
But now, this little girl actually wanted to repay him like that.
What about pride? What about reputation? What about hatred?
It is used when it should not be used, and it is nothing when it should be used.
I won't frame others. Just like Zhu Fugue, he took pictures of you and Zhang Ting secretly and wanted to ruin your reputation, but I was the one who stopped him. Shangguan Wanner said with her head down. It's a headache. Why is this woman so difficult?
Neither this nor that works.
Shinjo really wants to call that fat guy back. Shangguan Wanner, listen to me. He is different from me. I am clean and honest, but he has evil intentions. He got to his current position by using dirty tricks. Exposing him is justice, not framing. You are quite smart, so why can't you think straight?
Shinjo was so angry that he jumped up and down, walked around the bed several times, and pointed fingers at Shangguan Wanner. If this wasn't a woman, it's hard to say for sure, she would have been slapped a few times.
It seems that stubbornness is not exclusive to those born in the 1950s and 1960s. Those born in the 1990s are even more stubborn than before. That seems to make some sense. Shangguan Wanner said to herself, holding her cheek. Shangguan Wanner, this makes sense, it's the truth. You know all the dirty things he did, why don't you stand up? Are you afraid of his revenge or something? Don't worry. With me, Shinjo, here, Lu Yiming can't cause any trouble. Even if you don't provide these evidences, I have plenty of ways to deal with them.
Shinjo said seriously.
When a smart god meets a fool, he can't explain himself clearly. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. Shangguan Wanner nodded and replied.
Hearing these words, Shinjo felt that the whole world was brightened. He would rather reason with a few naughty kids than with Shangguan Wanner.
Okay, you're a little emotional today, so have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow and we'll discuss the specific matters in detail.
After Shinjo finished speaking, he turned and left.
I really don't want to stay in this place for even a second. Wait, Shinjo, can you take me home?
Don't worry, I will make sure to talk to your wife clearly.
Don't leave me alone here, okay? Shangguan Wanner hugged her legs and said with a pleading look on her face.
With her personality, it is impossible for her to ask others for help and be so servile. But the scene just now cast a huge shadow on her heart, and she really didn't dare to stay here alone.
Shangguan Wanner. What's wrong? I must have owed you in my previous life. Pack up your things and come home with me. Shinjo said. Okay, thank you for taking me in. One night is enough.
I will go to live with Grandpa Zhao tomorrow.
Shangguan Wanner said happily.
Then he immediately jumped out of bed and started packing his things. On the way home, Shinjo called his wife to give her some fresh air, as it would be a bit unreasonable to bring a beautiful girl back home in the middle of the night.
My husband is back. Is this your partner? She's so beautiful. Hello, my name is Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan said enthusiastically.
Hello sister-in-law, my name is Shangguan Wanner, and I'm an employee of Haitian Live Broadcasting Company under my boss. I had no intention of disturbing my boss and sister-in-law tonight, but no one is at home.
Shangguan Wanner didn't know how to finish her story. Who believes this stuff?
Sister-in-law knows that for a girl who is so beautiful, it is naturally unsafe to be alone at home.
Coming here is like being at home. By the way, have you eaten? Su Qingyan was sensible and had already found an excuse. I have eaten, sister-in-law. Gurgle gurgle. Look at you, you're being so formal. You say you treat this place as your own home, so what is your husband looking at? Hurry up and cook. Su Qingyan said.
Then he took Shang Wanwaner's hand in a very familiar manner, and the two of them sat on the sofa, talking and laughing. Oh, it turns out that I owed her in my previous life.
Is Brooks asleep? Come out and help me. There are guests at home. Shinjo greeted them.
Poor violin prince, he has become a cheap punching bag again.
Chapter 154, Deal with the Bad Ant. Old Fourth, are you talking about that bad ant?
Shin Feng asked softly.
That's right, big brother, don't be fooled by her pretty face. She has a dirty heart. She relied on her grandfather, who was the president, to take away Dad's Douyin account. Fortunately, I was one step ahead and defeated her.
Shen Mang said proudly with her little pink fist raised.
What?
Fourth child, she also wants Daddy's account.
This is simply too much. Shen Huan said fiercely. He just did a live broadcast online with his dad, won the love of thousands of uncles and aunts, and formed the Haitian F4. How could he not be angry when hearing this?
Brother, you tell us what to do.
We brothers and sisters will listen to you.
Shin Shang said hurriedly.
Hee, how about we make her look bad?
Said the shrewd Shin Meng, blinking her big eyes.
Okay, Shin Meng, this is a good idea.
Shin Huan nodded in agreement.
The 5 naughty kids put their little hands together, and it really looked like Home Alone. Under Shinjo's careful training, these naughty kids have their own strengths. After some discussion, they jumped and skipped in front of Shang Wanwaner. Hello, children. You are so cute.
Come and let your aunt hug you. Shang Wanwaner said these words from the bottom of her heart. However, when his eyes drifted toward Shin Mang, he felt a little embarrassed.
Auntie can hold us, but only after we win the competition. Shin Huan said in a baby voice. Shang Wanwaner was slightly stunned when she heard this. The plot seemed familiar?
But then he thought, what bad intentions could a few kids have, so he agreed with a smile.
Auntie, can you play any musical instrument? Shin Huan asked with a smile. A harmless face. I can play some musical instruments, piano. What's the matter? Huan. Shang Wanwaner was honest and nodded in answer. Then let's compete in piano.
If Huan loses, Auntie can hug me in any way she wants.
If Huan wins, Auntie, can I change your face?
Shin Huan said softly. There was still a harmless smile on his face, making people want to pinch his little face.
Not to mention saying any words of rejection to such a cute little kid, Shang Wanwaner thought she couldn't do it. Of course. Shang Wanwaner accepted it happily. Teacher, what are you doing? Can you please come out and be a referee?
Shin Shang called softly.
Come out, what's wrong with the kids? I'm helping your dad cut carrots.
Brooks wiped his noble palm on his apron several times and hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. He doesn't show any sign of being a great musician at all, he's just a side dish.
Who is this? Mr. Brooks, the Prince of Violin? Shang Wanwaner said in shock.
She hadn't paid much attention to what was happening on the internet these days, so the live debut of the Zhenghai F4 consisting of Brooks, Daniel, Shin Huan, and Shinjo had already caused a sensation on the entire internet, but Shang Wanwaner didn't know about it.
That's right, hello, beautiful lady, nice to meet you. Brooks said very gentlemanly.
I don't think it's embarrassing for a great musician to look sloppy wearing an apron.
Shang Wanwaner, on the other hand, was not quite used to it.
She was stunned for a long time before she walked over and stretched out her delicate hand.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Brooks. Same here.
Brooks clenched his hands lightly, then came to Shin Huan and held her in his arms lovingly. Although they have different skin colors and are not related by blood, everyone can see their deep friendship.
Why did he stay at Shinjo's house?
Of course, he wanted to accompany the 5 little cuties in the name of a teacher.
Little guy, who are you going to compete with again? It won't be this beautiful auntie. Brooks scratched Shin Huan's little nose and said lovingly.
Yes, teacher, please don't favor your students. Shin Huan said with a smile. The latter looked at Shang Wanwaner's palm, showed a look of understanding, and then nodded. Originally Shang Wanwaner thought this was just a game, but now she couldn't afford to be careless.
The great musician Brooks is the referee.
Many high-rated music programs in China have never received such treatment.
Elders are respected. Aunt Shangguan, please come first. Shin Huan said very gentlemanly. Okay, Huan. Shangguan Wanner was not pretentious either.
She sat in front of the piano very gracefully. Her slender fingers moved lightly, and beautiful notes jumped out.
Symphony No. 5, one of the world's top 10 piano masterpieces, is indeed quite consistent with Shangguan Wanner's ups and downs in life today.
From a high and mighty goddess, to someone who almost became a fat person. When she was completely desperate and even gave up her life, a prince riding on a colorful cloud appeared. This prince turned out to be the man she had once despised the most.
10 minutes later, Shangguan Wanner's performance ended. How should I put it? It's average and just barely listenable.
Brooks on the side shook his head. A musical master like him naturally had high standards, and he would naturally look down on the level of ordinary people.
Aunt Shangguan is really multi-talented. Not only can she play Go, she can also play the piano.
Shin Huan said with a smile. Shangguan Wanner smiled innocently and accepted Shin Huan's praise, while Su Qingyan on the side knew these naughty kids too well. Ahem, Huan, Aunt Shangguan is our guest, please be careful and behave yourself.
Su Qingyan reminded softly. Shangguan Wanner was a little confused when she heard this. Should she be more careful? Is this to give in to her? Are you kidding?
A 3 or 4-year-old kid's fingers are so short that he's lucky to be able to play.
Is his level higher than hers? Huan, show your truest level. Mr. Brooks is your teacher, so you can't tarnish his reputation. Don't worry, if Auntie loses. I will definitely not cheat. Shangguan Wanner said very uprightly. Su Qingyan next to him shook his head helplessly, then covered his eyes, obviously not wanting to see the next scene. Okay, Auntie, then I'll start. Shin Huan said in a baby voice.
Then he sat in front of the piano. Because he was small, he had a thick cushion under his butt. A melodious piano sound rang out, which was also one of the world's top 10 famous pieces of music, Symphony of Fate.
At first, Shangguan Wanner listened with great interest, but soon, her face was filled with shock.
She couldn't believe her ears and eyes, because the song played by Shin Huan was completely different from hers.
It sounds so beautiful. Shin Huan's fingers were seen dancing on the piano.
Although his fingers were short and some spans could not be reached at all, he made up for it with speed.
After a few minutes, Shangguan Wanner felt dazzled. How is this possible? Before the song ended, Shangguan Wanner knew that she had lost. At this moment, I finally understood what Su Qingyan meant just now. Chapter 155. This family is not easy to mess with. Why are you showing off? What's wrong with being given away by a 3 or 4-year-old kid? Is it embarrassing? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if you lose? How come Shinzhou's family are so abnormally strong?
Just when Shangguan Wanner was still daydreaming, the melodious and beautiful music ended. Shin Huan jumped down from the chair, tapped Shangguan Wanner's white calf with his little hand, and said in a baby voice, Auntie Shangguan, I'm done playing.
Do we still need my teacher to announce the result? No need, Aunt Shangguan lost.
Shangguan Wanner shook her head helplessly, but she also admitted it bravely.
You didn't lose unfairly at all.
This little guy is a musical prodigy that only appears once in a century.
My current level is good enough to join a band.
After a few more years of training, even my good friend Daniel will have to admit defeat.
Brooks said leisurely.
It was a comfort to Shangguan Wanner's wounded heart.
Oh, little guy, you are so awesome. Auntie is proud of you. Shangguan Wanner said against her will.
Now she was very sure that these naughty kids had definitely discussed it beforehand, and she was so stupid that she didn't even notice it.
Aunt Shangguan, can we cash in on our bet? Shin Huan asked. Still looks harmless. Shangguan Wanner was depressed, but so many people were watching. Could she, as an adult, go back on her word? Okay, little guy, draw whatever you want. Auntie will have absolutely no complaints. Shangguan Wanner said with pretended generosity. Brother, I brought the things to you. Shin Shang ran over happily and said with a smile. Brother, I feel like there's something missing here. We should add a few more beards. Shin Meng said. No, it won't look good with a beard. We should write the word here.
Shin Feng suggested.
But isn't this a bit too fierce? How about drawing a flower here?
Shin Meng said thoughtfully.
Well, Lausier, this is a good idea. Don't you always hear Dad say, "Why are you looking at me?" There's nothing wrong with my face. Now Aunt Shangwan has something wrong with her face.
A few naughty kids were talking to each other, treating Shangwan Wanner's beautiful face as a drawing board. After drawing for a long time, he finally finished his creation after Su Qingyan stopped him.
Auntie Shangwan, do you think you are satisfied with it? Don't wipe it off. You can only wipe it off when you wash your face tomorrow,
Shen Huan said with a smile.
Shangwan Wanner took the mirror and looked at it, and almost fainted.
There was a big character on his forehead, shaggy eyebrows, panda eyes, a withered dogtail flower on his left cheek, a big scar on his right cheek, and a thick beard on his chin.
Aunt Shangwan, how about this? Let's play another game of chess. If Aunt Shangwan wins, we can wash it off immediately. If Mang Mang wins...
Shen Mang was halfway through his words when Shangwan Wanner quickly raised her hand to interrupt him and took several steps back to stay away from the naughty child.
Ahem, forget it. I think it looks pretty good. I'll just wash it off tomorrow. Is your dad ready to cook? I'm really hungry.
Even she herself didn't believe this excuse, but she really didn't dare to compete with these naughty kids anymore.
Naughty kids are dangerous, so be careful when making bets. Hey, Auntie, let's have a competition.
You see, I'm so young, but I only know those few axe moves.
Auntie has already mastered them all. Maybe you can kill me without leaving a single piece of armor?
Shen Mang tempted her unwillingly. This doesn't sound like a child talking to an adult at all, it's more like an old fox seducing a good girl. Fortunately, the good girl learned her lesson this time and shook her head like a rattle.
It's time to eat, it's time to eat.
Shinzhou's voice came from the kitchen.
This helped Shangwan Wanner out of the predicament. Soon, several plates of delicious side dishes were served and everyone sat down.
Shinzhou looked up and saw Shangwan Wanner.
Puff. He really didn't want to laugh unless he couldn't help it. Shangwan Wanner, I didn't expect you to be so fond of this. Besides teaching you how to play chess, did your father also teach you how to sing Peking opera?
But the face painting on this is indeed a bit crude. Shinzhou knew very well that it was all the fault of those naughty kids, so naturally as an old father he had to step forward to help. It was because Shangwan Wanner had tortured him so badly in the hotel before.
Shangwan Wanner forced herself to smile and finally finished the meal.
She secretly swore in her heart that she would never offend anyone in this family in the future. Vertical day.
Su Qingyan sent Shen Huan, Shen Shang, Shen Feng, and Shen Meng to school.
Shinzhou took Shen Mang and Shangwan Wanner to the chess academy, while Brooks went to the hotel to discuss art with his good friend Daniel.
Grandpa Zhao, I want to discuss something with you. Can I stay at your house for a few days? Shangwan Wanner just saw Zhao Daqian, ran over in 2 steps and asked softly. Wanner, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to stay in the next few days. My house is being renovated.
Your uncle and others have booked a room in the hotel, so I'll just stay in the chess academy.
Zhao Daqian said apologetically. Boom! After hearing the news, Shangwan Wanner's head was struck by thunder. Or you can go to the hotel and get a room at night.
Grandpa Zhao will pay for you and you can just think of it as staying at Grandpa Zhao's house.
Zhao Daqian said kindly. Shangwan Wanner shook her head like a rattle. The word hotel had become a forbidden area, so how could she dare to go there again?
Forget it, Grandpa Zhao, I think I'd better live in Shinzhou's house.
Shangwan Wanner said helplessly.
Being teased by a few little cuties is better than staying awake all night in a hotel.
Mr. Shin, is this okay? Zhao Daqian asked apologetically. After all, there had been an unpleasant incident between the two of them before.
It's nothing for me, and the children also like the beautiful Aunt Shangwan.
3 old men, let's get started quickly.
We will be going to Japan in a few days, and we can't embarrass the Celestial Empire. Shinzhou said softly. The 3 old men were already impatient and vied with each other to hold Mang Mang and Tao Tao's hands and walk into the go room. The only 3 people left outside were Shinzhou, Shangwan Wanner, and Zhang Ting.
Miss Shangwan, this world is really too small.
Zhang Ting said meaningfully.
Oh, that's fine. Let's not just stand here. Let's go to the usual place.
I'll treat you.
Shangwan Wanner said hurriedly.
The 3 of them came to the coffee shop, and Shinzhou said softly, I'll call Wang Tao and Li Sudong to come over.
Shangwan Wanner, is everything okay on your end?
Well, no problem. Now that I have made the decision, I will not regret it.
Shangwan Wanner nodded firmly. Not long after, Wang Tao brought Li Sudong into the coffee shop. When Xinzhou told them the news, they all couldn't believe it. It was not until they actually met Shang Wanwaner that they believed it. I thought to myself, the boss is really amazing, he even managed to deal with Shang Wanwaner. Chapter 156 Who is the strongest Go Boy? The subsequent evidence collection went smoothly, and Wang Tao's face showed both shock and excitement. I didn't expect that Lu Yiming has done so many things worse than pigs and dogs over the years, but his sinful life will finally come to an end. Don't worry, boss. With these evidences, Digital Jump will definitely fail. Wang Tao said with a firm face. Okay, Lao Wang, I'll leave this matter to you. You know I have a lot to do every day. Let's do this. After Lu Yiming is sanctioned, I will pay to acquire Digital Dance, and you will be the executive president. Xinzhou said calmly. Everyone present was stunned. That was an international company with a market value of hundreds of billions, ranked among the top 20 in the world. Did Xinzhou acquire it just because he said so? Boss, are you kidding? Li Sudong asked on behalf of everyone. Xinzhou smiled and nodded, then replied, Do you think I'm joking? Several people shook their heads at the same time, their hearts full of passion and longing for the future. Haitian Live was established by Wang Tao and Li Sudong, and it was like their child. According to Xinzhou, after Lu Yiming is sanctioned, Digital Beat will be acquired by Haitian Live, and by then Haitian Live will become one of the top 20 companies in the world. From nothing to world fame can happen within a week. This is simply incredible and a complete business myth. In the next few days, Xinzhou focused on taking care of the children and running the company as a supplement. But Wang Tao and Li Sudong were not idle. They launched a fierce attack on Lu Yiming. When the evidence was presented, he had already been defeated. Byte. Digital Jump Company, the system has already bought it, the host can merge it. As the system's cold voice sounded, a major event that shocked the entire business community occurred. Hai Tianjigu completed the acquisition of Digital Beat and became the world's largest self-media company. Wang Tao became the executive president as expected, Li Sudong became the public relations manager, Shang Wanwaner became the operations manager, Xiaomei became the marketing manager, and other important positions were held by old Digital Dance staff. To put it bluntly, Chairman Xinzhou is just a figurehead. He is too lazy to manage the company. On a whim, he took Haitian F4 to do a live broadcast and easily made hundreds of millions. The days passed one by one, and tomorrow Xinzhou would take Shen-Mang to Japan. The three old men were surrounded by more than a dozen men, women, young and old, all of whom were national players from China. They participated in the World Go Championship together with Shen-Mang and Tao Tao. Mang, Tao Tao, come and introduce you to some national players. Grandpa Zhao said enthusiastically. The two naughty kids ran over happily. There are a total of 18 people participating in the World Go Championship, participating in the men's, women's, and team events. The team leader Lu Xiren is the top-ranked national player in China's Go World and is ranked top 3 in the world. He is extremely powerful and is China's last trump card. He is 28 years old, but has always been protected and has never participated in a World Go competition. Due to the defeat 4 years ago, the Go Association decided not to hide Lu Xiren's existence anymore and they must get the first place this time. The second in command of the team, Li Yunbing, is a girl wearing glasses, about 24 or 25 years old, very pretty, and she rarely speaks, let alone communicates with strangers. It is said that there is only a fine line between genius and mental retardation, and this is vividly reflected in Li Yunbing. In addition to these two outstanding players, there is also the Chinese national player Wu Danyang. The old man is older and belongs to the same era as Mr. Xie and Mr. Wang. Wu Danyang participated in the World Go Championship 4 years ago and was defeated by Japan's top player Yamamoto Shotaro. He was very angry and did not retire until then. The other dozen or so national players are also very strong. Even those who have not participated in the World Go Championships 4 years ago have a lot of competition experience and standards. This is the strongest team China has ever sent out. Needless to say, if they fail to reach the top of the world, it will be a huge blow to the Go community. Two little guys, I've heard from the three old men before that you are both little prodigies. Do you want to let the big brothers see your true level? A young man of about 16 or 17 said with a smile. Big brother, it's Lu Tianming, right? You are also Grandpa Xia's apprentice. I should call you senior brother. Shen-Mang said softly. The words were gentle, but there was no smile on his face. Xinzhou, who was familiar with his son's personality, knew that there was something wrong with Lu Tianming. There is indeed a problem. Lu Tianming showed an inhuman talent for Go when he was only 6 years old.
He was called a genius among geniuses and the strongest Go teenager in the 21st century. He became Mr. Xie's disciple at the age of 10 and achieved brilliant results at the beginning. For 2 months, he was ranked third in the Chinese Go world, only behind Lu Xiren and Li Yunbing. But the good times did not last long. As he grew older, Lu Tianming began to become arrogant, neglected his training, and even talked back to Xie Sun. Although the old man was angry, the World Go Championship was approaching. Lu Xiren was protected and could not go to battle. Lu Tianming, who was 12 years old at the time, was the face of the Celestial Empire. The old man tried to influence him with words, but in the end it proved to be completely futile. It was not until the World Go Championship that Lu Tianming was defeated in the quarterfinals by Park In-young, the third-ranked Korean national player, and was severely humiliated by his opponent. Mr. Xie was on the sidelines. He was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. This defeat also directly led to the defeat of the Celestial Empire 4 years ago. After returning to China, Mr. Xie was extremely disappointed and expelled Lu Tianming from his school. "Little guy, your teacher has expelled me from the sect. I can't afford to be your senior brother. Senior Xie has always had a very unique vision. I really want to see how powerful the genius boy he discovered this time is," Lu Tianming said. Obviously, there was a hint of anger in these words. Mang, don't pay any attention to him. He's an ungrateful guy who relies on his talent. Old Master Xie snorted coldly and said. Then he walked up to Shen Mang and picked him up. The doting look on his face made Lu Tianming grit his teeth. Originally all of this belonged to him, but it was gone overnight. This was somewhat unacceptable to a 16-year-old boy. He could be expelled from Xie Sun's school, but he didn't want to see other chess players become his disciples. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Since this brother wants to compete, then let's have a competition. Healthy internal competition is also good for the game. Xinzhou naturally saw the clue and said softly. Mang, it's okay to fight him for a few moves, but don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. After all, you are still young and you still have a long way to go. Remember, Go is like life. How you manage it will determine how it rewards you. Mr. Xie nodded and replied. Soon, the talented young men of the previous generation and the talented young men of this generation sat down across the chessboard. Big brother, you go first with black pieces, Shen Mang said in a baby voice. Chapter 157 Two Generations of Prodigies Playing Chess. Lu Tianming looked down on Shen Mang, a 3-year-old child, but he took him very seriously in his heart. He knew old man Xie Sun very well. He would keep quiet if he did, but would make a big splash if he did. He would not be angry if he did not, but if he was really angry, he would not give anyone face. Lu Tianming was deeply touched. Blat. As soon as one piece is placed, the game officially begins. In the first few dozen moves, both sides countered each other's moves without much trouble. Since they were all disciples of Master Xie, it was natural that their styles were similar. However, starting from the 68th move, Shen Mang's moves clearly exceeded Lu Tianming's expectations. The layout they used this time was exactly the harmony of heaven and earth taught by Grandpa Xie. Lu Tianming, who learned it first, naturally had doubts. In recent years, Mr. Xie had made the design of the great harmony of heaven and earth more perfect and exquisite, and he felt a little disturbed. Shen Mang remained calm, and no matter how his opponents tried to guess what was going on, he looked harmless. After more than 10 moves, there was only one corner of the chessboard left without a move. When it was Shen Mang's turn, the chess piece fell into a dangerous position beyond everyone's expectations, completely exposing the white piece's weak point to the black piece. Lu Tianming frowned. He was sure that Shen Mang was a Go prodigy. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Is this an upgraded version of the great harmony of heaven and earth, with weaknesses deliberately exposed? Lure the enemy deep into our territory, then surround and annihilate them, and finally turn defeat into victory. Do you know how to play chess? How can the white piece land here? As long as I land the piece here, you lose the game, Lu Tianming said. Oh, big brother actually saw through it. Why didn't you make a move? Shen Mang said, pretending to regret. However, the last sentence was very tempting. Lu Tianming believed that this was definitely because Shen Mang was too young and did not conceal it well. The black piece must not land there, otherwise he will be killed. Blat. After making a plan in mind, Lu Tianming placed the black piece in an incredible place under the gaze of everyone. Although it did not expose all the weaknesses, it was enough to provide a breakthrough for the white piece. What a pity! Shen Mang shook his head and muttered to himself, then the white piece landed next to the black piece without any hesitation. This! Lu Tianming panicked. The situation was completely different from what he had expected. He could no longer control it. The initiative was in Shen Mang's hands. This trick of palace scheming is too clever, Mr. Shen. Compared with you, Mang's intelligence and wisdom are probably even better. At such a young age, you know that winning people's hearts is the most important thing, and chess skills are secondary. This kind of thing is rare in 100 years. No, it is rare in 1,000 years. Grandpa Xia said excitedly. There was no need to continue watching this game of chess, as Shen Mang had already defeated Lu Qianping using psychological warfare. In fact, Mr. Xia and his companions did not upgrade the heaven and earth harmony, but Shen Mang changed the subsequent chess moves himself. Maybe he didn't know whether he could win, but he dared to gamble. Lu Tianming was puzzled. He did not place the black piece where it should be, and the situation was completely messed up. Doing so, actually fell into Shen Mang's trap. A 3-year-old child could actually use such a clever move. This was not just a matter of go level. His understanding of human nature is beyond the reach of ordinary young people. From the perspective of psychological maturity, Lu Tianming and Shen Mang are not on the same level at all. The former is indeed more like a true Go genius. There is a saying that goes, when God opens a door for you, he will close a window for you. Lu Tianming's attainment is only in this area, and in other areas he is even worse than ordinary people, and his character is comparable to that of a mentally retarded person. But Shen Mang is different. Go is just one of his many strengths. Compared with an all-round talent, a one-sided talent will naturally lose miserably. The development of the situation was exactly as Mr. Xie and Shenzhou had expected. The last inch of space became the battlefield for Shen Mang to perform alone. The white pieces killed all the black pieces and beat them to a pulp. Lu Tianming had no choice but to raise the white flag and surrender. I lost. I didn't expect you to be so scheming at such a young age. Lu Tianming said, gritting his teeth. He hated himself for accidentally falling into Shen Mang's conspiracy and hated himself for not placing the black piece where it should have fallen. But the most infrequent thing in this world is the medicine for regret. The outcome was decided. He, the 16-year-old former Go genius, was defeated by a 3 or 4-year-old prodigy. Moreover, he was surrounded by many national players and was completely humiliated. Brother, it's wrong for you to say that. My teacher once told me that playing chess is like life. You will always face twists and turns and intrigues. How can you win if you don't stick to your original intention? Shen Mang said in a baby voice. He didn't mean to educate others, but what he said sounded very reasonable. Even Mr. Xie opened his mouth in shock. He only told Shen Mang one truth, and he would be able to apply it to other situations quickly. This little prodigy is so strong that it's a little scary. Yes, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. What you said makes sense. If I hadn't lost to my opponent in the quarterfinals 4 years ago, I would have sat in your position and taught others a lesson. God is unfair to me. I can obviously win. I can obviously surpass Lu Xiren and Li Yunbing to become the strongest player in the history of Chinese Go. Lu Tianming became more and more excited as he spoke, and he even flipped the Go board off the table. The chess pieces were scattered everywhere, just like his life at the moment, chaotic, helpless, and abandoned. Dad, this is scary. Shen Mang quickly stood up and threw himself into Shenzhou's arms. Although he won and said something very reasonable, he was only a 3-year-old child after all. He did not have the courage to face a 16-year-old almost crazy boy. Mang, be good. Mang, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. No one can hurt the baby. Shenzhou's eyes were filled with anger. He leaned Shen Mang's little head on his shoulder and patted his back gently. As an adult, Shenzhou shouldn't have interfered in the fight between the two children, but what Lu Tianming did today was indeed a bit too much. Sister Zhang, take the two children out first. Shenzhou handed Shen Mang into Zhang Ting's arms and said softly. The latter knew Shenzhou's character and knew what he was going to do. Be careful and don't make a big deal out of it. Children can be educated by themselves. After giving the instructions, Zhang Ting took Shen Mang and Tao's hands and left the Go room. Bang! Shenzhou's palm rudely hit Lu Tianming's tender cheek.
Why did you hit me? What right do you have to hit people? You rude guy, I'm going to call the police. Lu Tianming suddenly went crazy and swung his fist to hit Xinzhou in the chest, but it didn't hurt at all. After all, he is just a child. The person who can make Xinzhou vomit blood with one punch is probably not even born yet. Bang! Xinzhou slapped him again without saying a word. Lu Tianming fell to the ground sideways with an expression of extreme anger on his face. Chapter 158: Xinzhou's Educational Method. A group of national players and 3 respected old men around watched the scene but did not step forward to stop it. They knew very well that Xinzhou was rational and knew what he was doing, but Lu Tianming did not. He has lived for 16 years and made a huge mistake. If he doesn't correct it in time, the rest of his life will be ruined. Perhaps these slaps from Xinzhou can make him stop and become the high-spirited young man he was a few years ago. This will be of great benefit not only to himself, but also to his parents who gave birth to him, Mr. Xie who cultivated him, and even to the Chinese Go community which is eager to recruit talents. I'm going to fight you, you damned fellow, I'm going to kill you. Lu Tianming became more and more outrageous, even saying something as thoughtless as killing someone. At the same time, he picked up the Goken next to him and smashed it on Xinzhou's head. Bang! Another slap hit Lu Tianming's face, causing his already shaky body to lose balance again. He fell to the ground like mud, and the weapon in his hand shattered. Ah! Shang Wanwaner and several other female national players all covered their mouths. Xinzhou was like a silent executioner, with a cold gaze and decisive actions. It was really scary. A few minutes later, Lu Tianming stopped doing anything excessive. He knew that he was no match for Xinzhou. The more he resisted, the more he would be beaten. Xinzhou would not tolerate and spoil him like Grandpa Xie did. Why don't you resist? Don't you think you are very powerful? Don't you think that everyone in this world should revolve around you and obey your arrangements? Xinzhou asked coldly. I am a Go genius. I have the qualifications and I can bring honor to the country. What can you bring to the country? Lu Tianming said self-righteously. I can discipline you, a guy who relies on his talent and looks down on others, for the sake of the country. Xinzhou answered without hesitation. What can King Xinzhou bring? It can bring about an overall improvement in China's music industry, promote the vigorous development of the new live broadcast industry, drive China's GDP growth, and enable the rise of Chinese animation. At the same time, it can also defeat AlphaGo and safeguard the dignity of China's Go community. Everyone around knew that there was no need for Xinzhou to talk so much nonsense with a 16 or 17-year-old child. If Lu Tianming hadn't scared Shen Mang just now, Xinzhou would have simply ignored this naughty kid. Will you change? Will you become successful? What does it have to do with him, Xinzhou? You. Lu Tianming was so angry that his body trembled. He rolled his eyes and fainted. He fainted, hurry up and save him. Everyone rushed over and tried to rescue him in a panic, but Xinzhou stopped them sternly. Don't worry about him, he's fine. Shang Wanwaner, bring me a basin of cold water. I'll pour it over him to wake him up today. Oh, okay. Shang Wanwaner was startled, but she finally ran out, got a basin of cold water and handed it to Xinzhou. Everyone quickly dispersed, and Xinzhou hit Lu Tianming on the head without hesitation. Ah! Lu Tianming started and opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw the cold-blooded Xinzhou and his colleagues who stood by and watched, and he felt fear and helpless. I could only curl up in the corner with my legs hugged, not daring to say a word. Are you lonely? Are you scared? Do you feel like the whole world is against you? For years ago, you acted impulsively and failed to make the quarterfinals, which directly led to the disastrous defeat of the Chinese Go community. Your master Xie Sun fainted in the audience with hatred. Can you feel his disappointment and helplessness? Can you understand where he put his old face under the mocking gaze? Let's talk about the Chinese Go community. Because of you, the whole world has been mocked by you and has not been able to recover for 4 years. And how did Mr. Xie and the many Chinese Go players do it? They didn't complain, they kept their edge, endured humiliation, and prepared for battle. They didn't impose their resentment on others. They just tried their best to be themselves. Only a person and a group of people like this are worthy of the word powerful. You are just a meal given by God, but you are so arrogant and look down on others. Don't you think you are ridiculous? Xinzhou's words were like sharp blades piercing into the hearts of everyone present. Lu Tianming suddenly raised his head and looked around blindly.
Everyone's eyes were still calm, but there was regret in Mr. Xie's eyes. He suddenly realized that it was not others who were wrong but himself. However, the apology was on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say it. Tears fell down his tender cheeks and onto the ground. Alas, Lu Tianming, I was very disappointed with your performance 4 years ago, but I never regretted accepting you as my apprentice. Life is full of ups and downs. Some people realize it late and regret it for the rest of their lives, while others realize it early, and a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. I'm asking you this now. How do you feel when you play for Chinese Go? Mr. Xie sighed and asked loudly. I will not forget my original intention and will not despise any opponent. I will do what I should do and win back the victory that is 4 years late for the Chinese Go community. Lu Tianming said seriously. Okay, Lu Tianming, if you can defeat Yamamoto Shotaro this time, you will still be my, Xie-sun's, disciple. If you can't win, then you are doomed on the path of Go, and you can only climb this high. Grandpa Xie said. Got it, Mr. Xie. Lu Tianming nodded and said respectfully. He really wanted to call him teacher, but he knew he was not qualified. If it weren't for Xinzhou, he would have no idea how much the 70-year-old man in front of him had endured for him. This battle not only concerned his future, but also everyone present. Remember what you said today, and take care of yourself. Mr. Xie, if you have nothing to do, I will take Meng Meng back first. We will meet at the airport at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Xinzhou left after saying this. In the Go room, Mr. Zhao patted everyone on the shoulder and said, what Mr. Shin said just now is not only for Lu Tianming, but also for everyone. Remember it in your heart. Even if it doesn't come in handy in this competition, it will definitely come in handy in the future. Also, don't have too much psychological pressure. My great celestial empire has lasted for 5,000 years. We have been strong and bullied before, but it is only temporary after all. For years later, we are unable to take back that victory. In another 4 years, or in another 40 years, we will still stand at the top and look down on all the nations. We don't have to wait another 40 years. We will definitely win this world championship. If I, Lu Xiren, can't get the men's championship, I will never play Go again in my life. Lu Xiren said seriously. The words of Xinzhou and several old men completely aroused the passion in his heart. No one can take away the women's championship. Li Yunbing said coldly. Normally she doesn't communicate at all, but today she was indeed infected. Chapter 159 The Common Hobbies of the Naughty Kids. The 3 old men looked at the heroic national players and finally smiled. I have to say that although Xinzhou's bastard fighting style is scary, the effect is immediate. 3 slaps are more powerful than any pre-war mobilization. It is true that people of the same family are alike. There is not a single ordinary person in the entire Shin family. Brother Shen, Meng Meng has probably never been on a plane. Take this with you. Take it with warm water when you take the plane tomorrow, and you won't have any reaction. Zhang Ting took out 2 small pills and stuffed them into Xinzhou's hand, then left with Tao Dao. Xinzhou also had achievements in medical skills, so he naturally knew what these 2 small pills were. They were the most advanced anti-vertigo drug in the world, Krabi Chingen. Almost 99% of the people on Earth have never heard of this name, because it took half a century from research and development to market launch, and the R&D costs reach trillions. Even if it is put on the market, it is only for prominent people. 1 pill is worth 100,000 yuan. This small pill is a symbol of status and you can't buy it even if you have money. Xinzhou thanked Zhang Ting gratefully from behind and then drove back home. Xinzhou rarely goes to the investment company, Haitian Live, and the animation company, let alone at this critical juncture. He had already arranged all matters before leaving. With Lu Hachen, Wang Tao and Wang Qiang in charge, nothing will go wrong. Xinzhou, are you really a nanny? Do you know how fierce your eyes were just now? You scared me so much that my back is wet. Shangguan Wanner said with lingering fear. Is it true? Let me see. Xinzhou turned his head to look at Shangguan Wanner's back, and even reached out to shake the thin clothes. Maybe he didn't judge the scale well, and it just got on the bra strap. In a flash, the buttons of my clothes came undone. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Hey, what are you doing, Xinzhou? Why are you such a hooligan? We're already at the doorstep of our home. What will you say if your sister-in-law sees us? Shangguan Wanner's cheeks flushed and she was busy buttoning her clothes. But it was difficult to do it through clothes, and I was in a panic, so I couldn't button it up for a long time.
Ahem, sorry, my technique is not very good. Shangwan Waner, do you need my help? Shinjo asked awkwardly. Dad, what's wrong with Aunt Shangwan? Why is she shaking all the time? Is she trying to shake off the sweat on her back?
It seems that the neighbor's dog Da Huang does that, Shen Meng suddenly said.
Shangwan Waner was so angry that she almost fainted.
He couldn't handle any naughty child alone, let alone the naughty child and the unscrupulous father joining forces.
I, Aunt Shangwan, feel a little hot.
I want to shake myself to cool down.
Shangwan Waner had no choice but to tell a lame lie.
She couldn't just shake off the water droplets on her body like a dog, and there were no water droplets on her body at all.
Mang, there are 2 buttons on the back of Aunt Shangwan's clothes that are undone. Please help her button them up,
Shinjo said softly. He also felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to help Shangwan Waner button her clothes himself, so he gave this difficult task to his son. Shen Meng naturally accepted it with pleasure, and reached his 2 little hands into the collar.
Oh my! Shangwan Waner was shocked.
Shen Meng, this naughty kid, actually reached his hand to that place and pinched it. She was a young girl who had never even held a man's hand, yet she was raped by a naughty boy.
She felt embarrassed, anxious and angry. However, Shen Meng really enjoyed it.
Little boys all like to be touched, and everyone understands. It's just like college students' love for basketball, it feels good and they can play all day without feeling tired.
Mang, take your hands away. The buttons are at the back, not in the front. Mang, be obedient. Aunt Shangwan is very uncomfortable if you do this, Shangwan Waner said hurriedly.
Only then did Shinjo realize what his son had done, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he didn't even blush. But I thought to myself, he is indeed his biological son, and he has been able to flirt with girls since he was young.
Mang, button your clothes quickly and don't touch anything. Aunt Shangwan is not your mother. Shinjo pretended to be angry and scolded. Oh.
Shen Meng pouted and quickly moved his hands from the front to the back. It took a lot of effort to button his clothes.
Shangwan Waner's face had turned red all the way to her neck. Little guy, don't do this again in the future, otherwise Aunt Shangwan will be really angry. Shangwan Waner turned her head and said in a fierce voice. Oh, okay, Aunt Shangwan, I promise there won't be a next time, because I feel mommy's is better than Aunt Shangwan's. Shen Meng nodded obediently and replied. So embarrassing. The meaning of this statement was too obvious. Shangwan Waner's proud figure was nothing compared to Su Qingyan, especially in certain areas, ahem. Well, Shangwan Waner, don't bother with a child. Children should not mind what they say.
Let's go into the house quickly, pack our luggage, and get ready to leave tomorrow,
Shinjo said hurriedly. Shangwan Waner endured 10,000 points of critical damage and dragged her heavy body into the room. Su Qingyan is definitely a good wife and has already packed up Shinjo and Shen Meng's personal belongings.
As the operations manager of Haitian Live, Shangwan Waner naturally had to accompany Shinjo to Japan to organize the World Go Championship and the concert. I don't have much to pack here, just take some toiletries.
As for clothes, you can buy them in Japan, Shangwan Waner said.
Shen Huan, Shen Shang, Shen Feng, and Shen Meng, knowing that Daddy and Shen Meng were going to a very far place tomorrow and they wouldn't be able to see them for a very long time, felt so sad that they kept surrounding them and asking them questions. Daddy, this is the first time I've been away from you for such a long time. I'm really not used to it. If you see other cute children, you must not like them, Xiao Meng said in a baby voice. As he spoke, golden beans dropped. Shinjo's heart was trembling, and he wished he could throw his luggage out of the window and not leave.
Meng, be good. Daddy won't like other children. Meng is Daddy's little cotton padded jacket and Daddy's angel, Shinjo said hurriedly. Dad, then we are not your angels anymore? Shin Huan asked hurriedly.
She held her lips tightly, tears were about to flow out.
Huan, be good. Daddy just said the wrong thing. You are all my angels and the most important people in my life. Okay, don't cry. If you cry, you won't grow taller. Dad is only away for a few days. He's not going to come back.
Besides, Mom is still at home. If you miss Dad, let Mom video call Dad. Shinjo comforted him patiently.
He understands the children's feelings and even has a hint of arrogance towards them. Who says that a father worries about his son when he is thousands of miles away? A father does not worry about his son when he is thousands of miles away?
Look how worried these naughty kids are. It was not until after dinner that the little ones calmed down.
Xinzhou couldn't wait to stuff them into the nursery, then carried Su Qingyan into the bedroom.
The war song sounded, and another exciting battle began.
Chapter 160, Poor Shangguan's Single Dog.
He won't be able to see his wife for at least a week, so Xinzhou is working extra hard tonight, which makes life difficult for Shangguan Wanner in the next room.
What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep? Shangguan Wanner complained with a pout.
She also thought about how she had tried to induce Xinzhou in the hotel before, but the latter showed no interest at all. Shangguan Wanner had originally thought that Xinzhou was a cold person, but she only realized it now.
What do you mean by cold? People are very enthusiastic. Is it really because I'm not charming enough? For the first time, Shangguan Wanner began to doubt her own appearance. Objectively speaking, Su Qingyan and Shangguan Wanner are both first-class beauties who look like fairies from heaven.
If we have to find their advantages and disadvantages, we can only say that each has her own strengths. Su Qingyan has given birth to a child, so her chest and buttocks are fuller.
Shangguan Wanner has an advantage in height and thighs.
I don't want to listen, it's just a turtle chanting sutras.
Shangguan Wanner covered her ears, thinking that she could hold on for 10 minutes. But she obviously didn't know enough about Xinzhou's fighting ability.
Her ears were already red from covering them, but the war song next door still showed no sign of stopping. Unable to sleep, as if 1,000 ants were pecking at her heart, Shangguan Wanner had no choice but to go out to the nursery, which was a few steps away from Xinzhou's room. "Auntie Shangguan, here she comes." The children greeted enthusiastically.
Well, there's some noise in the room, so Aunt Shangguan comes over to chat with the kids. Shangguan Wanner forced a smile and replied.
It was originally a very happy thing to chat and play with these cute little kids. But Shangguan Wanner had seen these little brats' fierce revenge, and she still had a trauma in her heart. If Xinzhou's voice hadn't been too loud, she would never have come over even if she was beaten to death.
"Oh, Aunt Shangguan, you'll get used to it.
Every time Mom and Dad fight, the noise is this loud," Shin Huan said as a matter of course.
Fight? What did Shangguan Wanner suddenly think of? Didn't Shin Mang also ask her to have a fight with Xinzhou when they were at the chess academy before? Let's forget it. Aunt Shangguan is very gentle and never fights. Shangguan Wanner replied, suppressing her embarrassment. Aunt Shangguan, do you have any misunderstanding about the word gentleness? Shen Mang asked with a childlike face. Ahem. Shangguan Wanner blushed again.
When I played chess with Shen Mang in the chess academy before, I really was like an unreasonable tigress.
I didn't expect that this naughty kid still remembered it.
Putting aside the question of whether he was gentle or not, Shangguan Wanner had never fought this kind of fight before. In the nursery, after being teased enough by the 5 cute babies, Shangguan Wanner dragged her tired body back to the bedroom.
Well,
who would have thought that the second round of fighting would begin immediately after the first round of fighting ended? Shangguan Wanner couldn't stay in the room or go to the bathroom, so she could only wash her face with Haitian. At this time, under the operation of Wang Tao, Haitian has the same functions as other short video platforms.
Anchors can make short videos and publish them on the platform. Once you have a certain number of fans, you can start your live broadcast journey.
The reward function has also been launched.
These are actually not difficult.
After all, Digital Jump can provide all-round help.
Finally, Shangguan Wanner made it to the next day.
She slept for just 2 hours, had breakfast with big dark circles under her eyes.
Shangguan Wanner, did you not sleep well last night? Xinzhou asked.
Yes, sister, you look unwell. Why are your dark circles so serious?
I have an eye mask here. Let me apply it on you. Su Qingyan said with concern.
Shangguan Wanner said that it was okay, but she felt upset inside.
Why didn't you sleep well? Why are there so many dark circles under your eyes? It's because you two made so much noise last night.
By the way, Xinzhou and the other man are indeed generals. They were not tired at all after several battles and were still full of energy the next day.
They are indeed experienced people. When it was time to depart, Su Qingyan brought the 4 treasures to the door. Wang Tao drove Xinzhou, Shangguan Wanner, and Shen Mang. After picking up Zhang Ting, they went straight to the airport. The 3 old men, Lu Ziran, Li Yunbing, Lu Tianming, and many other national players were waiting at the airport. After passing security check, everyone boarded the plane smoothly.
Mang, this is a gift from Aunt Zhang for you. Take it and you won't feel dizzy when flying. As soon as the plane took off, Shinzhou hurriedly took out the small pill.
Shen Mang nodded obediently and swallowed the pill. Is this medicine krabi chingen? A female passenger in front asked with wide eyes.
Yes, I do.
Shinzhou nodded and replied.
The female passenger looked at the little boy in her arms, who was about 6 or 7 years old and was sucking his fingers diligently. Suddenly, the nose of the plane rose higher and the plane was in a state of full ascent. This sudden change scared the little boy so much that he started crying.
Do you have any more? Give me one. The woman said anxiously.
His son was very timid and it was his second time going out. He was very worried before leaving. Unexpectedly, he met someone who could get krabi chingen on the plane.
He was very happy. This woman's identity was also extraordinary.
She graduated from a prestigious domestic university, studied for a doctorate in Japan, married a Japanese husband, and naturally immigrated to Japan. She works in a high-tech industry, so she has some knowledge about krabi chingen, but she and her husband cannot buy it at all given their status.
Lady, why should I give you my things?
Besides, your son is already 6 or 7 years old.
There is no danger for him to take a plane.
Shinzhou said with a frown.
This woman is so rude, she wants a small pill worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Shinzhou is not the kind of person who spoils children.
Moreover, he could tell at a glance that although the woman spoke Chinese, her dress was completely Japanese style. She was either a Western worshipper or a Chinese immigrant. In Shinzhou's eyes, he doesn't hate these people, but he also looks down on them. You are not worthy of being a citizen of China if you run off to other countries to curry favor with your country instead of staying in such a great country.
I'll pay. How much is the pill? I can pay you half. This price is very fair to you. It is completely enough to take one pill at a time.
If you take 2 pills at the same time, it will produce great side effects.
Moreover, the shelf life is only 1 week. If you don't sell it, it will expire and be thrown away.
The woman said very shrewdly.
I say you are sick. The medicine is ours. We can take it if we want to, and throw it away if we want to. What does it have to do with you?
You are so smart. Why don't you just wait for us to throw it away and pick it up from the trash can? Before Shinzhou opened his mouth, Zheng Ting couldn't help herself. She was no pushover.
You! How rude! I am trying to maximize your own interests. From an economic point of view, I am doing you good. How can you say something hurtful? The Chinese people are really uneducated.
The woman replied bluntly.
Even racial attacks.
Mom, I don't care, I just want that little pill.
These backward Chinese people are not worthy of taking it at all.
The little boy cried even harder, and what he said was even worse than his mother's.
Chapter 161. A woman who adores foreigners.
If a purebred foreigner said this, Shinzhou would be angry, but not to the point of causing harm. This woman had the blood of the descendants of Yan and Huang flowing in her bones, but she openly said words that slandered her ancestors with a look of arrogance on her face.
Shinzhou really couldn't bear it anymore. This is the modern traitor. As expected, your children are like your parents.
I'll give you 3 seconds to turn your head away immediately. I feel sick just by looking at your face. After Shinzhou finished speaking, he looked around and saw a woman in her 20s holding a 2 or 3-year-old child in her arms. The little girl also showed signs of discomfort, but she was very sensible and tried hard not to cry out. It was obvious that her parents had done a good job of educating their child.
Miss, are you from China?
Shinzhou suddenly asked.
Ah, so what if he's from China, sir? Fan Ziki asked. This pill is for you.
After taking it, little girl, you will be able to reach your destination comfortably. Shinzhou smiled and handed over the small pill.
Fan Ziki was a wealthy lady of high status.
Her husband's words carried a lot of weight in Kyoto, so she naturally knew krabi chingen. Just before departure, the last 4 krabi chingen in China were sold out, so Fan Ziki had no choice but to take the risk and board the plane with his 2-year-old daughter.
This, sir, we don't know each other. It's not appropriate for you to give me such an expensive gift. Fan Ziki replied quickly.
It can be seen that she is well aware of the value of this little pill and her eyes are full of desire, but she is very cultured and well-mannered.
I know, you don't have to thank me.
Besides, you must be very powerful since you know Jiami Chingen.
Don't feel psychologically pressured. I give you this little pill just to piss off that traitor.
Shinzhou said frankly. After hearing this, Fan Ziki felt relieved, but he was still very grateful to Shinjo. After taking the small pill, she fed it to her daughter herself. In just a few minutes, the little girl's complexion eased and she smiled. "Thank you, uncle." Although the little girl spoke incoherently, one could tell she was grateful. Little milkbag, if you want to be grateful to the mother and son next door. If it weren't for them, your uncle might have really thrown away this little pill. Shinjo told the truth. Fan Ziki was secretly shocked. Shinjo was really a special man. When others gave him gifts, he was afraid that the other party would not remember his kindness. As for Shinjo, he said whatever he wanted, whether the favor was remembered or not, it didn't matter to him. "Sir, I am so grateful to you. My name is Fan Ziki. May I know your name? And this pill is really important to me. I will pay you double the price." Fan Ziki said with gratitude on his face. "No, I am very happy to see some people gritting their teeth but unable to do anything about it. To be honest, Miss Fan, hundreds of thousands of dollars really won't make me so happy," Shinjo said with a smile on his face. The mother and son on the opposite side were so angry that their faces turned green. Not only did they not get the pills, but they were also scolded. This brat was really despicable. "Ha, hundreds of thousands of dollars don't matter to me, but it may not be the case for you. Is it necessary to do this just to pretend to be the big shot? I guess your heart is bleeding," the woman said sarcastically while coaxing the child. "Ha, by the way, Miss Fan, his name is Shinjo." Brooks suddenly spoke. Yesterday, Daniel and Brooks talked about art in the hotel until very late, and took a taxi directly to the airport in the morning. Shinjo? The Shinjo who, at the age of only 25, owns the largest investment company in Beijing, the largest animation company in the province, and the largest media company in the country and even the world? It's definitely him. I felt he looked familiar when I first boarded the plane. I've watched the live broadcast of superstar Shinjo before. He was able to make 300 million in just a few minutes. People like him really don't care about a few 100,000. Oh my god, I'm actually in such close contact with Shinjo, instead of through the phone screen. I'm so excited. Senior, wake up, don't sleep anymore, look who that is? Li Dong shook Lu Weidong, who was sitting next to him, and said excitedly. Who is it? Didn't we agree to sleep together in Japan? Why are you awake? Lu Weidong asked in a daze. These two young men are top students who graduated from the Tianjia University of the Arts and are the most active seniors and juniors in Shinjo's live broadcast room. Ever since I watched Shinjo's live broadcast, I have completely fallen for him and become his fanboy. Upon learning that Shinjo was going to Japan to give a concert, he decided to go and watch it. Unexpectedly, he met his idol on the plane. Look! Li Dong said, pointing behind him. King Shinjo, it's actually King Shinjo? We are so lucky. Lu Weidong stood up excitedly, no longer feeling sleepy at all. The whole plane was in an uproar. Although Shinjo's name was not known to everyone in China, he was still very popular. Even if some people don't know what he looks like, they know that he is very handsome and talented, and is a superstar. So you are Shinjo, the famous music master and the most promising investor in China. My husband and I are both your fans. Can you sign an autograph for me? Fan Ziki said excitedly. Of course. Shinjo gladly accepted it, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote his name. With someone taking the lead, the other passengers rushed forward decisively, vying for Shinjo's autograph. Originally, the flight attendant came to maintain order, but after seeing Shinjo, no one cared about maintaining order. They really wanted autographs and photos. 15 minutes later, silence finally returned to the plane. Everyone was holding Shinjo's autograph and smiling foolishly, except for the Chinese woman and the boy in her arms, who had angry expressions on their faces. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be a celebrity. What's there to pretend about? When you get to Japan, you'll know the consequences of offending me, the Chinese woman said, gritting her teeth. After the little incident, the plane landed safely at Shijing International Airport. Shijing is a metropolis with a population of tens of millions. It is the political, cultural, financial, and tourist center of the entire Japanese country. It is extremely prosperous. Not only in Asia, it can also be ranked among the top 3 in the world. After 4 years of waiting, it's finally here. The 3 old men exclaimed excitedly. The eyes of other national players also sparkled with gold. They used to be afraid of playing against masters, afraid of losing and being embarrassed, but now they can't wait.
Everyone follow me, our people will be waiting for you outside, Zhao Daqian said with a smile.
Soon the group arrived outside the airport, and 3 young men were holding a large sign that read warmly welcome the Chinese Go team to Japan.
Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to come here in person. It's an honor.
Zhao Daqian hurried over and said.
Vice President Zhao, look at what you said. How can I not personally welcome so many Chinese athletes who are coming to win glory for our country? Everyone, get in the car. The hotel has been booked.
By the way, several national players from Japan will come to the hotel tonight to visit us, so everyone should get enough rest.
Li Changqian reminded with a smile. Chapter 162 I am her husband. Don't worry, Mr. Li.
This year's national players are definitely the strongest ever.
We will never bring shame to the country. Zhao Daqian replied seriously. Brother Shin, why don't you go to the hotel with them? I'll take Tao Tao to meet my friends and go over there in the evening.
Zhang Ting said.
Sister Zhang, let's go together.
I'll take Brooks, Daniel, and Shang Wanwaner to familiarize themselves with the theater where the concert will be held.
We can come back together in the evening. Xinzhou replied after thinking for a while. Well, that's good. Vice President Zhao, 2 old gentlemen, Mr. Li, Sister Zhang, and I still have some things to do. You go back to the hotel first and then send the location to my phone. We will go there in the evening. Is that okay with you?
Xinzhou asked softly.
Of course there is no problem with that.
Our team has a lot of freedom, but we must not cause any trouble.
Zhao Daqian nodded in agreement. Then he touched Chin Mang and Tao Tao's heads and introduced them proudly. Li, these 2 little guys are the little Go prodigies I told you about before, Mang and Tao Tao.
Oh, he really is that young, Vice President.
I didn't believe him when you told me before.
He is truly a child prodigy.
It looks like our results this time will definitely not be bad,
Li Chengqian said with a doting look on his face. He is also a father, and his child is about the same age as Mang and Tao Tao, but in terms of cuteness and Go talent, the difference is not even a little bit.
Hello, Uncle Li. The 2 little kids said in unison. Okay, so cute. Uncle's child is about the same age as you. I'll wait for you to come back in the evening to play together, Li Chengqian said, touching Mang and Tao Tao's heads. Which parent doesn't want their children to play with outstanding people? This will also make their children become more outstanding.
The saying that environment determines whether a person is successful or not is always true. After leaving the team, Xinzhou and Zhang Ting took the 2 little kids in a taxi to Shijing Grand Theater, and left after explaining all matters. Soon we arrived at the most luxurious commercial street in Shijing.
Let's wait here, my friend will be here soon,
Zhang Ting said expectantly.
They were college classmates, living in the same dormitory, with bunk beds, and had a very good relationship.
After graduating from university, my friend came to Japan to develop his comics career. I haven't seen him for 5 or 6 years.
Ting Ting.
2 people were walking towards them, and the beautiful woman who was waving her hands high should be Zhang Ting's good friend, Wang Shasha. Next to her was an ugly man weighing over 200 pounds, who seemed to be her boyfriend.
Sasha. Zhang Ting ran over excitedly.
The 2 girls hugged each other, and their eyes instantly turned red. As college classmates and roommates, Zhang Ting and Wang Shasha have a very deep relationship. Looking at Su Qingyan and Yang Xinqin again, one can't help but sigh. This is my husband, Jia Yukai, and this is my best friend Zhang Ting,
Wang Shasha introduced. Hello, Mr. Zhao.
I heard that Mr. Zhao is quite famous in the Japanese music industry.
It is really admirable that he can achieve such success in a foreign country,
Zhang Ting praised from the bottom of her heart.
Well, it's not bad. We just held a few concerts and the tickets were sold out,
Zhao Yukai said with a proud look on his face.
Very good, very good.
Zhang Ting was a little embarrassed, but in order to avoid a dull moment, she still gave a few compliments.
I thought to myself, how could Sasha, such a low-key and capable woman, find a boyfriend like this? It doesn't matter if the appearance and figure are not up to standard.
After all, a man's attractiveness does not lie in his appearance, but in his inner qualities. But just this simple sentence proves that Zhao Yukai is a very arrogant guy.
By the way, Ting Ting, this handsome guy must be your husband, right? He is indeed a high-ranking official, heroic and extraordinary. But you told me that you only have one child, so how come there is another one? Wang Shasha quickly changed the subject. No, Shasha, you misunderstood.
No misunderstanding, my sister and I came together later, Shinjo said with a bright smile. When these words came out, not only Wang Shasha opened her mouth wide, but Zhang Ting was also at a loss.
What happened to Brother Shen? How did he become her husband? The man far away in Jincheng became Zhang Ting's ex-husband without even realizing it. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you.
After being shocked, Wang Shasha took the initiative to extend her hand.
My name is Shinjo. Thank you for your guidance.
Shinjo replied generously, extending his hand.
Dad, Mom, when are we going to eat? I'm hungry.
Shin Mang is a smart boy, and he has a natural tacit understanding when it comes to cooperating with his dad.
This call of mommy is so sweet.
Yes, Dad, Mom, my brother and I are starving.
Tao Tao was not stupid either. He immediately agreed as soon as the eldest brother opened his mouth. What's more, the two children call Dad and Mommy, and it just comes out of their mouths without any sense of incongruity. Two little gluttons. Shinjo took the opportunity to scratch Mang Mang and Tao Tao's noses.
I thought to myself, being with a child prodigy saves time, effort, and worry. This little brain works faster than a rocket. Zhang Ting didn't know what Shinjo was up to, but Tao Tao had already called her daddy, so it would seem awkward for her to explain. Sasha, Mr. Zhao, you guys know Shijing very well.
Where should we go to eat something? Zhang Ting asked. Okay, there's a famous Japanese restaurant not far away, let's go eat there.
After Wang Shasha finished speaking, she took Zhao Yotsai's arm and led the way.
Shinjo and Zhang Ting followed behind, each holding a baby boy. Brother Shin, what are you up to? Zhang Ting finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. Didn't you see it? Shinjo asked back. What did you see? Brother Shin, I know you are smart, so stop making fun of me and tell me now. Your best friend is having a hard time.
That Mr. Zhao is not some kind-hearted man.
He has greedy eyes for you.
If I'm not mistaken, your best friend told him a lot about you, and she also knows that your husband is a powerful man.
Shinjo explained.
Zhang Ting was not stupid. She immediately knew that Zhao Yukai had bad intentions towards her. With Shinjo as her husband, even if he had the intention, he didn't have the courage.
I really didn't expect Shinjo's observation to be so detailed and his ability to respond on the spot was so strong.
Zhang Ting deeply felt the sense of security that came from being protected by a man. Wang Shuangshuang's love life is very complicated, and so is Zhang Ting. The man in her family is indeed in a high position and has great power, but if you gain something, you are bound to lose something. Fortunately, Zhang Ting was not afraid. After all, her father was also a high-ranking official.
Soon the group arrived at a Japanese restaurant. The store was large, luxuriously decorated, and had a Michelin 3-star certification, making it a classy place. Moreover, there were musicians playing melodious music in the lobby on the first floor. Zhao Yukai smiled imperceptibly. He chose this Japanese restaurant just for this piano. Chapter 163 Asking for Trouble.
The 4 adults and 2 children were supposed to sit in the box, but at Zhao Yotsai's strong request, they found a seat by the window.
Shinjo and Zhang Ting each held a baby, so the place didn't seem so crowded. Shinjo curled his lips and thought, is it really necessary just to show off? Ting Ting, nice to meet you. As a good host, I'll toast you a glass. Zhao Yukai said. Thank you Mr. Zhao, Sasha, let's go together.
Zhang Ting was a little embarrassed, but still responded politely. Wife, Mr. Zhao obviously wants to drink with you alone, so Sasha and I won't get involved. Shinjo refused with a smile. As for Wang Shasha, her expression didn't look good. Tingting is her best friend, so Zhao Yukai was being too enthusiastic, and one could tell he was dissatisfied from Shinjo's sarcastic words. Okay. Zhang Ting nodded awkwardly and took a sip of wine with Zhao Yukai. If Shinjo hadn't said this, she would never have drunk it.
Dad, Mommy told me that this ugly uncle is a musician. I wonder what instruments he can play. How many songs can he play? Shen Mang took a mouthful of rice and asked harmlessly. Dad doesn't really understand this. Mommy probably heard it from Aunt Sasha. Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry to have made you laugh.
The child has loved music since he was young, but he has never found a good teacher, so he is full of curiosity about music masters like Mr. Zhao. Shinjo said with a smile.
Achoo!
Inside the Shijing Grand Theater, Brooks, who was busy, sneezed.
What's wrong, Brooks? Are you allergic to dust? Daniel asked hurriedly. No, I guess the teacher is talking about me, Brooks replied excitedly. Daniel shook his head. He was so happy even after being scolded. Brooks, you have changed.
Ha, I don't dare to talk about playing music, but your Uncle Zhao is a professional.
Ask around in Xijing, which Chinese person has held 3 concerts in a year?
And it's at the Xijing Stadium. Each concert has no less than 10,000 people. Little guy, Uncle has many musical instruments, such as piano, violin, and guitar. I can't say that I'm proficient in everything, but my level is quite high.
Little guy, what musical instrument do you like? Uncle can teach you. I guarantee that in the shortest time, you can reach a new level,
Zhao Yukai said excitedly. These words were nothing but praise for himself and flattery for himself.
Shen Meng tried hard not to laugh out loud.
But Xinzhou's thigh suffered the consequences. In order to hold back his laughter, the little guy pinched the inside of his old father's thigh almost until it turned blue.
Is that all? Uncle Zhao? Shen Meng asked with his head tilted.
Of course there are, little guy. Uncle will tell you that internationally renowned singers such as Lions, Little Diana, and Lucas Guy have all spent huge sums of money to have me accompany their concerts.
There's one coming soon,
Zhao Yukai boasted again, and his attitude was almost to the sky. Wang Shasha tried to interrupt several times, but failed every time. In the end, she could only look at Zhao Yukai with annoyance and buried her head in eating.
He's so embarrassed that he's completely disgraced himself. Doesn't Wang Shasha know his level and abilities?
A man who brags a lot is not particularly annoying, but when a man who brags and believes everything he brags about is disgusting. By the way, Tingting, I heard that your family is quite powerful in Zhenghai. I can give Tingting a favor and hold a special show in Zhenghai.
You don't have to be responsible for anything else.
The venue and sponsorship are up to you, and I'll take care of everything else.
You get 30% of the profits after deducting the costs. This is a business that is sure to make money. No matter how many people ask me to cooperate with them, I won't give them this opportunity,
Zhao Yukai said until all the saliva he spitted out dried up.
The point is finally here. It turns out that Zhao Yukai's idea of going to the mainland to make money is too naive, isn't it? Is this the 1980s or 1990s?
The Chinese people were isolated from the news, but if they put up the name of a foreign artist, many people would come to watch and buy tickets. At that time, China did have a tendency to worship foreign things and fawn on foreigners, but as China's national strength, economic power, and international status grew, the people developed a sense of pride. For someone like Zhao Yukai, who got a layer of brass plated abroad, he wanted to return to China and cheat people for money.
This is simply a fantasy.
Zhao Yukai naturally did not have good intentions and did not want to bring much benefit to Zheng Ting.
Instead, he wanted to use the Zhang family strength in Zhenghai to promote his special show. To put it bluntly, it's pure exploitation, and this old guy is taking advantage of it and still acting like a good kid. It's ridiculous.
Fortunately, Xinzhou and Zheng Ting had communicated before, otherwise Zheng Ting would really agree to this matter for Wang Shasha's sake.
Mr. Zhao, I don't really care about family matters. My husband is the one who makes the decisions. Why don't you ask him? If he thinks it's okay, then there's no problem. Zheng Ting directly pushed the problem to Xinzhou.
His big eyes blinked a few times, clearly telling Xinzhou, hey, you don't want to be a good brother, but insist on being someone else's husband, now you're in trouble. Just clean up your own mess, your wife and sister won't take care.
Is that so, Mr. Zhao? There is no problem with the cooperation.
After all, we have the relationship with Sasha. Our words carry more weight in Zhenghai, but... Xinzhou deliberately paused here.
I understand, Mr. Shen. There's a piano next to us.
I'll play a piece for everyone to hear and see if I, Zhao Yukai, have the ability to do so. Zhao Yukai stood up excitedly and walked straight to the piano. I thought to myself, with my ability, it might be difficult to fool those music masters, but it should be easy to fool a few rookies, right? Hey, little guy, take this.
Can you lend me the piano for a few minutes?
Zhao Yukai handed over a stack of small bills and said softly. Okay. The musician stood up, took the stack of banknotes reluctantly, and gave Zhao Yukai a few blank looks.
The clothes look decent, so I'll give you this little money. He is definitely a show-off. I don't even know if he can play the piano. La la la.
A melodious piece of music began to play, which was indeed better than the one played by the third-rate musician just now. It attracted the attention of many guests, and several piano lovers kept nodding their heads. Zhao Yukai saw all of this, and the arrogance on his face became even stronger. A few minutes later, the piece was finished. Zhao Yukai stood up in a domineering manner and said in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, how well do I play the piano? Yoshi, hello." The Japanese guests around began to flatter Zhao Yukai, and these words were very useful to him. He returned to the table as if he didn't care about his relatives. "Ahem, Mr. Shinjo, how do you feel?" Zhao Yukai asked. Son, what do you think?" Shinjo turned to look at Shinmang and asked. "Dad, didn't you just say that there were 2 scales played wrong in the first measure?" Shinmang replied, blinking his big eyes. Chapter 164, Slap in the Face. "Son, children should not lie. When did Daddy say that 2 syllables were played wrong? It was clearly 3 syllables. Shinjo replied sternly. "It seems to be true. In the second measure, 3 syllables were played wrong." "Dad, am I right?" "Well, that's right. My son also made many mistakes in the third section, but I was too busy eating to count them." "Dad, I'm the same as you. After listening to 2 bars, I basically lost the desire to listen to it. My feeling is that his fingering is ordinary and his sensitivity to music is very poor. As for his realm, he can barely be an elementary school teacher." "Son, this is wrong. When did elementary school teachers become so cheap?" Shinjo and Shinmang were talking back and forth. If you knew, it sounded like they were evaluating a musician, but if you didn't, you would think they were scolding someone. Do you understand art? Do you understand music? I have practiced this piece of music for more than 10 years. Daniel, the music prince, do you know it? But you come to my concert in person and want to become my disciple." Zhao Yukai couldn't stop bragging. But Shinjo is not the kind of person who spoils his children. "Hello, Daniel, do you know a guy named Zhao Yukai?" "What do you mean you don't know him?" "That's impossible. He's sitting opposite me. He said he's very familiar with you and you even praised his musical attainments and wanted to become his disciple." Shinjo picked up the phone and called Daniel directly. The person on the other end of the line felt confused when he received the call. "Who is Zhao Yukai?" Shinjo, Daniel is the world's piano prince, a legendary figure. He will answer your call." "Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? The whole world revolves around you? You think you can scare me with a fake phone call? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Zhao Yukai snorted coldly and said bluntly. "Uncle is right. I, a 3-year-old kid, believed it. Uncle will never believe it. Dad, why don't you let Uncle answer the phone?" Shinmang said with a smile. "You gave him the phone number." "I will never tolerate such an insult to my personal reputation," said Daniel. "Mr. Zhao, please answer the phone." Shinjo handed over the phone very gentlemanly. "You little brat, I don't care who you are. If you want to fool me, who do you think you are? Are you pretending to be Daniel?" Zhao Yukai started to scold him. Daniel on the other side was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils when he heard this. "Sir, I should be the one saying this. I am Daniel, the real one. Please don't use my identity to cheat people to satisfy your personal desires. Otherwise, I will send a lawyer's letter to your home." Daniel said bluntly. You are really Daniel? How is this possible? You actually know Daniel? Wait, the name Shinjo sounds familiar. What is your relationship with the king of the Celestial Empire?" Zhao Yukai asked with narrowed eyes. "What's the relationship?" "The king is my dad, and my dad is the king. Uncle Zhao, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to hold a solo show in China with your level," Shinmeng said first. After Zhao Yukai learned of Shinjo and Daniel's identities, he wished he could find a place to hide, but Wang Shasha next to him couldn't stand it anymore. "Okay, Zhao Yukai, stop pretending. Don't I know what your level is? Street performing is fine, but you are not qualified to perform in a high-class place. What do those concerts have to do with you? You're just trying to ride on other people's popularity. I'm really fed up with this kind of life. Ting, let's go," Wang Shasha said with flushed cheeks. "I only regret that when I came to Japan, I was young and ignorant and couldn't resist Zhao Yotsai's sweet words and deception. She has regretted every day over the years, but there is still a glimmer of hope in her heart that Zhao Yukai can turn over a new leaf. But all this luck turned into nothing today. Mr. Zhao, please take care of yourself. No matter how a man looks or whether he has talent or not, he must be down to earth. It's hard for people to feel safe if they are dealing with those intangible things every day. Sasha, I'm going to take you two away first and give you two some time to think alone. I hope you can mend your ways. Zhang Ting said and got up and left. Mr. Zhao, I didn't mean any harm, but you really went too far. I advise you not to hit on my wife, otherwise I will make you 100 times more uncomfortable than you are now. After Xinzhou finished speaking, he took Xin Mang with his left hand and Tao Tao with his right hand, and left talking and laughing. Damn it, damn Xinzhou, I will never let you go. Wang Shasha, I've played with you enough. You have no money and no power, and you still want to be with me for the rest of your life. It's simply wishful thinking. Now that this happened, it's a good opportunity to get rid of you. I don't believe that I can't get Zhang Ting as my backer. Zhao Yukai clenched his fists and said viciously. Ting, I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. Let's go to another place to eat. Wang Shasha said in a low voice with her head down. Being alone in a foreign country is not easy at all, and Zhao Yotsai's performance today made Wang Shasha lose the only dignity she had. Shasha, there's no need to say sorry given our relationship. If I had known Zhao Yukai was such a person, I would have let you return home a long time ago. China is developing very well now, and you can make great achievements in the comics major you studied. Zhang Ting said. Well, I've heard that Chinese animation has developed by leaps and bounds in recent years, and Japan no longer has much advantage in this regard. I've always wanted to return to China for development, but I have too many concerns. Wang Shasha shook her head and replied. Haven't you seen through Zhao Yotsai's true face? Do you want to continue living with him? Sasha, we are women and our youth is only a few years. If we find a good husband, we will be spoiled for a lifetime. If we find a scumbag, we may never recover in our next life. Zhang Ting persuaded. Xinzhou didn't say anything at the side, because it was difficult for him to persuade people in such matters. However, it is indeed a good choice for Wang Shasha to leave Zhao Yukai. A scum like that will never change. Even if you forgive him this time, you will be hurt again next time, and the hurt will be even deeper. It's not just because of Zhao Yukai, but also my own career. I have worked in Koizumi Comics Studio for so many years and just became the editor-in-chief. I really don't want to resign. Wang Shasha said helplessly. Japanese comics are second to none in Asia, and Koizumi Studio is world famous. Although it is called a studio, it has more employees than a regular company, and its level is a benchmark in the industry. Many well-known animations come from this studio, which ranks among the top 3 in the world along with American anime and BC. Brother Shin, I remember you have a comics company. I wonder how the business is. Zhang Ting suddenly turned around and asked. The efficiency is okay. It can be ranked among the top 3 in China, but it needs to be improved worldwide. Xinzhou answered sincerely. Brother Shun? Ting, isn't he your husband? Wang Shasha asked with a suspicious look on her face. Chapter 165 Chairman's Invitation. Sasha, let me explain this. Zhang Ting said. Then Xinzhou saw that Zhao Yukai was doing something bad to Zhang Ting, so he took advantage of the situation and introduced her husband's identity. In fact, the two were not blood-related siblings. In order to show how good her relationship with Xinzhou is, Zhang Ting also told them that Xinzhou cured Tao Tao and saved their family's life. So that's how it is. This damn Zhao Yukai actually climbed up the social ladder and ended up marrying my best friend. Doesn't he have a brain? Wang Shasha was both angry and amused. However, this is also Zhao Yotsai's usual style of doing things. He will do whatever he thinks is right. Ms. Wang, if you want to return to China for development, you can come to my company and give it a try. Although Wanzhou Animation Company has little international influence, the company is now eager to recruit talented people and all employees are working hard to improve the company. As the chairman of the company, I can promise you a position as director for a talent like Miss Wang. Of course, Miss Wang's achievements must be worthy of this position. Xinzhou said with a smile on his face. Wanzhou Animation Company? So you are the boss of this animation company? Wang Shasha said in shock. What? Miss Wang has heard of my company? Xinzhou asked. It's more than just hearsay. My economic conditions in Japan were very poor before, and I had Zhao Yukai as a burden, so I took in several apprentices to make money.
One of them is in your Wanzhou.
Wang Shasha told the truth.
I see.
However, I, Shinzhou, don't like to force others. I will still give Miss Wang some time to consider.
After all, this is very important to you.
Shinzhou replied with a smile.
Okay, thank you for your appreciation, Chairman. A few of them were talking and laughing, not noticing the angry eyes in the distance. After dinner, Shinzhou and Zheng Ting returned to the hotel.
At this time, the Japanese delegation had arrived.
Welcome guests from afar.
May our two countries always help each other and make progress together. A guy with a kind face and wearing glasses spoke. This person is the leader of this delegation, Sanben Wuliu. He seems amiable, but in fact he is a two-faced, scheming guy. 4 years ago, when the Chinese Go Association came, he was also the one who received them, and he had a conversation with Lu Tianming before they left.
You are so strong that you can definitely become the #1 player in the Celestial Go Association. Why are you willing to be defeated by others now?
It was this sentence that made Lu Tianming, who was already arrogant and looked down on others, feel extremely recognized and unfair. It was recognized that it was given to him by Sanben Wushiroku, but the Chinese Go Association did not allow him to be the #1 national player, so what happened later happened. It can be said that it was Lu Tianming who directly caused the Chinese Go Association to lose its original status, and Sanben Wushiroku was the indirect instigator of this incident.
Put away your hypocritical side. It makes people feel sick.
3 books in 56, we are not that familiar with each other. Moreover, the organizers have not stipulated that you are required to come and express your condolences when Go representatives from various countries arrive.
Since you did this, should I, an old man, doubt that you don't have the confidence to defeat the Go world in China, so you did this? Zhao Daqian said bluntly.
He has learned a lot from his mistakes. He is kind and easygoing, but he will not be bullied and will not trip over the same stone twice. Vice President Zhao, your rank hasn't been promoted, but your temper has gotten worse. This time I brought with me the 3 most famous national players in the Japanese Go world, Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Maria Koizumi.
Sanban Isoroku did not get angry, but instead mocked him and then introduced the 3 Japanese national players behind him.
Junichiro Ogawa was ranked first in Japan 4 years ago, and 4 years later, he became the second-ranked national player in Japan. The other man and woman should have risen in the past 4 years, and they look very unfamiliar. According to the information, he should be ranked in the top 10 in the Japanese Go world.
The rest of the information is unknown. Byte. The system assigns side quests.
To win glory for the country, the host needs to defeat Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria, dampen their spirits, and make them become his apprentices. System reward, detailed information of all national Go players.
Accept the mission.
Shinzhou answered without thinking. This task is difficult, it's not that the system is stupid. He possesses the strongest chess skills in the universe, and it is not difficult for him to defeat Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi. The difficulty lies in how to make them willingly become your disciples. Although historical records show that the Xiaohua people are humble and competitive, they will do anything, even sacrificing their dignity, to learn the strengths of other ethnic groups. But records are records, and the current Xiaohua people are quite arrogant and do not look down on their former suzerain country at all. If the two were allowed to worship Shinzhou as their master, wouldn't that be a disgrace to Japan? Even if they agree, will the team leader Sanben Wuliu agree? While Shinzhou was thinking, everyone had entered the room. Sanben Wushiroku still had a smiling face, but everyone knew that behind this smile were layers of deadly moves, and one would fall into his trap if one was not careful. A competition is a competition, but you must be careful before the competition, otherwise the failure of 4 years ago will be repeated. Vice President Zhao, we are all here, how about a sparring match? Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria are rising stars. They became disciples of Junichiro Ogawa 2 years ago. I heard that Mr. Sie also accepted 2 apprentices. They are very talented and are known as little prodigies. Let's just warm up before the competition begins. Sanben Wushiroku said with a smile. It turned out that he had no good intentions. He said he was exchanging ideas, but in fact he was just testing each other's bottom line. Junichiro Ogawa did not take action, but let his 2 disciples test the strength of Mangmang and Tao Tao. The strength of the others had been tested 4 years ago, so as to ensure the advantage of the Japanese team in the main competition. 3 books in 56, do you think I would stumble over the same stone twice? Last time you stole our tactics in the name of sparring,
and now you want to do it again this time. Let me tell you, it's impossible.
Mr. Zhao immediately refused. In the great Chinese Go world, even these national players from our small place are afraid of us.
It's really disappointing. Vice President Zhao, you are indeed more cautious, but you don't have the courage you had before.
Ha, in my opinion, the two little prodigies are nothing special. They are probably a gimmick made up by your Chinese Go community because they are afraid of repeating the same mistake they made 4 years ago.
What a genius little prodigy, he's nothing but a big talker. Sanben Wushiroku sneered and said bluntly. You, damn guy, when has the Chinese Go community ever been afraid of you? If we use normal means, there is absolutely no possibility of us losing. Lu Xiren said with narrowed eyes. That's right, brother Lu is right.
You so-called Go masters only use despicable means.
Let's fight on the chessboard to see who's the real deal.
A middle-aged man said indignantly.
Chapter 166 Provocation.
I guess this must be the hidden master of the Chinese Go world, Lu Xiren.
You have been hiding for so many years, and I have finally unleashed your secrets.
From this point, we can see that the Chinese Go community has reached a critical point where there is a lack of young talents.
Alas, I'm afraid that after these 4 years, even the top 3 won't be able to make it.
Junichiro Ogawa was very skillful in using the method of provocation and had a particularly strong ability in organizing language, and he managed to make the 3 old men and several national players so angry that their cheeks flushed and they gritted their teeth. Only Shinjo next to him looked normal, because his attention was not focused on who was stronger between the Celestial Empire and Japan, but on the intelligence of the two sides. From Sanben 50 Roku's words, Shinjo got a general idea of the Go world in China, while he knew nothing about the Go world in Japan.
From this point, it can be seen that the information from both parties is completely wrong.
If a real game of chess were to start, China would already have lost half the battle.
Sanben 56, right?
Since you want to compete, then as a Go enthusiast, I can only accompany you on behalf of my son and nephew. The 2 kids are still young. If I really beat you, I believe you will be ashamed. If I beat you, I can explain it to the outside world.
Mr. Sanbenwa Shiliu, don't you think so?
Shinjo said with a smile. These words were gentle but sharp, and immediately made Sanben Wushiroku's eyes sharp. But it was only for a moment, and then he showed a mocking smile again.
Haha, is this sir kidding?
A Go enthusiast wants to defeat the national players of our great Japan.
This is really a disregard for us. Sanben Isoroku said sarcastically.
Uncle, my dad is indeed a Go enthusiast, but he is also my mentor.
If you want to compete with me, you must get past my dad. Shen Meng said in a baby voice.
At a very appropriate time, a wave of assists was delivered. If Sanben Washilia did not agree, it would be even more embarrassing. Shinjo secretly gave a thumbs up, and Shen Meng blinked smartly. The cooperation between the father and son was seamless, and they could be described as a perfect team made in heaven.
Well, since this gentleman has said so, if we don't agree, it seems that we are afraid of you.
Watanabe Shota, you should play against this Go enthusiast first and let him know the difference between amateur and professional.
Sanben Wushiroku deliberately emphasized the words Go enthusiast, laying the groundwork for mocking Shinjo later. Mr. Shun, this is not a good idea. You are a well-known figure in China. If you lose,
Mr. Xie said hurriedly.
Don't worry, teacher. With my father's ability, it seems that no one in the world can defeat him. We just have to wait and see. Shen Meng answered first.
His victory over AlphaGo was all thanks to Shinjo, and his confidence in his old father has never wavered. They are just 2 national players. Not to mention Shinjo, even Shen Meng was not taken seriously. When masters fight, they can tell the strength of the other person with just a glance.
This is not a joke.
There was a big devil in the Chinese table tennis world. After retiring, he said a very wise saying, no one is an opponent, it is too lonely, as long as you look into the opponent's eyes, you will know that you have lost. Sir, please give me your guidance.
Watanabe Shota took out the chessboard and 2 cans of chess pieces and placed them on the sofa.
It was obvious that he had been prepared. Shinjo sat opposite him openly, then stretched out his hand to signal the other party to play black pieces first.
Thank you.
Watanabe Shota placed one of his pieces at the Tianyuan position, while Shinjo placed the white piece in an inconspicuous corner under everyone's gaze.
This is of no help to the early and middle stage layout, and if you want to force the opponent into the late stage after 100 moves, can the role of this chess piece really be highlighted? Before that, won't you be eaten by the other party?
After all, humans are not machines, and no matter how well planned, there will always be mistakes. Almost all Go masters thought that Shinjo's move was a failure. Haha, enthusiasts are enthusiasts. Just after reading a few chess books, you think you are invincible? How ridiculous. You Chinese are just like that. You have average abilities but are the best at pretending. Sanben Washilio mocked without any hesitation. Mr. Sanben, this is only the first move. The outcome has not yet been decided. How do you know that Mr. Shin's move will have no effect? Mr. Xia snorted coldly and retorted. Mr. Xia, Mr. Sanben is right. This move has no effect at all. I just made it casually. Shinjo replied with a smile. At this point, Mr. Xia couldn't help but blush. What happened to Shinjo today? He was obviously trying to fill his pockets, but Shinjo deflated them. What was going on? Mr. Shin is quite honest, unlike someone who obviously didn't see anything but still pretended and made up excuses and reasons. Why does he have to do this? Sanben Wushiroku laughed again. Mr. Sanben, don't be too happy too soon. I can't take him seriously against someone of his level. I can win with just a few moves. Shinjo shrugged and said suddenly. Sanban Isoroku's laughter stopped abruptly, and Watanabe Shota, who was sitting opposite him, clenched his fists. This man was too arrogant, different from any opponent he had met before. The three old men and the Chinese national players were not happy either. They felt that Shinjo was too confident. If they really lost, how would they put their face? Both of them played chess very quickly, and they played more than 20 moves in just a few minutes. Shinjo smiled again and said something shocking, "Thank you. This game is over. It's your turn, Maria Koizumi." What? It's over, it's just the beginning. According to the normal game process, they had just made 20 or so moves and both sides had just started to make their plans. How could it be over? Several old men, even Junichiro Ogawa, who was standing at the end, lay on the chessboard and watched carefully, but still could not figure out how it ended. Moreover, Shinjo had no advantage at all, and the chess game was currently controlled by Watanabe Shota. Mr. Shin, do you know how to play chess? Did you escape from a mental hospital? You are really treating us like monkeys. Winning is winning, losing is losing. Stop trying to attract attention here. Sanben Wushiroku said angrily. Now he was not worried that Shinjo would win, but he was worried that Shinjo, this troublemaker, would play them around and lead them by the nose. This made him very angry. In all his verbal battles with others, he always took the initiative and launched the attack first. He knew exactly how the other party would respond. But in front of Shinjo, he didn't have any sense of superiority at all, and even felt a little powerless. You are a bunch of ordinary people, and you are worthy of being called national players? Mr. Sanben, since you don't believe that I won, how about we make a bet? Shinjo said with a smile. Bet? What bet? You are qualified to bet with me. You are just a parent traveling with the tour group. Sanben Washilio rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 167, An Ordinary Go Enthusiast. He almost grabbed Shinjo's ears and told him to go to bed and say, "You are not worthy at all. Let's bet on whether I can win the game of chess with my next move. If I win, you kneel on the ground and say 3 times that I am a pig. If Watanabe Shota wins, you can set any conditions you want. Even if we ask the Chinese Go community to raise the white flag and surrender, or even have a fake match with you, there will be no problem at all." Shinjo said in a slow and soft voice. What? You are kidding, Vice President Zhao. He is just a parent. Can he represent your Chinese Go community? Sanben 56 asked. He was excited. If he could easily beat the Chinese Go world, then the Japanese Go world would have a good chance of continuing its glory from 4 years ago and even occupying 2 of the top 3 positions. Of course I can represent you. We in China have always kept our word. Under everyone's dazed gaze, Zhao Daqian actually agreed. Except for Mr. Xie and Mr. Wang, all the national players in the Chinese Go world shook their heads helplessly. I came to the World Championship with great ambitions, ready to avenge my previous defeat and continue my legend, but I never expected to die before I could achieve my goal. Shinjo might be able to win, after all, this man is very powerful and it is said that he was the one who defeated AlphaGo. Even if the rumors are not true, the fact that they were able to give birth to a Go prodigy like Mang shows their own strength, which is beyond doubt. But strength is strength, and reality is reality.
Given the current situation, even if a god came, it would be impossible for one move to determine the outcome, right?
Shinzhou's words were too confident. If he said that he could win the whole game, everyone would feel that there was still hope.
Brother Lu, you have to believe Mr. Shin. I think Mang Mang is right.
I'm afraid there is no Go master in the world who can defeat Mr. Shin.
He has a reason for saying that. Although we don't have much contact with Mr. Shin, when have you seen him fight a battle without confidence? Lu Tianming suddenly spoke up for Shinzhou.
It makes everyone feel relieved that the prodigal son has returned. However, this is a matter of life and death for the Chinese Go community, and no one is really happy.
Brother, you do know Mr. Shin better than we do, but in this situation, even if a god came, he would be powerless to save the situation. I don't know what Mr. Shin is thinking. Let's not discuss it for now.
Vice President Zhao has already spoken, and we can only accept the reality.
Lu Xiren shook his head and said,
Since Vice President Zhao has said so, I will reluctantly agree to your bet.
However, let us be frank with you.
You and the Chinese Go community have to play your part well. If contestants from other countries find out, you will be the ones who will have to clean up the mess, said Sanben Wushiroku excitedly. This was definitely a look of taking advantage of someone and acting ungrateful, which made the three old gentlemen so angry that their teeth itched. If they were 30 years younger, they would definitely rush up and beat up Sanben Wushiliu.
Mr. Shin, have you had enough of the trouble? 5 minutes have passed. Are you going to make this move or not? Watanabe Shota reminded with a sharp look in his eyes. Are you so anxious to lose? Bang! As soon as Shinzhou landed, he placed it next to the first white piece. The originally messy chessboard suddenly seemed to come alive. The white pieces scattered everywhere seemed to be connected by some thread, and they were connected into one piece at an incredible angle. The 20 or so black pieces that originally had an absolute advantage were surrounded in an instant. The offensive and defensive situation has changed. The most incredible thing is that Watanabe Shota doesn't even know where to place the black pieces. Everyone present was a Go expert. They did not understand the final move, but they could clearly see who would win or lose. But no one in the room cheered, and no one cursed angrily. Instead, his mouth opened and his eyes widened. A full 5 minutes. This is not a game of chess at all, it's simply a chessmaster descending to Earth to launch a dimensional attack. How is this possible? I lost, I really lost, and I lost inexplicably. Before this, I didn't even realize it. This move is too terrifying. Watanabe Shota had a dull look in his eyes and kept shaking his head. This game of chess had a huge impact on him. It's not your fault that you didn't notice it, because I didn't have any plan at all. I call this move following my heart. I can make moves however I want. As long as I know where to put the last chess piece, you won't have any chance. Shinzhou said easily. Hey, Mr. Sanben, you haven't recovered yet? Don't stand there like an idiot. It's time to fulfill the bet. Everyone, please make way for Mr. Sanben so that he doesn't even have a place to kneel. Shinzhou said carelessly. Although he made such a mysterious move at will and defeated the Japanese Go player, Shinzhou was not happy about it. Instead, he was eager to kneel down and say to Sanben Wushiroku that he was a pig. The master is indeed a master, he does not play by the rules at all. Why, Mr. Sanben, you still want to deny your debt in public? This is not your character. Don't you always claim that the Shoha nation dares to act and take responsibility, and you accuse others of going back on their words? Zhao Daqian said excitedly. Shinzhou really did not disappoint him. No, the word disappointment should not be used to describe Shinzhou. He was not qualified. The anger he felt 4 years ago was finally coming out. Although it was someone else who helped him to get rid of it, it did not affect Mr. Zhao's good mood. The national players of the Celestial Empire looked at Shinzhou with admiration. If they didn't believe that Shinzhou defeated AlphaGo before, now they are certain that this is the chess master hidden in the market. They usually don't take action because they want to be low-key, or they don't want to embarrass these national players. They foolishly thought that Shinzhou was just trying to attract attention, but it turned out that they were the clown. I'm Sanben Wushiliu. I keep my word and I'm as good as a nail. It's just kneeling, what's the big deal? Sanben Wushiliu glared at Shinzhou fiercely, and fell to his knees after saying this. However, Shinzhou had no intention of letting him go so easily. He replied sarcastically, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that you Japanese are weak-willed."
Hundreds of years ago, you knelt before the Celestial Empire, and 100 years ago you bowed down to the Western world. When will you be able to truly be the masters of your own house? Are you so happy following others around and eating their asses every day? I don't understand. You are talking nonsense. Our great Japan is the best. Sanbon Isoroku retorted angrily. Ha, that's why you say that Mr. Sanben is so cheap. I just asked you to eat a fart, and you let me fart. Are you hungry so soon? Shinjo said with a smile. Ha ha. Lu Haoren, Lu Tianming, and other young national players laughed out loud. They couldn't hold it back anymore. Even the three old men burst out laughing. No one could take advantage of Shinjo's mouth. Sanben Washiliu was so angry that he wanted to refute. How is it? Shinjo asked with a gleam in his eyes. I'm a pig. Sanben Washiliu said aggrievedly. Chapter 168, The Chessmaster Descends to Earth. Sanbon Isoroku buried his hatred in his heart and waited for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. This is the tradition of the Japanese people. Well, there are two more. Shinjo said with a smile, not caring about Sanben Washiliu's angry eyes. I'm a pig. Sanben Wushiroku suppressed his strong sense of shame and finally fulfilled his bet. Then he quickly stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and pretended nothing had happened. Since you are a pig, Mr. Sanben, you should have the awareness of a pig. Don't make noises in the next competition. Otherwise, it would be bad if word got out that this Japanese pig was speaking human language. Now it is the period of the World Go Championship, and people of status from various countries are in Japan. Shinjo reminded. Sanben Washiliu's gaze could kill, but he couldn't do anything to Shinjo. This guy is cynical and never gives in even when he is right. He will even argue even when he is not right. Reason told him that Shinjo was not someone to be trifled with, and he had to take a long-term view, otherwise he would suffer a great loss. Snort! Mr. Shinjo, your next opponent will be me. Please give me your guidance. Maria Koizumi walked over and said seriously. Shinjo nodded, and didn't make things difficult for his future apprentice. He sat down on the sofa. The chessboard was rearranged and the game began. No one could understand Shinjo's first few moves, but with the lessons learned from the previous ones, no one spoke. After the 30th move, Maria Koizumi stood up and bowed deeply to Shinjo. Mr. Shin, I lost. Well, your level is pretty good. You can see it one step ahead. You are much better than that pig. It can't do anything except screaming. Shinjo gave affirmation to Maria Koizumi and mocked Sanben Wushiroku, who was standing next to them. Mr. Sanben, are you satisfied with the level of Go in our Celestial Empire? If you are satisfied, please go back and we will play against each other again when the competition officially starts. Zhao Daqian's words were full of arrogance. With Shinjo as the stabilizing force, the Chinese Go world will be able to stand firm. Japanese Go and Korean Go will not be able to defeat them in one move. Why are you pretending? As far as I know, Mr. Shin is not qualified to participate in the competition. You'd better take care of yourselves. It's still uncertain whether you can win. Watanabe Shota, Koizumi Maria, Ogawa Junichiro, let's go. Sanben Isoroku said angrily. I didn't get any benefit from this visit and was beaten to a pulp by Shinjo. This is really humiliating. After returning, I must discuss with several think tanks how to regain my position and win the World Go Championship. Mr. Sanben, I want to play a game of chess with Mr. Shin. Junichiro Ogawa, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Sanben Goroko kept winking at him. This kid was extremely powerful, like a Go master. Junichiro Ogawa was no match for him. Don't make trouble for yourself, as he was not going to participate in the World Go Championships anyway. No, Go did not come into being because of competitions, and I, Junichiro Ogawa, will not be happy just because I won a competition. What I pursue is to find like-minded opponents, said Junichiro Ogawa, shaking his head. It has the style of a great man. As you wish. Sanben 56 replied. Although he was the leader of the Japanese delegation and the person in charge of this mission, his chess skills were mediocre. Junichiro Ogawa is the second national player of Japan. His status in everyone's mind is one level higher than his. He dare not refute the decision, otherwise it will be difficult to lead the national team. He is a bit mean, but he has a high IQ and knows what can be done and what cannot be done.
Mr. Shinjo, do you have time to discuss something with me? Junichiro Ogawa asked with respect. I had time just now, but I don't have time now. If you must compete with me, you have to bring me something that makes me excited. Shinjo replied. Mr. Shin, how about we make a bet? If I win, you can set any conditions you want. If I lose, I will withdraw from this world championship, said Junichiro Ogawa. Hearing this, the three old men looked delighted. Junichiro Ogawa is definitely the face of the Japanese Go world. If he withdraws, it will definitely be a great thing for the Chinese Go world. Do you think this sentence is very tempting to me? There are so many outstanding Chinese national players standing behind me. They are here for the championship. If you are missing, what's the point of getting this championship? Shinjo shook his head and said. When the three old men heard this, their faces suddenly turned red and they wished they could find a place to hide. Yes, just as Shinjo said, if there are no top players participating in the world competition, what is there to be happy about even if we win? They really wanted to avenge what happened 4 years ago and attach too much importance to grades and rankings. I even had some dirty and dishonorable thoughts in my mind. What's the difference between this and the 3 books and 56? Are you worthy of the national players behind you? Are you worthy of Mang Mang and Tao Tao? Then Mr. Shin, tell me, what can make you willing to play a game with me? Junichiro Ogawa asked directly without any beating around the bush. Well, the way you talk is quite similar to me. If you lose, slap Mr. Sanben 3 times for me, Shinjo said in a slow and soft voice. He was so confident that he never said what would happen if he lost. And Junichiro Ogawa was also tactful and didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, it was a great fortune that Shinjo could do him the honor of playing a game of chess. Okay, Mr. Shinjo, let's start, Junichiro Ogawa said impatiently. The Sanben Washiryu behind him stretched his donkey face again. How did this bring the war to him again? Is he really so unpopular with Shinjo? If I had known this, I would have said I was a pig and left. This damn Junichiro Ogawa sold him out completely in order to get a chance to compete with Shinjo. Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria were not good players either. They were very powerful when playing against other national players, but they couldn't even last 5 minutes against Shinjo. If it weren't for them, would Sanben Wulyo have been so embarrassed? At this moment, his eyes were full of hatred, but this hatred had slowly shifted from the Celestial Empire's national players to his own country's national players. Shinjo's tactic of killing someone by borrowing a knife was indeed extremely skillful. Of course, Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Maria Koizumi also gave us face, otherwise it wouldn't have been so smooth. Let's get started. Shinjo stretched out his hand to signal, and Junichiro Ogawa played the black pieces first. Mr. Shin, to show my respect to you, you should point at the black piece first, Junichiro Ogawa said respectfully. Shinjo secretly said in his heart, old fox. Previously, Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria lost because they made the first move. Junichiro Ogawa obviously thought this was a trick and means of Shinjo. In fact, no matter who makes the move first, the final result is the same. However, Shinjo was impressed that Sanben Washiryu could think of this. Moreover, letting Shinjo make the first move had another benefit. Sanben Washiryu could make the first move and see Shinjo's intention. Don't underestimate it as just a chess piece. It is very important to masters. Chapter 169, Getting an Advantage and Still Acting Cute. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? If you do that, you might lose even more miserably than your 2 disciples, Shinjo said with a smile. If I lose more miserably than both of them, then I will not be qualified to be their teacher, replied Junichiro Ogawa. These words made Shinjo smile even more. If Junichiro Ogawa lost, he would naturally sever his master-disciple relationship with Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi. Then Shinjo will have the opportunity to accept a disciple. However, as a chess saint and the best chess player in the universe, it is impossible for him to actively ask for a disciple. Firstly, he had lost his status, and secondly, he never took the initiative to ask others to do things they didn't like to do. Well, since Mr. Shohei insists on doing this, I won't insist. After Shinjo said this, he made a move. Junichiro Ogawa placed a piece right next to the black piece. The 2 sides quickly played more than a dozen moves, and 2 minutes passed. The method used by Junichiro Ogawa was similar to the one Shinjo had used before, which was imitation and copying. Wherever you place your piece, I will place it in the corresponding position. Although this cannot guarantee victory, it can definitely guarantee victory and can also delay the battle for a longer time. Junichiro Ogawa acted like a rogue because he had no choice. I finally got the chance to play against Shinjo, so how could I not study Shinjo's moves carefully? Not to mention studying it thoroughly. Even if he studies it half thoroughly, Junichiro Ogawa's level will be raised to a higher level. Shinjo is like a huge treasure house, waiting for you to come with the key. Mr. Shoha is quite smart. He uses the copying method and the advantage of making the last move to delay me and buy more time. However, this trick works on others but is of no use to me. Mr. Shoha, watch out, I am going to win. Shinjo said again in a shocking way. The old men were bystanders and had no idea what the current situation was, so they naturally chose to believe what Shinjo said. Because all the boasts they made before have been fulfilled. But Junichiro Ogawa felt that Shinjo was bluffing. He dared to guarantee with his life that at this point in the game, the advantage was in his hands. How could Shinjo possibly win again? Bang! Shinjo wrote down the word directly, and the magical scene appeared again. The chess game that was originally corresponding to Junichiro Ogawa suddenly broke down, and the first move made by Shinjo and the current move formed an incredible parallel relationship. Only these two chess pieces are different. All of Shinjo's black pieces seem to have transformed into a giant dragon, opening its bloody mouth, ready to swallow all of Junichiro Ogawa's chess pieces at any time. This move came too fast and too fiercely, leaving no time for people to react. This is not playing chess, this is simply painting on the chessboard. Until the last stroke is made, you will never know what he is depicting. I lost. Mr. Shin is indeed the chess master. Junichiro Ogawa is convinced. Junichiro Ogawa stood up and bowed deeply. It had only been 3 minutes since Shinjo made his move, and he indeed could not hold out as long as his disciples. Shota Watanabe, Maria Koizumi, you two are no longer my disciples because I am not qualified to teach you. Junichiro Ogawa was a real man. He didn't need Shinjo to talk nonsense and just fulfilled the bet. Teacher. Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi immediately knelt on the ground, with tears in their eyes and thousands of words in their hearts, but they couldn't say them. They understood their master's character and his words. They were no longer in a master-disciple relationship. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he could not change anything. Mr. Sanben, I'm really sorry, I promised someone else, so I have to do this. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me at any time. Pa. Just as Junichiro Ogawa finished speaking, before anyone could react, 3 crisp sounds echoed in the room. Sanben Wushiroku's cheeks became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his eyes were bulging. These 3 slaps were merciless at all. Junichiro Ogawa, you are abominable. You even dare to hit me. I think you are really lawless. What does your bet with others have to do with me? Even if we have a grudge against each other, I, Sanben Washiryu, am not someone who is easy to deal with. Sanben Washiryu was extremely angry. He left in a hurry after saying some harsh words. He has learned a lesson this time. If he doesn't leave, Shinjo might play tricks on him again. Mr. Shin, your chess skills are unrivaled in ancient and modern times. I have a favor to ask of you. I wonder if Mr. Shin can agree to it. Junichiro Ogawa asked humbly. Just say it. Shinjo nodded. Mr. Shin, although I am not qualified to teach these 2 disciples, you can do it. Although Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria are not go geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years, they are definitely worthy of being called once in 100 years. I would like to ask Mr. Shin to continue to teach them and be their teacher so that their future will be brighter. If possible, Mr. Shin, please keep them by your side. I believe they will not refuse, even if it means helping the Chinese Go community. Junichiro Ogawa bowed deeply to Shinjo, his words full of pleading. Hearing this, Shinjo was overjoyed, but he still had to pretend. If I agree directly, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the status of the chess master? What are you 2 still doing standing there? Express your opinions quickly. Mr. Shinjo is the chess master who has come down to earth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you miss it, you will regret it. Junichiro Ogawa saw Shinjo's hesitation, glared at Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi, and said with a look of regret. Please ask Mr. Shin to be our teacher. We will work hard, follow the teacher, work hard for the teacher, and bring honor to the teacher. Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria said in unison. This makes it very difficult for me. 3 old men, you hold a very high position in my heart. Your words are very important to me. Should I accept this disciple or not? Shinjo pretended to be in a dilemma. This is also in line with the character of a chess master who hides in the market and does not seek fame or fortune. Mr. Shun, although I don't like Sanben Goroku, I still admire Junichiro Ogawa. Lu Tianming's previous defeat was indeed due to his inferior skills. He lowered his posture and allowed his two disciples to become your disciples. This is really for the good of the two disciples. Our celestial empire has been tolerant since ancient times. If their chess skills can catch Mr. Shin's eye, it may not be a bad thing. Xia's son persuaded.
Mr. Shin, I, Vol Zhao, also think that what you said makes sense. Accepting them as my disciples can also promote exchanges between the Go circles of our celestial empire and Japan. Masters always emerge through mutual communication and competition, rather than working behind closed doors. Doing so will only lead to being abandoned by the times. Old Master Zhao added more fuel. Shinjo was waiting for this step and turned his gaze back to Watanabe Shota and Koizumi Maria. Chapter 170. You don't deserve it. Please, Mr. Shin, accept us as your disciples. Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi were very good at taking advantage of every opportunity and directly knelt down on their knees to beg. Shinjo saw that he had almost finished pretending, so he nodded in a mature manner and said, "Since you want to learn the profoundness of Celestial Go, then I will uphold the inclusiveness and mission of celestial civilization and accept you as my disciples." "Thank you, teacher. My junior sister and I will go to the Japanese Go Association and submit our resignation report. I hope the teacher can give us a chance to join the Chinese Go Association and be eligible to participate in the World Go Championship. My junior sister and I swear to our teacher and several seniors that we will never betray the Chinese Go Association for any reason, and will never reveal any secrets about Chinese Go to the Japanese Go Association." Watanabe Shota spoke impassionedly. However, he was interrupted by Shinjo before he could finish his words. "That's not necessary. Although you are my apprentices now, you are still the pride of the Japanese Go Association. Teacher will never let you be labeled as traitors because of personal choices. You will still represent the Japanese Go community in this World Go Championship. Remember, you must not let down your guard. The teacher knows your strength and will be there to watch the game. If I find out that you deliberately let the Celestial Empire's national players win, I will immediately expel you from the sect. As for whether you want to stay in Japan to develop after the World Championships, or follow your teacher to the Celestial Empire for further studies, it depends on your own decision," Shinjo said righteously. Suddenly, everyone present showed admiration. Shinjo is a true gentleman. Of course, this is also an encouragement and confidence to the Chinese Go community. Thank you, teacher, for considering me and my junior sister. Watanabe Shota spoke again with respect on his face. I almost kowtowed to Shinjo 3 times. Maria Koizumi, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Shinjo with complicated eyes. This man is open and honest. He doesn't force others to do things they don't like. It really makes me feel safe. You can defeat him, but you have to rely on your real strength. If you dare to play any tricks on him, he will definitely use the same trick against you and beat you to pieces. Isoroku Sanben is a living example, but there must be someone like Isoroku Sanben to take the lead, otherwise Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Maria Koizumi, how could they have the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk with Shinjo? At this moment, the respect that these people have for Shinjo's character and chess skills has transcended the barriers between races. A person's strength is not one-sided, especially when he can influence the physical and mental health of others and change important decisions in their lives. He must have shining points in many areas. Well, Mr. Showa, after this competition, if you also want to come to China to study chess, I and the other old men would also fully support it. Okay, you have special identities, so go back early. It will not be good for us if we are photographed by those reporters with ulterior motives, Shinjo said with a smile. Well, we were negligent, Mr. Shinjo, several old men, and the outstanding national players of the Celestial Empire. Today, I, Junichiro Ogawa, have learned a lot. I have the deepest respect for you. See you on the court next time. After saying this, Junichiro Ogawa turned and left. Shota Watanabe and Maria Koizumi said hello to Shinjo again before leaving the hotel. Mr. Shin, you single-handedly turned the tide and saved the collapsing building. Li Chengqian admires you very much. Li Chengqian walked over and said from the bottom of his heart. She was holding a little boy in her left hand, probably the son she mentioned at the airport. Mr. Li, you're exaggerating. I just happened to learn a few tricks from you.
Shinjo said modestly. 3 black lines appeared on the foreheads of everyone present. This is a bit too modest. If Shinjo's level is just learning a few moves, then they are not even qualified to take the chess pieces. Mr. Shin has always been so low-key, otherwise other countries wouldn't be so enthusiastic about this World Go Championship. Anyway, this is the first day that our Celestial Empire team has arrived in Japan, and there are so many things worth being happy about. I suggest that we go to the restaurant downstairs for a meal to relax and communicate with each other. Zhao Daqian suggested excitedly. Everyone danced excitedly and shouted "Long live the vice president." The delegation was small in number, so a small number of people went downstairs first. Shinjo, Zheng Ting, and Li Chengxian, all with their children, fell behind. Shang Wanwaner, why are you here? Shouldn't you be cooperating with Brooks and Daniel in organizing the concert? Shinjo asked. Hearing this, Shang Wanwaner was a little flustered. How could she pass? How could she know? I just want to stay by Shinjo's side and see what he will do. Shang Wanwaner understood this as the strong curiosity that women are born with. In fact, it's not just curiosity. I can't get involved in such a professional matter. Didn't you say that the Japanese delegation would come to visit? I was just wondering if there was a hotspot, and I found it. I have recorded the entire process of you playing chess with the Japanese team just now. I will edit it and upload it to the Haitian platform later. Shang Wanwaner said hurriedly. Well, this is a good thing. Now the world's focus is on the Go competition. We must take advantage of this opportunity to vigorously promote the Haitian platform. Remember, video resources must be monopolized and must not be moved to other platforms. Shinjo nodded and replied. How can the hot topics created by the chairman by breaking the law himself be enjoyed by competitors? If this goes well, Haitian Live will develop to new heights. Because most of the people who play short videos and live broadcasts now are young people, and they are also the main force of consumption in emerging industries. However, people over 40 are not very enthusiastic about short videos and live broadcasts due to mental, physical, and family reasons. This Go competition can well make up for this shortcoming. Why do I say so? This has a lot to do with the mentality and preferences of young people and the elderly. Young people like excitement and adventure. They have plenty of time and youth, and can pursue many exciting things. Middle-aged and elderly people are different. They have entered the later stage of their life, have experienced many ups and downs, and are very calm. However, Go just resonates with them. The game between gentlemen and the battle without the smoke of gunpowder are extremely attractive to them. This can be seen in the park, where those playing Go are all middle-aged and elderly people over 40 years old. If Haitian Live wants to develop in all aspects and break the current bottleneck, it must adapt to the market and prescribe the right medicine. China has entered an aging stage, with middle-aged and elderly people over 40 years old accounting for more than 30%. Even if 1/3 of them download Haitian Live, that would be more than 100 million downloads. Even if we cut the inactive users by half, there will still be tens of millions of active users, which will greatly boost the development of Haitian Live. Chapter 171 Trouble at the Door. Chairman, don't worry. I know the importance of this matter. I have already planned the development direction of Haitian Live in the second half of the year. I will give more consideration to middle-aged and elderly people. I will need your help then. Shang Wanwana replied quickly. Yeah, no problem. Shinjo is still very confident in Shang Wanwaner's professionalism. With the even more professional Wang Tao, the development of Haitian Live is limitless. When the party started, everyone was very excited and vied to toast Shinjo. Several old men's cheeks were already red from drinking. Shinjo could drink a decent amount, but he was also a little dizzy. Shang Wanwana was like a personal secretary, constantly pouring wine and serving food to Shinjo, and her service was very thoughtful. Outside the hotel, a woman was watching all this angrily. Honey, that guy is in there. He made my son and I embarrassed on the plane today. You must avenge us. The Chinese woman said aggrievedly. Even shed a few tears. Xiaofeng, don't worry. This is Xi Jing. It's not his turn as a Chinese to show off his power. Taro Miyamoto said confidently. Taro Miyamoto is a top student who graduated from Shijing University. Due to his excellent academic performance, his alma mater funded him to study bioengineering at the American Polytechnic University. After several years of unremitting efforts, he finally obtained a doctorate degree in bioengineering.
After returning to Japan, he gave back to his alma mater and became a professor in the Department of Biological Research Engineering at Saikyo University, holding a very important position. Zhang Kaifeng noticed this and pursued Taro Miyamoto madly. At that time, Taro Miyamoto was devoted to biological research and had never tasted women. He was already in his 30s. Faced with the young and beautiful Zhang Kaifeng, he launched a crazy offensive and had no resistance at all, and the two of them got together. Her husband had a high status, a lot of money, and was extremely doting on Zhang Kaifeng. Over time, this made Zhang Kaifeng develop an arrogant and domineering personality, and she could not tolerate any grievances. "Husband, how are you going to deal with them?" Zhang Kaifeng asked hurriedly. "I have met the owner of Shijing Hotel several times and he respects me very much. As long as I say a word, these people will not be able to stay here," Taro Miyamoto said confidently. "Ha, look how happy they are now. I'll clear them out with their luggage soon, and then I'll show up in a high-profile manner and give them a good slap in the face. Especially that Shinjo, I want everyone to hate him. I want to let his companions know that the reason they are sleeping on the streets today is all because of Shinjo." After saying this, Zhang Kaifeng gave Taro Miyamoto a kiss. Although Shinjo was confused, he still successfully accepted the system reward. The detailed information of more than 100 contestants from 14 countries was all in his mind. There is an old saying in China that goes, "Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle." With this system reward, the World Championship is already halfway to success. "Shangguan Wanner, what are you standing there for? Pour the wine," Shinjo said excitedly. "Dad, stop drinking. You've already drunk a lot. Will you beat Aunt Shangguan at night if you drink too much?" Shen Meng said in a low voice. "If she doesn't listen, Daddy will of course spank her, and he will spank her on the butt," Shinjo replied with a smile. This was obviously a joke, but when Shangguan Wanner heard it, her face turned red. It is said that men become more open in that area after drinking, and Shangguan Wanner witnessed this today. But she was not afraid, instead she was a little excited. What does it feel like to be spanked by a man, and to do it willingly? Bite. Achievement achieved, favored by subordinates. System reward, unlimited cheat installation once. The system's cold voice came out, and Shinjo sobered up a lot. Unlimited cheats, this time the system reward made Shinjo a little confused. What is this for? Is it just for cheats? But Shinjo is already very awesome now, so he doesn't need to pretend anymore, right? System, what does this reward mean? Shinjo asked hurriedly. It literally means unlimited pretense. Haven't you read urban novels? The male protagonists in those novels love to pretend to be awesome. The system is quite satisfied with the host's performance in recent times, so it has formulated this reward. Make good use of it. This reward is very cool. After the system finished speaking, it no longer paid attention to Shinjo. Pretending to be awesome? I've always been a low-key dad. Shinjo shook his head and ignored him, continuing to toast with the old men. Shangguan Wanner, who was standing by, poured wine more diligently and frequently, hoping that Shinjo would drink a few more glasses, preferably the kind that would lead to sex after drinking. If a woman is completely conquered by another man, it doesn't matter what the man has done, whether he is a good or bad person, or whether they are married or have children. Maybe this is the power of love. Especially for a young girl like Shangguan Wanner, who has never been in love. Once love comes, her rationality will be shattered and she will be unable to fight back. This cannot be blamed on him, anyone would do the same. Shinjo's strength and double charm, plus his appearance that has charmed thousands of girls, who can resist this? Moreover, you can also experience the excitement of being a mother. It can be said that having a few little kids did not deduct points from Shinjo, but added points instead. Excuse me, gentlemen. The lobby manager of Shijing Hotel suddenly walked in and spoke softly. What's wrong, sir? Zhao Daqian asked with a flushed face. Although I drank a lot of wine, I still remembered that when I stepped out of the country, I represented the powerful motherland and I must not lose face, so I was very polite when speaking. After checking with the front desk, we found that there is a problem with your visa. Sorry, you can no longer stay at Shijing Hotel. Gentlemen and ladies, please give us half an hour to pack your luggage, otherwise we will call the relevant department to come over. The front desk manager said seriously. What? There's a problem with the visa. How is that possible? We are participants in the World Go Championship. The visas are issued by the government. There's no way there could be a problem.
Sir, please check again. There may be any misunderstanding here. Zhao Daqian was half sober, but still very rational and spoke very gentlemanly. Sir, we have checked many times and there is indeed a problem. By the way, I would like to remind you gentlemen and ladies that not only the Shijing Hotel cannot accommodate you, you are not eligible to stay in any hotel, guest house, or registered with the relevant department. The manager said indifferently. What? What's going on? How could there be a problem with our visas? If we're not allowed to stay in a hotel, where can we stay? We're helpless in Japan. Calm down. We are here to win glory for our country. The country has already taken care of all our affairs. If I am not mistaken, someone must have been playing tricks on us. That is why these guys are picking on us. Think carefully, have you offended the locals since coming to Japan? Mr. Xie was calm and quickly analyzed the problem. Chapter 172. It's her? Lu Ziren, Li Yunbing, Lu Tianming, and others shook their heads. They had always kept Mr. Zhao's instructions in mind and had not left the hotel after getting off the plane. How could they possibly offend the locals? Moreover, the person who can control the Shijing Hotel is definitely not an ordinary Japanese. At the very least, he must be a powerful figure in Shijing. Then it seems that we have guessed who it is, Sanben Wushiliu, this petty-minded and vindictive guy. He was insulted by Mr. Shen before and he will definitely not let it go. Only he can come up with such a despicable method. Grandpa Xie said seriously. That makes sense. It must be that damned guy. If I had known this would happen, I would have scolded him a few more times. If he couldn't do it openly, he would try to play dirty tricks on us. Damn it, this is Japan, Sanben Wushiroku's home turf, and this matter cannot cause trouble to the country. There is really no other way. We have to sleep on the streets these days. Let's endure a little hardship. After the competition is over, we will finally have our reward. Grandpa Wang shook his head and said. It's okay, Vice President Wang. We are not such pampered people. If we can't stay in a hotel, we can just stay on the street. Anyway, we are determined to win the championship this time. Lu Ziren said seriously. Shinzhou heard everything everyone said clearly. Naturally, he suspected that it was Sanben Wuliu, because the method was too similar to his own. Okay, in that case, let's go back to the room and pack our luggage. Mr. Zhao said helplessly. Wait, old man, they are clearly bullying us. It is only natural for us to pay for accommodation in the hotel. All the procedures were handled after coordination between the top leaders of the two countries. How could there be a problem in less than a day? There must be something fishy here. Mr. Manager, please call your boss over. We need to ask him face to face what went wrong with the visa. Li Chengqian asked. He also graduated from a prestigious university and has a broad vision. A few years ago, he was sent to Japan by his motherland to handle relevant issues between the two countries. He was so familiar with the visa application process, how could there be any problem? Someone must be behind it. The most likely scenario is that he used his status and position to pressure the owner of Shijing Hotel. Only by finding the culprit can this crisis be resolved. I'm so sorry, sir. Our boss is very busy and rarely comes to the hotel. Everything here is left to me to take care of. I would like to advise you gentlemen that our hotel has a bottom line. Even if you are here for important tasks or even if you have a high status, we treat you all equally. If you can stay here, you can stay here. If you can't, you can't. There is no room for negotiation on this point. I have said everything I need to say. More than 10 minutes have passed. I hope everyone will take care of themselves. The manager left after saying this. Shinzhou, who had been sitting there without saying anything, suddenly stood up, grabbed the manager's arm, and said, You are all old foxes, what are you trying to do with me? Does a lobby manager have such power? All this is an order from your boss, right? Since you came here for us, you must have the courage to show up, right? You must feel a little regretful for taking revenge in this way, right? I don't know what you are talking about. I just strictly followed the hotel's regulations and the reports from the relevant departments. There is no personal emotion or grudge involved here. I hope you gentlemen can face up to the mistakes you and the country have made. The lobby manager said unyieldingly. Oh, honey, are the manager and the guests arguing? We haven't seen any fun in a while, shall we watch for a while? A very mean but excited voice came from outside the box.
Shinjo felt that the voice was very familiar and suddenly thought of someone. He didn't expect it to be her, and it should indeed be her. Shinjo had said so many harsh words on the plane and had already been in Japan for a day. If he did not take any action, he would be unworthy of his identity as a traitor. Listen to your wife, you can watch it however you want. Or we can move a chair and sit at the door to watch. My husband has a good relationship with the owner of Shijing Hotel, so I don't think he will control us. Taro Miyamoto echoed. The couple sang in unison, clearly telling Shinjo and everyone present that it was their mother who was responsible, and she came to add insult to injury. What can you do? If you have a way, you can go, but if you don't, you will die. After all, this is Japan. There is nothing for you to do here. We still have more than 10 minutes. You can't chase us away before the time is up. Of course, we won't make things difficult for you if the time is up, Shinjo said to the lobby manager. He was just following orders, and he also felt that the reason for driving the guests away this time was not sufficient, so he followed Shinjo's advice and retreated to the door. From what you said, it seems like you are in trouble and can no longer stay at the Shijing Hotel. That shouldn't be the case. Shijing Hotel is the benchmark of the industry in Japan. They won't easily drive away guests unless you do something stupid and harmful. If that's the case, then as a Japanese I have to advise you to make preparations early. The Shijing Hotel won't accept you, and you can't stay in other hotels or even the hotel in front of the station either. Zhang Kaifeng began to mock more and more. Now everyone knew who was causing the trouble. After all, they had all seen the scene on the plane with their own eyes. Damn it, are you still a Chinese? How dare you do such a thing to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Lu Xiren said angrily. This kind of person is really disgusting. He doesn't even recognize his ancestors. Li Yunbing's words were brief and concise. She was in a very bad mood at the moment. As they were all women, Zhang Caifeng's incident had lowered the self-esteem of all women. I am no longer from China. I immigrated to Japan many years ago. You people who came to the big city from backward places don't know manners and rules. It's normal for you to make mistakes. But your unrepentant face is really annoying. I think you don't have the time to argue with me. You should think carefully about where to stay tonight, Feng Jie said arrogantly. The smug look on her face was clearly revealed. The angrier Shinjo and the others were, and the more they scolded her, the worse the situation was, and the uncomfortable she felt, and naturally the happier she would be. Wife, since these people were once your compatriots, your husband does have some objections. Don't we have a super luxurious dog kennel at home? It can accommodate more than a dozen people without any problem. Why don't we help them solve their urgent needs first? Taro Miyamoto said with pretended kindness. These words were said in Chinese, but Taro Miyamoto's Chinese was very poor, and coupled with the deliberate sarcasm, these words sounded extremely uncomfortable. Husband, your idea is good, but these people just drank. What if they cause trouble after drinking? Japan is a society ruled by law. I can't just watch these former compatriots being taken away by the relevant departments, Zhang Kaifeng said with embarrassment. Chapter 173, Meaningless. The first thing she said was a backward civilization, the second thing she said was a lack of morals. In her heart, her former motherland was so despicable. However, the Japan she boasted about was a country that could easily use flimsy excuses to drive away guests from afar. This is really a sharp contrast. It's true that there are traitors in all kinds of places. Let me tell you, if you insult us, we can even sleep on the streets to avoid causing trouble for the country, because we are here to win honor for the country, not to argue with you. But you open your mouth and say we are backward and immoral. This is not right. Shinjo warned carefully. People who are familiar with Shinjo know that he is usually smiling and can keep his emotions under control even when he encounters big troubles. But today, Shinjo's anger is visible to the naked eye. Chairman, please calm down. After all, this is a foreign country. It's better for us not to cause trouble, Shang Wanwaner hurriedly persuaded. Shinjo ignored him and secretly communicated with the system. System, I want to activate the wireless plug-in to slap this traitor in the face. Is there anything worth noting about this plug-in? In theory, as long as no sensitive parts are involved, all speeds can be met. Of course, there is a limit on the amount of money spent on this installation, the system replied coldly. How many? Shinjo asked hurriedly. 1 trillion. What? 1 trillion?
Is it the celestial currency? Not the Japanese currency?
Shinjo was shocked and asked excitedly. I originally thought that this amount was about the same as my current assets, but I didn't expect it to be more than the annual GDP of 80% of the countries in the world.
How could Shinjo not be excited?
Of course, he still remained rational.
If it was the Chinese currency, this bee would be able to hold a huge amount of it. But if it was the Japanese currency, it would be a different story. The host is from China. The system remembers this clearly. Please do not question the professionalism of the system.
There was a hint of anger in the system's voice, but Shinjo couldn't hate it at all. He was even so happy that he wanted to jump for joy. While Shinjo was communicating with the system, Zhang Kaifeng and Miyamoto Taro bombarded the old men in Chinese and Japanese. Mr. Zhao was the oldest and had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, so he almost fainted.
Shang Wanwaner and Zhang Ting were so angry that they clenched their hands.
If it was a fight between women, they would be sure of winning, but the problem was not that simple.
Taro Miyamoto was still standing nearby.
He had great power in Shijing, and even the owner of the Shijing Hotel had to give him face. If they spoke again, it would easily make things worse. The two women hated each other, but reason overcame their anger.
Ha, we've almost watched this free show, it's time to end it, traitor. I know what you mean. Aren't you just going to kick us out and make us sleep on the streets so that you can laugh at us? Shinjo said in standard Japanese.
Zhang Kaifeng was startled when these words were spoken, but she quickly reacted. Japan is such a powerful country, its economic development ranks among the top 3 in the world, and its per capita GDP is incomparable to that of China.
Shinjo knows Japanese because he wants to make some money by taking advantage of Japan's strong economy. This is very normal and has nothing to do with his academic qualifications and personal abilities. What do you mean? Are you going to apologize to me?
Shinjo, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You're a superstar, but you have to mess with me. Now you know how powerful I am, but it's too late. I can't bear to let you sleep on the streets, Shinjo. Just kneel down in front of me and say 3 words that you are wrong. Maybe my husband can negotiate with the owner of Shijing Hotel and let you stay for a few more days. Zhang Kaifeng raised her proud head and said bluntly.
And it was spoken in standard Chinese so that everyone present could hear it.
You, traitor, you've gone too far. It was you who was being unreasonable and asking for expensive pills. The chairman didn't agree, so you went even further and challenged the chairman's bottom line. That's how you brought shame upon yourself. It's all your fault. Why do you impose this mistake on others? Do you still have any conscience? Are you still a human being?
Shang Wanwaner said bluntly.
He brought out the same momentum that he had used to confront Shinjo at the chess academy that day.
Oh, you little vixen, you're standing up for your boss.
Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see if you have the ability to do that?
Bitch, I'm telling you, apologize immediately while I'm not angry.
Otherwise, be careful when you walk on the road at night, or you might get killed in a foreign country.
Zhang Kaifeng threatened viciously. Bang! Shinjo stepped forward and slapped Zhang Kaifeng in the face.
With the invincible plug-in, Shinjo naturally had the confidence, and Zhang Kaifeng was the one who threw a tantrum first, so Shinjo was justified in teaching her a lesson, and he did not feel any guilt at all. They are just a bunch of ordinary people.
Do they dare to show off in front of Shinjo?
You actually dared to hit me, my husband. He is too rude and too barbaric. You have to vent my anger for me, or I will not live anymore. Zhang Kaifeng covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face. She really didn't expect Shinjo to dare to attack in public.
He thought this was the Celestial Empire?
That backward and chaotic country.
Bang!
Shinjo didn't care and slapped him again. Now Zhang Kaifeng's face, which was originally swollen on one side, became symmetrical, and she looked like a big baked bun. Taro Miyamoto, who was standing next to him, watched all this and was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was determined to seek justice for his wife. But he is just an intellectual and has no advantage over a young man like Shinjo. In addition, Shinjo's body had undergone systematic transformation, so dozens of sturdy men who had received professional training were unable to do anything to him.
Bang!
Treating a man like Shinjo was certainly not as simple as slapping him. He simply kicked him, hitting Miyamoto Taro in the lower abdomen.
He cried out and fell to the ground. How rude! You are so rude. What are you looking at, lobby manager?
Hurry up and call the security guard to come and arrest these guys for me,
Taro Miyamoto said angrily.
young man, I advise you not to help the evildoers.
I have already bought this hotel. If you don't believe me, call your boss.
The tables, chairs, beds, sheets, and even every security guard in this hotel must listen to me, not this couple, Shinjo said with confidence. This kind of domineering posture didn't seem to be bluffing at all, even though the lobby manager kept reminding himself that it was fake. But he still took out his cell phone and called his boss.
You little brat, did you run away from a mental hospital?
This is the Shijing Hotel, a 5-star hotel certified by an authoritative organization.
Do you know what it represents? Do you know its current market value? Did you buy it? I am really amused by your ignorance. Taro Miyamoto laughed, trying to hold back the pain in his lower abdomen. Chapter 174 Husband, My Face Hurts.
Now he has basically determined that Shinjo is just a simple-minded, strong-limbed young man, and it will only take him a few minutes to deal with him on his own territory.
That's right.
You're not ashamed to say that.
You're such a superstar, but you're so shameless.
Zhang Saifeng's swollen face was already painful, and it hurt even more when she smiled. Even Mr. Zhao and the other two, who had sobered up, felt that Shinjo was bragging a little too much. Not to mention in Japan, even in China, it is very difficult to buy a top hotel in a city, and it requires a lot of cumbersome procedures. Although they believed that Shinjo had the financial resources, he did not have the actual strength.
Dad, since this hotel belongs to us, whoever we don't want to come can't come?
Shen Mang trusted his dad as always and said in a baby voice. Of course, and this is our own hotel.
You can stay as long as you want. No one else can interfere.
Shinjo replied, touching Shen Mang's little head lovingly.
Wow, that's great, Dad. There are so many rooms in this hotel.
Mang can set an alarm and sleep in one room for an hour. I wonder how long it will take to sleep in all the rooms,
Shen Mang said innocently. The dad and the cute baby were chatting with each other, and time passed quickly.
A middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly appeared at the door. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit and tie. He was obviously a man of status and position.
Boss, you're really here?
The lobby manager greeted him hurriedly, his face full of shock.
He was completely intimidated by Shinjo's aura when he made the call just now.
The moment he hung up the phone, he regretted it, thinking about how his boss would blame him or even fire him. Well, you did a great job on this matter. You have recovered a lot of losses for our Shijing Hotel. Don't worry, after the new owner takes over the hotel, I will strongly recommend you and let you stay in this position, Ito Shota, the owner of Shijing Hotel, said seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was confused. What loss did Shijing Hotel suffer?
Who was the new owner? And it also requires the famous Shota Ito to speak servilely and flatteringly. This is very unscientific. You know, the name Ito Shota represents wealth and strength in Japan.
He has been on the Forbes list several times. When he was planning to build the Shijing Hotel, he spent 500 billion, which was simply the envy of others. In fact, the reason why Taro Miyamoto is so respected by others in Saikyo is largely because of his good relationship with Shota Ito. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Otherwise, what kind of trouble can an intellectual with no power and no money stir up?
Boss, did I hear you correctly just now? When is the owner of Shijing Hotel going to be changed?
The lobby manager said with a confused look on his face. Actually, I have had this idea for a long time. I have just confirmed the buyer. I will explain it to you in detail later.
Don't delay me from welcoming our distinguished guests, Ito Shota said humbly. The lobby manager quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of Ito Shota. Excuse me, who are you, Mr. Shinjo? Honorable Mr. Shinjo, where are you? Ito Shota asked respectfully. It's me. Ito Shota spoke Japanese, so many people didn't understand him.
However, Taro Miyamoto, Zhang Kaifeng, and the lobby manager heard it clearly, and their jaws dropped to the ground. It felt like this world was no longer real. Shijing Hotel was really going to be sold, and the buyer was none other than Shinjo, the man they had humiliated so much and even wanted to kick out of Shijing Hotel? This is too dramatic. Even novels don't dare to write like this. It's you, how could it be you, aren't you just a star? How could you have so much money? I must have been dreaming. Husband, pinch me.
Zhang Kaifeng said angrily. She couldn't believe it was true. Bang!
Taro Miyamoto was no less shocked than his wife, and he slapped her in the face. Her already swollen cheek became even more swollen now.
It hurt.
She felt a piercing pain. This was real, not a dream.
Lobby manager, go do what you should do. Shinjo immediately ordered in a bossy tone.
The lobby manager had just recovered from his shock, nodded mechanically, and left this dream-filled place. Shinjo's purpose in buying Shijing Hotel was simple, which was to show off, so he had no intention of changing the hotel's original business model, let alone touching the old employees. As for how much assets this hotel will bring to Shinjo every year, he really hasn't thought about it carefully.
Anyway, it's all the system's money, so it doesn't matter. Mr. Ito Shota, are you ready for the contract? Let's hurry up and sign it.
Shinjo said in a loud voice. Ito Shota was so excited that he held the contract in both hands and willingly served as a bookshelf for Shinjo.
The latter did not pretend and quickly wrote his name on it. From then on, Shijing Hotel became Shinjo's private property. Mr. Ito Shota, I heard that these two are your friends? They actually framed us for having visa problems and even forced us to sleep on the street. We can tolerate all this.
After all, we are new to your precious place and don't want to cause trouble.
But these two guys are so arrogant and insult my motherland and people. I can't tolerate this. According to Japanese law, how should those who frame others and cause serious consequences be dealt with?
Shinjo asked with a smile.
You will go to jail, Mr. Shinjo.
Don't worry, this matter is directly related to me.
I will definitely clean up my mess, and something like this will never happen again. Ito Shota replied solemnly. Mr. Ito Shota, we were wrong. Please let us go. Besides, you are the head of the Ito Shota family. How could you be afraid of this brat from the Celestial Empire? This is not your character or your style.
Taro Miyamoto crawled to Ito Shota, hugged his legs tightly, and said with snot and tears.
He has been embarrassed enough today. If he is imprisoned again, his life will be ruined. What is the most important thing for a professor? Of course, reputation.
With a stain on his life, no school would dare to hire him, no matter how talented he is.
Taro Miyamoto, how dare you say such things? If it weren't for the crappy biological medicine you gave me, would my family be in such a big crisis? And why would I sell the Shijing Hotel that I founded with my own hands? Ito Shota said angrily.
Then he kicked Taro Miyamoto to the ground, but he still didn't feel satisfied, so he slapped him on the head. It took a full 5 minutes before he calmed down a little.
Chapter 175. So that's it.
There's nothing wrong with my biological medicine, Mr. Taro Miyamoto.
Ito Shota defended himself forcefully. Bullshit, you liar. Your biological medicine has not undergone formal clinical trials. My father's condition did improve at first, but then it got worse. My father passed away a week ago because of your biological medicine.
Otherwise, how could my family be in such a big crisis, and why would I sell the Shijing Hotel? Taro Miyamoto became more and more angry as he spoke. How much I believed in Taro Miyamoto in the past, how much I hate him now.
An hour later, personnel from relevant departments arrived at the scene.
This farce of trying to be cool but getting criticized finally came to an end. You don't want to be a good Chinese citizen, but instead you become a traitor.
You will spend the rest of your life in the foreign prison that you are so proud of. Shinjo said bluntly.
There is no such thing as sympathy or tenderness for a woman like Zhang Kaifeng.
Dad is so awesome. He chased the bad guys away. It's such a big hotel. We can stay wherever we want. Shen Meng said happily.
Mr. Zhao and the other two looked at Shinjo with admiration and surprise. They have seen people who pretend to be cool and then get slapped in the face, but they have never seen anyone get slapped in the face so happily. Zhang Ting and Shang Wanwaner both showed strange looks in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it, since Shinjo was so charming and also helped everyone out of the predicament. Now that they have a place to stay in a foreign country, there will no longer be any visa problems and no one can force them to move out of the Shijing Hotel.
Okay, everyone should go to bed early. The World Go Championship will be held in 3 days.
As the saying goes, a sharp sword before a battle is better than a sharp sword.
Don't let your guard down because of Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Maria Koizumi.
Shinjo said seriously. Several old men all nodded, and many national players also showed respect, making it seem that Mr. Zhao and Li Chengqian were a little redundant. One of them was the team leader, and the other was the Japanese receptionist, both of whom were directly sidelined by Shinjo. But this kind of overhead feels really sour. Bite. Shijing International Hotel is now yours. Are you really going to leave it alone? The system asked coldly. How can I manage it? Japan is far away from the Celestial Empire, and there is no one I can trust. Wouldn't it be fine for them to develop according to their own model and I just sit back and wait to collect the money? Shinjo said as a matter of course. I'm really impressed by your vision. The system has been parasitic in the host's body for such a long time, why hasn't the host figured it out yet? The Celestial Empire is indeed vast, with vast fertile land and a large population, but one day, it will no longer be able to meet the needs of the host's children. We will take advantage of the Shijing International Hotel to develop overseas business, with Shijing International Hotel as the center, and expand to all directions. We will first dominate Japan in business, and then conquer Europe and the United States, using the power of finance. Listening to the system's plan, Shinjo was terrified and quickly called a halt. He is just a dad, how did he become a financial tycoon? This system is too deceptive, isn't it? Stop, stop, stop. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. If you make me a global financial tycoon, how will I have time to spend with my little cuties? Let's talk about this later. I'm not in the mood for it right now. Okay, it's indeed too early now, but the host must also do his best to develop Shijing Hotel. Children will grow up eventually. When they grow up, do they still need to stay by your side? Do you still need to take care of them meticulously? That will not be good for them, but will harm them instead. The system replied coldly. That makes sense, but they are still young now and still need me as their nanny to take care of them. As for the matter of Shijing Hotel, I will get to work on it. Shinjo nodded to indicate his agreement. However, he has too few catering talents, and the only one who can take on the responsibility is Ito Shota. But why should Ito Shota help him? Why should he trust the other party? Big head. Shinjo simply shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Dang dang dang. Chairman, I'm Shangwan Wanner. I've edited the video material. I hope you can take a look at it. If there's no problem, I'll upload it to the Haitian client. Shangwan Wanner's clear voice sounded outside the door. Oh, Dad, it's so late and I'm so sleepy. Shen Meng rubbed his dry eyes and said. Then Daddy will send you to Aunt Zhang's place so that you can sleep with Tao Tao, okay? Daddy is also a leader. Although he is a hands-off boss, some things still need Daddy's personal review. Baby, be good. Wait until Daddy is done with his work before I coax you, okay? Shinjo dotingly scratched Shen Mang's little nose and said in a voice that was gentle to the bone. Shen Mang was very obedient. At this moment, she was even more immersed in her father's gentle arms, nodding her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Shangwan Wanner, please come in first. Shinjo said. Click. Shangwan Wanner pushed the door open and walked in, but Shinjo picked up Shen Mang and was about to go out. What's wrong with the chairman? Shangwan Wanner asked hurriedly. The child has been running around all day and is very sleepy. The two of us are discussing work, and he can't sleep well. I have to send him to Aunt Zhang. Shinjo told the truth. I see. Sister Tingting is probably resting now. It would be a shame to disturb her. Chairman, let me try. I'll coax Mang Mang to sleep first, and then we'll discuss work matters. Shangwan Wanner volunteered. Are you sure you want to coax Mang Mang to sleep? Shinjo asked word by word. Isn't it just to coax a child to sleep? Chairman, what's wrong with you? Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Even though I've never given birth to a child, I can tell a lot of stories. Shangwan Wanner looked confident. Okay, since you are so confident, then give it a try. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. After Shinjo finished speaking, he handed the confused Shen Mang to Shangwan Wanner's arms. Then he went to the next room, which made Shangwan Wanner feel a little confused. What does the chairman mean? Isn't it just to coax the child to sleep? Why does it feel like facing a great enemy, and what is he doing in other rooms? Before Shangwan Wanner could figure it out, Shen Mang in her arms suddenly opened his eyes wide. She said in a baby voice, Auntie Shangwan, I want to touch the little bear. I can't sleep without touching the little bear. Crack.
Shangwan Wanner was struck by a bolt from the blue. She finally understood why Shinjo was so hesitant when he spoke just now.
He was hinting at something.
Why send Shin Mang to Zhang Ting?
Because the latter can meet Mang Mang's needs, and one is just enough for each of the two children.
But unexpectedly, Shangwan Wanner volunteered and actually stirred up a hornet's nest. What now? Chapter 176 Aunt Shangwan's Little Bear. Shangwan Wanner felt embarrassed when she told Shinjo that she couldn't handle it.
She is also a competitive woman, and she has everything that Zhang Ting has. Even though she is a little smaller, she is very fresh.
How about listening to a story? Shangwan has always had a lot of stories.
Shangwan Wanner would not get over the hurdle in her heart so easily, and she spoke hesitantly. It was neither right nor wrong to agree, which made Mang Mang stare with tears in her eyes, staring at Shangwan Wanner's little bear. It feels like he wants to take action, but he doesn't have the owner's permission, which he thinks is very rude. Dad, Mommy has taught him that boys should be gentlemanly.
Auntie Shangwan, don't you have a little bear?
No, Mang Mang clearly touched it last time. Every time I go to bed at home, I have to touch my mother's little bear, otherwise I can't fall asleep. Although Aunt Shang's little bear feels a little worse than Mom's, it can still make Mang Mang fall asleep.
Aunt Shangwan, if you don't let Mang Mang touch your little bear, then you can send me to Aunt Zhang. Shin Mang pouted and said in a baby voice.
Girls all like to compare with each other, especially those like Shangwan Wanner. All the conditions are very good, so he is destined to be arrogant and has a character that refuses to admit defeat. Before she met Shinjo, she had never submitted to anyone. Shen Mang's words clearly meant that Shangwan Wanner's little bear was not as good as Zhang Ting's, and even worse than Su Qingyan's.
Snort. Not necessarily. Man Mang, who said Aunt Shangwan's little bear is in bad condition? Come and touch it. Shangwan Wanner straightened the little bear and said angrily.
Great, great, I can finally touch the little bear. Shen Mang clapped his hands excitedly, then reached out very skillfully, pinched the little hand dishonestly, and showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Shangwan Wanner was embarrassed, as she didn't expect that the one who destroyed her golden body was not Shinjo, but his son.
Mang Mang, how does it feel? Shangwan Wanner shook her head and asked impatiently.
It feels great, Aunt Shangwan.
Shen Mang blinked his big eyes with satisfaction and said in a baby voice.
A 3-year-old child knows how to flatter.
What a clever little kid.
He is worthy of being Shinjo's son. Shangwan Wanner gently stretched out her hand and touched Shen Mang's hair, swaying her body gently. Not long after, Shen Mang closed his big eyes and snored softly.
Shangwan Wanner let out a long sigh and prepared to put Shen Mang on the bed, and then went to discuss work with Shinjo.
But as soon as he stood up, Shen Mang's palm tightly grasped the little bear, causing Shangwan Wanner to almost cry out in pain.
This naughty child was so territorial even when he was asleep. You look like a bear compared to your father.
Shangwan Wanner rolled her eyes a few times, but did not force Shen Mang to lie on the bed, and waited for about an hour. Shen Mang finally fell asleep, and his hand slipped out of Shangwan Wanner's clothes.
What a difficult little fellow. After Shangwan Wanner said this, she put Shen Mang on the bed, tidied her clothes, and then went to Shinjo's room. Shangwan Wanner, why is your face red?
Shinjo asked with a smile. He seemed to like seeing Shangwan Wanner, the proud little swan, being so arrogant, which made him feel very enjoyable.
You ask even though you already know the answer. Shangwan Wanner snorted coldly. I told you my son is hard to appease, but you didn't believe it.
Now, his golden body has been broken by a little kid.
But you don't suffer any loss, because my son is a little prodigy.
Shinjo teased, like a frivolous old father.
Ahem, boss, are you ready to listen to the work report? It's almost 9 o'clock in the evening, which is the prime time for posting short videos.
If the traffic can't be increased at this time, then a whole day will be wasted, which will not be of any benefit to our work.
Shangwan Wanner said hurriedly.
9 o'clock in the evening is the time when everyone finishes a day's hard work, eats dinner, and lies in bed to relax. In the 1980s, people read newspapers. In the 1990s, they read picture books. After entering the 21st century, television has become the main means of entertainment for the public. As we entered the second decade of the 21st century, the self-media industry emerged as a new force, and short videos became a necessary means to help people relieve stress and pass the time.
Let me see the video you edited. Shinjo turned and said seriously. Shangwan Wanner is indeed very professional.
She edited the entire process of Shinjo's chess game with Watanabe Shota, Kozumi Maria, and Ogawa Junichiro into 10 videos. Each video is about 1 minute long, and when losing weight, you know how to avoid the heavy parts. Shinjo turned the tide and his superb chess skills were fully demonstrated in the short video. The plot of the Celestial Empire being insulted by other countries and having to save the country from collapse by trying hard to save the collapsing building is also perfectly portrayed. If Yamamoto Isoroku was not made to kneel down and Junichiro Ogawa slapped him 3 times, it would be easy to incite national sentiment, and Shinjo might be called in for questioning by the relevant departments. Well, you have linked Go and patriotism together, and you have struck just the right balance. It can not only inspire people's enthusiasm for watching Go, but also play a good educational role.
Shangwon Wanner has done a good job. Shinjo nodded and gave great affirmation.
Thank you, Chairman, for the compliment. Shangwon Wanner felt a little proud and felt it was a great honor to be praised by this man. If it were any other man, he would not be so excited.
So, Chairman, are you going to use your account to send these videos, or apply for a new account? Shangwon Wanner asked. Apply for one. My account currently only updates information about music, and my fans tend to be younger.
Shinjo said after thinking for a while.
Shangwon Wanner nodded, but there was a hint of dejection on her face.
Shinjo observed this carefully.
How could he not know what Shangwon Wanner was thinking? Don't get me wrong. I asked you to apply for a new account not because I don't trust you.
On the contrary, you should still operate this new account because your account has a lot of followers, but it has the same problem as mine. The fans tend to be younger, which doesn't quite fit in with our work plan for the second half of the year. Don't forget that the purpose of launching Go is to allow more middle-aged and elderly people to join the self-media industry, Shinjo explained.
I understand, boss. I don't have those thoughts. As your employee, I naturally have to obey your arrangements. You think you are too suspicious. Shangwon Wanner said with a smile.
But it seems like the more you smear it, the worse it gets. Shinjo did not say anything, but just looked at the information of national players from various countries displayed in his mind. Shangwon Wanner also quickly applied for a new account, uploaded the video, paid for it out of her own pocket to make it popular, and then started posting it on WeChat Moments. The main purpose is to call on relatives and friends, grandparents to come and watch, like and comment.
Chapter 177. This grandpa is a bit of a trick to his granddaughter. The Shangwon family is indeed the backbone of the Chinese Go world. In just half an hour, the video has reached millions of views. An account with 0 followers suddenly had hundreds of thousands of followers. This was not the most important thing. The mysterious President Shangwon actually called. Wanner, the young man playing chess in the video is your boss?
Although Shangwon Chankong hadn't seen his granddaughter for a long time, he didn't say a word of concern when he called her, but went straight to the point. It can be seen that the old man is also a decisive and unpretentious person, and he is indeed very strict in educating Shangwon Wanner.
Oh, is there anyone like you? You called your granddaughter whom you haven't seen for a month, and didn't even say a word of concern, but directly asked about her boss? Shangwon Wanner complained with a pout. First, Grandpa Xiao was taken away, then Grandpa Wang, and then Grandpa Xiao. Now, it seems that his biological grandfather is on Shinjo's side. Shangwon Wanner feels very bitter. Ahem, let's get down to business first. Where did that young man come from? How could the boss of a media company have such a high level of chess skills that can be compared to a saint descending from the heavens?
Shangwon Chankong coughed twice awkwardly, but the topic remained unchanged.
Shangwon Wanner knew her grandfather's character very well, so she didn't delve into it.
She nodded and answered truthfully, yes, although the chairman is comparable to a chess master, he is a very low-key person.
I only found out about this a few days ago. A strange man, Wanner, bring him home after you return home. Grandpa wants to have a personal consultation with him. Shangwon Chankong said excitedly. But Grandpa, the chairman is very busy every day. Asking him to go to Kyoto might be. Shangwon Wanner was in a dilemma. Wanner, you are still a girl in your 20s, and you can't even handle such a small thing? Do you need others to teach you? Shangwon Chankong said with regret.
Anyone who is not a fool can understand the implicit meaning of these words. The grandfather personally taught his granddaughter to use the beauty trap, and it was for a married man.
If this gets out, how will Shangwon Wanner face herself? Hey, Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?
He is a married man with 5 lovely children.
Mang is the genius prodigy Grandpa Xia adopted.
His level is much higher than that of the national players.
Shang Wanwaner said hurriedly.
Originally, the purpose of saying this was to make Shangguan Shankong give up this idea, but unexpectedly, the old man became even more excited after hearing this.
What? You have a son who is a genius prodigy, and he is representing the Chinese Go community in this World Go Championship? I am telling you this very seriously. You must bring him to Kyoto after you return home.
If you cannot complete this task, Grandpa will not help you with that matter.
Shangguan Shankong said. Grandpa, is there anyone like you? Grandpa, please don't hang up on him. Shangguan Wanner was anxious and spoke much louder.
He interrupted Shinzhou, who was looking up information, and immediately gave him an unhappy look.
Shangguan Wanner, didn't anyone tell you that you should speak quietly when your leader is thinking about a problem? Shangguan Wanner pouted, feeling miserable but unable to express herself.
Grandpa usually likes her the most, but he didn't expect that when it comes to matters involving Shinzhou and Mang, he would actually use his granddaughter's grudge to threaten her.
What is even more pitiful is that Shangguan Wanner couldn't refuse. He could only hold back his grievances, glanced at Shinzhou weakly, and then said, Chairman, the video has been out for half an hour, and the response has been very good. Now the number of likes has exceeded 1 million, and the new account has also gained hundreds of thousands of fans. Well, you know my grandfather, he is the president of the Go Association. He has made many contributions to the good statistics. Chairman, can I discuss something with you? No.
Shinzhou shook his head and refused. He knew exactly what was being discussed. The only thing he could do was to visit the mysterious President Shangguan of the Go Association after returning to China, but how could Shinzhou have the time? This is the first time since I became a dad that I have been away from Shanghai for such a long time.
After I return, I will go to Kyoto again. Will the children agree? Will Su Qingyan agree?
Even if they would agree, Shinzhou would not agree. Chairman, although there are rumors that my grandfather has a weird temper and is mysterious, in fact, my grandfather is very kind and amiable, and he is very good to the younger generation. Don't feel any psychological pressure, just treat them like you would treat Grandpa Xie and the others.
Shangguan Wanner continued to persuade him with both reason and emotion.
But Shinzhou remained unmoved.
Shangguan Wanner, it's getting late. You should go back and have some rest. Keep an eye on the concert these days.
By the way, post more videos using my account.
Shinzhou ordered her to leave.
All right. Shangguan Wanner also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so she left the room feeling aggrieved. As luck would have it, when passing by Shin Mang, the little guy suddenly woke up and started crying.
What's wrong with Mang? Don't be afraid, Mang. Aunt Shangguan is here. Did you have a nightmare? Shangguan Wanner hurriedly picked up Mang and asked softly. Wow, Auntie Shangguan, Mang wants to touch the little bear. Mang said while wiping her tears. Should. Get out of here right away, don't meddle in other people's business and you'll get yourself into trouble.
Shangguan Wanner complained secretly in her heart, but finally surrendered.
Mang slept soundly that night.
But the little hands never stopped, making it difficult for Shangguan Wanner to lie down or lie on her stomach. She got up from bed with dark circles under her eyes after a sleepless night. Boss, breakfast is ready. Should we deliver it to the room for you and our distinguished guests, or dine in the private room we had yesterday? The lobby manager knocked on the door and asked softly.
Send it to the room.
Shinzhou looked at the condition of Shangguan Wanner and Mang and answered softly.
Dad, Shangguan Wanner's little bear is so elastic.
I used to think it was not as good as Aunt Zhang's, but now it seems it's just a little bit worse.
Can I call Tao over in the evening? Let him feel it, too.
Mang said with a smile.
Shangguan Wanner was so scared that she broke out in cold sweats. One naughty kid almost tortured her to death. If there was another one, would he treat her as a cow? Well, what bad intentions could a child have?
Ahem, Mang, your dad sent me to the Shijing Grand Theater to shoot a video today. I may not come back to rest, so you should go to Aunt Zhang.
Shangguan Wanner said hurriedly.
Speak of the devil, he appears. Zhang Ting brought Tao to find Shinzhou, and happened to see Shangguan Wanner who had not left yet. He blinked a few times with a half-smile in his eyes. As an adult, he knew what the expression meant. It would not be proper between the boss and the secretary if he didn't do that. Sister Zhang, don't get me wrong, your brother is not that kind of person. Shinzhou hurriedly clarified.
You talk as if I'm that kind of person. Shangguan Wanner replied with a roll of her eyes. Chapter 178 The Blind Fat Pig. Although the three of them are not in a relationship, after this period of contact, they are almost like close friends. In addition, Xinzhou's charm is so great that sometimes his attraction to Zheng Ting is really a bit. So even though she felt that it was wrong to say this, she still hoped that something would happen between Xinzhou and Shangguan. Wouldn't that allow her to do it openly? Aunt Shangguan, I had a dream yesterday. I dreamt that you and Dad were fighting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up in the middle. Shen Meng came up with another great assist. Stop, you little guy, why do you have to dream about fighting? The food is here, eat quickly, you still have work to do later. Shangguan said with a blushing face. Zhang Ting smiled but didn't say much. Everyone finished their meal quickly, and Shangguan went to the Shijing Grand Theater. The two naughty kids stayed in the room playing chess with a few old men and the Chinese national players. Originally, Vice President Zhao asked Xinzhou to give some guidance, but Xinzhou and Zhang Ting were asked to leave by Wang Shasha. A coffee shop. Ting, Mr. Shen is here. Wang Shasha said happily, raising her hands. You look so happy, Sasha, is there any good news? Zhang Ting asked. Well, is there one or two happy events? Wang Shasha looked at Xinzhou and answered excitedly. What do you mean? Shasha, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Zhang Ting cutely scratched her head and continued to ask. The first good thing is that Zhao Yukai and I broke up peacefully, and I left the house with nothing. The second good thing is that I have resigned from the studio and am preparing to return to China for development. If Boss Shen lets me go to Wanzhou Comics Company, then that would be a great thing. It would be a pity if Boss Shen felt that I was not capable enough. Wang Shasha said playfully. After deciding to break up, Wang Shuangshuang got rid of her shackles and burdens, and she looked several years younger and her personality became much more cheerful. Completely different from before. Zhang Ting was also genuinely happy for her best friend. Of course, she also nudged Xinzhou with her elbow, asking him to express his opinion quickly. Wanzhou Comics Company always welcomes like-minded people like Miss Wang. Xinzhou replied with a smile. This matter was basically confirmed, and the three of them drank coffee happily, but there were always some annoying people who ruined this beauty. Ting, this is a bouquet of flowers I bought for you. I hope you like it. Zhao Yukai, wearing a baggy suit, said in what he thought was a very polite manner. Zhang Ting was first shocked and then furious. He just broke up with his best friend and now he is chasing after her, a married woman. It's not that Zhao Yukai doesn't have enough intelligence, but that there is something wrong with his brain. Zhao Yukai, are you sick? You just broke up with my best friend and you're pursuing me. Do you think I would agree? And I'm married. Can you please think before you do anything? Today, for Sasha's sake, I won't cause you any trouble. You just disappear from my sight immediately. Zhang Ting said angrily. Haha, relationships are meant to be on and off. You can get divorced even if you're married. It's okay, I don't mind. Zhao Yukai self-righteously adjusted the bangs on De Pancake's face. He must have felt that he was very handsome. But Xinzhou next to him really couldn't help it and spit out the coffee he had just drunk. As luck would have it, it just happened to spray on Zhao Youcai's handsome face. Puff. You, Xinzhou, what the hell do you mean? Don't think you're great just because you're a celebrity. This is Japan, not China. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Zhao Yukai immediately became furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Xinzhou, this blind guy, a lesson. Zhao Yukai, you're going too far. Get out of here right now. Ting, Mr. Shin, and I have nothing to do with you. Don't embarrass us Chinese in Japan. Wang Shasha's good mood just now disappeared in an instant, and she said angrily. Sasha. Zhang Ting held Wang Shasha's hand, looked at Xinzhou with a smile, and then nodded. The meaning is very clear, just leave it to him. Zhang Ting could always find a sense of security in Xinzhou, and this sense of security was supposed to be brought to her by her husband. Fighting, huh? Don't do it in someone else's store. You'll have to pay for broken tables, chairs, and benches. After Xinzhou finished speaking, he stood up. With his hands in his pockets, he took the initiative to walk to the alley outside the coffee shop. But Zhao Yukai gave a wicked smile and quickly followed him out. Not long after, 6 or 7 unemployed young men from Japan with dyed yellow hair and as thin as bamboo poles ran over from the entrance of the alley and surrounded Xinzhou. Oh, it seems you are well prepared. Zhao Yukai, how much did you spend to entertain these shamat guys? Xinzhou asked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense to me. I'm telling you, I'm here to cause trouble for you. Don't think I'm powerful in Japan. I can still find someone to kill you easily in China.
I'm telling you solemnly now that you should leave Zhangting as soon as you return to China.
To compensate you, I can give you Wang Shasha.
Xinzhou, he who knows the times is a hero. Zhao Yukai said righteously.
I feel like I've found a good path for Xinzhou. Well, I wonder, how did you live so long?
Xinzhou shook his head and said.
Brush.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xinzhou moved. The speed was so fast that several shamats had no time to react and were knocked down by a few punches. Just as Zhao Yukai raised his fist, Xinzhou kicked him in the stomach. Perhaps it was the huge belly that acted as a cushion, and Zhao Yukai did not fall down.
Ha, it seems that being fat has its advantages.
After Xinzhou finished speaking, he stepped forward and kicked Zhao Yukai a few more times. Even if Zhao Yukai had a thick stomach, he could not withstand such an impact and fell directly to the ground. Xinzhou cried out ouch, ouch several times, but still felt unsatisfied, so he punched him in the face a few more times. The cheek that originally looked like a pig's head turned into a car accident scene. Several teeth were missing and my nose was bleeding.
You're just that capable and you're still blocking people? Do you really think you're a gangster?
Zhao Yukai, let me tell you, I have no control over where you hold your concert, but it's best to stay away from Tingting and Shasha.
Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you.
After saying this, Xinzhou turned and left, as if he was going to hide his achievements and fame.
Ahem, it really hurts. Thanks, brothers. I'll give you double the money.
I didn't expect this kid to be such a good fighter. But the harder he hits, the better. I don't believe I can't kill him this time. At the entrance of the alley, Zhao Yukai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and said viciously.
Is it done?
Zhang Ting asked with a smile.
Well, he's just a fat pig and doesn't have much fighting power.
I've already warned him, but for Miss Wang's safety, you should come with us and stay at Shijing Hotel.
Xinzhou said. Chapter 179 Wang Shasha's 3 views are subverted. This is not a good idea, Mr. Shin.
You are here to participate in the competition, and your family members can be reimbursed with public funds.
It will cause a lot of trouble for me to go there, so I will just find a hotel nearby to stay in.
Wang Shasha said embarrassedly. After the breakup, she was left with nothing, with only a few hundred yuan left in her salary card. However, the room rate for a day at Shijing Hotel was tens of thousands, which she could not afford.
Sasha, why are you being so polite to your boss?
To tell you the truth, Shijing Hotel has been bought by your boss.
You can stay there as long as you want. No one can control you.
Zhang Ting said with a smile.
What?
Mr. Shin, you bought the Shijing Hotel.
How is this possible? Isn't it Ito Shota's property?
Moreover, it is a landmark building in Shijing.
How can foreign capital be allowed to acquire it in full?
Wang Shasha said with her eyes wide open. He is not worried about Xinzhou's funds. After all, Wanzhou Comics Company is a well-known company, and Xinzhou is a big star in China.
However, if he wants to buy Shijing Hotel, he needs real status. What status does Xinzhou have in Shijing?
He is just a family member of a contestant. This is a very shocking incident, but it will be reported in the Japanese news soon.
You don't have to worry about it. Just remember that it doesn't cost any money.
Zhang Ting said hurriedly. She didn't care how much money Xinzhou had or how high his status was, because she knew that no matter how rich or high his status was, the feeling between her and Xinzhou would not change, and Xinzhou didn't care about these things.
Okay. Wang Shasha answered doubtfully.
As it grew darker, the group returned to the Shijing Hotel. The lobby manager hurried over to say hello, and his attentive service attitude was as if Xinzhou was his long-lost father.
Mr. Xinzhou, you're back. I left some things in the hotel. Come and get them. I'll be leaving soon. Ito Shota hurried over and said. How many people living in Shijing don't know the famous Shota Ito?
Wang Shasha naturally also knew this well-known figure.
Seeing his humble attitude towards Xinzhou, it was certain that Shijing Hotel was really bought by Xinzhou. This completely overturned Wang Shasha's 3 views.
How powerful is this boss who she picked up for free? The comic book company is probably just the tip of the iceberg.
Bite. System assigned side quest, help Ito Shota's family survive the crisis.
Mission reward, admiration from the mayor of Shijing City.
Oh my god, you're playing with the system more and more. Xinzhou complained. Mayor of Shijing City, what kind of identity and status is that? Being on the same level as the mayor of Kyoto City in the Celestial Empire and having the admiration of this great man, Shinjo could do whatever he wanted in Shijing, but at least if he encountered any trouble, he could just make a phone call to solve it. Accept the task. Shinjo answered quickly without waiting for the system to reply. The host will definitely step onto the international stage in the future, so some preliminary foundations must be laid. It is not enough to have only the Shijing Hotel. We must also get the care of Ito Shota's family and senior leaders, so that we can expand the market faster. The system replied coldly. Okay. Shinjo made an okay gesture. Mr. Ito Shota, you are being too polite. This used to be your home, it is your home now, and it will be your home in the future. The presidential suite in Shijing Hotel where you once lived will be reserved for you forever. Shinjo said seriously. Mr. Shin, you are such a good person, thank you so much, but with my current status, what's the point of living in the presidential suite? Mr. Shin should keep it for himself. If I, Ito Shota, ever make a comeback, I will definitely remember Mr. Shin's kindness to me. Ito Shota replied gratefully. Mr. Ito Shota, can we talk alone? Shinjo said with a smile. Of course. The two of them came into the box one after the other. Shinjo didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. What's the family situation? It's hard to explain. Right now, our family is facing internal and external troubles. My two uncles are trying to separate the family, the company's stock has plummeted, and the Japanese assets and overseas assets are being acquired by force wherever possible. Even if my two uncles realize the seriousness of the problem, it will be too late for them to stop in time. Now our Ito Shota family only has a shell company and 500 million in foreign debt. Ito Shota shook his head and replied. He didn't say too many details. After all, this was an internal matter of his family. It was very nice of Shinjo to express his condolences as a friend. How could he ask for anything more? If I lend you 500 million, can you sit in the position of chairman of the family and lead the family to restore its former glory? Shinjo asked seriously. Mr. Shin, you have already helped me enough. How can I have the nerve to borrow another 500 million from you? Besides, what can I use as collateral? At first, Ito Shota was very excited, but in an instant he became like a frostbitten eggplant inside. The only thing left of the Ito Shota family now is a shell company. Even if you mortgage it to a bank, the bank won't accept it. Because empty box companies like this are very dangerous. There are many business disputes, safety hazards, and so on. Don't you still have a shell company? I'll lend you 500 million, and you can mortgage your company to me. I'll give you 1 year to pay me back 600 million, and the company will still be yours. If there is no such money, I will be the chairman of the company. But I prefer to be a hands-off boss, so you will still be in control. If you are capable enough, I guarantee that there will be sufficient working capital and the company will return to its glory days within 3 years. If you are not capable enough, I'm sorry, I can only kick you out and replace you with someone else to take charge of the company. Don't blame me for being cruel at that time. Shinjo said seriously. After hearing this, Ito Shota stared at Shinjo for several minutes. There was nothing but trust and sincerity in those eyes, and Ito Shota was so moved that he shed tears. He has been in the business world for more than 20 years and thought he had made many friends and brothers. He often helped them through difficult times, but when something happened to Ito Shota's family, these friends avoided him like the plague. Not to mention borrowing money, even visiting him was a luxury. Well, Mr. Shinjo, I can promise you that if you help me pay off the foreign debt, then this company will be yours. I will work under you and guarantee that I will restore the company to its former glory within 2 years. Ito Shota answered seriously. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 1 yard. This is Ito Shota's principle in life. If Shinjo does not give the 500 million, not only will the company be lost, but many people will even go to jail. Ito Shota felt that it was not a loss at all to give up the controlling rights of the company for 500 million. Chapter 180 Acquisition of the Ito Family. Let's not waste time. I'll give you 600 million. 500 million will be used to pay off your debts, and the remaining 100 million will be used as startup capital. This company will be mine from now on. But you will be in charge of the actual control. I want 51% of the shares, and the rest will be distributed among your family. Shinjo finally made the decision and added another 100 million yuan in funds.
However, he got the business genius Ito Shota and the giant business he had run for more than 20 years. Others might think Shinjo was a fool, but he felt like he had picked up a huge treasure.
Make a deal. I'll have someone draw up a contract right away.
After Shinjo finished speaking, he asked the finance department of Shijing Hotel to draw up 2 contracts. The 2 of them signed their names happily, and the matter was finalized.
Bite.
Host, you have completed the mission and received the mission reward.
The mayor admires you. Beep, beep, beep.
Almost at the same time when the system released the rewards, a convoy of cars stopped outside the Shijing Hotel, led by a Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth millions. Although cars of this level are not uncommon in Shijing. But this license plate number is very particular.
The sharp-eyed receptionist immediately recognized the city government vehicle and hurriedly greeted it. Hello, Mississippi. Is Mr. Shinjo here?
I am the secretary of Mayor Mitsui Murakami. The secretary asked softly.
You are talking about the boss. I'm here. I'm here.
The receptionist replied quickly. Secretary, I told you, I came out this time for private matters. There's no need to go through so much trouble.
Why did you call so many cars?
Take them back and I will meet Mr. Shinjo myself.
Mitsui Murakami said unhappily.
When the secretary heard this, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat.
He quickly apologized and drove away with the convoy. Miss Lee lowered her head and brought Mitsui Murakami to Shinjo with lotus steps.
Just as she was about to introduce him, Mitsui Murakami raised his hand to interrupt her.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Shinjo? My name is Mitsui Murakami, and Mr. Ito Shota is here too.
Mitsui Murakami said very modestly.
Mr. Mayor, why are you here? Ito Shota hurriedly greeted him.
Sitting in this position, he naturally knows the people above him, and he is very familiar with Mayor Mitsui Murakami. But one is a businessman and the other is an official. It's just that the 2 of them rarely appear in front of reporters at the same time.
I'd like to say hello to Mr. Shinjo.
I saw a few games of chess played by Mr. Shinjo, Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Maria Koizumi on the internet.
I was impressed.
I, Mitsui Murakami, was also a Japanese national player more than 20 years ago, but was forced to pursue a career in politics due to family reasons. However, my heart is still full of passion for Go.
Mitsui Murakami said with respect.
In front of Shinjo, he did not put on any airs at all. Instead, he acted like a junior in the Go world, asking for advice from his elders.
This is absolutely not an exaggeration.
Mitsui Murakami and Ogawa Junichiro are of the same generation in the Go world, but when Ogawa Junichiro saw Shinjo, he didn't even dare to breathe, and even respectfully called him the Go Saint. Japan attaches great importance to etiquette, so when it comes to Go, Mitsui Murakami came to visit Shinjo in person instead of asking the other party to come to him.
The Japanese are a very strange people.
Before we conquered them, they were like a cold and aloof cat who ignored us. After you conquer him, he will turn into a husky, wagging his tail crazily at you.
Even the mayor can't escape this conclusion.
Shinjo thought to himself. But I can only think about this in my heart and dare not say it out loud. Shinjo politely extended his hand and shook hands with Mitsui Murakami.
Mr. Mayor, you are too polite. I am just an ordinary citizen. How can I ask the mayor to come here in person? I can just give him a call and come over.
Shinjo said modestly. Since he is able to become the mayor of Shijing City, his talent and strategy are beyond Shinjo's reach.
If you make him unhappy, you will lose your heads. Mr. Shinjo, you are too polite.
It seems that you are very familiar with Mr. Ito Shota.
We have had tea together many times. I wonder if Mr. Shinjo can honor us and chat while we drink.
Mitsui Murakami said with anticipation. I was afraid that Shinjo would not agree.
That's no problem, both of you follow me.
Shinjo led the way in front, and the 2 people followed respectfully behind.
A group of people just entered the room.
Mr. Zhao and the other 2 came out of another room to get some fresh air.
Old Xia, did you feel that the person just now looked familiar? It seemed like you had seen him somewhere? Vice President Zhao asked. It does look familiar, but I can't remember it vaguely. Mr. Xia nodded, but still couldn't remember who it was.
Several grandfathers also felt that they looked familiar. I watched them for a long time, but the aura of these 3 people was too strong, so I didn't dare to go up and ask.
Shang Wanwaner also came over to join in the fun and asked. Ahem, excuse me for interrupting you guys. I know the old man just now. He's the mayor of Shijing City.
Wang Shasha raised her hand and said cautiously.
Ah, Mayor, it's normal for you to come and visit our chess master. Vice President Zhao nodded and walked away as if it was a serious matter.
I was wondering why I couldn't recognize him even though he looked so good. He turned out to be a young mayor. I have to talk to Brother Shinjo about it tonight. It's better not to see such a minor official if you can.
How can they disturb the chess master's meditation? Old Master Xie waved his hand and returned to the room with an unfathomable expression.
You're right. No matter how powerful the mayor is, he is still an ordinary person.
Shinjo is like a saint. How can ordinary people take him seriously?
Old Master Wang also said some nonsense. This made the young people at the door, Shang Wanwaner, Wang Shasha, and Zhang Ting, all stunned.
He is the mayor of a city. What a great honor it is to be able to condescend to meet Shinjo, and in a foreign country. Shinjo has only been here for a few days, isn't this shocking? These old men act as if it is all right. Who are they showing this to? It's incomprehensible. Shang Wanwaner shook her head. Strange. Zhang Ting followed. My 3 views are completely ruined.
Wang Shasha was no less disappointed. In the room, Mitsui Murakami discussed a lot of Go knowledge with Shinjo, and all his questions were answered one by one. Finally, when mentioning AlphaGo, Mitsui Murakami directly named him the Saint of Go, and his admiration for Shinjo was as endless as a surging river. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Before, I thought playing chess was just about layout, but I didn't expect there are so many mysteries in it.
Mr. Shinjo, if you don't mind, would you accept me as your registered disciple? Mitsui Murakami said with fear and trepidation. Mr. Mayor, this is unacceptable. How can I, Shinjo, be worthy of being the mayor's teacher?
If Mr. Mayor thinks he can find something from me, I will naturally tell you everything.
Shinjo answered modestly. Chapter 181, Pee in your pants, it's annoying.
He did not kill all the Japanese with one blow, but also adhere to the principle of if you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 1 yard.
Even the head of a division is so modest, how can Shinjo be so arrogant?
That would be a disservice to the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation for 5,000 years.
Shinjo, brat, are you there? Where did the criminal suspect go? Come out here right now. You want to hide after beating someone up? That's not going to happen. The relevant authorities are here. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail.
Zhao Yukai and several Shamat gang members, wrapped in thick bandages all over their bodies, walked into the Shijing Hotel in a domineering manner.
What made them so arrogant were the 2 policemen following behind them. I'm sorry, sir. There may be some misunderstanding.
Our boss is meeting with a distinguished guest in the room.
If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. If I can solve it, I will definitely help solve it as soon as possible.
The lobby manager hurried over and whispered to comfort her.
He knew who was the guest in the room.
If that great god were to be alarmed, the entire western Kyoto would be shaken. Stop talking nonsense to me and call Shinjo out immediately, or I will break in. Killing someone means paying for his life, and debts mean paying for them. I have brought the police here, let's go to the police station to confront him face to face. I have all the evidence, and Shinjo can't escape. Zhao Yukai said firmly.
Why is it so noisy outside? Shinjo stood up and walked out. Let's go out and take a look.
In this small place of Shijing, there are still people who dare to cause trouble for the chessmaster.
They are so blind. Mitsui Murakami looked slightly angry and followed him out.
Several old men, 2 cute babies, the Chinese national team players and 3 women all came out.
Shinjo, come with us. You beat us so badly, but you are living a carefree life and staying in such a luxurious hotel. I think you really don't know how to write the word law. Shinjo, you are doomed.
You dared to hurt others in a foreign country, and knocked out my 2 front teeth.
This has constituted serious injury. You are facing a big lawsuit. Zhao Yukai said arrogantly.
The reason why he could be so lawless and outspoken was because the 2 young policemen standing behind him could not understand the Chinese language at all. Otherwise, even if he had 2 more courage, he would not dare to do so.
Ha, you fat pig, you still have the nerve to come here?
I haven't beaten any of the 10 people who beat me, and you still have the nerve to call the police. If I were you, I would have found a place to hide in a long time ago.
Although this is a foreign country, it is also a place where reason prevails.
You first said hurtful words and then provoked me.
Can I still wait for you to knock out my front teeth? Shinjo answered bluntly. The people standing not far from Shinjo were not worried at all.
The three girls in particular looked as if they were enjoying a good show.
Sasha, how many years do you think that ugly fat guy will have to stay in prison this time?
Zhang Ting asked softly, hugging her shoulders.
Well,
I'm not sure how many years he will be in prison, but he can forget about staying in Japan. He will probably be extradited back to China, and then punished by Chinese law.
Wang Shasha said thoughtfully. I know this.
If you destroy someone's marriage, and your spouse is a public official, you should be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble and the circumstances are serious, this will be sentenced to 5 years in prison.
I guess this fat pig will be over 40 years old when he comes out of prison.
Besides, his appearance is the least popular in prison.
I shudder just thinking about it. Shang Wanwaner said while shaking her head. Why are you shivering? It's not us who are going to jail. He deserves it.
He should be dealt with by someone like Shinjo.
If it were someone else, he would really bully them.
Seeing how arrogant he is now, he will be in trouble soon. Zhang Ting snorted coldly.
Ting Ting is right.
A brainless and hateful guy like him should stay in prison for life and love our eyes when he comes out. The three women kept talking one after another, as if they were trying to kill a living person. If Zhao Yukai heard these words, he would probably die without catching his breath. Ladies, please take a closer look at the situation.
I am clearly in the upper hand now and I want to punish Shinjo. How come I am the one who has to go to jail? Is there still justice? Is there still the law?
Sir, although you are a foreign friend, you have violated the law in my country.
You still have to go back to the police station with us.
After investigation and verification that this matter has nothing to do with you, we will naturally release you. If this matter has anything to do with you, I'm sorry, I will notify the police in your country to extradite you back. During this period, your personal freedom will be restricted.
One of the young policemen walked up to Shinjo and said politely.
Well, you are quite polite.
You should not be the same kind of person as that fat pig. Now I can tell you very clearly that you have been deceived by him.
It is all his fault. He was the first to take action.
Shinjo replied in fluent Japanese.
We will investigate this matter thoroughly.
Please come with us, Mr. Shinjo. The young policeman said again. Humph, let's go to the police station, right? Mr. Shinjo and I will go together.
I want to see who is so bold as to slander the chess master.
Mitsui Murakami strode over and said. Mayor, why are you here?
When the young policeman saw the market, he was immediately shocked and asked hurriedly.
Why can't I be here?
Mr. Shinjo is recognized as a chess master by many national players. A chess player is a gentleman, and a chess master is a saint among gentlemen.
A person like Mr. Shinjo would never commit a crime. There must be some misunderstanding. If we want to investigate, we must get to the bottom of it.
I, Mitsui Murakami, don't agree to frame others, let alone frame the chess master.
Mitsui Murakami said, gritting his teeth.
His gaze drifted towards Zhao Yukai, who was not far away. The latter was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Although he had never seen the mayor in person, he had seen him on TV.
Wasn't he the skinny old man? Who is the chess master? Could it be Shinjo? Isn't he a star? How did he become a chess master again? And how come he knows the mayor of Shijing City?
It seems that the mayor admires him very much, and Zhao Yukai felt like he was struck by lightning.
Uncle Police, this incident has nothing to do with us. We were just the ones who were beaten. We will not pursue any responsibility. Uncle Police, we are leaving first.
Seeing that the situation was not good, several Shamat teenagers wanted to escape.
Did I let you go?
I thought that Japan's education was the best in the world, and Shijing's education was at the top of the pyramid.
I didn't expect that scum like you would appear. No one can leave until the matter is thoroughly investigated.
And for the sake of public security in Shijing, whoever makes the mistake this time must be severely punished.
Mitsui Murakami said bluntly.
Zhao Yukai was a coward. He didn't even dare to interrupt or breathe loudly, and he even wet his pants.
Chapter 182, Rich and Willful. Aren't you going to tell the truth? Do you really want our mayor to go to the police station with you to take a statement? The young policeman said angrily.
Although he is young, he has enough experience in handling cases.
Now seeing Zhao Youcai's performance, he is sure that this is definitely a false accusation against Xinzhou.
If the mayor hadn't been there, the young policeman would have taken Xinzhou away as a matter of routine even if he knew this. But now that he has the support of the mayor, he can no longer show his integrity, and his career is over.
Comrade police officer, I was blind and misunderstood Mr. Shen. This is all my fault. Please let me go.
Mr. Shen, for the sake of the fact that we are both Chinese, please don't pursue this matter any further, okay?
I promise I will never dare to do it again. I kowtow to you.
Zhao Yukai said with tears and snot. He kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice, and the blood flowing from his brain dyed the floor at Shijing Hotel red. It seemed he was really scared.
Mr. Mayor, we have already found out what happened to Mr. Shen. This guy framed a good man. Let's take him away now.
After the young policeman said this, he glanced at his colleague, and the two of them directly carried Zhao Yukai out of the Shijing Hotel.
Etc.
Xinzhou stretched out his hand and called a few people back. At this moment, not only was Zhao Youcai's legs trembling with fear, but even the two policemen did not dare to look Xinzhou directly in the eye.
After making a scene in my Shijing hotel and leaving urine and blood all over the floor, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhao Yukai can leave if you want, but you have to clean my floor. Xinzhou said bluntly.
Hearing this, the two policemen breathed a sigh of relief, and then kicked Zhao Yukai on the butt. The clothes, which were not very clean to begin with, mixed with blood and urine, had a pungent smell that was unbearable to the sight.
Mr. Shen, it has been wiped clean. Can I leave now? Zhao Yukai asked cautiously.
The person standing in front of him at this moment was not a big star who was easy to bully, but a great god. One wrong word could cost him his life.
Go away, you're an eyesore if you stay here.
Xinzhou ordered them to leave with disgust. Zhao Yukai felt relieved and got into the police car happily, looking like a good boy. If he were given a choice, let alone provoking Xinzhou, he would most likely not even come to Japan. The impact this young man brought to him was really too great. Of course, Lao Zhao was not the only one who thought this way.
Dad, it's so dirty there. Shen Meng pointed to the few pieces of floor at the door and tightened his nose.
Manager, remove these floor tiles and replace them with new ones.
Xinzhou ordered. Good.
The lobby manager quickly ordered people to break up several valuable imported tiles and replace them with new ones. In fact, it could be wiped clean with a mop, but Xinzhou really hated Zhao Yukai, and he was rich and willful.
Sasha, Zhao Yukai will not have a good ending. You can finally get rid of his shadow. You are so lucky to have met such a good boss. I am a little envious.
Zhang Ting said anxiously.
Ting, stop teasing me. If it weren't for your introduction, how would I have met the chairman?
Wang Shasha replied with a smile. And the hateful shadow of Zhao Yukai will finally no longer appear in her world. This feeling of relief cannot be understood by those who have not experienced it.
The next few days. The internet is full of news about Xinzhou, and no one is so blind as to cause trouble for Xinzhou. After all, as the owner of Shijing Hotel and the idol of the mayor of Shijing, who wouldn't have to weigh the two identities? The quadrennial World Go Championship was finally held at the Shijing Gymnasium amid great anticipation.
A total of 14 national teams entered the venue, led by their team leaders. After 4 years, we have finally come to this day.
This is a visual feast.
I wonder if our Japanese team can continue to show its past glory and take first place.
Need I say more? Of course there is no problem. Our opponents are nothing more than the Korean team and the Chinese team. I heard that the Chinese team is even weaker than it was 4 years ago.
This time, our Japanese team is sure to win. My dear, I heard something completely different. The Chinese team is very strong this time. I heard that their goal is not only to win the championship, but also to get 2 spots in the top 3.
Yes. I've heard about this, too. The news is very reliable.
And it seems that they want to take 2 seats in the men's group, women's group, and team group.
What a big promise.
Before the game even started, the audience was already talking. Of course, the topic is focused on the 3 East Asian powers, the Korean team, the Japanese team and the Chinese team. Go originated in the Celestial Empire thousands of years ago. Japan and Goryeo, which were close to the Celestial Empire, sent envoys to pay homage and brought the sport of Go back to their respective countries, where it was then passed down and developed. This was many years earlier than Western countries, and naturally they had unique insights into Go. However, with the rapid advancement of technology in recent years, two powerful rivals have emerged, the Eagle Country team and the American team. They have no chess manual inheritance and no rich Go culture, but they use technological means to conduct a comprehensive analysis of all Go moves. Then let the young people with good memory remember each step and the possibilities that follow. In this way, a human AlphaGo was created. Although such a national player has no soul, his strength cannot be underestimated. The delegations from 14 countries all took their seats. As the mayor of Shijing City, a former Japanese national player and a person with great passion for Go, Mitsui Murakami naturally had to come and preside over the opening ceremony of the World Go Championship. Although the old man is old and has little flesh on his body, he has a strong aura. When he stood on the podium, the whole place fell silent. All eyes and spotlights are focused on him. This is the spirit and charm of a superior. Although Shinjo has the double charm of the system, he still seems a little immature compared to Mitsui Murakami. Ahem, thank you all for coming to participate in this World Go Championship, and thank you to the audience for coming here to cheer for every player. I believe that the more than 100 players from 14 countries are all at the top of the world pyramid. I hope everyone can show their strongest strength in this Go tournament. Of course, we must also abide by the spirit of sportsmanship. I, Mitsui Murakami, solemnly promise everyone here that as the host country, the Japanese team will never enjoy any convenience, let alone put pressure on players from other countries. As the mayor of Shijing City, I will follow this World Go Championship throughout. Next, I will announce the start of the first day of the competition. The leaders of each team will come to the rostrum to draw lots. Mitsui Murakami said loudly. Chapter 183 Go Master begins. It was just a very official opening speech, and then Zhao Daqian and others stood up and came to the podium, and took out small slips of paper from the lottery box one by one. The first day's competition was for the men's group, with 14 teams each sending 3 people to compete. According to the principle of avoiding the same competition area, the game will be played in pairs, the winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated directly. All chess games must be completed within 1 day, which means that if you want to compete for the championship or runner-up, you have to go through 6 or 7 games. This is a great test of the quality and physical fitness of a professional Go player. The draw ceremony was over quickly, and the Chinese team sent out the top national player Lu Ziren, the reformed Lu Tianming, and the 5-year-old prodigy Tao Tao. Why didn't T Mang Mang be sent out? Mr. Zhao certainly has his own intentions. Mang Mang, as the last trump card of the Celestial Empire, must be saved for the final team competition. Although it has a certain impact on personal honor, it can represent the top strength of a country's Go. Because it's not about one person, it's about the whole group. Shinjo and Mang Mang had no objection to Zhao Daqian's arrangement. In their opinion, Tao Tao's strength is no worse than Mang Mang's. The Japanese team sent out a trident combination of national players, Junichiro Ogawa, Shota Watanabe, and Shizuru Mitsubishi. The Korean team also has the top 3 male national players, Park In-young, Lee Young-in, and Song Jong-se. Park In-young, the runner-up of the last World Go Championship, defeated China's former top player Zhang Lao. At this moment, there was a look of contempt on his face, and he did not take the players from other countries seriously at all. Especially when his eyes swept over the Chinese team, he felt that kind of arrogance and complacency, and looked down on everyone, as if he really thought he was more powerful than AlphaGo. Lu Ziren, you have read the information Mr. Shen gave us. What are the chances of defeating Park In-young? Lu Tianming asked. About 60%. However, everyone knows the sportsmanship of the Koreans. I'm not sure whether he will use dirty tricks during the game. Lu Ziren answered seriously. From this we can see that Lu Ziren is very confident in his own abilities, but if he wants to win the game, he needs to face many unexpected events. I believe everyone knows about the Japan-Korea World Cup, and everyone who understands the Korean team will understand the sportsmanship of the team. When I face him, normally the odds are 50-50, but I'm also afraid that he will do something dirty behind my back. Tao Tao, you're smart, do you have any good ideas? Lu Tianming asked. After being taught a lesson by Shinjo, he decided to turn over a new leaf and put away his previous arrogant temper. Even when facing a 5-year-old boy like Tao Tao, he was very respectful. My 2 brothers, Mommy has read me the player information. I think to deal with the Korean team, we just need to counter their moves. The 2 dirty tricks they usually use are nothing more than 2. One is to delay the opponent as much as possible within the rules, using words to anger the opponent and play psychological warfare.
The second is to cheat directly. They use foreign high-tech to implant earphones into the cochlea. The think tank outside monitors in real time and gives advice through the earphones. If human intervention is not effective, they directly use the alpha system to copy the chessboard and win the game.
However, each has its weaknesses, and Uncle Shin has already explained the loopholes of the alpha system to us very clearly, so it's good that he doesn't cheat directly. If he cheats directly, not only will he not win the game, but he will also lose the qualification to participate in the next competition. Tao Tao blinked his big eyes and said clearly. Lu Xiren and Lu Tianming were dumbfounded. Are these words spoken by a 5-year-old child? This is much better than them. It is said that listening to one word from you is better than reading for 10 years. After listening to Tao Tao's analysis, Lu Xiren and Lu Tianming were no longer worried, but were looking forward to the Korean team cheating.
10 minutes later,
the first round of the competition begins. Except for Lu Xiren facing off against Watanabe Shota of the Japanese team, the teams from other countries seem to be a mixture of strong and weak.
The game ended quickly. On the Chinese team side, Lu Tianming and Tao Tao successfully advanced. On the Japanese team side, Junichiro Ogawa and Shono Mitsubishi did not encounter any trouble.
The three national players of the Korean team not only won the game, but also mocked the opponent's hand severely, winning the cheers and applause of many Koreans present. However, audiences from other countries sneered at the performance and regarded the three as clowns.
Isn't it just a victory over the three national players of the weakest country in Northern Europe? What's so great about that? Look at you, you are so proud of yourself, what are you thinking?
Apart from the three East Asian countries, the most outstanding performances were from the Eagle Country team and the United States team. Especially in the latter, all three national players advanced, and their entanglement with their opponents did not exceed 100 moves.
The audience finally regained its composure.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the last two contestants in the center of the field. Lu Xiren and Watanabe Shota were of similar level and were familiar with each other, so even after fighting for more than 100 rounds the winner was still unclear.
At this moment, sweat was oozing out of Lu Xiren's forehead, and Watanabe Shota's fingers were trembling constantly. Mr. Shin, we've been playing for hundreds of rounds and Lu Xiren doesn't have a clear advantage. Do you think he can still win this game? Asked Mr. Xie.
Everyone present was an expert, but they really had no idea which of the two national players would win. They were also too nervous, so they had no choice but to ask the chessmaster. See if they can get accurate results of the game so that they can put their minds at ease a little. What are you worried about?
Isn't the situation on the chessboard very clear? Black has an absolute advantage. He will definitely win in the next 20 moves. Lu Xiren has been hidden by the old men for so many years, how come he still has no confidence?
If he loses in the first round, it would be too unfair to his good time in the past few years. Shin Zhou said with a smile.
Ha, Mr. Shin is right. I get nervous easily when I'm old. Mr. Xia laughed and quickly put on a smile. Not long after Shinzhou finished speaking, Watanabe Shota nodded to signal the referee that there was no need to continue.
Then he put the white piece in his hand aside, stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Xiren, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Your level is so high that Watanabe Shota is far behind.
I lost this game convincingly. Mr. Watanabe is too modest. I won by luck." Lu Xiren replied quickly.
With Watanabe Shota admitting defeat, the first round of the competition ended. Except for the Chinese team, the Korean team, and the American team, players from other countries were eliminated.
Alas, I didn't expect that we would be the first to be eliminated among the three East Asian countries. This is too unbelievable. I can't accept it. It can't be helped.
We have seen Lu Xiren's chess skills just now. He is indeed worthy of the strength of the best chess player in China.
We are convinced of our defeat. Chapter 184. Everything is under control.
Yes, as long as Mr. Junichiro Ogawa is still here, we still have a great chance of advancing into the top 3, or even winning the championship. What this gentleman said makes sense.
This is only the first round. We can't lose our composure. Come on, Japan team. You will always be my idols.
There was thunderous cheering at the scene.
Junichiro Ogawa also felt great pride and honor among them.
Just as Shinzhou said, anyone who has achieved something in Go has a pretty good character.
Of course, except for the Korean team.
After the first round, the qualified contestants will rest for 20 minutes and then draw lots again to decide the next round. The busiest members of the Celestial Empire team are Zhang Ting and Shangguan Wan'er. The former massaged his son's legs, back and shoulders to help him recover his strength as soon as possible. After all, the child is still young, and it is inevitable that the little guy will not be able to cope with such a tight schedule. Fortunately, Cao Cao is very sensible and always has a confident smile on his face. Shangguan Wan'er was naturally broadcasting live, recording the video with another mobile phone, and then editing it into short videos and posting them online. From coming up with titles to replying to netizens' comments, I was so busy that I didn't even have time to drink water. The rewards for hard work are also very generous. The newly applied Go Home account already has 30 million fans, and the number of online people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 100 million. Every time a short video is released, there will be tens of millions of likes, and all this traffic is a lot of money. And this is only the first round of the competition. According to Shangguan Wan'er's estimation, after the whole day's competition, the new account Go Home will have earned 1 billion yuan. Xinzhou, the hands-off boss, was enjoying his leisure time. He was giving Cao Cao a pre-match analysis while enjoying his son's healthcare services. Of course, Go enthusiasts who know his strength will look at him with admiration from time to time. The mayor of Xijing was even more enthusiastic. He did not go to the exclusive viewing seat, but instead moved a small stool and sat nearby, listening with great interest to Xinzhou's explanation to Cao Cao. It seems that the rumors on the internet are indeed true. Our mayor is really Mr. Shen's biggest fan. The audience who was closer to Xinzhou spoke in a very low voice. Aren't you talking nonsense? The video has already been released, and it was the mayor who took the initiative to admit it. I heard that many national players regard Mr. Shen as a chess saint. If he participates in this World Go Championship, then other national players will have no chance at all. According to this brother, the Chinese team is quite honest. They only sent the top players and did not let the chess masters participate in the dimensionality reduction attack on other countries. This sportsmanship is more than 100 times stronger than that of a certain country. The Japanese audience is discussing here. The Chinese who came from afar to watch the battle all had looks of pride on their faces. Out and about. Personal honor and disgrace are closely linked to the country. When others praise the Celestial Empire, they are praising them. Xinzhou's fame reached a new height. I got it, Uncle Shen. Don't worry, I'll have absolutely no problem in the second round. After listening for 10 minutes, Cao Cao nodded vigorously, with even more confidence on his face. Cao Cao, the boss believes in your ability. If you can make it into the top 3 this time, the boss will give you a huge reward. Mang Mang said with a smile. Cao Cao immediately became interested and asked, what exactly is the reward, boss? Hee, let's keep it secret for now. I can only tell you that it's related to you and Aunt Shangguan. Mang Mang replied. Shangguan Wan'er, who was sitting nearby and editing the video, had a bolt of lightning strike her mind. Soon, the second round of competition begins. A powerful group led by the Chinese team, the Japanese team, the Korean team, the American team, and the Eagle Country team will make it through all the way and will eventually become the top 10. After several rounds of games, the sky gradually darkened, but the audience's interest remained unabated, and the cheers were louder and louder. The gleam in his eyes and the excitement on his face are beyond words to describe. All the weak ones have been eliminated, and the remaining 10 people are the 10 best chess players in the world. Of course, Xinzhou belongs to the ranks of gods and saints, and is incomparable to mortals. Mr. Shen, except for the 3 members of the Celestial Empire team who all advanced and 1 member of the Eagle Country team who advanced, the other 3 countries' teams each had 2 members advance. Who do you think will be the top 3? Mitsui Murakami asked seriously. Lu Ziran will definitely be the champion. Lu Tianming can be second without any problem. As for third? Cao Cao and Junichiro Ogawa both have chances. Who will win depends on their performance on the spot. Xinzhou answered directly without any reservation. James from the United States and Park In-young from Korea are both very strong. Can't they even make it into the top 3? Mitsui Murakami asked again. James should be able to enter the top 5. As for Park In-young, it depends on his luck. It would be good if he doesn't meet Cao Cao. But if he does, hee. Xinzhou gave a meaningful smile. Mitsui Murakami didn't understand what Xinzhou meant, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Firstly, I was afraid of annoying Shinjo, and secondly, the draw for the top 10 had already begun.
Just as Shinjo said, Goryo's top national player Park In-young indeed met the little prodigy Cao Cao, and Lu Xiren competed with another Goryo national player Li Zhangren for the top 5 spots. The last Eagle country player that Junichiro Ogawa met was Mitsubishi Sharo, and Lu Tianling's opponents were all Americans.
Such a competition directly pushed China and Goryo to opposite sides, especially the Goryo team.
If both teams win, they will most likely lock in the top 2 places in advance.
If they lose, their entire army will be wiped out, and they will be completely crushed by the Chinese team. Before the real match began, the Korean spectators in the stands, who had no sportsmanship at all, began to verbally abuse the Chinese players and even the spectators in the stands.
You are unlucky to meet our Korea team.
It looks like the individual competition will end early.
We will definitely secure the top 2 spots. You guys should go home right away. Haha, it's settled. It's completely settled this time. Before, the Celestial Empire's national players were no match for my great Korean national players.
After 4 years, the gap in strength must have widened a lot. Experts have said before that Go was invented by us Koreans, and this was fully demonstrated in the competition.
People of China, don't you still believe it? That's right, we invented Go. There is no doubt about that. We will definitely win this game.
Come on, Park In-young, come on, Lee Young-in.
You are the best. You are the idols of the whole country. You will beat those Chinese guys to a pulp.
The Koreans really have no dignity left. They have already pocketed the championship before the game even started.
Do you really think this is a table tennis match and that you are Chinese? Compared to the uncultured Koreans, the Chinese audiences were very gentlemanly.
Although they also cheered for the Chinese players, their voices were just right. This has also won the respect of audiences from all over the world.
Chapter 185 Top 10 Tournament. However, the veteran Go players and angry young people in Shangwan Wanner's live broadcast room didn't care about that.
All kinds of mocking and abusive voices filled the live broadcast room.
Shangwan Wanner did not stop them from speaking, because she was also very angry at the moment.
The Koreans were stealing everything, so they had to be taught a lesson.
Otherwise, did they really think that the entire universe belonged to them?
The top 10 competition finally began, and the spotlights and the audience's attention were focused on Cao Cao and Park In-young, Lu Xiren, and Li Zhangren. Because their competition has risen to the level of national dignity and which country invented Go.
There is no way for anyone to retreat in this battle. If you win, you will be a national hero, but if you lose, you will become a rat crossing the street and be chased by everyone. Little guy, I'm afraid you haven't even started elementary school yet. Do you really think you can be so powerful just because you have a little talent for Go?
Those world-class players you defeated before are simply idiots. It's just a pipe dream to expect to gain any advantage from me, Park In-young.
Park In-young started the verbal attack by talking about Cao Cao's age.
Uncle, how dare you say that? I'm only 5 years old, and I can sit across from you in a formal World Go tournament.
Don't you feel ashamed?
If I were you, I would have found a place to hide long ago.
If Cao Cao is not mistaken, when Uncle was 5 years old, he probably peed and played in the mud, right?
Cao Cao looked directly into Park In-young's eyes with a smile on his face without fear, and his words of rebuttal were like sharp swords piercing his opponent's body and mind.
This is the palace strategy that Shinjo taught him personally. It's amazing that Cao Cao finds it very easy to use.
You are such a sharp-tongued brat.
Our experts will tell you to shut up in a moment.
Park In-young was very angry, but he could not find any words to refute Cao Cao. Oh, I'm so sorry, Uncle, I'm luckier, I play black first, Uncle, please be careful. Every chess piece that Cao Cao plays next will have a hidden meaning. If my uncle accidentally misses one, he will become a rat crossing the street in Korea.
Cao Cao said with a smile. Heisei landed directly on Tianyuan's position.
Although he was young, his momentum was not weak at all.
Ha, if our national players really lose to a kid like you who hasn't even grown all his hair yet,
how can we face the people of the whole country? We might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill ourselves. Park In-young said sarcastically.
Obviously he thinks Cao Cao is ignorant. Uncle, don't be so confident, or you'll lose face if you lose.
How about this, if Cao Cao wins this game by chance, you don't need to find a piece of frozen tofu to kill yourself. Just swim back to Goryo directly from Japan, hee.
Cao Cao said with a smile.
While the two were arguing, dozens of pieces had already been placed on the board.
The situation was similar to the conversation between the two, with Tao attacking and Park In-young defending passively. This is also what Shinjo told Cao Tao. To deal with such a person, just hit him in the chest with a heavy punch, which would first take away half his life, and then use a combination of punches to completely defeat him. He must not be given any chance to breathe, otherwise he will become a mad dog. Cao Tao implemented this strategy and each chess piece had strong offensive power. After 60 chess pieces, even a national player like Park In-young couldn't help scratching his head. When Cao Tao saw this action, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. "Ha, Mr. Mayor, it seems that the Koreans, who have no sportsmanship, are ready to cheat," Shinjo said. "Oh? Mr. Shin, what do you mean?" Before the competition begins, every contestant is searched by a professional team, so there is no chance of cheating. Mitsui Murakami is confident in the professional group, but he has blind admiration for Shinjo, so he is a little unsure. "Mr. Mayor, don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, Park In-young and Lee Young-in both have micro-earphones implanted in their ears. There must be a think tank around the stadium. But relying on their abilities, it's a pipe dream to defeat Cao Tao and Lu Xiren. They will definitely review the game and then input it into the Alpha system, letting the Alpha system fight against our two national players," Shinjo said with a relaxed look. When Mitsui Murakami heard this, he took a breath of cold air. According to Shinjo, it is really possible to sneak in with such an advanced cheating method. And the Koreans really have no sportsmanship. If there is such an opportunity, they will definitely take advantage of it. That's the Alpha system. Only a chess master of Shinjo's level can defeat it. How can Cao Tao and Lu Xiren be its opponents? "Mr. Shin, I will stop the game immediately and let the referee go over to check. If it is true as you said, the two Korean players will be disqualified and banned for life," Mitsui Murakami said seriously. But Shinjo shook his head. "Mr. Mayor, this punishment is too light for them. I believe Cao Tao and Lu Xiren will definitely be able to defeat AlphaGo. Wouldn't it be more interesting to wait until we beat them and then expose their cheating?" "Mr. Shin, that's ruthless," Mitsui Murakami said with a thumbs up. "There is no need to show mercy to people like the Koreans who keep committing the same offenses despite repeated warnings and who simply have no moral integrity. The correct answer is to slap them to death." Let us look back to the ultimate showdown between Cao Tao and Park In-young. At this time, there were more than 160 pieces on the board, and there were only 4 corners where pieces could be placed. Park In-young finally launched a counterattack. However, Cao Tao immediately noticed that the approach was very different from the previous one. "Uncle, why is your approach so different from before? It seems as if Cao Tao has changed his opponent. Could it be that he suddenly awakened some magical power, or has a master to help him?" Cao Tao asked. "What do you know? This is the highest level of chess, which varies from person to person. The first 60 or so moves were tests by our national players, and the last 20 or so moves were adjustments made based on your level. This has risen to an extremely high level. It's normal that you can't comprehend it." Park In-young snorted coldly, still trying to brag. "Really? I'm really sorry, uncle. I have to tell you responsibly that if you continue to act the same way as before, I really won't be able to do anything to you. But now, I will definitely beat you within 10 moves," Cao Tao said with a smile. Although his expression was not very serious, his words were very firm. Park In-young didn't take this seriously at all and continued to make his moves according to the instructions of the think tank outside the field. However, he felt a pang in his heart after making a few moves. Cao Tao already had an advantage, and now his advantage is even greater. AlphaGo's layout was completely crushed, and even at the last critical moment, the off-field think tank could no longer give any hints. Because AlphaGo doesn't know how to make its move, it has become stuck. This. Half a minute passed and Park In-young, who had not received any prompts, had no idea how to continue the game. Chapter 186. The higher you are praised, the harder you fall. Because his original layout had been disrupted by AlphaGo, and he was completely confused by the new layout. Just a human robot controlled by a robot. Time passes by every second. Cao Tao uses the palace scheme again. "What's wrong? Uncle, why don't you make a move?" If Cao Tao is not mistaken, there must be a small earphone hidden in Uncle's ear, connected to the think tank outside the field. At this time, the think tank is using Alpha's layout to play a game with Cao Tao. Cao Tao is sure to win. Having fallen into the trap,
Park In-young has no chance of turning the tables, so there is no need to hide the truth any longer.
Park In-young was in a state of panic, sweating profusely.
Watching the timer slowly approaching zero, he felt like he was in hell. The 5-year-old boy in front of him seemed like a judge who could decide his life or death. The Koreans in the audience could only see the surface of the game between the two players on the field. Their country's players were reluctant to make a move, and time was slowly running out. They were more anxious than monkeys.
Foul language was thrown at Park In-young as if it were free.
Before, they belittled players from other countries, and now they were belittling their own national players.
What are you doing? Is Park In-young still okay? Hurry up and make your move. You are a national player in your 20s, and you can't even beat a 5-year-old child?
This is really embarrassing for us Koreans. If you lose this game, don't go back to Korea, just slit your wrists and commit suicide.
It's so shameful, so shameful. I can beat a little kid like me, but a national player can't even beat me. Are you a pig?
No, you are worse than a pig or a dog.
I don't understand how you are still alive.
Hurry up and piss yourself and drown. When they heard this, the audience from other countries covered their mouths and laughed at first, but after a while, even they couldn't stand it anymore.
Which country's audience would insult their own players like this? You Koreans are going too far. There are only a few ordinary people who can step onto the world stage.
The younger our Cao Cao is, the more talented he is in Go. Besides, victory and defeat are common in the military.
Is it necessary to kill someone with one blow? A young Chinese audience stood up and said angrily.
When these Koreans cursed the Chinese players, he was also very angry, but he had the bearing of a great country and knew what respect was, so he did not refute.
Now Cao Cao is about to win, he is even happier, but when he hears these dirty words insulting Cao Cao's opponent, he gets very angry. What's the point of winning against a guy who is worse than a pig?
Well said, they are indeed a great country, and they are different from people born in a tiny country. It's disgusting to see them look so arrogant. If they really come to participate in the World Go Championship, they probably won't even be qualified to play 10 pieces.
That's right.
What I despise the most in my life is those who are arrogant and self-righteous, and who have no idea of the principle of not doing to others what you don't want others do to you.
What the hell, do you really think the whole world revolves around you?
If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for taking action.
Audiences from other countries were even more indignant. They directly surrounded the Korean audience in a small area.
Some even rolled up their sleeves and were ready to take action.
These Koreans finally understood what fear was. After all, this was someone else's territory.
If they went too far, they could be beaten to any extent. As the Koreans in the audience gave in, Park In-young on the field was squeezed and pressed down, and barely made a move.
And this move fell right into Cao Cao's trap. The outcome of this game has been decided. I'm really sorry, uncle. Cao Cao is so lucky that he actually beat you. Don't forget our previous bet.
You have to swim back to Goryeo from Japan,
Cao Cao said with a smile.
There was no joy at all in winning the game, but rather a sense of happiness in having taught a cheating Korean player a lesson. Just as Cao Cao won the victory, Lu Xiren defeated the last Korean player.
The Chinese team completed a double kill.
The audience seats in Shangguan Wanner's live broadcast room were instantly boiling.
We won. That's great. We finally won.
I didn't expect that a 5-year-old prodigy from China could beat the top player from Korea.
This is beyond my imagination. Our Chinese Go community has finally risen.
The fellow above may have said the wrong thing. Our Chinese Go community should not be called rising, but great again.
This fellow Taoist is really educated. What he said is absolutely right. Thumbs up.
Flowers, flowers. With the victory of Cao Cao and Lu Xiren, the gifts in the live broadcast room have reached 500 million, and the previous amount has exceeded 800 million.
At this rate, 1 billion will be unstoppable after the finals.
The audience was fortunate enough to watch this game and deeply felt the pleasure of being slapped in the face. The thunderous cheers and applause as loud as thunder resounded throughout the stadium.
In their eyes, the 5-year-old Cao Cao has transformed into the Go-playing boy in the cartoon. It's amazing. What kind of parents can give birth to such a little prodigy?
I wish I were her mother.
I'm so envious.
The little prodigy is indeed amazing and is the future hope of the Chinese Go community, but we must not forget the cultivation of the older generation.
Lu Xiren's performance this time was also quite dazzling.
Yes, that's right, they are all great, they are the pride of our celestial empire. When Zhang Ting heard everyone praising Tao Tao, she couldn't suppress the pride on her face. Once upon a time, Tao Tao was still criticized by people for being a depressed child. He didn't know how to communicate with others and didn't even have any friends around him. No one else can understand how painful it is for her as a mother. And now, Tao Tao, who is only 5 years old, has achieved nirvana and has become the object of everyone's envy. The happiness in her heart is something that others cannot understand.
My son, that's my son. Thank you for the compliments.
My son and I will work together to carry the banner of the Chinese Go community. Zhang Ting danced excitedly and kept introducing it to everyone. No one at the scene thought there was anything wrong with what she did. Instead, they all looked at her with envy. The defeated Park In-young and Li Young-in were not only ashamed to face the people of Guangdong, but also felt extremely complicated. As Koreans, they knew very well how they would be treated after returning to their homeland. They were afraid that they would be treated even worse than rats crossing the street.
Everyone, please be quiet.
We just received a report from someone that 2 Korean players, Park In-young and Li Young-in, cheated in the competition. Suddenly, Mitsui Murakami stood up and said loudly.
Chapter 187 Go Tournament ends. Shameless and obscene. These people have no shame at all. They cheated to get good grades. It's a shame. Don't be angry, big brother. Isn't this the sportsmanship of the Koreans? If they didn't cheat, I would find it strange. Now that you put it that way, I feel much better.
Yes, even if he cheated, he couldn't beat the Chinese national players.
Ha, it's ridiculous. If I were them, I would have found a hole in the ground to crawl into.
When Mitsui Murakami's words reached the audience, no one even thought about whether they were true or false. Because they understand the Koreans and know they can do such a thing.
Moreover, Mitsui Murakami holds such a high position and is such an upright old man, how could he condescend to frame a loser?
No, we didn't cheat.
Mr. Mayor, although you are in a high position, you should be careful about what you say, and be reasonable and based on evidence, right? How can we face people in the future if we are framed like this?
Park In-young argued in panic.
Yes, you are still the mayor. Do you deserve your position by accusing others without any evidence? What's wrong with us Koreans?
Our sportsmanship is seen by the whole world. You are just jealous of the excellence of our great Korean nation.
That's right. If you can't win, you're saying we cheated. How can that make sense? Why don't you show us some evidence? The Koreans in the stands finally found an opportunity to straighten their backs again, but these words were just for laughs.
Ha, I heard it right, the Koreans shamelessly said that they are the best nation in the world.
Then why didn't I see them inventing things that had a huge impact on the world? Why didn't I see a point in time when the great Goryeo nation dominated the world?
Also, such an excellent nation is only good at talking. When it comes to fighting, they can run faster than anyone else, and they have never won once.
I just don't understand, how can they say these words? Where does their confidence come from? Ha, you're absolutely right.
The weaker a nation is, the more jealous it is, and the more it wants to be respected by others.
I think they have a collective mental illness. Go see a doctor right away, it will be too late if they get to the late stage.
Audiences from dozens of countries in the stands united tacitly, and one after another, they belittled the Koreans and said nothing good about them.
But who can be blamed for this?
They brought this upon themselves.
Damn it! You are going too far. If you accuse us of cheating, why don't you show us the evidence? A Korean audience member shouted loudly. You want evidence, right? I'll give you evidence right now. Shinjo stood up and walked a few steps to Park In-young.
I used a pair of tweezers to dig in my ear and something that looked like a grain of rice was picked out.
I know this thing, a miniature headset. This is the latest spy equipment developed by the United States. Park In-young, you actually used all means to win. It is a shame for us to compete with you.
Jane said first. The national players from various countries were instantly disgusted to the extreme. The opponents who had been defeated by Park In-young before were even more furious and rolled up their sleeves to take action. Fortunately, the on-site security system was perfect, otherwise a bloody incident would have occurred.
Thank you, brother.
Now everyone understands, he definitely cheated, but he has no say on whether he wins or not.
Park In-young, do you have anything else to say? Shinjoji asked.
The criminal was caught red-handed and the public was indignant.
What else could Park In-young say? His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. His life is completely over. Damn Shinzhou, if he hadn't appeared out of nowhere, how could the situation be like this today? The Chinese national players would have been trampled under his feet long ago. We caught them red-handed. I declare that the Korean team will not be able to participate in the World Go Championship for 20 years. The 3 national players involved in this incident will be disqualified and banned from the competition for life. I hope everyone can take this as a warning. If you want to achieve good results, you must rely on your real strength. Using unconventional methods will not make you strong, but will only make you a laughingstock of others. Mitsui Murakami said angrily. Mr. Mayor, you are such a good man, and you have kept your previous promise to be fair, just and open. When everyone heard what Mitsui Murakami said, they cheered loudly. The Koreans and Korean national players in the stands all became rats crossing the street. In other words, no one has eggs in their hands, otherwise they would be thrown over without any hesitation. Amidst sighs, the competition ended successfully, and the competitions on the next 2 days lost a lot of suspense because the Korean team was unable to participate. In the end, China became the biggest winner, taking the top 3 places in the men's and women's groups, and also taking home the first place in the team group. The chess master's 3-year-old son Shen Mang and the 5-year-old prodigy Tao Tao became the most popular stars this time. Newspapers, television stations, and the internet all reported the news. Su Qingyan, who was far away in China, was extremely excited when she received the news. He also told Shen Huan, Shen Shang, Shen Feng, and Shen Meng to work harder, learn more from Shen Mang, and win glory for the country to the best of their abilities. When you grow up, don't forget your original intention and mission, build the motherland, and become a pillar of society. The Go tournament is over, and the 3 old men's glorious mission is also accomplished. At this moment, they are very relaxed in the Shijing Hotel. There are 3 cups of tea on the coffee table, and they are all lying in the same Guyu posture. Shinzhou, on his part, is actively preparing for the concert. Shangguan Wanner, Daniel, Brooks, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Now that the World Go Championship is over, I have taken the time to organize the repertoire for tomorrow's performance. Please take a look and see if there is anything wrong so that I can correct it in time. Shinzhou handed over the program list. Daniel Brooks took a look and felt that there was nothing wrong. All 3 are world-renowned performers and are naturally very familiar with China's famous music. Moreover, as the main performer of this concert, Shinzhou has the right to decide what music to play. Since there is no problem, let's do it this way. We will use this Go competition to show everyone's enthusiasm for China's traditional culture and vigorously promote China's classical music, so that those who look down on China's music will be slapped in the face. Shinzhou said confidently. Okay, after playing these classical Chinese pieces, I can imagine how excited the audience will be. Mr. Shen, it's nothing. We're going to take a rest and get enough rest so that we can perform well tomorrow. We are old and weak, so we can't compare with you. Brooks said half jokingly and half seriously. Okay, let's go to Shijing Grand Theater together tomorrow morning. Shinzhou nodded and replied. As the 2 left, only Shinzhou, Shangguan Wanner and Shen Mang were left in the room. Chapter 188 The Poor Aunt Shangguan. Auntie Shangguan, it's getting late, Mang Mang is a little sleepy. Mang Mang said in a low voice. The 2 little hands were like stepping on flowers, brushing and kneading them, which made Shangguan Wanner break out in a cold sweat. It's only what time now, why are you still sleeping? Hee, Mang Mang, be good and go to bed first, okay? Aunt Shangguan still has a lot of work to discuss with your father. Shangguan Wanner said. It's okay to go to sleep later, but Aunt Shangguan has to promise Mang Mang to call Tao Tao over to sleep with us. Shen Mang said in a baby voice. This made Shangguan Wanner very miserable. She didn't know whether to agree or not. Who did her little bear offend? It's not enough to have a little milk bag to destroy the flour, but there is another one coming. But at this time, Shinzhou did not hear clearly what they were saying, and the system's rewards were distributed again. Bite. Achievement achieved, bring glory to the country. System reward, comic creativity. System, what is the idea of this comic? Tell me in detail. Shinzhou asked. Although the host's comics company is very famous in China, it has not produced any household-known anime works. As a father, don't you feel ashamed that 5 children want to watch cartoons produced by other companies, or even foreign animations? The system did not answer immediately, but instead educated Shinzhou. Hearing this, he felt his face turn red. Since taking over the animation company, there have been no new achievements and they have been living off their past success. This is far inferior to Haitian media. Shinjo brought Haitian media from a company on the verge of bankruptcy to become the world's top online self-media company, with a market value many times larger than that of Wanzhou Animation Company. It's time to free up some time to deal with this matter. As the boss of so many companies, it is normal for Shinjo to focus on certain aspects, but he should also pay attention to balanced development. Otherwise, if a company goes bankrupt, not to mention the impact on his personal property, if a chain reaction occurs, it will be troublesome. Moreover, Wang Shasha is a genius in animation production. She has studied abroad for so many years and now has jumped to Wanzhou Animation Company. It will be really difficult for Shinjo to keep the girl if he can't come up with some good ideas and works. Well, I really didn't think it through. Fortunately, Shinjo admitted his mistake in a good manner. The system did not blame him anymore, but told him all the ideas for the comic in detail. After listening to it, Shinjo's eyes suddenly lit up. There are three main types of animation in the world today. The United States, the world's beacon, is based on high technology and often triggers a cosmic war, and then superheroes save the Earth. The genre of Japanese animation companies is passionate adventure, coupled with delicate painting techniques and excellent production. As a rising star in the world's animation culture, the Chinese animation industry has mainly focused on 3D animation in recent years, adapted from novels of the same name. Compared with American and Japanese companies, the picture quality is not high, the level is limited, the plot is not delicate enough, and there is no fascinating brain-opening complex. It can be said that its overall strength is mediocre and it has no strengths in all aspects of development. The fact that it can occupy the third place in the world is entirely due to the contrast with its peers. With the development of the times and the improvement of animation production level, this field is no longer exclusive to children. Many adults have devoted themselves to it and are unable to extricate themselves from loving it. What's more, some people even collect anime figures and peripherals. If this industrial chain is developed, Wanzhou Animation Company will definitely become a company that is no weaker than Haitian Media Company. The solution provided by the system is very detailed, including the script, character portrayal, dubbing staff, main responsible personnel, etc. The idea of the amazing dad and his 5 cute kids is indeed novel enough, and no animation company has ever produced a similar work. As long as Wanzhou follows the system plan, this animation will definitely be popular all over the country. Shinjo said excitedly. She even smiled like an auntie. Shangwan Wanner, who was sitting opposite him, was terrified. She had just escaped from her son's clutches. Would she be crushed under the 5-finger mountain by her father? Ahem, Chairman, what are you laughing at? Shangwan Wanner asked cautiously. I just had a new idea, so I was distracted. Shangwan Wanner will be handed over to the 3 of us on stage tomorrow, while the offstage and the periphery will need to be coordinated and handled by you and Wang Tao. Is that okay? Shinjo said. Don't worry, Chairman, everything is ready, we just need the right time. Shangwan Wanner answered confidently. Well, I have to go out for a while. I'll leave Mang Mang to you first. Is that okay, Shangwan Wanner? Shinjo said again. With such a good idea, he couldn't wait to discuss it with Wang Shasha. It was not that Shinjo intended to let Shangwan Wanner and Mang Mang be in the same room. He was really not that sinister. Chairman. Shangwan Wanner was almost crying and stammered, unable to utter a single word. What's wrong? Is there something you can't hide? Shangwan Wanner, I remember you told me before that your grandfather wanted to see me. Shinjo said with a smile on his face. No problem, Chairman, don't worry, I will take good care of Mang Mang. Shangwan Wanner immediately perked up and nodded in reply. At the moment, completing the task assigned by Grandpa is the most important thing. As for being touched by the little bear, it's not like I haven't been touched before, so it's nothing big. Come on, no matter if you are just 1 or 2, I will accept everyone. Okay, Mang Mang, listen to Aunt Shangwan. Dad is going out to do something. Shinjo left a word and turned to go out, heading straight for Wang Shasha's room. As luck would have it, he was seen by Zhang Ting. What is Brother Shin doing in Sasha's room? No, I have to go and keep an eye on him. After Zhang Ting muttered, she took Tao's hand and came to the door of Shinjo's room. Dang dang dang. Miss Shangwan, are you there? Sister Tingting, how did you know I was here? Shangwan Wanner opened the door and asked puzzledly. As the personal secretary of a domineering president, isn't this normal? If I can't even guess this, I'd be too stupid, Zhang Ting said as a matter of course. 3 black lines appeared on Shang Wanwaner's forehead, but she had no way to refute. After all, she and Zhang Ting had many unpleasant things before, and their relationship had just eased, and she couldn't make it awkward again. Okay, Sister Shangwan, let's talk about business. I have to go out for something and there's no one to take care of Tao Tao. I'm sorry to trouble you. The 2 children are very good playmates and are easy to take care of, Zhang Ting said gratefully. After hearing this, Shang Wanwaner's hands shook unconsciously a few times. What she feared was bound to come true. Moreover, Shinzhou had said before that he had to leave for something, and Zhang Ting came over and said she had to leave for something again. Are 2 people going to do the same thing? A man and a woman, both good-looking, calling each other ambiguously and doing the same thing, what could it be? Shang Wanwaner's heart suddenly became impure. Chapter 189 The Best Dad in 5 Cute Kids. Zhang Ting was anxious to find her best friend and didn't bother to explain. After leaving Tao Tao behind, she turned around and left. Boss, the surprise you said you would give me before was related to Aunt Shangwan. Now there are only 3 of us left, shouldn't we fulfill the surprise? Tao Tao said excitedly. Aunt Shangwan, you are the best and the most beautiful. You have let Mang Mang touch your little bear, so why don't you let Tao Tao touch it too? Shin Mang really acted like an elder brother. He looked up at Shang Wanwaner and begged with his pouty lips. Shang Wanwaner couldn't be more aggrieved than she was. Not only did she have to take care of Shinzhou's children, but she also had to take care of Zhang Ting. Moreover, these 2 people are likely to do something shady, so you can do it, and there is no problem taking care of 2 little ones. The key is that these 2 little kids need to be taken care of by little bears. Shang Wanwaner felt the 10,000 points of critical hits that this world brought to her. After going around in circles, she was still the clown in the end. Of course, no problem. Aunt Shangwan is so nice, how can I not satisfy your requirements? And you 2 are the little heroes of this Go competition. It's an honor for Aunt Shangwan to have Mang Mang and Tao Tao touch your little bears. Shang Wanwaner forced a smile. Even she herself felt how hypocritical these words were. But Mang Mang and Tao Tao, who only had eyes for the little bear, ignored him completely and reached in with 2 hands, one big and one small, in a cunning manner. Shang Wanwaner's pretty face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. It seems that I will have to get used to having 2 little bears petted at the same time. In Wang Shasha's room. Chairman, is there anything you need from me so late at night? Wang Shasha asked softly. Well, I have a pretty good idea here and I would like to discuss it with you. If you think it is feasible, we will start working on it immediately after returning home. Shinzhou said straight to the point. Sasha, brother Shin, what creative ideas do you have? Zhang Ting pushed the door open and walked in very familiarly. After all, the 2 are good girlfriends and good friends, and it is reasonable for them to have each other's room cards. Sister Zhang, it's about comics. I'm afraid you can't help. Shinzhou replied. Why can't we get involved? Animation production has to be approved. If it doesn't pass the approval, it can't be released to the market. Brother Shin, Sasha, don't forget what my father does. He has the most say in this matter, and he can also arrange prime time for our animation. Zhang Ting said hurriedly. Her father does have such ability, but Zhang Ting is so eager to show it because she is afraid that Shinzhou and Wang Shasha will leave her aside when discussing the problem. That's true. I have overlooked this point. Now let me tell you about this idea. Shinzhou talked freely. After telling the 2 girls what the system had told him, Zhang Ting didn't think anything of it. As long as there weren't any bloody scenes and it wouldn't corrupt the children, it was fine for her. As a professional genius, Wang Shasha certainly knew what Shinzhou's idea represented. It not only set a precedent for domestic animation, but was also unique in the world. Some people may think that the idea of a nanny and 5 cute kids is similar to that of a big-headed dad and small-headed sons. But in fact, they are completely different. The latter is only suitable for children under 5 years old, while the former is for parents and children to watch together. It can play a very good educational role, and can also inspire children's patriotism and parents' sense of social responsibility. Although this type of animation does not have particularly exaggerated fighting scenes or shocking special effects, it is more popular. Chairman, you are amazing. This idea is really great. If you can add some lighthearted and funny plots, I guarantee that it will be popular all over the country and even have a place on the world stage. Moreover, this idea can basically establish the tone of Wanzhou Animation Company.
Don't underestimate this tone, it is equivalent to a postcard in the hearts of the audience. Just like the two animation companies in the United States, their superheroes are postcards, but we can make the best dad as popular as a superhero. Wang Shasha said excitedly. An expert can tell whether something is good or not at one glance. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked, and Zhang Ting at the side couldn't get a word in at all. But she was not jealous. Serious men are the most handsome. Looking at Xinzhou's profile, perhaps this is the perfection that mortals can never reach. Well, since Sasha thinks it's okay, I'll hand this project over to you after we return home. It would be best if this animation could be released next spring. After some discussion, Xinzhou finally made the final decision. Chairman, don't worry. Shasha will never embarrass you. Wang Shasha replied solemnly. It's getting late, everyone should go to bed early. Xinzhou stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Zhang Ting quickly stood up and suggested, Brother Shin, how can we not go out and celebrate such a happy event? I've always heard that Brother Shin has profound musical attainments, but I've only heard you play the piano, but never sang. Can you open your eyes to me and Shasha today? That's fine. Xinzhou thought about it and nodded in agreement. He had a concert tomorrow, so he could practice tonight. It was a happy decision. The three of them quickly left the Shijing Hotel and came to the largest entertainment center in Japan. There are not only KTVs, nightclubs, quiet bars, discos and other places that young people like, but also tea houses, chess halls, gyms, ball halls, kendo halls and other entertainment and leisure places for the elderly. This 30-story building encompasses all the entertainment methods that humans have been able to think of so far. Sir and madam, please show us your membership cards, the waiter said politely. Although kneeling service is not required here, every waiter has to undergo the most rigorous selection and training before taking up the job. The smiles on their faces are indeed more professional than those in China's service places, less awkward and more enthusiastic. Hello, we are foreign friends. This is our first time visiting Dihao and we don't have a membership card. Can you make some accommodation for us? Zhang Ting asked hurriedly. I'm so sorry, miss. We have a rule in Dihao that only guests with membership cards are allowed to enter, and membership cards are divided into different levels. Ordinary membership cards can only go to the first, second and third floors, platinum membership cards can go to the fourth, fifth and sixth floors, gold membership cards can go to the 10th floor, and diamond cards can go to the 20th floor without restrictions. Supreme card, unlimited access at Dihao. The waiter introduced politely. Having said all this, I don't mean to look down on these three people, it just means to provide more meticulous service. Then how can I apply for a membership card? Xinzhou asked. You need recommendations from established old customers. Regular membership cards require a top-up of 1 million, platinum membership cards 5 million, gold membership cards 10 million, and diamond membership cards 20 million. Chapter 190 A Different Emperor. I'm not sure about the Supreme membership card because I've never seen anyone successfully apply for one. The waiter replied politely. Chairman, it's such a huge amount of money, let's just forget about it. We can just go somewhere else and sing some songs. We will be back to China in a few days. It's a waste to recharge 1 million in vain. Wang Shasha still hadn't changed her frugal nature and reminded in a low voice. That's true. Although Zhang Ting was a little disappointed, she didn't want to be taken advantage of. It costs 1 million just to sing a song. Is this a joke? Even in Kyoto, if you spend 1 million to play around, you can probably have fun for a month. Now that you're here, just stay here. I'll make a phone call. Xinzhou really didn't want to make any more trouble, so he took out his cell phone and called Ito Shota directly. Dear Mr. Shin, what can I do for you? Although it was late, Ito Shota still answered the phone quickly and asked with the most energetic state and the most respectful tone. Now, the relationship between him and Xinzhou has completely changed. Before, he was the seller and Xinzhou was the buyer, but now Xinzhou is the boss and he is the employee. In Japan, the respect that employees show to their bosses is not much different from the respect that younger generations show to their elders in China. This is a culture, not something that anyone forces anyone to do. Dihao, you should know that my sister Zhang and Sasha came here to sing some songs, but we don't have membership cards. Can you make a recommendation for me? Xinzhou asked straight to the point. Dear Mr. Shin, please wait for me at the gate of Dihao and I will be here in half an hour. Ito Shota replied respectfully. Okay. Xinzhou nodded and hung up the phone.
Half an hour passed quickly, and Ito Shota got out of the car and ran over happily, holding a small purple and gold card in his hand. Shinjo and his companions did not pay much attention to it, but the sharp-eyed waiter saw it clearly. This is a Supreme membership card? Oh my god, who on earth is this? The Supreme membership card seems to exist only in the legends of Dihao. I have been working here for so long, but I have never seen one in person. Don't mention you. It seems that our manager has never seen it in person. But I'm lucky. I've seen the template. This is definitely a Supreme membership card. The nobility and craftsmanship are something that imitations can never achieve. After verifying each other, the two waiters bowed 90 degrees to Ito Shota. Hello, dear sir, you are a Supreme customer of M Grand. As long as you put forward your conditions, M Grand will do its best to meet them. The waiter said hurriedly. Mr. Shinjo, this card was given to me by the boss of Dihao before, but I have never used it and I don't like coming to this kind of place, so I'll give it to you. Ito Shota bowed 90 degrees and handed the Supreme card to Shinjo. These Japanese people are really troublesome. They bend and bow all the time, which makes Shinjo and his companions very uncomfortable. Mr. Ito, I have told you many times that you don't need to pay attention to these complicated etiquette in front of me. Your habit of bowing all the time really makes me speechless. I'll lend you this Supreme card. I'll return it to you tomorrow. You won't need it after you return to the Celestial Empire. Shinjo said without being polite as he took the membership card. This is my sincere gift, please accept it, Mr. Shinjo. Moreover, this Supreme membership card can be used not only in the Dihao stores in Shijing, but also in all Dihao chain stores around the world. No matter where you are the most distinguished guest. As far as I know, there is also a Dihao branch in Kyoto, China, which is about the same size as the one in Shijing. If Mr. Shin feels like it one day, he can go there for some entertainment. This card is useless to me. It can only be used by the respected Mr. Shin. Ito Shota explained. When Shinjo heard that there was a branch in Kyoto, he was indeed a little tempted, but he couldn't accept the reward without doing anything. The value of this membership card is at least over 100 million, and it represents not only money, but also a high status. Even if an ordinary rich person wants to do something, it is useless without the recommendation of a qualified person. Brother Shin, since Mr. Ito has said so, you should accept it. Otherwise it will seem a bit pretentious. Zheng Ting hurriedly persuaded. Okay, then I will accept this gift. However, I will not accept gifts without merit. I will add another 100 million yuan to the original contract. I believe Mr. Ito will not let me down. Shinjo nodded and replied. Thank you, dear Mr. Shin. Don't stand here. Now that we're here, let's go in together. I want to see what's the difference between this imperial capital and other entertainment venues. After Shinjo finished speaking, he strode in. Boom boom boom. The sound of heavy metal percussion instantly filled my ears. The first floor covers an area of several thousand square meters and is decorated in a punk style. There is a large dance floor in the middle and scattered stages around it. Opposite the entrance, there is a display screen covering nearly 100 square meters, which at first glance looks similar to a bar in China. The only difference is that the place is very big, and the men and women walking around are very gentlemanly. Even when they are dancing, they look very cultured. The atmosphere in domestic discotheques is indeed not that good. Regardless of the quality of those who come to play, they all try their best to release their nature, dancing and singing, and even howling and shedding tears when they are moved. Well, it does have a unique charm. There is stillness in the movement, and a hint of tranquility in the excitement. It is decorated in punk style but can still give people pastoral reverie. The designer of Dihao is really a talent. Shinjo praised inwardly. Sasa, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come on, brother Shin, let's act like gentle hooligans for once and let ourselves go. By the way, there's a microphone on the stage, go over and sing a song. Zheng Ting said with a smile. No. No problem. Just as Ito Shota was about to stop him, Shinjo had already agreed and walked to the center of the stage. The music stopped abruptly. The gentlemen swaying on the dance floor all fixed their eyes on Shinjo, first with suspicion and then with anger. Sir, you are very rude. Not just anyone can hold that microphone. A middle-aged man in a suit said loudly. Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm new here and don't know the rules. I just want to sing a song for my friend. Shinjo replied embarrassedly. Singing here? First you have to be famous, and then you can sing after being recognized by the three musicians on the Tianbang. Otherwise, if your singing pollutes everyone's ears, who will be responsible? The man in the suit said seriously. Depend on.
I didn't expect that Dihao has so many rules.
It's really different from other places. Chapter 191 Battle for the Microphone. Shinzhou's face was filled with black lines at this moment.
He originally thought that as long as he had a Supreme membership card, he could come in and play unlimitedly. However, singing a song required the certification of a lot of conditions. Originally, it would have been fine if Shinzhou didn't sing this song, but he saw a group of people in the audience staring at him. He had an expression as if he was waiting to see a joke. Others might be able to tolerate this, but he, Shinzhou, couldn't swallow it.
So, who are the three musicians on the heavenly ranking?
Shinzhou's competitive spirit was also aroused, and he had to sing this song today.
Oh my god, there are people who don't know those three big guys. That's right, you don't even know them, and you dare to come here to sing?
You can tell at first glance that he is a tone-deaf upstart.
Why is he pretending to know music? It's disgusting.
When the people in the audience heard that Shinzhou didn't even recognize the three music industry giants, they began to mock him.
Shinzhou didn't think so. He just wanted to get the approval of the three so-called big bosses and sing a song for Zhang Ting and Wang Shasha in the audience. You don't even know the most famous people in Japan, Moroshita Gardenia, Inoue Shirno, and Matsujikai Sachiko.
Sir, I advise you not to embarrass yourself here. The middle-aged man in a suit said contemptuously.
Hey, you bunch of stupid Japanese, do you know that Brothershin is a household name in our country?
Zhang Ting was so angry that she argued loudly with them.
What happened?
A crisp voice broke the noise on the field.
Everyone present knew that the voice was that of Sachiko Matsuguchi, except Shinzhou and his group.
The smell of gunpowder that was originally in the air was extinguished in an instant.
It's Sachiko. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I didn't expect to meet Sachiko in person in my lifetime.
Everyone whispered. Seeing that everyone recognized her, Sachiko Matsuoka walked up to Shinzhou proudly and said, "Sir, do you know?
The last person who picked up this microphone to sing was our Japanese popular singer Li Weilai."
Sanko Sachiko deliberately pronounced the word popular very loudly, hoping that Shinzhou would tactfully come down.
Just now, Sachiko Matsuguchi went to the bathroom and heard the waiter say that a Supreme customer had come to Marriott. She was going to release a new song soon, but there were some financial problems with her agency. He just wanted to sing a song to attract the attention of the Supreme customers, in order to get some sponsorship. Therefore, the most urgent thing was to get rid of this young man who didn't know how to live or die.
Shinzhou was very disdainful of the Japanese way of speaking and rolled his eyes.
Shinzhou was speechless.
Why do the Japanese like to pretend so much? Since Miss Sanko Sachiko is here, why don't we have a singing competition?
Shinzhou deliberately provoked.
You are not qualified to compete with me. Sachiko Matsuchi refused bluntly.
This kid is so arrogant that he actually wants to compete with our Sachiko in singing. He really doesn't know how to live or die.
Come down quickly, don't delay us from enjoying Miss Sachiko Matsugachi's singing. Get down, get down. The people in the audience were impatient and wanted to kick Shinzhou off the stage. Ding. Triggering the side quest, gain 100,000 fans.
The quest reward is a microphone worth $1 million. The system's voice sounded in Shinzhou's mind again. When Shinzhou heard this, he thought that he had to teach these young people a lesson anyway, and it would be a good idea to take on a mission at the same time, so he accepted the side quest without hesitation. The words 100,000 fans also gave Shinzhou inspiration, and he took out his mobile phone and started the live broadcast. My dear family, today my dad will be live streaming a singing competition with a Japanese singer. If you want to watch it, please leave a comment. As soon as Shinzhou opened the live broadcast, a large number of fans flocked in. Hey, why are you still live streaming?
Sachiko Matsuguchi said impatiently. This voice sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Daddy, let's see who is talking. Could it be Daddy's new secretary? Ha 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 ha. The barrage asked everyone to see who was talking next to Shinzhou.
Shinzhou saw that it was exactly what he wanted, so he turned the camera to Sanko Sachiko. Just as Sanko Sachiko was about to push Shinzhou's phone away, she saw that there were hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. For the sake of her own image, she instantly put on a professional fake smile and greeted the fans in the live broadcast room.
Hello everyone, my name is Sachiko Matsugachi.
Oh, yes, yes.
It's Sachiko Matsuguchi. I was wondering why her voice sounded so familiar. Which Yanko troupe is Sonko Yukiko from? I don't know her, but she looks pretty good. Matsuguchi Sachiko? Was she born at an intersection with pine trees? Ha 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 ha. Isn't Daddy in the KTV? Sachiko Matsugachi must be singing with Daddy.
Sachiko Matsuchi looked at the complaints from these people on the barrage and felt insulted and furious.
My dear family, I am going to have a singing competition with Miss Matsukichi Sachiko. Please be patient.
Shinjo looked serious on the surface, thinking that the fans this year were really awesome. Now Matsukichi Sachiko had no choice but to give in.
Okay, let's compete. You decide how to compete. Sonko Sachiko said to Shinjo viciously. It's very simple. Each of us sings a song, and everyone in Dihao votes.
The one with the most votes wins, Shinjo said confidently.
No problem. Sachiko Matsukichi also agreed readily. But what?
If you lose, I want you to put on a bunny girl outfit and perform a hot dance for my fans in the live broadcast room. If you lose, you will also have to change into a bunny girl and pour drinks for every customer here to make amends.
You shouldn't insult their ears. Shinjo and Sonko Sachiko finalized the bet.
Although the people in the audience knew that Sachiko would definitely win, Shinjo was so arrogant just now, so everyone just sat down and watched the joke.
Ladies first, Miss Sonko, please come first.
Shinjo made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation.
Then don't say I'm bullying you. Sachiko Matsugawa walked onto the stage, and the spotlight instantly hit her face.
Although Sachiko Matsugawa's words were not pleasant to listen to, the moment she stood on the stage, her aura and stage presence could make countless otakus heartbroken for her. As soon as the music started, the atmosphere reached its climax.
Ah, Sachiko Matsuoka, I love you. Sachiko, a child of destiny.
The audience began to cheer for Sachiko Matsuchi unconsciously, and with the glow sticks in everyone's hands, it was like a superstar's concert. As expected, Sachiko Matsuchi is one of the three giants of Japan. Even Zhang Ting and Wang Shasha nodded unconsciously to the rhythm.
Shinjo thought, the Sachiko Matsuoka's singing skills are really good.
When Sachiko Matsuchi finished her song, everyone's cheering was still going on, and they shouted for Sachiko Matsuchi not to leave and to sing another song.
Chapter 192 Who is the boss?
Shinjo completely ignored Sonko Sachiko's contemptuous look and walked up to the stage and took the microphone. In 1984, the crops had not yet been harvested. My daughter lay in my arms, sleeping so sweetly.
In contrast to the cheerful style of Matsuchi Sachiko, Shinjo sang a prose poem written by his father.
While singing, his 5 little babies were in his mind. The audience in the audience also changed from resisting at the beginning to quietly integrating into Shinjo's music. I didn't expect this kid to sing so well,
Sachiko Matsuchi murmured to herself.
Many audience members were already crying silently, probably because they were thinking of their fathers and resonated with the song.
After Shinjo finished singing the song leisurely, the audience stood up spontaneously and applauded Shinjo.
The result of the competition is very obvious without voting. Shinjo won. He won because he sang a song that truly touched everyone's hearts. Although Sachiko Matsuchi sang very well, her singing was too superficial and she lacked emotional investment. Sachiko Matsukichi accepted her defeat with all her heart and said ashamedly, "You won, so there is no need to vote."
Shinjo shook hands with Sonko Sachiko generously as a courtesy. The bunny girl dance we just talked about, Shinjo whispered in Matsutsugaki Sachiko's ear. Matsutsugaki Sachiko looked embarrassed, but she didn't cheat.
I asked the staff for the costume of the return girl and performed a dance on the spot. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of 100,000 fans.
You can send a text message to activate the reward.
The system's voice suddenly sounded.
Shinjo thought, that's not right. There are only a few dozen people at the scene. Could it be that they are fighting 1 against 100?
When I looked at my phone again, the popularity of the live broadcast room had skyrocketed, with more than 100,000 followers added just now.
Ha, this is hilarious. Sachiko Matsuchi, this is square dancing. I'm so embarrassed, you were so arrogant just now. Wow, Sachiko Matsuchi is so cute.
There was also a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Shinjo saw that the time was almost up, so he said to the live broadcast room, "Thank you for your support and affirmation. Today's live broadcast ends here, see you next time." After saying this, Shinjo closed the live broadcast.
Who is causing trouble here? A loud voice broke the joyful atmosphere of Sachiko Matsukichi's dance.
Following the voice, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a royal blue striped suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking very gentle.
Who on earth is causing trouble here?
The man raised his voice again and shouted. A sharp-eyed person in the crowd recognized at a glance that the middle-aged man was none other than Marriott's general manager Chiyotaro.
Chiyotaro was also a perceptive man. He immediately spotted Shinjo in the crowd. You are the one who broke the rules of Marriott?
Chiyotaro looked Shinjo in front of him carefully.
He didn't look like someone who could sing, but he could actually defeat Matsuchi Sachiko.
I don't agree with what this gentleman said.
Marriott is a place for singing and entertainment. How can I break the rules by singing a song?
My Marriott is not an ordinary place.
It is the most high-end music appreciation club in Japan.
Don't think you are so great just because you won Sachiko Matsuguchi by chance. I might as well tell you that Daniel and Brooks are on their way.
If you know what's happening, kowtow and admit your mistake. We will just pretend that what happened today never happened. Otherwise, you will end up in a very bad situation.
Chiyotaro said with a smug look on his face.
Oh?
I was tired of playing and was about to leave, but since you are so interested and have called Brooks and Daniel, I have no choice but to accompany you to the end. After Shinjo said this, he found a sofa nearby and sat down. He also crossed his legs and looked at Chiyotaro with disdain.
Since this gentleman is so shameless, don't blame me for not reminding you.
Seeing Shinjo being so arrogant, Chiyotaro secretly made up his mind to make Shinjo kneel down and bark like a dog. As they were talking, the two music masters Brooks and Daniel arrived at the Marriott Club. A waiter came up and whispered a few words to Ike Shota, who then went out to greet the two music giants in person. Daniel, Mr. Brooks, this is the arrogant boy who came to Marriott to cause trouble. Chiyotaro complained with a flattering look on his face, like a student telling his teacher, with an indignant expression on his face.
Daniel and Brooks are really here. Now it's going to be fun. This kid is really patient.
Instead of running away with his tail between his legs, he still has the mind to sit there and eat the fruit plate.
Humph, let him be arrogant. Let Daniel and Mr. Brooks teach him a lesson. Shinjo didn't react when he saw them come in. Instead, the discussions of the onlookers became louder and louder. I heard on the road that someone defeated my student Matsuoka Sachiko. I was curious about what kind of person has such strength. Daniel stepped forward and mocked.
I remember when we had a private concert at the Shijing Hotel, you were still wearing open crotch pants, Brooks agreed. When Shinjo heard this, he asked, Shijing Hotel?
Shijing Hotel, then I believe you must know my right-hand man, Ito Shota.
Shinjo lowered his head and laughed wildly, continuing to eat the fruit plate in front of him.
Get ready to tease these two guys. What? Young man, you brag without doing your homework? Mr. Ito Shota is the founder of Shijing Hotel. Let alone being your subordinate, you are not even worthy of carrying Mr. Ito Shota's shoes. When Chiyotaro heard Shinjo actually said that Ito Shota was his subordinate, he instantly got furious. Shota Ito is his idol. This kid actually insulted his idol so recklessly. He will definitely not be able to leave Marriott today. Mr. Four Eyes, why are you so excited?
If you don't believe me, I'll call Mr. Watanabe here. Shinjo said casually.
Can you please stop pretending? You are the only one who can contact Mr. Ito Shota. You are just dreaming. Chiyotaro changed his gentle appearance and became more arrogant towards Shinjo. Now let's see how he ends up. He even dares to brag about Ito Shota. He must be a fool. Look at the tone of this guy. Maybe he escaped from a mental hospital. Today is really unlucky. With the support of two international music masters, the crowd who had been dissatisfied just now jumped out to mock Shinjo. Dear Mr. Shin. The person who spoke was Ito Shota. Crack. A bolt from the blue, my head exploded. When Chiyotaro saw Ito Shota coming, he was stunned at first. Then he comforted himself, it must be a coincidence.
Chiyotaro was about to go up to him and try to get close to him, but Ito Shota ignored him and his eyes were full of respect.
The person watching was Shinjo.
At this moment, no matter how dumb Chiyotaro was, he could see that the strongest trump card to save face could only rely on the two legendary musicians. Chapter 193 The waitress was molested.
Chiyotaro quickly turned his gaze to Daniel Brooks.
At this moment, Shinjo raised his head.
Mr. Ito, you are finally here. Otherwise, I would be so ashamed. Zhang Ting and Wang Shasha also secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. At this moment, Daniel and Brooke's eyes seemed to be petrified. It turned out to be Mr. Shin. Similarly, Iketaro also searched for the appearance of the two of them. Shinjo stretched and came in front of Ito Shota. Ito Shota looked at Iketaro and asked, "General Manager, I remember there is a rule here. There is no rule that the supreme card can only be used by the person himself." Iketaro immediately said, "Of course there is no such rule. People who have the supreme card are equivalent to having supreme power. You can give this card to others at will." "Well, if that's the case, I think it's okay for me to lend this card to Mr. Shin, right?" Shinjo smiled slightly, and then waved the supreme card in front of everyone. Most of the people present had never seen this kind of card before. "Oh my god, who is this person? He is so worthy of Ito Shota, the owner of Shijing Hotel, personally handing over the card. He looks like just an ordinary young man. Could he be so heavy?" Shiyetaro was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he had known this would happen, he would never have scolded Shinhaojo. They may even be worshipped like ancient gods. At the same time, Daniel and Brooks also came to Shinjo, and they both smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Shin, I didn't expect you to come here. I'm sorry, did I make you too angry just now?" The two men smiled again. Iketaro looked at Matsukichi Sachiko, but saw that she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. But Ito Shota said coldly, "If the people who get this supreme card can't enjoy good treatment here, then I think this hotel should also be closed?" When Iketaro heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he realized that he had really gotten into big trouble. "Mr. Ito, I was just joking. I was blind." As he said that, he actually raised his hand and slapped himself. However, he did not forget that he should apologize to Shinjo for this matter. "Mr. Shin, I am so sorry. I bow to you solemnly." Thus, the unique etiquette of Japan appeared again. Shinjo waved his hand. "Okay, all of you should leave. I just wanted to have a good time. It's getting late. You keep saying polite things to me. Are you going to let me have fun?" Iketaro finally breathed a sigh of relief. This means that the other person has forgiven him, and he winked at Matsuoka Sachiko. Sanko Sachiko immediately understood and bowed deeply to Shinjo. "I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Shinjo ignored him and glanced at Wang Shasha and Zhang Ting. "Let's go to the other side." After they left, Matsuoka Hideyuki came to Daniel and Brooks and asked who Shinjo was. The two people explained Shinjo's general identity. Sachiko Matsuochi took a deep breath. Shi Yitelong originally wanted to ask a few waiters to give Shinjo special care, but when he saw that they seemed impatient, he finally gave up on the idea. Next, the three of them continued to enjoy any of their activities here without any interference. The two women had a lot of fun and felt that their trip to Japan was not in vain. However, all good things must come to an end, and by the time they were almost done playing, it was already late at night. After the three people left, Wang Shasha suddenly felt a little hungry. But he usually doesn't eat at night in order to maintain his weight loss habit, and suddenly his stomach growled. Shinjo asked, "Are you hungry?" "I happen to be a little hungry too. Let's find something to eat." Wang Shasha waved her hand. "No need, Chairman. Look at you, even if you don't eat it, I will eat it too." Finally, I looked at Zhang Ting. "What do you think?" Zhang Ting nodded. "Okay then, let's go get something to eat." Although it was already late at night, many nightclubs were still open in this bustling place. The three of them finally found a Japanese restaurant. The interior of this store is magnificently decorated, and the chandelier on the ceiling is particularly bright. It also looks particularly soft, making people feel comfortable as soon as they walk in, as if they have forgotten all the troubles in the outside world. The three people saw that there were many empty seats, so they just found a place to sit down. I had just sat down for less than half a minute when I heard a woman scream. Following the source of the sound, the three people saw a girl dressed as a waitress. There was a look of horror on her face. Shinjo then noticed that there was a guest at that table. It was Park In-young. Ever since Park In-young failed in Go, he felt humiliated. He suffered a huge psychological gap, as the people of Goryeo had high hopes for him. He was regarded as a god of war, but just because he lost, he felt like heaven to hell, and many people cursed him. It would have been fine if I had lost to an adult, but I actually lost to a 5-year-old child. This has never happened in the history of Goryeo. The combination of anger and ridicule almost made him lose his mind.
He felt depressed at night, so he came here to get drunk. Suddenly, he saw that the waitress was particularly beautiful, so he put his hand where it shouldn't be. That's why the waiter screamed and said, "How could you do this?" Park In-young looked at her with red and swollen eyes. "What's wrong? What's wrong with touching it? It won't cost you a piece of meat." In the end, he even touched it again without restraint. The waitress soon started crying, and Shinjo looked at the beast angrily, wondering what he was trying to do. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out from the counter. "He's obviously the boss here." The waitress immediately came to him to complain, but the man scolded her. "Look at you, what's the fuss about? It was just a touch." The girl cried even harder. "Boss, this matter is obviously his fault, how can you scold me?" The middle-aged man ignored her and came to Park In-young. "Sir, I'm so sorry, she is very rude." "Don't worry, I will punish her." Park In-young looked at the girl coldly. Chapter 194 Dignity Issues. "This doesn't seem to be someone from your country, right?" The boss bowed respectfully. "Yes, he is from the Celestial Empire." Upon hearing these two words, Park In-young's blood boiled again. No wonder he's so rude, he's actually a sick man. The middle-aged man just laughed along. At this moment, Shinjo couldn't bear it any longer. He had heard before that people from the Celestial Empire would be bullied when working in Japan. He was a little bit unconvinced, but he didn't expect it to be true. He then slammed the table angrily, finally attracting the middle-aged man's attention. Park In-young also looked over here and was immediately surprised. "What's going on?" Shinjo stood up. The waitress didn't expect that someone would stand up for her. Just now, she had seen more than a dozen customers in the store, but most of them turned a blind eye. The other customers also looked at Shinjo in surprise, not understanding why he was standing up for justice. Shinjo seemed to ignore Park In-young's existence and instead looked at the middle-aged man. "What's going on? Your employee was bullied, but instead of seeking justice for her, you scolded her." The middle-aged man was about to smile, but suddenly his eyes turned to Shinjo and the other two. He looked them up and down and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you guys are also from the Celestial Empire." Shinjo snorted coldly. "So what?" The waitress was immediately delighted. She didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman in this foreign country. No wonder people are standing up for me. Fellow villagers are still better than those Japanese devils. But in the eyes of the middle-aged man, Purunyan was a national player of Goryeo, and in his eyes, Goryeo was much more noble than the Celestial Empire. That's why he protects the other party's interests. At this moment, he sneered. "These three, if you want to eat here, I advise you to mind your own business." The waitress came to Shinjo and whispered, "Forget it, let's not bother with them. The worst that can happen to me is that I will suffer a little loss." Just at this moment, a task came from the system. Uphold the dignity of China and protect the interests of our compatriots. This was exactly what Shinjo wanted. This was what he had originally thought. It's great in your Japanese territory. No, today's incident is not just your own business, it also involves the dignity of China. Zhang Ting shouted, "Yes, that's it." Just at this moment, a few more customers walked in from outside and saw that the atmosphere here was a little depressing. They hesitated for a few seconds and finally found a place to sit down. The middle-aged man saw a guest coming in, glanced at Shinjo, and then scolded the waiter in front of him, "Didn't you see that a guest came? Why didn't you hurry up and serve him?" When the waitress was about to leave, she was read out by Shinjo. "Wait a minute, this guy today, it won't do if he doesn't apologize to you." Park In-young felt new and old grudges surge up in his heart. He picked up a wine bottle and prepared to hit Shinjo. "Why do you mind your own business? You beast, shouldn't you swim back to your lair from here? What are you still doing here?" However, almost no one present knew about this story. Park In-young recalled the embarrassing scene at the Go game, all of which was caused by this man. "You beast, I'm going to beat you to death." He tried desperately to throw the bottle at Shinjo. The waitress was startled, and Wang Shasha and Zhang Ting kept dodging. At this moment, Shinjo dodged quickly and the wine bottle hit the wall. At this moment, Shinjo immediately ran over and grabbed the other person's clothes. Park In-young was already a little drunk. Plus, he wasn't as agile as Shinjo. Therefore, Shinjo beat him up. At this time, the middle-aged man shouted loudly, "What are you doing? You are going to go to jail for making trouble here." However, Shinjo naturally ignored him, so he started making a phone call.
After he reported the situation here, the police said they would arrive in a short time. Shinjo angrily beat Park In-young until his face was bruised and swollen before he finally let go. At the same time, he kicked the man down and stepped on his neck. Hurry up and apologize to the waiter. Kneel down and kowtow 20 times. We can handle this matter appropriately. Not only was Park In-young unhappy, he also cursed at Shinjo. The waitress suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Even though the other person is so good to you, if you offend others because of it, you will definitely be retaliated against. After the middle-aged man finished the call, he said to the waitress viciously, "I tell you that you are fired. Get out now. You will not get a penny of your wages." The waitress was in tears at this moment. "Boss, how could you do this to me? I did nothing wrong in this matter." Shinjo looked at the middle-aged man viciously. "You will be treated the same as him. You must kneel down and apologize to the waitress." "What? You, a Chinese, are arranging things for me. I am simply laughing my head off." At this time, many customers seemed to have forgotten about eating and turned their eyes to the side. The middle-aged man saw that the customer was not eating and said, "Don't be influenced by him, just keep eating." Wang Shasha was already hungry and felt a little unhappy. "Forget it, let's just leave." Just then, another waiter came from the kitchen and served him the food. Wang Shasha and Zhang Ting looked at each other, and Shinjo waved his hand. "Just eat first." At the same time, he kicked Park In-young to the corner. Then he came to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt that his aura was particularly strong and he kept backing away. In the end, he was forced into a corner by Shinjo. "I'm telling you, don't mess around on our Japanese territory. Asshole, who is the one making trouble? You did something wrong yourself and yet you blame me for making trouble. I advise you to take back what you just said and apologize to this Korean friend now, and I will let this matter go." Shinjo immediately grabbed his hair. "Why do you say that so nicely? It's obviously you who are wrong." Several customers shook their heads secretly. An old man stood up and said to the middle-aged man, "What you did is not very decent. Your behavior today really brought shame to our country of Japan." Zhang Ting and Wang Shasha looked at each other. They didn't expect that there were reasonable people in Japan. The middle-aged man's face was red, and his eyes looked at Park In-young who was squatting in the corner and crying. He looked at Shinjo viciously. Chapter 195. Are you bragging? Do you know that your actions could cause international disputes? Really? In that case, I don't mind making things even bigger. At this moment, 7 or 8 young men walked in from outside. When they saw the scene, they were also stunned. A man looked at Park In-young. "Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Oh, now I remember, this guy is from Korea, and he seems to be very talented in Go. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that he once lost to a 5-year-old child from China in a Go competition." So, everyone started to laugh at him. Other customers who didn't understand the situation also looked at Park In-young. How could such a thing happen? Because this incident has been reported in many media, some people immediately thought of it. Oh, so that's how it is. If that's the case, why doesn't this person find a place to stand instead of coming here to cause trouble? Yes, I saw it clearly just now. His hands were very dirty. At this moment, the waitress felt very touched. The middle-aged man did not expect that such a thing would happen to Park In-young, but he still wanted to defend him firmly. All right, everyone, be quiet. Even if this friend did something wrong, how can someone from the Celestial Empire insult him?" At this moment, Shinjo suddenly slapped him. "Do you know why I want to hit you? This time I am hitting you on behalf of all the Chinese people." Next, he slapped him a dozen times. There are more than a dozen of us from China, and each slap represents one person. Well fought. Zhang Ting started yelling again. But Wang Shasha ate regardless of everything. He was really hungry, but when he saw that Zhang Ting didn't eat, he felt that her behavior was a little indecent. So the eating process slowed down. Shinjo looked at the middle-aged man coldly. "But you should feel honored. One slap represents one person. If it represents 100 people, you'll probably be in trouble tonight." Suddenly, the sound of sirens came from outside. A police car has arrived. Since this is a busy city, the local police are particularly close to the store. Several men got out of the car. When asked what had happened, the middle-aged man acted as if he had seen a savior. Come here quickly, there is a fight going on here.
Several men also saw the injured Park and Young and others, and asked the middle-aged man about the truth of the matter. The middle-aged man saw that there were many customers here, so he naturally couldn't lie.
But he forced an explanation.
The Korean was just joking with the waiter, but the waiter didn't appreciate it. Even if Park and Young made many mistakes, this Chinese person could not yell at or hit him. Several Japanese police officers knew the reason for the incident, but naturally they sided with the locals. A police officer asked Shinjo who he was, what was his name, and why he was causing trouble here.
Have you figured out that this girl is a victim?
He pointed at the waitress. But the attitudes of several civil servants were particularly bad. They insisted that Shinjo had committed the crime against Park and Young. You are now suspected of a crime, so come with us. Wang Shasha and Zhang Ting suddenly became nervous. If Shinjo was really taken away, then this would be a serious matter. As if sensing the two people's worry, Shinjo turned around and shook his head at them, signaling them not to worry.
Shinjo said, "Is this how you handle cases?
First, let me explain to you why you hit him. He was the one who hit me first with the wine bottle." Shinjo also said that he had given the other party a chance when he was beating him. As long as the other party apologizes to the waitress, she will let go.
But Park and Young kept cursing.
The key issue was not that he was scolding Shinjo personally, but that he was scolding the entire Chinese people.
So I acted for the benefit of my nation. Is there anything wrong with that? If you were in Japan and someone said something bad about you, would you be so calm?
Several civil servants seemed to think that what he said made some sense, but they were still very principled and insisted on taking Shinjo away.
Shinjo sneered. He shouted loudly, "How did Mitsui Murakami govern this city? How could I see such a disgusting side?" The middle-aged boss was shocked again. "Asshole, how dare you blame Mayor Mitsui Murakami? He is such a good mayor."
Mitsui Murakami was someone he admired, and he had formulated many preferential policies. He was able to open a store here because of this policy, but now some people are speaking ill of him.
At the same time, many customers looked unhappy. A police officer said coldly, "You have now added another crime. You have publicly insulted the mayor of this city. He does have problems with city governance. Am I wrong? Now I want to ask him what kind of explanation he can give me." He then called Mitsui Murakami's secretary.
The police officers were no longer in a hurry at this moment, and they all looked at him with gloating eyes.
One person even started to grumble. Well, he actually lied about knowing her.
The mayor will see how he makes a fool of himself in a moment. After the call was connected, Shinjo said, "I'm really sorry to bother you so late, but I'm facing a very difficult situation right now, so I'm here to help the mayor clear the mess." He then began to recount at length what had happened here.
The waitress was stunned.
She was a fellow villager, but she actually knew the local mayor.
Isn't this incredible?
Her eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed again.
I guess this fellow is just bluffing, just trying to scare this person. But if so, wouldn't his sin be even greater? Alas, it's all my fault. Why couldn't I just keep silent at that time?
She looked at Wang Shasha and Zhang Ting with an apologetic look at the same time, but both of them looked at Shinjo. The secretary was also shocked after hearing the call and said he would rush here to deal with it as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, the secretary was about to come here, but suddenly remembered that Shinjo's identity was somewhat different after all, so it would be better to report to Mitsui Murakami in person.
The middle-aged man came to Shinjo. "Why? You came here to brag to me. I never thought you Chinese people would be like this." Chapter 196. I'm dumbfounded. It seems you want to be beaten again. Officer, did you see that? This man has violent tendencies and he wants to hit me.
Shinjo did something surprising. He took out a bank card and put it on the table with a snap.
I admit that I need to take responsibility for hitting someone. There is 10 million yuan in it. 10,000 yuan for each punch. If I punch you 1,000 times, can you afford it? Many people gasped, thinking that this person was too arrogant. But the middle-aged man didn't believe him at all. What? There's 10 million in here?
You look like you still have 10 million, but it's only a few bucks. Several police officers still advised Shinjo to follow them quickly, otherwise he would end up in a terrible situation. Shinjo didn't want to talk to them anymore, so he sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating as if nothing had happened.
Many people felt it was very strange. What kind of person was this? How could he be so calm? The middle-aged man took out a pack of cigarettes from the counter and walked towards the police officers with his head lowered. Several police officers waved their hands. Just then, a car appeared outside. The middle-aged man looked outside and saw that the car was worth a lot of money. People who drive this kind of car must be of prominent status. What's going on tonight? Why is business getting better and better? The middle-aged man was secretly delighted when he saw this. A man in a suit and tie got out of the car. He was Mitsui Murakami's secretary. The middle-aged man seemed to have forgotten what happened tonight, and he quickly came to the secretary. "My dear guest, are you here to eat?" The secretary looked him up and down. "Are you the boss here?" "Yes, I'm the boss." "What do you need to eat?" However, one police officer was suddenly shocked when he saw it. The secretary glanced at the middle-aged man coldly, then came to the car, opened the door, and helped Mitsui Murakami down. At this time, many customers were no longer calm. Of course, they knew Mitsui Murakami and the others, and they had often seen him on TV. Why did he come here, and at such a late time? Does he also have the habit of having a midnight snack? No, someone soon came to their senses. Didn't this Chinese guy just claim to know Mitsui Murakami? He even made a phone call. And then people arrived. Mitsui Murakami looked at the middle-aged man coldly, and then came to Shinjo. "Mr. Shin, I'm so sorry for making you suffer tonight." "Thank you for coming, Mayor." "I'm sorry to bother you so late." Several police officers looked at each other in bewilderment. One even whispered, "Could it be someone impersonating me?" Several colleagues glared at him. They actually hoped that this person was an imposter, but it was obviously driven by a living person. The waitress was so surprised that she couldn't speak. "I originally thought Shinjo was bragging, but I didn't expect it to be true." Mitsui Murakami looked at Park and Young. "Why are you still here? Do you still have the nerve to come here?" The other party looked at him coldly without saying anything. At the same time, Mitsui Murakami looked at several police officers. What on earth was going on? Several people immediately lowered their heads like wilted eggplants. "I'm asking you a question, what's going on?" Finally, someone raised his head. "We came here immediately after receiving the report." "I'm asking how you handled this matter?" Several people immediately felt their faces blush. "Are you not upholding justice, but pushing all the blame onto Mr. Shin of this celestial empire?" Many people were surprised. "What, Mr. Shin? Could this young man be a CEO?" Several police officers were trembling with fear. No wonder. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be worthy for the mayor to come in person. The middle-aged man also looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have said those words. Mitsui Murakami said, "Call your leader right now and ask him to explain to me personally how he taught you." The faces of several people were extremely ugly. They all apologized to Mitsui Murakami, hoping that he would be magnanimous. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to call your leader right away." One of the officers immediately called their captain. The captain was a little annoyed at being woken up tonight. When he heard that Mitsui Murakami was here, he was naturally scared out of his wits. He then scolded several of his subordinates and told them to get here as soon as possible. A few minutes later, the captain rushed here. When he heard about this, he immediately lost his sleepiness. Although she was usually very dignified in front of her subordinates, she was like a slave in front of Mitsui Murakami and was constantly scolded. Mitsui Murakami told him that a solution must be come up with and sent to his email when the time comes. "Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, I will definitely do as you say." At the same time, he looked at Shinjo out of the corner of his eye. What kind of person was he? Why did he have such great power? "Okay, since that's the case, you can go back." He waved his hand impatiently, and the captain left immediately. Mitsui Murakami came to Shinjo respectfully. "Mr. Shin, look, are you satisfied with my handling of this?" Shinjo nodded, expressing his great satisfaction and thanking him. The police officers were reprimanded again and left. Today was a very embarrassing moment in their careers, and it really left a lasting impression on them. The middle-aged man took advantage of the situation and immediately came to Shinjo to apologize to him. Shinjo looked at Park and Young coldly. "You and this old man come here quickly and apologize to the waiter immediately." "And kowtow as I said." The middle-aged man's face became sad. As for Park In-young, he simply ignored it. Mitsui Murakami said, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Shin said? Humph, I'm not from Japan, why do you want to arrange for me?"
But at this moment, all the customers were annoyed and they all started to curse at him, and some even threw the broken vegetable leaves in his face. "Beasts like you should get out of our country, because your presence here is simply a pollution to us. Yes, let's kill him." Some more garbage was thrown in his face.
Chapter 197 Fired the Boss. Mitsui Murakami came in front of Park In-young. "I advise you to do as Mr. Shin asks. Otherwise, if something happens later, it will be very regrettable."
Park In-young was naturally still unruly. Although his body was in extreme pain, he still threatened coldly.
"I have a very important position in Goryeo. If you offend me today, we might go to war later."
At this time, many customers were annoyed again. They still started beating each other.
Suddenly, Park In-young shouted. Mitsui Murakami shook his head. "Why are you doing this? Can't you just say something softer?" After a few minutes, Park In-young was finally beaten into submission.
I thought to myself, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him.
It seems that I can only apologize to this little girl.
After I have peace, I will definitely deal with this Shingai sooner or later. When he stood up, he found that his legs felt a little uncomfortable, but he finally came to the little girl. Apologized to her.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you tonight."
The little girl never expected that the other party would actually apologize to her, so she was a little at a loss for a moment.
Shinjo said, "If you are willing to accept it, then accept it. If you are not willing to accept it, then we can talk about it later."
The little girl groaned and said, "Forget it. I hope you won't do this kind of thing again in the future." After he finished speaking, his face immediately turned red and his neck became thick. She has always been a member of a vulnerable group.
When has she ever received such respect? Park In-young finally walked out in embarrassment.
Mitsui Murakami warned him coldly.
"Don't think that just because you are an international friend, I won't do anything to you.
And I tell you, if you do this again in the future, I will chop off your dirty hands." Park In-young felt angry in his heart.
"I was a flag bearer of Goryeo in the past. What could a small mayor do?" He eventually staggered away.
This time, it was naturally the middle-aged man's turn. At this moment, without waiting for the other party to speak, he immediately came in front of the little girl.
"Don't worry, girl. I will give you a raise. I'm sorry for what happened tonight. I shouldn't have been so unjust."
He bowed deeply to the little girl. Mitsui Murakami wanted to say something to the little girl, but she said coldly, "I'm sorry, you should keep your apology to yourself.
Starting tomorrow, I will leave your place and make a living on my own. I won't let you worry about me anymore. Don't forget to transfer your salary to my card."
At this moment, the boss felt a little panicked, because the little girl had been doing a pretty good job so far. "No, you're doing well here, and you're a foreigner, so it's very difficult to find a job."
"Hey, what's wrong with you? People are no longer willing to serve you, so why are you still so aggressive?"
Zheng Ting sneered. The middle-aged man looked very ugly.
Mitsui Murakami came to Shinjo and said, "Boss Shin, if that's the case, I'll go back for now."
Shinjo nodded to him again.
This is really troublesome for the mayor.
With the help of his secretary, Mitsui Murakami finally left, and many customers suddenly applauded. Although they were from the same country as the middle-aged man, they particularly praised Shinjo for his handling of the issue.
Shinjo sat down and ate a few bites of food. When he went to pay the bill, the middle-aged man didn't dare to ask for their money.
He said that this meal was his own treat. Shinjo didn't want to owe him a favor, so he finally paid the money. When the three were about to leave, they saw the waitress had already packed up her things and was walking out.
"Wait a minute, big brother." She came to Shinjo and thanked him again. And introduced myself. "My name is Wang Wenchuang, thank you very much, Mr. Shin." Shinjo asked, "What are your plans next?"
Wang Wenchuang shook her head and said that they would talk about it tomorrow, but she hoped that she would treat the other party to a meal at noon tomorrow, and the other party must do her the honor. "Forget it, we're very busy tomorrow."
"Brother, you must give me a chance to thank you.
I can see tonight that you are not short of money, but I still want to thank you in my own way." When Shinjo was about to refuse, Zheng Ting said, "Brother Shin, they mean well anyway, why don't you just agree to it?" Shinjo gave the other party his phone number.
"Okay, let's contact each other tomorrow." And he didn't ask for Wang Wenchuang's number.
It seems that I feel it is unnecessary, since it doesn't matter if the other party doesn't contact me tomorrow.
Okay then, brother. I'll call you tomorrow morning. On the morning of the next day, a task suddenly appeared in the system. Help Wang Wenshuang accomplish something.
However, when Xinzhou was curious and asked the system replied coldly.
You will know what the mission is then.
Just at this moment, Wang Wenshuang called. He said that he had already chosen a hotel at noon and hoped that Xinzhou would honor him with a visit. An hour later, Xinzhou arrived here, and he found that Wang Wenshuang, who had changed out of her waiter uniform, was so beautiful. Wearing a pair of tight jeans, her body lines are perfectly outlined, and her face looks even whiter. Seeing the other party was stunned, Wang Wenshuang felt very happy.
Okay, brother, let's go in.
The two of them went in to eat, and nothing dramatic happened. Xinzhou was wondering what the task given by the system was.
Could it be that he was looking for a job for Wang Wenshuang?
Regarding this point, he has so many companies under his name, so if Wang Wenshuang brings it up, he would naturally consider it. But generally speaking, I won't talk about this matter on my own initiative. But when they were halfway through the meal, the two of them didn't say a word, and the scene suddenly became very awkward.
Wang Wenshuang realized something was wrong and asked, Boss Shin, what do you do for a living? What do you do in Japan?
After all, he was not particularly familiar with him, so Xinzhou did not explain it in too much detail. But he knew that the girl was asking for advice in this way, perhaps she really wanted to ask him for help in her work.
Now that you've left that store, what exactly do you do next?
I'm not sure about the details. Anyway, I don't know anything else except catering.
But I don't want to work for the time being.
I want to have a good rest for a few days first, because I still have to take care of my sick brother.
Chapter 198 Mr. Ikeda.
At this time, she opened up and said that her parents died very early, and she and her brother came to Japan by chance, and both of them were working outside. My brother worked on a ranch, but he suddenly fell ill a few days ago. I don't know what is going on, but I just feel particularly lazy. I have seen many doctors, but in the end they could not find the right medicine for me. At this point, she began to cry. I have been working the night shift these days so that I can take care of my brother during the day, but now I have to take care of him until he recovers before I can go out to work.
Xinzhou remembered the task in the system. Could it be related to her brother? He then asked the system again and got the answer, it was indeed true. So he asked, can I see your brother, then? Wang Wenshuang was stunned, not knowing why the other party asked such a question. Of course, if you don't think it's appropriate, forget it. No, there's nothing inappropriate, but Mr. Shin, do you have expertise in medical skills? No, I don't know why. I guess I'm especially close to you, so I wanted to meet your brother.
After finishing their meal, Wang Wenshuan led Xinzhou into a dilapidated residential area.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Shin, I made you laugh. The place we live in is a slum. We can't afford to live in a place that's too expensive.
Xinzhou saw that the neighborhood was particularly shabby, and there was garbage scattered around in the corridors.
There is a strong stench.
Wang Yunshuang said that he had to pinch his nose every time he came back. The property management has already discussed this matter, but no one has ever really cared. When the two were about to go upstairs, they suddenly heard a sound behind them.
Stinky girl, where is your brother? Find him and let him come out to see us.
The two turned around and saw three young men appear. All three of them looked ferocious.
What are you going to do? Wang Wenshuang was immediately frightened out of his wits.
Because she saw that those three people didn't look like good people at all.
She kept running towards Xinzhou.
It seemed that she knew that Xinzhou was her support. When the three men saw Xinzhou, they immediately sneered.
Oh, you little girl, you found a lover, but what can we do? Your brother owes us money, and we have the IOU.
Finally, a man took out a piece of A4 paper. He actually came in front of Xinzhou, respectfully performed Japanese etiquette, and handed over the paper. Xinzhou took a look and saw that it said Wang Wendan owed them 50,000 yuan in gambling debt.
Your brother owes them gambling debts, is that true? Wang Wenshuang shook his head. I don't know. How could my brother gamble? Stinky girl, are we still lying to you?
Just then, another voice came from the door.
What are you doing?
The three men immediately turned around, and Xinzhou and the other man also looked towards the entrance of the apartment building. An old man in his 60s with a mustache and wearing a Japanese kimono appeared. He was carrying a medicine box.
Mr. Ikeda, you're here.
Wang Wenchuan smiled immediately, because Mr. Ikeda was the one who came to treat his brother. He comes to her house every day these days, and his personal charm makes Wang Wenchuan feel particularly respectful. The three men immediately handed the IOU to Mr. Ikeda for him to look at. You three beasts, even if this is true, you know what? They are having a very difficult time right now. We can talk about it later if there is anything else. Wang Wenchuan shook his head. How could these three men listen to a doctor? Little did they know that the three men nodded quickly. They thought that since Mr. Ikeda said so, they should give him a few more days. They left immediately. Wang Wenchuan suddenly felt incredible, but Shinjo smelled a different scent. Mr. Ikeda came to Shinjo. I wonder who this person is. Dr. Ikeda, this is a fellow countryman of mine. He and I are both from China. We have a special affinity. He wants to come and see my brother today, so I asked him to come. Oh, so you are also a Chinese. Mr. Ikeda said it lightly, although he didn't go into too much detail, but Shinjo could tell from his eyes that he was disdainful. I really don't know why Wang Wenchuan's eyes are full of admiration for him. People simply treat Chinese people as country bumpkins. Shinjo recalled an incident that once happened at Haitian media. Someone once told a story about a Chinese who was talking about how great China was during a live broadcast. There was actually a Japanese who left a message saying that the Celestial Empire is just a nation of country bumpkins, so how powerful can it be? This incident almost caused an international dispute. Many Chinese people wanted to quickly cross the ocean to Japan to find this person and give him a good beating. Afterwards, in order to calm down the international dispute, Japan finally found the person who left the message, and he turned out to be a public official. Make him apologize in writing and fire him outright. Seeing that Mr. Ikeda's eyes were not particularly friendly, Shinjo glared at him. Mr. Ikeda felt that Shinjo's gaze seemed a little scary, and soon turned his gaze to Wang Wenchuan. How is your brother? Take me to see him. Wang Wenchuan led the way in front, and the two men followed him to the second floor. Wang Wenchuan opened the door. Brother, are you feeling better? Mr. Ikeda is here again. In a bedroom, Wang Wendan was lying down. He looks very handsome and his face is very similar to Wang Wenchuan. He was sleeping just now. After hearing the sound, he opened his eyes and saw three people appear at the door. Sister, who is this young man? He suddenly seemed particularly unfriendly to Shinjo's arrival. I'll talk to you later. For now, you should let Mr. Ikeda check you out. Wang Wenchuan said to Shinjo, let's sit in the living room for a while. Shinjo nodded. As soon as he sat down, the other party made him some tea and the system prompted him in the task. Mr. Ikeda is using the people of the province to conduct experiments. This must be exposed. So, after drinking tea for a while, he said, I'd better go to the bedroom to see your brother. By the way, I also want to learn some medical skills from Mr. Ikeda. Wang Wenchuan immediately felt that Shinjo was being a little rude. Chapter 199 Why are you so shameless? Because my brother clearly didn't like this person just now. Before he could say anything, he saw Shinjo running quickly towards the bedroom. Mr. Ikeda was feeling the patient's pulse, and when he saw that the other person was having difficulty breathing, he frowned. Wang Wendan was furious. Who let you in? Why are you so rude? Mr. Wang, I mainly want to learn some medical skills from Mr. Ikeda. Because I am also particularly interested in medicine. Whatever you study, you have to wait until I finish my meal before you start studying. Mr. Ikeda immediately looked unhappy. Mr. Ikeda, how can I learn from you if I go out? You won't refuse to give me such an opportunity, will you? Mr. Ikeda hadn't said anything yet, but Wang Wendan couldn't stand it anymore. Get out of here, get out of here. Wang Wenchuan immediately felt extremely embarrassed and hurried here. Brother Shin, please come out first. She really didn't understand why her brother was so resistant. In the past few days, her brother's temper has been getting worse and worse. She knows that this is because her brother is in a bad mood after he got sick. But Shinjo insisted on staying in this room. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Why do you have to show up in this room? Shinjo said coldly, Wang Wendan, until now, you still don't understand what happened? Have you noticed that your temper is getting worse and worse? Mr. Ikeda was stunned and his pupils contracted a little. Naturally, Shinjo did not hide this expression. Wang Wenchuan was also stunned after hearing this. What did this mean? Could it be that there was another reason for his brother's bad temper?
Wang Wendan was even more furious. Get out of here, Wen Shuang, what's going on? Who is he? You should get him out. He then struggled hard to get up, but Mr. Ikeda quickly grabbed his arms. He also said to Wang Wenshuang coldly, please ask this person to leave quickly, otherwise the treatment will be delayed. If your brother can't wake up, don't blame me. Wang Wenshuang frowned. Brother Shen, could you please stop making trouble?
Shinjo temporarily appeared in the living room and said, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble today.
Mr. Ikeda is not a good person at all. Wang Wenshuang was suddenly displeased.
Although my brother is still unable to get out of bed completely, he has been able to move around basically since taking the other party's medicine.
How could he say that?
Even if he is your benefactor, he shouldn't be so haggard.
Don't worry, I will expose his conspiracy immediately.
Finally, Shinjo called Jiang Han and asked him if he had any familiar medical authorities in Japan. Jiang Han asked him what had happened, and he briefly told him what happened here.
Wait, I'll give you a call and ask him to contact you later. Oh, how about this, I'll ask him to tell you directly after I make the call.
Jiang Han immediately contacted a classmate and told him the situation.
However, this classmate is from China and has already acquired Japanese citizenship.
His name is Shin Tianhao.
Shin Tianhao quickly got in touch with Shinjo.
When Shin Tianhao learned that they had the same surname, he was particularly happy. Although he is currently working in a hospital, he decided to rush to this place as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Mr. Ikeda came out of the bedroom.
He said he had given Wang Wendan a sedative and he was now asleep.
Just as he was about to leave, Shinjo stopped him at the door.
You can't leave yet. Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because I suspect the medicine you gave him was poisonous. This is outrageous. You are falsely accusing me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Mr. Shun, did you misunderstand Mr. Ikeda? Why do you insist that there is something wrong with his medicine?
Wang Wenshuang stamped his feet anxiously.
Don't you understand now? Why do those three beasts listen to him so much? Wang Wenshuang found this a little incomprehensible. He just wanted you to owe him a favor.
He tried hard to act like a good person in front of you, but in fact, he came to harm your brother.
No, I don't believe it.
Although you did me a favor last night, Mr. Shin, I will be unhappy if you do this. She now regretted very much why she invited Shinjo to dinner at noon today.
Why do you have to bring him home today? Wang Wenshuang, I will prove to you in a moment that I am successful.
Mr. Ikeda angrily called him a psychopath and then walked towards the door. And this time, the two of them started fighting.
Mr. Ikeda shouted, Wenshuang. Call the police immediately. I will never allow my interests to be violated.
But Wang Wenshuang murmured.
What's the use?
Mr. Shin knows Mayor Mitsui Murakami.
Mr. Ikeda was shocked.
He knew that Wang Wenshuang would not lie, but he never thought that the man in front of him actually knew Mayor Mitsui Murakami. Just as he was hesitating, Shinjo punched him on the chin. You villain, I must expose your conspiracy today. You'd better stay here honestly.
Brother, I have no grudge against you, what are you doing? Why do you have to force me so hard?
Your task now is to wait here obediently. Yun Fan grabbed his collar and asked Wang Wenshuang to quickly prepare a rope to tie this guy up.
Wang Wenshuang naturally didn't listen. Mr. Shin, please stop messing around, okay? I beg you.
Wenshuang, you have to understand that you and I are both from the Celestial Empire.
Don't tell me that I am on your side? Wang Wenshuang burst into tears. She had really offended Mr. Ikeda today. What would happen to her brother in the future?
After all, I've been to many big hospitals, but they were all helpless. What's even more commendable is that Mr. Ikeda has already said that even if it is basically free, it is just a symbolic charge of a few dollars. Where in the world can you find such a good doctor? Even if they are from the same country, Shinjo can't save his brother. Boss Shin, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I won't listen to you.
And can you make my brother get better quickly?
You have to believe me, experts will show up soon. Mr. Ikeda was strangled by him, but of course he did not lose his mind.
Who can cure this kind of medicine?
Unless it is Shin Tianhao, the medical expert from Japan.
Chapter 200 Unexpected Call. But how could this country bumpkin from China know Shin Tianhao?
Shinjo knew that he couldn't explain too much to Wang Wenshuang, so he quickly lifted Mr. Ikeda up.
If you can't give me the rope, I will throw him out of the building right now. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his luck. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Now find me a rope. Wang Wenshuang burst into tears. Mr. Ikeda, I'm sorry. I can only do what he said. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Mr. Ikeda cursed out of anger and looked at Shinjo coldly. You will be punished for doing this. What a joke, a person like you actually talks to me about retribution. If you believe that retribution works, you wouldn't do such a bad thing. Wang Wenshuang quickly found a rope and handed it to Shinjo. At the same time, I looked at Mr. Ikeda with an apologetic look. Shinjo quickly tied up Mr. Ikeda and tied a knot. Finally, he was put in a corner. Wang Wenshuang said coldly, Boss Shin, I hope you can leave quickly, okay? I'm not leaving because the experts haven't arrived yet. Hey, are you kidding me? This is my home, why are you so shameless as to stay here? Because you are from my hometown. Although Shinjo knew that this reason might be a little weak, he had to complete the system's task. Wang Wenshuang suddenly felt that he had no way to deal with him, so he quickly ran into the room and saw that his brother had fallen asleep. After more than 10 minutes, she suddenly realized something. Logically speaking, judging from what happened last night, Shinjo is not a person who makes trouble for no reason. Is there really something wrong here? Outside, Shinjo was sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Shin Tianhao contacted him and said he would arrive in about 15 minutes. Just then, Mr. Ikeda's cell phone rang. But his body was tied up and he couldn't do it. Shinjo smiled slightly and took his cell phone. Give it back to me, what do you want to do? You can't invade my privacy. However, Shinjo saw two words displayed on the screen, the third brother. If nothing unexpected happens, this third brother should also be a member of his gang. He immediately pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. The other end shouted, Boss. Another test was successful today. We have sent him to the construction site. Wang Wenshuang, who had just walked out of the living room, heard the voice. Although she didn't know who was calling, she could tell that the other party's voice sounded particularly proud. Hey, boss, did you hear that? Why don't you say anything? Mr. Ikeda was extremely anxious and struggled hard to break free from the ropes. Shinjo deliberately humiliated him by putting the phone on his lips, as if to say, don't you have a lot to say? Why don't you say a word now? Hey, boss, what's wrong with you? Why did you answer the phone without saying anything? Why didn't you say anything after you answered it? Did you hear me? I heard you. I'm not feeling well. Please hang up first. I'll call you back later. Hey, boss, what happened? You are a doctor, how come you are not feeling well? Forget it, I'll call you back later. Please don't talk to me anymore. Mr. Ikeda felt himself sweating. The third brother always felt that something was going to happen, so he had to hang up the phone. Shinjo sneered. We have succeeded in one case. The next step is to make Wang Wendan look like your ideal? Mr. Ikeda didn't say anything, but Wang Wenshuang ran over quickly. What is going on here? I hope you can explain it to me. At this moment, the balance in her heart had changed, and she seemed to know that what Shinjo said was correct. I don't understand what you are talking about. And Shinjo didn't intend to listen to him at this moment. Wang Wenshuang asked him, Mr. Shin, please tell me what happened. Is my brother in danger? Don't worry. If I hadn't come today, your brother would have been in danger. But then the experts came and everything was fine. At this point, Wang Wenshuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to say some more words of thanks, but he still felt a little uneasy. We have to wait until the so-called expert arrives. More than 10 minutes later, Shin Tianhao came knocking on the door. When Wang Wenshuang opened the door, he saw a strange face. The young man immediately smiled and asked, Excuse me, is Mr. Shin here? Shinjo immediately appeared in front of him. Excuse me, are you Shin Tianhao? Jian Han had just sent a photo of Shin Tianhao. Mr. Ikeda, who was sitting in the corner at this moment, was shocked. What? Shin Tianhao would come here, how is this possible? Shin Tianhao and Shinjo shook hands with each other. When he appeared in the living room, Mr. Ikeda was even more panicked. Oh my god, this person is indeed Shin Tianhao, because Shin Tianhao was an authority in the medical field of their Japanese medicine, and he created a legendary medical world at a young age. There is hardly anyone who doesn't know him.
But the other party obviously did not know Mr. Ikeda. He only knew he was such a villain after hearing Shinjo's introduction. He glanced at him coldly. Mr. Shin, please take a look at the patient.
Shin Tianhao nodded, and followed Wang Wenxuan's lead to the bedroom. He observed Shin Tianhao's body carefully and finally took his pulse.
Then he looked at the trash can. He took out the syringe that Mr. Ikeda had injected and examined it carefully.
He asked, besides injections, do you ask your brother to take any medicine?
Yes. Wang Wenxuan immediately opened the bedside cabinet and took out a box of medicine. There's still a pill on it, and my brother hasn't had time to take it yet. Shin Tianhao looked at her carefully, then he slapped the bed angrily. It's simply outrageous and so cruel.
Mr. Shin, don't be angry.
This old guy doesn't take us Chinese seriously at all. He just treats us as experimental subjects.
Wang Wenxuan was even more shocked at this moment.
Mr. Shin, please tell me quickly, can my brother be saved?
Shin Tianhao, who was originally furious, slowly calmed down.
Of course your brother can be saved.
Isn't this where I come from?
Then he picked up a piece of paper and a pen and wrote something hurriedly.